At the class reunion, everyone was mocking you, but you were actually happy because you knew they were all bragging, and you had awakened the system that turns bragging into reality. Chu Yang nodded slightly. This was originally your business. However, since the matter has been cleared up, I hope that there won't be any more incidents of my nongja being picked on. If there are any more of your Mad Dog's people coming over. As soon as Mad Dog heard Chu Yang's unfinished words, his heart sweated profusely as he hurriedly said, "You can rest assured. After the matter of Zhu Yongfeng's father and son, we will definitely keep a strict watch over our men and prevent such things from happening." Mad Dog's loud assurances made Chu Yang nod his head in satisfaction. Seeing this, Mad Dog immediately waved his hand and signaled his juniors to take the people under custody. This time, whoever lets one of these people escape, I will definitely give him a 3 cuts and 6 holes. Just thinking about the trouble that this father and son had caused for himself, Mad Dog was not to mention how angry he was. The moment he spoke, the juniors carrying Zhu Yongfeng and Zhu Yongshi under his hands only felt chills all over their bodies. They hadn't seen such a serious brother dog for a long time. "Don't worry, brother dog, if they dare to move a bit, we won't even let them go. Yes, don't worry, brother dog, don't worry. That's right. The assurances of the juniors one after another made Mad Dog nod his head in satisfaction. "You guys take the people back first." Saying that, Mad Dog also looked at Zhu Yongfeng's father and son with a stern gaze, letting him suffer such a big loss today, when he made a good relationship with Mr. Chu, then he would properly clean up this pair of father and son. Zhu Yongfeng father and son were Mad Dog this glance, scared a jolt. Zhu Yongshi even sold his own father there without hesitation. "My father has money." "Really? I sold the farmhouse for $40 million. I still have $30 million of real estate in my hometown, and the rest of the $30 million, my grandpa and granddaddy put it together and have it." When Zhu Yongfeng heard Zhu Yongshi's words, he was so angry that he almost fainted. How could he not have expected that his own son would even count his grandfather and grandpa in? You're really blinded by lard." Zhu Yongfeng's hands were trembling as he pointed at Zhu Yongshi. As his words fell, his hand was slapped down by Mad Dog's little brother. "What are you pointing at? Put it down for me. If you act rashly again, dozens of my little brothers at the back will beat you together." Zhu Yongfeng was confused. "Sir, I'm teaching my son a lesson and you call this acting rashly?" Mad Dog's little brothers didn't care about Zhu Yongfeng's dumbfoundedness. They had all guaranteed in front of Brother Dog that in case something went wrong, they would be the ones who would be stabbed 3 times and 6 times. Therefore, they absolutely couldn't make a mistake. After Zhu Yongfeng's father and son were escorted into a van, the car drove away from the farmhouse. Mad Dog saw the van go far away before he nodded his head and said, "Mr. Chu, thank you for being willing to hand the people over to me. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have captured these 2 dastardly father and son duo so easily." Mad Dog has always been able to bend. Just his shameless reputation. He was famous in the road. Chu Yang waved his hand indifferently. "It's all trivial. If you don't have anything else, let everyone disperse. Okay, Mr. Chu, this is my business card. If you turn around and need anything, you can contact me." Mad Dog didn't care about Chu Yang's attitude. As he spoke, he handed his business card to Vigorous. Vigor looked at Chu Yang and saw that he didn't say anything, so he accepted it with his hand. After receiving it, Vigor stared at Mad Dog again, those big eyes glaring at him, almost writing on his face, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Mad Dog of course read the words written on Vigor's face, but he couldn't just leave. Chu Yang is a character who can mobilize the people of Morningbiao and Yanxiang. This relationship has to be good. Chu Yang didn't care about the confrontation between Mad Dog and Vigorous. After he remembered the new design drawings of the Nanjiale, he went to Bai Bai Yue and gave her a call. "Yue, you find a construction team to come over and rebuild the Nanjiale." Mad Dog heard Chu Yang's words, his brain turned, and immediately had an idea. He said to Chu Yang, "Mr. Chu, does this farmhouse of yours accept reservations? I see that this farmhouse of yours is quite good, and I want to come here often to have some fun." Mad Dog's status wasn't too low, but having seen what Chu Yang could do, Qin Mu wasn't surprised. Would someone who could even mobilize Yanxiang and Morningbiao's minions be afraid of a Mad Dog? Then you can wait a little longer. My butler will come later. Just arrange it then. When Mad Dog heard that, he was instantly happy. As long as Chu Yang loosened his mouth, this Nanjiale he is destined to be a regular customer. Good Lu, you have something, you first busy, Crazy Dog said. Chu Yang also smiled and nodded, turned around and left with Qin Mu. Although Chu Yang had left, but Dolly and Tiger had not yet left. They had just been assigned a small task by Chu Yang. That was to give the little brothers who came over to help today $10,000 each for their hard work. If it wasn't for them arriving in time today, Dolly and Tiger would definitely have suffered. including the people who participated in the action of searching for Chu Yongfeng's father and son today. He also had Vigor arrange for a headcount and give each person 2,000 in hard-earned fees as well. People who follow Chu Yang's work, Chu Yang will definitely not treat him poorly. As for Chu Yongfeng's father and son who pitted him, looking at Mad Dog's appearance, he estimated that he would not let them have a good time either. The crowd of people who were shaken by Dali and Tiger holding the $10,000 in their hands were confused. They had never thought that helping their boss's boss with a small favor would result in a $10,000 favor fee. Thinking about the fact that Chu Yan was a 100-billionaire, a bunch of juniors suddenly surged with the urge to jump ship. He also didn't know that the boss's boss was still accepting people. If he was, he must sign up. Unexpectedly, a bunch of little brothers who came to the farmhouse have 300 and 500 to vigorously and Tiger stuffed over. Brother Tiger, if Mr. Chu still wants juniors, you remember to shake me. This is my phone number. Brother Vigor, this is my business card. Little brother, not to mention. 1 to beat 10, absolutely no problem. This is my business card. You receive it. Brother Dolly, my little brother is left with a force. If Mr. Chu lacks bodyguards, you arrange for me to be one of them. Brother Tiger. Tiger and Dolly were one of them. Stuffed more than a dozen business cards, collected at least a small few $1,000s, and saved dozens of phone numbers. 2 people were confused at that time. These little brothers also too have never seen the world. Just a small 10,000 can't carry it? Humph. Not reliable. Tiger and Dolly thought with one heart and mouth, and very honestly stuffed the small amount of money into their pockets. These 10,000 evil bills that were delivered to their door. When they got free one day, they would take them and spend them. A group of crazy dogs juniors who have not left yet looked at this scene. Also have hot eyes. When the dog brother also so generous will be good. Mad Dog looked at a crowd of minions that eager eyes. On the spot. Anxious eyes. What to look at? Although the laborer's hard work is not so much. You earn a lot of it. Give me the eyes back. The juniors honestly retracted their eyes. But they all put their eyes on Ding Mao. This should be the worst order Ding Mao had ever received since he started his career. Mad Dog covered his face as he hurriedly stuffed $10,000 to Ding Mao. Here, hurry up and get your teeth and face treated. Ding Mao accepted the money with good grace. Okay, brother dog, I'll go now. After saying that, Ding Mao left. Suddenly, Mad Dog's little brother slapped his hand on his thigh and said in a sudden realization, Brother Dog, I remembered. The one next to Mr. Chu is the top rich second-generation Qin Shao of Magic City. Mad Dog was furious. Damn it, you just remembered now? Why would I want you? Not long after Chu Yang and Qin Mu sat in the car, Chu Yang received a call from his cousin Su Wenjing. Cousin, do you have time recently? Do you want to go abroad together? Su Wenjing's voice sounded very happy, and her invitation made Chu Yang raise his eyebrows. Why do you suddenly want to go abroad to play? Isn't it fun to work in Zhongqing? Su Wenjing listened to her own cousin's words and was instantly happy. Cousin, it's because we have a half-yearly lucky draw for employees this time la. After Mr. E took over, the rules were changed so that all new employees can participate. So Fai and I both got a package for a 7-day Bali vacation. Oh, and the place we stayed is still that Como Resort Hotel. It was rare for Su Wenjing to talk to Chu Yang in such a mischievous manner. Obviously, she was very satisfied with the place she was going to this time. Como Resort Hotel? Chu Yang repeated. As his words fell, he heard Su Wenjing excitedly say, Yes, cousin, I heard that hotel is very famous in Bali, and I heard that we still have colleagues who have stakes in Como Resort Hotel, which detected Su Wenjing bragging with the host. The system specially gifted the host with shares of Como Resort Hotel *80%. Chu Yang was shocked when he heard Su Wenjing's words. Cousin, you're a bit early to be happy now. The system has appraised it as bragging. In that case, then you should go. What? You want to invite cousin me to go together? Chu Yang leaned back with interest. Su Wenjing's somewhat embarrassed voice came over. That's right. I'm not familiar with life in a foreign country, and my English is poor, so I thought that if cousin can come together, we can both play together and help each other. Su Wenjing originally didn't want to trouble Chu Yang, but she couldn't resist Chen Fei's desire to be her cousin's wife. However, this chick had been thinking about how to capture Chu Yang's heart ever since she failed last time, and was now working hard to try and take her relationship with Chu Yang even further. Well, then I'll first see if there's anything going on lately, and I'll call you back in a while. Chu Yang thought lined up, but did not directly refuse. After the phone hung up, Qin Mu on the side instead came to be interested. If I say, Chu Xiao, you can really go out to have fun. It just so happens that it's now summer vacation. There are many people playing in Lively, and it's in a foreign country, so you don't have to deliberately keep a low profile. Many foreigners were rather face-blind, although Chu Yang was hot at home, but when he left the country, no one might know about it. At most, Others would take a look and think that Chu Yang was handsome, and wouldn't associate it with anything else. Thinking about it this way, going abroad for a vacation, and being able to play with abandon, and still not being recognized, was a perfect plan. Oh yeah, Como Resort Hotel is one of the very famous resort hotels in Bali. The service is also top-notch, and Bali also has the reputation of being the island of magic. It's still good to go for a stroll. Shinmu was still in favor of Chu Yang going abroad, because his old man recently also had the intention of letting him inherit the family business for a while, and if he could still be dashing around for a while, he could just arrange the 30-day vacation plan prepared by the housekeeper. Chu Yang was also a bit moved after hearing Shinmu's words. He was about to speak when his cell phone rang again. This time the call was from Bai Yue. Young master, the construction team is ready. According to your request, it will take about a month to complete the reconstruction, and Mad Dog has become a VLP user of our farmhouse. Speaking of Mad Dog, Bai Yue's voice was more or less helpless. She had never seen such a shameless big brother until now. As one of the underground bosses of Magic City, he was the most bendable person Bai Yue had seen so far. That close set. Don't know where far away relations are pulled by him. It was also absolute enough. Well, since he wants to be there, let him be. In that case, you go and prepare 2 tickets to Bali. I just happened to go and collect the new industry, Chu Yang said. Bai Yue hung up the phone in response. Shinmu, on the other hand, looked at Chu Yang with a confused face. Bali, a new industry? How is it that in the twinkling of an eye, Chu Xiao has a new industry? Chu Xiao, Bali also has a heart industry? No, it won't be Como Resort Hotel, right? Shinmu suddenly had a flash of insight. He snapped back to what Chu Yang had just repeated about Como Resort Hotel. No wonder Chu Xiao had revealed that expression when he repeated Como Resort Hotel. Most likely, that was Chu Xiao's new industry. Well, it also just arrived not long ago. Chu Yang smiled. Shinmu smiled faintly. His heart had already received countless blows. Here it comes again, here it comes again. Chu Xiao's classic mantra is here again. I've been a top-tier rich second generation for so long. How come I haven't just arrived at a multi-billion-dollar resort hotel not long ago? It's also a foreign property in the special meow. As Shinmu tried to calm down, he heard Chu Yang call Su Wenjing back over. Cousin, I'll be going over to Bali to play recently as well. Let's meet up at Como Hotel. Su Wenjing answered excitedly, then gave Chu Yang a talk about their vacation plan this time. This vacation was a prize won by a total of 8 of Zhongqing's employees. In addition to Su Wenjing and Chen Fei, there were the remaining 6 within, which could be group activities or individual actions. That was why Su Wenjing thought to ask Chu Yang about the arrangements. This time, it was a total of 7 days, so Su Wenjing planned to rest for half a day at the Como Hotel on the first day, then go to the beachside to play for 2 days, and then take a good stroll around Bali, experiencing the local customs of Bali. Alright, then let's follow your arrangements. Chu Yang hung up the phone after confirming the specific news with Su Wenjing. He said to Shinmu, it just so happens that tomorrow is the day my cousin is traveling. Let's also arrange to travel tomorrow. How long do you plan to go this time? Hearing Chu Yang's inquiry, Shinmu immediately revealed a bright smile. It's still Chu Xiao who was kind enough to know that I have other plans. Saying that, Shinmu sent a copy of the itinerary sent by the butler. Chu Xiao, I plan to go abroad for a month. According to your cousin's plan, we can play for 7 days in Bali now, then fly to Paris for half a month, and then go to Mauritius to play. What do you think? Shinmu was really planning to have a good crazy play this time. Chu Yang looked at Shinmu's month full of plans. His eyes revealed some surprise. Young Qin, looking at your latter plans, are you going to inherit the company? Chu Yang's words caused Shinmu's smile to converge as he nodded seriously and said, yes, so this month will be the happiest time in my future. However, Chu Xiao gave me a good suggestion. I should look for a competent assistant abroad, like White Butler, the kind of assistant that can let me come out and get high whenever I want. As Shinmu spoke, countless hopes surged in his eyes. Chu Yang couldn't help but somewhat admire Shinmu. Even in this situation, young Qin still didn't forget how to make himself better at playing. Really worthy of being Qin Xiaoa. The next morning, Shinmu and Chu Yang came to the airport. The airport people come and go. Is not able to see some wearing cool beauty, or sexy, or wearing a mini skirt. There are also several cosplayers. Their body is called a perfect ah. Chu Yang and Su Wenjing took different flights. Their flight was slightly an hour earlier than Chu Yang's, and it had already taken off half an hour ago now. Let's go, Chu Xiao. Let's board the plane. Shinmu called out to Chu Yang, and the two of them carried their small suitcases and followed the crowd in the direction of the airplane. At this time, a gust of wind suddenly came from the airport, lifting up all the short skirts of a bunch of young ladies wearing short skirts. Chu Yang was coincidentally in front of the short skirt lifted up. Oh yo ho! The little girl has good taste or strawberry fat times. The little girl covered her skirt, and was about to turn her head to be mean to the people around her, when she met Chu Yang's eyes. His slightly upturned lips, deep and gentle eyes, handsome features and excellent temperament made the little girl's pretty face red. You just didn't see anything. The little girl was wearing a short dress in the R-system style of sailor dress-up, looking not too old, 15 or 16 years old. She was violently attacked by the gust of wind, and her face was a bit constricted, she said with a milky ferocity, causing Chu Yang to faintly freeze. It seems that not everyone knows Chu Yang. He smiled and nodded. Okay, don't worry, I didn't see any strawberries. The little girl's little face was red again. They all said it was a small strawberry, but they still said they didn't see it. Puffing and puffing, the little girl boarded the plane. She thought to herself, don't ever let me see you again. Soon, the boarding started. Qin-mu, who was playing with his cell phone, didn't notice the amazing gust of wind just now. He found his seat and put away his cell phone, with a slight look of pity on his face. The only thing that wasn't great on the airplane was that you couldn't play with your cell phone. For the next 6 hours, he could only watch a movie or something to pass the time. Chu Yang and Qin-mu was a piece of airfare. But unfortunately, this time the first-class seat. Is 2 seats even a piece of Qin-mu's seat? Coincidentally, with Chu Yang separated by an aisle. Chu Xiao. It seems like we have to look at each other across the aisle. Qin-mu joked to Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled, and after arranging his luggage, he sat down on the seat. He turned his head to look at the neighboring seat and saw the little strawberry sailor uniform girl glaring at him with a puff of air. She had just said that she didn't want to run into this person. How come in the blink of an eye this person had become her neighbor? Little girl, we are quite destined to meet. Chu Yang smiled and greeted. He was really afraid that the little girl would be so angry that she would stare her eyes out. The little girl almost exploded with anger. It's not fate. And I'm not small. I'm 20 years old this year. 20 years old? Chu Yang was slightly shocked. If it wasn't for the little girl blowing up her age, he would have thought that the little girl hadn't reached adulthood. This childish face. This pair of I'm sorry, it was me who was hasty. Chu Yang's surprised expression was taken in by the little girl. After she grunted in anger, she then said to Chu Yang in a very awkward manner, handsome boy, where do you get off the plane? Chu Yang looked at the little girl, looking quite easy to blow up. Her temper was still a little twisted. I'm going to Bali. What about you? The little girl's eyes widened. What? So, I have to fly with him for several hours? The little girl looked at her ticket and was on the verge of making herself cry. Why was she sharing a seat with someone who had looked at her strawberry chubby? And it was even the exact same terminal. I'm not going to tell you. The little girl huffed and puffed and turned her head, then covered her face. Chu Yang was somewhat helpless. He had never met such a twisted girl before. However, he had accidentally looked at her fat ass, so I guess he had pissed her off. It wasn't long before the airplane took off. Chu Yang closed his eyes and started to fake sleep. The little girl was quite angry at first, but when she thought about it carefully, that gust of wind blowing over, it didn't seem to be Chu Yang's fault, and her attitude towards the handsome man just now, wasn't it a little too much? The little girl reflected for a while, and was about to apologize properly to Chu Yang when she found Chu Yang asleep. She just considered half a day exactly what she was considering. The little girl once again put herself up and blew up. The airplane flew for about 2 hours. The little girl got up from her seat with a red face. Chu Yang's long, slender legs were placed on his seat, and that handsome face was calm and peaceful, looking as if it was the sleeping prince's highness in general. But he was about to blow up himself. The little girl somewhat regretted that she gambled with Chu Yang. Maybe people didn't even realize that they were angry. But then hold on. Will have to be public urination. The little girl looked fixedly at Chu Yang's legs, and then looked at her own legs. With her 155 height, she should be able to straddle them perfectly. Various calculation formulas began to appear in the little girl's mind. In the end, a determined gaze appeared in the little girl's eyes. It can be perfectly crossed over. Thinking as she did, the little girl leaned her back against the recliner, faced Chu Yang head on, and carefully crossed over from him. After she took the first step, there was still at least about 5 centimeters of space from the position above Chu Yang's thighs, and the little girl immediately revealed a smug expression. I'm really a little witty. What she didn't notice was that Qin-mu, who happened to turn his head next to her, happened to take in her astounding performance. Chu Xiao, you wake up. This little girl seems to want to sleep serve you. Before Qin-mu had a chance to exit, the airplane seemed to have encountered a collision of air currents, and the plane shook violently. The little girl's feet were unsteady and she directly jumped onto Chu Yang. Chu Yang, who suddenly had a soft thing on his body, he opened his eyes, just in time to meet the little girl's 4 eyes. Little girl, what are you? Throwing yourself at me? Xu Yang's serious expression made the little girl cover her face instantly. I'm not. This is just an accident. The little girl realized that she couldn't explain at all. Little girl, even if you like our Chu Xiao, you can't be so forceful. Qin Mu on the side also said seriously. Only then did the little girl notice that Qin Mu beside her had taken everything in. Oh wow. Mom, it seems like I lost my face on the plane. 55,555. The little girl flew up from Chu Yang, covered her face and ran over to the toilet. It's too late to explain. If I don't go to the toilet, I won't be able to hold it in. Will society die? The little girl flew away and ran away, causing Qin Mu to reveal an interested expression. Chu Xiao, look at your damned nowhere charm. Before you even reach your destination, there is a little girl throwing herself at you. Chu Yang was speechless. Young Qin was getting better at chatting now. Rest for a while. We still have to go play later. Qin Mu heard Chu Yang's words, shrugged his shoulders, and also turned the movie off and closed his eyes. When the little girl came back, she couldn't help but sigh in relief when she saw that both of them were asleep. Hopefully she won't meet these two people in Bali. The plane had been flying continuously until it landed, and the little girl rushed out at the first opportunity. However, reality is sometimes so cruel, because the person in charge of picking up the airplane only arranged a car for them, and the two people who were waiting were none other than Chu Yang and Qin Mu. Oh wow, why should it be such a coincidence? Como Resort Hotel was so expensive. Why was there someone else who bought the same one as himself? The Como Resort Hotel that Chu Yang stayed at only had 3 floors, the ancient architecture and the turquoise pool. The unobstructed view of the interior design was high-class and simple, yet it made people feel very comfortable. From time to time, the sea breeze blew, cool and soothing. Chu Yang and Qin Mu got their room cards after a simple registration. Chu Yang wanted to stay in 301, and Qin Mu stayed in 302. Little Strawberry Shu Rue, who registered with them, lived in 211. Little Strawberry patted his toes and took a look at 2 eyes. One on the 3rd floor of the 301, one on the 3rd floor of the 302. I go. These two are rich people. The 3rd floor of the day to live down. At least half to tens of thousands of right? Shu Rue thought of her own frugal pocket money is not as good as half a month's spending. Almost made herself cry. Why is it that people are so angry than others? Want to give mom them a phone call? Let them give themselves more to make 100,000 pocket money? But think of their own mom's temper. Shu Rue honestly went upstairs. The mother cannot afford to mess with Chu Yang and Qin Mu came to the 3rd floor. Then each went to their own rooms. Qin Mu is still a little sleepy. First greeted Chu Yang said they will go out to play tomorrow. Chu Yang expressed his understanding of Qin Mu's arrangement. If he wasn't a Zhongshu Guoshu expert, he probably wouldn't be in good spirits either. Most of the rooms on the 3rd floor were luxury suites, sitting at 200 square feet, with large floor-to-ceiling windows open to the boundless sea and the beautiful scenery of Bali. Simple style decoration, atmosphere without losing style. The design is still very unique. Not long after Chu Yang put down his easy luggage, he received a WeChat message from his cousin Su Wenjing. Cousin, have you arrived? We're getting ready to go out now. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Just arrived. Where are you guys planning to go? We're going to go outside to take a stroll. I heard that there are nice churches here and whatnot, so I want to go and take a look. Su Wenjing's reply was filled with leaps of joy. Chu Yang was a bit helpless. When are you guys leaving? I'll come down here. Su Wenjing replied with a shocked emoji. Cousin, you've arrived? Chu Yang sent a right emoji. I'm checking into the same hotel as you. Wait for me at the gate there. Su Wenjing sent back an okay emoji over. Chu Yang didn't delay. After sending a message to Qin Mu, he went straight downstairs. Coincidentally, Chu Yang happened to come out from the stairs and ran into the little Strawberry Shu Rue. She is now wearing a relatively cute Lolita. That innocent little face is written all over the world. Looks like a 15 or 16-year-old junior high school student. A 20-year-old loli? A strange word suddenly surfaced in Chu Yang's mind. When little Strawberry saw Chu Yang, her heart was still a little puffed up, but she thought about it. She still had to stay here for a while, so she resolutely didn't get angry. Humph, this girl is going out to see the exotic flavor. Chu Yang and Shu Rue came to the hall one after the other. Chu Yang's appearance immediately attracted the attention of Su Wenjing's co-workers. Oi oi oi, that person is Chu Shenput? Be confident. Remove the word bar. This person is Chu Shen. Wow. Too happy. I actually met Chu Shen in Bali. Chu God is coming towards us. OMG. I'll go. What the hell is going on? Quickly give me a hand. My legs are a bit soft. Su Wenjing couldn't help but show an embarrassed look on her face as she listened to her co-workers. She almost forgot that her own cousin was hot on the internet. Cousin, these are your co-workers? Chu Yang walked in front of Su Wenjing, and after nodding to Chen Fei on the side, he asked towards Su Wenjing. As his words fell, Su Wenjing's co-workers all widened their eyes. What? Chu Xin is Wenjing's cousin? This wasn't a dream. The cousin of 100 billionaire is working in our company? Su Wenjing's co-workers present immediately had a dizzying feeling. Well, cousin, let me introduce you. These are my co-workers in Zhongqing. This is the team leader of our marketing department, Sher Bowen. This time our coming out depends on Sher Bowen. He is our company's language genius proficient in 8 languages. Our coming out this time depends on him to save our lives. Su Wenjing obediently introduced her colleague to Chu Yang. Sher Bowen listened to Su Wenjing's introduction and couldn't help but be somewhat flattered. In fact, the 8 languages and whatnot were actually a bit watered down. In reality, Sher Bowen was only proficient in 6 languages. The remaining 2 were not proficient. Detected Su Wenjing bragging with the host. The system specially gifted the host with grandmaster-level language skills. Chu Yang took a glance at Sher Bowen. Sher Bowen was relatively ordinary-looking, with a bland demeanor around him, wearing over $10,000 of designer labels, obviously a character with a good family background. Chu Yang was not surprised by the system's words. With Su Wenjing's nature, as long as most of them were truthful words, 80% she would believe them. This is the group flower of the publicity group, Sun Wenqian. Sun Wenqian was wearing a crescent moon dress, looking like a mature imperial lady. This is Jia Rong, a very powerful technician in our technical department. Jia Rong was wearing a plaid shirt, black shorts, a sharp short hair, and a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose, a full LT male classic dress. This is Chiu Yuda from the design department, first class design then. Chiu Yuda was wearing ordinary casual clothes, looking a bit shy. If it wasn't for his blouse leaking out a touch of red, Chu Yang wouldn't have paid any special attention to him at all. This is Shen Xiu from the commerce department. This is Ji Chun. Shen Xiu, wearing a suit, an elite man style. Ji Chun wore a black-rimmed glasses. Shi Lu Hai covered his forehead, looking not very eye-catching. Chu Yang sized up Su Wenjing's co-workers, and probably had a number in his heart. The corner of his lips slightly hooked, warmly said in a friendly voice to the crowd of co-workers, Sher Bowen, hello, I am Chu Yang. Sher Bowen listened to Chu Yang's words. His heart was very excited. 100 billionaire has spoken to me. I can blow this cow for half a year. Sun Wenqian was even more eager to send out a wave of bragging in her circle of friends. I met Chu Xin in Bali, Jia Rong, Chiu Yuda, Shen Xiu, Ji Chun. The 4 of them performed a little better. After all, besides Sher Bowen, Shen Xiu was the richer character among his colleagues. By the way, cousin, Shen Xiu is the one who has shares in Como Hotel. After Su Wenjing finished her introduction, she whispered to Chu Yang. She knew that her own cousin had a bit of money, but she was also afraid that her cousin would offend Shen Xiu. For Su Wenjing, who had lived with Chu Yang in real life, she did not believe that her own cousin really had $100 billion in assets. Oh, it's him. Chu Yang nodded in understanding and didn't say anything more. After briefly getting acquainted with Su Wenjing's colleagues, Chu Yang then asked Su Wenjing, cousin, where are you guys planning to go and play? Well, we're planning to go shopping around. Moreover, I saw the sea when I came here. I'm planning to go to the beach tomorrow. Su Wenjing rarely had the opportunity to be able to play in a foreign country, and looked a little excited. Chu Yan looked at such Su Wenjing and couldn't help but be satisfied with Yi Yuan's arrangement. What with changing the rules so that new employees could also participate. Just by looking at the fact that Chen Fei also came along, one would know that it must have been a wave of backroom maneuvering by Yi Yuan. However, Chu Yang was satisfied with Yi Yuan's arrangement. 8 people coming together was better than Su Wenjing and Chen Fei coming together. Well, I also saw the sea on the 3rd floor, so let's go have fun together tomorrow. I'll accompany you for a stroll today. Chu Yang had originally come to accompany Su Wenjing to play, and incidentally received the Como Hotel's industry. From what he had contacted so far, Como Hotel's service was still good. Good. Right. Team leader, sure. Are we leaving now? Su Wenjing, the little girl, didn't notice the subtle shift in her colleagues' attitudes towards her. Her attitude towards Sher Bowen made Sher Bowen want to cry a little. Su Wenjing, your 100 billionaire cousin is right next to you. What are you asking me for? Ask him. However, Sher Bowen looked at Chu Yang's attitude. He really didn't dare to say anything. Cough cough. Then go. I'll be your translator in a while, Sher Bowen said. And Su Wenjing's group also set off to go outside. Bali's tourism industry was very developed, so Chu Yang came out for just less than 10 minutes of work and saw foreigners of all colors and skin types. Just as Qin Mu said, most foreigners were face-blind, and many of them had an impression of Chu Yang as just a handsome-looking Chinese, and wouldn't associate it with anything else. However, despite that, Chu Yang's charm was still damn near nowhere. Several exotic girls with hot bodies handed small cards to Chu Yang. Hello, handsome. Want to have a nice encounter in the beautiful Bali? Handsome man, this is my business card. You can contact me at any time if you want a hot love. Hello handsome, do you have a female companion? If so, do you mind having one more? Handsome. Rub wolf black yo. Sure Bowen or the first time to see the girl so blunt tease handsome. Foreign point is good the girl said tease you just tease you. Half a bit of sentiment or not speaking. Sorry, my friend is not interested in you guys. See that beauty? That's his girlfriend. Sure Bowen had no choice but to use Su Wenjing as a shield. Su Wenjing's beauty is still unrivaled. Immediately dissuaded a number of girls. There were also some girls who rose to the challenge, very pitifully praying to Sure Bowen. Sir, talk to this handsome man. As long as he is willing to stay overnight for a day and night, we can arrange a lot of. Sure Bowen was all shocked. Sister, are you considering me? Ice and fire or whatever. I can do it. 7 times a night are all wooden problems. Sure Bowen listened to the words of the girls and felt incomparably tormented. The man looks handsome. In foreign countries is also very popular. Chu Yang listened to Sure Bowen's polite rejection of the girls, and immediately did not make a sound. With Sure Bowen's presence, Chu Yang didn't say a word and followed Sure Bowen to a street that specialized in receiving tourist visitors. This street was filled with the exotic flavor of Bali. Su Wenjing and Chen Fei had long been unable to resist going to take pictures, and Chu Yang had also become a master videographer at Su Wenjing's request. The images he took were all very nice, and each one fully reflected the beauty of the 2 women. Wow! This one takes a good look. That one is also good looking. Is it a shell? So many foreigners. That beauty is dressed well. The blonde beauty is just hot. I wonder what the beach will be like then. Su Wenjing's co-workers saw Chu Yang being pulled away by Su Wenjing, and then they also put down their hearts and wandered around. If 100 billionaire was around, it was still a lot of pressure. In a short while, Su Wenjing unknowingly got separated from Sure Bowen and the others. When Su Wenjing reacted, her small face turned white. It's over cousin. We got separated from Sure Bowen and the others. What should we do? It was only at this time that Su Wenjing remembered that she was still missing a translator big brother. Chu Yang was a bit helpless. This little ninny was good at everything. It's just that when she plays, she sometimes forgets things. He lightly sighed. It's okay. I've memorized where we're going back. Do you have anything you want to buy? As soon as Su Wenjing heard Chu Yang's words, she put down Xinlai at that time. Luckily she had invited her cousin. On the side, Chen Fei scowled at her, to the effect of, look, listening to me, calling your cousin to come is correct, right? Hello sir, do you know how to get to the Como Hotel? Just as the two were interacting, a blonde beauty suddenly walked over. The 2 women listened to the blonde's words with shocked expressions. This accent sounds like French? Cousin, what should I do? I don't know French very well. Su Wenjing quietly pulled Chu Yang's hand, her face filled with embarrassment. Chen Fei also spat out her little tongue, her face somewhat embarrassed. Chu Yang smiled and spat out a fluent French from his mouth. You can turn right and go straight. Probably walk about 500 meters and you'll be able to see the building. Chu Yang's words caused the beautiful woman to hastily and gratefully say thank you. It even shocked a wave of Su Wenjing and Chen Fei. Chen Fei was shocked. Shu Shen, you even know French? It was hard to learn languages. Until now, Chen Fei only knew a not too good English, and she couldn't speak it well. Chu Yang was different. He himself was a very famous pianist, painter, and 100 billionaire, and now he could even speak French. That's pretty much all round alright. A little bit, not particularly good. Chu Yang smiled faintly. As his words fell, the reacting Sure Bowen and the others also came over to join them. Shu Shen, why did you guys come over here? This is a tourist area. There are a lot of foreigners. Sure Bowen said as he greeted Sun Wenxian and the others who came later. Su Wenjing heard Sure Bowen's words. Her face showed embarrassment and said, it's me who didn't pay attention. Sorry. Sure Bowen quickly waved his hand. It's fine. We are just playing around. Just don't get separated easily. I'm afraid it's not easy to find. When Sure Bowen's words fell, he saw a little girl dressed in Lolita quickly ran to Chu Yang's side and wrapped her arms around him. She spoke a fluent French and said, I'm sorry sir. I already have a boyfriend. You're not as handsome as my boyfriend. We can't be a couple. Sure Bowen were shocked. Chu Xiao, how come in a moment's time? You have another girlfriend? Little Strawberry, when did I become your boyfriend? Chu Yan lowered his head, and his nice voice made little Strawberry Shu Rue's legs go a little soft from hearing it. This big pervert's voice, why is it so nice? You help me out. At least we are teammates who have slept together. Little Strawberry lowered his voice and begged Chu Yang for help. Chu Yang? What the hell? Just a neighbor relationship. It became a window sleeping together? Tell me which one your language teacher is. I'll definitely arrange for him to give you a chance to relearn. No help. Shu Yang decisively rejected the little strawberry Shu Rue. Shu Rue's small tiger teeth are almost biting. This big colorful wolf actually refused without even thinking about it. However, Shu Rue was really annoyed by this person's noise. After some intense thought struggle, the little strawberry red-faced Chu Yang said, "If you help me drive him away, you can let me do whatever you want, but you can't do something indescribable." Oh, little strawberry didn't even have a boyfriend as of yet. It was just that if she was being shown her fat ass, if the other party was Chu Yang, little strawberry could still accept it. Anything? An immature idea was secretly forming in Chu Yang's mind. Anything, little strawberry Shirue said with a small red face and a determined look. After Chu Yang and little strawberry bit their ears to reach a PY deal, he took little strawberry by the hand and said to that handsome man from the Phelan country, "Mister, she's my girlfriend, please don't bother him anymore." Chu Yang's mouthful of fluent French exit shocked the handsome man from Phelan country who was pursuing little strawberry. He looked at Chu Yang in surprise, an unbelievable expression on his face. What if he didn't know that Chu Yang was a native of Phelan? "Well, you are indeed very handsome. I wish you two happiness." After comparing his own face value, the Phelan country's handsome man instantly decided to quit. Comparing his face value and temperament with Chu Yang, he was surprisingly on the losing side. It was no wonder that his favorite goddess would be faithful to him. Forget it, go look for yourself again to see if there were any petite, cute and flat little lolitas. The handsome man from Phelan country left decisively. Su Wenjing watched the departure of the handsome man from the Phelan country before she inquired to Chu Yang, "Cousin, what did that man just say? This beauty is cousin's wife? Cousin's wife? No way. Chu Shin already has a girlfriend? Does the god of Chu like this type of girl? Chu god's tastes are a bit unusual." Su Wenjing's words were like a thunderbolt that woke up the colleagues who were still immersed in Chu Yang's nice and charming French voice. On the side, Chen Fei listened to Su Wenjing's inquiry, and a look of shock and sadness also appeared in her eyes. After the gossip, Sherbowen was all shocked. Young Chu's French is very pure. It's more Phelan than Phelan. Sherbowen was too shocked. He would have rarely seen a Chinese person who could speak French in a way that was simply more Phalanese than Phalanese. No, so awesome? So it was French just now? Woohoo! I've discovered another new skill of Chu Shun. Cow like me Chu Shun. People are ruthless. And all of a sudden another skill is exposed. The gap between people is really like a chasm sometimes. Among Sherbowen's 8 languages, French was a weak point. He didn't expect that Chu Yang could even speak French. Thinking about his previous remark about being an interpreter, he suddenly had the feeling of playing a big sword in front of the Guangong. Cousin-in-law? Little strawberry Shu Rue almost bit her tongue. How long had it been? And she had been upgraded to cousin's wife? She looked at Su Wenjing in front of her, who was taller than herself, better looking than herself, with a model number of B at the very least, and a goddess look, and closed herself off on the spot. She dreamed of having a B. Sure enough, she can only have it in her dreams. Sure enough, genes and stuff are inherited. Handsome guy, even his cousin is so good looking, body also so good. I'm envious. What do you think? This is what I met on the plane. Was just that one pestered annoyed, looking for me to help pretend to be a boyfriend only. Shu Yan let go of little strawberry Shirue's shoulder and explained to Su Wenjing. This use it or throw it attitude made little strawberry a little angry. Obviously there's still a PY deal later on. Okay, by what right to turn around and just skim off the relationship with someone with their wow? Oh, so that's how it is. Su Wenjing came to a realization. Chen Feiyi's eyes once again filled with light when she heard this. She had long thought about slowly getting in touch with Chu Shin. Luckily, she still had a chance. This vacation must be grasped properly before it was too late. Sun Wenqian and the others saw that it was an oops, and the gossip in their hearts faded. Shu Rue became a member of the team completely after introducing herself to everyone. Chu Yang led a group of people to walk and saw a church. That modern style and the coast perfectly blended with the architectural style, as if it was naturally growing out of the land, making people fall in love with it just by looking at it. It's a church with a sea view. Shu Rue had obviously done a lot of homework before coming, and as her words fell, an endless stream of clicking sounds rang in her ears one after another. Obviously, everyone was extremely fond of the seascape church in front of them. It's so pretty. If we can get married in a church like this, we should be super happy. Both sides of this corridor are filled with azure pool water, so I want to get my hands on it and touch it. Love, love, love. Fortunately I won the lottery. Shu Shin, can I take a picture with you? Sun Wenqian and the others took pictures while praising the Seaview Church. There were even people who boldly wanted to take a picture with Chu Yang. Chu Yang listened to their requests and shrugged his shoulders. Then let's take a picture together. Little Strawberry, you are responsible for taking pictures. Little Strawberry Shu Rue puffed up and took the cell phone, and became the photo tool person of Nia's feelings. An afternoon shopping down. Small strawberry Shu Rue arm or fast lifting up. Big wolf. This afternoon down. Hand all give me tired acid still not let go of me. Seeing dusk appearing, Chu Yang and his entourage slowly walked back. The group had just returned to the road not long ago. There was an Indian mudman who came over to ask for directions. Hello handsome, may I ask how to get to Tourist Street? The Indo-Chinese man spoke a mouthful of Indo-Chinese, leaving everyone present except Chu Yang in the dark, especially Sher Bowen. He was even more confused. His own 8 languages didn't include Indo-Chinese. What to do? Go straight to the right. About 300 meters or so and you'll be there. Just as everyone was baffled, Chu Yang faintly gave directions to the Indo-Chinese man who asked for directions. After the Indo-Chinese mud person who asked for directions thanked Chu Yang, she hurriedly walked ahead. This girl who asked for directions shouldn't be a local. Or else how could she not know the location of the tourist street? Chu Yang watched the Indo-mudman leave and turned his head to see Sher Bowen and the others all looking at Chu Yang with shocked eyes. Shu Shin. That was the Indo-Chinese man just now, right? You even know the Indigo language? Chu God, can you reveal just how many languages you know? I also want to ask. Chu God, can you just reveal it? Begging to be asked +1. Chu Yang surrounded his eyes around, and Su Wenjing's eyes also revealed curiosity. Chu Yang lightly coughed and humbly said, just a little bit of all of it. What? You're saying that you're fluent French and Indo-Chinese is a little bit? Su Wenjing and the others who understood how powerful Chu Yang's language ability was were all shocked. No one had expected that the real language genius was actually the kitchen god, with Chu Yang the language genius in Sher Bowen the translator's role was almost equivalent to non-existent. He didn't dare to speak at all on this journey. Fortunately, because the time was late, the group returned to Como Resort Hotel. After strolling around for an afternoon, all the people were a bit hungry and went straight to the restaurant after returning to the hotel. After coming to the restaurant, Sher Bowen and the others realized that these meals they ordered were limited. Depending on the floor of the housing, consumption and other factors, the free meals given in the hotel would also appear to be very different. For example, Chu Yang and Qin Mu who lived on the 3rd floor, due to their highest consumption, the free meals they could order whatever they wanted. Shu Rue on the 2nd floor ordered slightly less than Chu Yang and Qin Mu, but the degree of options available was still greater. Su Wenjing and the others were on the 1st floor, and although the meals were also sumptuous, they were still a lot worse than Chu Yang's and theirs. If they didn't get together it was fine. When they got together, the difference became apparent. Plate 1 and up. Chu Yang in front of the meal exquisite and good looking. Let a person look at the appetite. Shu Rue in front of the Western food although also very colorful. Compared to Chu Yang's is a big difference. Not to mention the meals of Su Wenjing and the others who lived on the 1st floor. Shun Xiao, can you help ask and adjust our meals? It's okay to spend a little bit of money. Sun Wenqian wasn't very bad with money. She just wanted to try Chu Yang's kind of dishes. After all, she had come to Bali this time as a raffle prize. It was impossible to change the room, but it would be better if the dishes were a bit better. Yes. You help ask. It's okay to spend a bit of money. We came just to have fun. Right. With Sun Wenqian starting, Sher Bowen and the others followed suit. Since Yi Yuan took office, the company's welfare had also become extremely good, and a month's salary gave them enough to spend money on meals. This, I'll ask. Shin Xiu glanced at Chu Yang and saw that he didn't have much to say, so he had to go out and call his uncle over first. Hey, uncle, didn't I win a 7-day trip to Bali in the lottery? I want to ask if I can upgrade my meal. Just talk to the waiter? Okay. Thanks uncle. After Shin Xiu heard his own uncle's reply, he immediately returned to the table and called out to the waiter. Waiter, upgrade all the meals we have here to the 3rd floor level. Saying this, Shin Xiu put the card that his own uncle had given him in advance in front of the waiter. After the waiter looked at the membership card Shin Xiu presented, he smiled and said to Shinim, hello sir, your membership card is only enough for you alone to upgrade to the 3rd floor meals. The rest of you are not allowed to upgrade. Beauty, are you mistaken? This friend of mine is a shareholder of Como Resort Hotel. Yes Beauty, your attitude towards the shareholders, isn't it a bit too perfunctory? Beauty, look again. It doesn't make sense to only upgrade one person to the shareholders as well, right? Sun Wenqian and the others voiced out to the waitress. When the waitress heard the words of several people, the veins on her forehead were about to explode. Just a membership card. What was with the pulling on the shareholders? Most of Como's shareholders are gold card members and upwards. Just a gold card is only a card that can only be obtained by the manager in Como. This is the ability to become a shareholder. She still need to waiter in this. Out of good professionalism, the waitress smiled at Sun Wenqian after some inner rage and incompetence. Sorry. Even if you are a shareholder, you have to follow Como's rules and regulations, unless our boss personally arranges it. Otherwise, upgrading is impossible for all of you. The the waiter replied with a hardened voice. Sun Wenxian and the others were directly dumbfounded by the waiter's words. Even the shareholders had to follow the rules and regulations, so it was not Shen Xiu's fault. Shen Xiu, who was on the side, was immediately relieved after hearing the waiter's words. Fortunately, this waiter's professionalism was good enough not to expose his uncle's true identity. When Chu Yang saw Su Wenjing's expectant gaze turn to loss, he sighed softly within his heart before pulling out his black gold card. Then let's have one of all. When the waiter took a look at the black gold card, his eyes widened. This black gold card was something that only the old boss could hold. How could she not expect that the matter of upgrading a meal would blow up Komo's new boss? This matter had to be reported up in a hurry. Okay, boss. I'll arrange it for you, the waitress said submissively and hurriedly retreated quickly with the black and gold card. She had to hurry and find her superiors to confirm this matter. The new big boss had actually come to inspect Como Hotel or something. This was definitely a big deal. Old boss, Su Wenjing, Shen Xiu, Shu Rui and the others all stared with wide eyes. No, it couldn't be that Como Hotel was also Chu God's property, right? Thinking of Chu Yang's industries that would be forced to be exposed from time to time, Shen Xiu and the others subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Chen Fei also finally couldn't hold back her inner shock as she inquired in a trembling voice. Chu God, this hotel, it can't be your property as well, right? Chu Yang helplessly nodded. I also just got it not long ago, and it just so happened that you guys came to this hotel again, so I thought of coming over to play for a few days, and inspect it in passing. Inspection, or in passing? Shen Xiu and the others were shocked after hearing this. If it wasn't for their own uncle's lack of rank, they wouldn't even know that Chu Yang was actually the new owner of Como Resort Hotel. Cousin, this hotel, it should have cost a lot of money, right? How did you buy such a big property? Su Wenjing was a little confused. Didn't her cousin only earn a little money? Why was it such a big property out of the blue? This hotel, it seemed like it was worth several $billion, right? Chu Yan looked at the surface of his own house, and after pondering for a while, he seriously said, actually, it didn't cost much. This owner transferred it to me for some reasons, so you don't have to worry. Oh, it's like this. Su Wenjing was dazed. Her attitude of believing it for a second made Shen Xiu and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Sister Su, you believe such unreliable words from Chu Shun? You can't believe even half a word of this, okay? Chu Shun is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars is not much money to him. However, no one dares to tell Su Wenjing explicitly, because they are all sure of one thing, Chu Shun is really rich, and also afraid that his cousin can't accept the fact that he is rich. Chu God deserved to be Chu God, and spoiling his cousin's cousin also made people envious to death. That's right, you can eat in peace in a while. I'm going to take care of a little something first. Chu Yang nodded. He raised his eyes and saw the waiter with the black and gold card and the steward-like person heading this way. He got up and spoke as he walked out. Shu Rui stared at Chu Yang's departing back, a pair of large eyes filled with curiosity. This man, in the end, what kind of person is he? Surprisingly, he even bought the Como Resort Hotel. This was not something that could be done with a bit of money. Mr. Chu, I am the steward here, Shang Zi. When Shang Zi saw Chu Yang personally come over, he immediately introduced himself excitedly. As Shang Zi spoke, he didn't forget to look at in the front. If he remembered correctly, Chu Yang had just come from that table, right? Steward Shang, right? There's no need to be nervous. I'm just stopping by to inspect. Chu Yang swept his eyes at the nervous employees. His casual words also made the nervous hearts of all the employees present loosen up a bit. They were all suddenly called over to meet the president in person. Nervous and at the same time with a trifle surprised and excited. Como Resort Hotel had always had very few supervisors to inspect. So many of the new employees had never seen the president's real face. Is this the new president? So young? Shouldn't be 30 years old. So handsome. So temperamental. The employees looked at Chu Yang with unblinking eyes. And there were even quite a few young girls whose eyes sprouted pink love hearts. Counting the past presidents of the company, there wasn't a single one who was more handsome and had more temperament than Chu Yang. Steward Shang managed all pretty well. I feel quite satisfied. I hope you can keep up the good work. Chu Yang to Como Resort Hotel service this piece, for the moment, is still very satisfied. As for the internal work, specifically how to do, wait until the end of the month to let Bai Yue through the eyes will know. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for your compliments. Shang Ziyi was very happy to hear that. He whispered a few more words to the employees in Chu Yang's face before dismissing the people. Then, Shang Ziyi handed his business card to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, if you have anything, you can contact me. As Chu Yang listened to Shang Ziyi's words, his own immature plan once again surfaced in his mind. He said in a low voice, bring your ears over. Help me go buy an item and secretly send it into my room. When Shang Ziyi heard Chu Yang's request, he immediately brightened up. Mr. Chu actually gave me such a secret task? However, this hobby of General Manager Chu, it's a bit special. Shang Ziyi muttered twice in his heart and immediately complied. After Shang Ziyi left, Chu Yang also returned to his position. Su Wenjing ate her delicious dinner and suddenly remembered that she didn't seem to have brought her swimsuit over. How did I forget such an important thing? Su Wenjing covered her small mouth, her eyes filled with chagrin. Chen Fei froze slightly. Wenjing, what's wrong? I forgot to bring over my swimsuit. Both of our swimsuits. It seems like we didn't bring them, but tomorrow we're going to play. Where will we find the time to buy swimsuits? Su Wenjing said to Chen Fei with some tears in her eyes. What should we do then? I should have known that I would have bought one when we passed by the tourist street today. The two women lowered their voices and bit their ears there. Other people might not hear it very clearly, but Chu Yang heard it word for word in his ears. Wenjing, this little days, came out to Bali to travel, but even forgot to bring a swimsuit. He helplessly took out his cell phone, entered Shang Ziyi's phone number and sent a text message. The hotel added another service of choosing a set of bathing suits free of charge. Men's and women's clothing is not limited. Shang Ziyi was a little shocked when he received the text message. After the cat-eared beastie, it's a swimsuit play? Mr. Chu is so good at playing. Cousin, what's wrong? Chu Yang finished sending the message and pretended to be unaware as he asked Su Wenjing. This kind of thing, how can Chu Yang know? Su Wenjing perfunctorily said with a red face and told Chu Yang that she was going back to the house. As soon as Su Wenjing left, of course Chen Fei had to follow. The rest of the people also hurriedly finished eating and left. Not long after, there were only two people left on the dining table. The small strawberry Shu Rui and Chu Yang. I've also finished eating. Shu Rui hurriedly swallowed the last bite of steak into her mouth. There was still a little bit of oil on that bulging little mouth. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, the corner of his mouth outlined a bad smile. Come to my room at night. By the time for you to fulfill your promise has come over at 9 o'clock. If you don't come over, I'll go to your room. After saying that, Chu Yang elegantly wiped his mouth and walked away. Shu Rui stared wide-eyed. What, your room? My room? See if fat times still have to change places. Big pervert, big pervert. Shu Rui cursed Chu Yang countless times in her heart, but her small face couldn't help but turn red. But, today to wear what kind of fat times over it? Chu Yang did not know Shu Rui's inner struggle. He occasionally had some immature thoughts when he was trying 996. For example, a cat-eared beastess or something. In Chu Yang's impression, cat-eared beastesses and whatnot were generally Lolitas. This immature idea had never been realized. With Shu Rui's contribution, it was now possible to realize that immature idea for a bit. A cat-eared loli? If you're 20 years old, you shouldn't consider the 3-year start. Chu Yang thought as he got on the elevator. In less than 2 minutes, he returned to his room. Immediately after that, Chu Yang received a message from Shang Ziyi saying that the clothes were ready. Chu Yang looked at the dozen or so different styles of cat-eared beast lady outfits and was satisfied with Shang Ziyi's efficiency. Well done. Chu Yang praised Shang Ziyi, and Shang Ziyi was also very happy. Mr. Chu, the swimsuit service, we have also given arrangements. All the residents of Como Hotel within today will use our swimsuits. Well, okay, these can be given away for free. If you want to be special, you can arrange for Como's label to be used as a special giveaway. Shang Ziyi sniffed and nodded his head busily. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll arrange it down. Shang Ziyi retreated after delivering the clothes. Chu Yang also took a shower with gusto and waited for 9 o'clock in the evening. As time flew by, 9 o'clock arrived. The little lowly Shu Rui also had a red face and knocked on the door of Chu Yang's room. Little Strawberry is quite punctual. Come in. Wearing a white bathrobe, Chu Yang was different from the casual clothes during the day. Looking at it again had a different kind of charm. This big pervert's body is quite good. Will there be 8-pack abs or something? Little Strawberry Shu Rui swept over Chu Yang from time to time, and some not-so-pure white thoughts arose in her mind. You, what exactly do you want me to do? Shu Rui asked with a red face. Frying her hair. Chu Yang once again revealed a bad smile. You'll know later. Saying that, Chu Yang opened the closet. A dozen or so cat-eared beast maiden outfits were just open to Shu Rui's line of sight. Changing. Pervert, I thought you wanted to see fat times, but it turns out that you actually want to see me wearing cat-ear beast maiden outfits? As a senior player of the secondary yuan, how could Shu Rui not know about the existence of a cat-eared beast nymph like this? The problem was, with such a shameful look, was she going to pass it to Chu Yang to see? You're the one who said anything. I want to see a cat-eared beast nymph. I don't want to see a chipped Pikachu. Chu Yang spread his hands. As he said that, he pointed at Shu Rui's Pikachu short sleeves. The other girls could wear the skinny Pikachu as a fat one. Shu Rui could wear Pikachu as a lightning bolt. Shu Rui was so angry that she was about to explode. Wear it, just wait for me. Under Chu Yang's agitation, Chu Yang finally saw the cat-eared beast woman of the third dimension with her own eyes. Shu Rui was wearing a maid outfit, cute beast ears on her ears, and a pair of cute cat maiden gloves on her hands. Paired with her 155 height and childlike face, she was simply adorable. Sure enough, beast nymphs and whatnot race high. Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction, and Shu Rui looked at Chu Yang's expression and instantly reddened her face. I've already tried it. Can I take it off? Chu Yang put up his index finger and shook it back and forth and said, No no no. One set is not enough. You try all of these before you go. Try them all? Big pervert. Shu Rui turned red. There were also several sets of cat-eared beast girl outfits among them that were super shameful. Okay? However, because of what she said before, Shu Rui could only tearfully continue trying on the cat-eared beast girl costumes. Lolita's cat-eared animal girl Shu Rui. Sailor suit cat-eared beast girl Shu Rui. The glasses lady style cat-eared beast lady Shu Rui. After a dozen or so sets, Shu Rui was already tired and dripping with sweat. Just when Shu Rui had put on the last set of black silk halter dresses of cat-ear beast lady outfit, Chu Yang's room door was knocked open. Chu Xiao, do you want to go eat together? Why is the door open? Qin Mu's voice came from far and near, and Shu Rui, who was wearing a cat-eared beast lady outfit, instantly panicked. I actually left the door open? No, why would I close the door for something like this? Shu Rui was almost dumbfounded by Qin Mu's sudden and chaotic entrance. What should I do now? Oh yes, hide. Shu Rui was like a headless fly as she looked for the biggest closet and went in more. Chu Yan looked at the cat's tail that hadn't been confiscated and was speechless. The little strawberry was cute and stupid as can be. I've already eaten. You can just go over and eat directly. Qin Mu also almost woke up at this time. His apologetic voice came from far and near and said, sorry Chu Xiao, sleepy and blind. Then I'll go down to eat first. Okay, by the way give me the door to bring. Tomorrow my cousin wants to go to the beach. By then go over together. Okay, anyway, I'm mixing with you these days. Where to go is up to you. I'm leaving. Only heard a click. The door closed. Shu Rui, who was hiding in the cabinet, was dumbfounded. After half a day, Qin Mu will not enter the room at all. Then what was he doing? Hiding from loneliness? Shu Rui came out of the cabinet in a rage and pounced Chu Yang on the bed. Big bad guy. You know he won't come over. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Chu Yang felt the softness pressed against his stomach, and his eyebrows jumped. You didn't ask where, Chu Yang said, reaching out and trying to pull little strawberry Shu Rui away. When little strawberry saw him trying to pull herself away, she hurriedly took 2 steps back. Humph, I didn't ask and you're not going to return? You hurry up and apologize to me now or I won't go down. Chu Yang was rubbed against her so much that his entire being was not good. He hoarsely said, you go down first. I won't. Little strawberry's stubbornness also came up at this time. You want me to go down, but I won't. I'll be angry with you. Sitting there, little strawberry Shu Rui also found something wrong. This. Shu Yang's face changed. Little strawberry, it seems like your biology teacher needs to rearrange you as well. This. Big pervert. Little strawberry Shu Rui red-faced cursed. Shu Rui just opened the door, and once again returned, and from the room out of the Qin Mu. For a time, the air was rare and quiet. I didn't. It's all the big colorful wolf's pot. Shu Rui covered her face, and started to run wildly down towards the stairway. Oh wow. Mom, my cat-eared lady costume was seen by the others. Qin Mu watched Shu Rui leave with a shocked look in his gaze. So, Chu Xiao still has this kind of hobby? Nightfall descended in a quiet, unnoticed manner. The early morning of the next day also kicked off unnoticed. Since Como had unfolded a new swimsuit service and it was given away free of charge, many of Como's residents didn't go out to buy swimsuits, but instead chose a set of exclusive swimsuits that belonged to them at Como. With this service, Su Wenjing and Chen Fei's dilemma of not having a swimsuit was solved. The simple Su Wenjing didn't think much about it, only thinking that it was a sleepy pillow. Chen Fei, on the other hand, when she was trying on her swimsuit, she couldn't help but conjure up Chu Yang's handsome face. She was pretty sure that Chu Yang had definitely heard their conversation. Otherwise why would Como's service that had always been absent be immediately available overnight? And it was still free. Humph. I'll light up your dog's eyes in a while. A happy smile appeared at the corners of Chen Fei's mouth as she tried on her swimsuit. She had waited for this day for a long time. After Su Wenjing and the other women tried on the clothes, they put on their coats and brought their sunscreen. Then they got on Como's Supreme service from the 3rd floor yesterday, the sightseeing bus. This sightseeing car was originally only for the third-floor customers to use. However, who let Xu Yang be the boss? Su Wenjing and the others also dipped into the light to enjoy the supreme treatment of the third floor. After 10 minutes or so, Xu Yang's group arrived at the seashore. The boundless azure sea, the sea breeze blowing in the face, all kinds of beach bikini beauties instantly came into the eyes. Even more eye-opening, there were quite a few exotic beauties, ringed with fat and fin. At a glance they were beautiful. Chu Xiao, do you want to have a swimming competition or something in a while? Qin Mu came to Chu Yang's side and proposed. Chu Yang waved his hand. He didn't have any interest in competitions or anything. No, but if you're interested, you can go play surfing or something. Chu Yang said and pointed at some of the surfers who were having fun in the sea. Each of them looked well built, and the lean muscles visible to the naked eye attracted the eyes of many girls. Snort. What's the point? The body isn't as good as my Qin Daoxiao's. Qin Mu said disdainfully and loosened his jacket. Xu Yang was a little helpless. What body shape do you compare at this time? You should be sunbathing or something at this time. Xu Yang said and also took off his jacket. He only chose a pair of black swimming trunks. His 8-pack abs immediately attracted the attention of the beautiful women on the beach. That handsome guy has a good body. It would be nice to have a nice night with him. Lucy, quick help me. My legs are a bit weak. Hold yourself up. My legs are soft too. Xu Yang was about to go into the water for a swim when he heard Su Wenjing say with an embarrassed face, "Cousin, can you help apply sunscreen?" Apply sunscreen? Xu Yang was a bit confused. Cousin, this isn't quite appropriate, right? Xu Yang, you help me apply it as well. Xu Ruwei also didn't know where she ran over from, and even followed to make up for Su Wenjing's hilarity. Sunscreen or something? You guys give each other to paint, not just. Xu Yang touched his nose. In his heart there is some intention. Even though the male nature, Xu Yang was not so much as to lay his hands on Su Wenjing. After thinking about it, he refused. Su Wenjing's small face reddened. It's a bit inconvenient after applying it. Cousin, you'll help me apply it to Fai in a while. Chen Fai? Xu Yang touched his nose. If he remembered correctly, that little girl Chen Fai was quite fanatical about herself. No wonder this little girl was honest these 2 days. Her feelings were waiting for her here. Speaking of which, Xu Yang then noticed that the swimsuit Su Wenjing was wearing was quite nice. Su Wenjing's style has always been on the conservative side. Unexpectedly, the swimsuit she wore today was a halter strapless one-piece dress. Just the front bulge in front alone. It hung several blocks above Xu Ruwei. Xu Shen, just help me. I can't get Wenjing to paint me after I paint her. Chen Fei said pitifully, almost as if there was a tail wagging behind her. Xu Yang was helpless. Alright, this is not the next time. You guys rub it first. As soon as Xu Yang agreed, Chen Fei immediately jumped up happily. This girl was wearing a mature-style white swimsuit, with a hot body and a sunny and outgoing personality. Any random action was extraordinarily eye-catching. Many people who saw Chen Fei actively begging Xu Yang to touch the sunscreen all revealed envious gazes. If only I was sought help by a beautiful woman, I would definitely serve you well. Snort. If I were to be replaced, I would not only be able to serve attentively, I would also be able to serve a dragon witch. Envious. When can I also be asked for help by such a good-looking beauty? I want to take the place of that handsome guy and apply sunscreen to a beautiful girl, even for a second. Xu Yang couldn't help but rub his nose as he listened to the words of the people around him. The one-stop service or whatever is exempted. Big pervert. I need your help too. Otherwise, I'll tell your cousin what happened yesterday. Xu Ruwei held up the sunscreen in her hand and said to Xu Yang with a straight face, Xu Yang, isn't it just a cat-eared beast lady costume? And with a tattletale? Little strawberry, are you sure you want to be so fierce? Xu Yang turned his head to look at Xu Ruwei. Xu Ruwei was embarrassed. Not really. This is not afraid that you do not help. People are not familiar with the place. You help me. Meow. Ouch. I go. This meow is so cute. Then you also get down in a while. Xu Yang thought about it and still decided to help Xu Ruwei. Xu Ruwei was wearing a halter bust short dress, looking originally very cute, plus not too tall, a proper little loli, a sunny and wild beauty, a small and cute loli. At that moment, many men on the beach reddened their eyes. Qin Mu had just bought a set of surfing gear when he saw Xu Yang applying sunscreen on Chen Fei. A handsome man applying sunscreen to a beautiful woman. That scene, it was very eye-catching. No wonder Chu Xiao doesn't play with me. The feelings have long been invited by a beautiful woman. Qin Mu smiled and flirted with Xu Yang. Xu Yang while applying sunscreen, while smiling at Qin Mu, if Qin Xiao says so. I can't sunbathe in this sunbathing. When I'm done with this, let's go play together. Okay. Qin Mu became talented under the swimming master's teaching. Swimming this piece, I'm not sure I'll lose to you. Xu Xiao, Shin Mu had also received elite education since childhood, and his own strength really wasn't bad. Detected Shin Mu bragging with the host. The system specially gifted the host with patriarch-level swimming skills. Xu Yang's swimming skills weren't that bad. Compared to Shin Mu there should be some gap. As a result of Shin Mu's bragging, he completely let Xu Yang have a master-level swimming skill. This time, Shin Mu had sort of punked himself. Then, go swim for fun in a while, Xu Yang said with a raised eyebrow. Shin Mu didn't nag when he heard him and turned his head to play surfing. It had to be said that Shin Mu's surfing skills were also very good, playing in the sea, even attracting the attention of many exotic girls. After playing for about 30 minutes or so, Shin Mu returned to the beach and was accosted by the girls. Hey, handsome guy, you look so handsome surfing. Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? Handsome guy, your abs look great. How long have you been practicing? Handsome guy, your body is so fit. The more the girls talked, the more they went overboard. And although Shin Mu had seen a lot of big scenes, he wasn't happy to be eaten by strange girls all the time. He said that he had a girlfriend and returned to Xu Yang's end. Xu Yang has long been busy with the sunscreen service of the two beauties. It had to be said that the coating was quite good. It was just a bit hard to bear. Xu Xiao, let's go have some fun. Shin Mu saw Xu Yang resting, and immediately became interested. Xu Yang nodded, and after a little activity, he went down to the water. Once in the refreshingly cool seawater, Xu Yang felt very relaxed all over. See that reef? No. We'll take that reef as the end point. A round trip. Whoever returns first counts who wins. How about it? Shin Mu followed down the seawater. As he spoke, he pointed to the reef a few hundred meters away. The distance was not far. Relatively speaking, the speed of the two people became very important. Okay, compare. Refereeing and whatnot. The two people didn't arrange it. If one side was fast enough, they could completely pull their opponent down. Both of them were confident that their opponents would not be able to match themselves, so what need was there for a referee? Then, 3, 2, 1, start! Shin Mu shouted the start, and Xu Yang followed and swam swiftly. Ah, gosh, what kind of swimming style is this? So fast, so good to watch. God, it's like I'm seeing handsome mermaids. Where is this swimmer from? Xu Yang's swimming posture was both fast and graceful, instantly attracting the attention of the other people on the seashore. Many people noticed the race between the two. Shin Mu had thought that his swimming skills over the years were already bullish enough. As a result, in less than a minute, he was pulled away by Xu Yang by about 100 meters. Crap, Xu Xiao really was all round. Shin Mu didn't expect to lose so badly before he even started for a minute, so he clenched his teeth and also swam as hard as he could. No matter what, I can't lose particularly badly. What Shin Mu didn't know was that Xu Yang had already forgotten that he was competing with Shin Mu as he swam. He never knew that there were so many tricks to swimming. He constantly tried to change his posture, speed, and even, Xu Yang also tried to hold his breath in the water and swim. In less than a minute, Xu Yang changed up to 20 or so methods. Quite interesting. Xu Yang surfaced again and realized that he didn't know when he had actually reached the position of the reef. Then looking at Shin Mu, he was also almost in this neighborhood. Then let's make it quick. Xu Yang had just thought about it when he heard a shriek from the edge of the beach. Quickly save that girl. Xu Yang was near the reef and happened to see a black-haired girl floating in the seawater. It couldn't be a cramp, right? Without even thinking, Xu Yang quickly swam over. Shin Mu looked at Xu Yang and was dumbfounded. Crap, Xu Xiao, you're still hiding your strength in a competition? Xu Yang was also afraid that the girl had an accident. After all, the best rescue time is only within 3 to 5 minutes. Xu Yang and the girl still have a distance of several hundred meters. If the action is too slow, it is not good to delay the rescue. His speed was fast and graceful, and immediately attracted the attention of Chao Jinga, a reporter who was on vacation this time. Chao Jinga is a reporter of Xinjiang magazine, responsible for gossip and entertainment this section. Usually the task is to check the star actors and actresses and other gossip and so on. Recently, because her family arranged a vacation in Bali, she followed over to have some fun. At the time of seeing Xu Yang and Shin Mu competition, Chao Jinga picked up his newly arrived Golden Sun cell phone to shoot up the two people's swimming competition. Unexpectedly, the accident happened before it even started. Without hesitation, Chao Jinga aimed the camera at Xu Yang, who was saving people. This was a big hero. Saved someone. So fast, I guess it wasn't even a minute. I've been swimming for so many years. I've never seen someone who swims so fast. Old Chen, isn't your swimming team short of people? Do you want to ask this person to try out for your swimming team? It can definitely get you countless championship cups. Many people on the beach had paid attention to the dynamic between Xu Yang and the black-haired girl. After Xu Yang saved the person, he almost laughed in anger. The person saved was no one else, It was none other than little strawberry Shu Rue. Little strawberry? What's wrong with you? Chu Yang wrapped his arms around Shu Rue's small waist, and Shu Rue subconsciously wrapped her arms around Chu Yang's neck. After she coughed out the seawater, her face was in a state of shock. I just got a cramp. If you didn't come fast enough, I guess I would have gotten cold. Little strawberry Shu Rue's performance was still quite calm, and while speaking, she still had a few tremors. Chu Yang knew that this girl was probably really frightened. Cooling off isn't so bad, but next time if you get a cramp, it's better to lie flat, Chu Yang said while leading Shu Rue to swim towards the beach. Shu Rue's face changed when she heard Chu Yang's words. This time, she almost lost her life. But next time? Next time, it was not certain if there would be anyone to save them. The small strawberry Shu Rue secretly swore in her heart, she must not swim so far next time. The two people went ashore without any danger. Immediately attracted a lot of beach people clapping and applauding. Too handsome. I've never seen someone who can swim so well. A hero rescuing a beauty. I've finally seen a plot that only appears in books. So there really is a swimsuit prince to heroically save the beauty when in distress. So envious. Damn it, why wasn't it me who drowned so that I could be hugged by a handsome man? Some of the exotic men and women had already begun to develop admiration for Chu Yang. Master, may I ask if you still accept disciples? I want to worship you as my master. Master, please accept me as a disciple. Master, as long as you accept me as your disciple, I can give you $1 million. Master, I can give you $2 million as long as you accept me as your disciple. There were also some people who had already started to be unable to resist rushing next to Chu Yang, begging to take in a disciple to go. No need. I don't lack money. Chu Yang refused without even thinking. After the people who were begging for apprenticeship had dispersed, Shu Rue was princess carried by Chu Yang to the beach lounge chair before realizing that she had become the center of attention on the beach again. Just then, a low male voice rang out. Hello handsome, I'm Coach Chen of the Chinese swimming team. Are you interested in coming to our swimming team? A middle-aged man with an ordinary look and wearing solid color swim trunks walked over and said to Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't expect that he had been noticed by the swimming team's coach. He thought about it and politely refused. Sorry, I swim is just my interest. Qin Mu walked over just in time to hear Chu Yang politely reject Coach Chen's words. He thought about it and said without moving. Chu Xiao, you just swam too fast. Right, count me as a loser. It just so happens that my family has also made a whole yacht. Why don't you go with me to have some fun? Qin Mu's words were absolute. As soon as he came, he told Coach Chen that Chu Yang wasn't poor. A yacht in his mouth, that without a few tens of millions of dollars certainly can't afford to buy. Coach Chen's face twitched, said excuse me, and left. As soon as Coach Chen left, Qin Mu also began to start spitting mode at Chu Yang. Young Chu, you're being unkind. You actually hid your strength in the promised match. Chu Yang scratched his head. He couldn't be considered to have hidden his strength. It was just that the situation was urgent and his speed was involuntarily accelerated. With the physical quality of Chu Yang's national arts patriarch, he could swim a few thousand meters in one breath without taking a breath. Not to mention having the skill of swimming patriarch added to his body. Go go go. Go compare again. Seeing that Shu Rue was fine, Qin Mu pulled Chu Yang to the competition again. With this wave of operation from him, it made Chu Yang's mind that originally wanted to go back fade. Chu Yang thought that anyway, it is in foreign countries, there will not be many people recognize themselves. At most it will be out of the name only. Chu Yang does not know is that the beach is also mixed into a daily entertainment gossip reporter. And his heroic deeds to save the beauty of Chao Jinga also sent to the microblogging. I go. Location Bali? No wonder I haven't seen any news of Chu Shen recently. The feelings went abroad to play Chu God YYDS. This swimming speed. Proper swimmer 6666. I will not serve. Just serve Chu God. Heroes save the beauty and what not let people very envious. I also want to be held by Chu less so. Upstairs I see you don't look very good. Think quite beautiful. Do you have money to go to Bali? Am I the only one who was curious as to why the blogger is also in Bali? After Chao Jinga's message was posted on the internet, it immediately caused a furor among netizens. Chao Jinga was originally just sharing his interesting deeds in Bali, and looking at the skyrocketing number of followers and messages on the internet, he was instantly confused. Chu God? What the hell? I just took a break and didn't look at Weibo for a while. What the hell happened? Chao Jinga was a bit confused. She was sent abroad a while ago because of a star, and was dragged to Bali by her family after completing her mission. The dynamics on Weibo. She really wasn't too clear about it. Chao Jinga thought about it and looked for Du Shanyang to check Chu Shen. After reading the search, her eyes instantly widened. This special meow came out for a vacation and captured 100 billionaire alive? With Chao Jinga's exposure, Sun Wenxian's Weibo was also noticed. Her latest update is, I didn't realize that my colleague's cousin is a big brother, casually coming out to inspect the properties under his name or Como Resort Hotel, and accompanied by the top rich young man in Magic City. Moo 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 moo. Photo, Como Resort Hotel background image. Being Sun Wenxian concerned Bowen also sent a very dejected message, since the contact with the colleagues Biao. I understand a little bit. The reason why God is because all kinds of language are proficient in 100 million point by point. This degree of language. Encounter God can only be crushed. Picture, Como Resort Hotel background image. Weibo had already set off a frenzy because of Chu Yang's reappearance. At this time, Chu Yang was buying coconuts for Su Wenjing, preparing to use them to quench her thirst in a while. Unexpectedly, in less than 3 minutes after Chu Yang left, Su Wenjing was pestered by someone. This was another handsome man from Phelan country, that deliberately dressed languidly and casually. Let Su Wenjing somewhat caught off guard. Luckily, this time she wasn't alone. There was also a Shu Rui who was proficient in Phelan language as well. In the crowd, there was also an entertainment reporter mixed in, Chao Jinj. I'm sorry, my friend doesn't like you, and please stop pestering her. Shu Rui huffed and puffed and spoke in French. The handsome man from Phelan country didn't believe her after hearing her words. Impossible. I've been watching her all along. She doesn't have a boyfriend at all. Moreover, if I understand correctly, she shouldn't know Phelan language. Are you deliberately messing up? Although Cronin Miroku was an authentic Phelan countryman, he was very rude to the dishes he didn't like. This gentlemanless guy. Shu Rui was furious. But for the current situation, she really couldn't stop Cronin Milla from pestering her. Sister Wenjing, you'd better hurry up and call your cousin. Shu Rui spoke in Mandarin and stared intently at Cronin Miroku again, saying whatever she had to protect her life-saving cousin. Good. Su Wenjing didn't even think about it, so she directly sent a WeChat over to Chu Yang, cousin help ah. Chu Yang had just finished buying coconuts when he saw the text message. Immediately his eyes stared. Someone is bullying his cousin? He spent less than a minute rushing to Su Wenjing's side, and Shu Rui explained things to her in a few words. Chu Yang was a little helpless. He thought it was something big. It turned out to be that his cousin's charm was too big, and she was being pestered by a foreigner ah. Without thinking, he took Su Wenjing's shoulder and said to Cronin Milu, sorry, this is my girlfriend. Cronin Milu was confused. He had been staring at Su Wenjing without letting go. How did a boyfriend suddenly appear? Just when Cronin Milu was confused, the handsome man from the Phelan country who had previously pursued Shu Rui suddenly appeared. Milu, what are you doing here? Shu Rui's eyes widened. These two people, they knew each other? The handsome man who had inquired about Milu also widened his eyes. Why is my goddess here? Also, why would my goddess boyfriend have his arm around another woman? Doesn't the East say that one life is one life? What is the situation now? The handsome man from the Phelan kingdom was confused. Miroku sought his friend and immediately explained the situation in a few words. Stephen, this man says he's my goddess's boyfriend. Stephen was shocked again. Crap, when I was courting my goddess at the time, he said the same thing. No, it can't be a lie to us, right? The two Phelan countrymen questioned Chu Yang's identity for the first time. Shu Rui didn't hesitate to step forward at this time. She said with a shy face, sorry, my boyfriend that one is too powerful. I'm alone. I can't take it, so I just found another sis, to take it on with me, Shu Rui said, not hesitating to hug Chu Yang's arm. Sure Bowen, who understood French on the side, was petrified. This, can this plot still develop like this? Not only Shu Rui, Miroku and Stephen were also stunned. There is still this kind of situation in the East? That one is too powerful and can still find a sister to share it? Crap, not right ah. You have not tried. How do you know that labor cannot? Miroku and Stephen's brain circuits were all of a sudden askew. Su Wenjing saw Shu Rui suddenly leaning over. Her little expression was a little confused. Rui, what's going on? Shu Rui gave Su Wenjing a wink. This man pestered me last time. Your cousin helped me out and said that I'm his girlfriend. And now your cousin, in order to save you, also said that you're his girlfriend. The point is, the guy chasing you is friends with the guy chasing me. And now he suspects that we are lying. Don't say anything. Just wrap your arms around your cousin and pretend to be shy. Su Wenjing listened to Shu Rui's explanation were shocked. Novels don't even dare to write like this okay. However, Su Wenjing was indeed a bit annoyed by Milu's noise. Anyway, when she was a child, she also played house with her cousin. So what's an arm around her? Su Wenjing wrapped her arms around Chu Yang's left arm, revealing a shy expression. The softness that she suddenly came into contact with made Chu Yang a little too comfortable to adapt. In contrast, Shu Rui's end was not very comfortable. Shu Rui's face darkened as she looked at Chu Yang's different expressions. Big pervert. After listening to Shu Rui's whispered explanation, Sun Wenxian and the other co-workers also lost their expression management function. This special meow. What kind of divine unfolding is this? Su Wenjing and Shu Rui were too desperate to get rid of their suitors. The modesty has fallen to the ground. Have wood. There were still very few people in Bali who knew how to speak. However, there were still quite a few people who knew full English. Thus, Shu Yang smoothly harvested a crowd of fanboys. It would be nice when I can be so gifted. I want to fight 10 by myself. 10 is nothing. If I'm that good, I can beat 20 of them alone. 20 is enough for you guys? If it were me, I'd fight 30. I just want to go over and ask for advice on how to get 2 girlfriends to play with me at the same time. The friend next to him blackened his face and threw his hand to give him a slap. Bro, wake up. You don't even have a girlfriend until now. Shu Yang's power was so overpowering. As he listened to the words of the people around him, his body couldn't help but stiffen a little. Until now, Shu Yang did not have a girlfriend. Even if there was, it was also fake. For example, fake girlfriend Shu Rui, fake girlfriend Su Wenjing, which is still a cousin witch, Jia Rong, Shun Xiao, Zhou Yuda. The 3 men listening to Shu Rui's words also fell into a beautiful imagination. 1 against 2. How exciting would that be? Impossible, we don't believe it, Milo and Steven said in unison. When Shu Rui heard this, you black, still don't believe it? She looked at Chen Fei on the side, and pulled her into the fray as well. How is it unworthy? To tell you the truth, the 3 of us, we are all his girlfriends. After Shu Rui roared, she led on to Chen Fei. Those 2 men still don't believe that Wenjing and I are the big pervert's girlfriends. Come over here and cooperate. Chen Fei was forced to wrap her arms around Shu Yang's waist, revealing a closed face. Chow, I want to die so badly. I dreamed of fighting 3 in 1, but it turned out that people got 3 at once, each and every beauty. How come they were all arched by the same pig? They are so harmonious, so envious. My girlfriend until now is only my right hand. I finally understand why. I'm not handsome enough. Chao Jinga was taking pictures of the crowd, a pair of bright eyes full of excitement. Egu I go. This little girl can if not I know the words, I almost believe it. See, my boyfriend is awesome. You guys know the Como Resort Hotel, right? That's his. My boyfriend is also proficient in 8 languages, and will take us to his recently purchased Raya 3-bedroom sea view villa to play later. Shu Rui saw that they didn't believe her, so of course she had to popularize a wave of how bullish Chu Yang was, regardless of whether Chu Yang had it or not. Anyway, first blow a wave before saying, she has done the Bali strategy. Raya 3-bedroom sea view villa down at least a few tens of millions of dollars. Chu Yang can buy Como Resort Hotel. I'll also have some contacts to go to Raya 3-bedroom sea view villa to install a wave of it. Shu Rui's small plan to play the old fine. She does not know is that their own such a wave of operation really let Chu Yang took a set of Raya 3-bedroom sea view villa. Detected Shu Rui bragging with the host. The system special gift host Raya 3-bedroom sea view villa *1. Shu Yan looked at Shu Rui who was bragging in front of people, and could not help but feel some emotions within his heart. Or go abroad is good See, bragging without drafts of people have. Tens of millions of villas you open your mouth. You are so capable. Why don't you hold over 100 million? Nilu listened to the whole person is shocked. Impossible. Raya 3-bedroom villa is my family's property. How do I not know he bought my family's villa? Shu Rui? Bragging to the landlord's son? Sure Bowen, it's over. The bragging has gotten to the main man. Chao Jinga, who was taking pictures outside, was also dumbfounded. Little girl, you're blowing an outrageous cow. Oh, really? Then why don't we just go and take a look? As soon as Steven heard that Shu Rui had blown up to Milu's family fortune, he was instantly full of blood. He and Steven are family friends. The relationship between the 2 families that is very good. And they came out just less than half an hour. Shu Yang has been in this neighborhood. Where to go to buy a villa to go? At once, Steven and Miroku both revealed a winning look. Let's go take a look then. Shu Yang received a text message on his cell phone. It was a room location message from the system. As long as Chu Yang went over and verified his identity, he could go to the Ocean View Villa. Miroku and Steven looked at each other and were instantly happy. Dare to go is good. Go just in time to let your girlfriend see your true colors. Milu and Steven led the way in front. Chu Yang's left hand was held by Su Wenjing, his right hand was held by Shu Rui, and behind him was a good little daughter-in-law Chen Fei. Chen Fei also followed by Sher Bowen and other colleagues. And Chao Jinga coincidentally has his own family and Raya 3-bedroom also has a sea view villa. She followed in completely no problem. Chu Yang is a big hotspot even if you don't send out the news about Chu Yang, it's okay to follow him over to see what's going on. Chu Yang's back figure of leaving with Su Wenjing's 3 girls shocked a crowd of watchers. That handsome guy is so powerful I thought that 2 girlfriends would already be the limit. He actually has 3. 3 is nothing. I have 5 on my fingers. He's not enough to count. Can your fingers be compared to his 3 girlfriends? Get lost. I'm envious. What kind of giftedness is this? One picks 3 which? It's hard enough for me to hand in my homework. For a group of Truth Emperor Sherbowen and other colleagues, they are relatively calm a lot. They now want to know. A moment Shu Rui how to just pretend than to round back. It was true that Chu Yang was the owner of Como Resort Hotel, but Chu Yang had been acting on this side with Su Wenjing. Where to go to buy Raya's 3-bedroom sea view villa? As Sherbowen and other people think. Shu Rui on the situation is indeed very anxious and angry. Shu Rui did not even think that he bragged to the main body to go. She pulled Chu Yang to bite her ear and anxiously said, "Big sexy wolf, how do you still agree to go over? You first say whether you have any friends who have sea view villas or something there." Chu Yang was a bit helpless. "You only know now that you are in a hurry? Just bragging then when quite capable? Thanks to my system to the mouth. If not the mouth, you this then are loaded out. Not waiting for people to hit the face of it?" It didn't take long for Moroku and Chu Yang to arrive at the front desk of Leia's 3 bedrooms. Mi Lu, as the heir, came here to directly brush his face and it was done. He said to the front desk, "This handsome man said that he has a villa here, so check for him where exactly the villa is." "Okay, sir, please show your ID card." As soon as the receptionist heard that it was Mi Lu who asked for an inquiry, he immediately took out 100% professional attitude. Chu Yang was going to take over the villa anyway, and in response, he went to pull out his ID card. Shu Rui was anxious. "You have nothing to take what ID card which? Take it out is not finished." Her words, Su Wenjing and Chen Fei only understand. The original Chen Fei just bragging? They thought Chu Yang really had a villa? Now, the 2 women were also in a hurry. Stephen took a look at Shu Rui's attitude, and his eyes once again emitted a bright light. "Goddess. Actually this man doesn't have a villa in Raya 3-bedroom, right?" Shu Rui froze. She couldn't say that she didn't have one. Shu Rui was about to speak when she heard Chu Yang say to the receptionist, "This is my identity card. You confirm it." The receptionist looked at Mi Lu, only to see him impatiently say, "What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and swipe it for him." The receptionist gave a beat and hurriedly did as he was told. Mi Lu and Stephen looked at each other with a winning smile in their eyes. Su Wenjing, Shu Rui, and Chen Fei also had anxious looks on their faces. "Checked." The front desk's voice burst out, and Miroku and Stephen revealed triumphant smiles. On the other hand, Su Wenjing, Shu Rui, and Chen Fei's 3 daughters also had white faces. Sherbowen and other colleagues, Chao Jinj, were also very interested in the results. In the next second, Miroku and Stephen changed their faces. "Hello Mr. Shu, this is the key to the Birch Villa worth 100 million that you purchased. The servants in the villa are also fully equipped for you. You can move in at any time." A $100 million Birch Villa? Wasn't that the most expensive villa in Raya's 3 bedrooms? Both Miroku and Stephen were confused. Not only Mi Lu and Stephen, Su Wenjing's 3 girls, Sherbowen and the others and Chao Jinga were also confused. To know that Chu Yang has been with them in a piece of not much left, to say really left the person. There is only one left who has not yet arrived at the scene. Qin Mu. Thinking of Qin Mu, Sherbowen and the others revealed a sudden realization. No wonder Qin Xiao is not there. The feeling is to help Mr. Shu to buy a villa. Qin Mu, who was still buying things, didn't realize that because of his coincidental absence, it logically became Chu Yang's explanation. Shu Rui heard Chu Yang has a villa. Immediately a small waist inserted, head held high and said, "All said my boyfriend has a villa. This time you believe it." Shu Rui's current expression was to be more dejected and more dejected. Su Wenjing looked at Chu Yang. Her expression was also filled with incredulity. Chen Fei also couldn't help but think of Qin Mu, and a dazed expression appeared in her eyes. After the daze, Su Wenjing and Chen Fei very facetiously wrapped their arms around Chu Yang's arms, one on each side. This kindred family attitude swelled Mi Lu and Stephen's faces. Sherbowen and other colleagues in Chao Jinga looked at the arrogant Shu Rui and couldn't help but twitch their faces. If they didn't know that Shu Rui had just stopped Chu Yang, they really almost believed her. Believe? Of course I believe. If it wasn't for you guys, how would my family have sold Birch Villa and come in with another $100 million? I'm very satisfied with that. Mi Lu was slapped in the face in public. His heart was so angry that he was about to explode. But on second thought, so what if you had bought my family's villa? Didn't you also spend $100 million? Thinking about this, Mi Lu balanced out. Shu Rui thoughtlessly disliked back, is 100 million a lot? Isn't it about the same as $1? When Shu Rui pretended to be more than Chu Yang, she was simply more arrogant than Chu Yang. With a small mouth, it was almost as if the world was her home. After experiencing this wave, Chu Yang felt that this little girl Shu Rui can still be more to come and go. On her this bragging than the strength, have not seen the sky flying cattle down. There are still people who treat $100 million as a lot of money. It's also really quite unexpected. Sure, Bowen listened to Shu Rui's words. He was tigerish, bullishly using not really fluent French. With that disdainful attitude paired with contemptuous eyes, King's contempt was born. Chao Jinga, who was taking pictures at the back, was shocked. Are people nowadays so desperate in their bragging? If I hadn't followed your Weibo, I would have almost believed it. Nilu stared at Sure Bowen with a deadly stare, almost getting pissed off by his words. Seeing this, Stephen hurriedly stopped Moroku. Moroku, if you keep tangling with them, I'm afraid the airship will be lost. The competition for heirs in Western countries was very fierce. Even if Milu was already the heir now, there was the risk of being replaced at any time. If Milu fought with Chu Yang and the others in front of the employees, that would be bad. Shu Rui was startled by Milu's stance. She hurriedly pretended to woo Chu Yang for help. Hubby, he's scaring me. Sure, Bowen really couldn't hold it in and snorted, laughing. This little lowly was just too angry. Chu Yang looked at the little lowly acting, also couldn't help but roll his eyes. You fake lowly want to not be so exasperating, which, well. Not afraid. Let's go to the villa to see. A few dollars white whoring villa. More to go into play. Turn back to feel don't want if. Turn around and then sold. Chu Yang acting while coaxing the little lowly Shu Rui. This wife-favoring devil's attitude can see Nilu and Stephen gnashing their teeth. When did $100 million become so worthless? A few dollars? You're just blowing smoke up your ass. If you don't brag, you'll die. Miroku and Stephen are dying of anger, but they can't do anything about it because Birch Village is Chu Yang's. He can do whatever he likes. They can't care. Okay then. Shu Rui happily hugged Chu Yang, incidentally hiding the deer in the headlights inside herself. This face value of the big pervert is resistant, not to mention, his voice is also good as hell. Although she knew that this was an act, but the speed of her heartbeat was as fast as a roller coaster. Wow. Mom, I seem to be in love. Hey. Sure, Bowen, who was watching the whole show, felt that he had no eyes to see. Lori's acting skills are getting better and better. She's getting more and more skilled in her acting. Su Wenjing and the others, who didn't understand Phelan, only listened to Shu Rui's instructions and followed Shu Rui out in harmony with a dumbfounded look, completely unaware that their own cousin and Shu Rui had put on an exasperating play. Chao Jin go as a backdrop to watch the whole process, but also had to sigh. OSO Shu Rui a small gold man which, well, Chao Jin go thought about it. Also followed Chu Yang they go. Birch Village is right next door to the Ocean View Villa that her family bought. As a new neighbor, maybe she can even sneak a wave of photos at that time. At this moment, Chao Jinga's vocational skills were instantly full, and she wanted to dig out more of Chu Yang's tidbits of information. Chao Jinga thought while taking out her cell phone and started breaking news. Handsome guy threw $100 million to buy a Raya 3-bedroom sea view villa. It's really enviable. As soon as Chao Jinga's news came out, the netizens who had been paying attention to her dynamics all exploded. Crap, Chushin should not be so cowhide. He's worth $100 billion at home, and he even waved his hand and scattered $100 million abroad? I just want to know what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that none of us are as rich as Chu Xiao. Upstairs, this is not nonsense. Chu God's money is estimated to sit and eat empty mountains several lifetimes cannot spend it. Although Chao Jinga didn't name names, but all the fiery-eyed fans knew that this handsome man who waved his hand was $100 million. Was Chu Yang. Chao Jinga followed Chu Yang's party back to his own villa and then nimbly carried 2 bottles of red wine to Chu Yang's birch villa and ran over. If Qin Mu was here, he would probably look at Chao Jinga with a confused expression. If he remembered correctly, he himself had done the same thing back then in order to get close to Chu Yang. When Chu Yang arrived at the villa, the spacious door automatically opened. As the best sea view villa, Birch Villa was surrounded by the sea on all sides, with beautiful scenery, and the design was even more carved, nice and unique. Just by looking at it, one would fall in love with the place at a glance. Gosh, it's worthy of Bali. This design, this style, it's awesome. I can't believe I'll be able to live in a $100 million ocean view villa someday. So excited. Occupying an area of 300 to 400 square meters, far away from the sea. The sea breeze blowing over is also too comfortable. There is also an open-air swimming pool. So great. When did Sun Wenxian and the others ever see such a big battle? They couldn't help but sigh at that time. Su Wenjing was also quietly looking at the surrounding scenery for a long time, somewhat unable to return to her senses. This was the first time she had come to such a luxurious place. Welcome home, Mr. Chu. Subsequently, the servants in the villa lined up in 2 rows in a well-organized manner, respectfully and courteously congratulating Chu Yang on his stay. That grandiose platitude shook Sun Wenshan and the others to the point where they were all speechless. Well, these are my cousin's co-workers. They will be staying here tonight. You guys make arrangements. I also have a close friend named Qin Mu. You guys also make arrangements in a while. Xu Yang said calmly and freely. The natural superior's demeanor made Su Wenjing shaken. Cousin's aura? So strong. Cousin, where did you get $100 million to buy a villa? Su Wenjing watched the servants inside the villa inviting Sun Wenxian and the others inside in a well-organized manner. Only then did she cautiously ask the doubts within her heart out. Xu Yang was worried about how to explain to Sun Wenjing when he saw Qin Mu come to the phone. Xu Xiao, where did all of you go? How come I didn't even see anyone during my efforts to buy something? Xu Yang's mind suddenly remembered a good idea. He righteously said to Qin Mu, Young Qin, you called just in time. You're in the birch farm you gave me. Hurry over. After saying that, Xu Yang snapped and hung up the phone. Qin Mu was confused. Birch Manor? When did I get so rich? I can't even afford to buy Birch Estate, but I'm giving it away just because I say so? When did I become so arrogant? Xu Yang can't do anything about it. He can't just tell his cousin that he's $100 billionaire. At times like this, it's necessary for Qin Xiao to hold it all together. When the cycle gradual down, cousin to his wealth slowly get used to, then everything will be fine. Qin Mu is not quite familiar with Bali, but it's not as bad as it could be. He quickly found Birch Village and smoothly entered the villa. Inside the villa, Sun Wenshan and the others who were free to move around were already playing like crazy. They had never stayed in such a luxurious villa before. As for Qin Mu, his appearance caused Shi Bowen and the others to show their astonishment. Young Qin, your relationship with Chushin is actually so good? Young Qin, I didn't expect you to be so brotherly. Young Qin, do you still lack a little brother? Qin Mu was worshipped just as he entered the door, and for a while, he was a little less adapted and even very confused. Did I do something really awesome? How come I don't know? Xu Yang had the Galaxy Escort bug in place and learned of Qin Mu's arrival in the first place. Young Qin, do me a favor, Xu Yang whispered, and Qin Mu's brain turned slightly, probably understanding what was going on. In order to not let his cousin be too shocked, Xu Yang really tried hard. Xu Xiao, don't worry. Externally, just say that this villa is a gift from me. Qin Mu said to Xu Yang very forcefully. Xu Yang patted Qin Mu's shoulder. That's enough. Just for your words, I'll make you the #1 player in CNU. Qin Mu heard Immortal Journey once again, and was a little surprised in his heart, but didn't care too much. In terms of charging money for a game, I can smash in $1 billion. Immortal Tour is just a VR game. How much harder could it be? Then I'll thank Xu Xiao first. Qin Mu smilingly answered before entering the villa with Xu Yang. With Qin Mu as a shield in place, whatever Xu Yang did would be logical. After all, Qin Mu was really rich. Only, not as rich as Xu Yang. Not long after Qin Mu came back, Chao Jinj came carrying 2 bottles of treasured red wine. Her routine as a new neighbor was a sight to behold for Qin Mu. This wave of breathtaking maneuvering seems to make me see my old self. Miss Chao, you've given me a deep insight into my previous inadequacies. I thank you. Just like that, Xu Yang brought Su Wenjing and the others to spend a pleasant night in the villa. From the second start to the 4th night, Xu Yang brought Su Wenjing, just buying, eating, drinking and having fun. What church temple the place that should go to the vacation strategy. All went. At the same time, Chao Jinga also relied on his thick skin to successfully penetrate the inner circle, and Su Wenjing and the others got acquainted. And, with Chu Yang being blissfully unaware of it, Chao Jinga had also made some of Chu Yang's daily routines known. Day 1, Handsome Neighbor's Daily Routine. Villa Interior. JPG 9. Day 3, the beach is so awesome. Blue sea and blue sky. An eye-catching handsome guy in red wine. It's so much fun. Photo with Chu Yang. JPG 9. Chao Jinga only recorded 3 days of content. And for Su Wenjing's vacation, it was already the 5th day. On this day, Qin Mu delivered good news. He had bought a luxury cruise ship in Bali. Young Chu, why don't you go out for a piece? Xu Yang didn't have much interest in going out to sea. He turned his head to look at Su Wenjing, and after seeing that she was somewhat interested, he swallowed the refusal that came to his mouth. Okay, it just so happens that I also want to go out to sea for fun. As soon as Qin Mu heard that Xu Yang agreed, he was overjoyed at that moment. Immediately, he arranged a wave to prepare for the sea trip. Fortunately, the number of people this time wasn't quite a lot. Together with Chao Jinga there were nearly 10 people in total, and the cruise ship that was bought was still enough for them to go out to sea and play together. Unluckily, when they were preparing to go out to sea, there was also a cruise ship parked next to them. The people who came were still Moroku and Steven. I thought who was going to go out to sea. So it's the new owner of Birch Villa which, what? $100 million villa can afford it. And a cruise ship to go out to sea is so shabby? Stephen opened his mouth to mock, causing Chin Mu's eyebrows to jump. Who is this person? Chin Mu had never been insulted with words like shabby since he was born. This one is the person chasing me. Shu Rue spat out her tongue in embarrassment, with a triple apology in her eyes. Had she known that she would run into Stephen and the others today, she should have told Chin Mu earlier. Oh, it's him. Chin Mu had heard about this. Shu Yang had already told him about this yesterday. Since he had run into it, Chin Mu wouldn't have the sense to wimp out. Just a $300 million cruise ship has the nerve to show off? I have a balance of $999 million in my card. Did I show off? Understanding Stephen's identity, Chin Mu disliked him without hesitation. Stephen was shocked. He can really blow it off. You bought a $100 million cruise ship with a card balance of $9 billion? Why don't you blow it to death? Really? Since you're so rich, do you want to buy another cruise ship? Coincidentally, my family sells cruise ships. Have you heard of the Lil View Cruise? That's my family's property. Stephen thought to himself, who wouldn't know how to brag? Labor will also give you a wave of bragging. Shu Yang listened to Stephen's words and raised his eyebrows again. Good fellow. The cruise ship company came out at the drop of a hat. Then, thanks a lot. Shu Yang listened to the system's beep and felt a lot of emotions within his heart. Detected Stephen bragging with the host. The system specially presents Lil View Cruise *1. Lil View Cruise is a domestic industry within the country of Phelan, and is the leading cruise ship enterprise in the country of Phelan. It seemed like it was a foreign industry, and the system even gave a rare wave of explanation. It was also unknown if the system had become more advanced as the industries became more and more numerous. We happen to have a cruise ship worth $600 million for sale recently. If you want to buy it, I can make the decision to sell it to you. Stephen also used the king's contempt expression. Chin Mu really wanted to spend money to beat Stephen's face up. He was about to speak when he heard Shu Yang faintly say, spending $600 million to buy some cruise ship? Don't you think this cruise ship of ours is too cheap? Then vacate your cruise ship for us. Shu Yan looked at that cruise ship with the word Vino written on it. Ha ha ha, die laughing. Know how much my Vino costs? $300 million. So what if you bought a birch farm? Do you have $300 million? Stephen was laughing arrogantly and nonchalantly. That attitude, looking extraordinarily exasperating. Shu Yang didn't have much of a reaction to this. He turned his hand to the cruise ship's headquarters and made a phone call. I'm here at the Vino cruise ship now. There's a Stephen who's blocking the road. Let the people who know him get rid of him. Get rid of me? Stephen just know what a connected person is. My brother-in-law is the general manager of Lee King Cruises. Want me to leave? Unless you find someone better. Stephen swore with conviction that he would never be gotten rid of by Chu Yang. He even very arrogantly clamored to Chu Yang. Since you are so confident, then just go ahead and get rid of me. As Stephen's words fell, his phone rang once again. Brother-in-law? Why is he calling me at this time? Stephen was puzzled within his heart, yet he still picked it up nimbly. Immediately afterward, Stephen heard a growling voice coming from the phone. Stephen, do you know who the person you're embarrassing is? That's the new president of Lil View Cruises. What? The new president of Lee King Cruises? Stephen was all shocked. No, it couldn't be. How could someone who could only afford a $100 million cruise ship be the new president of Lil View Cruise Ship? Thinking of this, Stephen hurriedly inquired to his own brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, what is the name of the new president? How am I supposed to know? I only know that his surname is Chu. I don't care what way you use. You must pray for his forgiveness. Otherwise, we'll both be finished together. Stephen's brother-in-law hung up the phone in exasperation. How could he not expect that Stephen had gone to Bali for a vacation and actually messed with such a big shot? Stephen was dumbfounded. Surname Chu? Isn't that the surname of the owner of Birch Estate? That guy is his love rival. Stephen was just thinking about it when Miroku's father, Wendell, rushed to the beach. Why did this man of the day come in person? Stephen was shocked and was about to ask. He saw Wendell slap Milu right in the face. Asshole, what kind of character is Mr. Chu? Is he something you can offend? Kneel down for me. Saying that, Wendell held Milu down on the ground, and even brought himself down on his knees. Wendell's family business was also one of the top 100 large companies in the Phelan country. So how could Wendell kneel when he said he would? Father, who am I to kneel him? Milu was arranged in a sudden wave, and his entire body was about to explode with anger. As an arrogant young man, how could Mila willingly kneel down himself to apologize to his love rival? He mouthed off backtalk, infuriating Wendell with another big ear slap over. These left and right handprints looked exceptionally harmonious. You shut up. After Wendell cursed, he came close to Miroku's ear and said to him, this gentleman is a character that none of our family can afford to offend. If you don't want to be replaced, just shut up honestly. Wendell was still very confident in himself. He was still young now, If the big one didn't listen, he would replace it with a smaller one to take over. If he couldn't, he would just have a few more little ones. Wendell silently played a reckoning, and in his heart, he vaguely had the idea of giving up on Miroku. Of course, this had to be said after Chu Yang forgave Miroku and got through the family crisis. Which one are you? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Wendell heard Chu Yang's words and hurriedly bent down and respectfully said, "Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Nilu's father." "Wendell, I heard that this incompetent son of mine has caused you trouble. I have come here specially to apologize." "Specially came to apologize?" Jin Mu, Shu Rue, Sherboan and the others who understood French all stared wide-eyed. Is Chu Xiao, Xushin, so powerful? Even the bosses of companies ranked in the top 100 in the French Lan country had specially rushed to Bali to apologize to him on their knees? Apologizing is not necessary. Apologizing I won't forgive. Chu Yang returned to Wendell without even thinking about it. If Chu Yang didn't have a system, he would have been slapped in the face by Miroku how many times? Who said that apologizing was going to be forgiven? Wendell's face changed as soon as he heard Chu Yang's words. If it wasn't for the former owner of Birch Villa trying to sell himself a favor and informing him, he wouldn't even know that Mi Lu had offended a character that even the former owner of Birch Villa wasn't willing to easily offend. With such a character, how could apologizing solve the problem? He was gritting his teeth on what to concede when he saw Lauren, the manager of Lil View Cruises Bali, hurriedly run over. Lauren panted and came in front of Chu Yang, looking respectful. "Good day, Mr. Chu, I'm Lauren, the manager of Lil View Cruise Bali. Why don't you guys hurry over and invite all the irrelevant people to leave?" Lauren said, and a group of foreign bodyguards who came later felt not far in front of the Vino cruise ship. Stephen was all confused. 1 foot Wendell personally kneeled down and apologized, and the next foot Bali's Lil View cruise ship steward Lauren also came. The new owner of Birch Village. Is his identity so awesome? Stephen was just thinking about it when the bodyguards started to expel people in unison. And Stephen, who was driven away, was even more confused. "Lauren, are you mistaken about something? My brother-in-law is the general manager of Lil View Cruises. How dare you treat me like this?" Steph still doesn't understand the facts at this point. Where? Lauren snorted. "Sorry to tell you an inside story. Your brother-in-law was fired." "Are you kidding me? You offended our new president and you still want to get away with it?" Brother-in-law was fired? Stephen's face went white. He almost forgot that Chu Yang was above his brother-in-law in terms of status. "Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry. It's my sincerity that's not enough. I'm willing to gift you 50% of the shares of Raya 3 Sleepers." As soon as he heard that Chu Yang was the new president of Lil King Cruises, he was so scared that he handed over all the rights in his hand at that time. What was a 50% stake in Raya 3 Sleepers? If he offended Chu Yang, he was really afraid that the company, like Legion Cruise, would all be lost. Stephen was even more dumbfounded now. Wendell's status was already above his own. In order to apologize, he even gave up 50% of the shares of Raya 3 Sleepers. This was only as a contingency to apologize. Stephen was truly afraid. He knelt on the ground and sincerely apologized. "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was too blind to cause you trouble. I'm sorry." Chu Yang was not impressed with his apology. He waved his hand. Lauren was very witty and invited Wendell and his party out. "Mr. Chu, I am willing to offer 60% of my shares." Wendell saw Chu Yang preparing to board the cruise ship and hurriedly shouted. Only then did Mila clearly understand that he had made a big trouble. Even if Chu Yang really forgave himself, his position would definitely not last long. Finished, all finished. Milu only felt a chill all over his body. He was powerless and paralyzed on the ground, watching the Vino cruise ship move away from the coast. And Stephen also looked pale as he watched the cruise ship go away. His heart ashen. If my brother-in-law loses his position on the Lil View cruise ship, then those people he offended before. Stephen could not imagine what he should do in the days afterward. At this moment, Stephen clearly perceived Chu Yang's power. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Immediately afterward, Mila was dragged up alive by Wendell. "Get up for me. Hurry up and go to Birch Farm to kneel." "When will Mr. Chu receive the shares of Raya 3 Layers? When will you get your ass back to me? As for you, Stephen, good luck." Wendell gave Miroku a mischievous look, then left the com with a big stride. He had to be looking for someone to help gain Chu Yang's forgiveness before he could do so. The Vino cruise ship advanced against the sea breeze. "Chu Xiao, the Lil View cruise ship is also yours now?" Qin Mu was using French, so Su Wenjing and the girls didn't know exactly what the two were chatting about. Of course, Qin Mu was the most knowledgeable one in the crowd besides Chu Yang. As a top-tier rich second generation, he understood many things more profoundly than Shu Rue and the girls. Legion Cruise was the leading company amongst the cruise ships in Phelan country. It was no longer a company that could be acquired with money, let alone it was still a foreign company. It is absolutely extraordinary to be able to acquire it. With this alone, Chu Yang added another point of mystery in Qin Mu's heart. It also just arrived. Chu Yang lightly smiled. He looked at Su Wenjing next to him and casually added, however, this time it is also dragging the blessing of a friend. It's nothing. What Chu Yang didn't realize was that his casual sentence of friend, in turn, made Qin Mu brainstorm n number of plots. Chu Xiao deserved to be there. A casual friend could crush the leading cruise ship companies in Phelan country. Thinking of this, Qin Mu couldn't help but think of Wendell, who in order to obtain Chu Yang's forgiveness, was even willing to offer up only 60% of the shares of Raya 3 Sleepers. It was evident that Chu Yang's friend was extraordinary. Not only Qin Mu, even Xu Rue and Chao Jinga, who knew quite a bit about Phelan country, also revealed shocked colors. That was the leading enterprise of the Phelan country. Chu Yang said that he would acquire it. How bullish must this be? Besides, that friend of his that he had never met before, that identity, I'm afraid it's also very high. The two women's hearts are full of thoughts. Adding another point of admiration to Chu Yang's impression, Sherbowen is more on Chu Yang's admiration is like a torrential river, endless which, he originally thought that Chu Xiao was only very bullish at home, but did not expect that he would be even more bullish abroad. What is the leading enterprise in the country of Phelan? Chu Yang casually a friend to arrange the past is gone. Sherbowen's heart was incomparably impassioned, and he even had the urge to laugh at the sky. He had actually been on the same boat with a godly man like Chu Yang, and had even vacationed for 5 or 6 days. This wave of vacation, it was worth it. Chu Xiao deserves to be Chu Xiao. If you don't make a move, then you make a move. Then it's a shocking one. After Qin Mu heard Chu Yang's words, he also sighed from his heart. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders and said in a light voice, all of them are trivial. Compared to these, why don't you think about it first? How to arrange our entertainment tonight? Chu Yang's words changed, suddenly mentioning the topic of the cruise ship's activities. Qin Mu spread his hands. Chu Xiao, if it was on the cruise ship I bought, I would have arranged the entertainment right away. However, Vino is different from my cruise ship. You have to familiarize me with it first. Chu Yang nodded and clapped his hands, and a waiter from the cruise ship came over to take Qin Mu down to familiarize himself with the environment. Then Chu Xiao, we'll be in touch later. Qin Mu saw the acclimatization student come over, waved his hand and left in style, with Qin Mu taking the lead. Chao Jinga and the others also scattered in all directions. Chu Yang was also led by the adaptation student to rest in the luxurious room that was all his own. As for Chen Fei, she was also pulled aside by Chao Jinga to nag her alone. After these few days of getting along, she had already vaguely noticed that something was wrong with Su Wenjing. She quietly inquired to Fei Chen, I want to ask, why does it feel like Su Wenjing doesn't really believe that her cousin is rich? After hearing Chao Jinga's inquiry, Chen Fei also revealed an embarrassed look. To say it, you might not quite believe it. Chu Yang was just a poor boy from the countryside before this. Later on, it was heard that he made a small fortune from a bit of coin speculation. Chen Fei told Chu Yang's story of a poor boy who became a billionaire after making a fortune in coin speculation in a colorful manner, sounding completely like a poor boy's history of struggle against the odds. Chao Jinga pinched the recorder in his hand, and a dazzling light flashed in his eyes from time to time. As time passed, Chen Fei finally stopped talking, and Chao Jingji's attitude towards Chu Yang also underwent an extreme transformation. It's no wonder Su Wenjing doesn't believe that Chu Yang will reverse the trend and become a 100 billionaire. After all, no matter how great the coin speculation is, it's only a few million. A few million rolled into 100 billion in less than a few years. The situation here is much bigger, Chao Jinga said with emotion. And within his heart, he also had great admiration for Chu Yang, even though he didn't know exactly how Chu Yang became a 100 billionaire. But from the perspective of his origin and current situation, Chu Yang was really marvelous. Of course, if it were Chao Jinga herself, she would not quite believe that a person who came out from the same village would be such a billionaire in a few years. But in fact, a few years of time could really change a lot of things. Let's go take a rest first. We can have a big event to play later. After today's exchange, her relationship with Chen Fei seemed to have invariably gotten a little closer. At this time Chu Yang didn't know that he had added another strong mysterious color within Chao Jinga's heart because of Chen Fei's relationship. Chao Jinga, who had returned to her room, began to log on to her Weibo account. In the past few days, she had obtained a new title because of her frantic breaking of news about Chu Yang, the number 2 mascot of capturing the Chu God alive. The number 1 mascot. Chao Jinga also followed her, goddess anchor Chi-Chi. Today there is a big man who offended Handsome. Kneeled down and wanted to beg Handsome to accept the shares he sent. Handsome is not short of money. How could he agree? Alas, but the cruise ship is a really comfortable ride. This cruise ship called Vino is really luxurious, and the interior decoration also looks excessively good. Chao Jinga frantically showed Chu Yang's cruise ship on the internet and arranged n number of photos. As soon as she sent this message, the entire microblogging circle exploded. Crap! The second mascot sent another message. This is a bit something Here I can say that the Vino cruise ship is worth $300 million and is affiliated with Lil King Cruises. Don't want to go out to sea without a little bit of money. Chu God is not short of money. I think you guys aren't skewing the building. The point is that big man who begged Chu God who in the end is it? News about Chu Yang was bound to be a hotspot once it appeared. Chao Jinga took advantage of Chu Yang's appearance and smoothly harvested a few million fans. And now she was firmly seated as a first-line reporter for Gossip Entertainment. Many of her peers were begging her to give more resources over. Oh yeah, by the way, Handsome seems to have a cruise ship company of his own in Phelan country. Chao Jinga played with her cell phone and broke the latest news. The crowd of onlookers were so shocked that they dropped the melons in their hands. Has Chushin begun to be unsatisfied with the domestic industry? He wasn't going to let go of any of the foreign industries either? Chushin, go for it. Chushin 6666. Chushin Cowhide. Chushin V587. Chu Yang, who was being discussed by the crowd, was currently sitting next to Su Wenjing, and in front of the table he was at. The remaining three people were none other than Chao Jinga, Shu Rui and Qin Mu. I go. Wenjing won again. Should Chu Xiao be so bullish? Chao Jinga played poker and spat out breathlessly. She didn't expect that she would show off a wave on Weibo in one foot, and then be crushed by Su Wenjing with her not-so-superb poker skills in the next. Chu Xiao deserved to be Chu Xiao. No wonder Qin Mu was dead set against giving him a table. Qin Mu listened to Chao Jinga's tirade and immediately became happy. You think this is the peak of Chu Xiao? It's also just Wenjing being there, suppressing Chu Xiao from playing. When Chao Jinga heard Qin Mu's words, gossip rose in her heart as she poked fun at Chu Yang. So, Mr. Chu is still a game master? Qin Mu gave a rare pest. More than a game master, is simply the game invincible? You do not look at Mr. Chu seems to have been simply commanding Wenjing, but I estimate that Mr. Chu is more or less clear about the cards we hold in our hands. Mr. Chu can remember the cards? Chao Jinga was shocked. Qin Mu shrugged as he looked at Su Wenjing. Su Wenjing also looked at Chu Yang, her eyes filled with curiosity. If the cards, I can remember 80% of them. Chu Yang had an unforgettable memory. For such a trivial matter as memorizing cards, if one could memorize it with just a glance, was there still a need to take a lot of trouble? However, this was something that couldn't be said to others. The topic was too arrogant, and it was easy to be beaten. 80%? Qin Mu understood after hearing Chu Yang's words. Chu Yang was memorizing all the cards 100%. Based on his understanding of Chu Yang, Chu Yang's slight understanding, 80%, and just arrived, were all 100%. So the 80% that Chu Yang said on his lips, Qin Mu didn't believe half of it. 80% is already very impressive. No wonder I can't win all the time. Is cousin so powerful? Chao Jinga's three girls had shocked expressions on their faces after hearing Chu Yang's words. Of course, if you don't believe me, I'll let you guys see for yourselves. Saying this, a gloating look appeared in Qin Mu's eyes. It's also time for you guys to see the might of the game killer Chu God within the circle of top rich youngsters. Subsequently, under Qin Mu's arrangement and explanation, Chu Yang began his own mythical journey. No matter what game it was, as long as Chu Yang played a few games, he could definitely play different tricks. And by the time people came back to their senses, he had already become a peak existence. Young Qin, you were right to not let Chushin on the table. Young Qin, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It was my fault. Young Qin, it must have been hard for you and Chushin to play for so long. Chao Jinga, Shu Rui, Chen Fei, and other women apologized to Qin Mu. After seeing Chu Yang's power, they were incomparably supportive of Qin Mu's decision. In the area of competitions and games, Chu Yang was also a well-deserved god. There really wasn't a single slot. Right. We still have a fishing session that we didn't play before, so I'll show you how great Chu Xiao is. After raiding the deluxe game hall, Qin Mu arranged for another fishing session and so on. Afterwards, Chu Yang showed another wave of operation and completed the new achievement of God of Fishing. After playing high until 12 o'clock at night, Chu Yang and the others returned to their respective rooms to rest, and Qin Mu returned to the room of the Weibo, is excited to open the WeChat, sent a blast rich young circle message, on the Game King. I will not serve, just serve Chu Yang. The content on the picture is all the various images of Chu Yang's victory. Chao Jinga similarly published a series of game content that he had filmed on the internet, and sent a message that read, the strongest Game King, it's you. Despite not having Chu Yang's face, many netizens recognized that the pair of hands that looked so good that they were Chu Yang's hands. Overnight, Chu Yang's reputation as the king of games exploded throughout the microblogging circle. Happy times slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, It was the next morning, when the Vino returned to the coast again. It received a warm welcome from the employees of the Lil King cruise ship. Welcome to Mr. Chu's return from his cruise. I'm the current general manager of the Lil View cruise ship, Moses. Moses had rushed over overnight yesterday in order to brush a wave of goodwill in front of Chu Yang. He also looked up the new president's information yesterday and found out that the new president already had extremely high popularity and wealth in the East, which made Moses realize that he should please this new president in order to do so. Therefore, Moses came. Rushed here on purpose? Chu Yang smiled and flirted. Moses and Chu Yang had never met before, but he couldn't help but loosen his taut nerves because of his words. Originally, he thought that a young tycoon like Chu Yang who punched the Goliaths and owned hundreds of billions of dollars was an extremely difficult character to get along with. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang was such an easygoing gentleman. He smiled and admitted, Mr. Chu is really discerning. Moses feels admiration for you from the bottom of his heart. Chu Yang glanced at Moses and said in a faint voice, let's go. Go to the villa to report anything. Okay, Mr. Chu, Moses said in a submissive manner. He waved his hand, and the employees of the Lil View cruise ship began to leave in an orderly fashion. All of the current employees of the Lil View cruise ship came here today for one purpose, and that was to memorize the looks of their new president. When Moses followed Chu Yang and the others to Birch Village, Miroku was still kneeling in front of the main gate. His cheeks were terribly red and swollen. His entire face was pale. His eyes were lifeless, and he looked so miserable. Mr. Chu, I was wrong. Please take the shares of Raya 3 Sleepers. Miroku had already knelt for the whole night, and his entire voice was a bit weak. The first time he saw Chu Yang, Stephen immediately begged for forgiveness in a loud voice. And next to Miroku, there was another pale-faced Stephen kneeling. He was also ordered to come over and kneel here in the villa after yesterday, begging for Chu Yang's forgiveness. Yo, Stephen, how did this offend our Mr. Chu? The moment Moses opened his mouth, he was an old yin and yang man. The moment he said this, Stephen's already somewhat pale face was like constipation. Moses and him were 3 or 4 years apart in age, but their status was worlds apart. One was the general manager of Lil King Cruises, and the other was doing whatever he wanted on the basis of his brother-in-law being the general manager. The friction between the two was not ordinary, and Chu Yang's meddling coincidentally arranged Stephen's brother-in-law out of the picture. Now, the entire Lil King Cruises situation of two tigers battling for supremacy had turned into Moses being the only one. It's none of your business, Mr. Chu, as long as you are willing to forgive me, I can do anything. Stephen's words caused Moses to once again laugh without giving face. Stephen, with me here, is there any need for you? Moses said. He turned his head to ask Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, what should be arranged for these people? Should they be invited out? Chu Yang didn't expect Moses to have such a side, but after thinking carefully, he understood the reason. He said to Moses, give you 3 days to acquire Raya 3 lying. As for the legal person, right, my cousin. Legal person, right, cousin? Miroku was dumbfounded at Chu Yang's words. He finally understood why he couldn't even impress Chu Yang by spending 60% of his shares. It was because they didn't even realize that everything they had done before had caused trouble to Su Wenjing. Instead of begging Su Wenjing, they went to beg Chu Yang instead. Wasn't this putting the cart before the horse? Miss Su, this is the equity of our villa. Please sign it. Milu didn't care about the conflict between Stephen and Moses. He knelt directly in front of Su Wenjing without thinking. Moses' face changed when he took a look at Milu's attitude. If Su Wenjing really signed, there would be no room for him to play. Moses was about to stop it when he saw Su Wenjing looking at Shu Rue with a confused face. Rue, what did he say? What does it mean? Moses was a business elite and was quite proficient in Mandarin. As soon as he heard Su Wenjing's words, he immediately brightened up. The importance of learning one more foreign language manifested itself. Right? He said to Su Wenjing in a serious manner. Ms. Su, please don't forgive him. Mr. Chu has already decided to acquire Raya 3 Sleepers. Decided to acquire Raya 3 Sleepers? Listening to Moses speaking Chinese with a foreign accent, Su Wenjing and the others were all confused. She looked at Chu Yang in surprise and said, cousin, is what he said true? Chu Yang smiled and nodded. Well, I've done a lot of business with Young Qin recently, and now I have a small billion or so in assets on hand. So it just so happens that I'm expanding my new business. However, the property under my name is currently a bit messy, so I plan to arrange it under your name first. A small billion or so? The corners of the mouths of those who had learned Chu Yang's true identity all twitched slightly. If Chu Yang's assets were called billions of dollars, there would be no rich people in this world. Once Su Wenjing heard that it was temporarily placed under her name, her heart was also relieved. However, after experiencing this time, Su Wenjing also added a new perception to Chu Yang's wealth. Coupled with Qin Mu's identity, Su Wenjing could also understand Chu Yang's small billion-plus-billion-dollar fortune. Okay, since cousin has said so, then put it under my name. Su Wenjing nodded her head obediently, this blink of an eye receiving over $1 billion in ignorance. Looking at Xu Ruwei was filled with envy. Among the people here, only Su Wenjing herself didn't know that Chu Yang was really planning to give her all these billions. If only I had a cousin like that. Chao Jinga had watched with his own eyes as Chu Yang casually gifted more than $1 billion to Su Wenjing, and was envious at the time. Alright, since there's nothing for us to do, why don't we go play? Xu Ruwei glanced at Moses and pulled Su Wenjing away with a very wink. She planned to take Su Wenjing to have some fun with the diving program. While Su Wenjing still had some vacation time left, now was certainly the time to go and have some fun. Moses came this time, mainly to report on the company's current situation and progress. Chu Yan was also pretty much done identifying Moses' personal ability and character. He nodded and said, "For now, you've done a good job, and with Steven's incident again, I can give you the privilege to fire him. Using power for personal gain wasn't scary. What was scary was that the other party took everything for granted. The Li King cruise ship was now Chu Yang's property, so of course he wouldn't allow this type of thing to happen again. Moses will definitely do his best to create a better Lilview cruise ship for you." Moses didn't expect that he would still be able to obtain such a privilege, and in his heart, he became even more grateful to Chu Yang. Moses' appearance also allowed Su Wenjing to temporarily detach herself from Chu Yang's line of sight for a small half-day, and this small half-day's effort also allowed Moses to smoothly get 100% of the shares of Raya 3 Sleepers. Under Chu Yang's one meal of fooling around, Su Wenjing also successfully sat on more than $1 billion of assets. Every day at the very least, she was also the one who was lying down with hundreds of thousands of dollars in her pocket. Well, this card is all your pocket money. What you look at in the future. Buy it if you want to, Chu Yang said, handing over a black card to Su Wenjing. Okay cousin. Su Wenjing held the black card. Her heart was filled with emotions. Cousin is so good. Even assets of more than $1 billion can be placed in my name with peace of mind. Right cousin. We're leaving tomorrow. What are you going to do? Putting away the black card, Su Wenjing remembered the fact that she and her cousin were going to be separated. Tomorrow we're going to Paris. We've already booked the airfare. Qin Mu walked over with an air-freighted mango in his hand, just in time to hear Su Wenjing's words, and said his next arrangement in passing. Su Wenjing looked at Chu Yang's face and couldn't help but freeze slightly. It wasn't until this moment that Su Wenjing truly realized that Chu Yang was truly different. Alright, then have fun, Su Wenjing said with a smile. Something within her heart was gradually changing. As the color of the sky grew thicker, the moment of separation was getting closer and closer. Early the next morning, Qin Mu and Xu Yang boarded a plane to Paris. Xu Ruwei, Chao Jinga, Su Wenjing and other women took the same flight and flew back to China. At this point, the tour of Bali ended. Chu Yang and Qin Mu's separate Paris tour had also officially begun. Young Chu, we're here. Qin Mu looked at the big name of the Shangri-La Hotel and was overjoyed within his heart. This was where he and Xu Xiao would reside for the next half a month. Once the people arrive in Paris, everything is at your disposal. Seeing that Qin Mu was so happy, Chu Yang smiled and flirted. When Qin Mu heard that, he patted his chest then and assured, "Don't worry, Xiao Chu. I'll make sure you're satisfied." The two of them joked and laughed as they entered inside the Shangri-La Hotel. Chu Yang and Qin Mu were both not bad money masters, and they naturally stayed in the most luxurious suite. Chu Yang lived in the Supreme 1 and Qin Mu lived in the Supreme 2. Chu Yang just came to the Supreme 1 room not long ago, and was about to go to the bed to lie down and rest, when he heard the silver stream guard reminding, "Young master, there is someone on the bed. The battle value is not high. Do we need to dispose of it?" "There is someone on the bed?" Chu Yang was confused. Wasn't this the most luxurious room in Shangri-La? How could there be someone? "There's no need to rush. I'll take a look first." Holding on to such suspicion, Chu Yang walked to the bedside and slowly lifted the quilt. Inside the quilt lay a pale blonde beauty. Her eyes were closed tightly, looking very weak. Judging from the injuries, it should be a vendetta or something like that. "Young master, we seem to be in trouble." The voice of the Silver Stream escort resounded once again. Chu Yang also had some headaches. He had only just arrived in Paris on the first day, and he had encountered such a troublesome matter. "What should we do, young master? Should we get rid of this woman?" The two Silver Stream guards were very concerned about Chu Yang's safety. As long as Chu Yang gave the order, they would immediately dispose of the blonde beauty. "Let her rest and relax here first." Chu Yang looked at the blonde beauty and turned to fumble around on her body and found her cell phone, using her fingerprint to unlock the password. Before the blonde woke up, "Let's figure out who she is first." After thinking about it, Chu Yang sent another picture of the blonde beauty's sleeping face to Yuan Liang and shot it over. "Check her identity." Chu Yang looked at the message sent by Yuan Liang. his eyes filled with interest. Anna was one of the heirs of Louis, one of the top 20 famous enterprises in Phelan country. Although Anna was very capable, she couldn't help that there were a dozen or so older brothers above her. Thus, a war between heirs began. According to Yuan Liang's information, Anna had a car accident 24 hours before she disappeared. Exactly how she escaped and came to her room was not ascertained from Yuan Liang's side. Kind of interesting. Let's order a meal first. If she doesn't wake up at 8 o'clock, let's just throw her out. Chu Yan looked at the time and left Anna's matter behind. A family business group of several tens of billions of dollars was somewhat difficult to deal with, but it was nothing to Chu Yang. However, Chu Yang was here on vacation for fun this time. Therefore, he did not intend to get involved with Anna. Anna was woken up alive and hungry by the aroma of rice. She had just opened her eyes when she saw Chu Yang, who was eating while swiping her cell phone. Louis, Anna, since you're awake, hurry up and go out. The photos are good. Consider it your reward for sleeping in my bed for 6 hours. Anna received the cell phone that Chu Yang threw at her and was confused. Isn't that the cell phone I hid in my chest? How did he take it, and unlocked it, and looked at the private photos in the phone? Anna was furious. She lifted the blanket and was about to settle the score with Chu Yang, but then she remembered something else. She hurriedly looked at the clothes on her body. Fortunately, the clothes are still good. Anna looked at the intact clothes, a little happy and a little unhappy. He knew who I was and pulled my cell phone out of my chest, and he didn't do anything? When did my charm get so bad? Anna furrowed her brows and questioned Chu Yang again. What kind of person are you? How do you know my identity? What's your purpose? Chu Yang swallowed the last bite of steak. The corner of his lips slightly hooked, and his eyes gradually deepened as he said, "It doesn't matter what kind of person I am, but if you want to say that you really have a purpose." Looking at Chu Yang with a smile at the corner of his mouth, Anna's heart stopped beating uncontrollably for a beat. "That is to ask you to go out. I was going to throw you out at 8 o'clock, but since you're awake, go out on your own." "Anna, am I not beautiful enough? You're going to throw me out even if you're not attracted to me?" But once she thought that there were still Chad's people outside hunting for her, Anna didn't dare to go out easily. She clenched her teeth and said with a pitiful face, "Sir, can you let me stay here for a night? I'm injured and can't walk around. If you take me in, you can do whatever you want to me." Saying that, Anna even threw a wink at Chu Yang. Chu Yang did not have much interest in Anna's words. "I don't want to do anything to you. I just want you to go out." Chu Yang refused without any hesitation, and added without mercy, "Who knows if you are greedy for my beauty?" Anna was shocked. What kind of brain circuit is this handsome man? She just wanted to stay until tomorrow. How did she become greedy for his beauty? Moreover, this is the supreme room. There is a small suite inside to rest. Why are you thinking about the bed I'm sleeping in? I really don't have any other thoughts. I just want to stay here for one night. Anna waved her hand in a hurry. Staying for one night won't work either. A woman's mouth lying ghost. I won't believe half a word. Chu Yang refused without hesitation. Saying that, he picked Anna up straight away and opened the door, ready to throw her out. As soon as Chu Yang opened the door, he saw a shocked Qin Mu with a shocked face. Chu Shao. Busy? The moment Anna saw Qin Mu, she suddenly understood why Chu Yang didn't move himself. It turned out that such a good-looking handsome man was a faggot. Anna suddenly realized, no, this woman is. When Chu Yang saw Qin Mu's expression, he knew that he had misunderstood. He just wanted to explain to Qin Mu. Then he saw Qin Mu revealed a look of realization. Chu Shao. No need to explain. I understand. I just came to call you for a piece of dinner. You get busy first. I'll look for you tomorrow. After saying that, Qin Mu left without looking back. Chu Yang opened his mouth, froze and didn't say the explanation that came to his mouth. He couldn't explain to Qin Mu that this woman is a trouble, so I'm going to throw her out, right? Qin Mu would believe it. Get yourself out of here. Chu Yang put Anna down and expelled with an expressionless face. Anna looked at Chu Yang's displeased face, and a strong idea suddenly popped up within her heart. Let Chu Yang pretend to be her boyfriend. First of all, Chu Yang's identity was definitely not simple. Not only did he know his identity, but he was also staying in the Shangri-La's supreme room. Secondly, Louis's heirs all had a spousal requirement, which meant that at the very least, you had a fiancé. No matter if it was true or not, but you had to have one. Chu Yang, regardless of his looks or temperament, is more than enough to be an explicit boyfriend, a fiancé in the eyes of the family. The most important thing was that Chu Yang liked men. Anna made some calculations in her heart and decided to start a contractual boyfriend program. Wait, handsome, I think we can work together. Anna took out her usual business negotiation stance. Chu Yang saw that her behavior was like a different person. His good-looking eyebrows raised. What kind of cooperation? You pretend to be my boyfriend for a month. I can be responsible for all your spending within this contract. And afterward, I'll give you $20 million as the reward you deserve. In addition, during the contract, all your spending, I'll pay for it. Anna, will raise you. Shin Mu, who had gone and returned, couldn't help but laugh as he listened to Anna's words. Did this woman know that the person she was going to raise was actually a billionaire? Chu Xiao is so rich that he still lacks a fake girlfriend from you. Are you sure you want to raise me? Chu Yang was also happy. Can't imagine. I still have the potential to be a gigolo? Of course I'm sure. Those brothers of mine all have high eyes and like to talk big. If the property is in their hands, it will only be lost by all of them. Anna said seriously. Talking big? Isn't that just bragging? Suddenly, in Chu Yang's mind, an immature idea arose. If he was Anna's boyfriend, he should be able to hear her brothers bragging, right? It can be, however. Then my clothes, food, housing and transportation in these 15 days, all of them will be under your responsibility. First of all, buy me a $3 million line to express your sincerity. No way, Chu Xiao. Are you the one who's $3 million short? Shin Mu was all shocked. It's only $3 million. No problem. Anna saw that the agreement was reached. She happily said to Shin Mu, who was at the side, "Don't worry. I definitely won't treat him poorly." Shin Mu looked at Chu Yang, who also had a faint smile sketched at the corner of his mouth, and swallowed the words that came to his mouth. "Girl, you're on your own." Shin Mu returned to his room to get his cell phone and ran away. Chu Yan looked at Anna with a happy smile on his face. "In that case, let's go to Spring Department Store first and buy a $3 million line." Anna was compelled by Chu Yang's smile, and with a hot brain, she answered yes. By the time Anna reacted, the person was already in front of the Spring Department Store gates. Male color misleads people. I'm riveted on avoiding the people Chad arranged. And what happened? You've exposed me directly with your flirty maneuvers? If I, Louisiana, die on the streets tomorrow, I won't let you go. Anna looked at the signboard of Spring Department Store. She was almost dumbfounded. "Young master, there are a dozen people following us. Should we get rid of them?" The voice of Silver Stream's escort came. Shu Yan lightly shook his head. "No need. Just arrange for one of you to keep an eye on them first." With Chu Yang's current stature, he had absolutely no qualms about a dozen people. "Okay, young master." Anna also sensed that Chad's people were in the vicinity. She thought left and right, and finally brought Chu Yang into the Spring Department Store. The amount of Chad's cowhide would not dare to make a move in the Spring Department Store. When Anna and Chu Yang went into the Spring Department Store, someone immediately called Chad, who was having a multi-person exercise in the villa. "Young master, MS. Anna has appeared and is very close to a Chinese. What should we do next?" Chad answered the call and suddenly had a jolt. It only felt like the world was tasteless. He took the phone and sat on the sofa aside. A blonde beauty automatically crawled to Chad's side to serve. "You mean, she found a man too?" Chad enjoyed the beautiful woman's service while asking his men. "Yes, young master. They are now in Spring Department Store. We have arranged for someone to follow them." "Very well. You guys keep an eye on them. I'll be there in a while." After Chad hung up the phone with satisfaction, he got up and let the people serve him to put on his clothes. He was curious to see what kind of person Anna had found to fight against herself. Buying and shopping was one of the favorite activities of girls. Anna was no exception. After arriving at the Spring Department Store, she first took Chu Yang to Armani's men's clothing store. "Bring down this summer's latest models for my husband to try." The clothes Anna was wearing looked a little wrinkled, but overall it still looked expensive. So the guide's attitude was also very good. "Yes, ma'am." With business coming to her door, the shopper guide was still very happy. As she spoke, she looked at Chu Yang, and her eyes couldn't help but sprout little stars. "This lady's gentleman is so handsome, even better looking than a star." The shopping guide readily took a set of clothes and gave it to Chu Yang to let him go into the fitting room to change into it. 3 minutes later, Chu Yang came out from the fitting room and instantly attracted the attention of the entire room. Chu Yang's temperament was already extremely good. Wearing Armani's, Chu Yang looked like a graceful nobleman, just standing there blandly. All looked good. All the colors give me a set. Anna only felt a wave of hot air going straight to her head and decided on the spot to arrange a wave of suits for Chu Yang. Chu Yang waved his hand. "No, just come with 15 colors. 15 colors? Oh right. He said he would only stay for 15 days. Alright, 15 days is enough to play by yourself," Anna thought, and took out her bank card. "Do as he said. In addition, give him another 15 sets of home clothes, belt, tie, leather shoes, all arranged." Swipe the card. Anna's stance of a little rich woman shocked the guide badly. Okay. The shopper guide looked at Chu Yang on the side. This little handsome guy was good looking and had a good temperament. How was he a little white boy? The guide had some pity in his heart, but still went to arrange the clothes and everything. This wave of Operation Down directly dried up Anna's card balance by 40W. By the way, you should have a delivery service, right? Help me send it to Villa Lori in a while. This is my housekeeper's phone number. After Anna wrote the address of Lowry Villa and the housekeeper's contact information to the guide in a bold manner, she wrapped her arms around Chu Yang again and walked upstairs. She remembered that there was also a Patek Philippe upstairs. Patek Philippe? Chu Yang was pulled to Patek Philippe by Anna and immediately raised his eyebrows. It was unthinkable that this Anna would bring him here. Isn't it a $3 million line? Clothes wearing a few tens of thousands of dollars is done. And it's not expensive. The rest of the place, of course, you have to start from the watch. Anna was still comfortable with how to spend money. As she said that, she brought Chu Yang into Patek Philippe. Take out all the watches above $2 million for me and look at them. Anna brought Chu Yang, who was dressed in Armani, male and female, and instantly attracted the attention of the counter clerk at Patek Philippe. She revealed a professional smile and then took out several watches. Hello ma'am, this is our latest Patek Philippe's handwriting worth more than $2 million. You can pick one at will. Chu Yang picked a watch worth $2,600,000 from the watches. The guide saw that Chu Yang picked the watch. She hurriedly said happily, "Sir, you have a good eye. The watch you bought is a super complication timepiece. 5204/1R. No need to explain. Wrap it up." Anna didn't have the patience to listen to the guide's explanation. Her words fell and she handed over the card with alacrity. Immediately, the guide's eyes also changed. Not only the shopper. Many men all soured the moment they saw Anna pull out her card. They had worked hard and were still not as strong as someone finding a rich woman. Okay, you have spent a total of $2,600,000. Please sign. The shopping guide smiled and said, again causing a group of men to be extremely unbalanced inside. $2,600,000 which? Rich woman. Are you still short of gigolos? I can do it too. Snort. Anna, you really do whatever it takes to inherit the family business. You'd even do something like looking for a gigolo. Chad rushed to parade with his arm around a blonde girl. He had just gone to Armani and had a hard time getting to Patek Philippe. But then he saw Anna buying Chu Yang a $2,600,000 watch. Then looking at Chu Yang's face value, Chad was instantly furious. It's fine for you to find a gigolo. Why did you find such a handsome one? For my sweetheart? What's wrong with spending a few $1,000,000 to make him happy? But it's you. Third brother. I heard that the company you managed recently lost money? That's really congratulatory. Anna wrapped her arms around Chu Yang's arm. She said with a smile that pierced Chad's heart. Among Lewis's children, Anna was the one with the most business talent. Unfortunately, she was a woman and had no fiancé or heir. Otherwise, Lewis wouldn't even be in a situation where the heirs were competing. Chat, what are you babbling about? I just negotiated a $100 million contract. Chad cursed out angrily. Chu Yang on the side looked at Chad. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Detected Lewis Chad bragging with the host. The system specially presents Tia Jewelry shares *100. Tia Jewelry is ranked in the top 100 in Phelan country and is worth 300 million francs. 300 million francs? Converted into CNY that's around 1 billion. Chu Yang looked at Anna. The corner of his lips slightly hooked and said, I received your $3 million of sincerity. In order to show my sincerity, let's show you how he cries first. How can Chad cry? Anna was a little confused. The corner of Chu Yang's lips slightly hooked, taking out his cell phone when he was about to dial out the phone. He suddenly turned his head to Anna and said, he is called Lewis Chad, right? Although Anna didn't know what he was up to, she still nodded. After Chu Yang nodded to show that he understood, he dialed the general manager of Tia Jewelry over. Fire Lewis Chad for me. Fire Chad? Anna's eyes widened. What a joke. Even if Chad only managed Tia Jewelry, it was still a branch property of our Lewis family. Who did you call that was so powerful that you can just fire him? Chad obviously also heard Chu Yang's words. He wrapped his arms around the blonde beauty and laughed out loud. Anna, this dumbass you raised is also too ignorant. Right. I'm the president of Tia Jewelry, but I can still be fired by a little white boy? The beauty next to him also covered her mouth and snickered. Anna also couldn't help but cover her face. She really didn't expect Chu Yang to suddenly do such a thing. Mr. Chad, your phone is ringing. Chad couldn't bring himself to laugh. The beautiful woman beside her heard the ringtone and hurriedly reminded with a delicate voice. Chad also collected his laughter and answered the phone. Hey, Duke, what do you want to see me about? Chad, the company has been bought out, and just now the new president personally gave the order that I have to fire you. Sorry Chad, Duke on the other end of the phone said and immediately hung up. Me? I'm really fired? Just because that little white boy made a phone call? Reacting. Chad's face went white with fear. In Poor's opinion, it didn't matter how crippled the company was played. As long as the accounts were done well enough that the family end didn't know about it, it would be fine. But now, Chad was panicking, because not only did he play the company out of existence, even he himself was fired by the new president. Chad and Xu Yang exchanged a glance. He saw the other party smiled at him contemptuously, turned around and walked away with Anna in his arms. Anna's entire body was confused as she was carried in Xu Yang's arms as she walked outside. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just do? Chad was fired? The company was lost by a phone call from Chu Yang? You? How could you move Tia Jewelry's people? What the hell is going on? Anna was a little confused. Wasn't she in a partnership with Chu Yang? Why in the blink of an eye? Chad was jerked out of even his position by Chu Yang? It's simple. Because I acquired Tia Jewelry. From now on, Tia Jewelry is mine. As the president. Isn't it simple for me to open a person? Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders. The easy and cozy statement was like a thunderbolt, exploding Anna at a loss. She suddenly felt that her $20 million simply could not buy Chu Yang 15 days. A single Tia Jewelry is worth 300 million francs. Her own $20 million was probably not enough to stuff Chu Yang's teeth. Right. What other brothers do you have? Tell me all about them. Chu Yang interrupted her inquiry and instead asked Anna's other brothers with interest. As Anna had said, Chu Yang had already seen Anna's brothers' ability to talk big. If they all met in a wave, they should be able to obtain a lot of industries and such. Chad is my third brother. The rest of me has 14 other brothers. Anna looked at Chu Yang and always had a not-so-good premonition within her heart. But once she thought about it, now that she and Chu Yang were all on the same rope, she simply told Chu Yang all about the situation. Anna has a total of 15 half-brothers. She is the youngest, ranked 16th. Her mother is the rightful wife of the Lewis family head. Since she had been married for 3 years without having any children, that's why the top 15 older brothers existed. The oldest brother was 3 years older than Anna, and the youngest individual was 3 months older than Anna. If Anna hadn't been overly capable, she probably wouldn't have even earned her place as heir. Excluding Chad, the remaining 14 brothers were divided into 2 teams. One was subservient to Bill, the oldest brother, and one was subservient to Yale, the 5th brother. Of the many heirs, both Bill and Yale had the higher calling as heirs. If I were a boy, the heir would be mine. Speaking at the end, Anna couldn't help but mutter out. Chu Yang didn't say anything about it. As the two chatted idly, Chad finally caught up with Anna's two. Anna, I was wrong. Please forgive me. The company can be given to you. Let your husband give me a position, please. Chad couldn't care less about face anymore. He knelt down in the huge spring department store, attracting the attention of many customers. Chu Yang looked at Anna with a smile without saying a word. A statement of "I'll listen to your arrangement" made Anna's heart soften. No matter what Chu Yang's identity was, he was always on the same side as himself. Thinking of this, the corner of Anna's lips slightly hooked, her hands clasped her chest, the queen's aura was fully opened. Said, "Forgive you? Sorry Chad, when you targeted me, you should have thought that it would be this scene. However, you can tell Bill in advance, I will bring my Mr. back to Lewis Manor in a few days. This news, just to give you credit, by then, you can know. Where is the difference between me and you, dog?" "Really?" Anna said domineeringly, wrapped her arm around Chu Yang's arm and headed downstairs. Chad's face was ashen as he watched Anna and Chu Yang leave. Chu Yang looked at the woman beside him who was so happy that her mouth was almost biting the back of her head, and helplessly shook his head. Women, what an incredible existence. One second they were overbearing, the next second they were so happy that they were close to going to heaven. Wow, Mr. Chu, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'd probably be sprayed to death by Chad today, Anna happily said. The little birdie pampering made Chu Yang very popular. Immediately after that, Chu Yang heard the man's shocked voice coming from far and near. Anna, why did you also come to Spring Department Store? Who is this person? How come I've never seen it before? The person who came was a young man from the Phelan country with black hair and turquoise blue eyes. He was dressed in a casual outfit, but everywhere he was dressed was full of care. Is this the legendary Heart Boy? Oh, it's Buck. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Chu Yang. Chu Yang, let me introduce you. This is Buck. Anna piled up a fake smile and introduced the two sides. Looking at the unhappy little white eyes, they were about to roll up to the sky. How much this is not treating Buck ah. Chu Yang lowered his head and lowered his voice in Anna's ear. What is he, your suitor? Anna nodded helplessly. You can say that, but the main thing is his family lineage. My Lewis family and Barker's family are family friends, and he is also my fiancé. And a fiancé is so unpopular? Kind of interesting. Chu Yang thought about it. His voice suddenly amplified. His voice was hoarse and low. Anna, we should go. It's time to see your performance tonight. Barker's face turned green when he heard Chu Yang's words. Do you guys still want to be shameless? Actually planting green grass on my head in front of me? My proper fiancé? Anna, I just heard someone say, you bought clothes for someone? This Patek Philippe looks good. It's just over $2 million. Can't he afford it? The moment Buck opened his mouth, he was an old yin and yang man. The corner of Chu Yang's lips hooked, smiling very evilly. If you are as handsome as me, Anna can also buy you more than 2 million Patek Philippe. Chu Yang's performance made Anna feel incomparably comfortable. This man usually looked okay. Once in a certain situation, the change simply caught people off guard. Barker was too weak. He was simply not Chu Yang's opponent. Barker was furious. If I had your face value, I would still be afraid of Anna running? All of my famous brands combined are not as handsome as you wearing a set of Armani. You shut up. Not as handsome as me. Not as tall as me. Even my fiancé is in love with me. You are also worthy of standing in front of me? Chu Yang is a rare time to be a little white boy. Fully Versailles wave. Anna snorted and really didn't hold back her laughter. Although Chu Yang was an oriental handsome face, but in terms of facial scores and temperament, he really could completely hang a dozen of Barkers. Sorry, Buck, I have to go back to the hotel with my husband. Anna finished laughing and covered her mouth again, pretending to be embarrassed. Suddenly 1 or 2 drama queens took over, watching Buck bare his teeth. Anna, I'd advise you not to go too far. Don't forget, I'm your fiancé. What does he have, aside from being handsome? He's nothing. Buck was also furious. He completely forgot what a gentleman's manners were. All he knew was that he had a green head on his shoulders and his fiancé was telling him bright and early that I was going back to the hotel with my man. If he didn't stop her, he would turn around and be happy to be a father. You are just relying on the family shade. What's the big deal? What possible resistance do you have? Chu Yang saw that the fire had arrived and began to light up his true purpose. Little white boy or whatever is not important. What's important is that there has to be someone who likes to brag. I'm the heir of the Wilson family. What's wrong with me inheriting my family's fortune? Just you, a little white boy. What do you have? I'm sitting on the Xavier Apartments, a building where I can lay around all day and collect money. And you, what can you do but rely on women? Buck sputtered with rage and started disliking Chu Yang. Chu Yang was slightly stunned after hearing the alert sound in his ears. Detected Wilson Barker bragging with the host. The system specially presents a Xavier apartment. The Xavier apartment is one of the prime locations in Paris. The rent of one set of building can be as high as 1 million francs a year. 1 million francs a year for one apartment? Chu Yang's frozen expression was seen by Barker. He snorted. Anna, look at what kind of man you're looking for. He doesn't even know about the Xavier apartments. Anna also noticed Chu Yang's abnormality. She explained in a low voice. The Xavier apartment is very close to the center of Paris, and in the country of Phelan. The closer the place is, the more expensive the rent is, and for a better apartment, it can even reach $2 million a year. It's because of this Xavier apartment that Barker has become famous in the rich young man circle in Phelan country, and many people don't dare to offend him openly because of this reason. Rent in Phelan country was universally expensive. Having an apartment for rent would turn into a very terrifying figure in Phelan country just for a year's worth of rare income. However, you don't have to worry. You're only here for 15 days. When I get the inheritance, I'll immediately arrange for you to leave safely. Anna spoke out to comfort Chu Yang. Chu Yang, on the other hand, revealed a look of amusement. He then realized that this Buck had long since blown off his bullishness with someone. No wonder he wasn't afraid of Anna dismantling him. The feeling was that Anna also believed it. Unfortunately, Barker met himself. This bragging is probably able to blow Barker's intestines all blue. Right, just now Chad didn't seem to cry. A bit of a pity. How about this? To make it up to you, I'll let you watch Buck cry. How about it? Chu Yang only met 2 people, and each of them gifted Chu Yang a cow pie. This made Chu Yang very happy. He had given Anna a wave of bobbies when it was worth it. See, Buck cry? Anna had a bad premonition in her heart. The corner of his mouth lifted into a nice smile as he picked up his cell phone and dialed out. I'm Chu Yang. Xavier Apartments. There's a person named Wilson Barker who has purchased it before. There's only one set right. Arrange for someone to clear it. This house is not for rent. Saying that, Chu Yang hung up the phone. His reckless words made Anna's heart skip a beat. And even more so, Barker snorted out a laugh. Is there something wrong with your brain? I, Barker, am the owner of Xavier's apartment. And you're saying I only have one set? You go ask the circle of rich youngsters in Phelan country. Who doesn't know that apartment of mine is mindy? Barker smiled arrogantly, but inside he was panicking a batch. What's going on? How did the news that I'm not the owner of Xavier's apartment suddenly get exposed? While Buck's mind was in a state of panic, his cell phone rang once again. The familiar formula, the familiar smell, made Anna's eyes widen. It was as if she could predict how it would end next. But, Chu Yang is also too powerful. Even Xavier's apartment was acquired? Buck, I'm really sorry. Someone just acquired my Xavier apartment with a high price and demanded to clear it for you, out of our previous friendship. I'll arrange an apartment for you in advance to put these things of yours first. Helen, the real owner of Xavier's apartment, said sorry on her lips, while on her face, she was very pleasantly arranging for someone to hurry up and pack away her things. He had just returned home less than an hour ago when he heard the rumor that Buck was the owner of Xavier's apartment. You're pretty good at taking advantage of my absence, aren't you? What kind of bullshit friendship? Let's see if I don't put all this garbage in the dumpster for you. Helen hung up the phone after saying that, not even giving Barker half the time to react. Barker stared at Chu Yang in a daze, half a day unable to come back to his senses. This little white boy bought out Xavier Apartments? How was it possible? Didn't he not even afford a Patek Philippe? Honey, he didn't cry. You let people down again. Anna was really 100 times a little adult. When she just bullied Chad, she was still in full queenly aura, but now she's in a bird-like manner, just short of whining. Chu Yang gave a rare twitch of his mouth. He looked at Barker, his eyes faintly emitting a faintly chilling aura. Didn't you hear that my girlfriend isn't satisfied? Hurry up and cry. Cry a hairline. So what if I'm not the owner of Xavier's apartment? I'm still the heir of the Wilson family. Buck was dissatisfied within his heart and was about to dislike Chu Yan when his cell phone rang again. It was the Wilson Manor's housekeeper who called. Young Master Barker, Master Wilson passed away. Your heir position was deprived by the eldest young master. From today onwards, you only have a Xavier apartment to live in. Wang Defa, I, the titular Wilson heir, will be sleeping on the street from now on? Buck couldn't tense up inside. He really cried. He really cried. Anna was shocked. Chu Yang nodded with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Of course, the company has been acquired by me. There was originally a Xavier apartment to live in, but he likes to brag too much. I acquired the Xavier apartment incidentally. Saying this, Chu Yang spread his hands within his heart to express his innocence. I'm also not someone who has to push people to the brink of extinction. It was Buck himself who wanted to give away his head, so I just had to laugh it off. That's really him asking for it. Anna looked at the bashful Chu Yang, and then looked at the crying Barker. Inexplicably, she somewhat disliked Buck. Isn't it just that the company and Xavier's apartment are gone? Still crying like this dog. It's getting late. Let's go back? Chu Yang was non-committal. He swept his eyes to the time on his cell phone and said in a faint voice. Anna then noticed that it was already 9 o'clock. Well, go back. Anna didn't have any interest in strolling further this time either. Buck watched the two of them leave side by side and rushed to Xavier's apartment. He still had nearly £1,000,000 worth of goodies in the Xavier's apartment, and if he could sell them, he could make a splash for a while. Buck stopped a cab and spent 20 minutes in front of the apartment. By now, Helen was directing the staff to throw Buck's stuff into a dumpster. Next to him, there were a dozen or so rich young men from the country of Phelan. These people were all Helen's close friends, and they were also the rich second generation of first-class families in their circles. To be honest, if it wasn't for Helen suddenly contacting them personally, they wouldn't have known that there was even a rich young man in a first-class family who was so capable. Just having a house in Xavier's apartment, to say that there is one? Is that how you play with Zhang Guanli? Yo, isn't this that who? Buck Blow Blow. Ha ha, Buck Blow Blow, that's a great name. You guys are still fast. Throwing out garbage is such a waste? These garbage is a bit much. It's a lot of work. What do you blame them for? Oh, this jewel is good. Worth 30 francs. Just too trashy. Casually a car is worth 60. It's just an heir who got it by relying on the elder's favor. It's not worthy to be compared to us. That's right. If it wasn't for the Lewis family, who knows who Buck Blow Blow is? The Xavier apartment represented an identity and status, and the fact that Helen could own an apartment and call out a dozen or so first-class rich young men at his fingertips was proof enough of his prowess. Helen, these are your friends, right? Please also ask them to stop this unreasonable behavior. I didn't cause any harm to them at all, right? Buck and Helen still knew each other. Helen treated people with kindness because of her family background, and Barker didn't know any other rich young men, so he had to target Helen. Listening to Buck's words, Helen almost died of laughter. You rely on me to treat you well, lying to claim that you are the owner of my apartment not to mention, and now that the deed is lost, you still target me? They were justified in doing so. If my apartment hadn't been suddenly acquired, I wouldn't have even known that some idiot had been foxing around with the name of my apartment. Who do you think you are? You're just in time. All this garbage, please move it out immediately, or else I'll call law enforcement to clear it all away for you. Helen also showed a rare irritation. He really had never seen someone as brazen as Buck. Buck was dumbfounded. How did Helen know about this? He swept his eyes to the dozen or so rich young men next to Helen. His heart stifled, but there was nothing he could do about it. If not for the fact that he was no longer the heir, he would have made these people pay for today's insults anyhow. Blame it on that little white boy. Barker was humiliated within his heart, yet he had to personally pick up his valuable things. The good thing was that there wasn't a lot of stuff, and it all added up to about 1,000,000 francs. If it was sold twice, it would only be about 70 francs. With such a small amount of money, I definitely can't make it in the rich young man's circle. It seems that I have to go to another country to avoid the wind. Barker's mind was full of thoughts, not realizing that his expression was seen by Helen and other rich young people. Helen, if it's not convenient for you, let's do it. Looking at his behavior, I guess he is holding a grudge against us. Helen, I can't tolerate this kind of thing. I must teach him a lesson. I'm also in favor of it. The rich young men began to finalize their approach after you and I finished speaking. They unanimously decided to arrange for someone to beat up Buck before throwing him into the ocean to give him a taste of his own medicine. What the rich young men didn't realize was that Barker, who had made up his mind to leave Phelan country, was followed by a dozen men wearing black trench coats, solid black masks, and electric batons right after he left the apartment. Barker, who had crossed the alley and was preparing to take a taxi, only felt a numbness in his body, and his whole body shivered uncontrollably. Knock you? You are? Who are you? Buck was electrocuted with a shiver and stuttered his words. The man who drove the electric baton to electrocute Buck heard Buck's words and his eyes revealed a shocked look. What's the situation? Moderate block drive down and still have time to talk? Idiot, this is the smallest gear. The other man cursed and finished, lifting his hand and hitting it with an electric baton. Buck did a breakdance on the spot as he was lit up. Buck shuddered at the point, but there was nothing he could do. With his paralyzed tongue, he turned to the dozen or so black-clothed men and trembled. Who sent you? Ming people don't say dark words. Your big brother sent us here. In order to be able to serve you better, we will use the electric stick to serve you wholeheartedly tonight. When the electricity runs out, when we leave, said. One of them took out the electric stick with the electric arc again, and was ready to stab over. Buck was shocked. Crap, is this human language? Wait, I have money. After Buck finished speaking, a dozen men looked at each other with an indescribable look in their eyes. Money, we want it too. People, we want it too. Walter Falk? I'm a man of steel and you guys want me to sing about flowers bursting all over the mountain? No, wait, you guys can't do this to me. Buck looked at the bright moon and left tears of remorse. As time passed, Buck looked at the gradually brightening white sky and his complexion gradually cleared. After he had watched those hateful men walk away, he wanted to get up and leave this devil's place. No sooner had he risen than he saw another group of men dressed in khaki windbreakers and armed with sacks and sticks. Mr. Oz said that it's just a matter of beating people up and throwing them into the sea, right? It's not time yet. Why don't we try it too? The man holding the sack licked his lips. His smile gradually BT. Barker looked at the dozen men with horror on his face. Why did it turn out like this? Also, OS, isn't OS one of the rich young men next to Helen? They even followed also arranged a group of people? With the passage of time, with the sound of water, a cute and lovable shark found a delicious meal after a big open mouth to swallow the sack into the stomach. Buck, who was still trying to escape from the bottom of the sea, just went cold. Compared to the miserable Buck, Chad was much luckier. After Chu Yang and Anna left, how he thought about it was unconvincing. I'm now penniless and a bachelor. I'm still afraid of a little white boy like you? Chad flipped through his address book, found old 5 Yale's phone number and dialed it. Before the news was circulated, Chad decided to make the first move. Hey, old 5. Good news for you. Anna found a boyfriend. Chad resumed his usual untamed emphasis, and his words immediately caught Yale's attention. Chad, you've always been above board. How dare you call me? What does Anna looking for a boyfriend have to do with me? Yale proceeded with the call and gave his subordinate a wink signaling him to look into it. He himself blandly continued to answer Chatty's call. Chuckle. Indeed. You don't have to worry about anything. After all, Anna found a gigolo to fill her shoes and want to inherit the estate. But then she found a very money-hungry and poor man. It's hilarious to say the least. Can't even afford a $2 million Patek Philippe. Only Anna could think of that. Chad finished and hung up the phone very dryly. Chu Yang, that man himself, could not afford to mess with. Just in case, he decided to go to Sakura country to avoid the wind for a while. Chad still had a bit of savings on hand, so he let someone buy a plane ticket to go without even thinking about it. However, what Chad didn't know was that this wave of tawdry maneuvers that he thought would pit Chu Yang against him almost wasted Yale and the few brothers who obeyed him. Because next, Chu Yang let them realize what is called a hell-level nightmare. When Chad got on the earliest flight, it happened to be the time when Chu Yang and Anna returned to Laurie's villa. And at that time, it just so happened that Chu Yang also received a message secretly sent by Yuan Liang. someone is checking on me? Immediately after that, Chu Yang received a personal message from Yale. It had to be said that if Yuan Liang was ruthless, he was really ruthless. In less than a few hours of work, he had almost checked all of Yale's messages from birth until now. Even the few canaries that Yale had secretly raised were written clearly. Thankfully, there was nothing written about what Yale was wearing today. What's wrong? Anna saw Chu Yang reveal a look of interest, and her heart immediately had a not-so-good premonition. The corner of Chu Yang's lips slightly hooked, faintly smiled and said, "It's nothing. Later on we might greet a very nice guest." A very nice guest? Anna had a hellish expression. Just this lorry villa of hers. When would she ever have a guest come to her door? As soon as Anna's words fell, the door to the villa opened once again. It was Anna's fifth brother Yale. He couldn't wait to come over after checking out Chu Yang's news. Anna. You think that you can inherit the property just because you found a good-looking white boy? Today, I'll let you know no. What is called money persuasion technique. Yale, what are you doing here? Anna's expression instantly went cold when she saw Yale. Yale shrugged. Hey, sister, don't be so excited. I just heard that you have a boyfriend and came over to take a look. Yale said and turned his head to see Chu Yang, who had a full face value, full temperament, and an even more superb body. Crap. How come the real person is so much more handsome than the photo? If it wasn't for the fact that Yale had read Chu Yang's information, he almost thought that Anna had found a star. See now? See it and get the hell out. You're not welcome here. Anna finished with a cold face and her phone immediately rang. A call coming at this time was very out of place, but Anna still answered it. What did you say? Something happened to the contract the company just signed? Anna knew without thinking that it was Yale's doing, but right now, this was the only company she had. And if the company was gone as well, then her inheritance would be out of reach. Thinking of this, Anna lightly bit her red lips, somewhat hesitant whether to go or not. Chu Yang already knew that Yale had come here specifically to find himself. He should have already seen the information that Yuan Liang had arranged for him. If you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. I'll entertain Mr. Yale. Chu Yang reached out and wrapped his hand around Anna's shoulders. Anna, who had come back to her senses, then remembered that Chu Yang was the one who had forced Chad to kneel and Buck to cry. At this time, it was Yale who should be worried. Okay, I'll go then. Anna walked away with alacrity. This unorthodox action left Yale a little confused. She was so relieved that Chu Yang stayed here. Yale always felt that something was wrong, and mentally felt that this was just enough to dissuade Chu Yang. Hello, first time meeting, I'm Anna's fifth brother Yale. I advise you not to think about things that don't belong to you. If you're sensible, I can give you $50 million as a fee for this time. Yale looked at the butler Andrew on the side. As one of the Lewis family's butlers, the butler had no right to inform his own master about the conflicts between the heirs. Of course, there was no right to stop the heirs from going to the other owner's villa, unless the owner of the villa personally gave an order. Unfortunately, Anna hadn't given such an order. $50 million? A bit less. Let's start with what you'll do if I'm insensitive. Chu Yang nodded blandly, and his anti-client aura pinned Yale to death. Yale was a little confused. At a time like this, shouldn't you talk to me about the price? I can afford to pay $100 million. If you don't know what you're doing, then don't blame my 5 brothers for being ruthless. I won't lie to you. Any one of my brothers can make you disappear without a trace. Yale threatened. Chu Yang thought to himself, I should cooperate with him at this time. He pretended to be afraid and said, could they sand people? Scoff. This kind of thing, how would we law-abiding citizens do that? But we casually move our fingers. You don't even have room to resist. Of course, if you want money, I can add another 100 million to that, and give you a couple of great options. My 7th brother Tabor is in charge of the strongest security company in Phelan country, and I can give you a permanent bodyguard. My 10th brother Henry is in charge of the best luxury goods company in Phelan country, and I can give you a subsidiary. My 12th brother Marshall is in charge of the best investment company in Phelan country. I can give you a program that allows you to make money lying down. How about it? Which one do you choose? Yale thought that Chu Yang was a bumpkin who had never seen the world, so he bragged to his heart's content in front of Chu Yang. Then, Chu Yang heard the system's beeps one after another. Detected Louis Yale bragging with the host. The system special gift Nelson Security asterisk 100%. Detected Louis Yale bragging with the host. The system specially presents Hayden Luxury asterisk 100%. Louis Yale is detected bragging with the host. The system is giving away 100% of Mahi's investment. That's really something. Chu Yang listened to Yale's bragging ratio with interest. His eyes filled with amusement. Yale was the first person he had met who bragged about pitting his own brother to death. If he were to brag some more, he should be able to brag even more, right? At this point, just show some weakness. It's not bad. If you're sensible, I can also fund you $100 million alone. A little white boy like you shouldn't have seen so much money. Yale's unceremonious mockery made Chu Yong nod with approval. Yeah, haven't seen so much money. He still had 10 billion lying in his bank card right now. And a billion was indeed just that much. Humph, then pick one and stay away from Anna. Yale felt very smug. After finding out that Chu Yang was from an ordinary family and an unemployed person, Yale was confident in his plan this time. As for why Chu Yang came to Paris, Yale didn't take it into consideration at all. After you finish talking about your three brothers, it's time to talk about yourself, right? I feel that this condition, it seems like it's not enough. Chu Yang held his chin, and with a bashful and self-contained sentence, he directly held the initiative in his own hands. Myself? Yale glanced Chu Yang up and down. I also have a company under me, but it's not something you can fantasize about. A random contract in my hand is over $100 million, and you don't deserve it. Yale didn't want the company he managed to be involved by someone like Chu Yang. Chu Yang light voice, looks like you were just like that. Anna's fiancé Barker also has a 1 billion CNY worth of Tia jewelry. You as Anna's brother, doesn't seem to be very powerful. Since Yale became the Louis Shunde heir, it had been a long time since he had encountered someone who questioned him like Chu Yang. He looked at Chu Yang like a retard, with some anger and arrogance in his eyes. It was only someone like Chu Yang who had never seen the market that thought he wasn't powerful, compared to Barker's Tia jewelry that was a mere 1 billion CNY. Yale's helm in charge of Felton Technology Company had already exceeded 10 billion CNY under his operation. If it wasn't for the Lewis family's strong heritage, which was worth over $100 billion, Yale wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of trying to get the status of the heir apparent. Sir, although you are the person brought by the young lady, please respect the heir of our Lewis family. Young Master Yale is not someone you can denigrate. The Felton technology that young Master Yale currently manages is already worth hundreds of billions of CNY. Dozens of times stronger than the Tia jewelry you're talking about. Detected Andrew bragging with the host. The system hereby gifts the host Felton Technology shares *100. Chu Yang looked at Andrew, his eyes filled with shock. Unexpectedly he had planned to lasso Yale's words to make him brag, but as a result, Yale himself didn't brag, and Anna's housekeeper lassoed Yale in. He suddenly wanted to see what kind of picture Yale had when he knew his company was gone. Well, have you considered it? Yale was satisfied with Andrew's attitude. He looked at Chu Yang scornfully. His eyes were full of strategizing and complacency. See, this is our Lewis family's butler. Even if you have a good relationship with Anna, you are still just an outsider. Well, I've thought about it. Then you can just give me a random investment project. Chu Yang picked a random request. Yale was very satisfied with Chu Yang's understanding. He took out his cell phone and made a call to his 12th brother Marshall. Marshall, what good investment project do you have there? Bring me one out. Marshall's miserable tone can be felt through the phone. Yale, I do not have any investment projects now. Shit, my company's been bought out. What? Your company's been bought out? Yale stood up, his eyes filled with shock. Compared to that loser Chad, Marshall's business talent for them was still good. How could they suddenly be acquired? And it was still so sudden. I don't know what's going on either. I just got back to the villa and the company executives called me. Now the company doesn't have anything to do with me anymore. Yale, what should I do? Marshall was getting millions of francs a month from the company. The sudden takeover of the company was tantamount to removing his pot of gold for Marshall. It was worse than killing Marshall. Have you found out who the acquirer is? Yale frowned and asked in a deep voice. Found out. The other party is a Chinese, surnamed Chu. Yale was dumbfounded after hearing Marshall's words. These three pieces of information, and Chu Yang could completely match up, but this guy was right in front of his eyes, without even sending out a message. Where did he get the time to find someone to acquire the company? Besides, Chu Yang is a white boy. Where did he get the money? Thinking of this, Yale ruled out the possibility of Chu Yang being the acquirer. You continue to check again, find out that person's specific information and then contact me. Yale hung up the phone in annoyance after saying that. Chu Yang witnessed this series of drastic changes, his eyes filled with laughter. What happened? Yale scratched his hair in annoyance. The investment project can't be arranged for you for the time being. I'll change it for you. Yale's words fell. Brother Tabor at this time also made a phone call over, not knowing why Yale suddenly had some bad premonitions in his heart. Tabor, what's the matter? Yale was uneasy within his heart, but he still picked up the phone. Yale, my company was acquired by a Chinese asshole surnamed Chu. Damn it, can you help me find out who the hell made a move on my company? Compared to Marshall, Tabor's words were much simpler and rougher. Chu Yang, who was suddenly called an asshole. I heard. I know. I'll arrange for someone to check for you. Yale hung up the phone with an inner shock, and the next second, the phone rang again. It was 10th brother Henry's phone. Yale only felt his heart jutting out. If not wrong, this was another acquisition call. He forced down the anger in his heart, picked up the phone and preempted Henry before he could speak. Is there a Chinese asshole surnamed Chu who acquired your company? Henry, OMG. Yale, you're too well informed. Yale, you have to help me. Without me, your heir position will be gone. How could Yale not know the importance of the 3 younger brothers' companies? I'll arrange for someone to check for you. Yale finished speaking and hung up the phone once again. 3 calls down in a row. Yale no longer had the heart to negotiate. After he hung Chu Yang out to dry, he was ready to call his assistant. And at that moment, Yale's assistant suddenly called. This familiar recipe, familiar flavor. The sense of unease in Yale's heart was suddenly put to the maximum. Sir, Felton Technology has been acquired by a Chinese surnamed Chu. Plop. Yale's movement to get up lurched. A foot softened, and he fell to the ground. My company was also acquired by that asshole? Andrew, you're not doing a good job as a housekeeper. Look, the ground is too slippery, making your young master fall. Chu Yang was suddenly given another industry. His mood was so good that he made a rare wave of mockery. Seeing Chu Yang mocking himself like this, Yelu became furious on the spot. What kind of thing are you? You are also worthy of teaching our Lewis family's steward to do his job. After cursing, Yale left. The company is gone. He did not say to give Chu Yang 100 million. Is a hair he will not give Chu Yang. Chu Yang watched Yale leave in a hurry. Before saying goodbye, he didn't forget to say to Yale, Mr. Yale, welcome to come back next time. Ghosts come to this kind of place. With this little white boy of yours, I can get you killed in minutes even if I don't do it myself. After Yale left the villa, he immediately found a dozen of his own minions. Each one is as good as one, with a strict tongue and even more ruthless. Tonight, he will make Chu Yang pay. Yale thought sinisterly and called his assistant over again. Go, find some more trouble for Anna, so that she doesn't even come back to Villa Lowry tonight. The assistant was looking into the matter of the Chinese asshole surnamed Chu buying the company, and suddenly had another task. The whole person was confused. Sir, are you sure we still have the ability to find things for Ms. Anna? However, thinking that the news of the company's acquisition should not have been released yet, the assistant secretly found someone to send a message to Anna's big brother Bill. Anna's company is being purposely looked for trouble. You hurry up and find me something else for Anna. The assistant used Yale's usual tone of voice and sent it to Bill as if he had sent a wrong message. After Bill received the message, he immediately arranged for a wave of people to find fault with Anna. As long as they could step on Anna twice, the enemy of the enemy is a friend, isn't it? Just as Anna was fretting and dealing with the company's affairs until 3 in the morning, the sleeping Chu Yang also received a reminder from the Silver Stream guards chasing Flower and Moon. Young master, a dozen people are approaching here with no good intentions. Do we need to deal with them? As soon as Chasing Flower's words fell, the electric gate of the entire villa was shut down. In the villa in the darkness, a dozen figures appeared on the second floor in a fishtail. Chu Yang's position in the villa room had long been exposed by the villa's eyes. You guys go easy on me. I need to interrogate the mastermind behind this. Chu Yang nodded indifferently. Anyway, in the dark, the villa did not have any surveillance. Chasing the flowers and the moon to strike was just the right thing to do. Okay, young master. Flower chasing and moon chasing looked at each other and decided that one of them would grab a person as the subject of interrogation. 1 minute later, 2 men with tear-stained faces and weak auras were grabbed into Chu Yang's room by Chasing Flower and Moon by Moon. Through the bright moonlight, they happened to see Chu Yang's handsome face. You? What the hell are you? Colin was beaten to the point that he spat out a wave of bile. He barely had some strength left in his body, but what he had just encountered still left his face with a shock that had yet to fade. He really couldn't think of the exact method that Chu Yang had used to capture himself. Just as they were about to break into the house to find Chu Yang in trouble, they suddenly heard the muffled grunts of their brothers, and Colin was about to remind them to keep their voices down when he received a punch in the stomach. Don't look at this small punch. It looked light and didn't do much damage. However, that punch followed, and he even suspected that he had been hit by a large truck. Even Colin was sure that if it wasn't for his opponent's mercy, he would have definitely just gone to meet God. The most desperate thing was that he didn't even know what hit him. The speed of the other party was too fast. It was the shark hands he had met that were not this powerful. Whose people are you? Chu Yang's appearance appeared in front of the 2 men through the bright moonlight shining through the window. This handsome face made the 2 men almost say the words in their hearts. China, there was still such a handsome person? The one behind me is someone you can't afford to mess with. If you are sensible, hurry up and let me go. Colin threatened Chu Yang while trying to find a way to see if he could escape. As his words fell, he only felt a blackness before his eyes, and his entire body collapsed. Is this the legendary inner strength? Is it true that all Chinese people know martial arts? Cecil on the side was shocked within his heart, and fear swept up his mind even more with it. I'll say, it's Yale. Our boss is Yale. He wants us to beat you up and then capture you over there for him to vent his anger. Cecil's face went white with fear in his heart. Chu Yang was not surprised by the mastermind behind this. Yale, chasing the flowers, catch the person for me. Capture back? Cecil was dumbfounded. They even knew exactly where Yale was? Cecil only felt a chill on his back, and the fear within his heart rose to the top. Immediately after, Cecil felt a sharp pain in his head, and his body then collapsed. Moon by moon, clear the tail, Chu Yang ordered in a faint voice again. For in the morning, inside the Lori villa where the power was restored, there was an extra Yale in his pajamas. Chu Yang had seldom had the idea of doing something himself, and Yale made that idea rise up again. Then, move your hands. As soon as Chu Yang lifted Yale, he began to perform a special sobriety ritual on Yale's face left and right. Yale awoke from his sleep when he felt a sharp pain on his face. He looked at Chu Yang's familiar face and then looked at the bad situation around him, and the fear within his heart came up. Wasn't I just in my own villa? How come I was brought back to Lori Villa in the blink of an eye? Did Chu Yang do this? Yale's heart surged with countless thoughts. He was just about to open his mouth to threaten Chu Yang, when a mouthful of teeth fell out with a crash. How did all my teeth fall out? Yale's eyes widened, completely unaware that his face was now unreadable. Why are you arresting me? Yale struggled to keep his words straight. Aside from a bit of leakage, overall Chu Yang still understood. You find someone to beat me up and forbid me to find someone to arrest you? I forgot to tell you. I'm a person. Everything is good. Just a little bad. Hold a grudge. I'm a person. I never take any revenge on the same day. Never overnight. So, I decided to send you a package, Chu Yang said in a faint voice. This preamble made Yale a little confused. What does your revenge have to do with any package? Just as he thought, he saw Chu Yang whip up the red wine that had been placed in the room as a decoration. If you're lucky, you'll be able to enjoy the package for 3 months. If you're not lucky, you'll still be able to enjoy it for a year. This is my last gift to you. Yale looked at the dozen bottles of red wine arranged on the table and only felt his scalp numb. This package emotionally is a hospital package. No, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Yale was scared like he was asking for forgiveness. Chu Yang's lips slightly hooked, whirled up the red wine and smashed it. If apologizing is useful, you can still find someone to deal with me? Throw the person near the hospital. Chu Yang swept his eyes over the mess on the ground before the anger in his eyes faded. After arranging Yale's affairs, Chu Yang went to sleep. In contrast, the buzz on Anna's end was much higher. The eyewitnesses she had arranged began to convey good news to her one after another. MS. Anna, Nelson Security has just been acquired. Anna was busy as hell, and when she heard Yen Envy's words, her entire body was confused. Nielsen Security had been acquired? What kind of person acquired it? After the confusion, Anna's beautiful big eyes were written with excitement. We didn't find out either. It's just that the news came from within that it was acquired by a Chinese surnamed Chu, and Yale's people are also looking into it. As the eyewitness reported, his mind couldn't help but recall the company's panic before learning the news. If it wasn't for that mysterious Mr. Chu, he would never have been able to imagine in his life that Nielsen Security would even have a day where it was acquired. Surname Chu, Chinese? Anna's mind couldn't help but conjure up Chu Yang's handsome face. Could it be him? Anna's heart was agitated, but she still instructed her eyes to continue to keep an eye on Nielsen Security. Hanging up the phone, Anna's cell phone vibrated again. It was the eyes she had planted in Hayden Luxury. The content of the text message was also very brief, with only one sentence. The company was acquired by a Chinese surnamed Chu. Again! Anna was excited in her heart and was about to find Chu Yang to confirm when another message suddenly came on WeChat. She clicked on it and saw that it was a dark line from Mahi Investment. The company was acquired by a gentleman surnamed Chu. Miss, what should I do next? Don't do anything, keep an eye on it first. After Anna returned the message to the two eyes, she planned to make a call over to Villa Loli. She had just pressed the number when she suddenly received a call from Brian, the contemporary head of the Lewis family. Anna, come over to Lambert Hospital. Anna raised her eyebrows. Brian had never been involved in the struggle between them. Why did he suddenly ask himself to go to the hospital? Good. It just so happens that I have something to tell you as well. Anna agreed to Brian without hesitation, just as she also wanted to announce Chu Yang's identity. Moreover, Anna had a premonition that this trip to the hospital would definitely reap news that would make her happy. She made a call to Villa Lori and asked Andrew to deliver the cell phone to Chu Yang. Dear boyfriend, have you had breakfast yet? I may have to trouble you to go to Lambert Hospital with me today. My father, who I haven't seen in 800 years, has suddenly summoned urgently. I need you. Anna's way of speaking was not many times warmer than yesterday. Chu Yang knew in his heart that she had probably received the news, so he said in a warm voice, "I've eaten right away. Just arrange for someone." "No problem, then I'll see you at the hospital." Anna quickly arranged Chu Yang's travel. Half an hour later, Chu Yang and Anna arrived at Lambert Hospital one after the other. "Was it you who acquired Henry and their company?" The first time she saw Chu Yang, Anna immediately confirmed with Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded non-committally. "It was me who acquired it." Determining that it was Chu Yang who had acquired Henry's company, Anna was overjoyed in her heart. Once Henry and the others failed, at the end of the day, it would be left for herself and Bill to compete. In this way, one's own competitiveness would be even greater. Anna happily Chu Yang's arm walked towards Yale's hospital room. Chu Yang looked at such a happy Anna and had to keep his mouth shut. If not wrong, the reason they came to the hospital today was mainly because of Yale, who was severely injured. "I also don't know if my hand down yesterday was enough to qualify. The 3-month package won't fail, right? Anna's here?" Just after arriving in Yale's VLP ward, Chu Yang met Lewis's house head Brian. The silver gray suit that Brian was wearing was a special customized model. At first glance it was a private order from a famous designer. His skin was on the pale side, his eye sockets were deep, and he was also very handsome. His body was haunted with the aura of a higher power. "Ah, what's going on with Yale?" Anna was in a good mood, so she didn't check the exact situation. She exclaimed when she saw the way Yale's head was wrapped up in a ball and the rest of his head had no injuries, but his eyes were closed tightly. Brian took one look at Anna's attitude and knew it had nothing to do with her. So, was the person who struck out most likely Bill? Brian's heart sank as he continued to test the waters. Yale was attacked, and now he's been beaten into a vegetative state, and it will take more than a year at worst before he can wake up. Anna was really shocked by Brian's words this time. It would take more than a year to wake up? How big a grudge must this be? Assailant Chu Yang was very satisfied with Brian's words. This wave of package arrangement was very good. "I just don't know. This hospital's WLFL is fast. Oh, almost forgot. Vegetative people don't need to play with cell phones." Still, with over a year's worth of service, how could Yale experience a wave for himself? "That's quite a scary thing then," Chu Yang said in a faint voice. Yale, who hadn't been conscious of anything, suddenly had his heartbeat rise and fall violently. "What is this situation? What's going on with Yale?" Bill suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hospital room, and saw Yale's heartbeat beating violently, and his entire body began to twitch. "Call the doctor first." Brian showed a rare look of surprise. How could this happen? Yale regained consciousness so quickly? Brian wasn't the one involved, so he didn't know the fear of being dominated by the red wine bottle and Chu Yang. Even if Yale became a vegetable, the senses started to come online. Hearing Chu Yang's voice, Yale felt fear of this man Chu Yang from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to escape, but where could he escape? Soon, the doctor came and Yale was in danger due to the sudden situation. Immediately afterward, Yale was pushed into the operating room. Brian, Anna, Bill, and Chu Yang stood outside the operating room waiting as a result. Brian stood outside the door of the operating room with a horribly gloomy face. "Bill, Anna, as you can see, there are people who want to turn against the family, and it's highly likely that you, as the heir apparent, will be in danger. In my opinion, you guys better move back to the villa." Among the few children under Brian's eyes, only Anna and Bill were left, and he didn't want any more accidents to happen to the two. "Okay, Dad, I'm ready to move back," Bill agreed without thinking. Anna, on the other hand, looked at Chu Yang as she inquired in a low voice, "Honey, are we going back?" Through Yale's abnormality just now, Anna couldn't help but have some doubts within her heart. Was it Chu Yang's hand in the matter of Yale's injury or not? But, even if he was rich, he wasn't that powerful, right? Anna's heart was a little less certain. "Of course I have to go back, to be able to contact the Lewis family's head of the family, and to be able to protect your safety. I am honored to be able to go over and live there. Who is this gentleman?" The corner of Bill's lips that were standing outside the operating room were slightly rising at the moment. He was showing off like a victor as if he only noticed Chu Yang now. The current Bill was indeed very happy, because Yale was gone. If it wasn't for the inappropriate scene, he would even want to open a champagne to kiss the attention. "That's great. Yale's botanicals had come at a great time. If it wasn't for the suddenness of the incident, Bill would really want to find the mysterious person who knocked Yale into a vegetative state and thank him for the wave. If it wasn't for him, his own path to becoming the heir apparent would have to be a bit longer." Chu Yang raised his eyes and only saw that the corners of Bill's lips were still slightly upturned. A low-level dismount like Bill's was really nothing to Chu Yang, until Chu Yang saw Bill's slightly rising lips. He then remembered that Bill and Anna were both heir candidates, and with Yale gone, it just so happened that it was also a cheap wave for him. However, with Chu Yang around, Bill was destined to have no chance with the heir. Thinking of this, Chu Yang's black eyes gradually deepened as he looked at Bill. He was considering how to make Bill brag about coming out, or let Brian brag about it as well. With Bill's reminder, Brian also suddenly remembered Yale's abnormality. Yale seemed to have appeared this way only after Chu Yang had spoken. There was something fishy about this, and one just had to be suspicious. Oh, introduce myself. I'm Anna's boyfriend. My name is Chu Yang. Chu Yang took the initiative and said. This attitude was like a junior who wanted to show favor to the two. Bill couldn't help but show a disdainful look in his eyes. He did receive the news that Anna had found a boyfriend, but Chu Yang was just a little white boy, not enough to be afraid of at all. After seeing him in person, Bill was even more disdainful. It was only a handsome face, not a threat to him at all. Chu Yang, speaking of this Yale thing, I would like to ask you. I heard Andrew say that you met Yale once before Yale's accident. Before you guys, what happened? He seems to be very afraid of you. Brian, as the head of the family, his status was naturally enough to ask Andrew about anything in the villa. After Yale's accident, he did check on Chu Yang as well. However, these were just speculations. He had no evidence to prove that this was Chu Yang's move. I did meet Yale, and he told me to leave Anna. But, we truly love each other. How could we be sent away by some money? But then, something seemed to have happened to his company, and he left. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders. He spoke lightly, completely undaunted by the aura that Brian had deliberately exuded. Being people would be in awe and fear of the superior. Chu Yang wasn't afraid of that. That doesn't seem to explain why he's afraid of you. In the gap between Brian's words, he didn't forget to measure Chu Yang. With his poisonous vision and information, how could he not know the true relationship between Chu Yang and Anna? Only, as Lewis's family head, Brian however did not oppose Anna's approach. The shopping mall was just like the battlefield. As long as one could win, doing whatever it took was nothing. However, he really couldn't figure out why Yale would be so scared and react so strongly after hearing Chu Yang's voice. What was he afraid of? Then I don't know. I was in the villa all that day and didn't go out. Andrew can completely testify for me. Chu Yang spread his hands. A look of I'm innocent made Anna at the side frown. Dad, Chu Yang has always been alone in the villa. How can you doubt him? Anna said unhappily. Despite saying that, Anna still felt a sudden surge in her heart. This surprise given by Chu Yang was just too big. After Yale was beaten into a vegetable, his own chances were even greater. Right, Dad, I forgot to introduce you. This is my boyfriend. We'll get married soon. He'll join the family into our Lewis family. This way, Dad doesn't have to worry about the next heir, Anna said as she introduced Chu Yang. The seemingly intimate appearance of the two made Bill at the side angry. The 8 characters haven't even gotten off the ground yet, and your next heir is out? When I, Bill, am dead. Oh right, Anna, after talking for so long, who is this one? Chu Yang said in a faint voice, choking Bill with a single sentence. You don't even know who I am, you? Bill angrily questioned. Why should I know you? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. This untamed look pissed Bill off enough. Cough cough. Dear, let me introduce you. This is my big brother, Bill. Anna wrapped her arm around Chu Yang's arm and warmly introduced him. Oh, so it's big brother ah. Hello. Yale said before that your family is very powerful. I can't afford it. May I ask what you do? Chu Yang let out an "oh," and turned the spearhead to Bill again. The sudden reversal of events caught Bill off guard and made him frown. Didn't Anna tell you who I am? Bill had never been asked so bluntly. Rather, she didn't say what you do. Chu Yang responded in a faint voice. None of this matters. What matters is to find out who attacked Yale first. How about this? Whichever one of you finds the person who attacked Yale, I'll let whichever one of you become the heir. Brian's voice was low and his tone was full of seriousness and heaviness. When Bill heard Brian's words, he immediately revealed a confident smile. Don't worry, father. As the heir of the family, I will absolutely find that person. Bill's stance made Brian very satisfied. Chu Yang, who was present and appeared as Anna's boyfriend, was suddenly named, and immediately raised his eyebrows. I'm right here. You guys are looking for me instead? Brian saw Bill take a stance. He turned his head to also look at Anna, who was at the side, and Anna also said that she would try to find that person. Brian didn't say anything more when he saw that both men had made a statement. Now that Yale was gone, he had to keep the two on their toes, or else Yale, now, would be their downfall. After hammering Anna and Bill, Brian left. After all, he had business at his company and couldn't stay here much longer. Soon, only Bill, Anna and Chu Yang were left outside the operating room. Anna, if that person is found by the Lewis family, will there be any tragic consequences for offending your Lewis family? Chu Yang faintly inquired Anna. Anna at this time also she suddenly remembered Chu Yang's acquisition of Henry's and their company and thought that he was worried about this matter. She quickly spoke out to comfort him. Don't you worry, as long as I take control of the Lewis family, you definitely won't be troubled by Bill. Detected Louisiana bragging with the host. The system specially presents Lewis Group *1. Chu Yang was silent after hearing the system's words. Even if Anna inherited the family, would she herself still be found in trouble by Bill? It seemed that one could only strike first. Anna, you really have a big mouth. If you could inherit the family, wouldn't that mean that I, Bill, am too useless? Bill heard Anna's relief and immediately sneered out. Anna and Bill had long been on the same page. She similarly sneered, saying it as if you're quite useful. If you think you're really capable, then let's just wait and see and be done with it. After Anna finished speaking, she dragged Chu Yang and left. Once Anna left, Bill wasn't happy to stay. Who cares about Yale's death or life? Yale inside the operating room finally regained his life after tossing and turning for half a day. However, when the doctors came over, they found that there was no one outside the operating room. This is probably the first rich second generation they have met today, the most miserable after becoming a vegetable. Thinking about this, many of the medical staff showed sympathy for Yale. Anna and Chu Yang had just left from the hospital in Anna's less in the front foot, and were followed in the back foot. Young master, there are a few little tails in the back. Should we get rid of them? Chasing Flower's voice rang in Chu Yang's ears. He glanced at the rearview mirror and a faint chill appeared in his eyes. Find a chance to get rid of them. Before Chu Yang could speak, Anna spoke first. It was also right. Anna, who could stand out among the 15 brothers. If she really didn't have some skills, she would have been eaten without any crumbs left long ago. Under Anna's instructions, the Rolls-Royce's speed began to soar dramatically. Chu Yang sat steadily in his seat and turned his head to Anna with a wry smile. Then again, I would like to inquire, Miss Anna, what is the matter with joining the family? Anna saw Chu Yang suddenly settling scores in the fall, and her tense heart couldn't help but relax. Fooling Brian, don't take it to heart. My mom has always been upset about having me as a daughter, but my dad, that womanizer, used it to find me one brother after another. I wanted to be in charge of the Lewis family, not only to gain power, but also with the idea of using it to make my dad pay. Behind the car's ass, several cars were desperately and furiously chasing after it. Anna was nervous in her mind, but she also talked along with Chu Yang as a way to divert some of the tension. If you say so, then, I'll tell you the good news. Chu Yang didn't expect to be able to hear this kind of thing from Anna's mouth. After Anna heard Chu Yang's words, her heart suddenly beat furiously. She had a premonition that Chu Yang would definitely bring herself a very good news. You tell me? Anna covered her pounding little heart, her eyes filled with hope. I acquired the Lewis Group, Chu Yang said lightly. As his words fell, the car suddenly swerved and almost hit the wall. What? You acquired the Lewis Group? Anna had seen so many big scenes, but she had never seen Chu Yang show off like this. Thinking about the $20 million that she had offered, Anna only felt very ridiculous in her heart. She didn't even know what kind of fake boyfriend she had found. Little miss, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. The driver looked at the stalled Rolls-Royce, then looked at the surrounded cars, and wanted to cry. He didn't even know how to spit on Chu Yang's goodness. Now when you are in a life and death situation, you directly said that you have acquired the Lewis Group. It's only strange that I won't be scared. That's $100 billion group. You just acquired it. Who do you think you are? The richest man in the world? It's okay. It's not your fault. Anna waved her hand as she calmly opened the backseat door and blandly walked out. As soon as Anna appeared, the luxury cars surrounding the Rolls-Royce also all appeared one after another with 3 or 2 men in sportswear and athletic figures. Is that all Bill sent you guys? Anna raised an eyebrow as she spoke in a light voice. Her eyebrows relaxed and cozy. This calm and relaxed attitude made Chu Yang appreciate it. Immediately after, only to see the driver take out his cell phone and quickly dial out. Andrew, hurry up and have the helicopter come over. The lady has been intercepted. Chu Yang, so after half a day, you guys are engaging in delaying tactics? Chu Yang suddenly wondered if he made a mistake by overrating Anna. Seeing how calm Anna was, Tony falsely advised on the spot. Ms. Anna, I would advise you that it would be better for you to give up your status as the heir. Anna had learned about the news of Lewis Group's change of ownership a minute ago, and now it was not at all Brian's call as to who the heir would be. Thus, Anna nodded without hesitation and said, yes, I agree to give up the heir. Tony, who was preparing to convince people with his virtue. Bill, who was issuing orders in real time. He ran into the fake Anna put. Before leaving the hospital, she said that she would definitely fight with herself for the position of heir, and then she agreed to give up. I'll believe the hell out of you. Really, if you don't believe me, I can still sign the consent form for the heir's abandonment, Anna said seriously. Tony suddenly wouldn't be able to buy Anna's wave. They had originally been arranged by Bill to come over to arrest people and then force Anna to sign the heir abandonment consent form. After all, At this point of a 1 in 2 chance, Bill didn't want to give up his airship, and Anna didn't bring her bodyguards out this time, which also became an opportunity for Bill to prepare to strike. Who knows that the time, place, and people Bill have prepared. As a result, before his men could make their move, the other side gave up first. He has been planning for so long. Hit a lonely? Bill was a little skeptical. Let her sign. Without hesitation, Bill chose to have Anna sign the consent form for the heir's abandonment. Anna was rarely well behaved for once. She signed the consent form handily and even sent a copy to her father Brian. The aftermath was all arranged plainly for Bill. Bill was really confused. He was a little confused as to what Anna was trying to do. Well, if there's nothing else, then we'll be off. Anna shrugged, and as her words fell, the sound of a helicopter burst over the Rolls-Royce. As soon as the townies saw the helicopter, they instantly understood. The feeling that she had just done that was a reprieve. You guys don't need to come down. I've got it covered. Anna took out her cell phone and dialed the phone number. As her words fell, the helicopter that had just come in so aggressively just flew away. Now, Tony was even more confused. Not only Tony, even Bill felt that there must be a demon when things go wrong. But now, Anna's heir's waiver consent had been signed. There was no reason for him to target Anna anymore. Ah, sir, pick up. What should we do next? Tony looked at Anna, who was preparing to drive the car door in, and asked Bill in a somewhat confused manner. Bill was silent for a while and said, "Let them go." There was no longer a conflict of interest between him and Anna, and there was no point in arranging people to deal with her anymore. Tony and his own group of minions watched Anna's Rolls-Royce walk away, only feeling that they had hit a lonely spot on this trip. Anna, what are you going to do next? Where? The driver drove the car and continued on the road, a little confused about this wave of Anna's operation. Why did she suddenly give up the air position that she had fought for so long? Just because of Chu Yang's words? Next, I'm going to bring my darling back to Lewis's manor. By the way, darling, can you hide the news that the company has been acquired for a while? Anna had no more thoughts about the air competition, and her entire essence was different. Chu Yang looked at the Anna whose temperament had transformed. His eyes were full of thought. It's definitely impossible to conceal it. However, the news of the company being acquired can be kept from being spread downwards for a short period of time. That's enough. Anna's eyes lit up. Immediately after, she saw Anna dialing another phone number over. Norton. The company was acquired, right? Norton was the company's top executive and Brian's beloved. Currently, the news of the company's acquisition had not yet reached Brian's ears. The news had just come out not long ago. How did Anna know about it? Norton was shocked within his heart and became even more impressed with Anna. Anna, how did you know about this? Norton was shocked within his heart, but still carefully replied to Anna. You don't need to care how I know, but I hope you can delay telling Brian. If I'm not mistaken, the news of the company's acquisition is currently known only to you. Is that right? The Lewis Group was huge. In addition to the Lewis Group's headquarter company, there were many subsidiaries as well. Although Brian was busy every day, he didn't personally take over everything. Therefore, for something like the company's acquisition, the one who got the news first was not Brian, the head of the family, but instead, it was Norton. It was unknown what kind of foul play was involved. This was also a secret that Anna had discovered over the years. Anna, how did you know? Norton was somewhat alarmed within his heart. His secretly shelving Brian was known by Anna? If he hadn't secretly made a deal with that gentleman, the company wouldn't have been acquired so quickly. With this nearly $100 billion in assets, what he was doing was not doing, and still working for the Brian family? Dream on. You don't need to care how I know, but I need you to postpone the announcement of the acquisition for me for a few days. Can you do that? Anna spoke lightly, seemingly completely unconcerned about how much Norton had moved. Norton's face was delighted. Postpone? Just what I wanted. With the buffer of a few days, I'll have enough to muffle the company. Postponement is fine, but that buyer, I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. Norton said cautiously after rejoicing. The matter of the acquirer. For the time being, you don't need to care. You just need to do your job on the line. Anna finished and hung up the phone without hesitation. Norton also began to hoof it to explain the various matters after his departure. Anna, on the other hand, dialed another call out. Find a way to first expose the news of Norton's sneaky embezzlement of public funds, and have someone grab him to stay for a few days. This wave of operation, really six. Chu Yang looked at Anna arranging phone call after phone call out and was close to clapping his hands. Miss, it's here. About an hour later, Chu Yang and Anna's Rolls-Royce arrived at a manor that covered a huge area. Just by looking at the buildings up here, how could they be said to be several hundred years old? No wonder the Lewis family would have a battle for the air. The feeling was that the heritage was placed here. As you can see, Our family has a history of 100 years, from billions of assets to the current 100 billion. Doesn't the country of China have a saying that wealth is not more than 3 generations? I think that this saying is not without truth. Speaking as the 4th generation, I have personally seen the internal fights within the Lewis family, as well as the internal decay. If it wasn't for you, I would have definitely ended the Lewis family's history with my own hands. Anna, who had finished pitting Norton, seemed to have endless common topics to say to Chu Yang. There was no other, because Chu Yang had accomplished what she had not been able to do for more than 20 years. Chu Yang, if it wasn't for the fact that the system was inconveniently exposed, I'd like to say to you, there's no need to thank me. The history of the Lewis family was really ended by you, or you personally bragged about it. Speaking of this, Chu Yang also remembered Bill's matter. That brother of yours, if you can, leave it to me? Chu Yang didn't have much good feelings towards Bill, and was even very displeased. Yale's current situation, without a 3 to 5 years, can't get better. Chu Yang just thought. Anna's cell phone rang again. Bill's matter will be said later. I'll answer the call from the hospital first. It's likely that something happened to Yale, Anna said, and picked up the phone. On the other end of the line, it was Anna's eyes, arranged in the hospital. Miss, just now Bill's people entered the hospital and pulled out Yale's oxygen. In other words, Yale was out of it, chant? Chu Yan licked his lips and strengthened his determination to arrange Bill. Yale had become a vegetable, and he still wouldn't let Yale go. If he knew that he had acquired the Lewis Group, he would definitely take mad revenge on himself. I know. You come back first. Anna was silent for a while before she said to her eyes, Mr. Chu, Bill can do whatever you want. Such a person, death is not enough. Anna said seriously. Her mind couldn't help but recall scenes from her childhood. In fact, the family's airstrife was not something that the youngest Anna wanted to compete in. However, her mother's hateful death became Anna's motivation to aspire to inherit the Lewis family, and also became the trigger for her to destroy the Lewis family. A man, who didn't even have the time to care about her mother's passing, didn't deserve to be her father at all. Good, then let's go in. Chu Yang nodded his head in a faint voice and followed Anna as she headed inside the Lewis family's manor. The Lewis family was worthy of being a 100-year-old family. Every place was filled with traces of history, and the random image that Chu Yang's eyes had seen. Chu Yang's eyes had identified many traces. This identification skill, it was really quite useful. Anna, welcome back. Ah, this gentleman is your boyfriend, right? Hello, I am Anna's mother. My name is Martina. Chu Yang and Anna had just arrived at the manor's hall, when they met a woman who was filled with the flavor of the Phelan country. She acted very warmly, as if she really welcomed the two. If it wasn't for the coldness emanating from the bottom of her eyes, Chu Yang almost believed it. Martina, this memory of yours is really bad. You forgot that my mom died 10 years ago. Anna smiled calmly and generously, but the smile on her mouth was very cold. She wrapped her arm around Chu Yang and introduced Martina. Chu Yang, let me introduce you to, this is Bill's mom. Bill's mom? Chu Yang sort of understood. Feelings that this was the reason why Anna wanted to destroy the Lewis family. Ah, the mistress is on top and her own mom is gone. Everyone has to hate the mistress. Let's go. Let's go in and get ready for dinner. Anna said it was an introduction, but it was better to say it was a passing reference to Martina's identity. This perfunctory attitude also allowed Chu Yang to reduce a lot of unnecessary troubles. The lovers were sitting lovingly in the hall. Martina, the wife of Lewis's head of the family, was instead more like an outsider. Even though Martina didn't show her emotions on her face, in her heart, she sentenced the two to death. Not long after, the Lewis family people also came back one after another. The matter of Yale being attacked was still continuing to fester, and in order to be able to avoid these things, almost all of the children who were in the local area were recalled by Brian. Only, not many of them could come back at the moment, and apart from Bill and Anna, only the oldest two, Barrett, were left. Barrett was also one of Bill's juniors, and he was the only one of his children who was still in the local area, so he was also recalled. Of course, Henry and the others who had been fired by Chu Yang, after learning that Chu Yang was there, they didn't dare to return to the manor at all claiming that they were out of the country because of the company contract. Mr. Chu, welcome to the manor as a guest. From now on this is also your home. You cannot be so formal. After Brian came back from the company and saw Chu Yang, he was the first to say a polite word. Mr. Brian, don't worry. I will definitely treat this like my own home. Chu Yang smiled and nodded his head. This frank and easygoing attitude of his instead choked Brian. What about the saying that all Chinese people are humble and polite? When it came to Chu Yang, it didn't work? Brian was so choked that he didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of the maid reminded Brian of the arrival of lunchtime, which invariably lifted the awkwardness of Brian and Chu Yang's conversation. On the 4-meter-long dining table, one after another. The servants of the manor served the bounty to everyone's place. Brian sat at the first place. On his left-hand side in order were Martina, Bill, Barrett. On his right-hand side were Anna and Chu Yang in that order. Wow! Today's meal is so sumptuous. Chu Yang, you shouldn't be used to eating Western meals, right? Barrett had received a sign from Bill and was deliberately picking on Chu Yang. Chu Yang naturally wouldn't do much with someone who wouldn't even be in the manor in the future. He lightly smiled and said, I'm quite used to eating, but you can eat more. You probably won't be able to eat in the future. Put. Anna was drinking water. She was so shocked by Chu Yang's words that she had a jolt, and directly sprayed onto Martina's face on the opposite side. Martina was all confused by the spit. She had never been sprayed like that since she started with Brian until now. Anna! Martina reacted, all pissed off, scanning her eyes around again. The servants were all scowling and snickering, the frequency of their shoulders shaking terribly on both sides. When had he, Martina, ever been treated so rudely since he came to power? Oh, I'm really sorry, Martina. What my fiancé said was really funny, and to be honest, I also think that Barrett should eat more. After all, from now on, this is Bill's world. Anna elegantly wiped her mouth, and the words were close to saying outright that Bill would not be able to tolerate Barrett in the future. Martina and Bill already had ghosts in their hearts, and when they heard Anna's words, their hearts burst with fear. Mother and son looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Anna couldn't have known any of their secrets, could she? Thinking of this, Bill's eyes revealed a slightly fleeting look of ruthlessness. How could it be? This is Barrett's home too. Why wouldn't we be able to eat? Martina steadied herself and passed a wink toward Bill, who was off to the side. Bill hastily responded and began to accuse Anna without moving. Yes, Anna, we are all our father's children. We are just going home for a meal. Why would we not be able to eat? Detected Louis Bill bragging with the host. The system hereby gifts the host Louis Bill's paternity test *1. Chu Yang listened to the system's prompt. His eyes were surprised and shocked. The surprise was that the system now even came out with something like a paternity test. Compared to the previous delivery of industry, the current bragging right seemed to be encompassing a wider and wider range. The shocking thing was that Brian, as the Lewis family's head of the family, had been greened by Martina without even knowing it? No wonder the internet rumors said that you had to have some green on your head to get by in life. Green. It really is a healthy color. Well, I'm just talking off the top of my head. Someone, pour me some more red wine, Anna said as she called out to the servants. When Martina heard Anna's words, a glint flashed in her eyes. Unfortunately, what Martina hadn't counted on in all her calculations, Chu Yang, who possessed the ability to forget everything, suddenly glanced at the maid who was pouring Anna some wine on a whim. The maid has changed? This maid was not the one who had just poured Anna's wine. Chu Yang's heart was a little surprised, only to see that servant walk over to Chu Yang's side and pour him a cup as well. Young master, there is something wrong with this wine. Chasing Flower's voice suddenly sounded in Chu Yang's mind. Oh, what's the problem? As soon as Chu Yang heard it, he knew that it must be the people arranged by Martina who had tampered with it. As for what exactly had been tampered with, Chu Yang was really interested in the foulness of it. The wine has a drug called Spring Lane put in it, which can make the man and woman who drink it have instinctive urges. Chu Yang was all shocked. Martina actually put this kind of medicine? So exciting, ah! Chu Yang held the body of the wine glass and his thoughts began to flow away. And at this time, Moon by Moon added to Chasing Flower's words. Young master, Miss Anna's wine has also been placed with the Spring Lane medicine. What? Chu Yang turned his head, only to see Anna tilting her swan neck and drinking the rest of the red wine into her stomach in one gulp. Chasing Flowers, go and find a way to get the antidote. Right. And incidentally find a way to get some laxatives and put them in Bill's red wine. After Chu Yang finished speaking, a wave of maneuvers pretended to accidentally dump the wine on himself. Anna was surprised and took Chu Yang back to her room. Martina watched Chu Yang and Anna go upstairs and leave, her eyes filled with smugness. There was one thing that she didn't tell Bill. That was that Brian had long had the idea of letting Anna marry the Yarlin family, which was even more powerful than the Lewis family. Since the news of Buck's coolness and Anna's renunciation of her heir came out, Brienne was more than ready to put everything on the agenda. How could she allow Anna to be better than her own Bill? By destroying Anna's holiness, Brian's plans would be completely lost. With the rules of the Yarling family, Anna would never be able to marry in. Martina's mind was calculating Anna. What she didn't notice was that Bill had also asked for a glass of red wine. Following Bill, Barrett and Brian also drank a glass of fine wine with different flavors. It was believed that they would have a very happy and unforgettable memory in the near future. Inside Anna's room, Anna asked the butler to take out a set of men's customized uniforms from the check room for Chu Yang to change into in the bathroom, while she herself sat on the bed and waited in boredom. Unexpectedly, not long after the housekeeper went out, Shu Yang came out. Why haven't you changed your clothes? Anna's small mouth was slightly open, her eyes full of surprise. Shu Yang spread out his palm. A white pill was lying quietly in his hand. You eat this first before saying anything. The antidote. What antidote? Anna frowned. As soon as she spoke, she only felt weak. Her face began to gradually redden, and her skin began to glow a light pink color. Herself, Chinese medicine. Anna was not some fool. She quickly understood why Chu Yang poured red wine on her body. Please feed it to me. Anna was paralyzed on the bed, her flushed face looking very delicate. Her voice was delicate and soft, adding a trio of seductive colors. Good. Shu Yang agreed without thinking. He had just reached the edge of the bed when he was reverse pushed and pounced on by Anna. Am I being reverse pushed? Feeling the softness on his body, the seemingly unavoidable aroma on the tip of his nose, Shu Yang really didn't control his specialty for a while. Anna, can you still control yourself? Shu Yang slightly raised his eyes, only to see that Anna's eyes were sometimes clear, sometimes disoriented. Obviously the amount of potion was not a lot. Can. Really sorry. Anna gasped, her breath exhaling warmth reaching Chu Yang's ears, making it a little harder. Then I'm sorry. Although Chu Yang had some intentions, he still suppressed the thoughts in his heart. He turned the tables and pressed Anna down on the bed, and immediately after a white pill was fed down, Chu Yang immediately found a rope and tied Anna up solidly. Anna, whose sanity gradually recovered? Even if it's me? Anna, who was delirious from the drug. You're not the one who suffered. As for binding me? Anna wanted to speak, only to realize that Chu Yang, this man, had even blocked his own mouth. The steel-straight man in China is the kind of man Chu Yang is talking about. After tying up Anna, Chu Yang went to the bathroom to change his clothes. After Chu Yang took a cool shower and changed her clothes, Anna was also completely awake. Even though her body was still a bit weak, this was not a problem for Anna, who had been working out for years. Two pieces of good news for you. First, there's a problem with Bill's birth. And second, I put a laxative in Brian's and their wine, and it'll kick in within half an hour if nothing else. Anna's brain went into overdrive right then and there. There was something wrong with Bill's birth? Chu Yang had put laxatives in Brian's and their wine? When did this all happen? Why do I have the feeling of missing out on $1 billion? Oh, sorry, I'll untie the rope for you, Chu Yang said while untying the rope from tightly binding Anna. It was also unknown what kind of psychological binding Chu Yang was in. Anna's focus looked especially prominent under the binding of the rope. Uninformed people who saw this play, but also thought that the two of them are playing bondage play it. Bring me my cell phone. I'm going to call headquarters and tell Bill to hurry over and get busy with things. Bill was now the heir apparent, and it was not uncommon for him to be recalled by a phone call from the company. If Bill had a stomach upset during a meeting, just thinking about it made Anna feel good. Without thinking, she called Norton, who hadn't been captured yet. Find a way to get Bill to come back to the company first. I have some things to do at the manor. Something to do at the manor? Norton was tense inside his heart, but he still agreed to it in quick succession. Now was not the time to tear up with Anna. As such, Norton thought. Norton made a phone call to call Bill back. Dad. Mom. Something suddenly came up at the head office. I need to go back. Norton gave a very normal reason. Bill did not suspect within his heart, and said to Mr. and Mrs. Brian and went. Bill just left less than a minute ago. Brian and Martina's laxatives also began to gradually attack. At first, Brian and Martina were able to keep their backdoors under control. Martina, in particular, had managed to rise to the top as a proper wife, mostly by holding back. Unfortunately, there were things that it wasn't just a matter of enduring. For example, right now, Martina's silencing technique suddenly failed, and the rhythm and rhyme sounded like someone was doing ventriloquism. Except that ventriloquism tasted slightly a billion times better. Martina, do you want to go to the restroom first? Brian had been married to Martina for many years, and had always thought that his wife was a fairy who only used to eat and didn't need to go to the restroom. Until today, Brian suddenly felt as if he had some kind of misunderstanding about his wife. In an instant, the fairy wife experience dropped very much. Martina smiled awkwardly and hurriedly excused herself, and Brian also quickly arrived to go to the battlefield less than a minute after Martina left. Meanwhile, Bill, who was still inside Maserati, was not so lucky. ZUT, what the hell is going on? Bill had been driving for less than 5 minutes and only felt a sudden surge about to break through. He took a deep breath and fiercely resisted the urge. Still, 3 minutes to go, and I'll be at the office. By then I'll be sorted. Bill had just thought that, when there was a massive force of volleying that went straight to Bill's head. That stomach cramp almost didn't make Bill ascend to heaven. Zut, why is there even a traffic jam? Bill was about to move forward when there was a sudden traffic accident ahead and a traffic jam. Bill was going crazy. With the speed of the traffic in Phelan country, a traffic accident could wait for half an hour. After half an hour, he would really be in a mess. Bill frantically turned around and took a shortcut to the original road, and finally arrived at the door of the company. This time Bill has 2 legs war, a little force, feel something to appeal out. So, under the gaze of the company's crowd, Bill clamped his legs, 2 legs warring hard to the company forward. Almost there, almost there, almost to the elevator. Bill in his heart to give himself a boost, finally made it to the president's special elevator. The secretary of the president's office hurriedly appeared and stopped Bill. Young Master Bill, the special elevator just had a problem. If you need it urgently, please use the staff elevator first. Staff elevator. It will take another minute to get there. Bill's heart cried out furiously, but there was nothing he could do. The bathroom on the first floor of the company is a bit far from the elevator entrance, and it would be too late to go there. Bill weighed the decision to take the employee elevator. What Bill did not think was that the employee elevator would have so many people. In one elevator, it was almost packed with people. Gritting his teeth, Bill still chose to get on the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Bill couldn't help but feel a little relieved inside his heart. He looked at the slowly rising elevator, and the cramps in his stomach became more and more serious. He began to sweat beads on his forehead, and his body was gradually drenched in sweat. Suddenly, the elevator clicked and stopped. Inside the dimly lit elevator, something went down in a torrent with the unpleasant smell. Bill's face turned pale, and his expression twisted for a moment. This was the legendary social death, wasn't it? Vomit. Vomit. After the elevator stopped working, the elevator was quickly plunged into darkness, and that unique stench hit the elevator, causing all the employees in the elevator to have but the urge to jump off the elevator. Help! Quickly come to rescue me. I'm suffocating. Quickly let someone come to the rescue. I feel like I'm going to die. Oh God, it's fine if you want to take my life. Can you not give me such a horrible death? I vomit. The elevator suddenly lost power. Come to save us. Quick! Find a way to provide us with oxygen. There are people pulling X inside. Immediately after that, the emergency lights of the elevator were turned on. Rescue teams arrived within 3 minutes of the rescue, and a nearby elevator rescue was launched. Who let the head of the Lewis group be among the people here? Blah. Just as the employees were feeling elated after learning of the rescue, Bill once again failed to control the flood of energy that came over him. A gust of wind was sent up and down the pass. For the first time the employees felt that a breath of fresh air was a great luxury. To take a breath of air was like sucking on a fart. But if they didn't breathe, they would have to burp. After the emergency lights turned on after this, all eyes focused on Bill. This was the same son of a bitch who pulled the X in the elevator. Right. Bill felt the sight all around him and was so embarrassed he could have picked out a 3-room apartment with his feet. The feeling of this online social death was like a shrimp pig's heart. His face was full of shame and embarrassment, and he was about to take out the president's vigor to rebuke them. Only one inhalation. Bill almost did not retch himself. I created this bad wind? I stink myself? What the hell is going on here? Mr. Bill, there's already not enough air in the elevator. Please don't create any more poisonous gas. That's right. Still the heir to the Lewis family. You can't even control it when you go to the toilet. You might as well go home and play with mud. Just vomit. Yes, I've never smelled such a stinky fart. If I'm guilty, please let God punish me. Not someone who can't even control his shit X. The employees were almost frantically leaning around the perimeter of the elevator in an effort to get away from the source. Bill, after realizing that the source was Bill. However, it didn't do much good, because as time passed, not only did the stench from Bill's body become heavier and heavier, the poisonous fumes also began to come one after another. In the closed elevator, there were already people who couldn't carry it who were the first to be fainted. Zut, how long will it take for you guys to get better? The employees' desire for survival began to rise wildly, and some even began to work hard to start a liaison with the people from the rescue team. Please hold on for 3 more minutes. We'll have you all up in 3 minutes. The rescue team's actions began to work hard to rescue Bill as he existed. Due to the overwhelming number of people in the elevator began to send the people in it toppling eastward as it manually rose manually. Bill, despite managing to keep the employees away from himself with a foul odor, managed to smoke every single one of them. In just 3 minutes, the employees felt what was meant by man-made hell. Even the uncontrollable wind blew from this hell. Finally, the elevator doors opened. It was different from the previous hijackings. After the rescued employees of this term came out, the first thing they did was to actually find a place they could lean on after being rescued and started to desperately and furiously vomit. Vomit, vomit, vomit. This rising and falling vomiting sound If one listened carefully, one could still hear a sense of rhythm. What? What the hell is going on here? The rescue team looked at the nearly 20 or so people who rushed out from the elevator with confused faces. Woohoo! After the rescued people came out, Bill, who was the last one out, finally came out as well. As soon as he came out, the employees began to vomit furiously one after another, and Anna's long-arranged eyeballs even launched a wonderful 10-shot series in the crowd. And that wonderful shooting technique was enough to make Bill die on the spot socially with each shot. Bill never thought that he would experience such a hellish social death scene. In a panic, Bill fled. He ran away, carrying the winds of hell with him. Wherever he passed, there was nothing without a word. Even after Bill left, a man named Shocked Air Bill even did this in the elevator. Is it a moral degeneration or a distortion of human nature? Posted to the Lewis groups. It had to be said that the person who came up with the name was quite literate. Regarding Bill's popularity within the company, it brought its own traffic, not to mention that it didn't even need to be pushed. In less than an hour's work, the number of hits exceeded 1W+. This isn't real, is it? How could Mr. Bill do such a disgusting thing in public? I highly question the authenticity of this matter. Don't question it. There's still a video. Everyone go and watch it. When the news of the post came out, there were not a few people who questioned it, and it seemed that the poster had known this would happen. So he attached the video to the new post and topped it. Nice guy. This wave of operation directly attracted 2W+ people to watch, and the hijacked employees joined the fray. Colleagues, as of today I'm resigning from Lewis. Don't ask. Ask as I was there. That's a fucking bad wind from hell. I'm going to resign too. I was right next to him at the time, and that disgusting odor added to the already not so rich air. Does anyone not believe it? Ambulances are being arranged. People are already stinking up the place. And if you don't believe me, you can see my new post with video and the truth. How fast does news travel in the Lewis group? Just ask anyone from a nearby group. Not only did people in the Lewis group know that Bill had created a bad wind from hell, but even people outside the Lewis group knew about it. There was even someone who posted the news on the foreign equivalent of a weeb like LNT. And for a while, the number of hits dawdled. At one time, it became the breaking point in LNT. Bill had never thought so far that his fame was not in the famous Entrepreneurs Exchange, nor in the rich and powerful list, but on LNT, in the name of hell's evil wind, the fame of the Phelan country. Anna came to the company after it was over. She wrapped her arm around Chu Yang and descended from the Rolls-Royce in style. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman instantly attracted the attention of countless people in the company. Who was the man beside Mess? Anna, is it her fiancé? I don't know. I've never seen him before. He has a good temperament. Yeah, he's so handsome at first sight. This is the most handsome Chinese I've ever seen. Me too, MS. Anna is so happy to hold such a handsome man. Jack, let's break up. I'm in love with someone else. Although that person has a girlfriend, my heart, however, has flown away. God of heaven, I seem to have found my beloved. Can you let our MS? Anna separate from him? Let me. It was the first time Chu Yang came to a foreign company. The Lewis Group was worthy of being one of the big local groups. The building alone was established in a very lofty and atmospheric manner. Melody, this is my boyfriend, Mr. Chu. If he comes in the future, just let him go to the office directly. Anna wrapped her arms around Chu Yang and came to the front desk, saying to the little sister at the front desk, Melody, okay. Melody was all shocked. Miss Anna already has a fiancé? But how come I haven't heard about it? Melody was astonished in her heart, but she automatically replaced the boyfriend Anna was talking about with a fiancé. Everyone in the company knew that Anna had to have a fiancé on the side if she wanted to inherit the company, and as for the reason why, it was sort of her late mother punking her daughter. Anna instructed Perfect Lottie and took Chu Yang up in the presidential elevator. Inside the president's elevator, there was another person that Bill was very familiar with. This person was the secretary of the president's office who had informed him earlier that the elevator was broken. He was Anna's person and also an eye within the Lewis Group, named Feige. Feige, how did it go? Entering the elevator, Anna loosened her arm around Chu Yang. Feichi looked at the two of them with astonishment in his eyes before revealing a look of realization. He had thought that Chu Yang was Anna's fiancé, but it seemed that it wasn't quite true. Back to Miss. Although there was a slight deviation in the plan, the whole thing still went very well. And now, Mr. Bill has a very apt title. Fitch pushed his eyes up the bridge of his nose in a gentle smile. Bill was wasted. It was well known what he had done in the elevator. Brian wouldn't allow someone with such a stain to take on the role of president of the Lewis Group. Of course, Brian didn't have any qualifications to designate anyone as the president of the company right now. It was only that Anna wanted to see Brian's last struggle. What title? Anna hadn't had a chance to read the message yet. and she didn't know exactly how things were progressing. Mr. Bill is known as the man with the bad winds of hell. Hell's wicked winds? Anna reacted, rarely laughing joyfully in front of her subordinates. Chu Yang, look, your battle record is so brilliant. With one strike, you made Bill the brightest star. Anna covered her belly, her mouth not forgetting to flirt with the culprit who caused the evil winds of hell. Chu Yang helplessly spread his hands and said, "We have a saying in China. It's called if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If people offend me, I'll double it back. Everything that Bill has right now is his own fault. It's no one else's fault." Fei Qi listening to Chu Yang speaking fluid authentic Phelan language, part shocked at the same time, more subconsciously to Chu Yang to maintain due vigilance. This handsome and harmless-looking man was actually the culprit who had caused Bill's reputation to be tarnished. Thinking about the comments that were sobbing word for word in those Hell's Evil Winds videos, the employees were even asking themselves what their sins were, that the God of heaven didn't come to punish them, but let Hell's Evil Winds descend first. Even though Fei Qi was also one of the accomplices, he couldn't help but hold back a wave of silence for those people. Now it seemed that Mr. Shu was the one who couldn't be offended the most. Before the elevator doors opened, Anna wrapped her arm around Chu Yang again in front of everyone in the president's office and blatantly walked into the office where Bill was supposed to live. Next, her well-prepared good show was about to start. "Mr. Chu, the paternity test in your hand. Can you send me a copy?" In the closed office, Anna spoke softly, the light in her eyes gradually turning cold. The corner of Chu Yang's lips slightly hooked, faintly said, "Of course you can. The subsequent company will be handed over to you to personally manage. You can boldly do whatever you want to do." Anna sniffed, her eyes lit up, and immediately boldly and enthusiastically sent a passionate kiss to Chu Yang. This is being forced to kiss?" Chu Yang pretended to pull out the paternity certificate from his clothes, which was actually taken out from the system's space backpack. Just now he quietly studied the system and found out that the system can temporarily store things issued by the system. Of course, something like the kind of mobile space in novels or something like that would be unlikely. The hints on this side of the system are clearly written, extracted within 24 hours. Chu Yang pulled out the personal identification, and Anna also finally saw what was on it. There is no parent-child relationship with Mr. Brian. The paternity with Mr. Norton is 99%. Anna had a million little question marks over her head. Norton? Norton was Bill's biological father? How did he get involved with Martina? Chu Yang also just saw that there were two pieces of paper here. This is interesting. This Hulenbuyer Prairie was sticking to Brian's head, and he couldn't even snap it off. It's time to give my father a big gift. Anna finished browsing the paternity test and gleefully sent a message over to her old man. At this moment, inside the Lewis Manor, Bill, who was covered in a foul smell, had just finished taking a shower and went to squat in the toilet for half an hour, and only after calling the family doctor to stop the diarrhea did Bill feel alive. However, just as Bill was lying on the bed in a weak state, Brian, who had just regained a little strength, ran over and slapped Bill in the face. Bill was blindsided by the slap. Immediately after that, Brian threw out a cell phone, and with the content on it and over 100,000 hits, Bill almost didn't get so angry that he stormed off on the spot. "Bullshit, hell of a bad win, man. I've just been given a laxative and pulled my pockets out. Who knew it would happen so coincidentally that the president's special elevator was malfunctioning? Dad, this must be someone trying to set me up. That's right, it must be Chu Yang. He's the only one with a foreign surname." Bill was dead set on trying to dump the pot on Chu Yang's head. What he didn't realize was that he was indeed right this time. The culprit was indeed Chu Yang, but Brian didn't believe half a word. "Just one foreigner can still bribe a maid to give me and your mom laxatives? I've arranged for someone to investigate the surveillance. I haven't seen him come into contact with any of the servants at all," Brian said angrily, turning his hand and directly removing Bill again. "You reflect on this. You don't have to go to the company," Brian said and slammed the door. Brian had just left Bill's room when his cell phone suddenly vibrated violently. He opened the phone and looked at it. Then his anger went straight to the sky. "What do you mean you're not related? Norton's ugly ass was Bill's biological father?" Brian's mind was racing, but he didn't confront Bill on the spot. Instead, he asked people to immediately find ways to find the hair of all his heirs, all to do a paternity test. He wanted to see what these few wives of his were secretly doing to him. "Okay, Mr. Brian, if there are no surprises, you will be able to receive the results within 3 hours. The Dr. Brian had arranged replied as such. Under Brian's arrangement and Anna's authorization, Brian collected all the paternity tests needed for his children within an hour and the results were out within 3 hours. How did this happen? Brian looked at the paternity test and almost went crazy. Neither of Martina's sons were his own? He had given someone a son for more than 20 years and almost handed over the company as well. Mr. Brian, these are the rest of the identification results. The doctor's assistant in charge of the paternity test trembled as he delivered all the results, hating to disappear on the spot. Who would have thought that Brian had 8 wives and green 6 of them? The 2 sons of the main wife who later rose to power were not his own. The mansion really deserves to be a mansion. So exciting. So broad fira. Luckily, he didn't have a girlfriend. No, if there's nothing else, I'll leave. The assistant didn't wait for Brian to reply, and fled as if she had left the Lewis manor. After Brian finished checking all the paternity test results, just as Barrett came down, he was one of Brian's own sons, and just a bit of a bad judge of character. Just as Brian got up and pressed his fire ready to go upstairs to settle the score with Martina, Barrett, who came down from upstairs, naively complimented the butler who was holding the perfumed jasmine. Wow, butler, the leaves of this perfumed jasmine are so green. Barrett actually didn't mean anything else. He was just complimenting the nice green color of this perfumed jasmine. The housekeeper couldn't help but cover his face as he listened to Barrett's words. Young master, if you normally say this, the butler would have laughed it off. The key now is that your father knows that he is being green, and not just by one person, but 6 out of 8 moms. The traffic light is not as green as your dad's head. You say this green word, easy to be beaten by your father. Sure enough, Brian was immediately enraged, and he couldn't listen to a single green right now. Without even thinking about it, he rushed up with one strong step and grabbed Barrett to give him a fat beating. Dad, why are you hitting me? Ow, stop. Daddy, it hurts. Barrett's screams drew the attention of Martina and Bill. The 2 hurriedly came down from upstairs, originally wanting to see Barrett's joke. What did they expect? But their arrival had completely set Brian on fire. He was originally the Lewis family head that everyone envied. 8 wives get along very harmoniously. Everyone envied. But in fact, he has a total of 8 wives, and only 6 of them are green, especially Martine. She is the woman he likes the most, but the one who did the most desperate thing. Darling, why are you so angry all of a sudden? What did Barrett do wrong that you are so angry? Martina gave full play to her acting skills as a good wife and mother. Brian smiled after hearing Martina's words. Martina, just now Barrett praised this perfumed jasmine's leaves as green and pretty. Do you think it's pretty? Green, good looking? Martina's heart suddenly jolted. It couldn't be that her affair with Norton had been exposed. But, it's been hidden for more than 20 years, and it looks like Bill is about to take the seat of Lewis's heir, so it doesn't make sense to expose it. Martina thought and said stiffly, good looking. Zut. Brian angrily was about to make a move, only to hear Martina's cell phone ring suddenly. This particular ringtone made Brian's face even more livid. Answer it, turn on the outgoing, Brian said in a deep voice, and Martina listened to Brian's words and instantly lost her color. Dying. That phone ringing was Norton's exclusive ringtone. What? Afraid to answer it? How about I answer it myself? Brian was so fierce and intimidating that Martina's hand shivered in fear and picked up the phone. Honey, hurry up and tell our son to pack up and run. The Lewis family has been bought out. I have all the money from the Brian share buyout in my hands now, and we can get along just fine wherever you want. Norton's voice came with affection. His words spat out one word at a time, spitting Brian's face black. If it hadn't been for Anna's revelation, he wouldn't have even known the company had been bought out. The shares were all in Norton's hands? Good. You guys are great. Brian's voice came from far away. Norton on the other end of the phone gave a lurch in his voice and quickly hung up. Even Norton could not have imagined that he would one day sell himself clean. Phelan Country seems to be unable to stay. Norton came out of the company and immediately contacted people to run away. Brian wasn't a vegetarian either. He immediately arrested Martina and Bill, and rushed to have Norton tracked down. Norton was able to quietly hollow out Brian's rights and shares, and certainly had his skills. One way or another, Brian's people were surprised to pounce. Norton stayed in the harbor. Norton looked at the upcoming boat. Cannot help but be happy, as long as out of the country of Phelan. He holds tens of billions of assets, but also afraid of what? Norton waited for the ship to approach their own, was about to board the ship. The ship suddenly came to 2 powerful police officers of the French Lanzhou country. The 2 men, one on the left and one on the right, directly arrested Norton. Zut, why are you arresting me? Norton was confused. He was about to escape from the Phelan kingdom, but 2 policemen came down from the ship. Where the hell can I say this? Excuse me, Mr. Norton, we have received a report from Ms. Anna that you are suspected of leaking some internal company secrets. Please cooperate with our investigation. Investigator. He has been in power for many years, and his ass has never been clean. As long as a little investigation, the bottom of the jail sitting through the package can give him a 10 straight sentences. No, you guys let go of me. Norton fought and struggled, turning his hand. What the hell? Letting you cooperate is lifting you up. You really think you're still somebody. Behind the two cops, the cheap cop moved his casserole-sized fist, and his casual spat left the two colleagues speechless. Bro, even if it's the truth, you don't say it. Just like that, Norton, who failed to escape, was fucked to the police station by Anna's wave of reporting operations. The 60% of Brian's shares and the tens of billions of assets gained from acquisitions that were calculated by all means were also frozen by the police. Not long after, Martina and Bill also, because of Brian found evidence, was Brian personally arranged into the police station. The reunion of the three Norton family members turned out to be in the police station. What a devilish start this was. When it came down to it, Norton couldn't hold himself back any longer, and he warmly said to Bill, "Son, I'm your father." Norton couldn't hold himself back any longer and was met head-on with a fat punch from Bill. "Who dad? Who's daddy? Open your mouth and call me dad. You taking advantage of labor?" Bill hadn't yet figured out what was going on. Norton opened his mouth and said, "I'm your dad," directly exploded Bill's anger. Martina looked at the father and son who were fighting in a ball, and said in a painful voice, "Bill, don't fight, he's really your father." "Bill, following the death of the community, I went into the police station. After that, my mom told me that my dad had suddenly changed. He wasn't the head of the Lewis family, nor was he a very powerful person, but a company executive who had been caught by the police using his position of power and thus sitting in jail." Norton, "No way, my dad is Brian." Bill resisted incredulously. "Brian, suddenly named, sneered. I don't have a son as ugly as you. Not only are you not my son, but neither is your brother." Brian originally just wanted to come and watch them dogfight. He didn't expect to come over to take a look, but he was suddenly named by Bill. It was the same feeling as eating X. It made Brian very nauseous. He was ready to use his connections to make this family even more miserable. After cursing, Brian walked away. It wasn't until he walked out of the police station and Brian was crying that he remembered that his company was gone. Brian's every move was transmitted word for word to the president's office by Anna's people. Anna, who was leading everything, was very satisfied with this. "Good job. In a while, you can personally bring Brian up here. It just so happens that I have to make some announcements." After Anna instructed Fei Chi, she waited for him to leave before she turned her head to look at Chu Yang in front of her desk. "How is it, Mr. Chu? Are you still satisfied with my working ability?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Anna. It had to be said that Brian's vision was indeed poisonous. Anna was able to get the three of them, Norton, Bill and Martina, into jail in just one day. And even Brian's thorough investigation of the other wives' paternity tests was also fueled by Anna. Without Anna's help, with Brian's current connections and talents, he wouldn't have been able to do a situation where the results came out within 3 hours and even put Martina in. Very satisfied, Chu Yang nodded, and as his words fell, his cell phone suddenly rang. He swept the screen. It was Qin Mu calling. As soon as the phone was connected, Qin Mu's voice leisurely came over. "Chu Xiao, having agreed to come out to play together. Even if you have a beautiful woman with you, you must always find time to play with me together." Qin Mu's dissatisfaction was almost overflowing from the other end of the phone. He had gone out for most of the day and came back to find that Chu Yang hadn't returned to his room yet. "Good guy, where did you go to get high? So forgetful of your friends. At least bring me along to join in the fun. I'm not a light bulb. I just want to go out and get high." Cough cough. "This is my fault. Do you want to come to Lewis Group to play?" Chu Yang lightly coughed twice. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Mu's and immediately agreed. "Okay, I'll go over right away." "Tut tut tut." Chu Yang shook his head helplessly as he listened to the busy tone on the phone. He was about to talk to Anna again when the office door was knocked by Fei Chi. "Ms. Anna, I have something urgent to report." Fei Chi's voice came again. Chu Yang and Anna looked at each other and immediately let Fei Chi in. "Mr. Chu, Miss Anna, the news of the company being acquired has been exposed by the media. What should we do next?" Anna's red lips lightly opened. Her eyes carried 3 points of surprise. How did those media catch the news so quickly? Fei Chi heard the words and said with an embarrassed face, It's Norton who has made too many enemies. He was just apprehended in the front foot, and was sent to the group's official website in the back foot. The person who sent the message may have some relationship with the local police department. Now it is estimated that all the nearby groups know the news of the group being acquired. I think there will soon be local media that will come to interview you, Mr. Chu. If there is an interview, should we follow it? Fiki said, with some less conspicuous admiration in his eyes. Chu Yang had not only made a move to acquire the Lewis Group, which could be worth hundreds of billions of dollars, but also made Norton enter the police station. And even Brian's dilettantish affairs had been turned upside down. Such a character would be his own top boss in the future. Compared to Chu Yang, Brian's little bit of power was simply weak. Well, if there is, Fiki, you arrange it. Anna, find a way to make Brian hurry over to the group, and try to rush to finish solving your matter before the interview. Anna sniffed, the corners of her lips lightly hooked, smiling very nicely. Okay, thank you Mr. Chu. Around 10 minutes or so, Brian once again appeared at the Lewis group. This time, Brian clearly felt the change in the gazes of the group's employees as they looked at him. Brian felt those gazes and had a rare calm mood. He met Fiji just as he arrived near the elevator. Mr. Brian, this way please, Miss Anna is still waiting for you upstairs. Fiji said respectfully on his face and raised his hand to make an inviting gesture. Brian let out a hum and followed Fiji onto the president's special elevator. Inside the president's office, Anna was checking the company's financial statements, while Chu Yang was sitting in his office chair playing with his computer. Brian came to his former office. Seeing this sight again, he couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. If he hadn't been taken by Martina and centrifuged with Anna, would it have ended differently? Come on, let's talk in the side room. Anna glanced at Chu Yang on the side, not quite wanting him to see Brian in a bad way after all. Brian noticed Anna's attitude and only felt a slight bitterness at the corner of his mouth. But unfortunately, there are no ifs or regrets in the world. Good. After going through 6 cuckolds, raising 7 sons for others for more than 20 years, plus the company being bought out with all the equity, Brian really changed a lot, because he realized that only his deceased main wife was the one who loved him the most. Unfortunately, he was blind and didn't know how to cherish it. Sit down. My request is very simple. I only need the Lewis Manor. The rest of the things can be returned to you. Of course, Norton's tens of billions, returned to me. It was still fair for the system to acquire the Lewis Group, even if Brian had very few shares left. Just that few percent would be enough for Brian to live a lifetime without worrying about food and drink. Good. The group doesn't even exist anymore anyway. It doesn't matter if you take the manor. Brian nodded, his words somewhat disheartened. Anna nodded, and had Fitch arranged specific agreements and such. After all the formalities, Brian left. Anna held the agreement in her hand, and her cold heart finally dissolved as much as it could at this moment. Mom, from now on, the manor is our home. Right when Anna obtained the manor, many financial media called inside the group. They wanted to interview the mysterious person who acquired Lewis Group. It didn't take long for the news to reach Fei Chi. Mr. Chu, the financial media and others have all arrived. When will you have time to arrange an interview? Chu Yan looked at the Patek Philippe on his hand and said in a faint voice, if Anna is okay with it, let's start the interview in 5 minutes. Okay. Fei Chi's work efficiency was also among the top, and he quickly went to make the follow-up arrangements. When Fiji came downstairs, he found that Brian hadn't left. Seeing him wandering around the group full of memories, a sudden impulse rose. He wanted to make Brian completely regret what kind of treasure he had missed out on. Mr. Brian, would you like to leave later? Brian's eyes showed some doubt. Is there anything else? Fiji lifted the glasses on the bridge of his nose with his middle finger and said in a light voice, nothing major, just that there's a public interview in a while about the group's acquirer. Doesn't Mr. Brian want to know who actually acquired the group? Good. I'll wait a bit before I go. Brian's heart fluttered dramatically within him. He had a feeling that the man who had bought the company was going to surprise himself. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Yang, wearing a black suit on his body and a Patek Philippe, appeared within the crowd's line of sight. His handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament was immediately met with countless reporters who frantically snapped pictures. So handsome. I've never seen such a handsome Chinese person. With this temperament, I almost thought a star had appeared. Can a star compare to this one? Too handsome. I want to take more pictures. A few? Hee. With my practiced hand speed, I can take 60 pictures a minute. 60 pictures a minute? That's the speed of flying an airplane. The reporters didn't forget to dislike their opponents once in a while they were capturing Chu Yang. After Chu Yang appeared, Anna also appeared in front of the crowd in a suit. This combination of handsome men and beautiful women couldn't help but attract a lot of eyeballs. Even their article traffic didn't have to worry about it. Chu Yang aside, Anna's identity was still the daughter of the former president of Lewis Group. Now that the group has changed ownership, Anna is still there. The situation they're in is very thought-provoking. Fiki saw 2 people out. Very eye-catching to the 2 people were handed a microphone. As for Qin Mu, he also came to the scene by mistake because of the relationship that Chu Yang had arranged before. Good afternoon everyone. Let's start with an introduction. My name is Chu Yang. Currently Lewis Group is under my name. Chu Yang's fluent, pure Phelan language and the amount of information within the topic instantly impacted all the reporters present as well as the watching Qin Mu and Brian. No way, Mr. Chu is the acquirer of Lewis Group? How rich does this have to be built like this? Looking at Mr. Chu's age. He's only in his 20s. Acquiring $100 billion group in his 20s? God in heaven, even if he's rich, it's just despairing that he's so handsome. Then the question arises, what is Anna's relationship with Mr. Chu? Right, why would the former Lewis executives and the current president appear together? The reporters slowly tasted it. Anna's existence. It's not simple. The reporter's words also shocked Chin-moo and Brian. Chin-moo didn't expect Chu Yang to do such a big job after only going out for a day or two or so. If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't right now, he really wanted to smoke a cigarette to calm down. $100 billion group? Chu Xiao. Before going out of the country is too aggravating for you. You're only able to do your job when you go abroad, right? Chin-moo shivered and took out his cell phone, aimed at the scene and took a picture, and sent it over to the Magic City Dojo group. To give you guys exposure to Chu Xiao's new identity, the new president of Lewis Group. Get to know it. The $100 billion group was acquired just like this. Just ask if you guys are convinced. Magic City's great young group members. What is this situation? But is to go to Phelan country travel wave. How also dry out $100 billion group na? Wang Song, what's the situation? Meng Xiaobai, Chu Xiao deserves to be Chu Xiao. Going out of the country can make a $100 billion group to play. Chen Wei, no wonder the recent changes in Lewis Group are very strange. So it changed ownership. Zhang Jing, 6666. Chu Xiao is bull. Song Xiao, Chu Xiao is in a bad mood. So he wants to acquire a group to play with. $100 billion group said to acquire. I don't do it to make money. I'm just playing. Chin-moo a message. Directly the Magic City big young group of big young people all fried out. Lewis Group, a huge $100 billion group, was so lightly acquired by Chu Yang? The identity of the president of a $100 billion group is enough to let Chu Yang top the rich list of Phelan country. And this was still going through the acquisition channel. Many great young men couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Chu Yang also had many remarkable industries abroad? For example, the Lewis Group in front of us. Could it be that it is just one of Chu Yang's industries abroad? With Chin-moo's news, the great young men not only once again refreshed their understanding of Chu Yang, but also brainstormed many situations. The direct consequence of this news was that Chu Yang became even more mysterious and unoffendable in their hearts. And as Brian watched this scene, he was also shocked. He had never thought that his daughter would be in a piece with a character like Chu Yang. Brian still knew how powerful his own group was. The fact that Chu Yang was able to acquire the group was enough to show how powerful he was. How could such a character really join the Lewis Group? Reacting, Brian was both lost and relieved within his heart. No matter what, from the current situation, the relationship between Anna and Chu Yang was very good. Alas, unfortunately there are no ifs in the world. Feige silently focused on Brian's dynamics. The curvature of his lips rose slightly. Brian now knows what he missed out on. Mr. Chu, why did you suddenly choose to acquire Lewis Group? May I ask if the reason you chose Lewis Group was because of MS? Anna? Mr. Chu is from China, right? May I ask why you chose to acquire the group abroad? Mr. Chu. Not long after Chu Yang's words fell, the reporters couldn't wait to start their interviews. After Chu Yang heard the reporter's words, he nodded slightly. The reason I acquired Lewis Group. In fact, there isn't much of a reason. It's just that I suddenly wanted to acquire it. If we follow up, the company will still have Anna as the president of the company. She will continue to manage the Lewis Group. And of course, the company will be changed to Chu's Group. Chu Yang spoke in a faint voice, and his words also caused the reporters to be shocked once again. Letting Anna continue to be the president of Lewis Group? This was the daughter of the former group president. Was there some special relationship between Mr. Chu and Anna? The reporters once again launched an interview after grasping the focus. Mr. Chu, may I ask what is your relationship with Miss Anna? Why did Mr. Chu choose to make Miss Anna the president? What are the reasons why Mr. Chu chose Miss Anna to be the president? Mr. Chu. The reporters were really too curious about Chu Yang. If time didn't allow it, they all wanted to interview without limit. The Mr. Chu in front of them was just too mysterious. His face value was also an existence that crushed the popular stars. What a handsome, temperamental Chinese powdered. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, the corner of his lips slightly hooked. When he was about to speak, Anna on the side spoke out. Cough cough. Here I'll say a few words. Currently, I'm in the state of being in pursuit of Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu is very outstanding, worthy of my pursuit. As for your questions, I would like to say that I think I have the ability to manage the group well, and I am also very thankful that Mr. Chu has given me this opportunity, and has not given up because of my pursuit. This delivery of Anna's could not be described as not bold, but it was also because of this frankness of hers that made the reporters feel more equipped with visual and sensory impact. Anna, a recognized strong woman in the industry, openly admitted that she was chasing Chu Yang. Mr. Chu Yang's charm was too great. It was the first time Chu Yang was confessed to by a woman so openly in public. His senses towards Anna had subsequently gained one more point of subtlety. Luckily, with Anna's confession as the premise, the reporters also gained a great hotspot as a result. The next questions were all related to the company, and Chu Yang naturally gave all the questions to Anna. As a well-known strong woman in the industry, when it comes to company-related content, she is even more relaxed and eloquent, just like a veteran. The interview ended in about half an hour. After the interview, Fiki also released an announcement on the official website, roughly meaning that from today onwards, the president is Chu Yang, the executive president is Anna. The company's internal mobilization to be determined. Why is it pending? Because after Anna obtained the privilege given by Chu Yang, she started to lay off a group of people who just wanted money and didn't work in the company in a big way. According to Chu Yang's words, he is not short of money. Instead of taking money to keep a group of waste, it is better to recruit a group of obedient and working people. Thus, the group in Chu Yang identity exposure. A group of old employees also followed the roll cover to leave. 1 hour later, Barry's Economic Times began to frantically report the news of Lewis Group's change of ownership. Lewis Group officially changed its name to Chu's Group. The reason for Mr. Chu's acquisition was actually because he suddenly wanted to acquire it. Congratulations to Mr. Chu of Chu's Group. He will become the new richest man in China in Barashi. Anna can serve as the group's executive president is actually the reason for this. Why was Lewis Group suddenly acquired by Mr. Chu? The Barashi Economic Times frantically refreshed Chu Yang's news, and the Phelan country's domestic rich list was also refreshed after this. Chu Yang became the new richest man in Bapere, the 10th richest person in Phelan. Once the rich list was refreshed, Chu Yang's identity immediately attracted the attention of the rich people within Phelan, especially Chu Yang's looks and his identity as the newest rich man. It even attracted the spring hearts of quite a number of rich women. Heavenly Lord, I've never seen such a handsome and graceful Chinese. Dad, didn't you say I'm of marriageable age? Please let me marry him. If only my boyfriend was Chu Yang. I really want to. He. Ah, my heart, my soul. It's all been taken away by Chu Yang. When Chu Yang's news was flying around in Phelan country, the country also exposed his news within half an hour. A big V blogger named Chinese Traveling in Phelan country Weibo exposed Chu Yang. Instantly caused hundreds of thousands of traffic. People traveling in France Lanzhou country. The Economic Times but suddenly appeared the news of Chu Xin. Chu Xin in France Lanzhou country even did these things. The blogger carefully translated the content message on the Times, and carefully screenshot the photos of each Times. And each photo was a handsome 360-degree dead angle-free handsome face of Chu Yang. What was even more concerning was the content at the top. The new richest man in Bali. The 20th ranked newly promoted tycoon in Phelan. The only Chinese tycoon. The president of the $100 billion group Chu's Group. The netizens deeply irate things before and after. Straight call Chu Young Boldan. Just go to Phelan country a tour. Directly to the people worth hundreds of billions of Lewis Group acquisition. Acquisition even if. Chu Xiao also changed its name to Chu's Group. The most bullish is. Chu Young gave the reason for the acquisition is, suddenly want to acquire. Versailles or Chu God Versailles. Mom asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my cell phone. And I told her that the idol I'd been fanning had acquired the $100 billion group abroad. Well, I'm on my way to the hospital now. What? Chushin bought out the $100 billion group. What are you going to the hospital for? 23,333. Needless to say, his mom disliked him and was so angry that she called him in. The truth upstairs. I also analyzed it this way. Ha ha, Chu Xin is just bullish. $100 billion group said to take it. I just want to buy it. Convinced. I hope Chu God opens the Chu Group all over the world. As soon as Chu Yang's news was exposed, the fans of the big V blogger Chinese Traveling in Phelan country instantly increased by a few million. These fans were all live fans. All of them came for Chu Yang, with the fans refreshing all the way. The news of Chu Yang becoming the richest man in the world also managed to reach the first position in the hot search. Hashtag Chushin, Bali's new richest man hashtag. Hashtag Chushin, Phelan country's new top 20 richest people in China hashtag. Hashtag the god of Chu is being courted by the goddess Anna hashtag. Hashtag hoping that Chu God will open the Chu Group all over the world hashtag. Chu Yang's news had always been a hot, explosive presence in the microblogging world. As soon as his news came out, the subsequent second through fourth were directly wrapped up by him. At this time, Chu Yang didn't know that the news of him being in Phelan country had already spread. He was nagging Qing Mu inside his office. Young Chu, you just went out for 2 days to sneak around, and not only did you get an extra suitor, but you also got $100 billion group. That's too much for people to envy. Qin Mu was drinking the Quijia coffee brewed by the secretary of the president office while flirting with Chu Yang. Chu Yang waved his hand. Young Qin, this matter, it's mainly because of some accidents. I'm the one being raised by Anna. Qin Mu nodded with understanding. Thanks to an accident. Otherwise Chu Xiao wouldn't have acquired the group altogether. If it was himself, the Qin family would be even more powerful. But he wouldn't be able to do so much even if he left the country. Thinking about it, Qin Mu in heartfelt emotion, Chu Xiao worthy of being there out of the people. Casually a shot is 100 billion group. Really enviable As the two of them were chattering, Chu Yang suddenly saw a familiar figure. Dai Shanshan? Why did she come to Lewis Group? Chu Yang was surprised in his heart. Qin Mu followed his gaze and his figure slightly lurched. Dai's group's daughter? Oh, it's probably because of the contract. You just acquired Lewis Group, probably still not very clear. Lewis Group is very popular in the industry. Although the global ranking is not very forward, but with most of the big families at home and abroad have cooperation. Our Qin family also has, but the cooperation is not very close. Qin Mu's explanation also made Chu Yang realize. So that's how it is. What? You know her? Qin Mu inquired with interest. There were indeed rumors on the internet that Dai Shanshan had a great relationship with Chu Yang, seemingly a classmate relationship, right? But there were some things that they wouldn't easily believe without the person in question personally admitting it. Well, I'm in a classmate relationship with her. Let's go. Let's go meet an old acquaintance. Chu Yang nodded. He got up and walked towards the reception room. Qin Mu followed closely behind. Inside the president's reception room, Anna was having a good conversation with Dai Shanshan. When she saw Chu Yang coming, she quickly got up and greeted. Mr. Chu, what brings you here? Dai Shanshan looked at Chu Yang's handsome face. Confusion written all over her good-looking face. General Manager Chu? Chu Yang had cooperation with Lewis Group as well? Wait, the one next to him is Qin Mu Qin Xiao. Right, but if it was just a cooperation, why was Anna so respectful to Chu Yang? Dai Shanshan looked at the three people in front of her. Countless greetings on her head. I'm here to catch up with General Manager Dai. Chu Yan looked at Dai Shanshan on the side with a smile, and Dai Shanshan responded with a light smile. Both of them did not expect that the two sides would bump into each other in the huge Phelan country. Catching up with General Manager Dai? Anna was surprised. Chu Yang and Dai Group still had cooperation? Seeing Anna's surprise, Dai Shanshan explained. Mr. Chu and I graduated from the same university. We are considered old classmates. And Mr. Chu is an old classmate? Anna was shocked. No wonder Mr. Chu made a move to acquire the group. It turned out that he even had classmates who were characters like Mr. Dai. Then, would Qin Mu's identity be different as well? Anna suddenly turned her head to look at Qin Mu, only to see that he was not surprised by the relationship between the two. After all, Qin Mu was aware of the two vestiges, Chu God and Top Rich second generation, and for the news that Dai Shanshan had admitted in person before. It would be strange if he was still surprised. Mr. Chu, this is the contract I'm negotiating with Mr. Dai. Anna reacted, and also had the good sense to take out the contract that the two were talking about and handed it to Chu Yang. Dai Shanshan? The general manager Chu that Anna said was not because of Chu Yang's identity, but because he was the president of Lewis Group? She looked at Chu Yang in shock. Qin Mu looked at this scene and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He actually had a vestigial feeling of Chu Xiao dropping his horse online. I just acquired Lewis Group. Chu Yang touched his nose and explained. Dai Shanshan was shocked within her heart. Just acquired the Lewis Group? Don't say it so lightly. You already have assets of over $100 billion at home, and now you've acquired $100 billion group abroad? She was about to speak when she noticed that there was an acquaintance standing behind Chu Yang. The top stream rich second generation Qin Mu. Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao. Why are you also with Chu Yang? Dai Shanshan was even more shocked after she recognized Qin Mu. Young Qin? Anna also looked at Qin Mu in shock. The man who was with Chu Yang was also a person with a very impressive status? Ahem. I came to Phelan country to play with Chu Xiao. Qin Mu lightly coughed twice, suddenly feeling that it was inappropriate for two big men to come out to play with Chu Yang. Chu Xiao? Anna and Dai Shanshan voiced out in confusion at the same time. Qin Mu was a bit strange as he looked at Dai Shanshan. Doesn't Mr. Dai know? Chu Xiao is that new and mysterious top rich second generation in the Magic City's rich circle. Dai Shanshan was once again stunned. She had thought that these two people just happened to have the same surname. After hearing Qin Mu's words, she realized that these two people were the same person. Anna was dumbfounded as she listened on the sidelines. Although she was proficient in Mandarin, but when the words these people said were put together, it felt very unclear. So, to put it simply and roughly, Chu Yang and Qin Mu are also the top rich second generation in China. And I, Anna, spent $20 million to raise a top rich second generation? This $20 million is not an ordinary experience, nah. Didn't Chu Young say anything? Jin Mu swept up Dai Shanshan's shock, and immediately had the feeling that something bad had happened. Chu Xiao dropped his horse online again. The vest is still picked by me. Just outrageous. Chu Young touched his nose, his expression somewhat embarrassed. There's no need to proclaim it everywhere. Dai Shanshan and Jin Mu were suddenly choked. What Chu Xiao said really wasn't wrong. If he were to meet his old classmates and say I'm bullish now, I'm the newly promoted top-tier rich second-generation Chu Xiao. It was estimated that without waiting for Chu Young to say a follow-up, the mental hospital within the Magic City would probably have one more patient. Cough cough. That, Mr. Chu, I remembered that some of the work was not finished. It just so happens that you came, so I'll leave it to you. Anna was also quite embarrassed right now. She didn't think twice about borrowing work to hide and run away. Jin Mu eeped and called out to Anna before running off after her. He said in a beautiful name, "My Qin family wants to talk to you about some projects." The Qin family has a project? How come I don't know? Chu Yang was speechless. Can't you go a little further in finding excuses? Sit down and talk. Mr. Chu, Dai Shanshan said with a smile. Chu Yang waved his hand. I don't dare to be worthy. Please sit down too. Mr. Dai. Chu Yang and Dai Shanshan chatted happily about work. That handsome man and beautiful woman's combination looked very enviable. Looking at Anna's heart all bubbled up with sour bubbles. Why did she run out? But old classmates only well, Anna muttered within her heart. But she also knew that she was definitely not as good as Dai Shanshan to understand Chu Yang. What's more, the relationship between her and Chu Yang was originally fake. Looking at the gloomy and sad Anna, Jin Mu thought for a moment and gave a rare word of relief. Don't be sad. It's not like Dai Shanshan is Chu Xiao's girlfriend. Anna instantly lifted her spirits and sidestepped a lot of news from Jin Mu's end. For example, the matter that Chu Xiao currently doesn't have a girlfriend. Woohoo, take off. Instantly, Anna's strong woman mode was on again. Another power-packed day. Long live work. Half an hour later, the over $100 million project between Dai Shanshan and Chu Yang was also negotiated. After the negotiation, Dai Shanshan found Anna alone again. The chat between the two women. Chu Yang did not intend to participate. Likewise, he was also given another job, approving the group's important contracts. There was no way. Anna was temporarily unavailable, so Chu Yang could only get on by himself. Jin Mu was idle and bored, and skipped around the group's interior by himself. And incidentally, he also took some photos from time to time and sent them to the Magic City's big young group, stimulating the big young people who were still working hard. The scenery inside the group is really good. There are quite a lot of pretty girls. Picture *10. Jin Mu's hands were thievingly fast. 10 high-definition pictures went down, and the great young men were once again blown out by him. Wang Song, Qin Xiao, you drifted? Meng Xiaobai, I. Who inherited the family business? Am in the Eagle Kingdom. Chen Wei, young Qin, you become a human soon. Zhang Jing, suddenly I feel like I have a use for my sparring. Song Xiao, I only have one thought. I hope that Qin Xiao will hurry up and be taken back by the family to inherit the family business. The Magic City Great Young Masters group chatted hotly, while Jin Mu, who had shown off a wave of bragging rights, also returned to the president's office once again. He had just arrived near the president's office, when he saw Anna and Dai Shanshan who were holding hands like sisters. The sudden sisterly goodness made Jin Mu raise his eyebrows. These two strong women, why are they suddenly in the same camp? Why do I get the feeling that there's some really weird deal between the two of them? Anna, then I'll leave first. I'll contact you again when I have time. Dai Shanshan nodded to Jin Mu with a smile and turned her head to leave. Anna also smiled and said, Okay Shanshan, we'll contact again when we have time. Jin Mu, who watched the whole thing, only felt that girls are really incredible existences. The second before, they were still shouting at Mr. Dai, and in less than an hour's time, they became Anna and Shanshan? Jin Mu had countless spits in his heart, but still didn't say anything. He walked into the president's office and found that Chu Yang was the most pitiful, incarnated as an auditing machine of Nia's feelings. He was dealing with mountains of contract documents within the company. TSK, look, this is what the president should look like in reality. The next few days, Chu Yang, after several large and small meetings, also finalized the Chu's Group's subsequent development direction. In addition to this, Chu's Group's fame has also become an important channel to promote the group's prosperity. Anna once again saw how powerful Chu Yang's connections were. Not only Jin Mu, even Wang Song and the other top young men in Magic City had arranged for people to facilitate cooperation with Chu Group, not to mention the other families in the country of Phelan. For a moment, Chu Yang's position in Anna's heart was repeatedly elevated. To say that the pinnacle of the situation was this invitation letter that she had received right now. The invitee of the invitation letter was called Lucius. He was a top stream tycoon with great prestige, power and connections within the country of France. And one of the more intimidating things was the shallow relationship between Lucius and Aubrey. Aubrey, as the man of the underground of the Phelan country, could make the situation of the Phelan country change in an instant with a single word. And this particular relationship had further expanded Lucius' voice in Phelan country, which was highly feared. This also led to the fact that every banquet, big or small, that Lucius started was also recognized as a top stream banquet. Unfortunately, the Lewis family was going downhill more and more under Brian's dominance, causing Anna to take power so far without ever receiving an invitation from Lucius. As a result, the group received it when it came to Chu Yang's hands. Anna was a little confused and even more excited. Lucius' invitations were only sent to what he considered to be top stream tycoons. In other words, Chu's group was considered top stream by Lucius. After taking the invitation, Anna handed the invitation to Chu Yang with a rare joyful expression. You take this banquet and go to it. The banquet was arranged when it was the 14th day of my stay in Phelan country. Time is a bit rushed. Chu Yang looked at the invitation that was handed over, turned his hand and handed it back. Anna held the invitation again, her expression all confused. Lucius's invitation. Mr. Chu, you're not going just because you say you won't go? The reason for not going was because it conflicted with your time to go to another country to play? Do you want to be so capricious? Anna is a little crazy. How many rich people can hope but cannot ask for things? To you how it seems to be so worthless it. General Manager Chu. Mr. Lucius banquet invitations can only be attended by top stream tycoons. It's not easy to get one. You'd better go and attend it. Anna was frantic inside her heart, but still tried her best to persuade. Really don't know without comparing. A comparison. Then suddenly feel that Brian is really hot chicken. Hosting the company so just surprisingly didn't even get an invitation from Lucius. It really wasn't useful at all. Okay, the invitation can take 2 people? Then you call on Qin Xiao. When the time comes, the 3 of us will go together. Chu Yang thought about it and still agreed. So many top stream tycoons were there. There must be quite a few braggarts, right? Anna didn't know Chu Yang's thoughts. After Chu Yang agreed to participate in the banquet, she immediately told Dai Shanshan the news. This time for the top stream banquet. They were going to do a big job. Soon, time turned to the day of the banquet. Inside Lucius Geller Manor, many top stream tycoons brought their friends, relatives, assistants and so on to participate in the banquet. Before the start, Chu Yang also brought Anna and Qin Mu to appear in the banquet. The moment Chu Yang appeared, he was instantly noticed by many tycoons. Anyone who paid attention to the economic times instantly recognized the outstanding appearance and outstanding temperament of Chu Yang. Mr. Chu also received an invitation? I can't imagine that Mr. Lucius would think so highly of Mr. Chu. It's not surprising. After all, Mr. Chu after all acquired the Luis group in one breath. I'm afraid that his energy isn't low. Mr. Lucius must have his considerations, right? I'm more curious now if Mr. Aubrey will attend. Mr. Aubrey's status in Phelan country is already superb. He may not have the time to come over. Chu Yang's appearance immediately caused quite a few top stream tycoons to discuss. As Chu Yang listened to the voices in his ears, he also couldn't help but feel a little strange. This Mr. Aubrey, what kind of character is he? Anna obviously also heard Chu Yang's words. She hurriedly explained. Mr. Aubrey's power in the country is so great that it can almost be described as just a hand holding up the sky. However, this power is, Anna implicitly pointed to the underground. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. No wonder the top stream tycoons avoided talking about the specifics. The emotional nature was similar to the funeral biao. Sir, General Manager Chu of the Chu Group has already come. Lucius' beloved Alvin also reported the news to Lucius in the first instance. Lucius glanced at the hesitation on Alvin's face and lightly smiled. Alvin, you seem to be very puzzled by my invitation to Mr. Chu. Alvin gave a slight lurch as he nodded his head and said, Yes sir, the Lewis Group is not considered a top-notch existence in the country. I really don't understand why you invited him. Lucius nodded. He understood Alvin's thoughts. Because none of the people attending his banquet were top stream figures in the country. Each of them were renowned and had a fortune of over $100 billion. In comparison, Chu Yang's acquisition of $100 billion group was really not a big deal. You haven't looked thoroughly enough. Have you noticed the person beside Mr. Chu? That person is a famous top-ranking rich young man within China. And the Qin family behind him is also an existence that cannot be underestimated. In addition, Chu's group's current development is flourishing. Ultimately, it cannot be separated from Mr. Chu's reputation. You should not look away from him because he is a newly promoted tycoon. He is definitely not a character we can afford to offend. Lucius patted Alvin's shoulder and instructed him to entertain Chu Yang properly. As soon as Alvin heard that such an important task Mr. Lucius had actually given it to himself. His spirit immediately lifted. He would definitely take good care of Mr. Chu. Alvin hurriedly rushed over to the banquets hall. What he didn't realize was that the person he secretly swore to take good care of was already in trouble. Eve was one of the heirs of the top stream family, the Rodney family, and even though he was not the first heir in the line of succession, he still held himself in high regard for his position. However, not long after Anna had just gone to the restroom, Xu Yang met up with Eve. The person who caused the incident was still Qin Mu. The red wine in his hand accidentally touched Ifu, causing a large portion of Ifu's body to be stained with wine. This gentleman, you didn't sneak into our banquet, did you? I've been in the top stream rich young man circle for so long. How come I've never seen you before? The Rodney family's infighting was serious. So serious that they knew that Eve was deliberately picking on the newly promoted richest man in Bali, Xu Yang, and his companions, and deliberately didn't arrange for anyone to warn him. Even the Rodney family's opposite family had backhanded him and had the waiter bring the security over. You are talking to me? Xu Yang raised his eyebrows. It was clearly Qin Mu who had accidentally touched the wine on Eve. So why was this fire burning on himself? Luckily, the banquets hall was huge, and the commotion between Ifu and Xu Yang only attracted the attention of a small portion of the nearby tycoons. When they saw someone going to provoke Xu Yang, they made a wall and watched the action. Who are you talking to if not you? Eve was enraged. He saw the security guards coming over and immediately commanded in a furious manner. You guys came just in time. Quickly check the invitations of the two of them for me. I suspect that he's sneaked in. The security guard of Jiela Manor glanced at Eve. The glint in those eyes almost had the word stupid written on it. Ifu was confused and more than a little annoyed. What kind of expression is that? I asked you to check his invitation. What are you looking at me for? Ifu's loud chiding made the crowd of rich people watching the show happy as well. Who do people look at if not you? Anyone who is paying attention to the economic times knows Xu Yang's identity. You're good. You're going to check people's Xu Yang's invitations when you exit. Are you worthy? Oh, I remember who this guy is. Xu Xiao. This person is one of the Rodney family's successors to the throne, called Eve. Qin Mu thought for a while and finally remembered who this person was. He had spent less time hanging out abroad, but that didn't mean he wasn't too aware of the situation abroad. There were also a dozen or so Rodney family heirs, and for a moment Qin Mu couldn't really think of one like Eve, who was ranked at the bottom of the list. What are you? Eve wasn't exactly a fool. When he heard Qin Mu accurately report his name, a wary look immediately appeared in his eyes. Me? You've probably heard of my name before. The sole heir of the Qin group, Qin Mu. The corner of Qin Mu's lips hooked, and he reported his name without any qualms. If you want to spell father, sorry, then this I have never lost. As soon as Qin Mu's words fell, the eyes of the tycoons looking at Xu Yang and Qin Mu immediately changed. The person who came with Xu Yang was the heir to the Qin group? Looking at the relationship between the two people, it was extremely good, otherwise they wouldn't have come to the banquet together. Luckily, Ifu that fool stepped forward to offend Xu Yang. Otherwise they were afraid that they would not really associate Qin Mu with the identity of Qin Group's heir. What? The heir of the Qin Group? Ifu's expression changed immediately. The Qin Group was also a very famous family internationally. Compared to his family, it was only stronger but not weaker. How could he have offended such a character? Just thinking about it, Eve's face changed brilliantly. He was about to soften up with Xu Yang and Qin Mu when he saw Anna angrily walk over. If I remember correctly, you were just transferred back from Feizhou a few days ago. What? Just after releasing you start biting people? This personal attack from Anna was venomous. It hadn't been transferred to Feizhou because he had lost the fight with the heir and was sent there. For the person in question to hear this, it was the equivalent of poking at Eve's lungs. Yo ho, what's wrong with me being transferred to Fijian? If I remember correctly, your family group is all gone, right? I advise you to get out of the party. This is not a place for you to come. There was already quite a grudge between Eve and Anna. He was poked in the lungs by Anna and immediately poked back. As his words fell, not only the security guards, but even the rich onlookers looked at him as if they were looking at idiots. Anna laughed angrily once she heard Eve's words. I see you're still as stupid as you were a few years ago. Since you're being kept in the dark, I'll be merciful and tell you about it. Although our Lewis group has been acquired, my abilities have been recognized by the acquirer and I am now serving as the executive president of the Chu group. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chu, the one who acquired our Lewis group, my top boss. Anna became the executive president of the new group? That handsome Chinese guy is Anna's top boss? What's going on here? Eve was shocked and even more scared, because he clearly knew that he had offended two unimaginable characters with this wave of operation. One was the bull who had acquired the Lewis group. One was the sole heir of the Qin clan. Eve felt like he was going to be in bad shape. As he was thinking this, he saw Quint slowly walk over from the crowd. Quint was Eve's dad and the current head of the family at the moment. Even though the Rodney family was a little stronger than the Lewis family, Quint still didn't want to easily offend Chu Yang. After all, Chu Yang could easily acquire a Lewis family. It was inevitable that he would still have the spare capacity to acquire another Rodney family. Thinking of this, Quint didn't dare to be arrogant, and hurriedly stepped forward to apologize to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, Mr. Sheen, I'm really sorry, my dog's son doesn't know any better, and gave you two a lot of trouble. This is the Rodney family's family head, Quint, Anna whispered in Chu Yang's ear. Chu Yang nodded. Mr. Quint, I must correct you, he's not causing us trouble, he's picking on us. Do you think that by apologizing you'll be able to make a big deal out of it? Quint gave a beat. He didn't expect Chu Yang to cling to this point. He gritted his teeth and coldly shouted at Yif. Yif, as of today, you are removed from the position of heir. Now immediately get out of the banquet and leave Bali. Quint was planning to treat Yif as an outcast. Many of the rich tycoons who were paying attention to the incident revealed a look of realization. The newly minted tycoon Chu Yang was too strong, and it was only human nature for even Rodney of the old family to avoid him. Blame it on Eve himself for not growing a brain and openly going to find fault with others. What, letting me go? Dad, just because of this man's words, you're going to cut me out of my position and kick me out? Eve was all shocked. It was so hard for him to get the chance to compete for the heir again, and just because of a Chu Yang, he was just deprived of it? If he was removed as the heir, he would never be able to inherit the family again. Scoff, not chasing you away and leaving you behind? Qin Mu watched Ifu's face show disbelief. His face became even more displeased. It was not easy for him to attend a foreign top stream party with Chu Yang, and not to mention being picked on. The other party wanted to apologize and be done with it. A submissive heir dared to be so arrogant. I'm the sole heir of the Qin family. Am I proud? Do not stay. Absolutely not staying. Don't be angry. Mr. Qin, I'll have someone send him out. Quint was about to be infuriated by Eve's stupidity. It was his fault for being mesmerized by beauty and agreeing to let such a thing come back. When Qin Mu got angry, Quint became even more abashed. Compared to Chu Yang, who had just risen to fame in the country, Qin Mu's identity was even more scary to Quint. Eve heard that Quint was so sure that he was ready to abandon himself. Where would he listen? With a hardened heart, he decided to drag his entire family down with him. Since you guys don't want me to live well, then don't live well at all. He only heard Ifu say loudly, I'm not leaving, Dad. Didn't you say that as long as you attend the banquet today, Mr. Aubrey will negotiate a partnership with you? Then in that case, what are you afraid of them for? Isn't Mr. Aubrey your little brother? You're still afraid of a mere Qin clan? My father said that as long as he reaches a cooperation with Mr. Aubrey, everyone present will have to look up to him in the future. Quint almost didn't die on the spot from a myocardial infarction when he heard Eve's words. This pitiful dog thing. He should have strangled him with one hand when he was small. The people present are not fools. Naturally they will not listen to Eve's side of the story. But it was the first time they had seen such a pitiful thing. Detected Rodney Eve bragging with the host. Aubrey has been changed by the system to the host's little brother. The moment Eve's words left his mouth, it also shocked Chu Yang, Qin Mu and Anna. This large-scale pitfall now even made them encounter it as well. Operation 6 to take off. Rebellious son. Rebellious son. I should have strangled you to death in the first place. Quint knew that this was the end of the game. Eve's older brother Carter was so scared that he spilled the red wine in his hand. What the hell? This asshole is his brother? The family is all in the hole. Eve, your mental state is really getting worse. I shouldn't have let you out of the hospital. Carter's brain turned around and immediately gave Eve a big hat. Eve instantly became furious. You're the one in a bad state of mind. I'm fine as hell. I'm telling you all. If you want to pick on me, Eve, then none of you will have a good time. As the saying goes, barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes. Eve was now going out on a limb. Alvin just happened to hear such a sentence when he rushed over. After he suppressed his fire and recruited the waiter to inquire about the specifics, he immediately raised his voice and said, Really? I'd like to see who you want to be bad. As soon as Alvin appeared on the scene, he instantly attracted the majority of the gazes. The rich and powerful from a little distance also noticed the movement over here. As Alvin's words fell, he quickly ran in front of Chu Yang again. He respectfully and courteously said, Hello Mr. Chu, I am Alvin. I am sorry that this banquet has given you such an unpleasant experience. Alvin. When the rich and powerful heard this name, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. There were even some juniors they brought in who were a bit unsure and inquired in whispers, What is the origin of this Alvin? Why are you so scornful of him? It looks like it's just a henchman. The words of the juniors were chided by some of the tycoons, and also caused some tycoons to talk. A henchman? What an ignorance! This is Mr. Lucius's beloved, but whenever he appears behind the scenes, he represents Mr. Lucius's intentions. Mr. Lucius confidant? Then why is he so respectful to Mr. Chu? I've never seen Alvin treat anyone other than Mr. Lucius with respect. Obviously, the Rodney family has kicked the bucket this time. TSK, it might not be as bad as the Lewis family's dust. Ha ha, not necessarily. Offending General Chu is just acquiring the group. Offending Mr. Aubrey, that's a different story. You're right. I really can't imagine what it's like for a character like Aubrey to become someone else's little brother. The rich and powerful people's murmurings were heard word for word by Chu Yang. In addition to Alvin's identity, Chu Yang was also a little curious about Aubrey, whom he had never met. From the attitude of the tycoons, Aubrey's identity should be very impressive. At the very least, he possessed absolute prestige in this part of Bali. What kind of character would he be? Chu Yang was thinking in his heart. When he saw a familiar figure walking over, Chu Yang was somewhat surprised. Shan Shan, you also came to the banquet? As Chu Yang's words fell, the tycoons also noticed the approaching Shan Shan Dai. Isn't this the daughter of the Dai group? MS. Dai, just like Ms. Anna, a strong woman with very outstanding abilities. Nah. Hiss, Dai's group is also here? Mr. Lucius' connections are as strong as ever. If you ask me, Mr. Chu's connections aren't weak either. Look at the way Mr. Chin treats Mr. Chu, he's got a great relationship. Right. Just now I heard Mr. Chu call Shan Shan. He wouldn't be calling the Dai group's daughter, right? The words of a rich young man with a heart of gold fell. Then he saw Dai Shan Shan walking towards Chu Yang. From the attitude of the two people exchanging words, they should be two people who were very familiar with each other. Seeing this scene, many rich youngsters as well as rich tycoons began to deliberate on Chu Yang's value. The Dai group and the Chin group were both very famous internationally. However, in comparison, the Dai group was more sought after internationally. There was no other reason than the fact that the heir, Tai Shanshan, was a woman. Whether it was her outstanding business ability or her looks, she was an excellent choice for a marriage partner. If one were to really compare, the Chin group would be one step ahead of the Dai group. But it turned out that such two companies that ranked among the top 500 companies both had a very close relationship with Chu Yang. Such a character. Was he really just a newly minted tycoon in the country? I'm done with all the work I should be busy with today, and I just happened to come across Mr. Lucius's invitation, so I went over there. Oh yeah, Anna, borrow your male companion for a bit. Don't mind, right? Deschanel said half-heartedly, following up with a wink at Anna. Anna comprehended the meaning of this action, and immediately agreed readily. Of course, the conversation between the two women caused the rich and powerful, wealthy young men and even the thousands of golds present to curse a crippling curse in their hearts. What was this situation? Anna was actually willing to lend her male companion to Dai Shan Shan? Thanks, let's go. Chu Yang, I have something to say to you. Dai Shan Shan smiled, wrapped her arms around Chu Yang's arm in front of the crowd, and left the crowd side by side with Chu Yang. Shin Mu watched the two leave, his entire being confused. Wasn't Dai's group now showing signs of marriage with other groups? Why was there suddenly a close relationship between Shanshan Dai and Chu Xiao? What happened to the old classmates? They've turned into a couple in the blink of an eye. Some of the tycoons had also experienced an unusual flavor in Anna and Sandra Dai's statements. Dai's group was afraid that the sky would change in a short while. I'm really envious of Chu Xiao. Anna's kind of strong woman has taken it. What you said. More than taking it down. Didn't you see Anna's attitude towards Dai Shanshan? She's just like a sister. Can a male partner just say yes? Unless they're both going to be with the same guy. China seems to be a monogamous country. I'm from Phelan. I still don't have a Chinese Tianqiu? The rich and powerful people present had not hidden their envy towards Chu Yang. The big families in Phelan country usually had several wives. In addition to the obvious main wives, the minor wives were not a few, such as the Lewis family, Rodney family, etc. were all like this. However, there was no one who had seen anyone who could make both heavenly daughters willingly follow him alone. Of course, if you could rank the most miserable family head at the moment, you would definitely have to rank Brian, wearing 6 green natural hats not to mention. The group was also acquired, and even the manor is gone. The degree of misery is estimated to be in this year's most miserable tycoon list ranked first. Not long after Anna and Chu Yang left, the owner of the banquet, Lucius, also appeared in the middle of the banquet. After hearing his subordinate's report, he also immediately came to the banquet and arranged for people to expel everyone from the Rodney family. Surely, the Rodney family would not have a good ending from today. After all, the one they slandered was Mr. Aubrey. It was also considered that they deserved what they got. Chu Yang and Dai Shan Shan, who had left the sight of the crowd, did not know that Lucius had already arrived. According to the opening time of the banquet, there was theoretically about 20 minutes left. Before that, she had to clear things up with Chu Yang. Chu Yang, I have something I want to ask you. Dai Shanshan found a sparsely populated garden and solemnly said to Chu Yang. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. His face was somewhat surprised. What is it? Dai Shanshan lightly bit her lower lip. Her eyes flickered with a wavering light. I want to pretend to marry you. Pretend to join hands with me? Chu Yang frowned as he looked at Dai Shanshan, only to see seriousness and unyieldingness written all over her eyes. Yes, my father is looking for a marriage partner for me that can match my family. I don't want to marry, but the current me is not strong enough. As long as I am given another 3 years, I can definitely get rid of the bondage. Of course, within these 3 years, no matter if you're in love or whatever, as long as you're willing to titularly become my marriage partner, it's fine for you to do whatever you want with anyone else. And I, on the other hand, will be scrupulously and single-mindedly your fiancé. Dai Shanshan hadn't thought of such an unreliable method as a fake union. It was only when she was chatting with Anna about Chu Yang that she realized from Anna's mouth that Anna's acquaintance with Chu Yang was so interesting. Just thinking about those interesting things that Anna said, Dai Shanshan couldn't help but think, if the object of marriage was Chu Yang, how good it would be, even if it was fake. Dai Shanshan had long checked her own marriage partners. Each of them looked like they had a monstrous background, but in private, they were in an outrageous mess. In contrast, Chu Yang is not only clean, not even a girlfriend. Therefore, Dai Shanshan summoned up the courage to put forward a request for a pretend marriage. 3 years? 3 years is too long. After Chu Yang calmed the shock waves within his heart, he opened his mouth to Dai Shanshan. His bland and self-assured words sounded like a rejection to Dai Shanshan. For some reason, her heart seemed to be tugged by something, so much so that even her breathing felt a little unsmooth. The light in her eyes suddenly disappeared. Still slightly low, then, that's it. Before Dai Shanshan could get her words out, she heard Chu Yang continue to speak. 1 year, I'll give you 1 year, and after 1 year, our relationship will end. Dai Shanshan's heart suddenly beat very violently at this moment. He agreed? Dai Shanshan raised her eyes, only to see Chu Yang leaning down, his eyes full of gentleness. You're a girl. You should meet the right person at the best age, so that you don't delay yourself. Good. 1 year then. Dai Shanshan nodded. She slowly loosened her clenched hand, the beads of sweat seeping out from her palms, silently telling of the owner's nervousness at this moment. And Chu Yang, who caused all this, knew nothing about it. Then, you are my fiancé now? Without any trace of wiping the sweat on her hands, Dai Shanshan's lips commiserated, changing her strong woman's aura, looking dignified and atmospheric. Of course. Oh yeah, how many suitors do you have? Chu Yang nodded. He bent his arm slightly. Dai Shanshan gladly put her hand in. Hearing Chu Yang's inquiry, Dai Shanshan gave a slight start. She said somewhat not too kindly, that, there weren't many when I was in school, but with my current status, there are indeed quite a few. Hearing her say that, Chu Yang was relieved. If he remembered correctly, Dai Shanshan's company enterprise wasn't in Magic City. When the time came for him to go over with Dai Shanshan piece by piece, how could he hear quite a few suitors bragging about it? I have to say, after experiencing Anna's wave of hate, Chu Yang is really not averse to being a white boy or making people jealous of the marriage object. Chu Yang does not charge other things, just charge those who brag. Then the thief can blow this point. Chu Yang then felt that this wave of arrangement was not a loss. Well, then in the future, leave all your suitors to me, I'll handle it. Chu Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. Dai Shanshan sniffed her pretty face. This is substituting himself? Chu Yang looked at the Patek Philippe on his hand, turned his head to Dai Shanshan and said, let's go. It's almost time. The banquet should start. When the two of them returned to the banquet again one after the other, they saw that Lucius was already surrounded by tycoons, and had just become the center point of the crowd. However, this was also human nature, who made Lucius' connections very strong in addition to his own financial power. Mr. Chu, you're back. The banquet has just opened. Mr. Lucius very much wants to meet you. May I ask if it's convenient for you to go over now? Chu Yang's appearance immediately attracted Alvin's attention. He hurriedly came in front of Chu Yang and respectfully inquired. Yes, it's just right. Let's take the opportunity to make an announcement. Chu Yang nodded. He turned his head to Dai Shanshan, but he saw that Dai Shanshan was waving distantly to Anna, who hurriedly went forward and took Chu Yang's other empty hand. Hiss, Mr. Chu deserves to be Mr. Chu. It's not even a problem that there's a young master of Qin group by his side. Even his ability to pick up girls is so strong. A woman as good and strong as Dai Shanshan, how could she find the same husband as Anna? Isn't monogamy practiced in China? Why do they still let this kind of thing happen? Damn it, Anna is even if it's not enough. How come a woman as good as Dai Shanshan is also so close to Chu Yang? The two extremely beautiful women on Chu Yang's left and right directly gave Chu Yang the opportunity to pull the hate value of the male compatriots present to the top. Chu Yang had superior ear power and heard all those words in his ears word for word. He expressed great innocence about it. And he was also curious to know what was going on. Anna, what the hell are you guys up to? Chu Yang questioned Anna, who was at the side. Anna smiled mysteriously and said, "Ah, I forgot to tell you. Shanshan and I decided that both of us will be your girlfriend. Anyway, I'm in Phelan country and she's in China. There's no conflict in location and identity, although China only says that it specializes in monogamy, but I'm not looking for a name." And Shanshan also agreed. "So I think that my existence won't hinder you guys from anything." This wave of Anna's operation is really a horsefly. Can it still be played like this? Alpha on the side was shocked to hear Anna's words. No wonder Mr. Lucius thought so highly of Mr. Chu. It turned out that not only was Mr. Chu just a man of mysterious origins and wealth himself, but even the female companions around him were willing to do nothing for him without asking for a name. Moreover, the two women who were pursuing him were still extremely famous women in the country. Then let's go over together. Chu Yang sighed within his heart. He didn't believe that Anna was really planning to be his girlfriend. Seeing the way she was swimming with ease, she should have just come over to cause trouble. Forget it, these small matters are irrelevant. Anyway, the two sisters on his hand were fake girlfriends, so they could stay as long as they pleased. Okay, Mr. Chu, this way please. Alvin responded and made an inviting gesture. Chu Yang, accompanied by Alvin, in the gazes of all the tycoons and rich young men who were either jealous or envious, arrived not far from Lucius' side. Seeing that it was Chu Yang, the tycoons had autonomously made a path for Chu Yang to pass through. Mr. Chu, welcome to my banquet. Lucius' initiative to speak shocked the crowd of tycoons. In their impression, Lucius rarely took the initiative to greet people he didn't want to get acquainted with, let alone taking the initiative to speak to a guest invited to the banquet. Had Chu Yang's identity really become so powerful that even Mr. Lucius was willing to take the initiative to befriend him? Thinking about this possibility, the tycoons around Lucius couldn't help but feel a fire within their hearts. Chu Yang, who originally seemed to them to be nothing more than that, immediately became a meat and potatoes under Lucius's initiative to open his mouth. And at this time, the tycoons also noticed Chu Yang's female companions today, Anna and Dai Shanshan. These two women's identities were extraordinary, especially the two people's own business ability. In the industry it was considered a first-class character, but looking at their hands and the crook of Chu Yang's arm, the tycoons were all nonplussed. They more or less have some small wives. The identity of the main wife is also mostly after the famous family. The identity of the main wife was not bad compared to Anna's two daughters, but the identity of the little wives was far worse. Chu Yang came out with two top girls at once, making it more or less difficult to accept within the hearts of the tycoons surrounding Lucius. All men, why are you so showy? Mr. Lucius, first time meeting, let me introduce you. This is my fiancée, Dai Shanshan. Chu Yang nodded his head squarely. As he finished speaking in a bland and self-assured manner, Anna on the side also spoke at the right time. Hello Mr. Lucius, I'm Mr. Chu's female companion today. Anna, just a female companion? Ha, do you see us believing it? The tycoons around Lucius didn't believe half a word, and were even sure that Anna had definitely reached some kind of agreement or pact with Dai Shanshan, and that the two women would be standing so calmly by Chu Yang's side. However, when the tycoons around Lucius looked at Chu Yang, their eyes also carried a certain kind of fire. A man who could make the two heavenly daughters willingly submit. How powerful must this be? Lucius was also slightly shocked by Chu Yang's appearance. After all, he was the one who had seen a great storm and quickly regained his composure, and smilingly said to Chu Yang, Mr. Chu is really young and promising. Even his fiancée and female companion are picked so outstanding. No one present thought that the relationship between Anna and Chu Yang was innocent, but it couldn't be helped by Anna's own self-introduction. She said she was a female companion. Who else could force her into the position of girlfriend? He, Mr. Lucius is too kind. Chu Yang responded to Lucius' words with a smile. Lucius' senses towards Chu Yang were very good. He suddenly raised his voice and said to the many tycoons, Everyone, let me introduce to you this Mr. Chu beside me, the Chu group's Mr. Chu. I'm sure everyone has heard of him, right? Mr. Chu is the newest tycoon in Bali. Many of you may be very unfamiliar with him, or you may have seen him in the recent economic times, and to be honest, I am also very optimistic about Mr. Chu. These words from Lucius were intriguing. He deliberately introduced Chu Yang in front of the tycoons. That was tantamount to pushing this person Chu Yang under their noses. This person is someone that I, Lucius, look favorably on. You guys don't want to cross paths with him. With this relationship of Lucius, Chu Yang's status in the eyes of the tycoons instantly rose. Mr. Lucius has a really good eye. Truth be told, I am also very optimistic about Mr. Chu. Yes, Mr. Chu is young and talented and has a good command. My group and Chu's group still have cooperation. That's really enviable. I just came back from another country. I haven't had time yet. Ha ha ha. Not coincidentally, I also have some cooperation with Chu's group. None of the tycoons dared to easily offend Chu Yang anymore. Many tycoons even had the good sense to openly talk about their own group's business with Chu's group. This time, Chu Yang's reputation in the top stream rich man's circle was considered to have been completely made. Mr. Lucius thinks so highly of me? Chu Yang saw the goodwill that flowed from the eyes of the tycoons and looked at Lucius with some surprise. Lucius nodded his head with a smile. This is natural. I, Lucius, have been able to have today's achievements so far by virtue of these eyes. Mr. Chu, I hope that in the future, we will have the opportunity to cooperate. As Lucius spoke, Alvin suddenly came to his ear and whispered. Lucius' face turned cold. Then he apologized and said to Chu Yang, Sorry, Mr. Chu, there are some things that I need to take care of. Good, you go and get busy first. When Chu Yang saw Lucius' color change, he knew that something must have happened. Lucius nodded his head and signaled before leaving the banquet hall in large strides. This matter had obviously made Lucius very angry. Chu Yang lightly shook his head. He was about to leave the place when he realized that the surrounding tycoons had surrounded him. Mr. Chu, does your group have any recent cooperation? Mr. Chu, are you interested in playing around with investments? My company has a good project recently. I also have a good project here. There's a recent cooperation for land development. Are you interested in playing around? Mr. Chu, Mr. Dai, I also have a suitable project for Dai here. Is it convenient for you to talk to me now? Once Lucius left, Chu Yang instantly outlawed Lucius and became the center point of the tycoons. Dai Shanshan had never seen such a proactive stance from the tycoons before, and for a moment, there was really a little bit of not quite getting used to it. She turned her head to look at Chu Yang, only to see Chu Yang calmly and freely responded to the words of the tycoons, and the ease in those words made Dai Shanshan calm down again. Chu Yang was like this. As a fiancé, she must also deal with the situation at hand. Chu Yang and Dai Shanshan began to discuss some of the cooperation that could be negotiated under the initiative of the tycoons, while Anna acted as the gentle and caring one. Not only did she deliver red wine to Chu Yang, she even gave Anna some drinks. This situation of love for each other. Looking at many of the rich young men who followed them, their mouths felt a batch of acid. How come they didn't have this kind of treatment? The bustle in Chu Yang's direction also caused some of the rich tycoons to hotly discuss. Of course, there were also some rich tycoons who were curious about Lucius' hasty departure. You guys, what did Mr. Lucius do? Seeing that he was in a hurry, there should be something big going on. Say, will this have something to do with the Rodney family? Aha, it's really possible. Speaking of which, I do recall what that Eve said. If only I had a little brother like Aubrey. Just you want to be Aubrey-san's big brother? Chuckle. What a laugh. How could a character like Aubrey have a big brother? That's right, like Mr. Aubrey's character, casually stomping his foot. Bali must tremble 3 times. If he has a big brother, then how powerful his big brother must be. As the tycoons chatted there, they saw a handsome man in his 40s wearing a black shirt, black suit pants, and short brownish black hair with an aura of superiority lingering all over him appear in the banquet hall. His appearance shocked countless tycoons. That was Mr. Aubrey. Mr. Aubrey had come. Aubrey's news immediately caused a sensation. After Lucius learned of the news, he also hurriedly handed over the matter at hand to Alvin, while he himself returned to the banquet hall once again. Mr. Aubrey, didn't you say you had something to do today? Why did you suddenly come over? The relationship between Lucius and Aubrey was not as ironic as rumored. It could only be considered a good friend, he said in surprise, his eyes full of joy. The corner of Aubrey's lips slightly hooked, faintly smiled and said, Originally it was a bit of a matter that I didn't intend to come over, but I heard my subordinate report that my big brother also came, so I came over. Hiss. Mr. Aubrey really has a big brother? Who is Mr. Aubrey's big brother? Mr. Aubrey is so awesome in the country. How powerful his big brother must be. We've all met the rich and powerful in the room, and I haven't seen Mr. Lucius being special to anyone. No, it's true that the usual banquets don't, but today, there really is, the tycoon said, coincidentally looking over in Chu Yang's direction, only to see Aubrey sweeping the crowd before quickly stepping away. Striding towards Chu Yang's direction, the crowd of tycoons subconsciously gulped, a bold thought popping up in their minds. Could Chu Yang be Aubrey's big brother? No way. No way? Mr. Chu wouldn't be Mr. Aubrey's big brother, right? I'm also curious to know if Mr. Aubrey is Mr. Chu's little brother. Then what if Mr. Chu is Mr. Aubrey's big brother? Then he will become the one with an unshakable position within Phelan. Dad, it's all your fault for not listening to me. If you had listened to me, you might have been able to climb into a relationship with Mr. Aubrey. You shut up, rebellious son. You really want to filialize me to death. The tycoons whispered to the people around them, while their eyes stared at Aubrey's voice for an instant. Soon, Aubrey's figure stopped in front of Chu Yang. Subconsciously, everyone held their breath, waiting for Aubrey to speak. Big brother, long time no see. Aubrey greeted Chu Yang with a smile. Qin Mu, Dai Shanshan, and Anna looked at Aubrey, who was near their eyes, all of them showing shocked expressions. What the hell? Chu Yang was Aubrey's big brother? It wasn't just the three of them. Even Lucius and the crowd of tycoons were all shocked on the spot. Heavenly Lord, what have we all heard? Mr. Chu is really Aubrey's big brother, and I didn't befriend such an awesome character. I was wrong by a billion. Aubrey, why did you come over? Chu Yang responded with a light smile. That breezy and self-effacing tone caused a crowd of tycoons to become envious. How come we don't have such an awesome little brother? I came over because I heard that big brother you are here. By the way, when I just came, my men also found a few ungrateful guys. Big brother, want to take a look? Aubrey's looks were very handsome. His body's superior aura was not angry, yet he was deliberately restrained in front of Chu Yang. His attitude was respectful with admiration. A proper little fanboy. Then take me to meet it. Chu Yang swept his eyes at the surrounding tycoons who were showing shock and dismay, and then looked at the dismayed Lucius in the distance, and faintly answered. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he heard Lucius raise his voice and said, Mr. Chu, Mr. Aubrey's words are what I have to say as well. As it happens, I have also found some ungrateful people on my side. Why don't you let someone bring them up piece by piece? You have them here as well? Aubrey sniffed and his face instantly sank. It was not easy for his big brother to come to Phelan country to play for a while, but to have two sets of people come to find trouble with him, this was simply not putting him. Aubrey, in his eyes, if his big brother was unhappy, was it something that one of their families could undo? Bring them all up. It just so happens that there are quite a few people who can speak well in Phelan country today. I also hope that you will remember that Mr. Chu is my Aubrey's big brother. Whoever disrespects my big brother is disrespecting me. Aubrey sank his face. The gloominess in his eyes swept across the surroundings. That lurid chilling aura made none of the rich and powerful present shiver. Mr. Aubrey was angry as if he was a life-sapping Satan. Bring the people up. After Aubrey finished speaking in a deep voice, Alvin and Aubrey's subordinates escorted a dozen or so tied-up people over in turn. Everyone was bruised and swollen, and it was hard to see their expressions, especially the ones brought up by Aubrey's subordinates. All of them had huge balls of cloth stuffed in their mouths, looking like they had been beaten up quite badly. However, there were still people who recognized the identities of several people from their attire. That's Quint, isn't it? He was wearing it just before he left. Oh, that one over there is Eve. I still remember his arrogant figure today. I don't recognize most of the people Mr. Aubrey brought over here. Chuckle. I do recognize one. The one on the far right. Look at him, if he looks like the famous management guru Jurgil. Jurgil? Why is he here too? Who knows? The former management guru Jurgil would even kneel on the ground like a dog. Some of the tycoons even let out merciless sneers after seeing the man named Jurgil. Qin Mu was still a bit shocked by Aubrey's aura, and when he heard Jurgil's name, he immediately brightened up. He hurriedly said to Chu Yang, Young Chu, can you have someone bring up Jurgil alone? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows at that. You know him? Aubrey also showed surprise on his face. He had had a meeting with Qin Mu. He just didn't realize that Chu Yang's relationship with Qin Mu was this good. He secretly made a note of this point, and saw Qin Mu nod. Jurgil is a famous management genius in Phelan, and has a great reputation in the country. Only, a few months ago, his company went bankrupt. Since then, Jurgil has fallen from the altar, and the cold ridicule has been constant. However, I don't think that's because of him. Jurgil's judgment wouldn't be that weak. Qin Mu openly opened his mouth in front of all the tycoons, which caused Jurgil, who had fallen from the tiger, to instantly burst into tears. Over the past few months, he had felt the greatest malice from people, sneering and even deliberately making things difficult. The cases were too numerous to count. Qin Mu was the only one who openly spoke for him. Since young Qin is so optimistic about him, then let Jurgil talk about it first. Chu Yang ordered in a faint voice. When Aubrey's subordinates heard this, they immediately shouted in a cold voice, Who is Jurgil? Squeak, squeak. An indistinct squeak sounded, and the rich and powerful people present were shocked. I'm afraid that Jurgil hadn't been beaten up and had his brain knocked out of whack. Let him squeak. Did not let him really squeak and still be gagged to squeak. It's hard for him. Are you sure that he is the management genius you are looking for? Chu Yang suddenly opened his mouth to ask a question. Xin Mu. Chu Xiao. Don't ask me. I'm now also quite skeptical if I'm looking for the wrong person. Jurgil was still singled out. After spitting out the cloth ball in his mouth, Jurgil hurriedly identified himself. I'm Jurgil, but I'm not here to trouble this gentleman. Jurgil's entire body was actually confused. He had received a mysterious note saying that it would enable him to pull in investments in a short period of time, telling him to come over here if he wanted to get back to his peak moments. Who would have expected that he hadn't been there long before the follow-up was followed by someone squatting at his place? The other party thought he was one of their own, so they asked in passing, bro, are you here to squat too? Jurgil thought they were the same as himself and responded, yes, brothers, you are also The other side heard the same people chatting more vigorously. Chatting, the more Jurgil listened to the more he felt wrong. By the time he reacted to the fact that this group of people had come to find trouble with the people in the banquet, he himself was beaten up by the sudden influx of people and then tied up. Jurgil felt particularly wrong just by recalling a wave of today's experience. After hearing Qin Mu's words again, the injustice within his heart was put to the maximum. I just want to return to the peak moment of my person, but no one told me that before I could return to the peak, I had to take such a beating, or a severe beating. Not a gang? You think we don't know what we're talking about? He asked you if you were here to squat, and you said yes. Aubrey's little brother went up and kicked Jurgil directly to the ground. Jurgil was kicked raw by the kick, but knew that if his answer wasn't satisfactory, he was done for. He hurriedly said, it's not like I came over here to squat on someone. My company went bankrupt and someone told me to come over here to be able to get investment, to get back to the top. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows. How do you prove that you were lured over here? Jurgil nodded his head in a hurry. That's right, I brought that note with me to prevent that person from tricking me, and the note is in my right pocket. To be honest, the company is now bankrupt and I'm burdened with a huge debt, so I can only beat a dead horse. I had no choice but to come up with this plan. This is after all the quickest way to pay off the debt. Aubrey's subordinate raised his eyes to Chu Yang. Seeing that he nodded in agreement, he squatted down and dug into Jurgil's pocket. Within 2 clicks, he pulled out a note, and what was written on it in black and white could indeed prove that Jurgil wasn't lying. Now can you prove that I'm not lying? Can you let go of me first? I somehow got beaten up and tied up, and I just got kicked in the face again. I don't want to invest now either. I want to go back to rubbing safflower oil and bone-setting wine. Please let me go back. Seeing his innocence proven, Jurgil immediately asked to leave the place. This beating he received was too unjust. This year, it was really point back his mom opening the door to point back to home. Safflower oil and bone-setting wine? Qin Mu was shocked. Isn't this something from China? Do the Phelan people use this stuff too? Yes, my mother is from China, and I'm a mix of Phelan country and Chinese, so I'm considered half Chinese. Jurgil nodded. These were things his mother had recently scavenged. It said that it was something that was used with particularly good results in the country of China. Originally, Jurgil had thought that this stuff wouldn't be used, but he didn't expect to get a brutal beating today. He didn't have the money to go to the hospital, and if he didn't apply that, he was afraid that he would have to waste it. Well, how much does your company still owe? Qin Mu stroked his chin. He felt that the management talent he wanted to find had been found, or he had sent it to his door himself. 300 million. 300 million CNY. Not Phelan dollars. As long as you're willing to clear me 300 million, I'm willing to work for you. The reason why my company went bankrupt is because someone maliciously shorted the company's accounts. The broken capital chain is what caused the subsequent problems. If you don't believe me, you can go and check. Hearing Qin Mu's words, Jurgil felt that his waist wasn't sore anymore. His legs didn't hurt anymore, and he was even able to climb up to the 7th floor in one breath. If it wasn't for his carelessness in recognizing people, how could he have ended up in his 30s and still have his parents worried about his future? Even going so far as to beg, as long as he could pay off his debt, he would do anything he was asked to do. You want to take him? Chu Yang was a little surprised. He knew that Qin Mu followed up by looking for someone to manage the company for him. He just didn't expect that they would run into someone at the banquet. Well, there's this idea, and 300 million isn't too much. Qin Mu nodded. He had a balance of over 9 billion in his card alone. 300 million was nothing to him, but the money wouldn't be for nothing. At the very least, he had to make Jurgil understand what stupid things he had done so far. Qin Mu's words caused Jurgil to reveal a look of delight. He was about to speak when he heard Qin Mu laugh lightly. Compared to all of this, Jurgil, even though it's true that you met me after beating a dead horse, Have you ever thought about why the person who gave you the note arranged for you to come here? This is Mr. Lucius Banquet, the people present. Any one of them can come out and make you turn over. Chin Mu nodded his head, which also caused Jirgil's face to change in shock. Thinking back carefully, Jirgil also knew that this was an elaborate setup. I'll give you an hour. You uncover the person behind this. If you can find someone, I'll pay off your debt. You manage my company for me, and Mr. Aubrey can be a witness to this. Thoughts flowed in Chin Mu's eyes, and the moment he lifted out Aubrey, it even made Jirgil's eyes show a look of shock and fear. If he really rushed Mr. Aubrey, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Jirgil felt his fists harden. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, sir. I will definitely uncover the person who harmed me within an hour." Chin Mu nodded. Then go find it. Jirgil was ready to get up, and the moment he got up, he remembered that he was still tied up. He looked helplessly at Chin Mu, and saw two of Aubrey's subordinates immediately coming over to untie Jirgil. You guys follow him first. I also want to see how the person that young Chin has his eye on is really like, Aubrey said with a smile in his eyes, and the three of them left. In the middle of the banquet, a man in his 30s with short brown hair was shaken by that scene. It's over. It's all over. How could Aubrey intervene in this matter? How can I get them to stop? The man thought as such in his heart, his eyes staring at Chu Yang at the center point for an instant. It seemed that the only way to start was with him. At this time, Chu Yang did not know that he was being watched. Did they say what they are? Chu Yang swept his eyes at the people captured by Lucius Men. Quint and the others couldn't turn over any waves, so they could be left alone for the time being. The people Aubrey captured. What kind of people are they? For the time being, I haven't asked for information. However, looking at them, they should be some small forces in the country. I'll find someone to investigate thoroughly. Aubrey spoke in a faint voice, his tone very calm. But those who were familiar with Aubrey knew that Aubrey was angered. It was not easy for his big brother to come to Phelan country, but before the two brothers met, they encountered two groups of people who wanted to disadvantage his big brother one after another. Those guys? Did he think that Aubrey was dead? The more he thought about it, the more rage grew within Aubrey's heart. Chu Yan lightly nodded his head and spoke out in relief. It's alright, Aubrey. It's not a big deal around here. Even if this level of people come, they can't do anything to me. What words did Big Brother say? In my Aubrey's territory, which still needs you to personally take action. Aubrey listened to Chu Yang's words and was anxious within his heart. Chu Yang was really a bit overwhelmed by Aubrey's attitude. He waved his hand and said, alright, don't be nervous, I'm just saying. Let me introduce you. This is my fiancée, Dai Shanshan, Dai's group's daughter, and executive president. This is Anna, currently serving in the position of executive president in my Choose group. Today is my female companion. That one is my friend, Chin Mu, the young master of the Chin group. Aubrey was shocked. What? It was common to bring female companions to banquet occasions, but characters who dared to bring a female companion even in front of their fiancé, even in Phelan country, these types of situations were few and far between, especially when the two women, Anna and Dai Shanshan, with their uncommon status and outstanding abilities, were still able to get along peacefully. It could be seen how strong Chu Yang's charm was. After the shock and envy, Aubrey hurriedly said respectfully, hello sister-in-law. Dai Shanshan's three people were suddenly introduced by Chu Yang, and the whole group was also quite confused. This was them being directly introduced to Aubrey by Chu Yang? That character who was calling the shots in the Phelan country, Dai Shanshan, who was called sister-in-law, was even more shocked and froze on the spot. Chu Yang had actually introduced himself to Aubrey? Did he know that here in the Phelan country? But whenever he could get on a level with Aubrey, the group would move up a level or even higher as a result. This kind of opportunity, he gave it to himself without even blinking? Anna also had her small mouth slightly open, and her eyes looking at Chu Yang were filled with leaps of joy. She, unexpectedly, also had this kind of treatment? With this relationship of Aubrey's, Chu's group would be able to run amok in Phelan country from now on. Just thinking about it made Anna excited. The one who was most surprised belonged to Chin Mu. He was the one who invited Chu Yang to come over to Phelan country to play, and he had never dreamed that his own casual invitation would blow up so many of Chu Yang's vests. Before the cruise line is also even so. Aubrey, you all collected into a little brother. Are all of you guys so awesome? If it wasn't for the bad timing, Chin Mu would have wanted to ask Chu Yang, do you still accept people there? I, Chin Mu, think that I can make a gross recommendation. Hello Aubrey, I'm Dai Shanshan. Dai Shanshan quickly settled into her role as she tried to hold her sister-in-law demeanor steady. Chin Mu and Anna were also considered to be officially acquainted with Aubrey after some self-introductions. After this wave of introductions from Chu Yang, Anna and Dai Shanshan were directly listed in the list of characters that the rich and powerful must not offend. Aubrey's emotions were also stabilized in this wave of manipulation. And considering that Chu Yang wasn't in a big hurry for the results, Aubrey had people bring both sets of people down to ask about the situation properly. Seeing that the matter was over, Chu Yang excused himself as being a little hungry and came to the banquet hall near the table where the food was placed to catch his breath. This fellow Aubrey, although he was very imposing within the country of Phelan, when he arrived in front of this big brother of his, he presented a different posture, without the aura of a superior, like an ordinary little fanboy. He would tell Chu Yang about the recent interesting news, and would occasionally make Dai Shanshan and Anna laugh. Aubrey was very covetous of Chu Yang's letting Dai Shanshan and Anna get along so harmoniously, and when he saw Chu Yang excusing himself to leave, he was also ready to casually say something to find Chu Yang. He raised his eyes and saw that there was also a middle-aged man standing beside Chu Yang. That middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy and cold, and the thing in his hand vaguely had a cold light skimming over it, and under the illumination of the light, reflections appeared from time to time. Big brother, danger! Aubrey reacted and immediately ran quickly towards Chu Yang. The sudden situation caught everyone present off guard. Even Lucius, hearing Aubrey's words, was immediately drenched in cold sweat. If something happened to Chu Yang, he, the banquet host, would definitely be moved to anger. At that time, everything he had worked so hard for so far would be wasted. Aubrey's reminder was like triggering a chain effect. Everyone unanimously focused their eyes on Chu Yang. Only then did everyone notice that there was also a middle-aged man holding a small knife beside Chu Yang with a sinister expression stabbing towards Chu Yang. Finished, it's over. Chu Yang is dead. Everyone thought that Chu Yang could not avoid such a sudden attack, only to hear two sounds. The middle-aged man who wanted to attack Chu Yang instantly fell to the ground. Just like that? Many question marks appeared on everyone's head. They had thought that this would be a deadly situation. But in the end, Chu Yang had killed the man with a slap? If you've got a knife, then show us your strength. Our expressions are wasted. Big brother, are you okay? Aubrey rushed to Chu Yang's side. His hands and feet quickly and forcefully unloaded the middle-aged man's limbs. Ka, 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 ka. For sounds of bones breaking resounded in the large banquet, which was extraordinarily frightening to hear. It's nothing, just some jumping clowns. Chu Yang waved his hand, blandly picking up a meat fluff pastry in front of him and tasted it. Well, it's a bit salty nah. I'll have someone go and investigate thoroughly. Aubrey finished in a cold voice, pulling out his cell phone and preparing to call his little brother. Unexpectedly, before the call was even dialed out, Jirgil returned with his little brother. Xiao Chu, Mr. Aubrey, I found out who the person who harmed me is. That person is Robertson. This is his picture, Jirgil said as he pulled out a photo. Seeing the photo, Chu Yang's mood was a little subtle. Wasn't this the person who had just been slapped down by himself? Aubrey raised an eyebrow as he crouched down and grabbed Robertson's hair with one hand and said, "What you said? Is this guy? Robertson, that's him. What's going on here?" Jirgil looked at the man and recognized Robertson's face even though the left and right faces were very asymmetrical. It's nothing. He tried to assassinate my big brother and was slapped by my big brother. Since it's like this, let's settle new grudges and old grudges together. Your name is Jirgil, isn't it? Come with me. Aubrey smiled and licked his lips. His entire aura was gradually changing. Then let's go together. Chu Yang glanced at the fainted Robertson, his eyes slightly glowing with a cold aura. Being passively beaten was not his Chu Yang style. After Chu Yang and his party left the banquet, they were invited by Aubrey to his villa. Subsequently, Aubrey called out Chu Yang and Jirgil on the grounds of viewing his villa. The three of them then went to a cold and damp basement. This was the place that Aubrey specialized in interrogating people. Ever since Aubrey had become a prominent figure in the Phelan Kingdom, few people had entered this place. But there were people who didn't know how to die who dared his big brother. Since they liked to die so much, how could he not fulfill them? Robertson, right? What is your purpose of assassinating my big brother? Aubrey first arraigned Robertson. Robertson's limbs had all been broken, and he was lying on the ground as if he was an invalid. Accepting Aubrey's interrogation, I didn't want to assassinate him. I was just afraid that you guys would expose the fact that I had victimized Jirgil. That's why I wanted to hold your big brother hostage, so that he would order him to call no more chances for Jirgil to investigate. Robertson had taken a severe beating after breaking his arm and leg. He was now speaking in a very weak voice, yet he was able to make his exposition audible. Robert didn't dare to hurt Chu Yang. He only wanted to use the opportunity to hold Chu Yang hostage. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Chu Yang and overestimated himself. One slap down, Robert's face swollen half, not to mention, his limbs were also wasted. He also received a brutal beating, and was followed up by Jirgil to find out the truth of the matter. Really lost a lady and lost a soldier, nah. Hitch yourself to that, called a clean, nah. Tough guy. Really brave. So it's not called an assassination? Good. Very good, then you'll stay put, and my minders will take good care of you. Aubrey had a smile on his lips and his eyes were filled with ice. As he said that, he gave a wink to his beloved who was following. The latter, after receiving the signal, quickly stopped Jirgil who wanted to continue following him. Mr. Jirgil, it would be better for you not to get involved in the next matter. Compared to these, don't you want to take revenge? If it wasn't for us, Mr. Chu, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have a chance to turn over a new leaf. Aubrey's beloved spoke with a calm demeanor. The words in his words were as assiduous as a demon. The words in his voice ignited the rage within Jirgil's heart. I want revenge. Jirgil felt that he was getting stupid enough to beat a dead horse over a debt. When all the evidence was laid out in front of Jirgil, he felt very ironic. It turned out that everything he followed up on was Robertson taking the power in his hands to do something to him in secret. Thanks to him, he was still convinced of Robertson when he was in distress. Chu Yang's ears were overpowering. He stopped everything in his ears but pretended not to know anything. Ever since he was involved in the Anna family's incident, Chu Yang's orientation towards himself was gradually changing. If Chu Yang wasn't strong enough, Robertson's blow would have at the very least stabbed a hole out of him. This kind of person didn't deserve any sympathy at all. Chu Yang followed Aubrey to another basement. The not-so-thick smell of blood drifted in the air if at all. Not far away, a man whose clothes carried a mottled red color was looking at the two people walking towards him with a terrified face. Mr. Aubrey, please spare me. We really don't know anything. The man was a punk from a small organization in the country of Phelan. He was arranged by his employer to make a man named Chu Yan learn a lesson, and for a random amount of blood, he would get 2 million francs. On top of that, they would provide information. At the thought of a huge sum of 2 million francs, they were momentarily blinded and came over. Who would have thought that they would be caught by Aubrey before they could search for anyone? If they'd known, they wouldn't have needed the 2 million francs. If you have money to take, you must also have a life to spend. Don't know? Don't know you guys also come to squat people. Bold enough? I'll give you another chance. Think about it. How did that person contact you guys? Aubrey laughed. He walked to the side and moved a chair for Chu Yang to sit on while interrogating that punk. His aura carried a bit of coldness, causing the punk to tremble. I remembered. That person said that he would still call us as long as the mission is complete. And as long as we say that the mission is complete, we will definitely be able to find each other. The punk was beaten to a pulp, and his desire to survive gave him a chance to live. Good. Then you tell them that your mission is complete. Aubrey nodded as he made a call over, and it didn't take long before someone untied the punk and tapped his cell phone with special means. Under Aubrey's arrangement, the punk smoothly contacted the mysterious employer. The target has been injured. Where's my money? When will you give it to me? The punk sent over the video that Aubrey's people had prepared beforehand, and while both sides were communicating, Aubrey's people quickly went out. The money will naturally be given to you. However, I have to reconfirm. I'll first give you half of it today, and I'll give you the full amount tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the latest. After the phone hung up, a man with a tearful mole below the corner of his eye stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His eyes couldn't help but be filled with contempt. Just such a piece of goods. And 5 million francs was arranged in the wanted list on the darknet? He didn't even have to make a move. It was just taken care of. The man was just thinking, when he saw a figure suddenly appear in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. A smoke bomb was then thrown in as well. Immediately afterward, the door to the room was forced open, and a dozen or so people with extraordinary skills wearing eye masks fishtailed into the room, quickly arresting the man. The man with the tear mole woke up again and found himself in a cold and damp basement. In front of him was a handsome Chinese man in his 20s and a Phelan countryman in his 40s with a thick aura. Chu Yang? Reacting. The tear mole man's eyes widened. Good. Still remember me. Who wants to deal with me? Who is your employer? After hearing Chu Yang's words, the tear mole was immediately shocked. He had actually been preyed upon? I don't know. I received the wanted notice from the darknet. The man with the tear mole was a very sensible person. He quickly told everything he had and everything he had. Aubrey immediately ordered a thorough investigation. In the end, it took them a while to finally catch the culprit after a wave of condoms from the other side. It's Morocco. Interesting. The darknet put a bounty of 5 million francs to teach me a lesson? Chu Yang snorted and turned to leave the basement. Aubrey, I'll leave the rest to you. Chu Yang's voice was cold, like a hellish shura. Don't worry, big brother. Aubrey responded with an ecstatic voice. That night, the Phelan country set off a storm of bloodshed. Another small organization was destroyed. Another public demonstration, and another arrest. This unsettling night had shocked all the rich and powerful people within Phelan country, and Chu Yang's name had completely resounded through the entire circle of rich and powerful people within Phelan. They called Chu Yang the uncrowned emperor. Just when the Phelan country was shocked at Chu Yang's identity, Chu Yang and Qin Mu as well as Jirgil had already embarked on the last stop of their journey. Jirgil called the last stop the hairball. There really was nothing wrong with this abbreviation. Chu Yang didn't spit this out. After all, Qin Mu had already used the Mandarin language as a punishment and demoted Jirgil's status to that of a small temporary personal assistant for the two of them. Right now Jirgil, a big shot in the management world who had shaken up the Phelan country, was sitting on the airplane, chewing on the basic vocabulary of beginner's conversation, and he had to speak fluent Mandarin within 3 months. Otherwise, Qin Mu wanted him to roll back to Farland. In order to not be eliminated by Qin Mu, Jirgil could only study desperately. Even the pretty stewardesses who passed by couldn't help but give him sideways glances with his sleepless attitude. A few hours later, the airplane arrived at Malbal. An hour later, Chu Yang's trio arrived at the Como Hotel in Malbal. Considering that the time was relatively late, Chu Yang's 3 people opened a deluxe room respectively and decided to rest within the group first, and then let loose to play tomorrow. After Chu Yang took a shower, wearing a white bathrobe, he sat on the bed and played with his cell phone. A popular message popped up on Weibo Hot Search. The title was, Shock, Chu's group actually joined hands with Dai's group. Chu Yang clicked into Weibo and saw that it was a big V number that broke the news, so he knew that this was Dai Shanshan's arrangement. After the news came out, Chu Yang's fans all commented underneath Chu Yang's latest Weibo, asking him if it was true or not. Looking at the comments underneath the hot search, love lost accounted for 80%, and those who thought he should be single were 20%. Why is it that Chu God went on a trip abroad and even arranged for a fiancé? I've fallen out of love. I've fallen out of love. No, it's not true. It's not true. If Chu God is such an excellent person, don't wreak havoc on other girls. Stay single. After browsing through the small number of comments, Chu Yang was shocked. Does an excellent person not deserve a girlfriend? The unwilling Chu Yang decided to fight back. After thinking about it, he sent out a tweet and publicly ate Dai Shanshan, at Dai Shanshan fiancé. Please teach me more in the future. His public acknowledgement immediately caused tens of thousands of likes, comments and retweets, and even caused the microblogging network to be paralyzed. Crap. Live Chushin. Chushin lost for most of the month. Finally came online. Is the scenery of the foreign rivers and mountains beautiful? Tian La Lu. The news is true. I lost my love again. Don't. Chushin don't have a fiancé. Chu Yang's official announcement broke the hearts of a bunch of fans who had hopes. Chu Yang browsed through the comments. The bottom of his eyes filled with smiles. These fans, they were quite cute. He was just thinking about it when his eyes suddenly rested on the number of fans of the meager Immortal Stones. 100 million fans? Chu Yang was a little surprised. Just as Chu Yang was surprised, the various collaborations and concessions that Dai's group watched being sent to their door caught the group's departments off guard. After they dizzily signed a few projects, they immediately had people thoroughly investigate the news. The results that were passed back, but also let Dai's group employees feel dizzy. When did Chu's group join forces with Dai's group? How did they not know? Miss Dai is also too powerful. After going out of the country, she even took down Chu's group. I've heard that Chu's group has a thick background in Phelan, backed by a big shot, and very few people dare to offend them. I'll go. Isn't that a lucky break? More than a lucky break. From now on, as long as MS Dai says something, our market in Phelan country is absolutely stable. After the news broke out, almost everyone in the Dai group was shocked by the news. It wasn't long before the news of the marriage between the two sides reached the ears of Dai Shanshan's father, Dai Yehua. He was even more confused. His daughter's trip abroad had even taken down Chu Yang, the newly crowned richest man in Phelan. Then all his previous efforts to find so many marriage partners had been in vain? Dai Yehua, who didn't look right, still called Dai Shanshan. Shanshan, I heard that you've gotten married to the Chu group. What's going on? Dai Yehua's tentative voice came out. Dai Shanshan softly oh-hayed, it's this thing Aren't you looking for a marriage partner for me? I saw that none of them were as powerful as my old classmate, so I got together with him. Not as good as your old classmate? Dai Yehua was on the verge of vomiting blood. If he had known that Dai Shanshan's old classmate was Chu Yang, he wouldn't have looked for a marriage partner. Just thinking about those crooked dates, each with their nostrils facing the sky and arrogant, as if they had climbed up the ladder, made Dai Yehua very angry. Then why didn't you tell me earlier that your old classmate still has such a person as the old president of the Chu clan? Dai Yehua angrily questioned. Do I have to tell you this kind of thing too? But isn't Dai's family passed down from male to female? I merely wanted to have someone who loved me to mingle with me with the shares. How is that still wrong? Dai Shanshan spoke in a calm manner, shaking off the pot. It was so smooth. The assistant looked at the recent changes in her own boss and couldn't help but have a black line. President, you've changed. It's all because that Anna brought you down. However, this is also quite good. After all, With a stepmother comes a stepfather. Otherwise, Dai Shanshan wouldn't have even counted her marriage for Dai's sake. Dai Yehua was extremely angry. Right. I'm not going to manage the company now that I've joined the marriage, so you can let your son come over. Dai Shanshan remembered Anna's words and decided to change the routine. What? She actually opened her mouth to let Dai Jerong work at Dai's group? Dai Yehua was a little alarmed. As he listened to the busy tone on the phone, he always felt that Dai Shanshan was up to something, but he had no proof. Dai Yehua was a little alarmed as he clicked on the Weibo hot search, only to see that the second Weibo hot search, there was one more message about Chu Yang. Hashtag Qin Xiao punching the hairball. Is Chu Shin going to open up a new industry again? Hashtag. Just arrived at the hotel. In a good mood. Come and play a card. Qin Mu sent a positioning punch card in a rare mood. It didn't take long for his Weibo to send it out, and it blew up on Weibo again. Chu Shin is in the fur ball? Ha 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 ha. Laugh to death. Chu Shin is actually in Mao Ball. Let go of me. I'm also going to Mao Ball. Before going to Mao Ball, I want to ask Chu God. What exactly do you think? What else can I think? Fate. It's true that a marriage of 1,000 miles is linked by a thread na. Even though Chu God has already announced the news of the marriage, I still want to kowtow to the CP of Chi Chi and Chu God. Qin Mu looked at the crazy comments section at the bottom and couldn't help but be a little confused. He knew about Chu Yang's marriage, but what does this have to do with Chi Chi? Qin Mu was curious in his heart, so he went to pick up the news. And the result was that the news he picked up caught Qin Mu off guard. Goddess anchor Chi Chi is also in Mao Ball? Thinking carefully, Qin Mu also felt that this was just a coincidence, and even extremely unlikely. Mao Ball is still very big. It doesn't make sense that Chi Chi can still meet them over here. It's better to wash up and go to sleep. Tomorrow I'll dive and play with Chu Xiao. Qin Mu walked towards the bathroom after moving around a little. The windy and sunny morning. Chu Yang, Qin Mu, and Zhirjil were enjoying a sumptuous breakfast inside the hotel. The restaurant at this time of the day was quite small, and Chu Yang and the three of them came quite early, and after ordering some meals, the three of them began to eat their breakfast and discuss their subsequent arrangements. Qin Mu is ready to go diving for fun in a while, considering that Chu Yang has not dived before. He also additionally found a local diving instructor, so when they finish eating later, the group will be ready to go diving in the past. As time went by, the restaurant came to many more people one after another. Waiter, give us a set meal from their table. Chu Yang's neighboring seat, a guest consisting of two young people suddenly greeted the waiter over and specified that they wanted to order Chu Yang's table's VLP set meal. The waiter swept his eyes over, and at a glance, he saw Chu Yang, who ate elegantly and had an extraordinary and handsome temperament. Customers like Chu Yang, who had a high face value, good figure and could also pull out the hotel's highest specification black gold card. He was extremely impressed with Chu Yang and his friends. Sorry sir, your package cannot be purchased for that gentleman's package. The waiter revealed a professional smile and said to the young man wearing a hipster brand. What? Can't upgrade? What package are they? The hipster young man pulled up his volume, obviously very dissatisfied with the waiter's answer. The waiter tugged at the corner of his lips and said with a fake smile, those three customers are our black gold card customers. Black gold card? The people present all drew in a breath of cold air when they heard the waiter's words. Como Resort Hotel's black gold card had always been an unattainable existence among many members, and it was said that a hotel branch only had the right to issue 100 of them. Looking at the packages on Chu Yang's and their tables, they were all complete sets. In other words, these three people were all black gold card customers? Then, what do I have to do to upgrade to the black gold card? My friend is Magic City's top rich second generation Chu Xiao. Say it, how can I do it? The hip young man started talking again. Chu Yang, who was eating, only felt inexplicably lying down. I'm here in person. How come I don't know you? Qin Mu chewed something in his mouth and almost died laughing at the man's words. He turned his head to look at Chu Yang, only to see Chu Yang turn his head to look over with a confused face. He saw that a young man wearing a hipster brand was patting a young man next to him who was about in his early 20s, saying that his friend was a top-tier rich second-generation Chu Xiao, and that look was very smug and proud. It's like this, sir. If you must go through with it, we can inform our superiors and upgrade you a bit. The waiter had still heard of Chu Xiao's big name in the circle. He hadn't met anyone before, but he didn't dare to offend easily, so he could only smile and apologize and calm the guest down. Then go and upgrade me now. This one is mine. This one is Chu Xiao's. Both upgraded. When the hipster young man heard this, he couldn't help but light up. There was such a good thing. Without even thinking, he handed both his and Chu Xiao's cards to the waiter. The waiter didn't expect the guest to be so difficult. He said with an embarrassed face, okay. The upgrade of the black gold card requires proof of your own assets. Sir, if it's convenient for you. Before the waiter could finish his words, he was stopped by the hipster young man. Just a black gold card still needs proof of our assets? What? Do you think we can't afford to pay you for this black gold card? The young man's aggressive attitude caused Chu Yang's brows to cluster slightly. Shin Mu pointed his finger at the dining table, his eyes inquiring if he recognized it. Chu Yang threw over a cold stare. Do I look like I recognize him? You said that your friend is the top rich second-generation Chu Xiao. What evidence is there? Shin Mu opened his mouth at the right time to inquire. As soon as his words fell, the hipster young man immediately revealed a showy look. Chu Xiao is Chu Xiao. What evidence do you need? Shin Mu's eyebrows immediately darkened. Chu Yang's self-evidence indeed does not need evidence. As long as the bank card tail number flung to others to see a glance. See, the people all have to kneel. But this person in front of him is different. The genuine card is right here. But the imposter doesn't know how to die and crash up. So, do you recognize me? Shin Mu stood up. He and Chu Yan were still very famous on the internet. Originally, the young people in the neighboring seat who wanted VLP packages hadn't paid attention. They took a closer look, and then they were shocked and drew a breath of cold air. This Nima, isn't it the top rich second generation Shin Mu? Damn. Just now, I was so focused on pretending. I didn't see who I was pretending to be. Shin Xiao. You're also here for a fur ball vacation? The youth known as Chu Xiao stiffly got up and pretended to be familiar with him as he opened his mouth. Very good. Still recognizes me. Then look again. Who is the person next to me? Shin Mu nodded his head and signaled Chu Yang with his eyes again. Chu Yang slightly raised his head, and his handsome appearance and temperament made both the hipster young man and that Chu young man draw a breath of cold air. The news of Chu's group associating you with Dai's group was still hanging upwards. It would be a ghost if they didn't know who Chu Yang was. Chu God. You're here too? That Chu Xiao stiffly greeted Chu Yang. Unbeknownst to him, this greeting he gave almost didn't make Shin Mu squirt with laughter. Everyone in the circle knew that Chu Yang was Chu Xiao, but this person shouted out of his mouth that he was the god of cookery, and counterfeiting was too unprofessional. Shin Mu laughed lightly. You said you were Chu Xiao, then how come Chu Xin and I have never seen you attend a gathering in the circle? Shin Mu's light sentence straightened the Chu Xiao's back in cold sweat. He wasn't really a rich second generation, so how could he really go over and participate? But Chu Xiao knew that he had definitely kicked the bucket this time. As he listened to Shin Mu's words, he only felt his scalp tingle, yet he had to keep the wobbly eyes going as he reluctantly smiled. I was busy before, so I didn't go. Shin Mu let out an "oh," and then went on to ask, then what's your name? That Chu Xiao's youth hadn't answered yet, but the hip young man next to him opened his mouth. Chu Xiao's name is Chu Sua. Shin Xiao you don't recognize? The young man's heart pressed on, only to feel a strange feeling rising in his heart. Shin Mu spread his hands, his eyes full of teasing. Of course I don't know him. I'm a close friend of Chu Xiao. What does he look like? What's his name? Where's his villa? I know exactly. What do you think? What kind of person is this Chu Xiao? Shin Mu's questioning was a shot to the heart, directly causing the hipster young man to take 2 steps back in shock. Himself, unexpectedly being tricked? Chu Su right. You're quite bold. How dare you pretend to come over my head? Shin Mu slowly sat down, crossing his legs and sitting back down. Chu Su, who was poked and prodded, was scared within his heart. He didn't expect that he was so backward that he had faked his way to Shin Mu's head. By the way, you weren't wrongly recognized because Como Hotel is one of Chu Xiao's properties. As Shin Mu's words fell, Chu Su only felt that another thunderbolt from the clear sky had landed on his head. He was really unlucky. Not only had he pretended to be on Shin Mu's side, he was still pretending under Chu Yang's industry. It would be strange for him not to be discovered. Immediately afterward, Chu Su felt a wave of cold air rush straight to his back. He stiffened and turned his head. The hipster youth kicked angrily, and Chu Su fell on his butt on the ground, rolling twice in the process. After kicking out a foot, the hipster youth still felt not relieved, and went up and punched and kicked again. He recalled all the details, and his anger went straight to his head, and he was on fire in more ways than one. He had actually been tricked by an imposter. This damned filter aura had messed himself up like a fool giving someone a grandson for half a month. Egu, don't fight. The waiter over there, don't just look, I'm going to be killed. Don't come over to pull the fight. Chu Su was grimacing in pain. He still didn't forget to instruct the waiter to let him go over to help at this time. The waiter watched Chu Su get beaten with a smile on his face, pretending that he didn't hear it. Pulling a fight was impossible. However, he could wait for Chu Su to be beaten almost to the point of shouting stop. Most of the other people eating in the restaurant were foreigners. They couldn't understand Chinese language, but they were very shocked by the actions of the hipster youths. What's going on? Are they fighting? God, do they have too much money burning a hole in their pockets to fight in the Como Hotel? Probably worth $100 billion, right? Millions of dollars in paintings destroyed. What happened to the waiter? Didn't he stop them? The spectators were speaking in Phelan and Eagle languages, and they couldn't hide their astonishment and shock on their faces. Shin Mu and Chu Yan looked at the waiter with interest. They wanted to see how this waiter who didn't stop the fight would actually arrange the follow-up properly. Encountering fights and brawls in a hotel was usually definitely something that had to be stopped, but for Chu Su to be like this, he still dared to pretend to be the Chu Xiao that he admired the most. Who gave him the courage? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a program specially arranged by this hotel. These two are our actors. Please enjoy the performance of our little Chinese brother who is good at martial arts. The waiter's serious nonsense immediately shocked all the customers. This performance was so real. $1 million of famous paintings were smashed just like that. If not for the waiter telling the truth, they almost believed it. So that's how it is. It seems quite interesting. Yeah, I heard that all Chinese people know martial arts. I'd better be honest from now on. If only I knew martial arts. Look at this punch and kick. Fist to fist. Valiant posture. How did he do it? As soon as the waiter's words left his mouth, the customers were relieved. The hipster youth was Phelan speaking, and he almost didn't die laughing after hearing the waiter's words. Como Resort Hotel was worthy of being Chu Xiao's property. Even a waiter possessed a witty and funny soul. Thinking of this, the ultra-faction youth's hands went down even more vigorously. Chu Yan was dumbfounded. This waiter's wave of operation was really sick to take off. Shin Mu also laughed with joy. Chu Xiao, it's worthy of being your industry. This waiter is a talent. Zhurjil listened to the waiter's words in a daze. With his poisonous vision, he didn't believe half a word. After encountering this, Zhurjil silently decided that he must learn Chinese well, or else he would think others were praising him when they pointed their noses at him. The importance of learning a foreign language manifested itself. Crap! Chu Su asked the waiter for help twice, but he didn't get any help. He watched the waiter calmly speaking a mouthful of Phelan language to suppress the onlookers and watched them turn from shocked gazes to watching the show. Chu Su was going crazy with anger. What kind of spicy chicken hotel is this? Even the waiter is so arrogant. When this is over, he must complain about this hot chicken waiter. The furious Chu Su thought viciously. He didn't notice that Zhurjil had already started to call the local police. Chu Su was unable to understand Phelan language, but Chu Yang, Shin Mu and the hipster youth knew all. Seeing that Chu Su was beaten to a bloody head and a swollen nose, the waiter was then kind enough to respectfully say to the hipster youth, "First, sir, it's showtime." The hipster youth immediately withdrew his hand, and that cooperative appearance made Chu Su feel resentful. Just by looking at his resentful eyes, he knew that Chu Su had already begun to start greeting the waiter's entire family in his heart. So angry, after being beaten unilaterally for so long, the waiter actually said it was a performance. "Perform your sister's husband, I'm going to complain about you." Well, are you done? Chu Su right. What are you? What is the purpose of impersonating Chu Xiao? Seeing that the farce was over, Shin Mu then leisurely opened his mouth. Chu Su dared to dislike the hipster youth for disliking the waiter, but he didn't dare to dislike Chu Yang and Shin Mu. He knew that he couldn't twist his arm and was about to open his mouth to confess. The hipster youth stretched out his long legs and sent another kick over. "Young Chin is asking you. You don't have long ears." Chu Su was kicked to the ground again. His heart was on fire. "I'm a banana. You pineapple. I'm ready to say it. Why the hell are you kicking me? I say. Chu Su was beaten out of temper and simply sat on the ground and confessed. According to Chu Su's elaboration, he is the young master of the Lin Cheng family's Chu surname, because he has the same surname as Chu Yang. He was jokingly called Chu Xiao. Later on, by mistake, he was begged by a tycoon to his head, so he began to borrow Chu Yang's name to cheat everywhere, and mixed well. Just did not expect. He will have a day to pretend than to pretend to Shin Mu in front of, which revealed the filling. Shin Mu and Chu Yang heard the ins and outs. Eyes are shocked. Imposters can also mix so comfortable? The hipster youth was going crazy with anger. He was one of the rich men who had been set up by Chu Su. "I'll kill you, bastard calf." The hipster youth was so angry that he was ready to kick Chu Su. Chu Su had gotten experience from taking a beating. He numbly rolled on the ground and quickly ran madly outside the hotel again. Under Chu Yang's instructions, the hotel did not arrange for anyone to chase after him. Instead, it was the uninformed hipster youth who immediately chased after Chu Su's escape. After the robbery, Chu Su heart regret more with their own witty runaway excited. As long as from this run out, he will never pretend Chu Young. Pretend others can also. Chu Su's heart's reckoning played loudly. He just finished being happy that he escaped from death. The next second he saw 4 more police officers wearing local police uniforms in front of his eyes. Crap! Chu Su instantly panicked. He was about to run backward. In the twinkling of an eye, the police officers had a takedown and held Chu Su so that he couldn't move. "Take him away." The police opened his mouth and spoke Eagle language. Chu Su's English was still good. He heard the police words and immediately panicked. "Who called the police? I'm going to sit in jail." Why are you arresting me? I didn't commit any crime at all. Chu Su was handcuffed by the two policemen, and the fear instantly made him too scared to help himself. He struggled to finish and was about to run away, turning his eyes and shaking off a slap. Whether you've committed a crime or not, just come with us and we'll know. The police coldly finished and racked Chu Su away. The hipster youth looked at Chu Su being racked away. He then realized why no one chased him out. It turned out that Chu Yang and the others had made arrangements earlier. When the hipster youth saw Chu Su being arrested, he was happy in his heart for a while, but the expression on his face showed some wilting. He was too stupid to think that Chu Xiao would go to Lin City. If he hadn't admired Chu Xiao too much, how could he have made such a low-level mistake? The three of them, Chu Yang, Qin Mu, and Zhizhou, came out of the restaurant after finishing their meal, and then they saw the hipster youth with a shriveled expression. Chu Xiao, this kid seems to be your brainwashed fan na. Do you want me to go save it? Qin Mu saw that the hipster youth looked depressed and flirted with Chu Yang at the side. The reason why the hipster youth fell for it was mainly because he admired Chu Yang too much. That layer of filter added was so close to writing a line on his brain. Idols are alright. How are you going to save it? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. He had rarely seen such a warm-hearted side of Qin Mu. Hey, wait. Qin Mu hemmed and hawed, striding over to the hipster youth and said, you're having a hard time right now because you've been cheated? The hipster youth was somewhat flattered by Qin Mu's chit-chat. After he heard Qin Mu's words, he disheveledly nodded his head and said, yes, if I hadn't been too stupid, I wouldn't have been fooled. Qin Mu waved his hand with some amusement. You're not completely fooled. Don't you want to recognize Chu Xiao? He is. Following Qin Mu's finger pointing, the hipster youth froze on the spot when he saw Chu Yang. His mind began to recall all the behaviors he had done in front of Chu Yang, and he was so embarrassed that he was able to pick out a three-room with his feet. He didn't want to see his idol at all right now. It wasn't much different from social death. Wait, isn't he Chu Shen? The hipster youth still had a clear understanding of the news on the internet. Qin Mu smiled without saying anything. The hipster youth reacted and was instantly shocked. Chu God and Chu Xiao are actually the same person. Qin Mu smiled and nodded, saying, yeah, it's the same person. The hipster youth had data-free grass mud horses galloping past inside. Who would have thought that 200 billionaires would be the same person? Then how rich Chu Yang must be. Then again, why do you worship Chu Xiao so much? He doesn't seem to have any deeds to show, right? Qin Mu saw the hipster youth recovering his emotions, and only then did he ask the question he had been curious about. The hipster youth's face reddened, and he said with some embarrassment, actually, I haven't seen Chu Xiao either. I was listening to the people in Linchang say that Chu Xiao is very powerful. The hipster youth said, turning over part of Chu Yang's deeds to say to Qin Mu, that eyebrow flying and spitting look, surely it was brainwashed powder undoubtedly. The most important point, this deification was too powerful. Chu Yang listened to what the hipster youth said and was equally shocked unclear. So I'm this awesome? How come I didn't know? After saying Chu Yang's deeds, the hipster youth ran to Chu Yang and said thanks before plowing away. The hipster youth who returned to his room immediately opened the rich young man group in Linchang and started looking for trouble online. Who the hell introduced this Roche Chu Yun to the laborers? Hipster youth in Linchang still has a part of the right to speak. His words fell. Immediately the people in the group were blown out of a 9 out of 10. I go. Guo Di Xiao is so angry? What happened to Chu Xiao? Listening to your words, that thing isn't Chu Xiao? What's wrong? At Sassy, hurry up and come out. Guo Xiao is asking you. The group of Lin Cheng's great young men immediately became lively, and the owner of that sassy number that was 8 couldn't help but shudder as he opened the group chat interface. Guo Xiao, what happened to that Chu Xiao? Once Sassy himself came out, he immediately made the hipster youth explode. What about Chu Xiao? That thing is an imposter, and it was arrested by the rightful owner. Now the person is in the bureau. The hipster youth's words fell, and the group of great young men was abuzz with excitement. Crap, the rightful owner? Really Chu Xiao? How could top-rich second-generation Chu Xiao go to a furball to play? By the way, it seems that Chu God is also in Moball? What the hell is going on? The hipster youth's words caused a high level of concern among the rich youngsters in the group. Chu Su's search for Chu Xiao was exposed by Qin Xiao. Top rich youngster Qin Xiao. You guys know, right? They are close friends. That was all told to me by Qin Xiao himself. Guo Xiao's words immediately made the great young men in the group envious. Qin Mu and the Mao Ball they know. After all in the rich young circle. Although not a city, many people's family more or less with the Qin family cooperation. Unfortunately, many of them need to inherit the family business. Like Guo Xiao, such a loose family, at present is still very few. Guo Xiao, tell us specifically. Come on, let's open the group voice. The hipster youth chatted in the circle of friends and managed to show off a wave of bragging rights, while the identity of Chu Yang being the same person as Chu Xiao was hidden from him. This was a secret that he had gained through misfortune. That was impossible to share with others. Besides, Chu Yang and Qin Mu, they had already put on their swimming trunks. As for the diving equipment and such, the senior private diving instructor that Qin Mu had made an appointment with would prepare them properly. The dive site is the coach to find a good, less people, but very suitable for beginner divers to learn the place. 30 minutes later, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Chu Yang and Qin Mu arrived at the destination. The personal trainer John was waiting for the two near a wigwam. Hello Mr. John, this is my friend, Chu Yang. Qin Mu and John counted themselves as old acquaintances. They met while diving. Hello Mr. Chu, I'm John. John was wearing a flowery-colored swim trunks and smiled as he said to Chu Yang, hello John. After Chu Yang greeted John, while walking side by side to the incense destination, he talked to Chu Yang about some relevant basics about diving. In the process of getting to know each other, John expressed great shock and happiness when he heard that Chu Yang was good at swimming, because with a foundation in swimming, the progress of learning to dive would be very fast. Qin Mu couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth when he heard John's surprised statement. Fast? You're afraid that you don't know how heaven-defying Chu Xiao's learning ability is. Qin Mu thought as he did, but didn't tell John about it. He was eager to see the shocked expression of his old acquaintance when he saw Chu Yang's arguably perverse learning power. That must have been a very interesting scene. Sorry, it's me who didn't pay attention. As Chu Yang was chatting with John, a girl holding a cell phone did not know what was going on, and as she hurried forward, she unexpectedly lost her footing, her left foot hitting her right foot, and she was about to land on her face. Chu Yang was a little helpless at the girl's behavior, and could only reach out and grab the girl's waist with one hand. Are you alright? The fluent Phelan language paired with the handsome features and the hero saving the girl looked like a very beautiful picture. The girl got up a little embarrassed. She apologized in fluent Phalanese. Sorry to trouble you. Thank you for saving me. The girl had just finished speaking when she raised her eyes and her eyes were filled with shock. Chushin, how come it's you? I drop a god that. How come Chu God is here too? 6666. A mascot is a mascot. Going out for a trip can capture Chushin alive. XSWL. Chi-Chi, Chushin didn't expect it. Right? I've caught you here. Am I bullish or not? 7-7's just made a really good shot at that doorstep. You can catch the target even if you rub your shoulders. Chushin, what's going on? I'm hiding here and I can still get caught? But I just went to Weibin to skulk around and realized that Chushin and the others arrived at the fur ball yesterday. 7-7's live broadcast room was still open, and although Chu Yang's appearance was just a flash, it was still immediately recognized by the fans. When Chu Yang slightly showed his face, the fans in 7-7's live streaming room started to rub up. In less than a minute's work, it instantly skyrocketed by more than 1 million people again. 7-7? Why are you here too? Chu Yang was also a little surprised. The fur ball was still very big. It was really fate that they could meet here. I just came here to travel to Mao Ball, but I'm not very good at diving, so I came over to join in the fun. Chi-Chi was a little embarrassed. She realized that she was really lucky to have chosen the Mao Ball out of the many options available to her fans, and to have chosen this place out of the many dive sites. Also among the many routes, this side was chosen, and even more so, out of the many possibilities, the most unorthodox wrestling option. It's not easy to see each other again. Don't be so unreliable. Chi-Chi? Well, you're that little mascot anchor, aren't you? Hello, I'm Qin Mu. Qin Mu watched the scene of Chu Yang's heroic rescue with relish and spoke out at the right time. As soon as Qin Mu spoke out, the crowd in the Chi-Chi live streaming room exploded once again. Qin Xiao really is extremely close to Chushin. Vacationing all together. I so want to stand in front of God Chu and young Qin in place of Chi-Chi. I'm so envious of Chi-Chi. Being able to get to know Chu God and Qin Xiao. God Chu's face is so handsome. Am I the only one who noticed the Phelan language that God Chu spoke? The voice that makes people's ears pregnant. Legs a little soft, how to break. Upstairs legs are soft, you that's definitely weak. Eat more cashew flowers to make up for it. Qin Mu's appearance caused the pop-ups to pace the screen for a moment. They finally realized how well liked their male god was in the circle of rich young men. Even a top-tier rich young man like Qin Xiao was willing to condescend to speak to Chi-Chi. How ironic that relationship must be. Hello, Mr. Qin. Chi-Chi opened her mouth somewhat naively. A rich second generation of Qin Mu's caliber, and a female anchor of Chi-Chi's caliber would have had nothing to do with each other. If it wasn't because of Chu Yang, it was estimated that Chi-Chi wouldn't be able to say a word to Qin Mu in her life. Of course, except on the network. Incidents of rich second generation rewarding or female anchors were common. It was just that Qin Mu wasn't good at it. Hello little mascot. Qin Mu smiled and took the initiative to introduce John to Chi-Chi again. After the two had gotten to know each other, Only then did John turn his head to ask Chu Yang, Mr. Chu knows this beauty? Chu Yang glanced at Chi and nodded lightly. Yes, a friend from China. So it's a friend from China? John got the call. His fluent Phelan language, his low voice was like an aristocrat of the Phelan country, and the many face fans in Chi-Chi's live broadcast room spontaneously turned on screen-licking mode. Screenshots have been taken. Love love love. Chushin is really handsome breaking through the sky. I'm learning Phelan language and I'm suddenly motivated. I don't have any other dreams. I just hope that one day I can natter with Chu God in Phelan language. Phelan students can responsibly tell you, what Chushin says is absolutely pure Phelan accent. And it's the authentic kind. Alert alert alert. High energy ahead. Chu God is turning on his godly mode. In order to avoid accidental injuries, please back away from the school scum at speed. The fans in the live broadcast room were immersed in Chu Yang's Phelan language, and there were even sharp-eyed fans who noticed that Chu Yang was only wearing a swim trunk. Chu Yang was wearing a black 5-minute swim trunks that set off his skin on the pale side, and his handsome face looked down to a firm chest, a lean waist and blood-expanding abs. Chu God's body. Good crap. Let go of me. I'm going to climb over the netting here. Young Chin is also wearing a pair of swim trunks, and that John next to him, too. Brothers and sisters, wake up. Don't just stare at Chushin's body. Why is IQ all offline? This is a diving area. People are here to dive. A bunch of face fans who were mesmerized by the male color hastily turned on the screenshot mode. With that hand speed, one couldn't do it without being single for 20 years. Not only the fans, Chi also discovered Chu Yang's attire. She inquired with some curiosity, Chu Shin, are you guys here to dive too? Chu Yang nodded. Yes, John is the teacher that Qin Xiao specially invited to help me learn to dive. You just don't know how. Do you want to come along? Chu Yang's invitation was just sent out. 7-7's live broadcast room was once again muddled. In less than 3 minutes, 7-7's live room expanded again and again, turning into a large live room that could accommodate 1,000 people, and the number of people online had already exceeded 9 million. Go go go. 7-7 quickly agreed. Chushin, this face value. This body. I can lick it for the rest of my life. Just came over from the next door anchorwoman's side. I heard that Chu God was releasing benefits, so I came. Crap. This body, this face value. Kneel down and beg Chu God to come out. Out banana you bala dao. Chu God is still a few $100 million short? Just because of Chushin's body and abs, I decided to go to the gym. Face value isn't enough, so I can only rely on my body. Alas, I can only rely on my golden gun to maintain my charm. There's a pussy king upstairs. Everyone hurry up and beat him to death. The fans were thrilled to death with Chu Yang's invitation. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Yang didn't have any excessive demands, 7-7's fans would have wanted to personally pack up their own goddess and send her to Chu Yang to be eaten. Who would still disagree? 7-7 slightly hesitantly looked at Qin Mu, who was on the side, only to see him spreading his hands and saying, "Little mascot, don't look at me. I'll listen to Chu Xiao." Qin Mu said so. Chi sniffed. Her heart was still a little jumpy. Her face like peach blossoms said, "Then, I'll bother you." After Chi agreed to the invitation, the number of people in the live broadcast room once again skyrocketed. It instantly broke through the 10 million mark. 7-7 live equals Chushin live online. Who lacks money in a top-tier rich second generation? If it wasn't for 7-7, it would be a hell if Chu Yang could live broadcast. So the fans each competed to run to Chu Yang. After entering the live room, the news of Chu Yang's figure has been pressed past. The beautiful scenery within the fur ball also made many people stare. The chat between Chu Yang and John was in Phelan language, and that smooth and incomparable conversation blew up several international students and translation experts from Phelan country. One by one, they transformed into class representatives and started translating the conversation between the two online. There was even a gold medal translator who had been single for roughly 30 years, almost able to reach the point of simultaneous translation, and judging by this speed, it was estimated that the keyboard could even give him a phantom output operation. Here we are. This is where we're about to practice diving. John brought Chu Yang to the back of a wigwam. After the view opened up, in front of his eyes was a turquoise lake. From time to time, a refreshing breeze came, blowing the mind and soul. "John, what you wanted? I brought it for you." Jirgil's voice suddenly came. 7-7 turned around along with the camera piece that was broadcasting live, only to see a middle-aged man carrying diving equipment walking over. That little assistant's appearance made the shock of those who knew his identity not normal. What's the situation with the Mizanimals? The big brother of the management world went bankrupt and worked as an assistant for someone? What management big brother? Please explain. Ahem. The class rep is here. This little assistant who appeared out of nowhere is a famous management genius in Flanders, named Jirgil. The industry just went bankrupt a while ago. The company has gone bankrupt. Why can they still get in touch with Chu Shin and the others? Why did so many people send the news to their knees when the company went bankrupt? Bankruptcy is not Gogur's fault. It's said to be the work of the top management. The capital chain has been lost. Gogur is no longer bullish. Can it change the capital out? Jirjil's appearance was immediately met with a wave of koans from the fans. 7-7 also inquired out at the right time. Shu Shin. Who is this? Shinmu let out an O and said, "This is my personal assistant. Jirjil, this is Chu Xiao's friend." 7-7. Jirjil hurriedly puts down the things in his hand. "Hello MS. Chi. I'm Jirjil. I'm Young Qin's personal assistant." Chi only felt a vibration on her cell phone. She picked it up to see that it was her best friend giving her a screenshot of Jirjil's identity information. A bigwig in the management and administration world was working as a personal assistant to Young Qin? Hello. Chi-Chi's heart beat a little uncontrollably and wildly. She felt like her worldview was being continuously refreshed after getting to know Chu Xin. Wasn't it said that a thin dead camel was bigger than a horse? How come she went to work as a personal assistant for Young Qin? This demotion was also too outrageous. Crap. Young Qin is too awesome. A man like Goggle has been assigned as his personal assistant? It's heartbreaking. Such a big shot has become a personal assistant. Young Qin. Ball you as a person. I don't want to use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. I'm envious. I'm shocked. I'm crying. If I had an assistant like that, I'd be willing to spend 10 years of my life and energy begging for one. Upstairs is driving. And I have evidence. Energy this thing, shall not have a girlfriend? I guarantee that the one who spends energy definitely doesn't have one. After Jirjil had sort of gotten acquainted with Chi-Chi, he meticulously started his work under the attention of the live stream viewers. First, he put on Qin Mu's equipment and saddled him up. Then he put on Chu Yang's equipment and was respectful. 7-7 and the live stream viewers who were eating melons online on the side? Is it my illusion? Why does it feel like Jirjil is being a bit more respectful to Chu Xin? I also have this feeling. It's like the feeling of a little brother meeting a big brother. Yes. The feeling of a fan meeting his idol. Then the question arises, why is Big Brother so respectful to Chu Xin? Qin Mu's heart was as clear as a mirror to Jirjil's very different attitudes. Because if it wasn't for Chu Yang, there wouldn't be the current Jirjil. There was no doubt that Jirjil was loyal. He was loyal to his boss Qin Mu. And at the same time, he was also grateful for Chu Yang's hand. Jirjil was a person who knew how to be grateful and gave back with all his heart to those who rescued him. Having a favor to repay and a grudge to avenge was Jirjil's code of conduct. Under Jirjil's blatant attitude and Qin Mu's bland and self-assured behavior, the past between Jirjil and Chu Yang immediately aroused the audience's interest. What exactly had Chu Yang done that could make a bigwig in the management world respect him so much? The audience was so curious in their hearts. But unfortunately, they didn't find the answer. Because John, who was the coach, had already begun to ask Chi-Chi, Ms. Chi-Chi, may I ask if you know how to swim? Have you ever been exposed to scuba diving? Chi-Chi sniffed with some embarrassment. Sorry Mr. John, I know how to swim, but I haven't been exposed to diving. You haven't been exposed to diving either? John was a bit surprised. Also, Chi-Chi was a bit surprised. Who else hadn't been exposed to diving? She swept her gaze to the two, only to see the corners of Qin Mu's mouth slightly outline an arc as he pointed at Chu Yang and said, Nah. Chu Xiao hasn't been in contact with diving either. As soon as Qin Mu's words fell, Chi-Chi's live broadcast room angrily brushed thousands of messages, and the screen was once again glued. Ha. I laughed 3 times up to the sky, even a little dejected. I finally found out that Chu God has something he doesn't know how to do. The moment Chu God fell off the pedestal, it was actually Qin Xiao who broke the news. Damn. Chu Xin finally looks like a person at this time. I don't know if Chu Xin is a person, but upstairs you really are a dog. Mom asked me why I'm standing so straight. I told her that I found out that my idol also has things that he can't do, so I can stop kneeling. The news that Chu Yang was not good at diving ignited the focus of the fans in the live broadcast room. All along, Chu Yang's image in their eyes almost tended to be a godlike existence. Rich, faceless and able to fight, casually painting, playing the piano and so on can cause countless sensations. All 9 years of compulsory education. How is it that Chu God is so showy? Now it's so hard for them to realize that Chu Xin looks like a person. They are so happy that they are going crazy. Chi-Chi looked at the messages on her cell phone, and the most powerful rockets had swiped several hundred. This is too crazy. Chi-Chi was shocked. Qin Mu was obviously very flattered by Chi-Chi's shock. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Since you both don't know how to do it, why don't we go back to the hotel? There's an open-air pool in the hotel. He had just thought about it for a while and decided to change the location temporarily. If Chu Yang was alone, Qin Mu felt that there was absolutely nothing wrong with a beginner's diving place. Now that there was an extra Chi-Chi, it might not be safe with so many people. Shu Yang obviously also understood Chinmu's thoughts. He shrugged his shoulders to show that he didn't care. Chi-Chi was even more fine with it. She was just a person who came to dabble in the class. The first two people didn't have an opinion. John and Virgil had even less of an opinion. Another half hour hurriedly swept by. Chinmu brought Shu Yang and the others back to the Como Resort Hotel's open-air poolside again. Young Chin, I still need to trouble you to give Young Chu a demonstration first. Considering that both of them had basic swimming skills but hadn't touched diving, John decided to let Chinmu demonstrate first. Good. Chinmu put on his equipment and went into the water. As he did, John began to explain in detail the important details in diving. Chinmu only went into the water for about 3 minutes this time. When Chinmu surfaced again, John stopped explaining. He happily complimented. Young Chin is truly worthy of being a diving master. Even an open-air pool is a stage for you to bloom your skills. Detected John bragging with the host. The system specially gifts the Grandmaster diving skill. Shu Yang was a little confused. He felt the sudden increase of knowledge in his head, and only felt that there were too many slots, and he didn't know where to start spouting off. It was not easy for him to want to learn to dive and experience the joy of conquering difficulties. With this wave of bullskin from John, he could even save the learning process? After Chinmu's diving demonstration, the internet was flooded with favorable comments. I must praise a wave of 20 years of professional diving. Our Chin Xiao is professional. Chin Xiao's new achievement, diving master. So looking forward to Chushin learning to dive. I've heard that people who can swim will learn to dive very easily. So don't look forward to the images of Chushin making a fool of himself or anything else. How come I heard it's hard? I want to know how Chushin will learn. For an industry that Chu Yang had never touched before, the netizens expressed 10,000 expectations. At the same time, the number of 7/7's fans and the number of people in the live broadcast room grew exponentially, smoothly breaking through to the 20 million people online mark. John's gaze swept over the two of them, Chu Yang and Chi-Chi. Next, which one of you will try first? Chi-Chi was also interested in diving. She happily said, I'll go first. After saying that, Chi-Chi began to hand over all the equipment in her hand to Chu Yang. Chu Shin, please help me with my cell phone. 7/7 said with some embarrassment. She came in a hurry and didn't bring any equipment with her, so she could only let Chu Yang help hold it first. Who made it so that among these people, she only counted herself as familiar with Chu Yang? 7/7's words fell, and the fans in the live broadcast room immediately boiled over. Crap, Chushin holding a cell phone or something is just cool. Rounding up a bit equals Chushin live streaming? Upstairs 666. You really learned this language wonderfully. Will Chushin agree? The fans looked at the animation shaking on the screen, and their respective hearts were coincidentally a little nervous. Chu Yang took the phone and turned his hand and handed it back to Virgil. Virgil, come over and help take the phone. I also want to go under the water to study. After hearing Chu Yang's words, the fans in the live streaming room looked at the interface that had once again returned to calmness, and only felt that they had been flashed to the waist by Chu Yang's sudden maneuver. Show or my Chushin is the most show. Chushin's one action. Single study turned into a Mandarin duck bath. John, sorry to interrupt. I'm the one who doesn't deserve it. XSWL. I almost died laughing at Chushin's words. Under Virgil's operation, the cell phone was aimed at Chu Yang and Chi-Chi. On the surface of the water, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women looked exceptionally bright. Ignored John's dark face. He also noticed a man and a woman going down to the water one after another, like it was a special event. And John, tens of thousands of watts of light bulb. That is called a bright nah. In all my years of coaching, I've never had this kind of aggravation. The most aggravating thing is that I don't dare to talk about it. I don't dare to spit it out. John, from the heart, you teach Chi-Chi first. Chu Yang floated on the surface of the water and said in a faint voice, okay. John glanced at Virgil who was seriously filming, and expressionlessly started teaching in front of the fans in the live broadcast room, who made Chu Yang and Chinmu both acquiesce to the matter of Chi-Chi's live broadcast. They didn't even stop it, and he himself, a hired man, had no say at all. Appointment, tool man. As Han began the teaching process, Chi-Chi worked hard like a diligent little fish to learn the specialized knowledge. After half an hour of hard learning, Chi-Chi was finally able to dive decently. The fans were overjoyed after watching Chi-Chi's learning progress. Chi-Chi, you'd better not learn to dive. Others dive like a mermaid. You're kinda just a fish. 7/7 although you have a good figure. But this stance of yours? You are living like a fisherman. I've never seen such a dive. Chi-Chi is good. Developed a new pose. Mom asked me why I started buying diving gear. I told her that my goddess is so indisputable that she's delusional enough to want to be a fish. Chi-Chi is so bad. I take a few $100 million to play with you, and you actually want to go be a fish? A few $100 million project is quite good. It just costs quite a lot of paper. Eat more cashews upstairs to make up for it. 7-7's practice progress was not slow. The fans in the live broadcast room felt very funny even more in their heartache. It was true that Chi could swim, and it was also true that she could doggy paddle. John was still satisfied with his teaching results. He turned his head to Chu Yang and said, Chu Xiao, it's your turn. As John's words fell, Jirgil numbly aimed the camera at Chu Yang. Chu God is so handsome. In order to watch Chu God swim, I crawled over from the beauty next door. Screenshot. I exerted my lifelong extreme hand speed. Chushin, who was swimming, looked a bit confused. He didn't even know why he was named. Chushin, I'm swimming and you're still calling me out? The netizens in the live streaming room were going crazy with laughter as they watched Chu Yang, who was getting high from swimming, suddenly get shouted at to stop, and that dumbfounded expression was screen captured by countless netizens. Subsequently, an emoticon of "who's shouting at me" also circulated on the internet. No need. I seem to have already learned. Chu Yang swam to the shore and took the diving props and put them on. When his words fell, everyone present, including the people in the live broadcast room, were all dumbfounded. Chu Shin will just do it? I've been watching Chi for half an hour. My brain will do it. My eyes will do it. But my body won't. Impossible. How can you possibly get it just by listening to it? I don't think it's possible either. Hasn't Chu Shin never touched it before? Snort. I don't believe half a word of it. Don't believe +1. The viewers in the live broadcast room once again utilized their extreme hand speed, muddying the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Shinmu even looked at Chu Yang with a face that was full of blows. Chu Xiao. That's it? John also had an unbelievable look on his face. I'm so good at teaching, you'll know it after saying it? Chu Yang touched his nose. The quality of John's teaching was still quite high, but he didn't rely on John to learn. He relied on John to brag in exchange. Your way of teaching has enlightened me in general. I'll demonstrate it for you now. Chu Yang quickly changed the topic. He went into the water and demonstrated all of the diving styles that John had taught him. Crap. Chu Shin didn't brag. He really knows. Beginner's stance. Full marks. Goosebox laughing to death. Everyone look. 7-7's dumbfounded expression. I intercepted it. Ha 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 ha. 7-7 is skeptical. Who am I? Where am I? Why did I come to dive? From the matter of diving is enough to prove that Chu God is still Chu God. Between man and God, he is truly a gap. The fans in the live broadcast room looked at Chu Yang's diving situation and probably had a number in their hearts. 7-7. Shinmu and the others also all had shocked expressions on their faces. The Chu God still really knows. Immediately after that, Chu Yang began a fancy dive. Lifting a fancy dive. Just like a mermaid prince on the bottom of the sea. Holy shit, did John teach this? Chu God ball you be a person. I can't carry it anymore. Chu God get up. Don't be a sea king. This doesn't suit you. Chu God stop it. Your coach is going to be stupid. John and Chi are doubting life. Please don't disturb them. 666. Show or Chushin show. Nyobi, broken voice. After experiencing Chu Yang's fancy dives, all kinds of shows flipped the whole field over. Chi eventually chose to make up for her flaws with high-end equipment. Her swimming skills were even forced out of the dog paddle. She was really incapable of learning, especially the kind of blow that Chu Yang would get after hearing it once. Chi didn't want to experience it a second time at all. In the next 2 days, Chi had been learning diving from John. 2 days later, Chu Yang's group started to head to the beginner's dive center to try it out. The four of them, Chu Yang, Chi, Shinmu and Jirgil, had just arrived at the diving area when they heard a high-pitched yet gloating and teasing voice. Yo, Jirgil, you're mixing it up so badly now nah? The four of them turned their heads to look, only to see a brown-haired, blue-eyed youth from the Phelan kingdom standing not far away. Nat, why are you here? Jirgil spoke expressionlessly, his expression cold. Nat and Jirgil used to be co-workers, and the two individuals, being at the top of the company, had a great conflict of interest with each other, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they looked at each other differently. In addition, Nat is a family young man, has always been held in high esteem. Jirgil did not give him face, also became the main reason why he targeted Jirgil. Since the company went bankrupt, Jirgil fell from the altar of the management world, but Nat returned to his own company and focused on being his own young master again. This time, he had originally followed the eldest young master of the Bridges family within Phelan over to play. After Nat saw the scene of Jirgil saddling Chu Yang and Shinmu, he immediately came over to fall on his sword. I accompanied young Master Jelly over to play. Why are you mixed up like this now? How about coming to our family? I'll give you a salary of 1 million francs a year. How about it? Nat showed off his superiority. The charity in his tone was disconcerting. So little? By the time I'm transferred, I'll be the executive president under the Qin Group's great young master. Jurjil shrugged his shoulders, and the words that came out of his mouth almost didn't make Nat spit out a mouthful of blood. $1,000,000 is considered small? Why don't you go and rob it? This jelly person. I do have some impression. It seems he hasn't inherited the Bridges family yet, right? Oh yes. He is the second in line of succession. Qin Mu's very timely exit. He recognized that everyone has everyone's way of living. But you yourself are willing to give people as a dog still biting people. Qin Mu will not be happy. My future executive president is you can just climb and bite? Then identity. Qin Mu has not been afraid of anyone. Thinking about it, Qin Mu turned his head to look at Chu Yang again. Well, except for Chu Xiao and Wang Xiao. Seeing Qin Mu personally giving himself a head start, Jurjil straightened his back even more in gratitude. Yes, young master. Mr. Jelly hasn't inherited the Bridges family yet, and compared to Qin Group, the Bridges family is slightly inferior. Nat was dying of laughter as he listened to Qin Mu and Jurjil's conversation. Jurjil, it's not a big deal for you to saddle someone as an assistant, but you can't brag like that. And the Qin Group, why don't you go to heaven? Nat was going crazy with laughter. Nat was in the middle of fully mocking Qin Mu and Jurjil when he saw a handsome-looking young man from the Phelan country hurrying this way. Chu Yang searched the youth's appearance from his mind with his unforgettable memory. He had a meeting with this person at Lucius' banquet. This was interesting. The corners of Chu Yang's lips slightly hooked, lightly smiling as he watched the man hurriedly walk towards him. Nat, what are you doing? Jelly hurriedly walked over, terrified of Nat's behavior. He didn't recognize the others, but could he not recognize Chu Yang's face? Moreover, he also recognized Qin Mu and Jurjil next to Chu Yang. In the Phelan country, Chu Yang was already known as the uncrowned emperor. This kind of person was not something they could offend at all, even if Bridges was a group worth hundreds of billions of dollars. In front of Chu Yang, it was really nothing. Young Master Jelly, let me introduce to you. This is my old acquaintance, Jurjil. He's currently working as an assistant to someone. I want to persuade him to come to our family, but this guy is too good at bragging. He said that he will be the executive president under the Qin clan's great young master in the future. It's really laughable. Nat spoke without a care in the world, not even noticing Jelly's changing face. This Nima is still laughing. Labor is about to be killed by you. Pa! Jelly gave Nat a quick slap. The slap confused Nat. Young Master Jelly, what are you hitting me for? Nat inquired in a confused manner. Jelly was enraged. It's you I'm fucking hitting. I see that you still don't know. This young master is the Qin clan's young master. Jelly's words caused Nat to be taken aback, and the fear within his heart was steeply amplified to the limit. This person was the Qin clan group's eldest young master. Then those words he had just said were not. Nat looked at Qin Mu, only to see a very cold smile at the corner of his mouth. But, young Master Jelly, your family isn't any worse than the Qin clan group? It's not that bad, right? Nat covered his face, fearful within his heart, yet very puzzled by Jelly's behavior. If it was before, Jelly really wasn't afraid of the Qin clan. His Bridges family wasn't a scaredy cat, and he really wasn't very afraid of a Qin group. But now it was different. Qin's group behind also stood Aubrey's big brother Chu Yang Na. Didn't see that big brother's expression has gone cold. Stupid. You are trying to get me killed. Hurry up and apologize. If you don't apologize, you'll get out of here. The partnership is off. Jia Li's face sank instantly. Once Nat heard Jelly's words, how dare he retort he was very unhappy within his heart. But still for the sake of cooperation pinched his nose and apologized to Qin Mu. Young Qin is sorry. I was wrong. From the bottom of his heart, Nat didn't want to apologize with Jurjil. In comparison, Qin's group was much more upscale. His implication was that he was willing to apologize to Qin Mu and have Qin group standing behind him. But to Jurjil, he was unwilling. Jurjil, it looks like he's not willing to apologize to you. Qin Mu glanced at Nat and leisurely said to Jurjil. When Jurjil heard this, his heart tightened within him. Why would the young master of the Qin family hold on to this point? He shot a glance at Qin Mu, and the fear in his heart was steeply amplified. Young master, forget it if he doesn't apologize. Jurjil said very generously. No, I apologize. For some reason Nat was suddenly terrified. He didn't know why he was scared, but he heard Chu Yang faintly say, want to apologize? It's too late. As Chu Yang's words fell, he turned his head and called Aubrey over. Aubrey, clean up Nat's family. No. Sorry, I was wrong. I'm sorry. As Nat's words fell, Chu Yang's phone had already hung up. Nat, our cooperation ends here. Jelly was a smart man. He made an immediate decision and directly stated his attitude in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang's attitude towards Aubrey was just too casual. So casual that it made Jelly understand that if he hugged Chu Yang's thigh tightly, he would definitely be able to walk down a well-trodden path. Even Aubrey was Chu Yang's little brother. If he could also be Chu Yang's little brother. Rounding up, he and Aubrey were equal in status. Just thinking about it, Jelly was very happy. No can do. Before Nat could finish his sentence, his words were cut off by Jelly's punch. Still making a demon. If you keep this up, the goodwill that I just built up will be lost to you. Zut! Natsu took a heavy punch from Jelly and his expression gradually twisted. Jelly smiled apologetically at Chu Yang. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, I'm going to take care of this guy. You go ahead and play. I'll formally apologize to you later. After Jelly finished smiling to Chu Yang, he turned his head and grimaced as he pressed down on Nat and gave him a violent beating. Just hearing Nat's miserable screams was extraordinarily numbing to the scalp. If not for the fact that they knew that the two had worked together before because of their family, they almost thought that these two had some kind of blood feud. Let's go. Chu Yang was more satisfied with Jelly's attitude, and he didn't want to delay too much because of Nat. It wasn't long after Chu Yang and his group left that Jelly let go of Nat. Poor Nat had received a severe beating and didn't even understand why he had received a severe beating. He was holding high and stepping down, bullying others a bit. But you, Jelly, can't be more brutal than me. I at least have a reason for hitting people, don't you? You don't even give me a reason. Jelly, why are you hitting me? Nat was a bit scared by the beating, and he rolled twice in a hurry to get away from Jelly before he started to ask. Jelly raised an eyebrow. I hit you for your own good. Do you know who he is? Aubrey's big brother, the uncrowned king of the Phelan Kingdom, the president of the Chu clan, and the object of Dai Clan's union. If you still want to trouble him, just go ahead. Anyway, anyone who dares to mess with him now in the Phelan country will die. If you have 9 lives, you'll go. After flinging his words, Jelly left. Nat was confused. Why was it so harsh to hear that I'm beating you for your own good? When he finished digesting Jelly's words, Nat's cell phone suddenly vibrated like crazy. He opened his phone screen, and his own old man's name, Yari's, was clearly displayed. Recalling what Jelly had said, Nat's expression gradually revealed a look of fear. What kind of big shot had he offended? In the end, Nat was scared inside his heart, yet he still picked up the phone. Asshole, are you trying to get our Monroe family killed? Just now the company suddenly received a lot of cooperation cancellation notices. What the hell did you do? Yaris was enjoying his wife's gentle service on the bed, only to have one call after another come over, all of which were news of cancelled collaborations. Even some of the ones with good relations were subtly reminding him that his son Nat had offended an unimaginably big person. When these words came out, Yaris almost shriveled up in fear. To pit his father to such an extent as Nat, he really wanted to die of filial piety. Dad, I seem to have offended Aubrey's big brother. Nat opened his mouth. Yaris smelled a shiver. A feeling of muscle weakness came, causing Yari's face to look like vegetables. You hurry up and apologize. Whenever he forgives you, get your ass back here. Yaris finished cursing and immediately hung up the phone. He turned his head to his wife and said, Quick, hurry up and send me to the hospital. Get someone to hang up a mail section first. Yarik said while secretly deciding within his heart that if he didn't reorganize his masculinity again, he would have to screw this pitiful thing of Nat's anyways. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Nat hurriedly got up in 6 minds and wanted to go find Chu Yang to apologize. However, just as he got up, he was dragged away by the security guards of the dive center. Zut, what are you doing? I'm a member here. Nat was being held up by 2 tall security guards, his expression even more confused. Why was he, a VLP member who had rushed up there for tens of thousands of dollars, being racked by the security guards? Touch. The security guard familiarly threw Nat out of the dive center. Nat only felt the fall, which caused his body to be covered in severe pain. He only heard one of the security guards say with contempt on his face, This dive center has been bought by our Mr. Sheen. Your membership and money will be returned to you later by the staff. Nat was all shocked. Is this a fucking money issue now? If I don't apologize, my house will be gone. Wait, you guys let me in. I just need to say a few words to Mr. Chu. Nat got up in a hurry, and as soon as he moved, it felt like his waist was being thrown out. After a brutal beating followed by being thrown out, it was already good enough for him to move. You two keep a good eye on him. If he comes in for a bit, you'll beat him once, and if anything happens, count it on Mr. Sheen. Count you guys as work injuries. Nat still wanted to go in and talk to someone. When he heard the head of security majestically come over and point out the situation, Nat was going crazy with anger. It was too much of a bully. If it wasn't for Chu Yang being in here, with this broken dive center, he wouldn't even come if he was invited. Nat cursed in his heart, but he still had to go in. As soon as he moved, the 2 security guards' eyes shone brightly as they pounced towards Nat. Don't move. Our dive center is not for people like you to enter. Orders from above. I'm sorry. Nat watched as the two security guards swooped over and punched and kicked him, calling it an order from above. Nima, you're blind. You almost have it written on your face. Come and hit me. I'm injured is a workplace injury. Don't you have any idea of your own physique? I can't beat a single one of you. Not far from the entrance of the dive center, Nat is brutally beaten by two security guards. Inside the diving center, Chin Mu, who hung up the phone, smiled and said to Jirgil, "You have to remember that you are my Chin Mu's future executive president. In the future, don't weaken my name outside." It wasn't true that Chin Mu loved to play games, but he was also a real top-tier rich second generation. If it wasn't for Chu Yang's quick enough strike, he would have also found a way to suppress a wave of Nat's family. However, compared to Chu Yang's efficiency, his own little connections were definitely not enough. Jirgil was very grateful for Chin Mu's actions. "Thank you, young Chin, for everything you've done for me, and thank you, Mr. Chu, for your help." Chin Mu waved his hand. "This little dive center is only 200 or 300 million. It's not a big deal. If it wasn't for Chu Xiao's action, as far as my power in the Phelan country is concerned, it would really take some effort." As Chin Mu's words fell, his cell phone suddenly shook. When he looked at the content, he was immediately happy. "Oh, quite good. Nat's family is gone." "Nat's family? Gone?" Shiji listened to Chin Mu's words and once again refreshed her perception of Chu Yang. One phone call and the Nat family that started the trouble was gone. Listening to Chin Mu's meaning, if he had made a move, it would have been slower than a casual phone call made by Chu Yang. Is Chu Yang's network in Phelan country so awesome? Chi was puzzled in his heart, but he still sent a message to his friend in Phelan country. He wanted to find out the identity of Nat and Jieli. Just after Chi's message was sent over, he only heard Chu Yang blandly say, "It's just a show of hands. You guys came out to play with me. You can't be allowed to give bullying away." Jirgil was somewhat flattered by Chu Yang's show of hands. To decide the life and death of a family between laughs. This kind of ability, not everyone had. Chu Yang's identity, in Jirgil's opinion, added another layer of mystery invisibly. Chin Mu was non-committal as he smiled and nodded his head, saying, "Young Chu is right. If you come out to play, there's no reason to be aggravated." Chin Mu and Chu Yang chatted while Chi was tinkering with her cell phone. Her friend had just sent a message with information about Nat and Jelly's identities. Nate is one of the successors of the Monroe family. Compared to Jelly, he can only be considered a second-rate family's great young master. Jelly's family is considered first-rate in the Phelan country. How do you know these two? Most of the families in the Phelan country are very arrogant. If you run into one of them, Chi would probably suffer. It's not me, it's Chu Xin and the others. Qin Xiao's men clashed with Chu Xin, and then, Chu Xin made a phone call, and the Nate family seems to be gone. Chi hurriedly explained. Her reply immediately caused her friends to reply with 3 question marks. What is this situation? Is the Chu god so awesome? He made a phone call and knocked out the Nat family? Chi's best friend still had some channels in the circle, so she hurriedly found someone to ask about the Nat family. The result she got was the same as what Chi told her. The Natter family is really gone. Chu Xin did not just stay in Phelan country for a while. How to have such a strong network? This speed, at first glance, it's a top streamer. No, it's even more powerful than that. You're confident. Remove the seeming. The Nat family is really gone. You quickly tell me. What's going on? Chi's best friend ignited a strong soul of gossip. She had to find out what was going on. It's that Nat who was looking for trouble with Jirgil. 77 briefly described the process of Nat's death-defying offense against Jirgil by Chu Yang's one phone call to mess up the whole family. 77's best friend fell into deep thought for a while before she replied 77. Tell a not very good news. Our chatting record has been exposed. 77? Why is it being exposed? 77's best friend continued to reply. Recently a kind of funny short video has sprung up on the internet. Viewed by Bluetooth projection while your brother or sister is on the toilet, right? 77 was a bit confused. If she remembered correctly, her best friend, coincidentally, had an old brother who was too skinny to be skinny. Immediately afterward, 77's best friend solemnly replied back with right now. Our chat record has already been topped to the first place of the domestic hot search in the Phelan country, and it shouldn't be long before it reaches the country. Oh yeah, I'll have my brother apologize to you when it's later. Just wait for me for an hour. After 77's best friend replied, 77 sent n number of messages back. All of them were like a stone sinking into the sea. If she guessed correctly, her best friend should be fighting her brother right now. According to her level of fighting, it is indeed more than enough to beat his brother. If she doesn't stop, she should still be able to go to the hospital to receive a 15-day hospitalization experience package. 77 exited the WeChat interface and opened the live broadcast. As the notification of Chi-Chi's start of broadcast rang out, a large wave of netizens began to frantically pour in. Chushin Nyobi, broken voice. Sai Gao, Chushin can lose someone's old home with a casual phone call. Chushin, don't mess with me. If you mess with me again I'll call Al. Nat, you may not believe me when I say this, but my whole body is confused. When I saw the hot search, I almost didn't go crazy laughing. What did I see? A man who made a death to do away with his old home? Brothers, to tell you a little news. Nat, his father, is in the hospital. Men's department. I heard it was suddenly shriveled. Not long after, Nat also went in. His father saw his son is a beating. Now people in the hospital. Living like a mummy. Fans are a group of talent. Speak in good. Well informed. Words of humor and fun. Full of soul. 77 swiped through the live broadcast messages and couldn't help but sympathize a little with Nat. The reason why Nat was so arrogant, excluding his own factors, Nat's father's failure to guide him well also played a large part. Just by associating Nat's father's care for Nat in the hospital, that picture of a father's kindness and filial piety would definitely make Nat memorable. Not long after Chi-Ji opened the live broadcast, Chu Yang and Chin Mu also ended their nagging. The two of them changed into their equipment and went down to the water. In the turquoise blue seawater, Chu Yang's magnificent face looked even better in the seawater. The crowd of face dogs once again turned on the absolute best dozens of consecutive shots mode. Crap. That's what's going on. Chushin 66666. I'm on my knees. So many fish. So many fish. Chu God, you may not believe me when I tell you. I'm the Sea King. Suck it. Chushin's 8-pack abs. That lean waist. I want to touch it. Suck it. In the gaze of the fans, Chu Yang attracted a bunch of fish in the water that were in the dive center. Fish of all colors and sorts seemed to be attracted in some way after Chu Yang had gone under the water, surrounding and circling around Chu Yang with a very intimate attitude. This was one of the advantages of the Patriarch level diving skill. The person who obtained the Patriarch level diving would make the creatures in the sea feel close to that person and thus would just make some pursuing gestures. This was also the reason why the fish surrounded Chu Yang after he had gone into the water. It was also fortunate that this was the primary dive center. If the staff of the dive center came over here, I'm afraid that they would also be very shocked. They had worked here for so long, but they had never been so close by the fish. The fans' eyes were glazed over at this scene. Can humans do such an awesome picture? Wave your hand and the fish comes. Wave your hand. The fish goes. The fish in the entire diving center of the West have been contracted by you, Shu Shin, haven't they? Chi-Chi's eyes were equally wide open. Her eyes were full of incredulity. How in the world did Chu God do that? Chin Mu was also a bit confused. Chu Xiao, did you secretly put in some kind of bait or something? Chin Mu's shock was definitely not answered for the time being, because Chu Yang had already started to swim towards the front. 7-7 and Chin Mu followed behind Chu Yang. Many fans looked at the Chu Yang in the water have panicked. Chu God's body is good. Abs look good. As time passed, 3 hours passed. Seeing that it was getting late, Chu Yang returned to the Como Hotel with a group of people. What Chu Yang didn't know was that the video of himself diving at the dive center was edited and posted online. Chu Yang's abs were hotly debated on the internet under the topic hashtag I heard that people with abs are off the hook hashtag. Chu Shin's abs are so good looking. If only my favorite person had these abs. If my favorite person had these abs, I'd immediately be with him in place. Crap. The guy I like is suddenly leaking abs. Is there a benefit to having abs? I just lifted my shirt, and the lady across the street smiled and handed me a room card, telling me to wait for me at night. Should I go? Now the girl is really terrible. She invited me to eat $10 of spicy hot, pestered me to sleep for 3 days. Crap. The brother upstairs is a bit of a loss. A few $100 million project is worth $10 of spicy hot pot? TSK. I've been making blood money lately. The small umbrellas are selling out. Under the efforts of the fans and the abs fans, the rate of many boys with abs getting off started to rise crazily. And in order to be able to get off, the male fans also ran to the gym. Memberships of gyms everywhere began to show a skyrocketing trend to a visible degree. Even Guan Pingle's newly purchased 5-story gym that was about to go out of business was hit by this wave of craze. I'm really sorry, sir. We're not officially open for cards yet. When Guan Pingle arrived at the gym, he saw a dozen or so human youths asking for cards with the receptionist, who was confused. Their place was Shinyo's Game Experience Center. Currently only company insiders could enter to work out inside. What was the situation with these people now? Isn't this floor of yours full of fitness paraphernalia? Why isn't it open? A youth sniffed and immediately said indignantly. The front desk was also desperate at being asked. We're a game experience center. We're really not a gym. How am I going to tell you that our boss is rich? So rich that he acquired this gym that was about to close down, and not only refunded all the members, but also converted all the 3rd to 5th floors into a game experience center. Only the first 2 floors are dedicated to fitness, and the employees have a 1-hour off-duty clock-in mechanism every day, or employee benefits. Even she, the receptionist, had this perk alright. Sir, we really don't do memberships at the moment. The receptionist could only repeat the explanation to the youths. Just then, the receptionist saw Guan Pingdal and she hurriedly said happily, "Boss, you're here." Dozens of lines of sight instantly shot out as Guan Pingdal was suddenly named. Immediately afterward, Guan Pingdal was surrounded by a crowd of youths. "Boss, let me just ask you one thing. Is this fitness for you guys?" Guan Pingdal was a bit confused as he nodded. "Yes," the youths asked again. "Then since you guys are working out here, why don't you open it up to us? You don't know how to make money?" Guan Pingdal was even more confused. "This is not a question of whether or not there is money to be made. The key is that our experience center will be opening in a few days. It's not that bad." Not. Guan Pingdal wanted to speak. Several employees with the company's recent publicity newspaper came over. "Welcome to CNU Game Experience Center. There are fitness activities in the Game Experience Center?" The crowd of youths were all shocked after browsing through the propaganda newspaper. What the hell kind of game has to use fitness equipment? Okay, the Game Experience Center on the Game Experience Center put. Anyway, now we have no place to go. This game membership for me to do so I can always go in it. A young man really wanted to get off the hook and wanted to go crazy. He pulled out a pile of cash. His attitude was bold. The receptionist looked at this little $1 or $2 million stance, and was at a loss for words. What is the situation now? The game experience hall has not yet begun. It was suddenly forced to open? This was forced to open. Boss, what about this? What about this nah? The receptionist asked Guan Pingdal in a trembling voice. What could Guan Pingdal do? He helplessly said, "Open it." Someone was rushing to give away money. What could they do? So, the front desk gave a dozen or so VLP membership cards worth over $10,000 at once. The Immortal Journey Experience Center, which has yet to open, ushered in the first batch of guests. Guan Pingdal has other things today. Did not stay in the gym. It wasn't long before Xiajianhua and the others came to the gym from work. A group of Pingdal's employees came to the gym laughing and joking, and met with a group of youths who were jerking iron and working out. Xiajianhua's group of employees? The crowd of youths who were forcing their way through the card. The two sides looked at each other, both shocked by the other's appearance. Xiajianhua called out to the front desk. "What's going on here? Isn't the company only open to insiders?" The receptionist was also desperate. "Brother Janhua." It was the boss who agreed. "These people don't know why they must get a card from us. People don't get membership cards. They get experience cards. We can't disagree." Xiajianhua and a bunch of other employees were once again confused. There is so forced to give people race money? One must be forced to operate even if they don't open. "Xiao Lu, go check what's going on." Xiajianhua had a bit of a headache. They still had to do the late debugging for CNU. With this wave coming down today, I'm afraid that fitness will be delayed for a while. Xiajianhua's words fell, and one after another came a dozen or so employees of Lepian Games staring wide-eyed at this. "All go to the second floor." Xiajianhua's brain hurt. As he finished, a group of employees went up to the second floor one after another. Many of the youth's eyes went straight when they saw the knotted abs on Luping's employees. What is this situation? These people look like they were engaged in the LT industry, right? How is it that one by one, their abs and muscles are more solid than what they have practiced? With such doubts, the youths began to seek out Xiajianhua to get close. "This big brother, are you in charge of this game experience center?" A bare-chested, gentlemanly-looking youth came over and took the lead to get close to Xiajianhua. "Not exactly a steward. What's your business?" Xiajianhua waved his hand, a little curious about the youth's hitchhiking. "Nothing, I just want to ask. You guys are kind of program apes, right? How come I can see that you guys have such a good body? It's not bad with Chushin's body." The youth spoke very artfully, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he leaned Xiajianhua towards Chu Yang's side. As soon as he heard the words Chu God, Xiajianhua was confused. He knew that Chu Yang had a nickname called Chu God, but what did this matter of their fitness have to do with Chu Yang? Xiajianhua heart some curiosity, patience and youth chat down. He sideways inquire, until the youth to Chu Yang diving video put out. Xiajianhua on the spot to solve the case. "Mr. Chu deserves to be Mr. Chu. A casual show abroad can cause a craze. Now the experience center is forced to open because of this. Mr. Chu, in terms of business acumen, you're still the best. I, Xiajianhua, am impressed." Chu Yang is not aware of the Mao Ball and 7-7 they play a variety of Mao Ball project, and Youth Dong Xiao in the next few days with Xiajianhua they fitness hangout a piece, is to mix familiar. Mixed Dong Xiao only know. The original Xiajianhua they are not only the programmers of the Pingdal company, the development of VR games, and even in order to better debugging development, The company also deliberately arranged a fitness mechanism. What game is so high on physical fitness? Dong Xiao was curious within his heart, and an idea popped up in his mind even more. He found Xie Jianhua and gave him a very valuable opinion. Have you guys ever thought of finding a group of senior players to test a wave of internal testing first? Finding internal players to test? Xie Jianhua was slightly stunned. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about it, but most of the senior players were very geeky, and it would be extremely difficult to adapt to Immortal Journey. Suddenly, Xie Jianhua looked towards Dong Xiao, who had been working out for a few days. Do you want to come and try? Dong Xiao proudly bent his arms and expressed his thoughts. Yes, when it comes to playing games, I, Dong Xiao, am definitely a professional, Dong Xiao said, and took out his Dong De Xiao's big V number to prove himself. Dong De Xiao is a top 10 self-player in game evaluation due to his humorous and witty speech. He is very good at developing new wins. Most of the games he plays are popular games, and he has also brought fire to a lot of games. Xie Jianhua looked at Dong Xiao's cell phone, and then looked at his Weibo. Really cannot connect the two together. He thought Dong Xiao was just a big young man with a good family. He didn't expect to have this kind of mastery. If you can really find a few senior players with good reflexes, we can hire you guys to be the first batch of internal test players for Immortal Journey. Of course, this side will also issue the relevant non-disclosure agreement, and the specific salary can be renegotiated. Xie Jianhua's senses towards Dong Xiao were not bad. With his participation, the testing rate of Immortal Journey could also be increased a bit. In this way, they could also speed up the progress on their hands. After the two of them hit it off, Dong Xiao also began to gather senior players in his own small group of gamers. Who are the buddies in Magic City recently? I have a good job on my hands. I'm short of people. Who are they? Most of the players in Dong Xiao's group are face-to-face, play quite well, each other also understand each other. He just said. The group immediately popped up a lot of people. Dong Xiao has also started to introduce people to live? Not bad. Let's start with what kind of work. What are the benefits? I just recently cleared a game and almost didn't scrap it. I also just recently picked up an ad cha rice. At Dao Xiao Dong. Boss save the kid. But first things first. Lousy money no cha. Not cha lousy money +1. Dong Di Xiao introduced or trustworthy. I'm just curious. What benefits put Dong Di Xiao? People who play with Dong Xiao know that Dong Xiao's family is good. Not lack of money. Occasionally out of quite generous. In the Magic City can play with Dong Xiao and a piece of people's family level are similar. The people in the group are a little worse. Most of them are above average level. To a game of internal testing, need to react fast. If often fitness can also. Salary is not negotiable. Now from the game on the market there are about 10 days. If you want to play, you can contact me. Come to the people. Food and lodging car expenses I reimburse. As soon as Dong Xiao's words left his mouth, one after another there were 10 or so people who sign up. Dong Xiao made sure, arranged for them to gather in unison at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and signed a confidentiality agreement with Xie Jianhua himself first. The internal test player's salary is 300 a day, including the confidentiality agreement. Leaks will be in accordance with the content of the agreement to pursue responsibility. Of course, the benefits are also excellent. In addition to salary, the game company will gift the internal test player experience center a permanent fitness card and permanent membership of CNU. Dong Xiao originally thought that this welfare is nothing, so he did not care, waiting for him to follow Xie Jianhua up the stairs, only to realize that he earned a lot. In the large gaming hall, employees of Pingle Games could be seen everywhere doing follow-up debugging. Immortal Games equipment was in the form of a bracelet plus belt, and the helmet had turned into a pair of lightweight eyes, which was top-notch equipment created by Pingle Games employees plus the technical bulls who poured in their efforts to assist, and also looked for a lot of foreign aid. The immersion effect is considered top-notch even in the international arena. Dong Xiao looked at the immortal travel environment displayed on the projection screen, as if he was there, and under the guidance of Xie Jianhua, Dong Xiao even went on the field himself to experience the world of immortal travel. He started the internal testing of Immortal Journey after changing the name of the game to Dong Di Xiao. Crap. This thing is something outside of the novice village? Dong Xiao didn't play for long before bursting into foul language. The half-man tall ferocious lone wolf in front of him was just too sensational. If he faced it one-on-one, it was as if this wolf was right in front of him, and when Dong Xiao met the fierce eyes of the lone wolf, he couldn't help but feel a little sore on his legs. He was completely frightened. Let me kill you. Dong Xiao was scared in his heart, but he also knew that this was a game, so he hardened his heart and went on. As a result, Lone Wolf slapped him down and he died. Looking at the words showing resurrection in progress, Dong Xiao was a bit skeptical. He was playing a hellish level of novice village. Right. When Dong Xiao was confused, he received a message from the internal players that they had arrived at the place. Dong Xiao then realized that it was already the appointed time. After Dong Xiao and Xie Jianhua received a group of internal test players, a bold idea arose within his heart. He wanted to let all these players enter the pit and try out the hardships he had just experienced. That night, the hellish start for the beta players began. After experiencing some trials and tribulations from being a weakling to a big brother, the internal test players started to anoint a wave of immortal journey in advance on their microblogs. Like Dong Xiao, they were planning to pit a group of teammates who were suffering like them. Dong Xiao was the first to send out a message. Recently played a very addictive VR game. Very good one. In a few days the game will be released. You players can look forward to it. However, this game requires very fast reflexes. Slow reflexes will be very tragic. Oh. Then a big V senior player called Mountain King, recently in the test a very fun VR game. The equipment is very powerful, such as the game release. Looking forward to friends to play with me. Suggest that the convenience of the friends to the magic city of the experience center experience. Following Dong Xiao and Mountain King, one after another, the players who have been in internal testing have sent out an amenable message. This also caused hot discussions among netizens. What game didn't even say first amenable to a wave of preview? De Xiao, you've changed. You even played the game without telling us the name. Do Wang. Look at your recent photos abs are showing. So is it playing games to play? Then again, what kind of VR game is it? And you have to go to the experience center to play it? Is it more fun than Virtual Girlfriend? Netizens were full of curiosity about the immortal game that hadn't been released yet. At the same time, Virtual Girlfriend's Chanyu company also received the news of the Immortal Tour preview. Mr. He, whose name was Tong, was the veteran president of the Chanyu company and the initiator of the creation of Virtual Girlfriend. He thought that Virtual Girlfriend was the best in the VR world, and that there was nothing at all that could be compared to Virtual Girlfriend. He said to Ing Jiashu Ing, manager of the product department, "Manager Ing, this kind of VR game doesn't need to be brought to me, or is the new trend of VR game. It is not at all. This kind of small game can be compared to you. Instead of looking at these, you might as well communicate with the technical department again. Let them update Virtual Girlfriend properly again. You have to remember that our Virtual Girlfriend is the #1 on the VR game list, an invincible existence. There is no game that can win over our Smooth Tour's Virtual Girlfriend. Mr. He spoke confidently, completely failing to see his own manager's worried eyes. He always felt that the president was afraid that this wave of fanatical confidence would be slapped in the face. Happy times always pass by in a hurry, and it soon came to the day when Chu Yan left the fur ball. Under Qin Mu's arrangement, Chi followed them and sat in the first-class cabin, and sat in a row with Chu Yang, or the next position. After the airplane took off, Chi played very happily these days, inevitably some sleepy, asked for a blanket and fell asleep directly. I don't know how long I slept. Chi woke up from her sleep, and wanted to go to the toilet. Chu Yang at this time has not rested. See her wake up, wanna get up, also give way to the position. After solving her personal problems, Chi was crossing over from Chu Yang's side. Suddenly the airplane shook. 77 was unsteady and jumped onto Chu Yang. Shu Shen. Sorry. 77 felt her softness pressing on Chu Yang. The warmth of his breath hitting her body induced 77 to be a little weak. She pounced on Chu Shen again. Chu Yan was shocked to feel the softness on his face and the aroma on the tip of his nose. This is being hit with a ball? Hiss. This C is a bit breathless. I'm a grandmaster level expert, and I can still be held back by a ball? No. I can still hold my breath for another 2 minutes. Chu Yang felt the softness on his face, enjoying the situation in front of him with pain and pleasure. It's fine. You first see if you can stand up, Chu Yang said in a muffled voice. Just as he finished speaking, Chi got up with a blushing face. She managed to get herself some strength to get up, as the airplane had a wobble. Chi once again jumped on Chu Yang. Chu Yang? I got hit with a ball again? Chu Yang? Chu Shen. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. Chi-Chi's face was blushing. Her fair ears were colored with redness. Chu Yang muffled an enunciation and pinched Chi-Chi's waist, making her get down from her body a little. Being caught off guard and hit by someone with a ball is also a bitter thing. 77 was held in Chu Yang's powerful arms on his lap, the blush on his face still not dissipating. Immediately afterward, Chi-Chi's body stiffened. She. 77's face reddened with shame and she was busy getting up. The airplane shook once again. Chi. This time the vibration is aimed at me. I've pounced on Chushin 3 times in a row. 77 listens to the muffled sounds coming from her ears and is close to finding a crack in the ground. At this time, when the flight attendant's voice informed the passengers of the news that the current trajectory encountered strong air currents that had stabilized, Qin Mu and Zhirgil only turned their heads to look at Chu Yang and Chi. They saw that Chi was sitting face to face with Chu Yang. The two of them tacitly turned their heads. Sorry for the disturbance. You guys continue. Chi got off Chu Yang's body. only feeling that she couldn't wash away this misunderstanding even if she jumped into the Yellow River. She felt the blazing heat on her body, and her heart actually still had some very strange thoughts. When she learned that she was misunderstood to be with Chu Shin, she was actually a little elated. However, after experiencing the incident of hitting someone with a ball just now, Chi-Chi didn't dare to run around anymore. Luckily, this time the flight flew quite fast, and after a few hours it flew back to Magic City. After separating from Chu Yang and Qin Mu, Chi-Chi left the airport as if she was fleeing. Chu Yang and Qin Mu also finally returned to their respective villas. Young master, welcome home. Bai Yue was wearing a light green professional outfit, and under her wraparound skirt, her slender thighs were white and straight, looking very nice. Yue looks better and better. Has there been anything good recently? Chu Yang complimented Bai Yue. He inquired carelessly and turned his head to sit on the sofa. Soon, the servants served the fruits that were flown in this morning, and Bai Yue also carefully brewed a cup of top-quality Longjing and placed it in front of Chu Yang. Recently Immortal Journey hasn't been released yet, but it's already in the preheating stage. Guan Pingdal and the others are very happy to learn that you've recently come back. They're all asking when young master you'll go over to try out the game. Chu Yang's appraisal skills were not for nothing. As long as it passed his eyes, he would basically be able to determine the future direction of things. For Immortal Journey, Chu Yang still cared a lot. After all, this game he had also looked for a lot of people. It was better to be on the ball. Then tomorrow, it's just as well that I'm going to talk to Guan Pingdal and the others about something. Chu Yang took a sip of tea. The fragrance of the tea in his mouth made Chu Yang's face reveal a pleasant expression. Bai Yue sniffed and also started operating her cell phone to inform Guan Pingdal about this. After a short rest day, Chu Yang went to the experience center in Xianyu the next day. When Chu Yang arrived at the experience center, the whole person was confused. What was this situation? Didn't it say game center? How is it that there are still fitness cards, memberships, and monthly subscriptions? Chu Yang was about to find someone to ask, when he saw Xie Jianhua walking over one after the other with a clean-looking youth wearing a name brand. When Xie Jianhua saw Chu Yang, he hurriedly walked quickly in the direction Chu Yang was in. When Dong Xiao saw Chu Yang, his heart was stunned. The boss behind Pingdal Game was actually Chu God. After seeing Chu Yang, Xie Jianhua only felt that Chu Yang was too powerful. To say that he was strategizing would not be an exaggeration. Mr. Chu, you're really awesome. The dive trip in Malbal was simply a stroke of genius. Chu Yang only felt confused as he listened to Xie Jianhua's words. What divine stroke? Xie Jianhua hurriedly said, didn't you go to Malbal before? Chu Yang nodded his head, his eyes filled with curiosity. He was not surprised that Xie Jianhua knew about his trip to Malbal. What did this have to do with his trip to Malbal and the stroke of God? It's like this. Ever since the video of you diving was edited and posted online, everyone saw that your body was too good and wanted to build muscles abs Then I don't know how. The youths all over the internet who have abs are off the hook, and those who don't have abs have to run to the gym to jerk iron, because everywhere is full, and our game experience center is full of customers. Because of this, our Xianyu smoothly harvested a group of Magic City's top internal testing senior players. Xianyu's debugging progress instantly went several times faster. This is all thanks to you, Mr. Chu. Xie Jianhua spoke impassionately, feeling the urge to worship a big brother. After Chu Yang heard Xie Jianhua's description, his entire body was confused. What the hell? I just went for a dive and did show my abs. It can still be played like this? Chu Yang looked around and looked at the men and women jerking iron in the gym, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Subsequently, Dong Xiao stepped in at the right time and introduced himself to Chu Yang. Hello Chu God. I am Dong Xiao, and I am also a test player of Immortal Journey. As Dong Xiao's words fell, Chu Yang saw several familiar faces slowly walking from a short distance away. Chu Yang looked at each familiar face, the muscles and body that had changed solidly in a month's time without seeing it, and his face showed a rare look of astonishment. What about the promised technical big brother? How a month gone? All turned into muscle men. Completely subverted my basic knowledge of programmers. After Guan Pingdal and the others saw Chu Yang, they also all acted very happy. They really didn't expect that Chu Yang would take control of the situation in the country right in the Malbal, and even let the country set off an abs craze. Even the gym they had bought had been violently affected. Thinking of the image of Dong Xiao and the others letting the experience center forcefully open a few days ago, Guan Pingdal felt a lot of emotions within his heart. Excited and at the same time, he couldn't help but admire General Manager Chu's resourcefulness. Mr. Chu, at present, Xianyu has already made sufficient preparations. Don't worry, we will definitely not fail your efforts, Guan Pingdal said excitedly. Chu Yang really didn't know what to say. Could he tell them, I didn't make much of an effort? Couldn't. So Chu Yang smiled. This smile, in the eyes of Guan Pingdal and Xie Jianhua, was the attitude of being inscrutable and deeply hiding his achievements and fame. The two men looked at each other unspokenly, and in their eyes added another point of admiration for Chu Yang. Mr. Chu deserves to be Mr. Chu. Even the follow-up is controlled clearly. Suddenly, the two people in their hearts to Xian Yu face of the world full of expectation of the spectacle. After exchanging pleasantries, Guan Pingdal and Xie Jianhua and Dong Xiao led Chu Yang to the 5th floor. Under Guan Pingdal's special arrangement, the first 2 floors were gymnasiums, the 3rd floor was a game hall, the 4th floor was an ordinary private room, and the 5th floor was a VIP private room. The private rooms on the 4th floor were configured with sofas and the like, while the VIP rooms were arranged with a small lounge with built-in consumable items that could be consumed by simply scanning the code. Of course, if the cardholder was a VLP customer, all fees were waived. Well, it's doing well. Chu Yang followed Guan Pingdal to finish inspecting the Immortal Journey Experience Center and praised from the bottom of his heart. In terms of details and systems, Guan Pingdal had done a good job. Guan Pingdal was praised by Chu Yang. His heart was happy. He couldn't help but say to Chu Yang, Mr. Chu, do you want to personally try to see our debugging Xian Yu? I would like to hear your opinion. Just 2 or 3 days away from the listing of Xian Yu. If Chu Yang can put forward valuable opinions or suggestions, Xian Yu can be taken to the next level once heard. As Guan Pingdal's words fell, Xie Jianhua and Dong Xiao who were following on the side also had different thoughts. They were both people who had personally experienced the difficulty of Immortal Tour, and they didn't know if Chu Yang would let them lower the difficulty. Good. Chu Yang recalled the scenes of Immortal Journey, and was also somewhat moved. Guan Pingdal heard that and immediately personally opened a room for Chu Yang, and then explained the use of equipment and other issues to him. Chu Yang put on the equipment, also could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Just a few months' time you guys have made the helmet and handle to such a degree. I'm somewhat looking forward to the Immortal Journey. Guan Pingdal heart within a happy, repeatedly said that this is the common efforts of everyone. Please Chu first play a little bit, talk about the game experience. After Chu Yang readily agreed, he quickly entered the game. He opened a new number. The game name is called Chu Men San Xiao. After the newbie entry, the character controlled by Chu Yang also came outside the newbie village. Despite having fought against the lone wolf many times, the immersive scene still made Guan Pingdal, Xie Jianhua and Dong Xiao subconsciously stare. The lone wolf was an existence that very much tested reflexes and was also a hurdle outside the novice village. Many people froze at the realism of the immersive experience, causing the game to fail. How would Chu Yang deal with that lone wolf? Thinking of this, the 3 of them, Guan Pingdal, stared at the screen with unblinking eyes, only to see that the character controlled by Chu Yang casually took a step back and easily dodged the attack. Subsequently, the Chu Men's 3 young men were beating up the lone wolf in a one-sided manner. After a minute, Chu Men San Xiao collected the loot and continued onward, eyeing the Chu Men 3 young men who were weaving through the forest. Guan Pingdal's 3 people all had their mouths wide open in shock. Crap! Mr. Chu God, is so bullish? Was their hellish opening a fake? How did Mr. Chushin, get past it so easily? The line of sight once again turned to the projector. The Chu clan's 3 young masters were strolling idly through the forest, casually walking to a place and finding rare spiritual treasures. When they casually fought a monster, they exploded rare red equipment and so on, and the cases were countless. This luck is also too heaven-defying, right? The 3 people who had fought hard for a long time before hitting the equipment felt a wave of internal injuries, especially Xie Jianhua. The pieces that he personally debugged were as good as play in Chu Yang's hands, making him suffer a great blow. As time passed, Chu Yang finally ended the game. Before he exited, he suddenly saw his game name appearing on Xian Yu's system public screen. Congratulations to Chu Men San Xiao for becoming Xian Yu's most powerful person. Chu Yang? In just a moment's time, it's Immortal Tour Supreme Powerhouse? When Guan Pingdal, Xie Jianhua, and Dong Xiao saw the message on the public screen, they almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. Immortal Tour was sharking people's pig hearts. They had worked so hard for so long, practicing all sorts of leveling, all sorts of raiding, and it wasn't as accomplished as a few hours of Chu Yang's time. Were they too weak? Guan Pingdal, Xie Jianhua, and Dong Xiao were in a bit of a trance. Immortal Journey's difficulty is well done. The immersion is strong. It requires a certain amount of reflexes to be able to play. It's not too difficult. Let's put it this way. The top 200 on the leaderboards will be able to enjoy a leaderboard bonus of $2,000,000. Below 200 to within 500. Enjoy a 1 million leaderboard bonus. Below 500 to 1000. You can randomly choose part of the reward within the affordable. This you guys watch the arrangement. Chu Yang found that responsiveness is a job that requires time and energy. He thought a long time ago, if there was a game in the world that could make money just by playing the game, how good it would be. Xian Yu currently seems to be able to exercise one's reflexes, but also requires a certain amount of physical and mental strength. Handing out some appropriate bonuses would be a more than suitable thing to do. What? Still giving out bonuses? The three of them, Guan Pingel, were confused. In all of their careers, they had never heard of a game that paid out bonuses according to the leaderboards. Guan Pingel was about to speak when he heard Chu Yang faintly say, "By the way, Immortal Tours insiders can't participate in this. In order to celebrate Immortal Tours release, in a while Pingel you arrange a $3 million cash raffle to reward everyone for their hard work in these months." Chu Yang's words fell. Another thunderbolt exploded the trio's cognizance. Good General Manager Chu. Guan Pingel suppressed his excited heart in trembling hands and nodded fiercely. Even though among the presidents he knew, there wasn't a president who was even bolder than General Manager Chu. But don't worry, Mr. Chu, with so many rewards from you, we will definitely try to keep them. After Chu Yang instructed Guan Pingel, he left, and before he left, he didn't forget to instruct someone to send one to Qin Mu in the next villa. After Chu Yang left, lurid flames emerged in the eyes of each of Guan Pingel, Xia Jianhua, and Dong Xiao. Xia Jianhua looked at Guan Pingel. Old Guan, Mr. Chu has said so. We can't give that ranking bounty for nothing. How about adjusting the difficulty upwards? Guan Pingel nodded his head seriously. His expression serious. It must be increased. We need to keep the difficulty at a medium to high level. Hell level difficulty plus 1 level of difficulty. You go and talk to the people in the technical department. Let them work hard and work overtime. Dong Xiao, you talk to those brothers of yours. Let them work hard and test and debug more. Anyway, your external staff not within the company. Dong Xiao heard the words of Guan Pingel, immediately brightened up. Yes, they are not Pingel game employees. Busy what is not busy Tested plus mixed leaderboard bonus. It does not smell it. Dong Xiao confidently nodded. Mr. Guan, don't worry. We will definitely let Immortal Journey become the #1 game in purgatory in the VR world. In the midst of Guan Pingel and other people's whimpering and hustling, the release day of Immortal Journey was finally ushered in. After Immortal Journey went live, it didn't cause any major repercussions at first. After all, Guan Pingel and the others were so busy these days that they didn't have time to arrange publicity at all. By the time Guan Pingel and the others reacted to their lack of publicity, Dong Xiao's game strategy and editing videos had already caught fire online. Crap! What kind of game is this? Immortal Journey? That wolf is too real. I was also startled when I first saw the wolf. This is the most realistic VR game I've ever seen. The senses are too strong. The person is in the Immortal Tour Experience Center and is in the Liver Immortal Tour. With Dong Xiao's game strategy and editing videos following, Shanda Wang and the others were not willing to lag behind in releasing related videos. It didn't take long before the news of the battle ranking bonus on the Immortal Tour game page was exploded by netizens. Really? The top 200 were rewarded a total of $2 million? Crap! The wish I've been looking forward to since I was a kid has suddenly been realized by Immortal Tour? 10 years ago, when someone told me that a cell phone could talk, I would definitely kick him. And 10 years later, when someone told me to send me a cell phone, I would definitely take it and run away before he regretted it. There's nothing wrong with what upstairs said. If the reward is real, how come I, Zhang San, will work day and night to climb up to the top 200 of the battle ranking? Then upstairs must cheer up. Dong Dishao is now ranked 100th. There is Meat to Eat Mountain King ranked 101st. Oh, now the number of people on the leaderboard has been refreshed. It has become 300. What the hell? Is the number of people refreshing so fast? The news of the Immortal Journey bonus was instantly topped on the hot search. Guan Pingel and the others didn't expect that a random idea from Mr. Chu would cause such a big stir. After thinking about it, Guan Pingel directly boarded the hot search and publicly released a message. The leaderboard thing is true. We really prepared a $2 million bonus. Guan Pingel used Xian Yu's official website to release a message that directly topped the hot search for Xian Yu's bonus to the second. Xian Yu's official website's public acknowledgement also made Xian Yu's popularity rise to an unprecedented height. At this time, Chu Yang, who was standing at the entrance of the Immortal Tour Experience Center headquarters, fell into deep thought on his face. If he remembered correctly, Bai Yuwei had told him that Xian Yu hadn't done a great deal of publicity. What is this picture of a sea of people? Chu Yang was a little puzzled as to what went wrong. Just as Chu Yang was pondering, two youths with unfulfilled intentions on their faces squeezed out from the center of the experience pavilion, with a trifle of regret in their eyes. Old four, how many bits have you impacted to? The one who spoke was a tall, thin, stout youth with dark skin, looking somewhat naive. I've just climbed up to the rank of 7,000 now. The number of people is just too much. Hell, especially the first one. That's just perverted. The svelte youth who was called Lao Si rubbed his hungry stomach and didn't forget to spit on Chu Yang, who was number 1 in the rankings. Chu Yang, who was suddenly lying down. How did I become a pervert? What did I do? Chu Yang just finished thinking, only to hear the naive youth nodding his head in agreement. I also think that Chu Men San Xiao is too perverted. A shot is hundreds of thousands of battle power. I also watched the game replay. The reaction power is superb. Yeah, it was hard for me to kill the lone wolf. Damn, I'm hungry. If I'm the owner of the experience center, I'll definitely buy a takeout company for Xianyu. At that time, I'll eat takeout right after playing the game. After eating takeout, I'll play on the machine again. Cool. Old Four rubbed his hungry stomach and began a burst of bravado. Suddenly sent to the takeaway company Chu Yang. I thank you Detected Li Si bragging with the host. The system specially gifted the host with a happy delivery takeout company. Chu Yang was a bit helpless. He just came to see how things were going in Xianyu today. He didn't expect the scene to be hot, not to mention that there was suddenly an extra takeout company. With his current energy, I'm afraid he won't be able to run it properly. Then let Guan Pingdal have a headache. After thinking about it, Chu Yang gave Guan Pingdal another call. Hey, Pingdal, I just acquired a takeaway company. Now it's merged into Pingdal Games name. Turn it into a subsidiary. What's the point of becoming a subsidiary? Don't all our company employees order takeout? Besides that, I'll have Bai Butler contact you. All the companies are equipped with working meals, and the takeout company under you will be responsible for managing it. Guan Pingdal received the call and didn't come back to his senses for half a day. He was just a game company boss now. In the blink of an eye, there was another takeout company? Xia Jianhua looked at Guan Pingdal with some curiosity in his eyes. Mr. Guan, Mr. Chu's phone? Guan Pingdal pressed a sound and said, yes, Mr. Chu said that he just acquired a takeaway company and merged it into our company's name, and that in the future, all of the industries under his banner will use our takeaway company. After Guan Pingdal finished speaking, his cell phone shook and vibrated. Bai You's phone call came over, and he didn't care to look at Xia Jianhua's shocked eyes. He picked it up in a hurry, only to hear Bai Yue said, hello, I am Chu's housekeeper, Bai Yue. Later I will send you Chu's current company to you. You pay attention to intervene a little bit. Take out site selection, we can follow up and then arrange. Your side looks good, can also I go to acquisition? Bai Yue finished and simply said 2 sentences, then hung up the phone. Subsequently, Guan Pingdal looked at the new message from his cell phone and was confused. General Manager Chu actually had so many companies under his banner. After the shock, Guan Pingdal felt very surprised again. He thought that Chu Yang's arrangement was very new to him. No matter what, he had to work hard to complete this mission. Guan Pingla ambition and Xianyu big hot piece of fried hot. Compared to the virtual girlfriend of the Smooth Game Company can be said to use the sad clouds to describe it. After the Immortal Tour was a big hit, the virtual girlfriend was immediately pressed to the second. Subsequently, the Smooth Swim Company saw all the news. Xianyu topped the VR game list. Immortal Tour VR equipment sold out. Xianyu platform push in front of the virtual girlfriend. The Big Seal recommendation is also in front of the virtual girlfriend. The game list, the virtual girlfriend fell out of the top 10. And then look at the micro thin circle. All kinds of game Big Brother. Evaluation masters began to have Harry want a set of equipment to prove their strength. Mr. He looked at the 5-star reviews underneath the Immortal Tour, and then looked at the background of the virtual girlfriend. The download rate dropped again and again. 1-star reviews brushed a screen, and the next one had more. Some spammers even said that the virtual girlfriend is a hot chicken. Not as good as other people's Xianyu. Mr. He felt that his face was about to be swollen by Xianyu. He angrily called out to Wang Qi, the HR manager, and issued a task. Go arrange for someone to poach Xianyu's people, no matter what the cost. Wang Qi almost didn't die of laughter after hearing Mr. He's words. He had heard that Mr. He was confident in virtual girlfriend, and even bragged on multiple occasions that Xianyu was inferior to virtual girlfriend. Now, people just released Xianyu not long ago. Mr. He thought of digging up Xianyu's people. This is not hitting his own face. From Mr. He's out. Wang Qi arranged the company's senior personnel Ding Hao to do this thing. Anyway, whether it is successful or not, when he pushed to Ding Hao on the line, after Ding Hao was given a heavy responsibility, he also wanted to show off his skills. Thus, Ding Hao, the senior personnel of Changyu, decided to go squatting at the Xianyu Experience Center, and he must dig an excellent talent for Changyu to go over there. Of course, the hotness of Xianyu is not only for Changyu. Many game companies in the circle are staring at Xianyu. Even some entertainment companies have sent reporters to squat in Xianyu. There is no way. Xianyu is really too hot. Not only that, there are people who want to invest in Xianyu, so as to get a share of the idea. However, this idea was quickly disillusioned. On the network, A V named Chushan Today Industry was exposed? Issued a new report on CNU. According to the latest news of the exposure of the editorial, the person behind CNU is also a part of Chushan's industry. See the picture for details. There is a picture of the truth. The accompanying pictures at the bottom, the picture of Sek Pingle talking to Chu Yang, but also the picture of Dong Xiao, Xiad Jianhua, etc. in a piece with Chu Yang. Soon, the Big V's message was topped as the first in the hot search ranking. I think exposing today's material is a stone hammer. Everyone pay attention to the eyes of Mr. Guan and the others. That's excitement, worship, admiration, stone hammer without a doubt. Then again, the reason why CNU is so hot is also manipulated by Chushan, right? After Chushan's abs and the fur ball caught fire, how many Hans went to train their abs for the sake of the girls? For example, abs, JPG, cry Liao, I'm also a victim of abs. No, I just got off the hook. And the person behind CNU was exposed as Chushan. I feel like I've been set up by Chushan, but I'm willing to do it. I don't have abs. I'm not off the hook yet. Even my inflatable girlfriend got pierced because I accidentally gave it to her today. It's too hard for me. Oh, exempt. Chushan has been exposed to industry again? Laughing to death. It's time to show the real skill. Immortal Journey ranking number 100 Zhaoziyun. Join us. You mua a pineapple head. Just 100th place also dejected labor 99 labor dejected? Under the comments of the exposure V, the picture style of the comments was gradually crooked, turning into the online bragging scene of the Immortal Tour battle ranking. A bunch of melon eaters also joined the fray and opened the bragging mode. The news that Chu Yang was the person behind the curtain after a wave of manipulation by the exposure V, quickly spread to the ears of Dai's Group. Recently, Dai's Group could be said to have earned a fortune because of Chu Yang's public marriage with Dai Shanshan. Dai Xinghai to Chu Yang, this future son-in-law, is still very satisfied. As long as can bring him benefits, is what kind of son-in-law he can accept. When Dai Xinghai was happy that CNU was Chu Yang's property, manager Li of the finance department knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Dai, I have something I want to ask you. Manager Li wore glasses and looked very civilized and bookish, but he was a very capable character. Dai Xinghai still thought highly of Manager Li. He waved his hand somewhat proudly and said, "What is it? Tell me." Manager Li nodded. Mr. Dai, what I would like to ask you is, if we, Dai's Group, were to take a stake in CNU, do you think that there's a few % of certainty that we'll be able to succeed in taking a stake? Manager Li said. His right hand lifted the edge of his nose to cover the glint in his eyes. Getting a stake in CNU, that's not 100% certainty. The person in charge of Chu's Group is my future son-in-law. Manager Li, you are very optimistic about the future of CNU? Dai Xinghai's positioning of the industry is still in the industrial sector. Xianyou's hot in Dai Xinghai's view. Not worth mentioning, compared to Chu's Group to bring the benefits of a little bigger. Manager Li sketched out a professional smile at the corner of his mouth and nodded his head in agreement. Yes, according to the current trend of CNU, by the end of this year, it will at the very least bring in more than $100 million in profit. And that's still my minimum estimate for CNU. Dai Xinghai was all of a sudden shocked after hearing this. A profit of over $100 million. Is the game industry so powerful? Thinking about this, Dai Xinghai's heart began to stir. Then, it sounds like there's something to look forward to. I'll let Shan handle this. You go down first. After Dai Xinghai reacted, he waved his hand for Manager Li to go out, and turning his head, he had his secretary call for Dai Shanshan. Shanshan na, you've seen the trend of CNU. My son-in-law, this person. I'm very satisfied. You go and talk to him. Our Dai's Group is willing to spend $300 million to invest. Just take 30% of the shares. For his own daughter, Dai Xinghai was even more casual. He didn't wait for Dai Shanshan to open her mouth. And in one sentence, he arranged Chu Yang. Dai Shanshan didn't have any good feelings towards her own father. After she heard Dai Xinghai's words, the corner of her mouth sketched a cold smile. Since Mr. Dai is so powerful, why don't you personally talk to your son-in-law? Not to mention how much money Dai's Group gives. How many shares? Just say Chu Yang his own financial strength. Not to mention 300 million. 3 billion, you say he can give you the same lack of the whole to come. Also 300 million shares of 30%. He Dai Xinghai face quite big. I am his father-in-law. How can I pull down this identity to go? You and him are not fiancés. Since there is a good project, why don't we do it together? Mutual benefit and win-win reasoning I didn't teach you. Dai Xinghai pulled down his face. His face was gloomy. Dai Shanshan looked cold. Then I pull down the face? You should know even if you go and investigate. Chu Yang's least bad thing is money. Chu Clan Group is what he spent $100 billion to buy. Anyway, this matter, I don't agree. If you're capable, you can go talk to him yourself. Anyway, in case Chu Yang doesn't want to join forces with me anymore. You can just cry. Dai Shanshan was disgusted with Dai Xinghuai's face, and she left the president's office after letting out her words. Dai Xinghuai's dissatisfaction with Dai Shanshan became even more. He thought to himself, I'm Chu Yang's father-in-law. Even if Chu Yang is not happy, I opened my mouth. Can he still not give me shares? Still not with your marriage. Look at me crying, when did I, Dai Xinghuai, do something so stupid? I don't only want Xianyou's shares, I also want Chu Yang to beg me to let you guys get married. Dai Xinghuai thought as he did, and peacefully looked for someone to ask for Chu Yang's phone number and dialed it. I'm Chu Yang. Which one are you? Chu Yang looked at the cell phone and raised his eyebrows. Chu Yang's cell phone number had two. One was a private phone number. The contacts were mostly characters like Qin Mu, Morning Biao, etc. One was a work phone number. Occasionally some of the ones who wanted to cooperate with Chu Yang and obtained it through various channels would be this phone number. Xianyu had been a big hit recently, and Chu Yang had received quite a few calls. Oh, son-in-law, I'm Shanshan's father, Dai Xinghuai. I want to ask to talk to you about cooperation. Our Dai group wants to use $300 million to take up 30% of the shares. Do you think it's okay? Chu Yang stroked his chin, his eyes full of interest. Not Dai Shanshan personally came to look for it, but Dai Xinghuai looked for it. The cattiness here is not ordinary nah. It's possible, but this matter, you let Dai Shanshan personally come and talk to me. After saying that, Chu Yang hung up the phone. Not to mention that he is not short of money now. His Chu Yang lack of money has not seen Dai Xinghuai so lion's share of the opening. I smashed 5 or 600 million into the early stage one after another. You told me that 300 million 30% of the shares? How face so bigot? Dai Xinghuai looked at the hung up the phone, immediately exploded with anger. Good you Chu Yang, even do not put me this father-in-law in the eyes. See how I fix you. Thinking about it, Dai Xinghuai dialed another phone over. Looking at the logo of the international phone, it is the phone number of the Eagle country. Mr. Gu Ah, I am Dai Xinghuai. Recently Dai's group has a cooperation. You see you consider? Aha, ready to come back from the Eagle Kingdom? That's a good feeling. When are you coming back? I would like to invite you to our family villa to have some fun. Well, I also want to discuss about Shanshan's marriage. It's a bastard who wants to marry Shanshan. What's the name of Shanshan's marriage partner? That asshole kid is called Chu Yang. Okay, then see you in a week. Dai Xinghuai listened to the busy tone at the end of the phone. His eyes were full of complacency. That Chu Yang is not pleased? Even if you don't lack money, you have to look at the person. Gu Ruiz is the youngest son of the Gu family, the top family of the Eagle Kingdom. In addition to the Gu family's 300 billion assets, Gu Ruiz himself has 500 billion assets, industries all over the world. Chu Yang's ability is not worthy to be compared with Gu Ruiz. To say that Dai Xinghuai's first favorite person is also Gu Ruiz. If not for Chu Yang, he would have been the father-in-law of the Gu family's youngest son. Eagle Country, Tianzhong Group President's Office. A young man with a delicate appearance, responsible for the white color, like a nobleman walking out of a painting, was looking forward with gloomy eyes, only to hear a bang. The cell phone in the youth's hand shattered in response. Zhang Ping, come in. Throwing away the phone to vent his anger, Gu Ruiz immediately called out to his right-hand man. Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping's battle power had already reached the semi-Zongshi realm, and he was very loyal to Gu Ruiz. When he arrived in the office, he knew that his young master was angry. Young master, what are your orders? Zhang Ping's eyes were filled with devotion as he respectfully inquired to Gu Ruiz. Go, check out a man named Chu Yang. He's so bold as to steal a woman from me. Gu Ruiz, it's time to let him know what it means to know that there are some people he can't afford to mess with. Gu Ruiz's eyes flashed with a touch of grimness. Zhang Ping was slightly stunned, and anger grew in his heart. Young master is so powerful, and there's still someone who snatches a woman from young master? What a bear's heart and leopard's guts, he said with a straight face. Don't worry, young master, I will definitely turn over all 18 generations of his ancestors. After Zhang Ping faded away, the emotions in Gu Rui's eyes melted into nothingness as he took out Dai Shanshan's impurities from the drawer on his left-hand side a while ago and raised his hand to caress them. Dai Shanshan, you're mine for the rest of your life. You can't escape. If you don't listen, I won't be able to resist destroying you. Time gradually passed in Gu Rui's busyness. About half an hour later, Zhang Ping returned inside Gu Rui's office with an iron face. Young master, I failed in my mission. Please chastise young master. Zhang Ping was very unwilling within his heart. He had just sworn to find out all of Chu Yang's ancestors. As a result, not only did he not find out any news, all the relevant news about Chu Yang was still swiped out from microblogging. Too humiliating. Gu Rui's eyes were full of astonishment. Then you couldn't find out about Chu Yang? Zhang Ping shook his head and nodded again. His personal information was deliberately covered up by someone, a very powerful hacker expert. However, I did find out something else. This Chu Yang is very uncomplicated. Most likely he is also an expert in the semi-zongsure realm, and his current revealed assets are over $300 billion. As for the family behind him, he hasn't been found out yet. The group of people raised under Guru Eyes are also elites among elites. Who did not expect that they check a Chu Yang unexpectedly suffered the first Waterloo of his life? Zhang Ping and a group of elites who could not accept this appalling fact. 300 billion? Snort. The gap between 100 billion and 100 billion is like a gulf. 300 billion is not enough to fear. You guys continue to check. I want to see what else he is capable of. Go prepare the airfare. I'm going to go back to my country. Bring Dai Shanshan back to the Eagle Kingdom. Tianzhong Group lacks a mistress. That's right. Then find something for Chu Yang's Chu's group to do with whatever Xian you are. Guru Eyes narrowed his eyes. Chu Yang was a formidable enemy in the end. He couldn't let Chu Yang barely bounce around in Dai Shanshan. Zhang Ping? Young master, your meetings are still very busy this week. Is it appropriate for you to give up hundreds of millions of dollars for a Dai Shanshan? Despite his internal complaints, Zhang Ping faithfully carried out Guru Eyes' orders. 3 hours later, Guru Eyes officially boarded the airplane and flew to Magic City. At that time, in Magic City, inside Chu Yang's villa, Yuan Liang was talking to Chu Yang. He was reporting about the matter of Chu Yang's identity being checked. Oh, from the Eagle Kingdom? Have you found out who it is? Yuan Liang sighed lightly. No, the hackers they have in their hands are also very powerful. With my ability, stopping them from checking it out is already the limit. However, I also gave them a big gift. I, Yuan Liang, am not one to be bullied. If you dare to act recklessly under my territory, you have to pay the price. General Chu. Oh no. Don't worry, young master. You wait and watch. Yuan Liang was still quite regretful about not being able to investigate the other party. Similarly, Yuan Liang had also arranged a big gift, as long as a whole building of whoever's company had a power outage. That was whose company was investigating. Arranging a little bug is still hard for me. Yuan Liang. I, Yuan Liang, am confident in my abilities. Good, then I'll wait for your good news. The brothers have worked hard. You treat them for me later. Right. Help me check on Dai Xinghuai. When Yuan Liang heard Chu Yang's words, while his mouth responded, his heart was somewhat flattered. He didn't expect that he hadn't accomplished anything and still let Chu Yang help him out so much. He thought about it and decided to use his connections to poach the world's #1 hacker big brother, K. Elling, over to him. He also owed himself a favor in the beginning. It was time to use it. Chu Yang didn't realize that his own casual sentence of hard work had directly made one of his bottom cards. Red Sky Alliance, truly ranked as the #1 hacker alliance in the world. Chu Yang hung up the phone, his eyes slightly sunken. Who in the world? To check him? A few moments later, Chu Yang picked up his cell phone and called Yuan Liang's account another $50 million over as a hard-earned fee. Yuan Liang looked at this $50 million, instantly with the chicken blood as cautious and jittery. He called out to all the brothers underneath. One person divided a few million over. This wave of operation directly made Yuan Liang and his group of comrades reach the peak of their loyalty to Chu Yang. After pacifying his brothers, Yuan Liang sent a message to the account he hadn't seen for a long time. K. Elling, the time to return the favor has come. I want you to formally return to our Red Sky Alliance. The pop-up window on the screen shook, and only one word was written on the screen. Good. Seeing K. Elling agree, Yuan Liang beautifully sent a software over to K. Elling. This dog Bei company bullied me. Big brother take revenge for me. The other end of the world. The country of meters. K. Elling stood in front of the screen and fell into a deep thought. Wasn't it said that Yuan Liang of Red Sky Alliance was a high and unruly person? How is it that after not seeing him for the past few months, he even used the term dogbei? Also, what big brother? K. Elling agreed? The corner of KLNG's lips that had inexplicably gained an extra little brother hooked, and he clicked on the software to start secretly poking and prodding things. Tianzhong Group? Bullying my little brother, you are still great, you. See if I don't make you cry. K. Elling does not care how much the Tianzhong Group is cowhide. Anyway, when he was in trouble, I do not know the Tianzhong Group also added to his blockage. Not to screw him to screw who. K. Elling hands began to quickly tap on the keyboard. At this time, Guru Eyes on the airplane was enjoying the high-quality service of the stewardess, and his eyes were still depicting Chu Yang's desperate expression of fear and terror. Just thinking about it made Guru Eyes extraordinarily excited. The sickly smile at the corner of his mouth and his pale features gradually became crazy. At this time, Guru Eyes didn't know that his group was experiencing an inhumane blackout torture. Crap, my program hasn't been saved yet. My statements, god damn it, I haven't saved a single word. Farking squid Labor just passed over a few Gs of study material. You muaz. My goddess just wanted to ask me out to dinner. The power went out. What's going on here? Doesn't the company have a backup power supply? I just tested something and I have to start all over again. Knock you dead. The employees of Tianzhong Group were online cranky. The administrative employees who were caught off guard by the sudden power outage were even more confused. The backup power supply had always worked quickly. Why didn't it work this time? Hurry up and check the backup power supply. Then have someone find out what's going on. Luo Gang, the executive president of Tianzhong Group, quickly gave the relevant orders. However, what Luo Gang didn't realize was that after the company lost power, all kinds of information in the databanks were also reduced to nothing in an instant after being transformed into various codes that flowed outward. By the time Tianzhong Group restored the power again, the company's losses were already irreversible. In comparison, Yuan Liang's wave of operations could only cause Tianzhong Group and its backup power supply to malfunction, only causing a small portion of the damage, while KLNG's wave of operations had caused Tianzhong Group to lose more than billions. Dare to bully my KLNG's little brother? This is what will happen. KLing finished this with satisfaction, and even gave his little brother a big gift in the process. This was the spoils of war he had just won. If he didn't give his little brother a little sweet, he wouldn't know how awesome his big brother was. The KLing, who had been busy for a while, went to bed satisfied. The employees of Tianzhong Group all went crazy. There was nothing left in their computers. It was called empty. Looking at the clean screen interface, the heartache of returning to the pre-liberation era overnight made many employees shed tears. Damn, where are the things that I worked so hard for? How all gone? I put together my study materials. That's not even a KB left all the photos I took are gone. What happened to the program I just tested? A burst of ghostly cries resounded in the office. When these news reached Luo Gang's ears, he realized that things were in big trouble. In the current situation, he could only look for Guru Eyes to discuss a plan. The number you dialed is turned off. Please dial again later. The number you have dialed is off. Please dial again later. The number you have dialed is off. Please dial again later. Luo Gangdu was on the verge of collapsing from all the phone calls. Why is it that at this time, Mr. Gu's phone can't be reached? Luo Gang looked at the company's falling stock, listening to the staff downstairs crying. His eyes are red. This company also invested a lot of his efforts. How can he let an unknown character just ruin it? Check. Give me check. Find out who dares to be so bold as to go against my Tianzhong Group. Luo Gang commanded furiously. Just as Luo Gang broke down, Chu Yan also received the information Yuan Liang sent over. Young master, this is the information of Dai Xinghua and Gu Rui's. The other piece of information is some of the Gu family's confidential documents. I haven't had the time to check what the specific contents are. Yuan Liang tapped the keyboard, his words filled with excitement. KLing deserved to be the world's #1 hacker. A big job was done right out of the gate. That hit for the Tianzhong Group. I heard that most of the information was given to Huahua to be gone. One shot. Billions of dollars gone. Their own little means. Compared with KLing, that is a small fight. This big brother to recognize not lose. Yuan Liang fought happily, unaware that Chu Yan on the opposite side of the screen looked at the information sent by Yuan Liang and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This dozen or so Gs of information is the legendary study material? Chu Yang, during his college days and even after he went to work, although he was very interested in the cats or girls and such in the second dimension, he had never really touched the study materials. It's better to study it, right? After all, he also had the system's golden gun skill, and if he was very good at it, his girlfriend should be very satisfied, right? Adhering to this idea, Chu Yang first clicked on the compressed dozen of Gs of information, the latest progress of cooperation between Tianzhong Group and Halia Group, Tianzhong Group's financial statement for July, the latest cooperation party regulation of Tianzhong Group. Chu Yang, who was excited to open the information, cocked his head, his eyes full of doubt. My pants are down. You're showing me this? So, these are not study materials, but the internal materials of Tianzhong Group. After the regret, Chu Yang was a little excited again. He had also heard about the Heavenly Indulgence Group in Eagle Country. He had heard that the Heavenly Indulgence Group was the premier group in Eagle Country, backed by the top stream family of Eagle Country, the Gu family. The existence of these materials would at the very least allow the Chu's group, which had just risen up, to gain huge benefits. After Chu Yang browsed through the information, he opened Dai Xinghuai's information again. Yo-ho! Another slag man Ben slag. This Dai Xinghuai and Dai Shanshan's mother Jiang Yingrong is a marriage. Cannot argue with the family, and Jiang Yingrong gave birth to Dai Shanshan, and secretly with the outside world to have an illegitimate child. Things seem to have been done very secretly. Otherwise, It is impossible for Dai Shanshan not to know this. In that case, it is a good handle. Chu Yang recalled the words that Dai Xinghua had said to himself before. His eyes were filled with interest. And in turn, Chu Yang opened Gu Rui's information. Eagle Country top stream family Gu family heir. Sunway Chinese descent. But in the Eagle Country to achieve top stream is a very powerful character. At the age of 27, his own assets are more than $500 billion. Assets all over the world. Well, even Magic City? Chu Yang frowned and continued to look down. The point, it's the object of Miss Dai Shanshan's marriage. This person is very paranoid. Shady means ruthless and decisive. A character not to be messed with. Looking at the highlights at the end, Chu Yang once again flipped through the Tianzhong Group's information, and suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. It can't be. The person who was checking on him before is Gu Rui's, right? This guy will be his explicit love rival in the future? Thinking about it, it's really exciting. It was the first time Chu Yang had encountered such a rival enemy. He was looking forward to meeting Gu Rui's. Such a powerful person. He must not be bad when he bragged, right? Well, it's better to check with Yuan Liang first, so he can't be excited for nothing. Yuan Liang, the person who checked me out before, was it someone from the Tianzhong Group? Chu Yang's message was sent over, and Yuan Liang's end quickly received an accurate reply. Yes, young master. According to accurate information, Gu Rui's has already gotten on a plane to Magic City. If the prediction is not wrong, with about 5 hours left, the flight Gu Rui's is on will arrive. Oh yeah, Gu Rui's shouldn't know about the damage to the company yet. The lowest prediction from my side is that Gu Rui's company has evaporated billions of assets at the very least in just 2 hours, and by the time he gets back to the country, it should be over 10 billion. Yuan Liang said loyally, his eyes filled with complacency. This was all thanks to Kling. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been so precise with Gu Rui's actions. Chu Yang was a bit surprised. When did Yuan Liang become so powerful? Waving his hand. Tens of billions of nothing? TSK? Chu Yang scared twice within his heart, but secretly sighed in admiration. Well done. As for the main character being discussed by Chu Yang and Yuan Liang, Gu Rui's was resting on the airplane. Next to him was Zheng Ping, who was at the half-sovereign realm. Zheng Ping's expression grew solemn as he listened to the sounds of men and women chatting in his ears. Hate it. You take your stuff away. Take it away? Impossible. By the way, what's going on between you and that Gu kid? Who are you listening to? There's no such thing. Don't mess around. Okay. As long as you behave yourself, I promise not to find anyone to beat him up. Zheng Ping automatically filtered the interrupted content. The summary was, the pair was going to turn on the person surnamed Gu, and they had brought sticks with them. Rounding up, the pair was going to turn on the young master, and the premeditated location was still in the airplane's toilet. Zheng Ping's brain raced, and just as he was considering his countermeasures, he only saw Gu Rui's get up and head in the direction of the restroom. Oh no! What should the young master do if he went to the toilet and was attacked? What to do? What should we do? Young master, wait a moment. Wait for me for 2 minutes. Zheng Ping resolutely got up and quickly walked towards the toilet, and with great strength, he directly and violently dismantled the toilet door. You, hand over your stuff. The man in the toilet who was preparing to play the field looked at Zheng Ping in confusion. The door? Where is the door? How was it demolished by this man? The woman was also dumbfounded. The woman reacted to the fact that she was unclothed and subconsciously screamed. Her scream immediately attracted the attention of the passengers in the cabin. In the passengers' line of sight, the man was struggling to start his zipper. The woman was struggling to get dressed, and Masahiro was holding the toilet door with a serious look, like the one who was green. For a moment, the unsuspecting Masahiro harvested countless pitying gazes. I'll say it again. Hand over your things, or else, don't blame me for not being polite. As soon as he thought that this man was going to be unfavorable to the young master, Zheng Ping's murderous aura was revealed. The man somewhat wanted to cry. If understood correctly, the thing that this man who was tearing down the door was talking about was the thing he was born with, right? How to hand over this trampled natural-born thing? Chop chop chop. Up? That is not as good as a knife to chop me now. The woman should be stunned. Half a day without a response. Gu Rui's was attracted by the sound. Pale and delicate face slightly gloomy. What happened? Gu Rui's swept his eyes to look at the man and woman in the restroom. And anyone with a little bit of brain circuitry would know that this was a pair of wild lovebirds, but that point was based on normal people. Zheng Ping's reading comprehension was never below the passing line, which led to Zheng Ping's hearing being different from normal, and his brain circuits as well. He now seriously wondered if Zheng Ping, the simpleton, had overheard some conversation that had caused him to misunderstand. This man has brought something to beat you, young master. The man who was barely dressed barely managed to take a breath after hearing Zhang Ping's words. You come to a leg ah. The fucking language was taught by a gym teacher, right? When did I try to disadvantage your young master? After recalling what he had said, the man was a bit confused. Damn it, this man's surname is Gu? Gu Rui's frowned. His pale and delicate face was calm and indifferent. He met the man's eyes. The darkness in his eyes gradually deepened, and the gloominess in his eyes made the man's back go cold. Zhang Ping, say his original words again. Gu Rui's still had some urge to destroy the man, but he thought of Dai Shan Shan, and Gu Rui's decided to give the man a chance. Hate it. You take the thing away a bit. Take it away? Impossible. By the way, what's going on between you and that Gu kid? Who are you listening to? There's no such thing. Don't mess around. Okay, as long as you behave yourself. I promise not to find anyone to beat him up. Zhang Ping earnestly repeated the conversation between the man and the woman, his flat and uninteresting voice drawing a breathlessness from the group of passengers. Junior, how did you interpret this bland and uninteresting flirting as trying to be unfavorable to your young master? Just because your young master's surname is Gu? The darkness in Gu Rui's body gradually intensified. What to do? Zhang Ping seems to have made a mistake. He was a little angry. On the side, Zhang Ping listened to the passenger's conversation with a normal expression, his eyes filled with contemplation. So, this pair, there's no problem? When the flight attendant heard the news, she forced herself to hold back her anger and came over, revealing a professional smile and saying to Gu Rui's, Sir, would you please return to your seat with your friend? As for compensation, we'll find you individually afterward. Gu Rui's heart gradually darkened within. So suffocating, it's just that I can't refute it. Gu Rui's looked towards Zhang Ping, who received Gu Rui's eyes, and although he had absolutely no idea where he had gone wrong, he still admitted his fault from the goodness of his heart. DBQ. Young master, I was wrong. I'll definitely go back and learn Mandarin properly. The darkness in Gu Rui's eyes suddenly faded like a tide. No need. Gu Rui's refused. Zhang Ping had learned Mandarin once, and his reading comprehension was already in the ditch. If he learned it once, he was really afraid that Zhang Ping's score, which was already below the passing line, would go straight to negative. Gu Rui's returned to his seat, and the gazes of the passengers followed him. Some were compassionate, some were gossipy, and some eyes probed out a trifle of curiosity from time to time. Gu Rui's felt these gazes, and he only felt uncomfortable all over. He wanted to destroy the sight of these people. I want to make their eyes cannot see the ugly side of me. I want to shark these people. Next door to Gu Rui's, Zhang Ping asked Gu Rui's very honestly, Young master, I've been meaning to ask, why don't we take your private jet? Gu Rui's thought, if he had a knife in his hand right now, he would definitely give Zhang Ping a knife. You're stabbing your heart, that's to the death. You didn't give me a heads up when my private jet came back, and you actually bought me a plane ticket. Gu Rui's mind twisted again, and he put the account on Chu Yang's head. Because of those hard gazes, Gu Rui's had been forcibly holding back his shark's intent. After the plane stopped, Gu Rui's immediately asked Zhang Ping to take himself off the plane. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist destroying this place. He couldn't do that. Dai Shan Shan would be pushed far away from him. That woman. Gu Rui's felt the sights around him, his delicate and pale features gradually darkening. The gazes of these people reminded him of his encounter on the airplane. You take care of the door demolition and come find me yourself later. Gu Rui's finished gloomily and left the airport alone in a special car. All the anger he endured today, he would count it on Chu Yang. Young master, Mr. Luo has made a number of calls to you. Do you want to return a call over? Not long after Gu Rui's sat in the car, the driver dutifully said. At those words, Gu Rui's opened his cell phone. Luo Gang's call had also dialed in. Mr. Gu, it's bad. The company was attacked by unknown hackers. All the information was cleared. The stock dropped, and at least tens of billions were lost. Gu Rui's black and white eyes went cold. His eyes filled with hostility. Who did this? This is not found out for the time being. This matter I think with Chu Group's Chu Yan can't get out of the relationship. Luo Gang was able to sit in the position of executive president, and naturally had his own abilities. It had to be said that Chu Yang was a very powerful opponent. At the very least, the hacker team behind him was very powerful. Even though they had the third highest ranked hacker in the world here, they had not been able to find out Chu Yang's specific information and identity. Can't find out? Doesn't matter. I'm not bad with these tens of billions. You let the people from Phelan country make arrangements. But there's a $300 billion of assets to come in front of me and be arrogant. Let him taste the bitterness. Gu Rui's deep eyes were filled with darkness. Luo Gang was shaken. Mr. Gu, but within the Phelan country, if Aubrey knows about our actions, Aubrey is nothing. If he really had this kind of ability, he wouldn't have let Gracie suppress it. Let it go. I'll take the blame if anything happens. Gu Rui's was in a somewhat manic state. Luo Gang sniffed a beat as he hurriedly said, "Alright Mr. Gu, I'll immediately arrange for people to fight back against the Chu group." After the phone hung up, Luo Gang immediately instructed the Rui's group company within Phelan to publicly suppress the Chu group. Rui's group's Lucas was still somewhat flattered to receive Luo Gang's call. He was a bit shocked. "Mr. Luo, do you really want to take action against Chu's group? I'm afraid that the company will also lose a lot of money if we really have to make a move." Although Chu's group was a rising star, it was backed by Aubrey, and Chu's group's president, Chu Yang, was himself very mysterious, and no one dared to shake his position in Phelan country. Right now, Chu's group is exactly the time when it is rocketing up. Rui's group really want to make a move to suppress it. It should also be immediately suffered corresponding losses. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be better to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 at the same time. Of course, in terms of consumption and connections, Rui's group would have more of an advantage, and the extent of the loss would be reduced to about 70%. All the losses Gu will always follow up to give you replenishment. You must spare no effort to suppress Chu's group. As for Aubrey, I will arrange for Yashburn to take a shot, so that he can't spare a hand, in order to suppress Chu's group. Luo Gang had come down hard this time. Ashburn and Aubrey were mortal enemies. After failing to compete for the leading position, he had always been under Aubrey, and a few years ago, he heard that he had long since faded away, but he didn't realize that he had secretly defected to Gu Rui's command. "Alright, please don't worry Mr. Luo, I will definitely make it impossible for the Chu group to turn over, without Aubrey's interference. The Chu's group as a newcomer would not be a match for Rui's group at all." Hanging up the phone, Lucas happily called out to his secretary, "Go, put the word out that whoever dares to cooperate with Chu's group is working against my Rui's group." The secretary was shocked. "President, are we really going to take on Chu's group?" "That's..." Lucas interrupted the secretary's words and nodded impatiently. "If you're told to go, you go, as long as it's someone who can suppress the Chu's group. My Rui's group is welcome to work with him and will never let them lose money." Lucas had said so. How could the secretary dare to question it? After he retreated, he immediately began to send out a precise command outwards. Just as Chu's group suffered a crackdown, Aubrey was also attacked. "Who did I think it was? So it's you, Ashburn. What? Want to lose under me once again?" Being attacked suddenly, Aubrey was surprised but not so much that he panicked. He sneered, but saw that Yashaborn's face didn't show any color of shame. "Defeating you isn't much fun. I've been given a mission. Guess what it is?" Aubrey frowned. His intuition told him that Ashburn's next words were absolutely shocking. "So, you went and worked as a lackey for someone? Yahaborn, the more you mix, the more you go back." Aubrey savored Yahaborn's meaning, and a deepness flashed in his eyes. He had never encountered a case where someone dared to openly send people against him since he was ranked as the leader of the Phelan Kingdom. When this slowed down, he would definitely make the people behind Yashaborn pay. "Zut, you deserve to talk about me as well. Aren't you someone else's lackey just the same? Losing to you is the most humiliating thing for me, Ashburn." "Oh yeah, your big brother's name is something like Chu Yang, isn't it? His company will soon be gone. Even if he backs you, Aubrey, it's still a waste group. Ha 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 ha. Aubrey, you say, can you escape today?" Yahiborn laughed openly. He clapped his hands. Dozens of men with clear uniform dress code appeared in front of Aubrey with a unified pace. These were the men that Yashburn had secretly trained over the years. "How is it? Are you still satisfied with this gift I prepared for you? Shark him for me." Yashburn revealed a sickly smile as dozens of people rushed towards Aubrey like lamb into a flock of sheep. A killing began. At that time, in the Phelan country, Chu's group, Anna was approving documents in her office. The secretary hurriedly knocked on the door, looking panicked, holding a stack of documents, and entered to report, "President, it's not good. The group's cooperation was unilaterally shouted by the other side to stop. These are the collaborators who want to terminate the contract with us." Anna's willow brows knit up, sweeping her eyes to the palm-thick contract. Her eyes were puzzled. "What's going on? I'm not really sure. They only said that we have sinned against people we shouldn't have sinned against. And now Mr. Aubrey's side of the people can't be contacted. What should we do?" Anna pondered for a while. Her eyes were a bit surprised. Offended someone who shouldn't be offended? Aubrey's identity in the Phelan country's lofty status. The other party had no qualms about suppressing Chu's group, obviously not caring much about Aubrey's threat. Although the forces within the Phelan country were stable, it was inevitable that there would be a situation where the dragon in the river wanted to forcefully suppress the snake in the ground. Anna's brain was racing. Aubrey's matter, she believed that Aubrey himself would handle it well. Compared to Aubrey's matter, Chu's group's state would suffer a devastating blow if it went on like this, and it would probably go bankrupt as a result. Since Aubrey can't be contacted, let's wait for Aubrey to take the initiative to contact us. He might be in trouble. Right. Since those collaborators want to dissolve their cooperation with us, let's dissolve it. However, all the liquidated damages have to be paid on the same day, and for those who can't pay it off, then the dissolution plan will be put on hold. In addition, all those who dissolve their cooperation, Chu's group will also never cooperate. Anna quickly made a decision. After the secretary left, Anna dialed Chu Yang's phone. She had to inform Chu Yang of the current situation before she could do so. The first call dialed over. Chu Yang did not receive it. When Anna was ready to dial over again, the secretary came in once again in a panic. President, the cooperation has just been all lifted. They all paid off the default payment. If the company continues like this, within half a day there will be a break in the capital chain. Even if they receive the liquidated damages, with Chu's group's current losses in billions of dollars, it couldn't withstand such consumption. Damn it. The group had reached this point now, and she didn't even know who the person who made the move was. Chu's group's precarious situation. The rich and powerful people of Phelan country all saw it in their eyes. Other than the groups that were close to Chu Yang that didn't withdraw from their cooperation, most of the groups in Phelan country had cancelled their contracts with Chu's group. When Qin Mu rushed to the villa after learning the news, Chu Yang was coming down from upstairs. Young Qin, what's wrong? In a hurry. Chu Yang was a bit surprised. He hadn't seen Qin Mu in such a hurry. Chu Xiao, your company in Phelan country was attacked by Guru Eyes. I've arranged for someone to stabilize the situation. Qin Mu hurriedly recounted the news briefly. It was only then that Chu Yang realized that something so big had happened in Phelan country. It's only a few tens of billions. I can afford to lose it. Right. I remember. Brandon's people seem to be in the Phelan country recently as well. Let them go out and calm the situation. After understanding the ins and outs, Chu Yang said carelessly and dialed a phone to Brandon's head. For the aftermath, Brandon's people would stabilize the situation in Phelan country. Chu Yang had just finished arranging the situation in Brandon when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was a text message from Anna. Chu Yang, Chu's group was attacked by unknown characters. The situation is not very good right now. What should we do next? After making several calls that were not received by Chu Yang, Anna wisely sent a text message instead. Chu Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw the text message. He called Yuan Liang over again. Yuan Liang, Chu's group has been attacked by someone. Find out who did it. After you find out, give me a hard hit back. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yang replied with a message for her to just stabilize the current situation. Don't be afraid to spend money. The last thing Chu's group needs is money. Anna was said so by Chu Yang, immediately stabilized like an old dog. With a wave of her veiled hand, she asked her secretary to call some of the wavering neutral parties. Go ask them if they want to terminate the contract, and if they do, hurry up and pay the liquidated damages. The busy secretary was dumbfounded. President, are you serious? On the other hand, Yuan Liang was also completely awake from his sleep. He recalled Chu Yang's words and was immediately energized. While I was sleeping, Chu's group was attacked? Eat the bear's heart and leopard's gall. Yuan Liang angrily sent a message to the KLing past. Big brother, our boss's group was attacked. Together to calm them. KLing looked at the computer screen displaying Yuan Liang's furious face. The corner of his mouth revealed a touch of doting smile. This is again which son of a bitch to my little brother angry. After he clicked back a good, he immediately took a screenshot of Yuan Liang's angry expression, while opening an interface and began to quickly strike the keyboard. Alright, Phelan's domestic matters have been stabilized for the time being. As soon as Chu Yang's words fell, his cell phone rang with another vibration. It seemed like a chain reaction. His cell phone had been vibrating non-stop. Young Qin, take a look at what exactly happened to Weibin. Chu Yang's cell phone also used Jin Yang. This frequent vibration made Chu Yang a little uncomfortable, and he simply put his cell phone to the side. Qin Mu saw Chu Yang swimmingly arranging everything, and at that moment, he was also a bit relieved. He clicked on the Weibo to take a look. It was Guru Ice Weibo that openly ate Dai Shan Shan. Dai Shan Shan, because she has a marriage relationship with Chu Yang, has always been in the spotlight of netizens. This is not it. Guru Ice sent out a Weibo, immediately on the hot search. Dai Shan Shan is only my Gu family's fiancé. Shan Shan, stop it. Don't announce a marriage union with someone else because you're arguing with me. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows. Guru Eyes was openly provoking Chu Xiao Na. He doesn't think about it. Not as handsome as Chu Xiao. Even if it's not, his character is still paranoid and gloomy. If it wasn't for this, Dai Shan Shan wouldn't have gotten to the point of changing her marriage partner. TSK, there is a good show. After Chu Yang read the message, he turned his hand and also sent out a microblogging. And Dai Shan Shan, fiancé's suitors are really many. Really make me agonized. Guru Eyes and Chu Yang's messages were sent out one after the other. and the Weibo network was paralyzed once again. Dai Shanshan also became the subject of much controversy as a result. I'm so envious of Dai Shanshan. 2 outstanding men are vying for her. I just checked Gu Ruai's certification. The president of Tianzhong Group and the heir of the Gu family of the Eagle Kingdom. That's worth at least 500 billion na. $500 billion? Isn't Chushan far from Gu Ruai's? Far. My ass. Chu God's properties haven't been fully exposed yet. How do you know Chu God doesn't have any hidden properties? That's right. Chu God's industry has a lot more. Just this Gu Ruai's. Still don't know what it looks like. You guys are just obsessed. I'm sour. Other goddesses are 2 months excellent men competing for. I'm still single. Angry I jerked the iron in the Xianyu Experience Center. Froze and practiced abs. The comments on the microblogging are varied. More than 10 minutes of effort to comment out tens of thousands of articles. Chu Yang didn't care after sending the message. He invited Qin Mu to sit down and inquired to Qin Mu. Young Qin, how much do you know about Gu Ruai's? Chu Yang, despite reading the information, still wanted to know some definite news from Qin Mu. As long as the news didn't match, he might still be able to grab some head start from this news that Gu Ruai's hadn't even gotten. Gu Ruai's the person in charge of the Gu family. Now his fortune should add up to $700 or $800 billion. The forces behind him are very strong, and he is also a figure who calls the shots in the Eagle Kingdom. I heard that he is in a superior subordinate relationship with Gracie, the leader of the Eagle Kingdom. And because of this, the Gu family's popularity in the Eagle Kingdom is instantly unrivaled, and very few people are willing to offend him. However, since he can't think of coming to our Magic City, he has to be prepared to be crushed in Magic City. Our Magic City's great young man is not for nothing. When we get to Mordor, I'll let him know what it means to have a strong dragon that can't crush a snake. Qin Mu's heart was on fire even as he spoke of Gu Ruai's. Yes, his company under the flag of Phelan country was even openly shouted at by Ruai's group's people. If you don't disconnect from Chu's group, get ready to be suppressed by Ruai's group. I, Qin Mu, haven't suffered this kind of aggravation since I was born so long ago. Detected Qin Mu bragging to the host. Gracie has become the host's subordinate. Chu Yang didn't expect that questioning Qin Mu had even resulted in such an unexpected surprise. In that case, Gracie's relationship with Gu Ruai's hadn't reached this point? Young Qin, you say, if I make a move against the Gu family in the Eagle Kingdom, will Gu Ruai's be furious? Chu Yang leaned on the sofa, the blandness in his words causing Qin Mu to be slightly stunned. Chu Xiao wasn't joking, right? The Eagle Kingdom was Gu Ruai's lair. Making a move against Gu Ruai's lair at the drop of a hat? So exciting That would definitely be furious. The Gu family is the root of Gu Ruai's arrogance. Without the Gu family, Gu Ruai's may not be my match. If you put it that way, then it's a good thing. Chu Yang nodded, and the meaning he expressed made Qin Mu a little puzzled. Young Chu, you have a way to deal with the Gu family? The reason why the Gu family was more scary than Gu Ruai's itself. The most important thing was still the connections. Or rather, Gracie who was far away in the Eagle Kingdom. The Gu family without Gracie was like an eagle without sharp talons. As long as Gracie didn't intervene, many families in the Eagle country would find a way to mess with the Gu family. I can't say that I can't deal with it. I just let them not have the base to make waves. Wait, I'll make a call. Chu Yang smiled mysteriously. In Qin Mu's startled eyes, the phone was connected. Gracie, this is Chu Yang. Gracie? As Qin Mu listened to the connected call, the shock within his heart caused him to actually fail to speak for a moment. Gracie's status in the Eagle country was equivalent to Aubrey of the Phelan country. The difference being that Aubrey had once had a deep conflict with Gracie. What was the relationship between Chu Xiao and Gracie? Qin Mu's heart was horrified. And even more so, his impression of Chu Yang added another point of mystery. On the other end of the phone, Gracie's voice was respectful and low. Young master, what are your orders? Qin Mu swallowed his saliva and his eyes widened. It was really too shocking. Chu Xiao was actually in a superior subordinate relationship with Gracie? Dissolve the cooperation with the Gu family, so that the Gu family has no time to spare to manage Gu Ruai's who has come to Magic City. Chu Yang's words once again shocked Qin Mu. No wonder Chu Xiao had asked if Gu Ruai's would be furious if he made a move against the Gu family now. It wouldn't be too much to say that Chu Xiao was playing with the bottom of the cauldron when he went down with this wave. Gracie on the other end of the phone thumped even more in her heart. If he remembered correctly, they had joined forces with Gu Ruai's to deal with Aubrey of the Phelan Kingdom, and it seemed that the young master's industry was among them. Reacting, Gracie's heart was a bit panicked. Young master, the matter of the Phelan country. The matter of the Phelan country. You talk to Aubrey, that's my little brother. As for my Chu's group, there's no need for me to say more, right? Chu Yang's voice came. That nonchalant tone made Gracie's heart sigh in relief. Young master, I will definitely handle everything properly. Gracie hurriedly answered. After Chu Yang hummed, He hung up the phone. Shinmu, who was on the side, listened to the conversation between Chu Yang and Gracie. The excitement on his face could not be suppressed. Young Chu, Gracie is your subordinate? Shinmu excitedly asked Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded lightly. Well, it's my subordinate. In this way, Gu Ruai's foothold in the Eagle Kingdom will be gone. As for Gu Ruai's other properties, I'll make arrangements later. Shinmu now had nothing to ask. Anyway, if he was teammates with Chu Xiao, he wasn't afraid of not having a bullish teammate. He was now a little impatient to see Gu Ruai's expression when he realized that something had happened to the Gu family. Other industries? Chu Xiao, you don't have any other hidden properties, do you? Shinmu was a little confused. He thought that one Gracie was already a limit, but listening to Chu Yang's words, it seemed like he was still planning to exhaust all of them. There aren't many hidden industries, but there are some things that don't need to have any industry or not. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders, and his bland and self-assured words caused Shinmu to inexplicably panic a little. It was still the first time he had seen Chu Xiao say the most ruthless words with the most calm demeanor. To know, each company more or less have some eat outside, fish in the water characters. As for what the mole and so on, that is the case, extremely many exist. Now Gu Ruai's company, if there is no above these people, then also better. If there is, Shinmu almost do not need to think much to know what will be the subsequent end. However, what did all this have to do with him? Shinmu, the more miserable Gu Ruai's was, the happier he was. By the way, Chu Xiao, you still have to pay attention to Gu Ruai's. Once it's something Gu Ruai's can't get, spelling out the consequences of destroying it, he must destroy it. The company can be without, but Dai Shanshan, he should be aiming for it. Shinmu's reminder made Chu Yang's eyes glaze over. He still remembered those words on the focus that came from the information until now. He cautiously nodded and said, "Don't worry about this. I'll take care of it." Shinmu was relieved to hear Chu Yang say this. After talking about serious matters, Shinmu also remembered something that was closely related to himself. Chu Xiao, that immortal tour of yours is really hard to play. Shinmu spat on his lips, but he couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. When he saw that the battle power ranking was the Chu clan's three youngest, he knew that the one who was ranked first must be Chu Yang. Then he looked at himself, ranked 300th. Money or no money, Shinmu was not lacking, but for the first time he didn't have to charge money, relying entirely on the battle power of the game. It was hard. Oh, so, does Qin Xiao have any good suggestions? Chu Yang listened to Shinmu's beginning and almost guessed Shinmu's intention. The uncovered Shinmu coughed twice and said, "Other than that, why don't you arrange for some kryptonite equipment for those of us who have money with no place to spend it?" Chu Yang was somewhat speechless. So, after saying it for half a day, Shinmu just wanted kryptonite? Can't you beat it without kryptonite? Chu Yang seriously inquired. After hearing this, Shinmu's smile suddenly closed. Chu Xiao, why would I want to go to the liver when I can get pleasure from kryptonite? I have money. Chu Yang was shocked. Young Qin made a good point. I'm surprisingly speechless. Season updates are updated once a month. Let's do it this way. You go to Guanpingdal. You guys explore it. Right. How's your company doing? Chu Yang suddenly rang. Shinmu returned to China after his father smashed $1 billion over. Said that he let him learn how to run the company. How come Shinmu still has time to play games? My company is currently operating quite well. I see that your video is doing so hot. Formed a club specializing in liver immortal game. First smashed $1 billion into it to see the effect. The rest of the 900 million. I opened an investment company. The situation over there, Jirgil is busy. I can just go over occasionally now to check the progress. Shinmu's intention was still to play. As long as he could play, he could do whatever he wanted. Originally, he just wanted to come and spit out the matter of Immortal Journey being too difficult, but as a result, he ran into Gu Ruai's messing things up. Is Jirgil okay now? Chu Yang in his heart for Jirgil a second of silence. The company just started was already busy as a batch, and in this situation Shinmu was still as a shirker. I guess the situation shouldn't be much better, right? Jirgil, he's fine. Shinmu heard Chu Yang's inquiry and was a little weak. This dodging gaze of his, that didn't show that Jirgil was quite good at all. Ahem. That, give me the phone number of the person in charge of Xianyu. There's nothing else. I'll withdraw first. If there's any intention against Gu Ruai's, please be sure to tell me. When Gu Ruai's was a child, he used to be in the same circle as our Magic City's great young man, but this person, right, bad to the bone. So the entire Magic City Major's people, all have a grudge against him. Chu Yang was somewhat speechless. To be a person who pulls hatred to this point, that is really quite powerful, Then you withdraw first. I still have some things to deal with afterward. Chu Yang waved his hand, and after the White Housekeeper sent Guanpingdal's contact information to Shinmu decisively left the villa. After Shinmu left, Chu Yang called Yuan Liang again. Yuan Liang, I have two things I need you to do. First, cut off the Gu family's connection with Gu Rui's. I've already arranged for Gracie to make a move against the Gu family. Second, make a move against Gu Rui's industries around the world. I want to make it so that within a short period of time, they will not be able to provide any financial support to Gu Rui's within the Magic City. Shu Yan lightly spat out the words word by word. Yuan Liang on the other end of the phone was both excited and couldn't help but mourn for Gu Rui's. He had followed Chu Yang for so long, and had yet to see Chu Yang make such a big fuss over anyone. It was also that pervert Gu Rui's. Alright young master, don't worry, Yuan Liang said happily and hung up the phone. This boat could be a big one. After Yuan Liang finished getting excited, he fiercely remembered those words that Chu Yang had said. Crap! What the hell? What do you mean by ordering Gracie? Can young master even order Gracie around? Then why did you let me do it before? Yuan Liang's entire body was bad when he remembered what happened in the Phelan Kingdom. He hadn't been able to sleep well for the past few days because of the Rui's group's matter. And even his big brother had started to give an inch and ask for a face-to-face. He cut his land to pay money before he asked Kaeling to take a shot at Rui's group. Now the face base. Face base. Face base is not enough for KLNG's appearance fee, right? Yuan Liang wanted to cry. Young master, you pit subordinates pit a little miserable owl. Yuan Liang spat in his heart, but still summoned a wave of subordinates and began to discuss the strategy of this operation, and publicly sent a produced map of Gu Rui's industry distribution. Ahem. Brothers, the young master has issued a new directive that requires us to launch an attack on the industries under Gu Rui's hand as soon as possible. So let's see what you all choose which company. Although Gu Rui's person was a bit perverted, his working ability was indeed not bad. That's why he ran into Chu Yang. If it was anyone else, Gu Rui's would probably be able to teach him to be a human being in minutes. I'll choose the Lin Chang side. I'll choose Feng Chang. I'll choose the Mao Bal side of. The hackers of the Red Sky Alliance began to proceed with their own tasks, and it wasn't long after their words had fallen that suddenly, the chat window abruptly increased with a personal KLing. You guys choose first. I'll fill in the missing positions. Big brother KLNG's formidable reputation was feared all over the world. Why would he suddenly come over? And he looked like a friend? The crowd of hackers looked at the screen and trembled. No one dared to speak. As long as the news was on the internet, no one could resist a few lines of code from KLing. The hackers' minds suddenly associated with the distribution map of Gu Rui's industry that they had just received. That couldn't be the handiwork of KLGN's big brother, could it? A new message suddenly popped up on the screen, and the hackers took a closer look and subconsciously wiped their eyes. Big brother, you're here, right? I forgot to introduce to you all. KLing is a member of our Red Sky Alliance from today. From now on, everyone will be colleagues. Once Yuan Liang's message was sent out, many hackers subconsciously covered their thumping hearts. Damn, you may not believe me. I become a colleague with a legend amongst the bigwigs in the hacker world. I can blow this cow skin for the rest of my life. Hello, big brother. Hello, Mr. KLing. KLing big brother, alliance leader. The normally high and cold big brothers started a rainbow of farts after KLing appeared. Yuan Liang, who was cowhide in front of people, was coaxing KLing in another window. Big brother, balls you give me some face ow. They're all my subordinates. Gotta give me some majesty. KLing looked at Yuan Liang's face from the other end of the screen, his handsome features evoking a light smile. I can give you face, but the winds of my recent errand are too tight. I have to go and stay at your place for a while. The KLing bashfully tapped the keyboard, adding a few more several traps to a couple of LPs that were looking for him in passing. Tapping the keyboard, KLing suddenly gave a start and deliberately exposed his LP again. If the Red Sky Alliance's people saw it, they would definitely be shocked. How come the locations of these LPs were all Gu Rui's properties? I have a small place here. I can't live here. Yuan Liang swallowed his saliva, his heart scared. If KLing was here, wouldn't he be okay to serve? I'm in trouble again now. It doesn't matter if the place is small. By the way, look, this is my gift to you. Do you like it? KLing said, nimbly changing the topic. Yuan Liang finished browsing through the content and immediately stared in disbelief. Big brother deserves to be big brother. Pulling hatred are so unique. Most of Gu Rui's industries have been attacked by the people chasing KLGN. My Red Sky Alliance's workload was directly saved by KLing Big Brother's haters by a big half. Gu Rui's was afraid that he would never think to death that he would have a day to be the backstabber. Like, Yuan Liang said with a smile, and KLing replied with a satisfied, then, see you tomorrow. Yuan Liang instantly turned ashen. It's over. Just my doghouse. I'm afraid I'm going to die. Turning his head to look at his randomly arranged room, Yuan Liang resigned himself to sending the latest news to the group members before rushing off to clean up his room. KLing, who had been monitoring Yuan Liang, expressed great satisfaction with this, and he replied in front of the Red Sky Alliance's chat dialogue box, "I'll ask you all to take care of me in the future as well." After KLing finished speaking, the Red Sky Alliance's group was immediately ablaze. Along with the Red Sky Alliance's actions, Shin Mu, who had finished negotiating with Guan Pingdal, also received the latest news in the Magic City Youngsters group. Crap, it's too good. I don't know which tycoon did this, but 80% of Gu Rui's group has been hit, and now it's in a miserable condition. The one who spoke was Chen Wei. His company's news was the most informed. Not 3 minutes after Chen Wei's message was sent out, the group burst into life. That pervert also has today. Laugh to death. No, I have to go and add fire. Damn it, I want him to know no. The end of offending labor. Ha 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 ha. I'm familiar with the Lin Cheng side. Don't grab it from me. I'm going to add fuel to the fire as well. Ahem. My industry is not too big and not too small. It just so happens that the company is also almost interesting. Fengcheng side will thank you all for letting me look at all of you who are indolent. I happen to have a bit of business in a few of these cities as well, so I'll help you out. The great young men said one thing to each other, and when they finished, there was no second sentence. No need to think to know that they got Chen Wei's message and all called. It didn't matter if it was money or not. What mattered was that they were happy when Gu Rui's was uncomfortable. Chu Yang, who had just finished laying out everything, was shocked. He was not expecting that Gu Rui's had such a deep grudge against the big boys of the Magic City. Before Chu Yang had time to speak, Qin Mu happily said to the great young men, "If all of you have properties in the Eagle Kingdom, you can also add fire to the Gu family." The Magic City's great young men were stunned. Which big brother had made this move? And even the Gu family in the Eagle Kingdom had done it? After the shock, the great young men responded and started contributing their own little bit. Xu Yang was looking at the news on the internet when he suddenly received a call from Dai Shanshan. "Hey, Xu Yang, do you have time now?" Xu Yang heard Dai Shanshan's tone was a bit low, like she was not in a good mood. He flirted. "How can a fiancé looking for me not have time now? Is it to find me for a date?" Xu Yang spoke as if no one else was there, and did not notice the glumness that flashed in the eyes of the white housekeeper at the side. She had long known that Xu Yang would find a very good girlfriend, and she also knew that the internet was abuzz with news. However, none of this was more straightforward than Xu Yang admitting it in person in front of her. Dai Shanshan on the other end of the phone also had a flash in her eyes and some regrets within her heart. If between her and Xu Yang, it wasn't an agreement, how good it would be. Unfortunately, all of this was false. Dai family, there's going to be a family banquet. At that time, my parents and my grandfather are going to meet with you. Are you free to come the day after tomorrow? Dai Shanshan pretended to speak calmly, but inwardly, she was not calm. The gap between Xu Yang, whose fortune was only $300 to $400 billion, and Gu Rui's, the heir of the Gu family in the Eagle Kingdom, was like a chasm. The Dai family, which was originally a business marriage, naturally did not want to agree to her marriage with Xu Yang, especially Dai Xinghuai, who at first could not resist Master Dai before marrying Dai Shanshan's mother, Jiang Yingrong. Because of this, cannot resist the Dai old master of Dai Xinghuai. Although in Jiang Yingrong married each other is only respect as guests only, to Dai Shanshan is very favorite. But this family banquet, for the unrecognized Xu Yang, is a small hongmen banquet is not too much. Will he agree? Dai Shanshan sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of her office, looking down at the scenery high below, her eyes flickering with a flash of anticipation that she hadn't even noticed. Free? It just so happens that there is nothing recently, Xu Yang answered without hesitation, judging from Dai Shanshan's behavior. Even though his open marriage with Dai Shanshan was hindered, but due to the face of the big families, the Dai family should carry out a corresponding countermeasure. This family banquet must not be a welcoming one. It was just that I didn't know if I would see Gu Rui's figure in this banquet. Gu Rui's industries all over the world were now suffering a certain amount of blowback, while all of that information had been temporarily intercepted by the Red Sky Alliance's people. Even if it was the rare bits of information, that would be enough to keep a Gu Rui's busy. So what would he choose between $100 billion industry and the woman he had always wanted to fight for? Xu Yang's eyes flowed politely, extraordinarily looking forward to the next development. The day after tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the evening, when Dai Shanshan heard Xu Yang say that he was free, a burst of joy bubbled up in the bottom of her heart. Good, we'll be in touch then. Only after the call ended did Dai Shanshan hang up the phone. Xu Yang listened to the busy tone coming from his ears and called Dai Xinghuai over again. Mr. Dai, it's me, Xu Yang. When Dai Xinghuai received the call, there was some confusion within his heart, and even some nameless fear, but on second thought, Dai Xinghuai furrowed his brows again. I'm a person who has seen great storms. Can I still be afraid of a junior generation? He cheerfully picked up the phone and said to Xu Yang, Mr. Xu, You called back. Are you agreeing with my idea? Chu Yang's end was silent for a moment, and this moment of silence caused Dai Xinghuai's heart to unconsciously beat like thunder. This is a ghost. Dai Xinghuai cursed in his heart, and was about to speak, when he heard Chu Yang faintly say, "The matter of shares. I don't intend to cooperate with Mr. Dai. I heard Shanshan say that there will be a family banquet 3 days later?" Dai Xinghuai listened to Chu Yang's voice. His heart couldn't help but burst. There is a family banquet. What do you want to do? Inexplicably, Dai Xinghuai felt that he was shorter than Chu Yang. I am his father-in-law. Nothing. I just don't want Mr. Dai to do anything. If Mr. Dai wants your son to have a better life. Son? Dai Xinghuai was horrified. The matter of his illegitimate son. He asked himself to do very covertly. Even Jiang Yingrong didn't know about this. How did Chu Yang know? How do you? Toot toot toot. No, the two words did not ask the export. Chu Yang that end hung up the phone. Dai family things. Chu Yang through Dai Xinghuai's deeds, more or less also understand as 7 or 8%. In addition to Dai Old Master, the most painful Dai Shanshan also counts Jiang Yingrong. If this matter of Dai Xinghuai explodes, with Jiang Yingrong's character, it should not be good. Now it depends on how Dai Xinghuai chooses. Will he choose him, or will he choose Gu Ruai's? Chu Yang's phone call stirred up Dai Xinghuai's mind, but he did not want to be threatened by Chu Yang. Thinking about it, Dai Xinghuai still felt like giving Gu Ruai's a call. Uncle, what's the matter? Gu Ruai's picked up the phone and inquired in a gentle tone. Inside the large office, all around the office chair was a mess as far as the eye could see. Broken glass, scattered papers, and so on spread all over the floor. It could be seen how much fire the owner had before this. Oh, it's like this. Xiao Zai, Uncle heard that you've returned to China, and wanted to ask you, do you have time to come over to the old mansion 3 days later? We also haven't seen each other for a long time. Just get together. Dai Xinghuai said smilingly, his eyes full of calculations. 3 days later? If I remember correctly, this should be a family banquet for the Dai family to welcome their son-in-law. Right? Uncle isn't afraid that Auntie will be angry? Gu Ruai's had a paranoid personality and knew a lot about the world of people. The same as Chu Yang was that his respect for Jiang Yingrong was higher than Dai Xinghuai. The matter of Dai Xinghuai secretly raising an illegitimate child outside. Gu Ruai's also knew about it. The reason he hadn't said anything was that he intended to use this to pin down Dai Xinghuai. Harm. Our two families are still in-laws. You came to the family banquet. What's so unreasonable about that? Dai Xinghuai wanted to say that all of this was because Dai Shanshan was bent on not listening, but recalling when he had rebuked Dai Shanshan with a single word, Gu Ruai's man-eating eyes, Dai Xinghuai still didn't dare to say anything. In that case, I'll go over in 3 days. The Dai family's family banquets always started at 8 o'clock, and Gu Ruai's had grown up with Dai Shanshan, so he was well aware of this. Dai Xinghuai hung up the phone happily, extraordinarily looking forward to the family banquet in a few days. After hanging up the phone, Gu Ruai's fiercely scrambled the cell phone in his hand and threw it to the ground. He turned his head to Zhang Ping and inquired, the other industries, how are they doing? Young master, our industries around the world have been suppressed by several mysterious forces, and are currently in a state of gradual loss, of which, we've also found out about several forces in the Magic City. Zhang Ping replied meticulously. As his words fell, the desk in front of him was sacrificed with a bang. Wang Song and the others dare to give me a hard time? Gu Ruai's had been feuding with Wang Song, Qin Mu, and other pieces since he was a child. Over the years, although there had been constant open and secret battles, Gu Ruai's had never been caught so off guard as he was today. He didn't think that those who were no match for him in the past would join forces with his rivals? What a good job! Gu Ruai's gloomy eyes stared. Give me a fierce counterattack back. In addition, contact the people in the Eagle Kingdom. I want to make another deal with Gracie. Gu Ruai's didn't know at the moment that Gracie, who he had been cooperating with, was gathering fire to make a move against the Gu family, and not only that, Gracie had united with other families in the Eagle Kingdom to make things happen. Currently, the situation was being suppressed to the extent that they were suppressing each other when Gracie received a call from Gu Ruai's. Was it his movements that had been discovered? Gracie was still very wary of Gu Ruai's, and after working with him for the past few years, he knew more or less 7 or 8 of Gu Ruai's methods. It would be much trickier to be an enemy. Mr. Gu, what kind of cooperation is there today? Gracie's pleasant voice came, and as always, his gesture made Gu Ruai's relax his guard. Mr. Gracie, I want to talk to you about a cooperation. Gu Ruai's voice came, causing Gracie to be somewhat surprised. It seemed that Gu Ruai still didn't know about what happened in the Eagle Kingdom, so could he still make a profit out of it? What kind of cooperation does Mr. Gu want to talk about? Gracie was a little curious. He still knew Gu Ruai's current situation like the back of his hand, What kind of cooperation would a person whose industries were being attacked everywhere talk to himself about? Mr. Gracie, just help me crack down on a few companies. With Mr. Gracie's ability, it should be effortless to deal with these minions. Guru Asia was smart. He was well aware that his industries all over the world had been hit, but these losses were all just momentary for Guru Asia. As long as he gained the final victory from it, all the losses could be ignored. What favor can Gu give me? Gracie's voice sank, seemingly interested in these matters. I know the weaknesses of those companies, and as long as Mr. Gracie is willing to get his hands on them, he'll be able to get them without much effort. Guru Eyes was very smart. He knew that his industry had been weak so far back in the day, and he had to borrow strength. So he looked at Gracie's ability. There weren't many people who could spread their industries across the globe, and it was even more extraordinary for Gracie to still be able to do so as the organization's leader. My current industry. It seems that I don't need some minions to grow my own power. This proposal of yours? I'm not moved. However, I can go out of my way to give you a little delay. Just as, it's a big gift from me to you. After considering it for a few minutes, Gracie said to Guru Eyes in a faint voice. Guru Eyes was a little surprised by Gracie's arrangement, but he didn't think much of it, and after hanging up the phone, Gracie began contacting bigwigs in other cities, while Guru Eyes was in a hurry to contact others. Unbeknownst to him, Gracie was already so happy that he picked out a gentlemanly and elegant personal dance on the spot. He was just thinking about how he was going to make up for his mistakes when Guru Eyes opened his mouth to send someone's head in 1,000 miles. Giving Guru Eyes' estate to the young master should be, well, a good arrangement, right? Gracie thought happily, immediately arranging for people to speed up their attack on the Gu family, and at the same time, ordering Ashburn to personally acquire Guru Eyes' estate instead of himself. The moment Guru Eyes struck out at the young master, he should pay his fair share. Guru Eyes didn't know at the moment that his industry was being attacked even more because of a phone call, and he was now waiting with joy for his trip to the Dai family 3 days later. Just when Guru Eyes was happy, a hot search of Xian Yu being invincible in my heart was suddenly topped to number 1. Guru Eyes then remembered that Xian Yu was Chu Yang's property. After thinking about it, Guru Eyes said to Zhang Ping, you also go and acquire a game company. It just so happens that I also have a finished VR game in my hands right now. Let's release it in Magic City as well. Guru Eyes was ready to strike Chu Yang at the root. Since everyone said that Xian Yu was great, Xian Yu Nyobi, then let everyone see. He and Chu Yang, who was more powerful in the end. Zhang Ping, after some comparison, finally chose Changyu. Changyu has been miserable lately. The company's download rate has dropped again and again, and it has been stepped on by Immortal Journey. Not to mention that even the company's internal grievances are all over the place. What's more, in order to improve the praise and reputation, He has really spent nearly $10 million on it. This cash reward is not as good as Chu Yang's several $1 million? Looking at the bad reviews underneath his virtual girlfriend, He felt that his money had all gone down the drain. A group of people came here to whore for nothing. It's bad. Our company is going bankrupt. He was worried about how to arrange the follow-up. The secretary's sudden reminder almost didn't make him have a heart attack. What's the situation? How come it's about to go bankrupt? He was confused. The company's financial director rolled up the money and ran away. He openly said in the group, the virtual girlfriend is a hot chicken. Then not Immortal Tour also stupid to spread the coin. And then ran away. What do we do now? Nah, the company's books. That's not a penny left. Wow. The secretary was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. Her tens of thousands of dollars in salary this month won't be gone, right? She had accompanied He for several months. Don't panic. I'll think of something. He looked at his own little secretary and said with his mouth while hurriedly scratching his own private accounts. The two of them were in the middle of their anxiety when Zheng Ping appeared. Our Tianzhong group is willing to acquire Changyu. We will give you $30 million. Immediately transfer the company to us. Zheng Ping suddenly barged in, opening the door with his words causing His eyes to glaze over. The matter of his company had just been finalized for bankruptcy. When Zheng Ping suddenly appeared, how was it like a premeditated plan? $30 million? You might as well go and rob it. His face went black when he heard that price. $30 million wasn't enough for him to invest in his virtual girlfriend. Zheng Ping cocked his head. Alright then. I'll come back to acquire your company when it goes bankrupt. He was on the verge of cursing after hearing this. He wasn't even sure of Zheng Ping's identity, and he just inexplicably changed the ownership of the kingdom he had fought for so long? Wait, I agree. You arrange the formalities and put the money in place. I'll leave right away. As soon as he heard the news of bankruptcy, he didn't dare to delay. and sold Chan Yu in minutes. After obtaining Chan Yu, Zheng Ping immediately mobilized his people and started to arrange for the new game. They wanted to have the new game interviewed in the shortest possible time and crush Xian Yu. Ding Hao was unaware of the internal changes within Chan Yu. He was now finally sure that Dong Xiao was one of the developers of Xian Yu. Taking advantage of the stall where Dong Xiao went out to buy Happy Fat House water, he hurriedly found Dong Xiao. "Hello, Mr. Dong. I would like to ask you, how are you being treated at Immortal Tour?" Ding Hao's casual words caused Dong Xiao to be slightly confused. He had come into contact with quite a few people who wanted to poach him from Xian Yu to jump ship these days, and it was still the first time he had come across someone like Ding Hao, who opened his mouth about his treatment. Did he want to jump ship? Dong Xiao looked Ding Hao up and down, his eyes flashing with a flash of doubt as he said, "Are you planning on jumping ship to come to our Immortal Tour? Jump ship to Xian Yu?" Ding Hao was a bit confused. However, this was an opportunity that was hard to grasp, and Ding Hao did not hesitate to return a matter. A happy smile appeared on Dong Xiao's face as he took Ding Hao's shoulder in a friendly manner and pointed to the cafe not far away. Let's go over there to eat and chat." Ding Hao was shocked. He finished his mission so quickly? Dong Xiao and Ding Hao chose a seat by the window. He ordered a latte for himself, and Ding Hao somewhat less favorably ordered a Blue Mountain. What the two didn't notice was that a customer in a blue and white jacket walked by and incidentally threw a black recording box not far from where the two were, with a small green light that continued to blink and blink. "Aya, don't be polite. Lao Chu said that you will come to me today. I just want to ask now, when are you planning to come to the company for an interview?" Dong Xiao waved his hand. That self-congratulatory attitude and the meaning of his words, Ding Hao realized. Dong Xiao had recognized the wrong person. That was really great. Ding Hao's heart was overjoyed. Now he could penetrate the enemy's inner circle and formally poach someone, thinking that if he succeeded in digging someone up, with the 5,000 reward dollars that Wang Qi had said he would receive, he would be able to break 10,000 in a month's salary. I'd like to ask, what are all the current welfare benefits at Xian Yu? Ding Hao decided to start with the company's welfare. Dong Xiao had a comparison after the transfer into the camp of Chan Yu. At present, the test of this salary is about 5,000 a month. 3 meals a day inclusive of food, but also free fitness unlimited time. Every month there are 3,000 shopping cards, additional monthly draws and test bonuses. Comprehensive if you can get a month probably about 1.5W salary at. Oh, these are not counting shopping cards and other benefits. On the salary plus bonuses, the work time is to do 5 off too. The internship is a month. Dong Xiao described the situation in detail. Ding Hao's eyes were straight. Right. After the internship period, if you're sure you're a long-time worker, the company will arrange a free dormitory for you, a 4-bedded room, and the utilities and other expenses are also reimbursed by the company. Dong Xiao couldn't help but sigh lightly again after adding all the benefits. Ding Hao was a little unsure. Why did Dong Xiao sigh when the Immortal Tour benefits were so good? Could it be that there was some hidden agenda? The company's welfare is very good. Why are you sighing? Dong Xiao sighed lightly again. It's nothing. It's just sighing over the fact that Xian Yu's welfare is too good. At the end of this month, the company will arrange a $2 million cash draw. But just yesterday, I drew the reward of a 7-day trip to Maoqiu. After a while you won't see me. I have to go out and travel for 7 days. And when I arrive outside I still have to punch the card. All kinds of busy work. I can't even play Xian Yu. A $2 million cash raffle with a 7-day travel reward for the fur ball? Ding Hao's heart fluttered. Let's not talk about how quality the staff was. Sporadically, with free food and accommodation, a 3,000 amount shopping card, free fitness, traveling activities and cash raffle events. A month down, then their own exhausting digging people still because of $5,000, squatting a week people strong a comparison. Ding Hao completely angry. Dog then Shang Yu. Squeeze labor. Laborers quit. Immortal swim recruitment time is when? Ding Hao asked in a muffled voice. 3 days from now. As soon as Dong Xiao's words left his mouth, he saw Ding Hao take out his business card. I'm sorry, you might have recognized the wrong person. I originally wanted to invite you to join Smooth Tour, but now it seems that we might become colleagues in the future. After Ding Hao finished speaking, he walked away with large strides. Before leaving, he didn't forget to settle the bill. Dong Xiao picked up Ding Hao's business card and took a look. Smooth Tour personnel Ding Hao. So he's introducing the wrong person and scooping up Chanyo's personnel? Dong Xiao smashed his mouth. Not knowing what he should say. Drinking his coffee, Dong Xiao also went back. After the two left, the previous blue and white jacket customer tiptoed back to the black box. It was a small tape recorder, and he took it and sat back down, listening to the contents and instantly brightening up. I think Xian Yu needs a PR department, right? How about I defect with this message? The blue and white jacketed customer's heart was thrilled, and he immediately began to write furiously and began to tap on the computer in front of him. He wanted to let Xian Yu see his ability. Dong Xiao was still unaware of how his conversation with Ding Hao would be shaken up as a result. Once he returned to the company, he encountered Chu Yang and Guan Pingel once again. Mr. Chu, brother Pingel, why have you suddenly come over? Dong Xiao was now in charge of Xianyou's experience center testing area, and was also considered half of the top management. He was a bit surprised how Chu Yang and Guan Pingel suddenly came over. It's not a big deal. It's just that Mr. Chu's service to the Happy Delivery area is ready to increase its funding a bit. Guan Pingel was more approachable, and Dong Xiao's personal relationship with him had always been good. So it's like this. Dong Xiao saw that there was no problem with his own work, so he retired. And Guan Pingel also began to introduce Chu Yon to Happy Delivery's current corporate flat rate. The two of them chatted while cruising around the Immortal Tour Experience Center, and the conversations of the guests around them reached the ears of the two of them from time to time. I've rushed to the top 100 of the leaderboards. How can I not raise this battle power? It's just too hard to fight in the later stages. That's not true. I just rushed to 101 and turned my head and was knocked down by the enemy. But after yesterday's update, you can team up. What? You can team up? Damn. I was too busy playing to look at the update. Let's get a team together later. Even if we form a team, I want to try it alone. I heard that Truman's third youngest fought all the way through N monsters in one afternoon, and his equipment is all top-notch. Speaking of which, the second one has meat to eat. Mountain King is also very powerful. His body of equipment is also very powerful. The reaction power compared to the Truman 3 Young is just 100,000 or so battle power difference. 100 and 101, that's too weak. I'm now ranked 20th. The game name is Life and Death. What's different? Guan Pingel listened to the conversations around him, glanced at Chu Yang whose face was as usual, and couldn't help but be a little thankful. Fortunately, what Mr. Chu heard today was the preferred side. Right now, the internet was looking for exactly where Chu Men's third youngest player was. His battle record had always been the pinnacle that Xian Yu players looked up to. On top of that, there were quite a few that cursed Chu Men San Xiao for his overly perverted battle prowess. They had no choice but to take out Chu Yang's game replay from that time to solve the problem. As a result, Chu Men San Xiao was cursed even more. Although various game perverts, game killers, and other topics targeting outdoor 3 young men were endless, but it was also because of Chu Men's 3 young men's superior reflexes and agility speed that Immortal Journey's leaderboard refreshes became very powerful. Almost every 30 minutes there would be a substantial leaderboard refresh. Currently, the number of people online in Immortal Journey had broken 50 million and was still rising. This was all due to General Manager Chu. Guan Pingel followed Chu Yang's inspection while his admiration for Chu Yang peaked in the voices of the players. As he was thinking, the vibration of his cell phone made Guan Pingel frown. Hadn't he told his secretary not to disturb him if there was nothing going on? What was going on now? Guan Pingel picked up the phone and was about to hang up when he heard Chu Yang instruct, "Answer it, don't have to concern yourself with me." Hearing that, Guan Pingel had no choice but to pick it up. "Mr. Guan, it's not good. Our recruitment plan has been leaked. Now players from all over the world, programmers from all over the world, and so on are nominating themselves on the internet." Guan Pingel was dumbfounded after hearing the secretary's words. The recruitment plan was still in the preparatory stage, and even the number of recruits was in the state of being drawn up. What happened? How could it be leaked? I've already sent you the specifics, so take a look first. The secretary didn't seem to know how to describe the situation at hand either. Guan Pingel hurriedly hung up the phone to open WeChat. This open. See the title of Guan Pingel confused. Xian Yu latest welfare. Are you moved? Salary 5,000. 3 meals a day inclusive of food, but also free fitness unlimited time. Some of the content that can be exposed on the surface. The other side all gives Xian Yu stripped bare. That is an inch did not stay Guan Pingel clicked on the comment area. Tens of thousands of messages. Just the first 20 comments are all asking Xian Yu to hurry up and recruit. It's over. It's over. Xian Yu is now afraid to become a target, because Chu Yang gave a very generous investment. Their staff treatment can be considered a top existence even in the industry. Happy to send the appearance, but also let the staff welfare on a new level. The secretary sent over the link message. Again let Xian Yu again fire on a new level. This time, recruiting is recruiting. On the number of recruits, I'm afraid that there will be another change. Mr. Chu, now, what should we do? Guan Pingel couldn't decide. Chu Yang brushed his cell phone, said in a faint voice, then recruit new Xianyou's welfare treatment since it can't be hidden. Then simply publish a part of it, and later add a confidentiality treaty for employees. The welfare system will not be announced to the public. Xian Yu will become a target in the industry no matter what. Preventing insiders is the top priority that the company needs to do. Personnel screening must be in place. Chu Yang's words also made Guan Pingdal look serious. Indeed, Xian Yu had become a target as early as when it topped the #1 VR game. Compared to the news being exposed, they should seize the time and quickly put Xian Yu's recruitment in place. Thinking of this, Guan Pingdal hastily raised the intention of letting Dong Xiao continue to accompany him, and decided to personally go and formulate a follow-up plan. About 30 minutes later, Xian Yu publicized this recruitment plan on its official website. This was the only time that Magic City's game industry had ever publicly recruited on its official website, and Immortal Tour's benefits had left many in the game industry in awe. As the official website's recruiting announcement was sent out, all kinds of resumes sent Xian Yu's mailboxes bursting. Xian Yu's personnel instantly insufficient. So far, Xia Jianhua and other helpless began to work overtime and stay up late, and finally organized a complete set of screening algorithms to start contacting the relevant talents. And Xian Yu's recruitment of personnel also allowed Ding Hao, the senior personnel of Changyu, to see Hope, Changyu Company, Personnel Department. Wang Qi was talking to Ding Hao face to face. Manager Wang, I'm sorry that my digging mission failed. I'm willing to leave myself. Ding Hao spoke righteously, and even directly took out his prepared resignation letter. Wang Qi had never looked at Ding Hao very favorably, and his departure could be said to be very pleasing to Wang Qi. He pretended to be calm and opened the resignation letter, which only had one sentence written on it. The world is so big. I want to go see it. CUMMP. Wang Qi didn't believe half a word of that sentence. It was a good thing that Ding Hao was leaving, and he didn't intend to stop him, so he just let him go. In less than 30 minutes of work, Ding Hao resigned and left. As soon as Ding Hao left, it was as if he had flipped some kind of switch in the company, and all kinds of resignation letters came one after another. Wang Qi's face turned green as he looked at the resignation letters in his hands in his office. I want to drink the first cup of milk tea in the fall, so please ask Manager Wang to agree to my departure. Friends are off the hook because they have abs and I don't. Manager Wang, I want to go work out and exercise. Please Manager Wang agree to my departure. Manager Wang, I'm tired of staying in this shitty company. Please hurry up and give me your consent. Manager Wang. Wang Qi looked at the variety of reasons and his face turned green. I go to your Mua's world is so big I want to go to see. You think that laborers do not know that you are going to Xian Yu? But now, Wang Qi is not really thinking about these people. One by one. Not enough to make things happen. What use do I keep you? Wang Qi agreed to a batch of applications for leaving the company, but he was angry with a bellyful of fire. After solving the company's affairs, Wang Qi opened the microblogging boredom. Immortal Tour of the announcement of the new recruitment. Wang Qi is still a little curious. Various comments at the bottom that is very powerful. I, the #1 expert in Magic City, would like to ask for a programmer position in Xian Yu. I'm willing to start from the grassroots. I can also just ask for a position. I graduated from a prestigious school and am currently single. Whether it's 996 or something else, I can do it. I'm definitely not here for the employee benefits. I'm a northern drifting party. I simply just want to make a home in the Magic City. The comments from the netizens were that much hipper. Wang Qi flipped and also clicked to that message. Xian Yu's latest welfare. Are you moved? Wang Qi flipped through a kind of welfare shown on the top, and then compared to his own welfare. It seems that my Hello Changyu personnel manager is still inferior to the grassroots of Xian Yu. How about I give it a try? In case Xian Yu hired me, I also resign? Wang Qi had a small plan in his mind, not realizing that Ding Hao had already succeeded in becoming one of Xian Yu's personnel members under Dong Xiao's arrangement. Dong Xiao, this move is also a helpless move. After all, Xian Yu now resume is too much. Even after screening 30%, there are still 70% of the resume need to see. Ding Hao resigned. After Guan Pingdal and Xia Jianhua's affirmation, he went straight to work. Xian Yu's recruitment was held a week later, but the resumes submitted to Xian Yu were coming in one after another. Even the battle-hardened Ding Hao had never been exposed to such a large-scale recruitment number, but Ding Hao knew that he had, for once, really jumped on the right bandwagon. As the busy Ding Hao busied himself with his daily work, checking and checking, he suddenly saw Wang Qi's profile. After Ding Hao was confused for 2 seconds, he was instantly happy. He thought that Wang Qi would stay at Smooth Travel. He didn't realize that he had plans to jump ship as well, regardless of whether he was accepted or not. Let's arrange a wave first. After all, he was also considered an old acquaintance. Ding Hao happily replied to Wang Qi's information and asked him to come over for an interview a week later. Wang Qi, who got the accurate news, was very happy. However, the new boss of Smooth Travel angrily shouted Wang Qi over. Manager Wang, what's up with the company's manpower shortage? People, understaffed? Wang Qi was dumbfounded. How could it be understaffed? The only ones I agreed with were just some people who ate their way out of the company. Take a look yourself. The supervisor in charge of the company couldn't help but sigh as well. That being said, it was still the fact that Immortal Tours recruitment had hit the industry too hard. Ever since Immortal Tours employee benefits were exposed, no one in the company had sat still. In one afternoon's work, they had jumped ship. Those who stayed in the company were basically people who had old people and young people to support their families. Otherwise, the company would probably be almost empty. How did this not have so many people? Wang Qi looked at the only dozens of people left, his face full of shock. Didn't the company recently say that there were plans for a new VR game? Now so many people, only enough to keep the company functioning normally, right? All went to give Xian Yu to submit resumes to go. Xian Yu, this recruitment, the industry welfare treatment in the city all refreshed once. You see these people, I overstepped the right to raise the salary to stay. Wang Qi's boss also had some headaches. Who would have thought that Xian Yu being forced to recruit would still allow them to run into this mess? If they had known this, they would have spent as much money as they could to suppress the matter of Xian Yu. So now, is our company still recruiting new people? How many are we planning to recruit? Wang Qi looked at his boss's face. His heart was a little drummed. He guessed that the current situation of Xian Yu is not good, let alone raise the salary to keep people. That's a large amount of expenditure. Recruitment. Salary according to the base salary of Xian Yu. The rest you then look at the raise. First recruit 30 people in. Okay. Wang Qi answered and exited the office, and returned to his workstation to give out tasks to the employees. Unexpectedly, the recruiting messages sent out by Xian Yu were like a stone sinking into the sea, with the occasional few bouncing live fish, or resumes that didn't really drop. The benefits are so good, you do not come to see it. Wang Qi felt lonely waiting this afternoon. After he sighed, he refilled his coffee and clicked on Weibo as usual. On Weibo, the curtain was beginning to fall on who was the best between Chu Yang and Gu Rui's. It was Chu Yang who won. How is it that Chu Shen won? It's all in the hundreds of billions. Gu Rui's assets are several hundreds of billions higher than Chu Yang's now. The coffee in Wang Qi's mouth almost spewed out for him. Just $100 billion is as big as the gap. In the end, how did it even out? How did he win? Wang Qi couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it, and immediately went straight to the comments section. He watched and felt that the picture style is a little wrong. The top of the magic city of the rich second generation. How to personally down the field. Wang Son, recently invested more. The hands of some spare money. Just think of acquiring a company to play. Did not expect Gushao company is quite a lot. Thanks a lot. Xin Mu, my father just gave me $1 billion. Would have liked to work hard. The result of a mistake. The cooperation of the enterprise suddenly broke the financial chain. Sold to me cheaply. A check. Oops. This is not Gushao's industry? Chen Wei, originally to return to the Magic City to play. Non-invited to participate in the banquet. I also happen to be. Also acquired in industry. Gushao, thank you. Meng Xiaobai, thanks to Gushao for letting my Meng family expand into a new industry. There were only 20 or so top-tier great young men in total, and half of the ones with illustrious families had already gotten off the stage. The other half, despite being muffled and silent, there were sharp-eyed netizens who realized that most of Gu Rui's industries around the world had changed hands. How many people think Chu Shen isn't powerful? If Chu God isn't powerful, why are the industries in the Eagle Kingdom so bullish? A divine comment with a link added to it was topped on the hot search, and when netizens clicked on it, they all drew in a breath of cold air. Where is the Gu family now? It should have changed its surname to Chu, right? The Gu family's original properties were all changed to Chu Yang's name, even though the current assets were damaged and not as strong as the Gu family's original, but they've all been renamed Chu. How awesome must Chu Yang be? After the netizens obtained the new news, they all frantically ate up Chu Yang. Chu God, you're the hidden godly man, right? 300 billion. Chu God, you should be able to make it to the top 10 of Forbes, right? Forbes tops out at 2 trillion. According to Chu God's current assets, how can you have an eighth? Okay. Laughing to death. While you guys are still arguing about who's better than who, Chu Shen knocked out Gu Rui's Slayer. Well, it's still a style I'm familiar with. Chu Shen, I have a habit of never comparing when I can get my hands dirty. Those assets of Gu Rui's, it seems like they're all gone. The top rich second generation of Magic City all went down. I only know now that all of our Magic City's great young men are so bullish. The netizens to Chu Yang's identity added a point of curiosity. There are even people ate Gu Rui's. They want to see. Gu Rui's know their own industry is gone as a state of mind. Xin shall you wait? I'll see what's going on. Chu Yang somewhat helplessly took off his equipment. He opened his cell phone and froze on the spot. Good lord, Gracie was messing things up. The Gu family's total assets were $300 billion anyways. He pulled all of the Gu family's assets? Then at the very least, a Chu Yang, at the very least, could be called top stream in the Eagle Kingdom. What's the saying? I'm a magnate myself. Chu Yang is the magnificent manhwa. What happened? Qin Mu was also a bit strange. What's new with Chu Yang? Chu Yang saw Qin Mu also took off his equipment. Couldn't help but touch his nose. Actually, there's not much going on. Qin Mu didn't believe him. He clicked on his Weibo to take a look and almost died of joy. The Gu family got screwed over? Xu Xiao. You can. Qin Mu's hand speed was extremely fast as he forwarded the message to the Magic City Great Young Group. Brothers, all these small actions of ours are not as fast as Chu Xiao's one hand. I announce that the Gu family has changed ownership. From today onwards, its surname is Chu. As soon as Qin Mu's message came out, a wave of congratulations brushed through the Magic City's Great Young Man Group. Chu Xiao deserves to be Chu Xiao. If you don't make a move, you make a move with a bang na. Wang Xiao is also very powerful. This strike is $200 billion. Gu Rui's would probably have to be silly if he knew. Damn. Let him as a child bullying labor. Sue the black complaint. My hand is not much money. Tens of millions of companies I still bought. Ha ha ha. I also almost got a company of tens of millions of dollars. Not as good as Chu Xiaonyo Bai. 300 billion said to take it down. The top rich second generation were joyful in the group. But Gu Rui's was so angry that he smashed the things around him once again. How could he not expect that he had come to Magic City in this line of work? And all the assets in his hand had been lost. Gu Rui's, who was staring at Wang Song and the other meager ones, was so gloomy that his face was almost dripping with water. Young master, the matter of the Eagle Kingdom has been determined. The Gu family is indeed gone. Zheng Ping reported seriously. As his words fell, the table in front of him was shattered in response. What exactly had happened in the Eagle Kingdom? Gu Rui's eyes were as gloomy as water, but he sat back blandly. Right now, the Dai family was the top priority. As long as he and the Dai family were married, everything would be solved. If the marriage fails, then it will have to be ruined. Dai Xinghuai, don't let me down. Gu Rui's recruited Zheng Ping and whispered in his ear with a low voice. Zheng Ping looked at Gu Rui's with a rare face of shock, his eyes filled with caution. Young master, do you really want Uncle Xian to take action? In a flash, the Dai family's family banquet finally began. Chu Yang sat in the Koenigsegg 11, wearing a more formal black suit, and arrived at the Dai family's old mansion. His originally good-looking face looked handsome and aristocratic under the suit, like a noble son who appeared in some kingdom. Chu Yang, thank you for coming. Dai Shanshan was wearing a pale white stand-up collar short-sleeved A-line dress, looking elegant and graceful. When she saw Chu Yang, she immediately greeted him. The image of a talented man and a beautiful woman looked as good as a splash of ink painting in an instant. Even the surrounding scenery seemed to have lost a few colors. Dai family banquet. Of course I have to come. After all, you are my fiancé, aren't you? The corner of Chu Yang's lips outlined a hint of doting, and it seemed as if he wanted to suck her gaze in with his deep eyes. How good it would be if between herself and Chu Yang, it wasn't fake. Dai Shanshan's eyes flashed for a moment of disorientation. She came back to her senses, reached out and wrapped her hand around Chu Yang's arm, and said in a warm voice, just in time. I'll take you to get to know my family. Dai Shanshan thought, as long as she was still Chu Yang's fiancé, then some intimate moves were not too much, right? Adhering to this idea, Dai Shanshan's movements became more and more somewhat casual. Chu Yang's handsome face also slightly surfaced a slight blush. Dai Shanshan, as a worldly family's daughter, developed at least one person that softly leaned on his arm, still with a faint if any perfume flavor, smelling very sweet. Well, your dress today is really nice. Looks much better than what you wear in the company. Chu Yang spoke warmly to Dai Shanshan. The low voice and hot air reached Dai Shanshan's ears, causing her ears to be colored with a touch of red. Why hadn't she realized before that Chu Yang's voice was so nice? Involuntarily, Dai Shanshan thought back to the clips of Chu Yang's dive and Maoball that were circulating on the internet. From the clothes Chu Yang was wearing, it was still possible to see Chu Yang's firm muscles and body shape from the edges of the clothes. Whoever becomes Chu Yang's girlfriend in the future must be very happy. The thoughts in Dai Shanshan's mind. Suddenly all of a sudden a crooked building. Chu Yang, who was embraced by Dai Shanshan, was also diverting his attention with the surrounding scenery. Ever since he obtained the golden gun at the system, his thoughts about that area still rose easily, but fortunately, he was still able to control it at the moment and not make a fool of himself. The layout of the Dai family's old mansion should be many years old, right? Chu Yang voiced out to divert his attention. Why didn't he turn Dai Shanshan's attention back as well? After Dai Shanshan froze for 2 seconds, she hurriedly put back the thoughts that had just gone out of bounds. Yes, our Dai family has been passed down for 4 generations. It was said that wealth did not last more than 3 generations, and Dai Shanshan's family had not escaped this fate. If it wasn't for Jiang Yingrong, who was good at management, holding up the entire Dai family in the aftermath, with Dai Xinghuai's ability, he really couldn't have done this. just don't know why. 3 years ago, Jiang Yingrong stopped running the Dai family. As Dai's declined more and more, Dai Shanshan also began to take over the company under these circumstances. The Dai family is worthy of being a top 500 company in the world. It's really powerful. Chu Yang heartfeltly lamented. As his words fell, he only heard an old and powerful voice steeply sounding. Compared to Mr. Chu, our Dai family is still far behind. Chu Yang looked around. It was an old man who was about 60 or 70 years old, with a head full of black hair looking shimmering in spirit. He was sitting on a chair, his face kindly speaking to Chu Yang. Elder Dai. Hello. Chu Yang smiled and spoke to Elder Dai. And only then did he notice that he and Dai Shanshan had already arrived at the Dai family's gate without realizing it, probably because of Elder Dai's arrangement. All of the Dai family members had gone out to greet them. Behind Master Dai, there was also Dai Xinghua and Jiang Yingrong, and behind the two of them, there were also the Dai family's maids, so the greeting scene could be said to be very grand. Hello Mr. Chu, no need to be polite. Hurry and come in and sit down. The family is looking forward to meeting you. Elder Dai was the eldest. Once he opened his mouth, neither Dai Xinghua nor Jiang Yingrong interjected. In the area of tutelage, Elder Dai seemed to place great importance on it. Chu Yang didn't check Master Dai's information, but in the business circle, who could not know something? Elder Dai was also a thunderous character in his youth, and even in the business circle he was known to be powerful. Otherwise, Dai's group wouldn't have the position it has today. In comparison, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Dai's group had gone downhill when it came to Dai Xinghuai's hands. I'm also looking forward to this banquet, and I heard from Shanshan that it's a family banquet, so I've also brought some gifts for a few of you. Chu Yang nodded slightly as he smiled while taking out his cell phone and making a call. It didn't take long before several well-built youths came in from the direction of the old mansion in a well-organized manner, each of them holding one thing in their hands, and judging from their meticulous attitudes, it was obvious that the things were all worth a lot of money. Just come and bring something, Dai Xinghua said smilingly, and with a lift of his hand, the servants behind him had already collected the things handily. Other than that, the piece of mouth and body, Dai Xinghua was a connoisseur. Mr. Chu, please come in and sit down. Jiang Yingrong observed Chu Yang from the side for a while, and found that this young man was not arrogant or impatient, and treated Elder Dai with a light touch, and compared to Gu Rui's, he didn't know how many times better. He is a reliable young man. As soon as Jiang Yingrong opened her mouth, Dai Shanshan was obviously relieved. Chu Yang felt Dai Shanshan's change and already had a plan in his heart. Compared to Dai Xinghua, Jiang Yingrong's words were a bit better. However, it is not surprising. After all, Jiang Yingrong also has the name of the Iron Lady in the Magic City. If not for him, I am afraid that Dai will not be able to maintain the status of the top 500. Elder Dai politely welcomed Chu Yang in. Not long after the group had just entered, Gu Rui's also came. Grandpa Dai, Uncle, Aunt, I'm late. Sorry. Gu Rui's was originally the person invited by Dai Xinghua, and when he came, who dared to stop him? But the moment Gu Rui's came, the entire family banquet changed its flavor. Elder Dai's original smiling face instantly sank, and even the smile that Jiang Yingrong had just revealed went cold. The entire family, to say who is so confused, that must count Dai Xinghua. Chu Yang, come sit over here. After Master Dai sank his face, he picked himself up again and greeted Chu Yang. If it wasn't for his son's lack of talent, he wouldn't have looked for Jiang Yingrong to join him in marriage in the first place. It's a pity that Dai Xinghua has always been a mess. He still thinks that he's so capable. If he's really so powerful, how come Jiang Yingrong hasn't helped out for 3 years, and even let Dai Shanshan go to practice? Then thank you Elder Dai. Chu Yang didn't even look at Gu Rui's, so he calmly sat down on Elder Dai's designated seat. Gu Rui's eyes flashed with a touch of gloom. This old thing, Grandpa Dai. I'm really sorry for taking the liberty of coming here, and I've brought some gifts for everyone. Gu Rui's suppressed the anger within his heart, revealing his previous appearance of a fluttering gentleman again, and called out for Zhang Ping. As soon as Zhang Ping appeared, Chu Yang immediately sensed that Zhang Ping was different. Young master, this is a half-step sect master. Should we make him defenseless first? Chasing Flower's voice resounded in Chu Yang's ears, and Chu Yang faintly replied back within his heart that there was no need. A half-step sect master was just that. He was still enough to deal with it. However, Gu Rui's level of paranoia was extraordinary, so it was inevitable that he would have plans to mess things up. After thinking about it, he instructed Flower Chaser and Moon Chaser, you guys hunker down beside the two, and block them if they do anything wrong. Yes, young master. After chasing Flower and Moon by Moon's voices rang out, Chu Yang clearly could feel the figures of the two people running to Gu Rui's and Jingping's side. This is, Chu Yang swept his eyes towards Gu Rui's and Jingping. and the figures of Chasing Flower and Moon by Moon were like phantoms, both of them each standing still to the side. This is one of the abilities of our silver stream guards. It just allows you to see our specifics. And if you need to, you can give orders to us directly to us. Chasing Flower's voice was a bit cold, but with a respectful attitude. Good. Shu Yang didn't expect Chasing Flowers and Moon by Moon to have this kind of ability. He suddenly felt that whether or not his development of the industries under his banner was not enough, it seemed like he had somehow gained a lot more industries this time. Thinking of Gracie's meal operation, Chu Yang could not help but fall into deep thought. Soon, Zheng Ping's operation however broke Chu Yang's thoughts. Aya, come all the way here. Bring something, Dai Xinghuai said happily. Looking at these cherished things, his mouth was biting to the back of his ears. Gu Rui's had obviously gone through a lot of effort for this family banquet, and the things he sent were worth a lot of money, all of which were rare things. Elder Dai's eyesight, however, was not as shallow as Dai Xinghuai's, and as he watched Dai Xinghuai's joyful appearance, he was so angry that his face turned red and he coughed. This shallow-skinned thing paved the way for him do not know the rare, but also go out to engage in 3 or 4. If it is not their own out of this face, he really think that their own things really hidden? Just think of Jiang Yingrong these 3 years not home plus the attitude of things do not care about themselves. Is a pig all understand the problem? Only Dai Xinghuai still foolishly thought that he was a bully. Dad, how are you doing? Dai Xinghuai's attitude towards Elder Dai was nothing to write home about. He was still quite filial. Looking at the way he was smoothing out Elder Dai's chi, he was really a different person from usual. I'm fine. Gu kid, you just came. What gifts are you bringing? These things are too expensive. The old man will make a decision not to accept this gift. Come on people. First take in your future auntie's things. In the future Shanshan is going to get married after all. This gift needs to be collected more. Elder Dai knew what attitude to vote for what position he was in. Right now, Chu Yang could bring more benefits to the Dai group. Dai Xinghuai is also his son. Seeing himself half a bone in the ground, Dai old man also want to help Dai Xinghuai before leaving. Even Gu Rui's, who hasn't seen Master Dai for a long time, understands Master Dai's bitterness. But unfortunately, Dai Xinghuai doesn't understand. Dad, Xiao Gu is not easy to come to a trip. This gift is light. How can I not accept it? Dai Xinghuai is not used to seeing Chu Yang. He simply wants to give Chu Yang a downward spiral. He wants to tell Chu Yang, my daughter has someone to chase after. It's not that good for you to join forces. Collect. What to collect? Elder Dai was about to be exasperated by his stupid son. You open your eyes to see clearly. Your wife and your daughter are not in favor of accepting Na. You are not bad this billion or so. How did you fall into the eye of the money? Grandpa Dai, this is all my heart as a junior. Just accept it. Gu Rui's pale face sketched out a wry smile as he spoke, and Zheng Ping also immediately put the item down. The scene was silent all of a sudden. Elder Dai hadn't given the word, and none of the servants dared to take it. Looking at Jiang Yingrong and Dai Shanshan's faces, they were as black as dark clouds. Master, you can be more careful. The servants' hearts cried out wildly. Only Dai Xinghuai was oblivious, and even a bit anxious. Come on people, hurry up and put things away for me. Dai Xinghuai said hurriedly, but none of the servants dared to move. As long as Elder Dai was still around, he was the master of this old mansion for a day. Even Dai Xinghuai couldn't make them move. Since it's a token of appreciation, it's not bad to accept it. Anyway, I've recently received $300 to $400 billion from Mr. Gu, this token of appreciation. Consider it as interest. Chu Yang sat in his position and spoke out faintly. As his words fell, the servants looked up at Elder Dai, only to see Elder Dai nodding faintly, and only then did the servants begin to get up one after another, sending all of the things that Gu Rui's had sent to the storage room. Those things of great value. No one really looked at them, making Gu Rui's angry enough. This old thing, once he found out that he wasn't as favorable as Chu Yang, he just abandoned himself like this? It seemed that things still had to start with Dai Xinghuai. Gu Rui's thought as he did, only to hear Chu Yang's right hand lift slightly, propping up his chin, a bland smile on his good-looking features, like a nobleman in a painting. Speaking of which, my business in the Eagle Kingdom is still thanks to Mr. Gu's help. If it wasn't for Mr. Gu, I wouldn't have been able to take down such a large industry in the Eagle Kingdom. Shark man pig heart nah. Dai Shanshan looked at Chu Yang carelessly said this to Gu Rui's. The meaning of those words, simply to Gu Rui's heart to stab on ah. However, Dai Shanshan felt inexplicably happy. Ever since she was a child, Dai Shanshan had grown up in Gu Rui's shadow, and no matter who she played with, she would always be sabotaged by Gu Rui's. Even over time, many rich and young men had turned away from her. Later, Gu Rui's went to the Eagle Kingdom due to his family's summons, and Dai Shanshan also faded out of the circle in a low-profile manner as a result, until the accident 3 years ago. Dai Shan slowly took charge of Dai's. Mr. Chu is polite. To say the least, I also have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have acquired some unexpected industries, Gu Rui's said with a leathery smile. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with surprise. Has Mr. Gu finally fought back? How many industries have been acquired? Are there a few $100 billion? Gu Rui's almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of blood when he saw Chu Yang's look of getting the better of him. His current industry had shrunk to 3 or 400 billion, excluding the local industry in Magic City. He didn't have too many other industries in his hands. Several $100 billion? It would be strange for Chu Yang to have so much money on him for him to glean, associating himself with the things that had happened to him over the past few days. Gu Rui's expression gradually became gloomy. Mr. Dai, there's something I want to talk to you about alone. Dai Xinghuai's heart subconsciously tightened as he listened to Gu Rui's words. What things to discuss alone? He met Gu Rui's gloomy eyes and violently trembled within his heart. Gu Rui's eyes made Dai Xinghuai realize that he was leading the wolf into the house with the phone call he made earlier. Good. Dai Xinghuai tried not to let his voice tremble. He didn't need to think to know what kind of shit he could let Gu Rui's talk about alone. But Dai Xinghuai was afraid. He had only been afraid of one person so far, and that was Elder Dai. Otherwise, Dai Xinghuai wouldn't have raised a little one outside for over 10 years and still not dared to bring it back. Master Dai's back was turned to Dai Xinghuai, so he didn't see Master Dai's eyes close in despair. Zhang Yingrong, this woman can afford to put down, but for their own daughter has been holding back. Back then, Dai Laozi and Zhang Yingrong secretly agreed that as long as Dai Xinghuai does not put things on the surface, then she can turn a blind eye. The condition is that Dai Laozi shall not hinder her to seek out another. Dai Old Master agreed. Zhang Yingrong development of their own brand, 3 years down. Not to say there are hundreds of billions of assets, tens of millions of dollars or more than enough. Besides, the Zhang family, a family that can marry with the Dai group cannot be worse. I'm afraid that Zhang Yingrong's changes over the past 3 years, the Zhang family have seen in the eyes, and now hold back. It should also be for the Zhang Yingrong did not have a seizure. Once things are out in the open, Dai's group will fall to what kind of a state? Who knows? Gu Rui's and Dai Xinghuai left the hall one after the other. Chu Yang watched the two leave with interest, his eyes full of amusement. Gu Rui's visit should have been intended to put Dai's marriage into effect so that he could save the day. What he didn't realize was that Chu Yang had already threatened Dai Xinghuai once. If he threatens the same thing 3 times in a row, Dai Xinghuai will explode as a result. Zhengping did not follow him over. Chu Yang was also quite interested in Zhengping, knowing that most of the people in this world who could reach the realm of a grandmaster were rare. Even though Chu Yang didn't hang around in the circle, he also knew more or less about it. Like Zhengping's age, those who had reached the half-step sect master realm were even fewer. He was curious as to how exactly Gu Rui's had gotten Zhengping to submit to his command. You're not going to follow over and take a look? Chu Yang's inquiry caused Zhengping to furrow his brows. He had never imagined that one day the one the young master detested would take the initiative to inquire about himself. But on second thought, it was time for him to give Chu Yang a hard time. He snorted coldly and said, "Why should I follow over to take a look?" This arrogant tone and attitude, looking at Chu Yang, felt a little spicy. You're afraid that you don't have that big disease? Chu Yang was about to speak, when he saw that Yeye also snorted coldly. Her small feet lifted, and Zhengping barreled into a flat fall. What a person! Zhengping was horrified within his heart, and was even more shocked at what he had just experienced. He didn't know what he had been targeted by. He had never fallen flat on his face before in his martial arts practice, especially just now, when he was about to mobilize the power in his body. It was like he was being suppressed by something. Dai Shanshan quickly walked to Chu Yang's side, wrapped her arms around Chu Yang's arm, and inquired in a low voice, "Chu Yang, should we arrange for the security guards to come over for a trip?" Zhengping rose expressionlessly. "Miss Dai, even though I was sneak attacked by unknown people, I can still hear what you are saying even if it is fiction. Don't underestimate the hearing of someone who practiced martial arts." After calming down, Zhengping also figured out something fishy. He suspected that the mysterious person was Chu Yang's henchman who was just hiding in an unknown dark place, waiting for an opportunity. The one who could suppress Zhengping head-on was at the very least an expert of the Zhongshu realm. Zhengping did not have half a chance of winning against such a character, and his heart immediately rose in retreat. He cast his gaze to the rear, and the sound of Dai Xinghuai's conversation with Gu Rui's came clearly to Zhengping's ears. "Rui's, what do you have to say to uncle?" Dai Xinghuai deliberately walked extremely slowly, eventually stopping at what he thought was a safe distance. He knew that he had been too hasty in inviting the wolf into the house, but he wasn't going to let himself vanish into danger either. "Uncle Gu, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. I need you to arrange for Shan to marry me and give me all the support I can get from the Dai group." Gu Rui's knew that it was already time for the Gu family to be dismantled and replaced. Right now the assets in his hand, although strong enough, were clearly not enough in the face of Chu Yang. He needed more resources and funds, and the Dai Group was his first choice. More importantly, he wanted to get Dai Shanshan. Over the years, in order to be able to obtain Dai's group, Gu Rui's had also been doing a lot of maneuvering, and it was Dai Xinghuai's fault for being stupid enough to not even find out about these things. Impossible. Dai's group is all my heart and soul. How could I possibly give it to you? Dai Xinghuai listened to Gu Rui's words that opened the door and immediately rejected Gu Rui's request. All of this was what he had left for his son. How could he give it to an outsider? Is that so? Then you're not afraid that Auntie knows about you keeping a woman outside? Your son is in his teens. Right. Oh yeah. He seems to be almost an adult this year? The corners of Gu Rui's lips sketched out a strange smile, and the madness revealed in his eyes made people feel very scared. You? What are you going to do? Dai Xinghuai was so precious to his son that he even named him Ziyuan, showing how much he loved him. At the thought that his son might be harmed, the fear in Dai Xinghuai's eyes looked extraordinarily exciting. Doing what? Not doing anything either. I just want you to be obedient. As long as you give Dai's group to me for the time being, in less than 3 years, I'll return you a stronger Dai's group. Gu Ruai said assiduously, his words carrying Dai Xinghuai's expectations and desires for so many years. Countless people were saying how inferior Dai Xinghuai was to Jiang Yingrong. She is a woman. How to understand so many curves? She is still using some cheap tricks. Gu Rui's was different. He was the son-in-law he had always valued. If it wasn't for Chu Yang's intervention, maybe he was already Gu Rui's father-in-law. Dai Xinghuai's heart was twisted in 9 directions. As he thought of Chu Yang, he also violently remembered Chu Yang's threat to himself. On the one hand, Jiang Yingrong knew the news, and the Jiang family withdrew from the cooperation with Dai's group, and was greatly injured. On the one hand was his own favored son and woman. Dai Xinghuai was in a dilemma, but he didn't know what to choose. What the two did not realize was that their conversation was heard by Zhang Ping and Chu Yang. The corner of Chu Yang's lips slightly hooked up, and a playful smile appeared under his eyes. He was curious. What exactly would Dai Xinghuai choose? This choice, but it would determine how Dai's group's future path should go. You can come to Dai's group. Dai Xinghuai chose his son after a fierce struggle. When making this choice, Dai Xinghuai was lucky. He thought that with such a long distance to travel, Chu Yang shouldn't be able to hear their conversation. Then how would Jiang Yingrong know this information? At this time, Dai Xinghuai seemed to have forgotten that even Gu Rui's hundreds of billions of dollars of assets had been defeated in Chu Yang's hands, and that a mere Dai's group, how strong could it be? Chu Yang rested his chin, raised his eyebrows, and turned his hand to Bai Yue to return a one word. In less than 3 minutes' time, a news about Dai's group president's extramarital affair raged in the network, and related passionate pushes popped up in countless people's cell phones. With that overwhelming momentum, with Dai's group's resources blocking this end but not that end, they simply had to give up. Jiang Yingrong thoughtfully glanced at Chu Yang, and calmly sat in the chair across from Elder Dai. Her unfolding negotiation aura made Elder Dai's eyes slightly condense, and a bad feeling of foreboding rose abruptly from his heart. Xiao Roma. The corner of Jiang Yingrong's lips hooked up slightly, revealing a 3/4 fake smile. Old Mr. Dai. According to the agreement, I'll trouble you to call me Mr. Dai. Jiang Yingrong's sudden aggressive aura made Chu Yang raise his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, General Manager Jiang is so rigid. Looks like the two have reached some kind of agreement. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with some surprise, but he didn't say anything. Between smart people, a single look could understand the situation. Was there still a need to communicate? Mr. Jiang. Elder Dai's voice stuttered. His thoughts flowed quickly, and he quickly associated it with the image of Jiang Yingrong and the girls looking through their cell phones. Dai Xinghuai's matter couldn't be hidden after 3 years. On the internet, news about Dai Xinghuai flew around, even causing many curses. Who said that Dai is always a good thing? This is a good thing? Cheating? I go. This son is almost 18. Good looking, little milk dog. 6666. At home the red flag does not fall. Outside the colorful flag fluttering. Dai total V587. To not say that Mr. Dai is bullish. When he went to the Magic City's talent, and now he has done this kind of thing. TSK. Laughing to death. Where is this idiot from? He's afraid he doesn't know how sought after his wife is. The Diamond Bachelor of Mordor is openly courting. As long as Jiang Yingrong is divorced, he's willing to get married right away, and the property will all go to Jiang Yingrong. If you don't say that the netizens are very powerful, then it's a good thing. In less than half an hour's work, all those people and things in Dai's group were raked over the coals, and even Dai Xinghuai's son, who he thought was extremely well hidden, was also exposed to the public eye. What he doesn't know is that the Dai group, which he worked so hard to leave to his son, had already been packaged by Dai's old man to Dai Shanshan as early as 3 years ago. Did Elder Dai really not know about this matter of Dai Xinghua giving birth to a son? He knew, but pretended not to know. In the old generation's concept, there is always a need for a man to take the lead. Dai Shanshan is a daughter. He thought that there is a grandson can help out a little good. Who would have thought that Jiang Yingrong usually look immobile? Play is quite big. 3 years ago, Jiang Yingrong found Dai old man. I've long known that Dai Xinghua has someone outside. A son. Dad. I respect you and understand what you mean. So I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll divorce Dai Xinghua and split most of the family fortune. Second, I'll quit Dai's and find another way out. But if Dai Xinghua's affair is blown up by anyone other than me, Dai's goes to Shanshan. If I don't choose either of the above, in less than 3 years, I can bring down a Dai clan. Jiang Yingrong's maneuver was simply ruthless. A difficult choice in front of Master Dai. Master Dai can only choose to let the second one in a muffled voice. Dai's without a Jiang Yingrong can still turn again, but without half of the family property. 3 years ago, Dai's will be like a building will fall, separated from the collapse. Mr. Dai had labored for half his life. He didn't dare to gamble. Then, Mr. Dai, it's time to carry out what you promised me, Jiang Yingrong said nonchalantly. Her winning attitude throughout made Chu Yang extraordinarily appreciative. With such a mother around, Chu Yang even felt that he didn't need to make a move and just watched. Dai Xinghua choosing his own son meant giving up Dai Shanshan. Since they weren't even fathers-in-law anymore, it would be the same to be pitted by anyone, and they were all raking it in at home anyway. Promise you what? Dai Xinghua and Gu Rui's also returned inside the hall, the 2 of them coming back one after the other, completely unable to see the sword drawn just now. Zheng Ping also quickly returned behind Gu Rui's after a moment. Young master, there's an expert here. I've just been sneak attacked. After Gu Rui's heard Zheng Ping's words, he immediately changed his face. Chu Yang was actually this powerful? Even an expert at the Zhongsher level realm could be found? Chu Yang looked at these 2 people's changed faces and suddenly felt very interesting. Immediately after that, Chu Yang's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Looking at that string of phone numbers, Chu Yang's eyes revealed 3 points of surprise. Bai Yuwei wouldn't call him at this time, unless there were some changes on the company side. Thinking like this, Chu Yang swept his eyes to Gu Rui's, only to see his pale face fiercely added 3 points of shadowy, like a serpent waiting for an opportunity to move. Butler Bai, what are you looking for me for? Chu Yang picked it up in front of Elder Dai, as if his humble attitude was withdrawn after Jiang Yingrong's attitude changed. Elder Dai's face was ironic, Dai Xinghua's face showed dissatisfaction, and Gu Rui's face was full of surprise. Jiang Yingrong's eyes showed 3 appreciation. Turned his head to look at Dai Shanshan. Willow eyebrow slightly tufted appearance cannot help but heartjoy. My Shanshan found a good person to him. The 2 of them gave birth to a child. It should be very good looking it. At this time Jiang Yingrong does not know. This aide has not yet is skimming it. Mother-in-law first anxious on. The company in Magic City was attacked by some unknown characters. The current situation is not good. Chu Yang was using a customized golden sun phone, and although her voice wasn't too loud, it was still able to let Zheng Ping hear it completely. As soon as her words fell, Zheng Ping immediately repeated them to Gu Rui's in a whisper. Knowing that Uncle Xian had made his move, Gu Rui's heart was greatly relieved. He was feeling like raising his eyebrows when he heard Zheng Ping repeat Bai Youwei's words again. But don't worry, young master, they maliciously attacked us, and the evidence has already been caught by our people. The police have now been mobilized, and listening to the tone of the police, it should be a big fish. Bai Youwei's voice was slightly excited. What she didn't realize was that Gu Rui's almost didn't fall head over heels after hearing this. What was going on here? Uncle Xian had failed? What about the big fish? Well, that's it for now then. I still have things to take care of, Chu Yang answered in a low voice, and after he hung up, he raised his cell phone and met Gu Rui's, who was being supported by Zheng Ping, in a 4-eyed stare. The provocation in his eyes made Gu Rui's anger burn even more. If it wasn't for Chu Yang, he would still be the towering young master of the Gu family, sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars of assets, looking down on all living beings. Now, everything he had was all lost because of Chu Yang, but it didn't matter. He still had the Dai group, as long as the Dai group was still, as Gu Rui's thought as he did. He heard Elder Dai's deep voice in order. Xinghuai, from now on, you've been removed from your position. The position of president of Dai's group will be inherited by Dai Shanshan, and the shares in your and my hands will all be given to her without compensation. What? Gratuitous gift? Dai Xinghuai was shocked out loud, his facial expression managing to lose control instantly. Why should Dai's group be given to Dai Shanshan? Chu Yang also revealed a trifle surprise. I had heard that Ms. Jiang Yingrong was a business wizard, but it was a pity that she was a woman. If she was a man, I'm afraid that the situation in Magic City would have to change again. I have to say, this wave of Jiang Yingrong's operation is really powerful. Without realizing it, she directly hit Gu Rui's intention to threaten Dai Xinghuai today, and even directly picked the fruit for Dai Shanshan. Gu Rui's plan to use Dai's group to bring back the dead was going to fall through. Xu Yang gloated and looked at Gu Rui's, and as expected, Gu Rui's eyes were red and his aura was gloomy. How can this be? He was low to do a little planning for a long time. Dai's group unexpectedly became Dai Shanshan's things. Jiang Yingrong, this woman, since he was a child from the time he did not like him, now have her in Dai Shanshan simply impossible by him to snatch over. Not to mention, next to Dai Shanshan, there is a very tricky Chu Yang. The feeling of having failed to accomplish anything is like a sharp blade that pokes into Gu Rui's heart, stirring and destroying it, as if to Gu Rui's the whole are destroyed. Why? Why the failure will be me? The wrong is me? No, the fault is the world. They don't listen, so let's just destroy it. Gu Rui's sighs gradually deepened, and his eyes staring at Chu Yang gradually became vicious. Let's start with you first. Ah, you don't know. Ha, that's right, old mister. Dai is so protective of you. How could he let you know these things? In fact, I knew about your son's existence when he was born. Jiang Yingrong gave an ah, her flat tone bombarding Dai Xinghuai's three views like thunder. Knowing since Zi Yuan was born? Then, how much did she know? How come she didn't say anything? Dai Xinghuai's heart was horrified. And even more so, there was a feeling that something important was about to be lost. This intensifying emotion made Dai Xinghuai's mood fall very low. After knowing that, I'm dead to you, Dai Xinghuai. If it wasn't for the fact that the ethos of 20 years ago was what it is now, I, Jiang Yingrong, would have long since divorced you. Jiang Yingrong said softly. Words can't talk about resentment. More or less some anger in her husband, whom she had treated wholeheartedly, had given himself such a big surprise. If not for that woman's cleverness, I'm afraid that Jiang Yingrong will really have to work for Dai's group for the rest of her life. When she thought about this, Jiang Yingrong looked at Master Dai again. The coldness in her eyes made Master Dai's heart go silent. He knew that his own choice cold Jiang Yingrong's heart. Dai Xinghuai's behavior in these years more worn out Jiang Yingrong's only remaining emotions. Instead of letting Dai's group fall, at least, that thing followed Dai Shanshan did not change its name. Elder Dai comforted himself this way, but Dai Xinghuai's face gradually turned pale. You know it all? Dai Xinghuai's mind recalled those actions he had complacently made at the beginning, as if he was recalling a stupid pig that had covered its ears. I know it all. Not only me. I'm afraid the young Shan Shan also saw it. Your self-righteous cover-up is nothing more than a ridiculous shroud. Jiang Yingrong's unrelenting mockery made Dai Xinghuai's face turn blue. What cover-up? It's clearly you who don't know how to be ashamed. It wasn't known what Dai Xinghuai had thought of to actually accuse Jiang Yingrong first. Dai Shanshan's face turned white. Listening to Dai Xinghuai's words, her eyes were full of unbelief. Xu Yang had no intention of listening to these gossips. He listened to Dai Xinghuai's words, and then he was happy. Mr. Dai, you are afraid that you don't know it. The man who chases after Jiang, there are not 100 of them. There are also 10 of them. Each one is better than Dai's group. You think that Dai's group is keeping Mr. Jiang? No. On the contrary, the information I got is that all the years that Chief Jian was around, he was on an upward path, while after you took over, it was downhill. Xu Yang held a favorable view of Jiang Yingrong. Something that hadn't been put into the open was suddenly put into the open, breaking Dai Xinghuai's last excuse away. Dai Xinghuai's face was ashen and he didn't speak again, not knowing what he was thinking. After Chu Yang nodded his head, he placed his sight on Zhang Ping who was on the side. Unsurprisingly, it was now time for Gu Rui's to jump over the wall. Should he pretend that he was kidnapped? Xu Yang's force value could actually completely crush Zhang Ping. The only good thing about Zhang Ping was that he recognized death. Without Gu Rui's orders, he resolutely wouldn't act rashly. It was a shame to give Gu Rui such a good knife. Should we fight for it again? Xu Yang thoughtfully got up, and Gu Rui's eyes simultaneously flashed with a flash of light. If you can pick up and grab Chu Yang, that is also a good choice. A Dai's group compared to Chu Yang's assets. Now it could not be whispered at the same time. Zhang Ping, do it. Gu Rui's knew that Chu Yang knew some martial arts, but he didn't think that Chu Yang was an expert in the sect master level realm. Because, in this world, experts at the grandmaster level realm were already rare. I admit that you Chu Yang make money, but I don't think that you are an expert at the grandmaster level. Your martial arts can still be that bullish? As Gu Rui's words fell, Zhang Ping rushed over with a single healthy step. His speed was so fast that it wasn't even something the human eye could capture. Dai Shanshan didn't even react before she saw that Zhang Ping had already arrived in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang, be careful. Just as Dai Shanshan's reminder left her mouth, she saw Zhang Ping being lightly slapped by Chu Yang and slapped away. That's right, slapped away. Chu Yang thought about it and decided to settle Gu Rui's first. This person was just like a viper, cold and difficult to deal with. As long as Zhang Ping didn't get in the way, it would be fine. Before Zhang Ping, whose head was dazed by the slap, looked at the 3 or 4 Chu Yangs in front of him before closing his eyes. His brain could not keep up with the speed of his eyes and the stars spinning above his head. He didn't even think to understand how his own hallowed half-step sect master's expert was slapped in the face. Young master, where is the promised ordinary person? This is definitely a sect master realm expert. As the thought passed through his mind, Zhang Ping fainted. The sudden situation caught everyone off guard, including Gu Rui's, who was preparing to strike. Zhang Ping was sent flying by Chu Yang's slap. Gu Rui's took a step back. The shock in his heart had swept over like a huge wave by now. You're an expert of the sovereign realm? Gu Rui's didn't expect that he had fought against a sect master realm expert for so long. In terms of wealth, he was inferior to Chu Yang. In terms of force, he was still inferior to Chu Yang. The self-confidence that Gu Rui's had always been proud of appeared to be this bad when facing Chu Yang. Just practicing casually too. Is this the sovereign realm? It seems like you are not good either. At the expense of me even bothering to deal with you, I always feel that there is some loss. He lost? Arriving at the Grandmaster realm and still practicing casually? Gu Rui's was infuriated by Chu Yang's words. Until now, Chu Yang had already acquired almost half of his assets. His proud combatant, Pai Zhangping, had also been slapped away by Chu Yang. The arranged Uncle Xian had thought that he could save the day, but as a result, Bai Yue had backhanded an operation and was now still wanted by the police. What kind of loss is this called? Not only Gu Rui's, even Jiang Yingrong was surprised. According to what she understood, Gu Rui's industry had at the very least been acquired by Chu Yang, and in Chu Yang's opinion, this was still a losing deal? But, what was the sovereign realm they were talking about? Jiang Yingrong and Dai Shanshan's mother and daughter didn't know this, but Dai Xinghua and Elder Dai both changed their faces in unison, and their hearts were too full of regret. Don't look at Dai Xinghua usually acted out of tune, lustful and greedy for money, the interests of the supremacy, but quite understand these, not to mention Dai's group once in charge of the Dai old man. No one had expected that the young Chu Yang was not only talented, but his martial arts attainments had also reached a level that was beyond the reach of many people. Compared to Gu Rui's, Chu Yang was simply too outstanding. Among his peers, no one could compare to his sharpness, just as Jiang Yingrong and the others were shocked by Chu Yang's strength. Chu Yang's cell phone rang once again. Gu Rui's didn't know what he had thought of, and his face steeply became gloomy. Young master, the big fish has been caught. This person is a wanted criminal who has been on the run for 20 years, called Zhang Xian. The bounty alone is 1 million na. Zhang Ping, Zhang Xian? Chu Yang's eyes raised, and his gaze involuntarily went back to the unconscious Zhang Ping. Could Zhang Ping, who followed Gu Rui's, also be a criminal? He had just laid his hands on him. Wasn't it a bit light? Chu Yang furrowed his brows. His gradually condensing eyes made Gu Rui's heart horrified. He knew that he had underestimated Chu Yang, but he did not expect that Chu Yang had hidden so many things. The matter of $1 million. Say it later. Has Gu Rui's industry been taken care of? Chu Yang held the cell phone. The corner of his lips outlined a cold smile, while his eyes were a cold ice. To be able to harbor a wanted criminal, I'm afraid that Gu Rui's body isn't clean either, right? It's already all taken in, young master. Young Hyun was nothing more than what Ling had grabbed in passing to draw the police's attention and firepower. He had taken advantage of the police's busy period to move his residence to Yuan Liang's house, and with 2 world-class top hackers gathered together, their strength simply could not be compared to the same day. Who made Young Hyun so unlucky that he just happened to hit the gun? Good, then you guys are busy first. Chu Yang nodded indifferently, as his words fell, only to hear Gu Rui's face show his incredulity. Impossible. My hundreds of billions of dollars of industry. How could you possibly acquire it all in one day? Gu Rui's was not willing to fail like this, yet he did not believe that Chu Yang could really defeat himself so quickly. As Gu Rui's words fell, the heavily armed police fishtailed in to protect the safety of the Dai family and Chu Yang. Gu Rui's reacted before realizing that he already had a dozen blackened guns in front of him. You guys don't need to be so defensive of me. Compared to the broken guns in your hands, Chu Yang is the most terrifying person. Gu Rui's was pointed at by the cold guns, but his attitude was not weak at all. It was only that he didn't have any money. Give him another 10 years, he could rise again. As for Dai Shanshan, after 10 years, if she was already married, then he would destroy Dai Shanshan. With his mind made up, Gu Rui's let the police take him away. The things he did under his hand were not so clean. Chu Yang looked at Zhang Ping, who had fainted on the ground and was left unattended, with some surprise in his eyes. Comrade police, Don't you care about that person on the ground? The police officer who was questioned by Chu Yang looked at Zheng Ping with some confusion. He shook his head and said, "We only received a notice to arrest Gu Rui's, and this person is not a wanted criminal either. There were numerous fugitive wanted criminals at home and abroad, and in order to be able to increase the efficiency of the police in handling cases, many police officers would memorize the look-alike information of the fugitive wanted criminals." Masahiro was too young, even if he wasn't sober. He looked very masculine and didn't look like someone who had committed a crime. "So it is," Chu Yang responded with some surprise, and just as he said that, he heard Gu Rui's lean back and laugh long and hard. "Chu Yang, you didn't think of that, did you? I've never let Zheng Ping do a single bad thing. For so many years, he's the most capable henchman I've ever had in my hands. He'll definitely tangle with you to the end for me. Chu Yang, wait for my revenge." Gu Ruai spoke eerily, the darkness in his eyes almost devouring people in general. Detected that Gu Rui's bragged with the host and has changed Zheng Ping to the host's subordinate. Chu Yang couldn't help but be a little confused. Gu Rui's could Before leaving, he even gave himself such a big gift. Chu Yang, who got a half-step sec master realm subordinate for free, raised his head and revealed a bright smile at Gu Rui's and said, "Well, I'm waiting for you to come out from the inside and be a human again." Being a Nima man, Gu Rui's was trying to intimidate a wave of Chu Yang. He didn't expect that he would instead be sprayed by the other party without moving. As Gu Rui's words fell, the police officer controlling him immediately moved to cover Gu Rui's mouth and took the person out of the Dai family's old mansion. As he watched Gu Rui's pack leave, Chasing Flower's voice came through. "Young master, this Gu Rui's person, although he doesn't have a high level of force, he's an existence that's potentially too much of a threat. Young master, I can make a silent strike to resolve him." It was the first time that Chasing Flower showed such positivity. She just didn't know why she was so highly worried. Chu Yang frowned. He knew that Gu Rui's this person was as dangerous as a viper, being hated by him going forward. I'm afraid that he would really have to be wary of the pot. Left and right leave him alive. The rest you see to it. Chu Yang thought about it and said softly to Chasing Flower. He had been with Flower Chasing and Moon Chasing for half a year, and even though the number of times the two had appeared was extremely low, they were the strongest subordinates who had been with Chu Yang recently. If there were no special circumstances, he didn't want Chasing Flower and Moonlight's white and flawless hands to be stained with blood. As soon as Chu Yang's words fell, both Chasing Flower and Moonlight's figures involuntarily paused for a moment. They heard the words of the young master's heart. What is going on here? Chasing Flowers and Moon by Moon looked at each other, and the two of them exchanged as much as they could without words. "Okay, young master." After making brief eye contact with Yaya, Chasing Flower flew off to chase after Gu Rui's in the direction he had left. The things that Gu Rui's had done in the past to break the law and commit crimes were all packaged up by Kaeling and sent to the police. And this wave of operation directly allowed Gu Rui's to sit through the bottom of the jail cell directly after he was caught. Late that night, the bright moonlight fell into the cell through the cracks in the barred windows. Gu Rui's watched as a beautiful woman in silver clothes, standing in front of him, casually slapped him on the head. A sharp pain hit him, and shrieks suddenly resounded throughout the cell. The cell Gu Rui's was in was suddenly in chaos. With the combined efforts of the prison guards, Gu Rui's was sent to the nearest hospital. After the hospital's doctors examined him, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. This patient's brain is not known to have suffered some kind of damage, and it's simply impossible to check it out with our current level of medicine. However, it's certain that this patient won't have a chance to recover again at all. According to his current condition, he can be recognized as brain dead, a vegetable without a chance. Chow Hao, the police officer in charge of transporting Gu Rui's, froze at his words. He should know that Gu Rui's was not living in a single room. It was a room shared by 3 or 4 people. If there had been any movement in Gu Rui's room, the people in Gu Rui's cell would have noticed it, right? Why was Gu Ruai suddenly brain dead? Chow Hao was puzzled in his heart, and only said yes, but left a complete doubt in his heart. He decided to find the prison guards later to ask about the specifics, and Chasing Flowers, who had completed his mission, also returned to Chu Yang's side to continue to remain on standby after Chow Hao left the doctor's office. At this time, Chu Yang had already returned to the villa to watch the financial news. After Gu Rui's was arrested, the Dai family's banquet almost existed in name only. Jiang Yingrong directly announced to Dai Xinghuai that he would go with her to pull the divorce papers at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, or else she would consider letting her future son-in-law arrange for the Dai family's old mansion as well. After hearing Jiang Yingrong's words, Elder Dai repented. He had known that today's situation would come to a head, so he hadn't even thought about having a grandson in the first place. A granddaughter is also quite good. He glanced at Dai Xinghuai, only to see that after Dai Xinghuai froze, his face was filled with joy. He had survived for so many years, and had finally reached the point where he divorced Jiang Yingrong, and in the future, he would be able to be with the woman he loved. Stupid thing ah. Elder Dai looked at the happy Dai Xinghuai and regretted very much that he had chilled Jiang Yingrong's heart. If time went back 20 years, he would not have done such a biased thing. Unfortunately, time doesn't go back. Instead, it makes Jiang Yingrong hopeful for a tomorrow free from marriage. No matter what, she could finally separate from Dai Xinghuai. Separation is separation. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I will definitely divorce you. After Dai Xinghuai happily finished speaking, Jiang Yingrong happily shouted away Chu Yang and Dai Shanshan. As soon as the three people left, only Master Dai's father and son and a group of servants were left in the large Dai family mansion. Master Dai looked at his happy and foolish son and was so angry that he slapped him across the face. Idiot, do you know what it means to lose the Jiang family? The Jiang family had endured humiliation over the years and had been rocketing upwards. In comparison, the Dai family had instead been going downhill more and more over the past 3 years. The number of people pursuing Jiang Yingrong is even more numerous. Casually leaking a little something are better than Dai's group. How come this stupid son doesn't know how to cherish it? Dad, why are you hitting me? The grandson you've been waiting for will be coming over by then. It's time for you to meet him. Dai Xinghuai was immersed in the joy of his divorce, completely forgetting what Jiang Yingrong had told him earlier, that the Dai group was gifted to Dai Shanshan without compensation. As Elder Dai looked at his stupid son, he was so angry that his chest tightened, and when his blood pressure rose, he fainted without knowing how. Dad, what happened to you? Dai Xinghuai couldn't be bothered to be happy and rushed Master Dai to the hospital. After a night of tossing and turning and treatment, Elder Dai was finally out of danger. The next morning, after Jiang Yingrong called, Dai Xinghuai did not stay too much with Jiang Yingrong to get a divorce certificate. After receiving the divorce certificate, Jiang Yingrong immediately let the public relations team make a statement and let them publicize the divorce between herself and Dai Xinghuai. Then the divorced Dai Xinghuai also rushed to his own golden house to hide the villa, and found the woman he has been in love with in his heart. Ziyuan's mother Xiaorui. Xiaorui is a nearly 40 years old, well-maintained woman. She looked like a small 100 flowers on earth, soft and very easy to provoke the desire to protect. Rui, I'm divorced. Look, Dai Xinghuai thought that Elder Dai's current situation had stabilized. He still couldn't help but announce the good news to Rui. Rui looked at the date on the marriage license and immediately cried tears of joy. You're divorced? Yes, I finally got rid of that woman Jiang Yingrong. From today onwards, you are my Dai Xinghuai's wife. You see I am so good. Shouldn't you reward me something? Dai Xinghuai rested yesterday is quite good. Once ran into Rui. People are happy with the spirit of freshness, but also have other thoughts. Rui took a look at Dai Xinghuai's appearance, where she didn't know what he was thinking. She shyly pushed Dai Xinghuai. Soft force like into Dai Xinghuai tickle like. See Dai Xinghuai heart and soul big move. He did not think. Will Rui embrace to go upstairs, only to hear the door touch closed. The room did not take long to come from the sound that makes people blush. After a burst of cheerful music, after the relief, Dai Xing embraced Rui with his arms around her, his eyes full of love and affection. Rui, we can finally be together openly and honestly. Rui's face with a slight blush, her eyes winking like silk. She slightly closed her eyes to hide the calculations in her eyes, shyly said, yes, we are finally going to be together. Even if we don't have Dai's group, it doesn't matter. I additionally have some small industries. With these words, starting over from scratch is not a problem at all. Only then did Dai Xinghuai remember what Elder Dai had said last night. Fortunately, Dai Xinghuai is also not a good commodity. By virtue of his cunning skills, there are still a few $1 million of small industries. Although the operation cannot be said to be too good, but it is not as bad as it is. The company's business is not too good, but it is not bad at all. It is still more than enough to support Rui and Ziyuan. After Rui heard Dai Xinghuai's words, she immediately froze. Xinghuai, what do you mean by that? What do you mean it doesn't matter if we don't have Dai's group? She had followed Dai Xinghuai for more than 20 years, and what she was scheming for was the shares of Dai's group. How was it that in a few days' work, Dai's group had changed hands? It's all because of that woman Jiang Yingrong. I don't know what he signed with my dad. My dad even asked me to transfer the company's shares to Shan Shan for free. Speaking of this, Dai Xinghuai was still very angry. He spoke angrily, completely not noticing Rui's face that had become dark at the side. Gratuitous transfer? Why should it be transferred without compensation? Dai Xinghuai holding the Dai's group shares at least have more than 100 billion. He casually leak a little shares, are enough for her and Ziyuan several years. Even if Jiang Yingrong divorced Dai Xinghuai, how come the shares are gone? Rui couldn't figure it out, but the anger in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. She had a premonition that her 20 years of hibernation was afraid to go down the drain. I'm not sure about this. The old man was sick with anger yesterday, and now he's just past the danger period. I also thought to come and tell you the good news first. Oops, it's 7:30. I have to hurry over. Baby, you wait a little longer. Soon we will be free from that woman. Dai Xinghua spoke cheerfully, completely not noticing the glint of cold light in the eyes of the woman he had been protecting. Things came to this point. Just let that Dai old man first know. Can let that what gratuitous transfer of the agreement to destroy. Dai Xinghua rarely have such a smooth sailing time, without the old man on top of the pressure. People are talking about the wife is also going to become an ex-wife. Not to mention is about to embrace the return of the beauty. Zhang Yingrong and Dai Xinghua out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhang Yingrong opened the divorce certificate. Looking at the bright smile Dai Xinghua, the corner of his mouth overflowing with Dai Xinghua first saw the bright smile. Dai Xinghua, from now on, you are free. As Dai Xinghua listened to Zhang Yingrong's words, his heart was inexplicably a bit sour. He has not yet tasted what this is exactly how it feels. The cell phone vibrated violently, only to hear Dai Xinghua excited to, Xiaorui, I'm divorced. Zhang Yingrong retracted the last flutter of her youth and lowered her head to edit a text message to her secretary. Send out the statement. Zhang Yingrong got into her own Volkswagen, instructed the driver, and closed her eyes. Just like the Volkswagen that sped away, the news of Zhang Yingrong's divorce from Dai Group's Mr. Dai Xinghua caused a ripple on the internet. The center point of this wave, however, was all in favor of Zhang Yingrong. I've long seen that Dai is not a good eye. What the hell thing I Jiang always do their best to support Dai's. He is still outside to spend the day drunk. Yes, I heard that people have illegitimate children are teenagers. There are pictures and the truth. That's a good divorce. Thanks to Mr. Dai's divorce. I just saw that someone has publicly announced on the internet that he's courting Mr. Jiang, who is a famous bachelor in Mordor. Breaking news, Mr. Jiang's company is filled with flowers, and a famous tycoon is courting him in spite of his status. As soon as Zhang Yingrong's company sent out the news of the divorce, both on the internet and in reality, there was a hue and cry, and because of this, Zhang Yingrong's company's stock went up, and cooperation came one after another. After Zhang Yingrong rejected that tycoon, she couldn't help but feel a bit dumbfounded. She did not expect, after the divorce, but all this has become more broad. In the past, it was her own narrow-mindedness. Zhang Yingrong did not know is that after she announced the divorce statement, Dai Xinghua's various behaviors have also been raked out. Marital infidelity, there is a teenage illegitimate child, a family of 3 abroad with the tour and other photos. All were netizens to pick up the bottom of the sky. Dai Xinghua afraid did not expect. He will be because of his ex-wife's a divorce statement. Exposure in the realization of the netizens. At this time, Dai Xinghua is still in love with Rui. He is trying to let Rui go with him to get a license. Before he opened his mouth, he received the news of Dai's old man passed away. Didn't I say my dad passed the danger stage? How come all of a sudden? Dai Xinghua panicked and yelled randomly into the phone. And after his incompetent rage, he spoke to Rui again and rushed to the hospital. What Dai Xinghua didn't know is that Rui watched his back as he left. A cold smile sketched on her red lips. She must get the huge Dai's group. This was something she deserved after working hard for more than 10 years. Hey, you've done a good job. The $2 million given to you has already hit the account. While the wind is still not too strong, hurry to go abroad to avoid it. Rui casually dialed a phone number and hung up after she finished. She leisurely sat on the sofa, and in her mind she began to fantasize about her life as Mrs. Dai's human. Rui was afraid that she hadn't realized that Dai Xinghua had become a prime target of the paparazzi in less than a few hours. After the divorce, Mr. Dai Xinghua Dai, on behalf of the media flow, anyone who wants to dig out 2 or 3 things from him. This is not. In a hurry from the villa out to the hospital, Dai did not notice that he was followed by a number of media behind the small tail. Dai Xinghua, who came to the hospital, looked at the old man Dai on the hospital bed with a white cloth and cried his heart out, and his eyes full of pain were all captured by the cameras of the little tails. Good material yo. Mr. Dai's crying scene is full of points. Confirmed eyes. It's the kind of chopped liver of a dead father. I also wonder if his bastard son will cry like this when Mr. Dai dies. Holding up my Chief Zhang's youth for several years with no remorse. Watch me expose him. There were more or less some entertainment reporters who had good feelings towards Zhang Yingrong. And ever since Dai Xinghua's matter was raked over the coals, the reporters raised the sword of justice in their hearts and began to inflict punishment on Dai Xinghua. Just as the entertainment reporters were writing, I don't know who said, look, the retard over there shouting vigorously for his father. Does he look like Mr. Gu Rui's Gu? The retard who shouted Dolly's dad? The reporters who heard the sound inclined their heads to take a look. They saw that next to Gu Rui's, there was a tall man standing, and even though he was wearing civilian clothes, they could still tell that he was a police officer from his movements. How did Mr. Gu, who was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, suddenly turn into a retard? Why was there a police officer by his side? Had Gu Rui's committed a crime? The reporters' thoughts spun and they immediately realized that this was a very valuable piece of news. The direction of the cameras began to shift from Dai Xinghuai's direction to Gu Rui's direction. Gu Rui's, who was basking in the sun outside the hospital, was happily dancing an unknown dance, singing, "Ah, power daddy, power daddy, power daddy." Pentatonic emphasis with the occasional spit. Even if it looks pale and handsome, that also looks shoddy nah. Chow Hao's forehead veins rippled as he listened to the sounds in his ears that were killing him. Originally, the doctor said it was brain dead, but I don't know what the reason was. After the coma, Gu Rui's suddenly woke up again today. After waking up, Gu Rui's became a retard. Now that the clues on Gu Rui's side have been abruptly cut off, they can only start from Zhang Xian's end. But Zhang Xian, a character who is wanted by criminals, can't be pried open so easily? What made Chow Hao's headache worse was that he had to take care of Gu Rui's for a short period of time because he had sent him to the hospital. If it wasn't for that, Chow Hao would have quit long ago. The reason for Gu Rui's mental retardation is a mystery, and Zhang Xian has no evidence, so Chow Hao can only suppress his urge to beat up Gu Rui's and pull him out to sunbathe, which is what doctors call recovery. If Chow Hao is not in a position to do so, he will definitely grab the doctor's shoulder and growl, "You guys don't just think this thing is too noisy." Of course, that didn't rule out the suspicion that Gu Rui's was deliberately playing dumb in order to avoid things. Chow Hao stared at Gu Rui's, his eyes filled with depth. He thought about it and was about to call the bureau to report the news when the browser that came with his cell phone suddenly pushed a news. The $100 billion president, Mr. Gu, has now turned out to be like this. Chow Hao looked at the push a little confused. How did the news leak out? This has nothing to do with me. Chow Hao. Chow Hao went crazy and was about to look for someone to check the news when the phone number of his demonic boss suddenly lit up on the screen. Just like a life-suppressing talisman. This boss can't do anything, but he's the first one to do something. Chow Hao's brain ached, and he picked up the phone after preparing himself for the mental construction of being scolded by his boss. "This matter, you did a good job. The bureau has already told Zhang Xian about Gu Rui's becoming mentally retarded, and after Zhang Xian found out, he was so grief-stricken that he confessed everything." Chow Hao. What did I do? How come Zhang Xian confessed everything? A piece of news even has this effect? Chow Hao was a bit confused. What he didn't realize was that the reason why Zhang Xian resisted all kinds of pressure and didn't let go was that he thought Gu Rui's still had the ability to save him. It was a pity that all of this wish was disrupted by the gossip news. Not only in the prison, but even in the country and even abroad. All knew the news that Gu Rui's had become mentally retarded. Inside Chu Yang's villa, Chu Yang knew that things had gotten big when he was still in the Magic City's big young man group. Qin Mu is an idle nature. Anyway, the company's general direction has been decided. He is now busy every day in addition to the important things. Will put down the burden to gurgle, occasionally when it is important. In addition to attending some banquets, is to play ferry tours. This is not the case. The rest of the gap. Qin Mu flipped through Weibo, and the first thing he saw was the news that Gu Rui's had become a retard on the list. Ha ha ha, Grand President Gu also has today. If I know who did this, I have to thank him. After Qin Mu shared the link, it blew up the rich second generation in the big young group again. They were now unmotivated to have fun every day because they were inheriting the family business. And this group didn't know when it had turned into a place for them to have fun in their misery. Wang Song, I haven't done much yet. And Gu Rui's is like this? Chen Wei, I just finished acquiring one of Gu Rui's small companies, and I was about to show off. But it turned out that the person was stupid? Meng Xiao, ha ha ha. That, don't even look at what you are. Zhang Jing, what have I seen in my busy schedule? This news is worth celebrating with champagne. I'll be sure to buy everyone a drink when I have time. As soon as Gu Rui's flipped his car, the Magic City's great young men had launched a thorough revelry. Chu Yang realized after reading the link forwarded by Qin Mu that chasing flowers had turned Gu Rui's into a retard. Chasing flowers? What's going on? Chu Yang was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the Silver Stream Guards to have this kind of ability. It was only then that Chasing Flower was sure that she could really hear Chu Yang's heartfelt words. However, it wasn't all of them. It seemed that she could only hear the ones that were relevant to them. Rather than the words of the heart, it was more like a curiosity about the Silver Stream Guard. Something like, the feeling of understanding the function of using it? Chasing Flower's thoughts were only for a split second as she responded in a low voice. This is one of the Silver Stream Guard's ability to borrow the power within their body to interfere with the human brain. Chu Yang thought that it was just Chasing Flower's means and did not pursue it after giving an O. As a matter of fact, in the eyes of Chasing Flower and Ye, anyone who was full of killing intent towards Chu Yang did not deserve to stay alive. If there was, it must be absolute torture. After brain death, Gu Rui's mind had been emptied of memories, but his body would gradually wither as his brain emptied. As time passed, Gu Rui's would also gradually weaken until he died. The silver stream guards would not allow any potential crisis to affect the young master's safety. I see. You guys did a good job, Chu Yang said, and turned his hand to brush up Weibo again. In the top 10 list of Weibo, the hot search of Chief Dai's crying scene attracted Chu Yang's attention. After he skimmed through the messages, his eyes couldn't hide the shock. Master Dai was gone? Instead, his mind floated back to Dai Shanshan's knitted brows, and he couldn't help but knit his brows. Yue, arrange for a car. I'm going to the hospital. Bai Yue's busy figure lurched, a touch of bitterness instantly surging to her heart. Okay, young master. Bai Yue sighed within her heart and still went to arrange a follow-up. Dai's group. Inside the president's office, Dai Shanshan, who had learned the news, was still a bit stunned when she looked at the news that Gu Rui's had become a retard. The character that had given even the Magic City's rich second generation a headache in the beginning, had become a retard. Mr. Dai, just now the hospital came to the news, said the old man. No more. Dai Shanshan had also just finished the meeting. She didn't know now that the news that Mr. Dai was crying his heart out was already flying all over the place. Dai Shanshan hurriedly left from Dai's, and did not notice those who looked at themselves when those surprised, sympathetic, surprised, compassionate eyes. When Dai Shanshan rushed to the hospital, Elder Dai's aftermath had already been arranged, and next to Dai Xinghuai, there stood a well-maintained woman who looked like a white flower. Rui, this is Shan, right? Good looking. Xiao Rui smiled and spoke to Dai Shanshan, giving Dai Shanshan the feeling that she was not a white flower, but a cannibal flower. Only Dai Xinghuai had poor knowledge of people and would treat such a thing as a treasure. There's no need to catch up on gossip. I came to see my grandfather for the last time. As for the rest, the follow-up will be handled by my lawyer. On the way here, Dai Shanshan still knew everything that Dai Xinghuai had done within the marriage. Dai Shanshan, who learned all the truths, also killed her last trace of affection for Dai Xinghuai. The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her, and 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 I was so happy to see her. The reason why she didn't take it to heart was because Dai Shanshan was very clear. Gu Rui's is not an object that he can pin down. Chu Yang is not some kind of weak and incompetent person. This is not a calculation. A basket of water is empty. Even Gu Rui's became a retard. Dai Shanshan's heart mocked, and her eyes were even more chilly. Shanshan, what do you mean by this? Although Dai Xinghuai was saddened by the old man's departure, what concerned Dai Xinghuai more was the shares of Dai Group. From the bottom of his heart, Dai Xinghuai was happy. Without Elder Dai, Dai Xinghuai was the deserved president of Dai Group after he divorced Jiang Yingron, compared to a few $1 million of small assets. Of course Dai Xinghuai wanted to leave Dai's group behind. That was his son's stuff. What Shan said, of course, is literally true. Mr. Dai, I think you have to understand one thing. When the huge Dai's group comes into your hands, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep it. Chu Yang was wearing a curry-colored trench coat, walking calmly and freely as if he was strolling idly. He came in a flutter, but the words from his mouth made Dai Xinghuai and Rui turn pale. Other people might not be clear, but Chu Yang, they were very clear. Even a character like Gu Rui's had lost in his hands. A mere Dai group, would he put it in his eyes? You want Dai's group can also, from my hands, buy it back from my hands. I don't want much, just $100 billion. When Dai Xinghuai saw Chu Yang, he was scared of him from the bottom of his heart. Chu Yang had even slapped a half-step sect master unconscious. He was even more powerful but not powerful enough to be at Chu Yang's level. Anyway, Dai's group wouldn't have anything in his hands. So why don't we take this company and exchange it for something practical? Dai Xinghuai was thinking like this, and Rui on the side was also smiling like a flower. As long as the money in the hands of Dai Xinghuai, she blew the pillow wind is not coaxed over. Detected Dai Xinghuai bragging with the host. The system specially gifted the host Dai's group shares *100%. Chu Yang listened to the system's prompt and was a bit strange. According to Dai Xinghuai's situation, he shouldn't have transferred his shares to Dai Shanshan for free yet, right? How come the system prompted him to brag? Chu Yang was about to speak when Dai Xinghuai's cell phone rang at that moment. Dai Xinghuai opened his cell phone to see that it was an unfamiliar number. He subconsciously pressed it off, and the next second, the phone number called again. Which one are you? Dai Xinghuai picked up the phone impatiently while vigilantly guarding against Chu Yang. He was in the middle of negotiating with Chu Yang. Where did he find the time to answer irrelevant phone calls? Hello Mr. Dai. I'm lawyer Jiang from Jiangqing firm. By the will of Elder Dai before he died, we've transferred all the shares in his hand to MS. Dai Shanshan for free. The 10% of the shares that you hold in your hand have been diluted due to the company being on the verge of bankruptcy before being purchased, converted into a price of $10 million, which has just been transferred to your account, right? Dai Xinghuai's eyes widened. He glanced at the suddenly delivered text message after his cell phone vibrated. The $10 million that arrived in his account and the lawyer's words were just too much for him to accept. The shares in his hand converted into money. How could there be nearly $100 million? How come there was only $10 million left? What do you mean by bankruptcy? And what about the will? How did Dai's group suddenly change ownership? Dai Xinghuai frantically asked Lawyer Jiang. Lawyer John Zend paused and said to Dai Xinghuai in a faint voice, "Sorry, Mr. Dai. As a professional lawyer, I'm only in charge of the will issue. Dai's group is a will made by Mr. Dai's old man before his death. Once Mr. Dai's matter about you comes to light, he has to unconditionally transfer the shares in his name to Miss Dai." Dai Xinghuai's eyes were red. How could he not expect that the old man had died? But he had even made a will that was so pitiful to his son. Rui, who was eavesdropping at the side, was even more wide-eyed. How could she not expect that this wave of her operation, but instead gave the ultimate head to Dai Shanshan? That was her son's group na. Rui's heart regretted her bowels. What was the difference between this and giving away the head for thousands of miles? Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Rui is again regret. The old man's will is also executed, and Dai Xinghuai's wave of operation, and the Dai's group was given to Chu Yang. If not, how to say, is not a family not into a family Dorit. On the subject of pitting oneself, Dai Xinghuai and Rui are serious and professional. After informing Dai Xinghuai, Lawyer Jiang hung up the phone. Dai Xinghuai not dead-hearted Dai Xinghuai to Jiang lawyer call back, but was the opposite side unilaterally hung up. Angry Dai Xinghuai a phone call to the secretary of the group, just to hear the other side trembling. President, Dai's group went bankrupt 3 minutes ago. By Mr. Jiang's admirer arranging for a total withdrawal of funds. Before the group declared bankruptcy, it was Mr. Chu who acquired the group, which prevented it from declaring bankruptcy. Now the group has been changed to Chu's group, and your position has also been removed. So please take care of yourself. After the secretary finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Dai Xinghuai froze in place, his mind blank. My $100 billion group, gone. In the blink of an eye, it even became Chu Yang's property? Dai Xinghuai stared straight in front of him, the handsome and unmatched. The demeanor of Chu Yang, his complexion somewhat dazed. He really couldn't figure out why he had come to this point today. Chu Yang's outstanding ear power had already grasped all. The corner of his lips slightly hooked, letting Dai Xinghuai sizing himself up. Anyway, Dai's group was already his. Dai Xinghuai, no matter how much he sized it up, he couldn't get any flowers out of it in large quantities. Hubby, what's going on here? Rui wasn't a professional after all. She still somewhat didn't quite understand how a huge $100 billion group was suddenly gone. That was her son's industry. That is, before I made my bid to acquire it, Dai's group had already gone bankrupt. And before the bankruptcy, I acquired Dai's. And according to the distribution of assets, Mr. Dai's assets converted to $10 million. Now, the person in charge of Dai's group is me. And Mr. Dai, his position has already been revoked by me. From now on, Dai's, with the two of you present, does not have any relationship. Chu Yang gave an explanation in an extremely good mood. Everyone present who heard Chu Yang's words had shocked expressions on their faces. The huge Dai group changed its surname to Chu? Impossible. Impossible. How could my company go bankrupt? You guys must be lying to me. Dai Xinghuai took 2 steps back. His pupils shrunk, his eyes full of unbelief. Chu Yang watched with interest as Dai Xinghuai's face struggled, but said nothing. What the two did not notice was that not far in front of the corridor door, there was a young man recording the conversation between the two with a tape recorder. Dai Shanshan was also somewhat unable to come back to her senses. She also didn't expect things to turn into the current situation. Until a burst of cell phone vibration, Dai Shanshan came back to her senses. Hello Lawyer Jiang, what can I do for you? Unlike Dai Xinghuai, Dai Shanshan had been in contact with Lawyer Jiang during the 3 years she had been practicing at Dai's group, and the two of them had even kept a phone number. This was a lawyer that Elder Dai trusted greatly, and was also quite renowned within the Magic City. Miss Shanshan, the Dai group has been acquired by Mr. Chu. The shares you obtained plus old Mr. Dai's shares, the total is 100 billion. It has already been transferred to your bank card. Lawyer Jiang spoke gently. That friendly attitude contrasted with the businesslike attitude with Dai Xinghuai, seemingly the attitude of elders to juniors. Without any doubt, Chu Yang thought that Dai's group bankruptcy probably had this lawyer's handiwork in it. However, before Jiang Yingrong had determined who her future father-in-law was, Chu Yang decided not to get involved. Dai Shanshan's mental quality was still very strong. She warmly answered yes. and also promised to invite lawyer Jiang for dinner in a while, and after the two of them harmoniously hung up the phone, Dai Shanshan saw an extra $100 billion in her card. Dai Shanshan picked up the phone and turned to Chu Yang, her eyes full of smiles. So, Mr. Chu, have I become 100 billion rich woman? 100 billion millionaire woman? Dai Xinghuai's attitude steeply changed as he listened to Dai Shanshan's words. He said to Dai Shanshan with a gentle face, Shanshan, as your father, it's not too much for me to ask you for 50 billion, right? Dai Shanshan was stunned. She was truly surprised that Dai Xinghuai was still capable of doing such a thing. The shares given by her grandfather plus her own shares only amounted to 100 billion, and judging from this situation, it was likely that Chu Yang had done something to allow himself to obtain so much. Thinking about Zhang Yingrong's situation over the years, Chu Yang's outburst, Dai Shanshan said nothing could possibly give Dai Xinghuai 50 billion. This 50 billion. You shouldn't look for Shanshan to ask you should look for me to ask as long as you open your mouth, not to mention 50 billion, 500 billion I can give you. Chu Yang's pair of black eyes flickered with bright and dark light, and his cryptic words made Dai Xinghuai feel inexplicably scared. Mr. Chu, this is a matter between me and my daughter. Please don't interfere. Forcing up his courage, Dai Xinghuai swallowed his saliva before trying to suppress his own trembling and said to Chu Yang. Chu Yang eeped. He cocked his head, his face filled with curiosity. Mr. Dai, you are asking for money from my Chu Yang's fiancé. How come it's a matter between you and your daughter? Fiancé? When Dai Xinghuai heard Chu Yang's words, he jumped up like a rat with its tail caught. How had he forgotten? Dai Shanshan was Qin Mu's fiancé. Money. I don't want the money. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. Dai Xinghuai no longer dared to stay in the hospital. He held Ruei and ran away, completely ignoring Elder Dai who hadn't been sent to the morgue yet. After seeing off the departing Dai Xinghuai, Dai Shanshan was silent for 2 seconds before smiling brightly at Chu Yang and saying, Chu Yang, thank you. With the Dai group gone, Zhang Yingrong would no longer ask herself to be the president of a huge group. The burdens that had been pressed on her shoulders since she was a child seemed to have all been lifted at this moment. In the future, she could do what she liked to do, without having to deal with a bunch of affairs every day. It was so good. No need to thank you. I didn't do anything, Chu Yang said politely. On the contrary, I have to thank you for giving me another asset under me. If it wasn't for Dai Xinghuai's wave of bragging before he left, if it wasn't for Ruei's wave of maneuvers that had left Elder Dai in the lurch, Chu Yang would indeed have had to put in some effort to make a move against Dai's group. When Dai Shanshan heard Chu Yang's words, her first reaction was to think that Chu Yang was being modest. The acquisition process of a large group was very complicated. If that person was not Chu Yang, it was estimated that he would not be able to get it done so quickly. All of this, it was because of her. When Dai Shanshan thought of this, she only felt a current flashing within her heart. Heartbeat, how suddenly messed up. Dai Shanshan covered her chest. Her pounding heart seemed to be in disarray the moment she faced Chu Yang. 100 billionaire woman. I would like to ask what you plan to do next? To continue managing my Chu's group in Magic City? Or are you planning to make investments or something like that? Chu Yang touched Dai Shanshan's head. The soft hair and the light fragrance that greeted her also caused a traceable blush to appear on Chu Yang's handsome face. Being single for so long, as if, it's the first time I've taken the initiative to touch a girl's hair. It's so soft and so comfortable to touch. Sai Gao. Chu Yang was very jumpy inside. The surface was as stable as an old dog, calm as a batch. Dai Shanshan tilted her head. Her eyes flashed a color of confusion. I for the time being, don't have any ideas yet. You give me a week's time to think about it and consider it. Right now, let's first arrange Grandpa's aftermath properly. After hearing Chu Yang's words, Dai Shanshan also quickly returned to her emotions. Chu Yang nodded and didn't force this matter too much. In the following time, Chu Yang accompanied Dai Shanshan to busy herself with the affairs of Elder Dai's afterlife. As for Dai Xinghuai and Ruei, who had escaped the hospital, they returned to the villa where Ruei was. Originally, Ruei was planning to let Dai Ziyuan come back to inherit the Dai group, but from the way back, Ruei had already determined that Dai Xinghuai really only had $10 million left on hand. With only $10 million, Dai Xinghuai doesn't have that much to let her scheme. However, at least it is 10 million. Ruei thought about it. She decided to pit this 10 million to go abroad. Never come back. At that time, she was abroad to pack an extremely good body, handsome man as a boyfriend, that then serving Dai Xinghuai a 40-years-old man to come to comfortable. Making up her mind, Ruei quickly wrapped her arms around Dai Xinghuai's arm and stuck up. Xinghuai, don't be angry. Who knows that your father will still do this kind of thing? If I say, we now at least have 10 million, to invest or something, also can be the days of red hot. Xiao Ruei's soft words, said Dai Xinghuai, heart a burst of comfort. But on second thought, he still felt angry. He wrapped his arm around Rue's waist and sighed softly. Wife, that's $100 billion of assets. If not for my dad, we can say anything to live abroad like a god. Rue, who was wrapped around her waist, flickered with some fear in her eyes. She almost forgot that Dai Xinghua, his dad, was still killed by her letting people. Taking advantage of the fact that no one had found out yet, it would be better to hurry and run away. Dear, $10 million is also enough for us to pass. You think about Ziyuan. He certainly also hoped that we can live a good right. Ziyuan recently invested in a project. 5 million will be able to make a profit. You look at you consider it. Rue said softly, while the ambiguous movement flirted with Dai Xinghua, while the mouth assiduously said to let Dai Xinghua loose words. As the two of them moved, the rocking of the sofa gradually became violent. Just as Dai Xinghua relaxed his guard, the news on the internet also ignited the gossiping enthusiasm of netizens. The big V number of Chu God's industry exposed today was updated again. Chu God is worthy of being a walking industry harvester. I discovered Chu God's new industry again. His name is Magic City's Chu's Group. Everyone must be curious. What does Chu's Group in Magic City mean? Next, please look at this picture. Everyone looks familiar, right? Very responsible to tell you guys. This is the former Dai's group. That is, our Chushin's fiancé, Dai Shanshan Dai's total industry. By the way, I also have an exclusive pouring recording to share with you all. Chushin's hegemonic wife protection road. Chushin's industry today was exposed. As soon as this big V released the news, the network was immediately buzzing. Today ate a good big melon. What do you mean I as your father? With you to ask for 50 billion is not too much? Dad, I as your daughter. With you to ask for 50 billion is not too much, right? I'm going to die. Chushin is so handsome. Dai's group is mine. In the future, he'll change his last name to Chu, and you'll all have to call me Dad. Upstairs, if I call you Dad, will you give me $50 billion? On shamelessness, I'm most convinced by Dai Xinghua. The clamor on the network Dai Xinghua at the moment do not know. He just was Rue fooled finished. Put the hand of 10 million to cast out. After casting ready to make out with Rue, Dai Xinghua was sent a cup of ecstasy by Rue. To pour. Rue. You. Before fainting, Dai Xinghua was about to speak. Rue raised her hand and gave Dai Xinghua a slap, accompanied by a crisp slap. Dai Xinghua fainted along with a piece of regret. Seeing Dai Xinghua fainted, Rue hurriedly packed up the expensive bags and so on and casually hit a taxi to Dai Ziyuan, where the airport rushed over. The pit of 10 million. Rue heart beautiful to send a message to his son, and told Dai Ziyuan, must be at the airport waiting for her. At this moment, Rue was never expected. This message led her incidentally the son to the pit. Dai Ziyuan, who just got off the plane, received Rue's message and was very happy. As soon as he was happy, he wanted to suck a little white, not sting la powdery, the thing with the end of people a little high things. The more Dai Ziyuan thought, the more the heart with what is being scratched like. He just came out of the airport. The addiction is committed. But how could there be that kind of thing at the airport? Dai Ziyuan was ready to leave, but he was afraid that his mom wouldn't be able to find him. He glanced around and decided to find a quieter place to wait for Rue. How can you say that the people's sons and daughters of the people are good? Dai Ziyuan's appearance of looking around and being cautious immediately attracted the attention of Chao Hao, who was on vacation. He had just been liberated from the retarded guru eyes, and on the back foot, his best friend, who had returned from a trip, expressed the need for him to pick up the plane. Dai Ziyuan's actions triggered Chao Hao's occupational disease, and he decided to follow Dai Ziyuan piece by piece to see what was going on. Chao Hao, who was staring at Dai Ziyuan, had just sat down in a cafe when his cell phone suddenly rang. A woman wanted. This woman, Chao Hao, is still very familiar. He thought back carefully. Is not it the woman of Dai Xinghua who has been all over the news recently? Chao Hao, who was bored in brushing his cell phone in the past few days, also ate a lot of irrelevant melons, by the way. Chao Hao, who was checking the information, was again at a standstill. Wait a minute. The looks of this person in front of him. Why does he look so much like Dai Xinghua's illegitimate son? Chao Hao pulled out the information and compared it, and almost farted with joy. The person he was staring at was Dai Xinghua's illegitimate son, and the person the bureau wanted to arrest was Dai Xinghua's mistress. As long as he stared at Dai Ziyuan, would arresting Rue be far away? Chao Hao happily took out his cell phone and started shaking people. Brothers, take a look. This person, who is he? Chao Hao sent Dai Ziyuan's photo to the bureau's group. The reply went something like this. Director Song, Xiao Lu, arrange for 3 of you to rendezvous with Chao Hao and make sure to arrest the man. Narcotics Enforcement Officer Zhao, based on my more than 10 years of experience, this person's eyes are lax and tense. It's highly likely that he has the potential to be a drug addict. Little Lu, Who is first rate in distance technology? Okay director. We'll go to the airport now. Xiao Chen. In charge of local drug enforcement. Okay director. By the way, I'll check out that man as well. Chao Hao. Whose bragging ended before it started. Xiao Lu. Even if it's for the sake of the case, please don't locate my position. Okay. Chao Hao just thought finished. See Xiao Lu shocked to send a private message. Xiao Chao. You this black and white striped boxer shorts where to buy. The link to share with me a bit of chanting. The man. Just have to pocket. Cheer up. JPG. Xiao Hao didn't want to pay attention to Xiao Lu, and even wanted to stab his best friend who was going to pick up later. If I remember correctly, this pair of his boxer shorts. Is that bastard calf so snubbed in to wear it? And also took pictures of it. When did this happen? You secretly photographed let me social death. No not. Brother. Rue with Dai Ziyuan after some text message exchanges, determined to meet in the cafe. The two conversed without fear, as if the record of the conversation was open to the police. Son long time no see. Rue finally arrived at the cafe and she hugged Dai Ziyuan warmly. The plainclothes police officers who had been plotting for a long time beside her split into two. One with a set of grappling hands, and set the afflicted mother and son up. Happy has not yet fallen Rue. Laxgaze has not yet had time to inhale in a mouthful of Dai Ziyuan. You have the right to arrest us. Rue looked at the plainclothes police. Her heart panicked a batch. She fought to struggle. Just to hear Chao Hao said in a faint voice, the matter of you hiring a murderer to kill Master Dai has been exposed by the hospital's surveillance. That person who was caught even spat on you at the bureau. The money given was too little. There were quite a lot of things to do. He went in to gamble and lost. It's a good thing that he was caught by our police or else his hands would be gone. Chao Hao said as he spoke, and within his heart, he was even a little powerless to spit. I, Chao Hao, have been handling cases for so long, but I have never seen such a strange criminal. Rue's heart shuddered when she heard that what she did was exposed, but on second thought, she said angrily to Chao Hao, even if I really did this kind of thing, what gives you the right to arrest my son? On the side, Xiao Chen stared at Dai Ziyuan for a couple of moments. He sucked the white not prickly la powdery used up a bit of high stuff. We have to take him back to interrogate a wave. How could that be? How could her son touch that kind of stuff? Rue heart a cold, turned his head and was twisted away by the police. The two in the magic city of the degree of fame that is extraordinary now. Not long after the effort, Rue and Dai Ziyuan on the hot search hashtag Dai Xinghuai's mistress and son was arrested hashtag. People in the airport, ate a big melon. They were arrested for what this is not clear. But, look at the criminal laughing to death. Joyful. Fortunately my goddess Jiang divorced the scum. Ha ha ha, brothers good news. I have a relative who said that the woman was arrested for the crime of murder for hire and fraud. She cheated Dai Xinghuai out of $10 million. $10 million is nothing. When people stole a few $100 million from you, why don't you say so? This is fraud? The netizens were chattering on the internet, oblivious to the fact that the three people they were chatting with at the moment, Dai Xinghuai, Rue, and Dai Ziyuan met up in the detention center. Where did my $10 million go? Where were you going to go when you knocked me out? Why did they say that I collaborated with you to kill my father? Dai Xinghuai angrily questioned Rue. Xiao Rue forced a smile and tried to suppress her scared heart as she said to Dai Xinghuai soothingly, maybe, it's because they wanted to see us reunited as a family of three? Dai Xinghuai was shocked. He hadn't heard of anyone wanting to see someone's family reunion in a detention center in his entire life. I'll kill you. Dai Xinghuai finished angrily cursing at Rue and was about to strike her. At the entrance of the detention center, a man in a suit, dressed meticulously and holding a briefcase in his hand was opening a recorder to record the conversation between the two. After a pause, the man mouthed the words, intentional homicide plus fraud. Dai Xinghuai sniffed and turned his head to look. His face instantly went white. How did Magic City's gold medal lawyer Yi Hang come? Yi Hang saw Dai Xinghuai turn his head. The corner of his mouth raised a bright smile and said to him, hello Mr. Dai. I was entrusted by Mr. Chu to give you a last gift that you will never forget. Dai Xinghuai's face turned pale. This gift, it's the kind that sits the bottom of a jail cell through, right? All these years, he wasn't clean under his ass either. Dai Xinghuai's matter will be dealt with subsequently. Chu Yang also did not have time to pay attention to it, because the Nanjiale had already been completed. Young master, this is the farmhouse that you have inscribed in your own handwriting. This Yefeng farmhouse has been designed and transformed by you, and Mr. Mad Dog can't wait to stay here permanently every day. Getting down from the Koenigsegg 1-1, Bai Yue said in a warm voice and saw the excited Mad Dog talking to a gentlemanly-looking Tirmol youth. Tirmol youth named Wei Xiang was with a group of friends over to play, but ended up alone and lost to the farmhouse. He also had a name that was like a thunderbolt in the microblogging world, called Did Chu Shen's industry come to light today? Mr. Wei, you're in the right place if you're lucky enough to be here. You know. Look at this plaque. Mad Dog knew that Nanjiale hadn't carried out the momentum building stage yet, so it was rare for him to come across such a person who could talk, and his mouth was even more blathering. Wei Zion looked up and saw the 5 big words Yufeng Nongjialo written in dragon and phoenix. Just by looking at it, it was refreshing to the mind. This is the handwriting of a Grandmaster Realm calligraphy master? Wei Zion's family was not considered extremely well off, but he could barely be described as a second-generation rich man. His family had been in calligraphy for generations, and at a glance, he distinguished the extraordinary nature of the Nanjiale plaque. Which master's handwriting is this? As long as he casually mentions a word, I'm willing to buy it for $1,000. Chu, Mr. Chu, Wei Zion was dumbfounded. His heart slowly surged with supreme excitement. The general manager Chu that this gentleman was talking about should be the Chu god who had recently crushed Guru Eyes and acquired the Dai Group. Are you talking about Chu Yang Chu god? Wei Ziong cautiously inquired, incidentally secretly taking out the recorder he was carrying. Exposure and whatnot. Wei Ziong, love it the most. Chu god? Yes, that's General Manager Chu. You also know Mr. Chu, that's a good feeling. Go. I'll take you inside for a stroll. Mad Dog was even happier in his heart as he listened to Wei Ziong's words. Seeing this youth's respectful attitude, he knew that he must also be a fan of General Manager Chu. Mad Dog, have to give General Manager Chu a face anyways. I want more people to know how good Yefeng Nanjiale is. And Mad Dog, I'm still the VLP of this Yefeng Nanjiale. Mad Dog's bragging mind skyrocketed, and as soon as he stopped Wei Ziong's shoulder, he was close to worshipping him. Wei Ziong can see the Mad Dog wants to show off the mind. This is not just what he wants. Recently Chu Yang for a long time has not been exposed to industry. If he befriended Mad Dog, would he still be afraid of not having inside information in the future? Okay, go! Wei Ziong happily followed Mad Dog inside. When he entered, the farmhouse scene, which was like a fairyland, was reflected in his eyes. This farmhouse is the handiwork of which design master? Too good looking. Can I take pictures? Is it possible to move in? What are the conditions for this stay? Wei Ziong felt astonished by just one look. He even wanted to immediately pull out all his petty cash to come and stay for a little while. Becoming the only VLP of the Nanjiale, Mad Dog revealed a smug look. As he looked at Wei Ziong's unseemly appearance, he waved his hand in a tedious manner. Shoot. Anyway, I'm the VLP of this place, so feel free to shoot. Wei Ziong nodded his head in excitement and thanks. Pulling out his cell phone, he used his fastest hand speed. Mad Dog was very satisfied with Wei Ziong's performance. The corner of his mouth hooked. His hands swung back, like a worldly superior. Smugly said, anyway, the farmhouse here is also designed by the Chu god you said. Wei Ziong, who was frantically grabbing the camera, gave a beat to his hand, and his face was filled with shock. What did you say? This farmhouse was designed by Chu Shen? Mad Dog tilted his head, his face full of dejection. I saw it with my own eyes. Is it still fake? See that room over there? That's my supreme room. Wei Ziong followed Mad Dog's gaze and saw that in the fairyland like Nanjiale. In the room with the number 1 written on it, the unique design made people very happy at a glance. Wei Ziong was engaged in interior design after graduating from the university, and he knew at a glance that it was definitely the handiwork of a Grandmaster master. First, sir, this room, was also designed by Chu Shen? Mad Dog gave a That must there are a total of 5 supreme rooms. What do you think made me get the first one? Saying that, Mad Dog pointed to the building next to the supreme rooms. See that house? That's an ordinary room. It's only a small few thousand a day. But unfortunately, for VLP me, I can't even look at it. Wei Ziong turned his eyes to look over and almost didn't give an E. You're saying that this luxurious room is just an ordinary room? However, if you have the money, you can come and try it out. Or I can treat you. The food here is still very good. Do you know where those cooks are from? Mad Dog looked at Wei Ziong's expression. His heart grew dejected and satisfied. He was very pleased with this lad's attitude, and wanted to mercifully treat Wei Ziong to a meal. But before that, he had to round out the bauble. Where did it come from? Wei Ziong's heart was shaken, and several names even came to mind. But on second thought, what level was Chu Shen at right now? And the ones he had come across, did he even look at them? Wei Ziong's rhetorical question made the Mad Dog very pleased. He raised his voice and said, the chef transferred over from Tian Hai's domestic side. You don't know it yet. Even your family, Chu Shen, uses the cooks from there. After showing off, Mad Dog managed to see Wei Ziong's shocked expression. After this series, Mad Dog felt physically and mentally relieved, and his entire being felt sublimated. Wei Xiong was really close to dropping his jaw in shock. The Chu God's family even used to cook from Tianhai? Rounding it up, I'm treated equally with Chu God? Wei Xiong hurriedly said to the Mad Dog next to him. Big brother, look at helping out and let me take a membership as well, okay, please? Mad Dog snorted coldly. His heart was very pleased. That's fine. Who let me be familiar with the steward here? I'll ask you later. As Mad Dog's words fell, Chu Yang and Bai Yue happened to appear in front of the two. When Mad Dog took a look at Chu Yang, he didn't care about fooling around. Turning his eyes, he changed his face and said in a warm voice in front of Chu Yang and Bai Yue, Mr. Chu, why did you personally come? Steward Bai. Over there are customers who want to do membership. You arrange it. Bai Yue had basically gotten used to Mad Dog's changing attitude. She nodded and smiled. Okay, Mr. Mad Dog. Wei Xiong's eyes glazed over as he listened to Bai Yue's reply. So, the big brother who just nagged me for half a day and bragged about it is the second in command of Magic City. Mad Dog. Why is he so respectful to the Chu God? Wei Xiong had countless question marks over his head. Wei Xiong was puzzled within his heart when he saw the refined workplace beauty beside Chu Yang walk up to him, smiling kindly and saying, Hello sir, I'm the current steward of Yefeng Nanjiale, Bai Yue. Bai Yue? When Wei Xiong heard Bai Yue's name, the shock within his heart had long been beyond words. Any family with a little bit of money knows that the Tianhai family administration has produced such an extraordinary management genius as Bai Yue. I heard that the Magic City a lot of big men are rushing to Bai Yue's service quota it. But on the contrary, Bai Yue became Chu Shen's housekeeper. What does that mean? Chu Shen's status in Magic City is extraordinary. Wei Xiong asked himself that he had been frantically exposing Chu Yang's various industries. After a rare close contact with Chu Yang, he realized that what he had exposed was just the tip of the iceberg of Chu Yang's industries. Bai, how are you? Steward Bai. My name is Wei Xiong. I want to do a membership. Are there any supreme rooms left? Wei Xiong was shocked in his heart, but he still calmed down. Wanting to understand Chu Yang more, arranging a membership at Yufeng was necessary. Wei Xiong's goal was to become the first Big V to break 10 million fans by exposing Chu God's Weibo. Thinking about his current surge to 3 million followers, Wei Xiong's heart was once again filled with motivation. The supreme room has been booked out. Please follow me this way. I'll arrange for someone to go through the membership formalities for you. Bai Yue said and led Wei Xiong forward. Wei Xiong didn't think that he would have the chance to come into contact with a character like Bai Yue, and he began to deliberately look for something to talk about. Steward Bai. This Nongjia of Chu Shin. How come I haven't seen any publicity? If it wasn't for the fact that we got lost, I almost thought I had arrived in Wonderland. Wei Xiong spoke in a warm voice, and his words caused Bai Yue to give a start. To be honest, not only Wei Xiong, even she who was responsible for overseeing the completion of the Nanjiale on a daily basis would occasionally give birth to this illusion. The degree of completion of Chu Yang's design was simply too high. Yefeng was also just built not long ago, and is currently not open to the public. Is Mr. Wei a member of the media? Bai Yue's gaze was very venomous. She opened her mouth blandly and poked Wei Xiong's vest with a single sentence. Wei Xiong was slightly stunned. He smiled faintly and said, Strictly speaking, I'm not really in the media section either. I'm just a slightly famous microblogger. Bai Yue realized, since she is a microblogger, she must be thinking of moving novelties to the public, and it is better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Come to think of it, Chu Yang didn't seem to say that he wasn't allowed to publicize himself. Anyway, the Nanjiale used the best materials. Even if it started immediately, it wouldn't be a problem, as long as Mr. Wei doesn't publish news that is unfavorable to Yefeng. Yefeng doesn't have the right to ask about some of the things that the members do. Understanding Wei Xiong's intentions, Bai Yue's mention immediately brightened Wei Xiong's eyes. Steward Bai, don't worry. With Yufeng's current situation, it will only get us absolutely no bad remarks. Wei Xiong swore with conviction, and in his heart, he was still a bit resentful. To put it in his heart, how bullish Chu Shin was. The network was all there for all to see. A good several hundred billionaire against Chu Yang not long ago. People have become retarded. Underneath the industry also changed their names. To say that these things don't have half a relationship with Chu Yang, that would be a ghost. Then Mr. Wei want to do what Yufeng and stop you to do what? This is not a win-win situation? Bai Yue said with a smile on her face. Her frank attitude also made Wei Xiong breathe a sigh of relief. Housekeeper Bai. With all due respect, it's not that I, Wei Xiong, am afraid of death, but if you don't allow it, I'm afraid that I'll become the next Guru Eyes. Nowadays, there's a lot of talk about Guru Eyes on the internet. For example, you look like Guru Eyes. For example, Guru Eyes called you to play with him. For example, believe it or not, I, Guru Eyes, will call out to your father. Such topics have become one of the new trends in the internet. Another trend that still had to be counted on Dai Xinghuai's head. The $50 billion stunt was not going to pass in a short period of time. Butler Bai is right. Wei Xiong responded with a smile, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Steward Bai is worthy of being Chu God's man. Just this dripping, unassuming attitude. No wonder the rich and powerful in Magic City are all swarming over him. If I, Wei Xiong, wasn't rich enough, I'd want to grab a spot as well. Mr. Wei, you'll be able to get your membership card after you check in here. Bai Yue smiled and pointed at Yufeng's front desk before turning her head and leaving. Wei Xiong's heart was stirred by Bai Yue's smile, but he quickly collected himself. Although Bai Yue is very beautiful and capable, but this is definitely not a woman that he can think about. Rather than thinking about those messy things, it is better to arrange the members first. When Wei Xiong came to the front desk, he saw many introductions and advertisements about Yefeng Nanjiale and so on. He then realized that he had underestimated this Yefeng Nanjiale. Not only is the room price of a few thousand a night here, but what is even more shocking is the design of the room as well as the arrangement of all kinds of high technology. Look at the upper part of the origin. As if there is a famous painting from a famous artist? That a famous painting, more expensive than the price of the house. Wei Xiong casually glanced at it. Nice guy. At a glance, he could tell that there were hundreds of thousands of paintings, and 100,000 or so of blue and white porcelain. As long as he was given time, he could find out more goodies. Beauty, please do me a favor and get me a membership card. I'd like to get a 10-year one if I can. Wei Xiong wasn't bad with the several $100,000 membership fee, and he also got up the idea of staying at Yufeng Nanjiale for a long time. The receptionist was startled by Wei Xiong's attitude. She showed a troubled face. Sir, our membership here is only an annual membership for the time being. Wei Xiong slapped the table. Then come for a year. The receptionist lady was also just transferred over not long ago. She had never seen such a wealthy and generous picture. A little frightened and a little excited. Okay. After Wei Xiong handled the membership, he rushed to the ordinary room belonging to himself without stopping. Wei Xiong came to the room. The 200 square meter room was luxuriously furnished. The design of each place was unique. At first glance, it was from the hand of a master. Shushin cowhide, voice breaking. Wei Xiong heart excited, while frantically picking up the cell phone to shoot the room furnishings, while beginning to frantically drop their friends, grateful to come to Yefeng to do membership card. Give you to share the address. A group of friends who were looking for Wei Xiong and had just received the signal began to look at Wei Xiong's message while replying to the message on their hands, while cursing in their hearts. Immediately after that, a new message of Chu God's industry was exposed today, also rushed up to the first of Weibo's hot search list a few moments later. Chu God's new industry. Yefeng Nanjiale. I suspect I've mistakenly entered Wonderland. There's no need to wonder if you've mistakenly entered Fairyland. I think you just arrived in Wonderland. What is this place? Heaven? If it were, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life. Don't float upstairs. Didn't you see what people said? It's God Chu's new property. Requesting the address. I want to know where the hell this is. At the bottom of the Weibo comment section, it didn't take long for tens of thousands of comments to brush up. Just these beautiful pictures alone had attracted enough attention. But that wasn't all. Some rather significant design masters also began to pop up after seeing the photos. Which master's handiwork is this design? Please tell me. I've never seen such a good-looking design before. A masterpiece. This is simply a masterpiece. My son Songyi is still missing a master. I want to ask if the master designer still accepts apprentices? Are there so many grandmasters now? Not long ago there was a piano master and calligraphy master. And now there's a design master. I'm sour. My diligent 20 years of endeavor is not even as good as a pair of others' farmhouse designs. I, Gu Yuan Ming, would like to ask the design master of the farmhouse to take me as his apprentice. The appearance of the design masters also once again caused the netizens underneath the microblog to discuss. Gu Yuan Ming is the top design master in China, right? He even said in person that he wants Yu Feng's design master to take him as his disciple? More than that, people are also quite famous abroad. Okay, what kind of person is this design master? So many ranked design masters have come over. Gu Yuanming's appearance climbed the curiosity within the netizens' hearts to the top. And with the update of this microblog, Shushin's industry was exposed today that his big V number had actually gained 1 million fans because of this microblog. Wei Xiong looked at the situation of the new fans. Most of them are design masters attracted to the flow. There are a lot of designers in the design world are small famous designers. This big fish attracts small fish. 10 minutes of work actually gave him so much powder. When Wei Xiong, who was brushing the comments, saw that everyone was guessing the identity of the designer, And there were even people who wanted to worship the teacher. His heart was even more high to take off. He couldn't wait to see what kind of expression everyone had when they knew that Chu Yang was the designer. Wei Xiong had just sent up the news that Chu Yang was a designer when he heard the door of the room suddenly being knocked on. To be fair, Wei Xiong didn't have anyone in the Nanjiale who had extremely deep friendships, but listening to the frequency of the knocking, it didn't sound like the Nanjiale's waiter. He got up and took a look through the cat's eye of the room, and the person's face surprised Wei Xiong a bit. How did Mad Dog find his way here? After understanding Mad Dog's identity, Wei Xiong's attitude towards Mad Dog was not as casual as before. His heart was tight, but he still opened the door and invited Mad Dog in. Brother Dog, why have you personally come over? Wei Xiong's respectful attitude was somewhat similar to his own little brother's. Mad Dog thought with some disinterest, but then waved his hand and said, I am looking at your kid and I wanted to make friends with you, but with your attitude, forget about it. Make friends? Wei Xiong's eyes lit up. Brother Dog, I can make friends. This Nanjiale, besides Chu Shin, who else has you as a bull? Mad Dog was touted by Wei Xiong and drifted off at that time. Don't say. Now the whole farmhouse and then did not enter Morning Biao. Wang Song, Qin Mu and other Chu Yang's little brother, good friends and other people over. He crazy dog can really be counted as a character. Thinking of this, Mad Dog waved his hand blandly and said, just for your attitude, I Mad Dog made this friend with you. Wei Xiong was delighted in his heart. He hurriedly poured a cup of water and invited Mad Dog to sit down. Brother Dog, speaking of which, I also have some things that I want you to help me lift some doubts. Wei Xiong's attitude made Mad Dog very receptive. He happily accepted the cup and nodded in a faint voice. Tell me, what is it? Wei Xiong hemmed and hawed. You should also know that Chu God's reputation in the Magic City is as good as thunder, and his wealth is also first-rate. Nowadays if there's a list, I think that God Chu should be the richest man in Magic City deservedly, right? Mad Dog held down a sound, not commenting on Wei Xiong's words. Chu Yang's greatness was something that was well known in Magic City and even abroad. However, what did this have to do with Wei Xiong's doubts? He turned his gaze to Wei Xiong, only to hear Wei Xiong curiously say, but your status is here. How could you be so respectful to the Chu God? This was what Wei Xiong couldn't figure out the most. No matter how rich Chu Yang was, he was also very good friends with Wang Song and the others, and it was understandable that the network of relationships was strong. However, as the second in command of Magic City's underground, how could Mad Dog not be nodding his head and being very respectful to Chu Yang? It dawned on Mad Dog that it was his previous attitude that made Wei Xiong strange. Mad Dog coughed. He said in a low voice, you don't know that's normal. Look at your kids talk is not bad. It should also be a rich second generation. Then you should know what words should be said and what words shouldn't be said, right? Wei Xiong's heart was a thump. Finished calf. I also asked to the secret of the Magic City? I won't be able to walk out of this Yefeng Nanjiale, right? He was afraid in his heart and quickly nodded his head. Brother Dog said this, although I am a little curious, but I am more afraid that I will lose my little life. Mad Dog thought for a moment, then nodded his head and said, since you said so, then I'll tell you. You know about Morning Biao, don't you? 3 question marks once again went up on Wei Xiong's head. Mr. Morning Biao's name is like thunder in the devil's capital. Of course I've heard of it. Could it be that the Chu God and Morning Biao are related in some way? Wei Xiong inquired in a low voice. Mad Dog sighed softly. The connection is big. Morning Biao is Chu God's little brother. I, Mad Dog, am nothing. I can't even take my place in a shoe. Wei Xiong did not stabilize himself, but his feet went soft and he sat on the ground. What? A person like Morning Biao, who has his hands all over the devil's capital, is actually Chu Shin's little brother? If I expose him like this, I won't be killed by him, right? Wei Xiong's heart was horrified, and countless thoughts instantly arose in his mind. But when he thought about his first impression of seeing Chu Yang, he felt that Chu Yang wouldn't be such a person. Otherwise, how could 7-7 and the others be safe and sound? If he remembered correctly, before, 777 had even opened a live broadcast in Malbal, without Chu Yang's acquiescence. It would be strange for Chi-Chi to open a live broadcast. Brother Dog, this news is really shocking. How did you know about these things? Wei Xiong swallowed his saliva, and after calming his thoughts, he inquired to Mad Dog. Unexpectedly, when Wei Xiong's words fell, Mad Dog's face unexpectedly darkened. He suddenly remembered the $50 million that he was pitched. So angry, but didn't dare to mess things up. What's the point of asking so many questions? As long as you know that Mr. Chu is a very powerful character. Mad Dog's mood turned sharply down. He sank his voice, frightening Wei Xiong not to dare to ask again. After a moment of silence, Wei Xiong then opened his mouth to change the topic. Then again, Brother Dog, How did you obtain the VLP of Yufeng Nongjia? Wei Xiong said. He paused and changed the topic again. If you don't want to answer, brother dog, is it convenient to take me to your supreme room to take a look? Wei Xiong asked while thinking in his heart. I'm in a situation where my desire to live is full of desire. Brother dog can't be upset anymore. Wei Xiong's inquiry put Mad Dog still in a somewhat less than favorable mood. His spirit lifted and his smile returned to his face once again. Although my status is not as good as Morning Biao and Yin Xiong, but with this Nanjiale, I have no bragging rights to say that even if Morning Biao and the others came, they'd have to line up behind me. Speaking of this, Mad Dog subconsciously raised his head and chest in a proud manner. This special treatment was something he had fought for from Steward by grinding his teeth and making all sorts of efforts. No one has ever tried to rob me. Mad Dog. On the room number, Wei Xiong swallowed his saliva, his heart beating a bit. If it wasn't for the change of surname, I would have thought that the Xiong that Mad Dog was talking about was me. But on second thought, Wei Xiong was a little shivering. He is now in the Magic City, not much fame. If it is a big man on the mind, I am afraid to be finished. Thinking of this, Wei Xiong heart some curiosity. This Mr. Yen Xiong, in the end what is the person? Wei Xiong opened his mouth, wanting to speak again and again, finally did not dare to say the words out, or don't ask. He was afraid of Mad Dogga unhappy. First to a two. Les said this hospital bed certainly have their own one. Just don't know. At that time is the bed of the bed, or the morgue. Dog brother you can really bully can continue to tell me not. I want to listen. Wei Xiong in order to live a small life. Give full play to his more than 20 years of superb acting skills. A slip of rainbow farts began to blow out without money. Mad Dog not to say anything else. Just love face. Dead stingy. As long as he does not spend money out. On this piece of bragging alone, the Mad Dog dares to put words in the Magic City. He dares to recognize the first. No one dares to recognize the second. Under Wei Xiong's superb acting skills and desire for survival, the Mad Dog really took Wei Xiong to go to his own Supreme One to shop. At this time, Wei Xiong still thinking about the small life of the Wei Xiong completely forgot that he sent Chu Yang as the designer of the microblogging thing. Not to mention that, because of his words, the internet has made a fuss. Cry the gap between people. How can it be so big? I was just gloating about winning the Design Newcomer Award. When I opened the Weibo to take a look, it's penetratingly cold. Chushin has been stripped of another layer of vest. He's still my peer. Wherever Chu God's halo covers, there is darkness in front of our eyes. I just want to ask, when God created man, couldn't he have drawn me a better draft? Laughing to death. Upstairs draft don't cry, because when God made me it was even worse. I can even draw a Pikachu as a fat Kachu. Fat Kachu? Chuckle. You guys can only draw it, but I rely on my own power I can make it fat. This is the legendary Tolerant? The news that Chu Yang was the designer of Yefeng Nongjia was getting stronger and stronger on the internet, but it was the drawing style of the comments section that started to gradually distort the building. It didn't take long for this news to reach Qin Mu's ears as well. He took the time to look at Weibo. He saw that in the microblogging site where Chushin's property was exposed today. The beautiful painting style, saying that it was a paradise was not too much to ask. However, such a good-looking scenery, all from Chu Yang's handwriting. Qin Mu swept over one by one, only to feel as if his heart had been clutched by a big nameless hand. This damned sense of familiarity, the fear of being dominated by Chu Yang's skill points, under the premise of Qin Mu's handshaking, under Chu Yang's meager comments. It was even more so that he clapped his hands, suffocated and died. Those usually each eyeing various bigwigs in the design world, bigwigs in the piano world, bigwigs in the calligraphy world, were still humbly begging for apprenticeships under the comments. To describe it in one sentence, it was Big Brother's online humble scene. Qin Mu, who had suffered a violent attack, was yearning for Yefeng Nanjiale, and was a bit tempted to make things happen. So he closed the Weibo and forwarded the message to the Magic City Big Young Group. It is not said that it is better to be happy alone than to be happy together. This kind of hurt things, should not I Qin Mu one person to bear. After sending out the link, Qin Mu also purposely ate Chu Yang. Chu Xiao, did you really design this? After ate Chu Yang, Qin Mu only felt soothed, and even drank a cup of coffee in a calm and relaxed manner. As expected, Qin Mu's coffee drinking efforts immediately blew up a lot of people. Meng Xiaobai, such a farmhouse, designed by Chu Xiao? Why don't I just not go home lately? Zhang Jing, ahem, Chu Xiao. Speaking of which, we haven't gotten together for a long time. Why don't you treat us today and let's go there to get together? Wang Song, if you want to be invited, count me in. I'll call some of my friends to go over there and have a good time. Chen Wei, I'll be counted as one for the party. I've found a capable assistant after Qin Xiao's instruction, and now it's half as easy for me. Song Xiao, coincidentally, I'm doing the same thing. Why don't we just make it our party? I'll call out some friends to liven things up. Good idea. I'll go too. Qinmu looked at Meng Xiaobai and Zhang Jing with satisfaction. His heart was extraordinarily comfortable. Look, there are still great youngsters just like me, similarly dominated by Chu Yang's skill points. Thus, the painting style gradually went askew under Qinmu's satisfied gaze. By the time Qinmu reacted, the great young men finalized the follow-up with a word from you and a word from me. Only after finalizing it did everyone unanimously ask Chu Yang, Chu Xiao, do you think it's okay? Chu Yang expressionlessly looked at the messages in the group. Starting from the time he had been ate by Qinmu, to the time he had finished reading the Weibo of Has Chu God's industry been exposed today, to the time he had brushed the group's message, Wang Song and the others had finished finalizing the matter. Only after finalizing it did they ask him if it was okay. It's all at this level. Can I still say no? Tonight at 8 o'clock. All come to the party. Chu Yang said helplessly. I know the address. I'll send it. Qin, only fearful steps in the world, Mu volunteered to send out the address of Yefeng Nanjiale. Chu Yang watched things unfold, and had the feeling that he was a tool man. So, all I have to do is press a consent button? After mentally spitting out a wave of Qinmu, Chu Yang called out by Yue, have someone prepare. Tonight Qinmu and the others are preparing to go to Yefeng to play, so they'll probably get together for dinner. Bai Yue slightly paused. She realized that Chu Yang didn't seem to know how powerful her ability really was. Right now, the internet was already in an uproar about wanting to go to Yufeng to make reservations, while the originator, Chu Yang, was completely unaware of how hot things were. Young master, the basic things on Yufeng's side have already been arranged. There won't be any problems at all with young Qin bringing his friends there. But, the problem now is Yufeng. Chu Yang frowned. What's wrong with Yufeng? Bai Yue sighed within her heart. She lightly said, young master, are you forgetting one thing? Our Yufeng has not officially opened yet. Didn't opened. Chu Yang touched his nose. He had almost forgotten that Yufeng was only completed. Mad Dog was able to get in thanks to his thick skin. Wei Zion could get in, thanks to him throwing himself away. Then, let's open in a week. Bai Yue responded before retreating. Chu Yang, who finalized the opening time, probably didn't expect how much of an uproar his sentence of agreement had caused in Magic City. There were only 20 or so top-rich second generation in the Magic City's big young group, but behind each of them was hidden a huge amount of energy and background. Wang Song sat on the sofa with his arm around a net red beauty, and casually sent a message to a rich second generation Zhang Shang that he hadn't seen for a long time. Chu Xiao is treating us today. Are you going to go or not? Yefeng, 8 o'clock at night. Zhang Shang was the top-rich second generation in Linchang, and one of the top-rich second generation in Linchang. He had a pretty good personal relationship with Wang Song, which was the reason why Wang Song invited him. Go, I will definitely go. Thank you Xiao Wang. I'll treat you to dinner later. After Zhang Shang excitedly replied, he immediately stood up from his office chair and started to arrange the company's things down in an organized manner. Chu Xiao was too mysterious in the rich and powerful circle. If he could get in touch with him, it couldn't be better. The secretary hadn't seen his stoic president so excited, and immediately inquired curiously, Mr. Zhang, what are you going to do tonight? The secretary's relationship with Zhang Shang was quite good, and he smiled as he explained. Mr. Wang invited me to attend Mr. Chu's party. Chu Xiao, the one from Magic City? The secretary's face showed surprise. Chu Xiao's name was simply too loud in the rich and powerful circle. Casually taking out a name, he could crush the top-rich second generation of his age. The Chu Xiao in the whole country that can make Wang Xiao personally export. Who else can there be besides that one? Prepare yourself well. Tonight, you'll go over with me. As Zhang Shang's words fell, the secretary also tensed up with the naked eye. He hurriedly said, Okay Mr. Zhang, I'll arrange it down. The secretary said, and his heart immediately leapt up within him. So excited. I can actually attend Chu Xiao's party in my lifetime. Magic City, Yangon Technology President's Office. Good brother, that's enough. To be honest, I've recently had a project that I wanted to approach Chu Xiao about, and I've been suffering from a lack of opportunity. Thanks. Yu Yangon, who received Chen Wei's phone call, said joyfully, his voice full of exhilaration. Yu Yangon and Chen Wei are very good friends. The two families are from the same family. The two people are also a piece of growing up. Personal friendship is very good. It was just that the two were always busy, rarely had the time to get together. This gathering of Chu Yang was considered to give the two a chance to catch up. All are our own brothers. Remember to come early tonight, just in time to introduce you to Chu Xiao. Chen Wei hung up the phone with a low smile. Yu Yangon happily called for his secretary and put off all of tonight's trips. Tonight I'm going to Chu Xiao's banquet. All trips after 6 o'clock in the evening are pushed off for me. Chu, Chu Xiao's banquet? The secretary looked at Chu Yangon in shock. His own boss's energy turned out to be so great. He could even go to that Chu youngster's banquet? The secretary was shocked in his heart and backed off again in a hurry. While he was proud of his own boss's greatness, he also bragged about this latest news to his best friend. Bro, did your boss attend Chu Xiao's party? What? You don't know about this? That's a shame. My boss is busy tonight. Chu Xiao invited him to the party. After the secretary finished showing off, he felt that his waist and back were straightened into a line by him. See, my boss is just so bullish. Magic City, Chenghua's president's office. Song Chenghua, who received the call from Song Xiao, also revealed a cheerful smile. Brother Song, I can't thank you enough for thinking of me for such a good thing. I heard that you have a headache project recently, and it just so happens that I have someone I know. Do you want to get in touch with it recently? Song Chenghua didn't think that he would even have a chance to get in touch with Chu Xiao. Song Xiao and Song Chenghua were originally cousins, and their relationship could not be described as extremely good. It could only be described as mutually beneficial. Song Chenghua was very smart. He immediately gave Song Xiao the initiative to mention the points that could be loosened up in front of him. That matter, there's no hurry for now. I believe that after today, he will take the initiative to send it to the door. Song Xiao's voice was light, and the confidence in his words caused Song Chenghua to tremble. It couldn't be that the banquet would be a big one this time? See you tonight then. Song Chenghua hung up the phone. His heart had a plan right away. He thought about it and decided to bring his own sister over. Yinyan, tonight Chu Xiao has a banquet, so get ready and come with me to Yufeng. Song Yanyan received the call and her heartbeat went haywire. Chu Xiao? Brother, are you talking about that Chu Xiao from Magic City? Besides him, who else can there be? Dress up properly. Don't disgrace brother today. Song Yanyan almost didn't scream out. She could actually meet Chu Xiao. Brother, don't worry. I definitely won't disgrace you. After hanging up the phone, Song Yanyan didn't even attend class. Immediately started contacting people to do modeling and selecting clothes. The whole time she was so excited that she couldn't bring herself to do it. With the passage of time, the big youngsters' efforts of calling out their friends turned a casual party into an upper-class rich second-generation party. It was not known who first exposed the news that Chu Xiao was going to have a party at Yufeng, and many rich girls and young masters also sharpened their heads trying to find some connections to mix in and get in touch with Chu Yang. Inside the private room of the Red Romance Club, several rich second generation sat on the sofa, drinking red wine while chatting. Everyone coincidentally chatted about the matter of Chu Xiao having a party. Young Dong, were you invited to Yufeng again? A young man wearing a black jacket, with a clean-cut appearance and an air of nobility through and through, inquired to Dong Xiao next to him. Dong Xiao waved his hand. Those who can go to Chu Xiao's party. Which one is not the top stream in the circle? The mouth is at the very least a first-class party. I'm afraid that if I go over there in this capacity, I'm not worthy of lifting anyone's shoes. Despite the modest face, Dong Xiao heart is still a little lost. In the circle of rich young people, many of them are false relationships. The youth is not so much asking him as showing off. Because of the youth, he got the invitation to this banquet. Youth named Sun Yuchen, not counting the first-class family people. Hold up the second class. I heard that is out of the face to find a top stream of relations, which squeezed into the banquet quota. Dong Xiao didn't even take the initiative to beg, and of course he wouldn't have the chance to go to Chu Xiao's party. Is that so? That's a pity. A character like Chu Xiao, no one has seen him since he appeared so far, and it's only by luck that I was able to obtain such a quota. Sun Yuchen said modestly on his face, but in his heart, he was actually both elated and pleased. This party organized by Chu Xiao that hadn't even started yet had already been tacitly recognized by the circle as a top-level rich young man's party. And he was able to brag to people for a while this time even if he just made a sauce at the party. Young son, that's lucky. It's a sign that you're great. Right. Young son, what you saw at this party. Come back and tell us about it then. Right. I told people that young son was invited. I don't know how many people envy me. That's right. It's a pity that I can't go. Otherwise I'd like to make others envious too. The other rich young men bragged about Sun Yuchen. There was nothing in their words that didn't make Sun Yuchen float like an immortal. Just when Sun Yuchen was still ready to show off, he saw Dong Xiao pick up the phone with a curious expression on his face. Hey, Butler Bai, what are you looking for me for? Dong Xiao was valued by Guan Pingdal due to his own abilities, and his relationship with Xie Jianhua was extremely good, so it was unavoidable for him to be mentioned by them, and as a result, Chu Yang also knew Dong Xiao's relevant news. This party, Chu Yang also counted Dong Xiao a share. Mr. Chu invited you to go to Yufeng to participate in the party. Do you have time to come over at 8 o'clock today? Dong Xiao got up with a mischievous look of excitement. I have time. I will definitely go over to participate. Bai Yue hung up the phone after notifying in place. The youths touting Sun Yuchen looked at Dong Xiao's expression and asked out with some curiosity. Young Dong, whose call is it? A call from our president's personal housekeeper. She asked me to go to Yafeng for a party later. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I won't have time to party with you today. Dong Xiao stretched his waist, casually apologized, and left in style under Sun Yuchen's shocked gaze. Sorry, it's all about attending a party. Dong Xiao, don't need to beg. My boss takes me flying. After Dong Xiao left the scene, the rich second-generation people in the private room all had different faces. It is said that there is no harm without comparison, and this wave of Dong Xiao's operation is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Then look at Sun Yuchen's face. It was called a green and black ah. According to Sun Yuchen's temper, Dong Xiao's beam with Sun Yuchen is afraid to be knotted. A few people were just thinking about it when their cell phones vibrated coincidentally. They opened their cell phones and looked at it, each face excited. Yafeng Nanjiale had started accepting online reservations. The opening time was just a week later. A group of rich young people do not care whether Sun Yuchen is still present or not. In any case, even more bullish is to give people as a grandson. Not as good as they rush to grab a reservation really. The wind of reservation for Yafeng Nanjiale quickly swept through the network. And the comment area under the official bottom also fell under the enthusiasm of netizens. Really? I didn't realize that I accidentally became the VLP of Yufeng, and I was able to go over on the first day of opening. The hand speed is outrageous. I just called and told me that the reservation is lined up for 3 months from now. Envy +1. I didn't grab it either. Yufeng is so difficult. I heard that in order to be able to alleviate this situation, have increased the money. On this has not stopped customers. 2,333. The farmhouse next door to me has lowered its prices and no one is going. It's about to go out of business. As an insider, I have to say, Yufeng is expensive as it should be, because their chefs all come from Tianhai. It didn't take long for Yafeng Nanjiale's hotness to hit the hot search, and many of the rich second-generation people who had accepted the invitation also rushed to Yafeng Nanjiale for the banquet. Time quickly turned to 7:30 that night. Wang Song appeared at the banquet with his arm around a long-haired internet beauty. Many of the Magic City's rich second-generation people also showed shocked faces and whispered when they saw Wang Song. Hiss, I've long heard that Chu Xiao has a great relationship with the top rich second generation of Magic City. I didn't expect that Wang Xiao of this status would also come this early. You guys quickly look. The one behind Wang Xiao is Qin Mu Qin Xiao, right? He also came this early? The two behind Qin Xiao are Chenwei Chen Xiao and Meng Xiao by Meng Xiao. I'll go. Mr. Zhang Jing, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Song, they all came over too. The people who attended the Yufeng party knew that this banquet was definitely a grand banquet, but no one expected that Wang Song and other top-stream rich second generation would show all of them. It was not too much to say that this banquet was a gathering of top-stream rich youngsters. What made a lot of people care even more was that Chu young man that they had never met before. Even though Chu young man was very famous in the rich and powerful circle, but it was only limited to the small circle of the top stream. Some of the rich second generation had not even heard of these news. Just by looking at Wang Song, these top rich second generation were all willing to come over half an hour earlier. It was enough to prove Chu Yang's huge network of connections and energy in Magic City. After 7:30, Sun Yuchen, Zhang Sheng, Song Changhua, Song Yanyan, Dong Xiao, and so on, all entered as well. On top of that, as members of the Nanjiale, Mad Dog and Wei Zion were also invited. Wei Zion was in the corner of the banquet hall with Mad Dog. The very grounded and lively scene that was set up made Wei Ziong involuntarily mutter out, "Brother Dog, didn't Chushin say that he casually organized a banquet?" Mad Dog's mouth twitched slightly. The casualness of a big brother's mouth. Can that really be casual? Your girlfriend said casual. Do you really dare to be casual? Wei Ziong opened his mouth and held his face red. No, I don't dare. Brother Dog's words are not rough. It was him who was too naive. It's right if you don't dare. This party was originally not supposed to come in my capacity. But I've given both Morning Biao and Yin Ziang a pass, and they should send a gift over. Mad Dog nodded, revealing a smug look as he spoke. He was attending this time, and at most, he would send a gift of a few $1 million to mean something. But for the stingy Mad Dog, paying out was like bleeding. So he secretly poked and prodded and contacted Morning Biao and Yin Ziang. Your big brother is having a banquet. How dare you as little brothers not send a gift? Wei Ziong was shocked when he heard this. Isn't Morning Biao a hand in Magic City? Such a character. Just because Chu Xiao opened a banquet, come over to send gifts? Wei Ziong was shocked in his heart, and while he was speculating, a number of men with athletic bodies and wearing black suits suddenly came outside the door. Brother Dog, look over there. Wei Zion pulled Mad Dog's sleeve. Mad Dog turned his head to look over, and really looked at an old face. Panic what? That is Lin Chang Yan Ziang's little brother. His position in Lin Chang, with Funeral Puma in the Magic City status equivalent. Not so. I Mad Dog say what will not give $50 million. Thinking about the $50 million given, Mad Dog was still good and angry. He now wanted to know what kind of gift Yin Ziang had given. Was there $10 million? Wei Ziang's legs involuntarily shivered after hearing this. He turned back or go change his name. In case the big brother is not happy, the hospital bed cannot help but add another writ in his life. Wei Ziang was thinking in his heart. When two young men in formal attire came again, one of them took two gifts. His face was quite helpless. Wei Ziang looked at the young man and inquired to Mad Dog. Brother Dog, who are those two people? Wei Ziang was a game party. Outside of the game, except for those in his small circle, he really wasn't familiar with the rich second generation in Magic City. Oh, the one over there with the two gifts is Tang Xinran, one of Chu Xiao's explicit spokespersons, and also Chu Xiao's little brother. The other one is Yi Yuan, Mordor's newest entertainment nouveau riche. Mad Dog had done a careful study of Chu Yang's network of connections, and his open-mouthed words caused Wei Ziang to feel awe from the bottom of his heart. Young Chu is here. It was not known who called out such a sentence. Then they saw a handsome-looking youth with an extraordinary aura calmly strolling idly from the gate. Everyone's gazes were cast around, and their eyes were shocked after seeing the youth's appearance. Sun Yuchen, isn't he the person in charge of Sen Yu? How could it be young Chu? Zhang Shang, Chu Xiao is actually the same person. Song Changhua and Song Yanyan, the mysterious young Chu is actually him? Dong Xiao, Chu is always Chu Xiao. Dong Xiao, who understood Chu Yang's identity, almost didn't close his jaw. How could he not expect that his boss was the biggest boss? He was all prepared to make a fool of himself in front of Chu Yang. And what was the result? His own boss was the master of the banquet. Reacting, Dong Xiao majestically walked to Sun Yuchen. He raised his voice and said, "Young son, I'm really sorry. I was prepared to be retaliated against by you. I didn't expect that. This banquet was opened by my boss." Dong Xiao's suddenly unfolding proud stance shocked the crowd of rich second generation. This big young man, with all due respect, I've been hanging out in Magic City for so long, and I've never seen you so justifiably bully others. Sun Yuchen was suffocating. I have been a grandson to someone for so long, and the long-planned retaliation was declared over by one of Chu Yang's appearances before it even started. Is Xian Yu's assessment awesome? Dong Xiao, you wait for me. I will go back to interview Xian Yu as well. As Dong Xiao's words fell, he saw one of the black-clothed men who had come earlier walk respectfully to Chu Yang and present a gift with both hands. Young Chu, this is the gift that Brother Yin carefully selected for you. Chu Yang looked at Yin Ziang's little brother and said with a smile in his eyes, "Well, Yin Ziang has a heart." As Chu Yang said that, Bai Yuwei immediately got up to receive the gift from her little brother. She opened it and saw that it was a jade pendant made of imperial green, which was worth a lot at a glance. Young Chu is polite. "I wish you a happy banquet today. Brother Yan welcomes you to come and play in the city anytime." The junior brother bowed respectfully and retreated. The know-it-alls who heard Yin Ziang's full name all had a shiver running through their bodies and looked at Chu Yang with eyes filled with awe. Yin Ziang? Isn't that the one from Lin Chang? It should be that one hand. What kind of person is Chu Xiao in the end? Even Brother Yan has to give him 3 points of face. Too amazing. I can still see such a scene in my lifetime. Yin Ziang's name was also quite famous in the Magic City, and most of the people who knew his name were also top-tier or first-tier rich second generation. Many of the rich second generation present were not even clear about what Yin Ziang's status was. Song Changhua and Song Yanyan siblings were even more shocked. Yin Ziang actually has such a good relationship with Chu Xiao? However, what shocked the crowd wasn't over. Tang Xinran smiled and walked to Chu Yang, holding 2 gifts, and said to Chu Yang, "Brother Yang, Brother Biao is a little busy today and can't leave, so he asked me to bring him some gifts. When I thought about it, this gift can't be a separate one. Good things come in pairs, so I prepared one as well." Tang Xinran's words were heard by the others, and the meaning of the words changed again. The amount of information was too great. The only person in Magic City who was known as Brother Biao was that morning Biao. Chu Yang not only let Yin Ziang personally send someone to send a gift, but also let Morning Biao entrust someone to send a gift. In terms of this ability, looking at the Magic City and Lin Chang, they couldn't find a few, and looking at them, it seemed that they were afraid that Chu Yang would blame them, and even purposely had someone bring a message. Chu Xiao's true identity might be even more bullish than they had imagined. Wei Ziang opened his mouth wide. He looked to the Mad Dog on the side, only to see his face gloating as he said to Wei Ziang, "See, I told you that they will definitely have to send a gift. People couldn't come." Sending gifts was sentimental. With Yin Ziang and Morning Biao's status, They knew the news and still dared not send it? Just by looking at the scroll that Tang Xinran opened casually, he knew that it was worth tens of millions at the very least. Comparing it to his own millions, Mad Dog balanced out. Chu Xiao, so bullish? Wei Xiong looked at Chu Yang in shock. From the heart, the idol from today, began to be unattainable in his heart, not to be desecrated. Mad Dog snorted, even I, Mad Dog, don't dare to offend. You, a small rich second generation counts as an old man? Just watch from the side. To be able to attend this banquet, you can blow 800 years. Tang Xinran and Yi Yuan are now among the top streams, and are the only two rich second generation that do not rely on their families to be among the top streams. And look at the people who are attending today. Which one of them isn't a top stream or above rich second generation? If it wasn't for you mistakenly taking Yu Feng's VLP first, with your identity, you really can't get on this stage. Mad Dog's insight was still immense. He was stoned on melon seeds while giving Wei Xiong his science. Wei Xiong swept his eyes and looked around. Only then did he realize that for Chu Xiao's one-sentence banquet, surprisingly, all the people who had come were top-tier rich second generation and first-tier rich second generation. Even if there were two rich second generation, they were all of extraordinary status. In comparison, one was a bit of an anomaly. It wasn't even a matter of a word from you, brother dog, that I was able to get the membership. I still have to thank you. Wei Xiong's eyes rolled and immediately patted Mad Dog's ass. Mad Dog's identity was not very good for public appearances. This reason was the same as the reason why Morning Biao and Yin Xiong didn't make an appearance. Despite their status in Magic City, it was undeniable that many people feared them because of their status. Otherwise, there would have to be quite a few more heavyweights at Chu Yang's party at the very least. Mad Dog, who was high on melon seeds and watching the fun, had just finished speaking when she saw that Bai Yue had already put away all the gifts that Tang Xinran and the others had sent. Chu Yan lightly swept his eyes around and raised his voice. Welcome everyone to my banquet. I think you all have rarely attended a party in Nanjiale. It's fate that I can get together with you all today by the light of Wang Xiao and the others. Everyone don't need to be formal. Feel free to let go and play. Chu Yang said some words very politely. Wang Song and others shouted their friends, and also those who were invited showed their grateful gazes. Everyone knew very well that without the invitation of Wang Song and other great young men, just by virtue of their current status, they really didn't deserve to have a close contact with Chu Yang. Chu Yang is so handsome. I didn't think that Chu Yang even had this layer of identity. It's really surprising. Yes, I really envy Dai Shanshan. She and Chu Xiao are now in a marriage relationship, right? Speaking of this, I think of the former Dai general manager Dai Xinghuai. I heard that he is still renting a room outside the Third Ring Road. Fortunately the debt has been recovered for hundreds of thousands of dollars, or else he would be sleeping on the street right now. Dai Shanshan didn't come today by the looks of it. I don't know if Chu Xiao lacks a female companion. Some of the 1,000 gold saw that Dai Shanshan didn't come, and their hearts moved differently. Chu Yang listened to the conversation and couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. Dai Shanshan's makeup did seem to be a bit long in coming. He turned his head and whispered to Bai Yue, you go and see if Shanshan is ready. If you don't hurry up, your fiancé is going to be finished by a group of thousands of golden ladies. Chu Yang's voice was somewhat doting, hearing Bai Yue's heartbeat accelerate. Yet her eyes were bleak. From the bottom of her heart, she also envied Dai Shanshan. Unfortunately, Bai Yue could only be Chu Yang's personal housekeeper. Compared to those $1,000 ladies who only had men in their heads, the rich second generation after the shock thought more about how to make friends with Chu Yang and obtain favorable cooperation. Chu Xiao's connections in Magic City are just too surprising. Brother, if I go up now, is there a chance that I can reach a cooperation with Chu Xiao? What should I do if I want to cooperate with Chu Xiao? Does Young Chu's immortal journey need a partner? I'll go talk to Young Chu. Some of the people who were shocked by Chu Yang's identity decided to start with Dong Xiao. There were also some of them who summoned up courage and came to Chu Yang, handing out their business cards. For example, Song Changhua. Hello Chu Xiao. I'm Song Changhua. This is my younger sister Song Yanyan. Xianyou's big hit really shocked me. I'm very grateful that this banquet allows me to get to know Chu Xiao. Song Changhua handed out his business card. His unassuming attitude gave people a good feeling. Hello Mr. Song. Song Xiao has mentioned you, saying that you have excessive business talent. I have always wanted to meet. I didn't expect to see you today, Chu Yang said politely. His words also made Song Changhua flattered. He had never thought that he would receive compliments from Chu Yang. Young Chu is flattered, Song Changhua said modestly, but the smile under his eyes couldn't be hidden in any way. Chu Yang was in the top stream of rich second generation, the ceiling amongst the rich second generation, and an unintentional compliment from him could make Song Chenghua's reputation several times better amongst his peers. I was still planning to introduce you guys. Chenghua, you chatted first. Song Xiao came over smilingly. The the familiarity in his words causing many people to give Song Chenghua sideways glances. Most of the people who could come here were familiar with the top youngsters, but there weren't many cases where they were as familiar as Song Xiao and Song Chenghua. Cousin, I'm also a little too excited to see young Chu, and I'm thankful to cousin for inviting me to the banquet this time, Song Chenghua said with a smile, not moving to give Song Xiao a high hat. Song Xiao was very comfortable in his heart when Song Chenghua said this. He waved his hand cheerfully. I was still thinking about how to introduce you, but the fact that you're chatting with Chu Xiao, on the contrary, makes me quite envious. What is it that makes young Song envious? Say it out so that I can envy it too. Wang Song walked over with his arm around a long-haired beauty, and the one who came side by side with him was Lin Cheng's Zheng Shang. This is Mr. Zhang? Lin Cheng's Mr. Zhang has come over to attend the banquet? This banquet is so worth it. I'm so lucky to be able to attend this banquet. Baby, I'll go back and reward you properly. There were really quite a few people who recognized Zhang Shang's face. The rich young men raked over Zhang Shang's identity as soon as you spoke. Chu Yang filtered the information he heard and looked at Wang Song with a slight bit of surprise in his gaze. Zhang Shang is the top rich second generation in Linchang, and Wang Song has a good personal relationship, and Zhang Shang also seems to have some cooperation with Yan Xiang. Don't look at the fact that although Wang Song was in the Magic City's big and small group, he rarely spoke, and even if he did, it was in response to Qin Mu's words or out of a suggested reply. The person who could make him choose to invite over was definitely not an unusual character. Young Wang, this one next to you is young Zhang, right? When Song Xiao saw Wang Song coming over, he spoke with a smile, never mentioning envy. Jokingly, what Song Xiao envied? Would Wang Song envy? He was stupid to really explain it to Wang Song. Hello Song Xiao, Chu Xiao. Hello, first time meeting, I'm Zhang Shang. Zhang Shang smiled and nodded to Song Xiao and turned to Chu Yang, his tone full of solemnity. Song Xiao sighed inwardly covering his face and crying. So, after Wang Xiao, did he not get into Zhang Xiao's eyes either? Hello Zhang Xiao, welcome to my banquet. I didn't seem to see you just now. Where did you go to hang out with Wang Xiao? Chu Yang nodded in response. His easygoing attitude was as if he was greeting a good friend that he hadn't seen for a long time. Involuntarily, Zhang Shang looked at Wang Song who was on the side. He only saw him smilingly embracing the netizen beauty on the side, with a pleasant smile still hanging at the corner of his lips. Obviously, this was Chu Yang's deliberate gesture because of Wang Song. I just went with Wang Xiao to stroll around the interior of Yufeng, and I heard Wang Xiao say that all of these are from Chu Xiao's hand. It's just too stunning, and I overstrolled for a while. Zhang Shang mentally noted Wang Song's affection and turned to say frankly. His words were exquisitely said. Hearing Chu Yang's heart was very comfortable, worthy of being a person who had gotten into young Wang's eyes. There was just a sense of art in speaking. Young Zhang is polite. It's all just a casual work. Chu Yang finished with a smile, which also made the people present change their complexion. Many people had long heard that Yefeng Nongjia was the product of the owner's handiwork. It was just that no one had expected that a person who could make Morning Biao and Yan Xiang personally send gifts, and Wang Xiao and the other rich youngsters personally call out to Chu Xiao, was actually also a very impressive designer. The rich youngsters and Thousand Golds all opened their cell phones unannouncedly, clicked on the Weibo and began to pay attention to Chu Yang's Weibo. Before they met Chu Xiao, they had also heard of Chu Yang's name, but no one had connected the two people together. After shutting down Chu Yang's Weibo, a group of rich young men and women brushed the comment section of the Weibo, and one by one, they all stared wide-eyed. Good guy, what is the situation? A bunch of big brothers are begging for apprenticeship, begging for works, and begging to work for free. This is the design world's Big Brother Rainstones LD, right? Piano master Qiao Lao is quite trendy, still playing Weibo at such an old age. Calligraphy master Zhang Lao is also equal to Qiao Lao. Look at this comment. Genuine and emotional. Worthy of being a master calligrapher. Brilliant in writing. Oh, there is also a can work for free now. Look, as long as the person is shameless enough, worship what is false. Willing to work for Chu God for the rest of my life. As long as food and shelter are included. I can. LD no. Called the hitman is a human being. I don't know if he is a human being, but the shameless piece. Invincible. The rich young men were attracted by the comments section underneath Chu Yang's microblog, and the painting style unconsciously skewed again. Chu Yang listened to the rich young men's conversation. His face skin unconsciously twitched. He was occasionally reading the Weibo comments, but he didn't dare to participate, because Chu Yang realized that his own Weibo comments section didn't know what metaphysical reason. The picture style in the front was barely appropriate, and gradually crooked the building as the successors joined in. Chu Yang, who found that he could not save over the comments, has given up struggling. Let it be. Chu Xiao is as modest as ever. Yan Gan, come, let me introduce you. Chu Yang, Chu Shao, this is my friend, Yu Yangan. Chen Wei red-facedly came to Chu Yang with Yu Yangan. Yu Yangan was very handsome, decent suit, elegant temperament, and the aura of a superior still lingered throughout his body. Chu Yang saw that it was Yu Yangan. His eyes flashed with some surprise. Mr. Yu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Yu Yangan, this person, Chu Yang really heard of. His Yandan technology and Xian Yu is considered in the same industry, only facing a different direction. Xia Jianhua, this technology maniac to Yu Yangan, very respected. Occasionally chatting, from time to time will mention his name. Chu Shao knows me? Yu Yangan was a little surprised. His Yangan technology is not particularly famous in Magic City. Only a few top companies have contact with Yu Yangan. Didn't Mr. Yu's company just won an emerging technology award last week? And my subordinate even went to the conference specifically for you, saying that he was grateful that you learned a lot of things. Chu Yang's mind unconsciously recalled what Xie Jianhua had once said. Mr. Chu, Yu Yangan is really a talented person. His thoughts on science and technology are heavenly, but he is extremely action-oriented and influential. Do you want to consider poaching him over? Cooperation is also possible. We lack this kind of talent in Xian Yu. Yu Yangan was a bit surprised. Your subordinates also went to the convention? Those who could get in that convention were all top talents. Chu Yang's subordinates even had such powerful characters? Wei Zion listened to the conversation between the two with his ears perked up in the corner and turned his head to curiously ask Mad Dog. Brother Dog, this Yu Yangan, is he very impressive? Chu Shao seems to think highly of him. Mad Dog showed disdain. Just this? You have to understand. Chu Shao is the most powerful. He's the legendary kind of technology big brother. Yu Yangan is nothing compared to him. Detected Mad Dog bragging with the host. The system hereby gifts the host with a grandmaster level tech skill. Chu Yang? He turned his head to look at the corner not far away. Mad Dog was frantically building up Chu Yang. Look, Chu Shao can do calligraphy, design, painting, has money and face, and can even fight. A Yu Yangan, can he be compared to him? Wei Zion looked at Mad Dog in a goaded manner and muffled his voice. No, it can't be compared. He was purely frightened by Mad Dog's attitude. Well, it's good to know that you can't compare. Next time you have something you don't understand, continue to ask me. Let's not talk about anything else. In terms of my knowledge of Chu Shao, no one can compare to me. Don't believe me? You see, I even arranged Chu Shao's latest body data. I'm now trying to align myself towards that data. Mad Dog was really working hard to lean towards Chu Yang in order to not fall behind him. Wei Ziong scanned the cell phone screen that Mad Dog handed over. His expression slightly stiffened. Brother Dog, 20 centimeters of this kind of talent. How do you lean in? Mad Dog's expression froze and silently took his cell phone back. Dreams always have to be had. What if they suddenly come true? Wei Ziong was tempted to ask Mad Dog, Brother Dog, how many centimeters are you short of 20? Chu Yang heard an earful and silently turned his eyes back. He realized that inviting Mad Dog over was a not so wonderful mistake. Mad Dog is toxic. 20 centimeters of this talent and still want to lean in. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow? Can't afford to mess with it. So beautiful. That's Chu Shao's fiancé, right? I don't know who suddenly exclaimed. The crowd that was attracted to the attention turned their heads to look, and indeed saw Dai Shanshan wearing a one-shoulder pleated long dress coming in style. MS. Dai is so beautiful. Chu Shao's vision is really good. Only someone like Dai Shanshan who has a face and a body and a talent is worthy of standing with Chu Shao. This long dress on MS. Dai is truly stunning. If only I could wear this dress. I heard it was designed by the famous designer Lina. Being with Chu Shao is different. A long dress designed by Lina can be worn whenever you say so. I envy Dai Shanshan for finding such a good fiancé as Chu Shao. The rich young men were all people who had seen big scenes, but they could also see that Dai Shanshan's long dress was a famous designer's handout. And the value was but not expensive. It was even more difficult to find 1,000 gold. If Chu Yang didn't have the heart to arrange it, could Dai Shanshan wear it? Even the previous Dai Shanshan, she might not be able to arrange it. But now the Dai Shanshan who was with Chu Yang was wearing it straight away. And this was all because her fiancé was Chu Yang Chu Shao. Dai Shanshan is also really lucky. If my fiancé was Chu Yang, I'm afraid that I would also be able to obtain such treatment, right? A Qianjin stared at Dai Shanshan's stunningly beautiful figure, her eyes revealing rays of envy and jealousy. It was a well-known matter that the Dai group had changed its name, and even though Dai Shanshan had profited a lot from it, her status had also plummeted in the circle. If her fiancé wasn't Chu Shao, today's banquet, Dai Shanshan didn't even have the qualifications to come and participate. When Dai Shanshan was invited over, she originally only thought it was a small gathering. It was only when she came in that she realized that the banquet was very grand. Not to mention that the top young men of Magic City had all come to participate. Even Zhang Shang, Yu Yangan, Song Chenghua and others from Linchang had actually come. Even looking around, at the very least, there were one or two rich young men or 1,000 golds who were slightly famous in Magic City. This was the small gathering Chu Yang was talking about? Chu Yang, what's going on here? Dai Shanshan walked to Chu Yang's side and inquired in a low voice. Chu Yang touched his nose and said to Dai Shanshan in a low voice, "If I say I don't know, do you believe me?" Dai Shanshan, do I look like I believe it? If I remember correctly, Zhang Xiao was also recently reported to have gone to Fengchang, which is at the very least 5 or 6 hours away from here. Let's say the closer Linchang is 3 to 5 hours from here. All these people came, so it was obvious that they valued the banquet. And Chu Yang told her that it was just a small gathering? Hello Dai, Miss Dai. I'm Song Yan. Song Yan had always been a little transparent behind Song Chenghua. Her face was a little pale, and her eyes were full of envy and gloom when she looked at Dai Shanshan. Dai Shanshan's eyes flickered slightly. She could see that Song Yan was fond of Chu Yang. Her own identity must have made this little girl very hurt. Hello Yin, I'm Dai Shanshan. Dai Shanshan spoke in an affable manner and affectionately pulled Song Yan's hand again. Song Yan was slightly flabbergasted by Dai Shanshan's cordial attitude, and then the gloom in her heart increased. Previously, she never believed in love at first sight. The moment she saw Chu Yang, she believed. It was a pity that this love was destined to be hidden. Miss Dai, I've long heard that the two of you have joined forces. Are you planning to completely leisure down this time? Song Yan tried to maintain the smile on her face and said in a friendly manner to Dai Shanshan. She had just more or less heard a lot of people's disdain for Dai Shanshan. No matter what, the person that Chu Yang liked, she would have to help defend before she could do so. Yeah, ready to be idle, don't have any plans for now. Dai Shanshan slightly froze and quickly took over the topic. The words of the two conversing also caused Wang Song and the others to look back, and they also took over the conversation to flirt with Chu Yang. Chu Xiao, I thought that I'm the only one who's been quite busy lately nah. It seems like you're the busiest. Isn't Chu Xiao busy? I heard that Yu Feng's reservations are all lined up until 3 months from now. Mr. Dai, if you have any plans for the future, you can bring me along. I have a little bit of pocket money recently, so I can also follow the trend. Does Chu Xiao have any projects lately? I can also participate. Wang Song and the other rich second generation familiarly flirted with Chu Yang, obviously having a great relationship. Shanshan hasn't had any plans lately. I also have a headache. The Chu's group in Magic City can only be run by me for the time being. If you guys can persuade her to come and be the president, that would be the best. Chu Yang spread out his hands. The doting in his words envied the crowd of thousands of golds. What kind of divine fiancé is this? Dai Shanshan had wanted to take a break for a while, and he even wanted Dai Shanshan to go back to work. Although Chu's group has changed ownership, its recent performance is there for all to see. As long as the Magic City has a company that has Chu Yang's back, there isn't a single one that isn't on fire alright. The gazes of the rich young men present looking at Dai Shanshan also converted from amazement to awe and respect. From Chu Yang's attitude towards Dai Shanshan, it seemed that he doted on Dai Shanshan as well as attached great importance to her. Such a character, they absolutely could not offend. Dai Shanshan was shocked as she watched Chu Yang chatting and flirting with Wang Song and the others with ease, and quickly sensed the shift in the gaze of the rich young men present towards her. Is he worried that I will be bullied because of my current awkward position? It wasn't that Dai Shanshan didn't know that quite a few people were quite disdainful of her current status. However, she didn't expect that Chu Yang had taken it all in his eyes and even took the initiative to express his attitude. Ms. Dai, Chu Xiao treats you well it's really enviable. You will also meet someone who treats you well, Dai Shanshan said with a smile. Song Yanyan's eyes slightly glazed over as she smiled and nodded. Then I'll borrow Miss Dai's good advice. Song Chenghua looked at his sister's expression and vaguely knew something. He looked around for a moment and said with slight surprise, Young Chu, those chefs, where did you hire them from? Song Chenghua's voice was not loud, but it also caused the people who had been paying attention to the dynamics over here to cast their sights towards the chefs who were making the barbecue. Since this was organized in a farmhouse, Bai Yuwei had arranged for both Chinese and Western meals and also made some special barbecue. In order to be able to maintain the freshness of the barbecue, the chef in charge of the barbecue was also exposed to the crowd. They're all the cooks transferred from Tianhai's home management side. The flavor is outstanding. Do you want to try it? Song Xiao glanced at the barbecue chef and lazily responded. His bland attitude caused many of the rich young ladies to look at the meals placed on the table in shock, their eyes glowing. Young Chu was also too generous. Surprisingly, he invited Tianhai chef Ryu Feng. I said why these meals are so delicious. So it's the chef from Tianhai that was invited. The reason I didn't make a reservation for Yufeng is because I'm not gluttonous enough. I dreamed of having a meal cooked by a Tianhai chef, and this idea just came true. The crowd served by Tianhai's housekeeping were first-rate and even top-rate families, and those rich young ladies who looked at the meal and glistened were begging their grandparents for the chance to attend this banquet, not to mention having the chance to taste the meals made by Tianhai Home Management's chefs. Thus, the crowd of rich young men and young ladies who were focused on Chu Yang silently put down the red wine in their hands, pretended to have nothing to do and walked to the meals and began to savor the food. Chu Yang glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw so many more people eating the meals visible to the naked eye. Somewhat dumbfounded, he smiled and said to Dai Shanshan, "Shanshan, do you want to go and try the barbecue? Then go and try it. It just so happens that I rarely eat these either." Dai Shanshan answered with a smile. Qin Mu, who was holding red wine, rushed over and said with a smile, "Chu Xiao, coincidentally, I also want to go and have a taste." Chu Yang looked at the relaxed Qin Mu, looked around. Not much later he saw Zhirgil, who was talking and laughing with the rich young man. It was quite hard for an assistant to do what he did. Chu Yang nodded. "Then let's go together." Wang Song and the other group of rich youngsters all came to the barbecue stall. The chef also raised his spirits after seeing Chu Yang. He respectfully said, "Young master, what would you like to eat?" Chu Yang casually picked up a barbecue and said in a faint voice, "You busy yourself? We'll take a look." The chef respectfully answered, and his movements became a little more skillful. This uneventful conversation between the two drew frequent side glances from many people who understood Tianhai chefs. It was said that most of the people who came out of Tianhai were bullying due to their own talents. How come in front of Chu Yang, it was different? This chef's attitude towards Chu Xiao is a little too respectful, isn't it? My family also has a chef from Tianhai. His attitude towards me is the same as Chu Xiao's attitude towards that chef. I'm even worse. My family's chef basically doesn't have any respect for me except for cooking. Without a chef, I don't deserve to stand here and chat with you guys anymore, right? Chu Yang's conversation with the chef led to another group of first-class rich young men spitting at each other. Yu Yangan, who had listened to an earful of the conversation, slightly hooked the corner of his lips. His gaze fixedly looked at Bai Yue, who was not far away, and said, "Chu Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, that one over there is Tianhai's genius housekeeper Bai Yue, isn't it?" Yu Yangan's words caused the rich young ladies who were eating the food to tremble. "Tian, genius housekeeper Bai Yue? Hiss, I knew why it looked so familiar. So it's Bai Yue. Isn't Bai Yue worth millions of dollars? And a lot of top-tier families are clamoring for her? No wonder there's no news lately. She's been signed by Chu Xiao. I'm so envious. Tianhai's chef, Tianhai's talented butler. If I had just one of them, I wouldn't be in this situation now. But if my family's chef could be replaced with one from the heavenly sea, I wouldn't be so ordinary." Many people had noticed Bai Yue's existence, but no one had expected that this person whose face value and identity existed side by side was the Bai Yue they had been hearing about for a long time and not seeing. Feeling the sudden wave of envious eyes, Chu Yang was somewhat helpless. Qin Mu smiled smugly as he listened to Yu Yang'an's words. Housekeeper Bai is indeed the genius housekeeper from Tianhai. But that's all fine. After all, no matter the chef or the maid in Chu Xiao's villa, they all come from Tianhai. As Qin Mu's words fell, Wei Ziong looked at Mad Dog, his voice trembling. "Dog, brother Dog, did you already know the identity of Butler Bai? Should Chu Xiao be so bullish? The cooks, the servants, even the personal butler was from Tianhai." Comparing his own family's situation, Wei Ziong somewhat wanted to cry. Mad Dog glanced at Wei Ziong and asked him slyly, "Do you know why your grandmother lived to such an old age?" Wei Ziong thought carefully and replied cautiously, "Because she's in good health?" Mad Dog gave him a blank look. "Wrong, because she never minded her own business." Wei Ziong shut up and continued to cast his gaze in the direction where Chu Yang was. Zheng Shan was a bit more knowledgeable about Tianhai's situation than the others, and he inquired with some curiosity. "There was a change in the shareholding of Tianhai Home Management before. Is it hard to believe that at that time, it was you, Chu Xiao, who acquired Tianhai Home Management?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. No wonder Zheng Shan could be friends with Wang Song. This acumen was too strong. Qin Mu also revealed a surprised expression. "Young Mr. Zhang, you even know about Tianhai Home Management's share change?" With these words, Qin Mu had already disguisedly recognized Chu Yang's identity as Tianhai's boss. Chu Yang was very speechless. "So, I've been exposed again?" Hiss, Chu Xiao is the boss of Tianhai Home Management? A company that big. Chu Xiao acquired it just by saying so? I'm so envious. Chu Xiao is also too low-key. If it wasn't for Xiao Zhang, I wouldn't even know that Tianhai's old boss has changed. It's too shocking. I actually knew about this shocking secret. Since Tianhai's development so far, many people didn't know much about Tianhai's internal situation, and only top youngsters like young Zhang knew quite a bit about Tianhai's domestic politics. Qin Mu's admission also caused many first-class rich youngsters to reveal shocked gazes. No one had expected that the Tianhai Home Management, which was operating in excellent condition, had been turned into Chu Yang's industry. No wonder Chu Yang was casually able to call out the chefs of Tianhai Home Management and even had Bai Yue personally come over to serve. Wei Xiong was even more surprised and pulled Wei Xiong's sleeve. Dog brother, Chu Xiao he is the boss of Tianhai. Wei Xiong hadn't had time to ask before he was once again interrupted by Mad Dog. Do you know why Xiaoming's grandmother's life was so short? Wei Xiong mouthed. Because she was sick? Mad Dog sneered. Wrong, because she knew too much and was taken away. Wei Xiong closed himself off. He might as well change his name to Wei Xiaoming starting tomorrow. No, can't wait for tomorrow. I'll change my name now. Brother Dog, stay here for a while. I'll go out and make a call. Wei Xiong casually copied over a steak and put it in Mad Dog's hand, turned around and left. Mad Dog was suddenly fed, and watched Wei Xiong leave with a dumbfounded look on his face. What is this kid suddenly mad about? Well, it smells so good. Taste it. Mad Dog ate prettily and watched the show. Wei Xiong, on the other hand, walked to a secluded place to call his old man. Hey dad, I want to change my name. Wei Xiong's dad was confused. What's the point of changing your name for a good reason? Wei Xiong thought for a moment and said seriously, if you want to have grandchildren, change my name. I've thought of a new name. It's Wei Xiaoming, the dawn of the dawn, the dawn of the dawn. Wei Xiong's father was once again confused. Son, you should at least tell me why you changed your name. And what does this have to do with my grandson? Wei Xiong said uncaringly. Nothing, it's just that I know too much. After saying that, Wei Xiong hung up the phone and sent out the matter of Chu Yang being the boss of Tianhai. After sending it out, Wei Xiong closed his cell phone with satisfaction. All of this was sent out by Wei Xiong. What does it have to do with me? Wei Xiaoming, Wei Xiong. Oh no. When Wei Xiaoming returned to Mad Dog's side, he was shocked to find out that in the time it took to make a computerized shot, Mad Dog had already finished eating a plate of steak. It seemed to be so delicious that it was still licking the plate. Well, Wei Xian, when did you come back? Mad Dog resumed his inscrutable look, as if the one who just licked the plate wasn't him. Wei Xiaoming waved his hand and turned his hand to bring over 2 more plates, dividing one to Mad Dog. Brother Dog, I've changed my name. From now on, I'm Wei Xiaoming. Wei Xiaoming said and followed suit to join the plate-licking team. He thought, well, since he can't resist Mad Dog's strength, then he will join Mad Dog's team. What he does, what I do. The one who is humiliated is Wei Xiong. What does it have to do with me? Wei Xiaoming. Mad Dog and Wei Xiaoming ate hot. Chu Yang and other people's chat also good atmosphere. It wasn't known who brought up the topic and talked about Chu Yang's private island. By the way, Young Qin, I heard earlier that you've been to Young Chu's private island. Is that true? Mentioning the private island, Zhang Shang also became interested. He did have a private island abroad, but domestically, it was hard to find for $1,000. Chu Yang's status so far had exceeded Zhang Shang's imagination, and had even surpassed his originally expected status. It's true. If Mr. Zhang is free, do you want to go out on the sea with us to have some fun? Chu Xiao's treat. Qin Mu nodded. As he spoke, he squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Tianhai chefs were first-rate as far as the culinary arts were concerned. Even the barbecue was made very delicious by them. However, compared to Chu Yang Villa's 8 cuisine chefs, it was a bit worse. As long as Chu Xiao is free, happy to do so. Zhang Shang smiled. He casually picked up the red wine handed over by the waiter, and after taking a shallow taste, his expression was slightly stunned. This red wine comes from Bonjour Manor? Wang Song did not expect Zhang Shang to taste the unusual red wine after just one sip. He laughed pleasantly. Not bad. This is Bonjour's collection of red wine. Looking at the whole of China, only Chu Xiao can be so generous. Zhang Shan looked at Chu Yang in shock. A frightening thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Not only Zhang Shang, even Yu Yangan, Song Changhua, Wei Xiaoming and the others also looked at Chu Yang with shocked faces. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be that even the Bonjour Manor is owned by Chu Xiao, right? The atmosphere of Yefeng Nanjiale fell silent for an instant. With a poof, an aroma of wine accompanied by the aroma of meat drilled into everyone's noses along with the breeze, which only made people bone courageous enough to ask Chu Yang. Chu Xiao, is the praise manor also your property? Chu Yang was just about to speak, then saw the crowd extremely familiar with Bonjour Manor steward footsteps hurriedly walk to Chu Yang in front of, Mr. Chu, our collection of red wine is temporarily not available. Can be replaced with our manor's unique Bonjour red wine? Chu Yang also knew that Bonjour Manor was hot. He nodded slightly and said, then let's arrange it like this. Okay. The steward retreated with good grace. This hurried line of his coming and going also indirectly proved everyone's speculation. Chu Yang really was the boss of the Bonjour red wine. I feel like I'm dreaming. eating meals made by Tianhai chefs, drinking Banjuru's red wine, and staying in the Yufeng Nongjia that looks like a fairyland? Wake up, today is just a banquet. You're not qualified to stay. Oops. Sorry guys, I'm a Yefeng Gold VLP. I've already booked to stay a week later. Ahem. This private room is quite big. Brother, how about rubbing me the wrong way? Fuck off. Dead faggot, stay away from me. I'm rubbing in. What are you thinking? Zhang Sheng, Song Changhua, and the others were also somewhat slowed down. After the Tianhai boss, Chu Yang was unexpectedly still the boss of the Bonjour Manor. Suddenly accepting Chu Yang's two vests was really a bit unable to carry this overwhelming trenchant aura. Chu Shao really deserves to be the newest and most mysterious rich second generation in Magic City. With so many assets, Zhang Sheng is ashamed to be inferior. Zhang Sheng raised his wine glass and took a sip. His speech was a bit astringent still with 3 points of envy. Zhang Sheng was considered a top existence in Linchang, but he didn't expect that when he came to Magic City, he could only rank second. He looked at Wang Song. Well, ranked third or can be ranked. Chu Yang's mouth overflowed with a faint smile. Zhang Shao is polite. Who doesn't know Lin Chang Zhang Shao's great name? Tang Xinran also seemed to be busy with something. He smiled and came over, echoing, Brother Yang is right. Zhang Shao's reputation in the circle is as good as thunder. Seeing Tang Xinran come over, the smile at the corner of Chu Yang's mouth deepened a few points. Why did you come over? Tang Xinran shrugged his shoulders. His hand holding the red wine raised slightly. It's not that the old man at home is afraid that I'll lose favor and let me come over to toast. Chu Yang glanced at Tang father who was surrounded by quite a few people. His heart was clear. Originally, today was a gathering of young people, and Tang father should be here for the Tang family's cooperation. He patted Tang Xinran's shoulder and clinked glasses with Tang Xinran to express his understanding. As soon as Tang Xinran arrived, Wang Song and the others also greeted him in a friendly manner, and Zhang Shang and Song Chenghua and the others also politely introduced themselves. They could all see that Tang Xinran's position beside Chu Yang was not ordinary. Mr. Tang, I wonder if I can take a step to talk. Yu Yangan had originally wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Tang Xinran, but he hadn't expected that Chu Yang's relationship with Tang Xinran was even better than the rumors. This now made Yu Yangan a little uncertain. Mr. Yu, I've long heard of your great name. This way please. Tang Xinran was now hanging out in the circle, and was also preparing to expand the direction of Golden Sun's business a bit. If he wanted to cooperate, Yangan Technology was a good choice. He frankly invited Yu Yangan, and the two of them walked to a place not far from Chu Yang and talked. Mr. Tang, it's like this. You should know that our Yangan Technology has always been committed to the piece of energy development. I would like to ask the people from your company's energy development group to help us solve the problem of energy reserves, Yu Yangan said, and very sincerely took out the Golden Sun cell phone he had been carrying. They had also purchased the Golden Sun cell phone for dismantling, but the results that came back said that the energy development of the Golden Sun cell phone had reached a completely new field, and unless they invited someone from the development group, their research would enter a bottleneck. Tang Xinran was stunned. Mr. Yu, I'm afraid there's no way I can help you with this. A hint of loss crossed Yu Yangan's eyes. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang, it's me being too abrupt. Seeing his misunderstanding, Tang Xinran waved his hand and said, Mr. Yu is mistaken. The energy development of the Golden Sun cell phone should come from Brother Yang's hands. I'm just in charge of management. Yu Yangan's eyes widened. Chu Shao designed it himself? So, Chu Shao was actually a tech guru? Tang Xinran scratched his head. Why don't I go ask for you? There should be someone at Brother Yang's place. Yu Yangan ignorantly followed Tang Xinran back to Chu Yang's side. Yu Yangan's expression also caused Qin Mu to curiously inquire. Mr. Yu, did you encounter any difficulties? Yu Yangan shook his head as he looked at Tang Xinran, only to see him scratch his head and whisper to Chu Yang. Brother Yang, Mr. Yu that wants to find someone to help solve the problem of energy reserves. The problem of energy reserves? Tang Xinran's voice was not loud, just enough for Wang Song and the others to hear, and they cast their eyes towards Yu Yangan in shock. Mr. Yu's handiwork was not insignificant. If the information was leaked, it would be cold. Chu Yang's brows knitted slightly. Then look at sending someone to deal with it. If you can't deal with it again, I'll step in again. Chu young man, you personally make a move? Song Chenghua was startled. In the field of energy development, Yangan Technology had always been the leading existence. What was Chu Yang doing in the past? When Tang Xinran heard that Chu Yang was going to make a move, he also looked at him with an excited face. Brother Yang, do you have time lately? I'm preparing to expand my business. It's okay if you give me a computerized design. Wang Song and the other great young men all looked at Chu Yang in shock. Crap. So, Chu Shao is still a big brother in technology. The battery of the Golden Sun cell phone also came from his hands? Let's wait for these 2 days to find the time. Chu Yang rubbed his nose. The Xiangxin Garden on the global international side was recently completed in the past 2 days, and it was starting to prepare for the shakedown. He also had to make an appearance for Xianyo's recruitment. With such a busy schedule, the computer's design would have to be slowed down for 2 days anyways. Okay, Tang Xinran answered very quickly. After he finished, he was smilingly sipping wine on the side. Anyway, the future direction of the company has been contracted by Chu Yang. He has a good-looking background play. How fragrant. Wei Xiaoming ate his steak there, staring at Tang Xinran not far away with a somewhat disillusioned expression. Didn't you say that General Manager Tang has a high and cold personality and is very strict? Why do I only see a qualified lapdog? Mad Dog rolled his eyes. Can you believe what you hear? Do you know why Tang Xinran is so bullish? Wei Xiaoming furrowed his brows, racked his brain, and carefully said, because he's good at his job? Mad Dog snorted coldly. Wrong, because he doesn't have time to listen to others than chatter. Villains die from talking too much. Haven't you heard of it? Wei Xiaoming spat blood. These days, gossiping a bit still thinks I talk too much. I just said that sentence. Wei Xiaoming aggravated. He wouldn't be worthy of talking, only worthy of eating his meal on the side looking at Chu Yang, these handsome men and women talking about the world. Chu Xiao, if you can come out is really my honor. But with your current wealth I'm afraid I can't even afford to invite you for a day. Yu Yangan paid attention to the interaction between Chu Yang and Tang Xinran, with 3 parts envy and 7 parts flirtation in his eyes. As his words fell, the crowd of great young men also laughed out loud. Isn't that right? Right now Chu Xiao's worth is already the ceiling in our circle. With my current wealth, it's enough for half of Chu Xiao. Then according to the fact that I haven't inherited the family yet, I wouldn't even be enough for a third. Then I'm even worse. My assets are only less than a tenth of Chu Xiao's. The words of the great young men as they talked and laughed reached the ears of the other rich young men and young ladies, and couldn't help but make quite a few of them reveal tears of heartache. Even if it was 1/10 of Chu Xiao, they couldn't compare to him. Mr. Yu's words are too out of place. You're someone invited by Qin Xiao. Of course you're also my Chu Yang's guest. However, in business, I'm not helping for free. I know that Yangon Technologies computers in the industry are a first-class level. I want to go over to learn and observe. Chu Yang had just made this decision after recalling the design drawings of Golden Sun Energy. The current Chu Yan was not short of money. What was lacking was an understanding of current designs. With Yangon Technology as a foretaste, the rise of Golden Sun's computers must have a promising future. Yu Yangon was slightly flabbergasted. He had thought of many possibilities, only this one had not occurred to him. Chen Xiao also revealed a baffled expression. So, was he in Chu Xiao's heart in such a high position? Of course. Thank you Xiao Chu. I will toast you. Yu Yangon happily raised his wine cup and toasted with great vigor. Chu Xiao casually took the only remaining red wine on the waiter's tray and also drank it all in one go with a smile. No one in the crowd in a favorable atmosphere noticed that the youth who delivered the red wine quickly walked towards the main door of the farmhouse after the red wine was delivered. After being slightly stunned, Wang Song also smiled and congratulated Yu Yangon, saying, I've never seen Chu Xiao personally make a move even though I've been working with him so far. Wang Song's words caused a wave of joy and shock to well up in Yu Yangon's heart. Young Chen's face is so big. Young Wang is joking. I'm the one who has to thank Young Chu for giving me this opportunity. After Yu Yangon's shock passed, he spoke to the group of great young men in a continuous and modest manner. His attitude of going in and out of the room, treating people well, and being watertight, also made Xiao Chen, who had let him in, look very uptight. Yong'an, don't be so polite. Chen Wei happily patted Yu Yong'an's shoulder and turned to chat about some interesting things. The atmosphere in the arena gradually warmed up with the familiarization of the topic. Chu Yang felt the discomfort on his body and slightly furrowed his brows. Brother Yang. Tang Xinran quickly noticed Chu Yang's micro-expression, and he hurriedly walked over to Chu Yang's side, thinking that he had something to order, only to see Chu Yang waving his hand and saying, I'm a little uncomfortable. Xinran, you help entertain here for me. As Chu Yang's words fell, Dai Shanshan also revealed a nervous expression. Where are you uncomfortable? Do you want me to help you over to rest first? Dai Shanshan took the initiative to hold Chu Yang's hand, and a cool sensation came, causing Chu Yang's face to slightly improve. He smiled and said to Wang Song's group of worried-faced great young men, the wine seems to be a bit too much. I'll leave with Shanshan first. You guys take your time to play. Once they heard Chu Yang say that, they all responded with a smile and told Chu Yang to have a good rest. Dai Shanshan and Chu Yang's exit immediately attracted the attention of a crowd of rich young people, but most of them do not dare to take the initiative to follow the two Chu Yang, only a petite figure trailing behind Chu Yang and Dai Shanshan, waiting for an opportunity to move. Chu Yang was supported by Dai Shanshan, and the fragrance coming from the tip of his nose made his heart and mind move. He wrapped his arms around Dai Shanshan's waist, and the soft touch made Chu Yang clearly perceive the changes in his body. This also indirectly proved Chu Yang's guess, he had been drugged. Chu Yang, what's wrong with you? Dai Shanshan was suddenly embraced, and her heart was still a little surprised. The ensuing unusual heat coming from Chu Yang's body also shocked Dai Shanshan's heart. I'm medicated. Listen to me first. The ends of Chu Yang's eyes gradually reddened, and his low, hoarse voice sounded extraordinarily charming. Dai Shanshan put her slightly reddened ears together and went over. From a distance, it only made people think that it was just a couple sweetly biting their ears. The other party's approach is not smart. This medicine is a good medicine. With my current state, I can support for about 30 minutes at most. You pretend to leave in a while, and then help me call the security guards and accompanying doctors over. Chu Yang lowered his voice, and his gradually ragged panting induced Dai Shanshan's heart and mind to tremble dramatically. Good, I know. Dai Shanshan nodded her head, and after a slight lurch of her jade hand, she also wrapped her arms around Chu Yang's robust and sturdy waist and abdomen. If there was no antidote, then, when Dai Shanshan thought of the consequences, a blush grew on her face. In addition, then let Bai Yue check out whose family is messing around. Chu Yang frowned, a faintly suspicious red color surfaced on his handsome face. The drug effect suddenly came extremely violent, and the coldness in Chu Yang's heart increased. Dai Shanshan was concerned about Chu Yang's dynamics, and could only step up her pace, swipe her room card, and put Chu Yang on the bed. Just to the bed Chu Yang reached out and loosened the collar. A slight force in his hand, the clothes turned into pieces of broken steps in front of Dai Shanshan. Chu Yang, you, okay? Dai Shanshan carefully inquired. Chu Yang nodded, his voice low, it's okay, I'll trouble you for the follow-up. Saying that, Chu Yang walked towards the bathroom. Dai Shanshan watched Chu Yang enter the bathroom. She clenched her silver teeth and turned around to leave the room. Not 3 minutes after Dai Shanshan's hasty departure, Chu Yang heard a deep and shallow sound of fine footsteps, quietly approaching with the unique timbre of high heels. Chu Yang rushed the cool water for a while. Although his body was better, the chill in his eyes was even greater. He didn't expect that he would still be tampered with at his own banquet and made it to his own head. Chu Shao. Chu Yang came out of the bathroom and met him face to face with a heavily made-up woman who came swooping at him. From a distance of a few meters, he could smell the strong perfume smell at the tip of his nose. What made Chu Yang even more annoyed was that the smell of perfume actually intensified the scorching heat on his body. Good fellow. The chain trick was played quite skillfully by you guys. Chu Yang's eyes turned from bright to deep. The woman fell to the ground ouch twice, and again wanted to rush to stick up. Wearing a white bathrobe of Chu Yang is too good-looking. Cool and noble look is very ascetic. Sexy throat, explained the chest, fine narrow waist and abdomen. None of them do not let people salivate. As long as she succeeded today, the title of Mrs. Chu would be hers. Who is the man behind you? Who brought you in? Chu Yang condescendingly looked down at the woman. Her face that was almost impossible to see the original face made Chu Yang's face gloomy. What kind of person had found such a commodity to count on him? Chu Shao. The spring night is short. It is better to let me serve you first. The woman was a little scared by Chu Yang's gaze, but thinking about what the man said, she still clenched her teeth and decided to pounce on Chu Yang first. Right now this man was a paper tiger. She wasn't afraid. Scram! Chu Yang was enraged by the woman's gesture and kicked out, directly kicking the woman from inside the room to outside the room. Quickly, it's upstairs. Dai Shanshan heard the commotion and her heart tightened within. She finished with the security guards, and the high heels on her feet were taken off, so she just lifted her skirt and went upstairs. Good tragedy a woman. When the security guards followed Dai Shanshan up, they saw the corridor railing, hanging a four-legged unconscious woman. From the point of view of her unconscious posture, it should be kicked by someone. Miserable? My fiancé is the one who is miserable. Why don't you guys hurry up and bring this woman down? Find out who brought her in as soon as possible. After Dai Shanshan finished angrily, the security guards were silenced. The two smart security guards immediately brought the person downstairs with one head and one foot. Yeah, you go and follow the progress. It's also because I was negligent and careless. To think that my own turf wouldn't have mistakes, Chu Yang said in a faint voice, as if he was giving himself another warning. Moon by Moon paused for a few seconds and said to Chu Yang, "Alright young master, how do you want to deal with those culprits? It's getting cold." Chu Yang was lying on the soft big bed. His bland tone could not be heard as joy or anger, but it made the heart feel cool. Okay young master. Moon by Moon was already bright. The day is cool. It's time to loosen the soil for the land. Fill in a pit again, and let people pop up on the pit next year. Chu Yang hummed and didn't have the heart to think much. He half sat on the bed. Dai Shanshan led the accompanying doctor over. with a slight blush and nervousness on his face. Dr. Su, you quickly give my fiancé a look. Dr. Su saw Chu Yang's face head on, and his heart even trembled uncontrollably twice within his heart. This Mr. Chu is really unexpectedly good looking nah. Almost a straight man of steel like me was bent by this glance. After stabilizing his mind, Dr. Su began to carefully check Chu Yang's current situation. 2 minutes later, Dr. Su silently swallowed his saliva. His eyes flickered slightly as he said to Chu Yang, Mr. Chu, your current situation. Going to the hospital to hang water won't help. The medicine is too potent. The current situation. You must know what to do, right? As Dr. Su spoke, he felt that his words were a bit redundant. Dai Shanshan and Chu Yang were originally an unmarried couple so, they called him to come over for a trip, purely for him to determine whether or not he can get rid of the medicinal properties. And if he can't, then Mr. Chu will just be able to get his hands on the water? Nowadays, young people have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. The amount of this is not well mastered. I do not know if the soundproofing of this room is good. According to the situation of Mr. Chu's estimation how it will take a night. Dr. Su sneaked a glance at Dai Shanshan. Ms. Dai is a first time. I do not know if she cannot stand it. Messy thought Dr. Su suddenly felt that he was a several million watt light bulb. So, Dr. Su silently recited in his heart that he was disturbed, and then left without looking back. Dai Shanshan was all shocked by Dr. Su's smooth backhanded door-closing operation as she listened to him. You can't solve how come you still close the door. Well, at least let me take Chu Yang to the hospital. Cough. Shanshan, you go out first. Chu Yang said to Dai Shanshan in a low, hoarse voice. He was different from other men. With the system's golden gun skill boost, Dai Shanshan probably couldn't carry him. Tonight, he can only rely on his natural girlfriend. Dai Shanshan looked at Chu Yang on the couch. That ascetic and charming Chu Yang. The heart of an unknown impulse. She walked to the side of Chu Yang, and offered a kiss. Chu Yang's brain was a hot mess from the kiss. Dai Shanshan, I'm sorry. The only remaining sanity made Chu Yang apologize through gritted teeth. With torn clothes and the woman's shallow singing and whispering until the next morning, Dai Shanshan, who didn't know from when she passed out, slept through the night. When she woke up again, Chu Yang was coming out of the bathroom. Shanshan, how do you feel? Chu Yang walked to the bedside and moved a chair to sit down. His handsome face and elegant temperament made Dai Shanshan unconsciously remember everything from last night. She moved her hand slightly. Her body felt like it was falling apart, also letting Dai Shanshan know clearly that she couldn't cope with Chu Yang alone. Chu Yang, too powerful. What time is it now? Dai Shanshan inquired with some embarrassment. Chu Yang touched his nose. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Dai Shanshan knew that he had personally cleaned himself up. She was always a little shy. Yes. I'm so hungry. Dai Shanshan's voice was a little soft, and it was hard to hear Chu Yang for a while. There was still a difference between having eaten meat and not having eaten meat. Otherwise Chu Yang would have reacted so strongly. He lightly coughed and said, I'll go get you some white porridge to pad your stomach, and then eat something else when you recover a little. Dai Shanshan lightly nodded. Chu Yang was really onto her. Not much later, Dai Shanshan saw Chu Yang carrying a bowl of white congee in. After carefully feeding it to her, Chu Yang then said in a low voice, Shanshan, how about continuing to renew the contract after 1 year? Chu Yang still has a strong possessive desire in his heart. He is naturally unwilling to let Dai Shanshan be with someone else again. Even if there was a reason for what happened yesterday, Chu Yang still wanted Dai Shanshan's accurate reply. Renew your contract? Being your Mrs. Chu, the flowing light in Dai Shanshan's eyes was graceful and radiant. Looking at Chu Yang was a little heartwarming. Well, renewing the contract for a lifetime. What do you think, the future Mrs. Chu? I think this matter can be slowed down first. Marriage is definitely a must. Can we talk about it after a year? Dai Shanshan's heart was moved by Chu Yang's words, but thinking about last night's experience, she didn't dare to move. According to this intensity, she was afraid that she wouldn't even have to get out of bed. Alright then, listen to you. You rest well first, and when you're better, go live in my villa as well. Chu Yang's eyes darkened slightly, and his heart was a little sad. If we were married, we would be able to do things every day that would make people happy both physically and mentally. Now, let Shanshan take 2 days off first. Dai Shanshan? Is the progress so fast? Actually, I can take a break. Or you can find me a sister for the time being. Dai Shanshan's beautiful eyes were round. She never thought that she would expect her fiancé to have colorful flights flying outside in the future because he was too strong in that area. What was even more frightening was that her fiancé was too exclusive and even wanted to favor her alone. Ahem. Chu Yang. I thought about it. Chu's group is still in the period of development. I'd better go to work at the company. Dai Shanshan didn't dare to refuse outright. She decided to use a roundabout tactic, but Chu Yang didn't fall for her bait at all. He waved his hand and said righteously, "No need. I have already arranged for Tang Xinran to take over Chu's group. The most important thing for you now is to get well and turn around and go out and play if you want to go out and play and invest if you want to invest. This is my bank card." So, the summarized sentence is, you are responsible for making money to support the family. I am responsible for lying down and counting money? More than $1 billion project, talk about the kind of one night? Dai Shanshan felt a little weak in the legs. At this time, a knock sounded at the door at the right time. Dai Shanshan surprisingly raised her voice and said, "Please come in." Chu Yang secretly said that it was a pity. He almost managed to abduct Dai Shanshan to his villa. "Young master, today is the day of the completion of Xiang Xin Garden. The day of the lottery. You should set off." Bai Yue walked through the door, looking quite a bit messy and beautiful as her eyes passed by. Below the pure white quilt, a splash of blossoming red plums that had been covered up was placed brightly in front of Bai Yue. "Young master and Miss Dai." Bai Yue's eyes flashed with a touch of gloom. Dai Shanshan was a little surprised. She glanced at Chu Yang petulantly, thinking that Chu Yang's charm was quite big. To think that even Bai Yue liked him. Chu Yang frowned and was about to reject it, just to hear Dai Shanshan look serious. She said, "As the boss, we are supposed to understand the situation. Just go over there first, and let Yue help me with the rest." Chu Yang saw that she was on board, so he could only nod his head and agree. "Alright, right Yue. You'll tidy up my room later. Shanshan will be living in the villa with me in the future. Okay, young master." Bai Yue's heart seized with pain, but she still pretended to answer his words as if nothing had happened. She knew that she had unconsciously fallen in love with Chu Yang, but the first rule of being a private butler was not to have feelings for her employer. "Be well blessed, Bai Yue." Bai Yue silently said in her heart, and Chu Yang's footsteps drifted away afterward. Chu Yang sat in the Koenigsegg 11 and came to the vicinity of Universal International and got off the car. He was wearing a t-shirt and black pants and sneakers today, and his short black hair and handsome appearance only made people think that he was also a rich second generation who had come to rock the boat. And the reason why Chu Yang thought of coming over was purely just to come and listen to what the crowd had to say about Xiang Xin Yuan. "Aya, old Zhao, you also came here to shake the number ah? Yo, what's going on? Why are you in a wheelchair?" Chu Yang was attracted by the voice. He turned his head to see that it was a man in his 30s, sitting in a wheelchair, with a bandage on his left hand. "This is a big deal, right? It is all like this, not in the hospital to raise, but also to come to the shaking is too much to fight it. The old Zhao in the wheelchair haha, indifferent, the first sweet in my life, by a Xiangxin Park this kind of unattainable. How I have to come over ah, old Wang, why did you come over? I am also greedy Xiangxin Park. I heard that some small households, and is not expensive, only hundreds of thousands of dollars. My son is not fast to go to school at." Old Wang said smilingly. The topic turned to the old Zhao. How to do wheelchair came to the question. Old Zhao waved his big hand. A look of not a thing, said to the old king, "Nothing, it is that I had an appointment to go out to play with Lao Zhang before. The results did not look good. Was a Ferrari touched a Ferrari. At that time, I was almost about to lose money. Who knows that the driver saw me as bad, called out a dozen or so people to break my legs, and accompanied me with hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is also good?" Chu Yang were shocked. This old Zhao in the end did what thing? People would rather lose money also want to give him to break his leg? It seemed that old Zhao's experience was too appalling, and there was even someone who came over to join in the fun. That person slapped old Zhao on the back, causing old Zhao to grimace and cry out in pain. "Brother, you're the only one who's ever touched a porcelain. Honestly, I also have something happy to share with you." The man was very familiar with himself, and without introducing himself, he opened his mouth and started blathering. "Recently, I've made money, winning the lottery and earning $5 million. He deliberately lowered his voice, deliberately showing off like he had some purpose. Chu Yang frowned and continued to listen down. Just saw that person pulled out a vial-like thing from his pocket. "The reason I won $5 million is because I bought this good luck." Detected that Lai San bragged with the host. The system special gift of $5 million. Chu Yang was speechless. Is marketing so pervasive? Someone come and give me the person in the red shirt next to the wheelchair to take away. Chu Yang made a call to the security to explain the situation. It didn't take long for several security guards to come over to arrest the man. The man in the red shirt was all confused when he was suddenly arrested. "Who are you to arrest me?" As the red shirt struggled, he heard the security guard say in a cold voice, "You're still arguing that you're running a pyramid scheme in Global International. Come with us to the police station." Red shirt was confused. "I've kept my voice so low, why am I still exposed? Wait, What evidence do you have that I'm a pyramid scheme? The red shirt shouted loudly and even struggled. The security guard snorted coldly. By virtue of us, Global International never wrongly accuses a good person or spares a bad person. If you are not a pyramid scheme, after going to the police station in a while I will not only take the blame and resign, but also publicly apologize to you. The security guard this wave of pretense that is completely not false. Anyway, it's an order from the big boss. I'm free to pretend. The red shirt was on the verge of tears. Whether you apologize or not is no longer a problem. The problem is, I'm really a pyramid scheme. This Global International is pretty good. I see that guy is sharp-tongued and doesn't look like a good person. Just because of the attitude of Universal International, I'll buy this house. I've heard that Universal International is very good, and it really lives up to its name. I'm going to buy another set later. Those pyramid schemes are the most annoying. Universal International is so responsible. Chu Yang in the crowd was somewhat silent. He just happened to report a pyramid scheme, but there was even this effect? The current manager of Universal International, Lee Si, who had rushed here after hearing the crowd's words, was also secretly surprised within his heart. No wonder they all said that Mr. Chu was great. This strategizing and calculating was practically watertight. Casually catching someone and saying that they are a pyramid scheme can drive a big sale of houses. Are we catching a pyramid scheme? No. What we're selling is the strength of our Universal International Security Service. Mr. Chu's total cowhide, voice breaking. Lee Si was all excited. His admiration for Chu Yang was like a torrential river stretching endlessly. And even more so, he wanted to give Chu Yang a new honorific, Ghost Wizard of the business sector. Among the people he knew, only Mr. Chu could strategize like this. Lee Si was about to walk over when the cell phone he was carrying rang again. Hey, Captain Chen, what happened? Lee Si's call could only be conveyed directly by the security chief of Universal International. He really couldn't figure out what the security guard was calling for at this hour. Manager Lee, I've taken the liberty of disturbing you. Just now the security guards under me passed on a message to me saying that we've made a big achievement this time. That man who was taken away is really a pyramid scheme operator. Lee Si, he really caught a pyramid seller. Moreover, the police are preparing to wipe out that pyramid scheme den. And now that they've interrogated the exact den, the police cars are out in force. The security chief's excited voice was coming through the cell phone. Lee Si's pace forward silently stopped. He was afraid that if he ran into Chu Yang in a while, his opening the back door for his little nephew to work at Universal International would be exposed. Why don't we slow down and then go over to find Mr. Chu? Lee Si gave himself an affirmative answer in his heart. Then Lee Si began to search for Chu Yang with his eyes. This time, Lee Si immediately noticed the most handsome Chu Yang in the crowd. This high face value and temperament of Mr. Chu that was nowhere to be found was really impossible to ignore. Chu Yang was very satisfied with the satisfaction of the crowd that was ready to purchase a home, and was about to leave when he heard two more youths in their early 20s chattering away. Xiao Zhang, why did you come over to the lottery? Saved so much pocket money? Xiao Zhang looked not very old, looked a little handsome, and wore a silver earring in his right ear looking gangly and handsome. Zhang rolled his eyes at the youth. I buy what house? Just for my parents over the number. Recently chased me too many girls. I want to come over to quiet. Xiao Zhang is not bragging. He is also a school grass level character in school. There are indeed many people chasing him, but not as many as he said. The youth felt that he had been pretended to by little Zhang, so he pointed to Chu Yang and said to Xiao Zhang, not brother, said you. You have to find a better place to pretend. Okay, see him, you have him handsome, put here to pretend to be a pussy. Xiao Zhang glanced at Chu Yang, on the spot, lying a big groove. You idiot, this is the president of Global International, Mr. Chu. After Xiao Zhang finished cursing, he directly exposed Chu Yang's identity. Quite a few grandpa and grandma level characters had inquired once they heard that Chu Yang was the big boss. Oops, which one is the big boss? Big boss is there? This is the big boss? So young. Big boss, do you have a girlfriend? My family has a granddaughter who is only 18 years old this year. Hello big boss, my niece is only 21 this year. She graduated from a famous school. Chu Yang was surrounded by a group of Amazons, and that self-acquaintance situation was incomparably suffocating. I just came here to see how things are going, and listen to people bragging in the meantime. As a result, everything hasn't even started yet. Is it over like this? Hasty. Chu Yang secretly said in his heart that he was overly hasty, and even forgot to bring a mask to go out. Hurry up and save the big boss. Lee Si knew his usefulness had come. He hurriedly called out to the security chief, and a group of security guards rushed out, making a solid human wall for Chu Yang to vanish. Chu Yang swore that if there were no accidents, he would definitely bring a mask when he went out in the future. After coming out from the crowd, Chu Yang immediately disappeared back to the Koenigsegg 11. In less than a minute, the Koenigsegg 11 went away. Li Si, who was responsible for the aftermath of the incident, watched the Koenigsegg 11 leave, and his heart was greatly shocked. The Moncler jackets for men are simply invincible. Even the business genius Chu Yang had to flee under their enthusiasm. He turned his head to look at the Moncler coats for women who were still questioning the security guards. He swallowed hard and said to the security guard stiffly, "Brothers, hold steady. I'm going to go to the top to ask for support." The security guards who heard the voice uniformly shed tears of sadness within their hearts. "Everyone, don't ask. We don't know this question. We're just security guards. Young master. Next, where are we going?" The driver didn't expect Chu Yang to come back so quickly, and a certain tone of magical laughter was still playing on his cell phone. "Chu Yang, does the driver usually rely on all this entertainment when he's on standby? Let's find a place to stop first. I'll give Mr. Yu of Yangon Technology a call." There were still 3 days left for the Immortal Tour recruitment. Taking advantage of today, he just happened to go to Yangon Technology to observe it for good. "Okay, young master." The driver couldn't wait to stop for a while. The magical laughter in his cell phone was too socially dead. Chu Yang found out the business card Yu Yangon left behind from the car and dialed it. Yu Yangon's end quickly answered. "Hello, Yu Yangon. May I ask who is this?" "Mr. Yu, I'm Chu Yang. I would like to go over to your company today to observe. May I ask if it's convenient on your end?" Chu Yang's sudden request caused Yu Yangon to be slightly stunned. After he came back to his senses, he said in surprise, "Mr. Chu, your call came at the right time. We just happened to run into a difficult problem." "Oh yes, Mr. Tang is also here." "Chu Yang, Tang Shinran talked to Yu Yangon's end so quickly? I was still preparing to go over there in a couple days now." Okay, then I'll go over right now." Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a flash of contemplation after he agreed with alacrity. What kind of design did Yangon Technology make that even Jin Yang's people couldn't handle it? The driver numbly turned off the sound of his cell phone and used the fastest and steadiest car speed to arrive at Yangon Technology's main building. "Young master, Yangon Technology has arrived," the driver said to Chu Yang with a serious expression. Chu Yang nodded lightly and said, "Well, that laughter is quite funny." The driver's expression shattered. "Young master, you may not believe me when I say it. If you don't say it, I can still deceive myself for a bit." Getting down from the Koenigsegg 11, Chu Yang saw Yu Yangon, Tang Shinran and a group of Yangon Technology's executives all coming out to greet Chu Yang. This huge battlefield represented Yu Yangon's high regard for Chu Yang. Tang Shinran walked to Chu Yang with a smile and respectfully said, "Brother Yang." Yu Yangon even took a step forward and said in a warm voice, "Welcome Mr. Chu to Yangon Technology. This way please." "Mr. Yu, let's not talk too much. Why don't you take me to see your project first? Just in time for me to study and learn." Chu Yang nodded and opened the door. A flash of surprise flashed across Yu Yangon's face. He smiled. "That's just right. I also have quite a few questions I want to ask Mr. Chu." After Chu Yang followed Yu Yangon to the R&D department, he was immediately noticed by quite a few people from the R&D department. "Mr. Yu, I should have said that the R&D department has recently reached a bottleneck. You casually letting people come over to visit will give us a headache." Chu Yang's arrival made the 3 R&D personnel who were dispatched over feel chagrined. They were originally following orders to help Yangon Technology, but as a result, before things even started, they were blocked by the self-righteous Yangon R&D personnel. What kind of person is this guy? "Mr. Yu, does this kind of goods deserve to be in the R&D department?" Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. The attitude of the person who spoke was not like an attitude towards a superior. Bullying? Or is there someone behind it? Yu Yangon did not comment on Chu Yang's inquiry. He smiled and said, "Let Mr. Chu laugh. It's also because my company's internal management is ineffective. Letting you see the joke. Let me introduce to you. This is the minister of our R&D department, Zhang Shuyo." Chu Yang let out an "oh." His eyes slightly swept over what they were developing. He slightly tilted his head and pointed at his employees. "With this result of your R&D, casually letting one of my subordinates go up there would be better than them." The Golden Sun employees were suddenly nominated by Chu Yang, and each of their faces were agitated and their eyes were filled with admiration. They had long heard that Chu Yang was the designer of the Golden Sun energy battery, and once they saw it today, it was indeed an expert. If it wasn't for their status, they really wanted to say, Yangon Technology R&D department is a bunch of hot chickens. The materials used are not right. The method is not right. Even the research direction is not right. It was almost as if they were wasting manpower and resources on purpose. You are simply talking nonsense. "Mr. Yu, please invite your friend out." Zhang Shuyao's eyes flashed with a flash of obscurity. His commanding condescension caused Yu Yangon to reveal a rare shocked look. He had long since seen Zhang Shuyao's Puxin. Unexpectedly, he could actually be so Puxin. I don't even dare to openly offend General Manager Chu, and you're actually asking me to invite him out? Most importantly, the last person who openly offended Chu Yang had already turned into a retard. This wave of Zhang Suyao's operation, I'm afraid that he's not far from the last one. Minister Zhang, let me introduce to you. This is General Manager Chu of Golden Sun Energy. Yu Yandan didn't care about Puxin man Zhang Shuya. He grandly introduced Chu Yang's identity. When Yu Yandan's words fell, the crowd of R&D department personnel were all astonished. I heard that Golden Sun Energy's battery design came from Mr. Chu's handwriting. Is that true? Is it true that Mr. Chu is so young? Jinyang Energy is a leader in the energy development industry. Did he just say that because our R&D is going in the wrong direction? But isn't Minister Zhang responsible for arranging all this? Some of the new R&D personnel all looked at Zhang Shuya with questioning eyes. His not-so-smart tactics were simply an arrogant and stupid move in the eyes of connoisseurs. Yu Yangan followed the dynamics of the R&D department's personnel, and his heart moved slightly. The corner of his lips sketched out a light smile, and he raised his voice. Oh yes, the batteries of Golden Sun Energy were designed by Mr. Chu himself. If it wasn't for the unfavorable design and development of the R&D department, I wouldn't have to spend a large price to invite Mr. Chu over, Yu Yangan said, and then fixedly looked at Zhang Shuya, showing disappointment. Minister Zhang, to be honest, I'm very disappointed in your ability. Spending tens of millions of dollars surprisingly didn't yield any results. Mr. Yu, energy development is originally a very capital-intensive matter. These tens of millions of dollars invested have already yielded small results. Another person stood out to speak for Zhang Shuya. Chu Yang swept his eyes. The twinkle in his eyes was enough to prove that he was lying. Mr. Yu, why does your company still have some stray fish that don't listen to the call of duty? If you want me to say, it wouldn't be better to just sack them. He didn't have the patience to listen to these people blathering. Tang Xinran on the side couldn't help but laugh as well. Brother Yang is right. To think that we, Jin Yang, have spent tens of millions of dollars to create a primary finished product. Tang Xinran's compliment was a bit harsh. It is simply holding down the face of the R&D department and slapping it to death. Jin Yang's R&D staff also opened their mouths to express their approval of their own two presidents. Yes, we are all starting from scratch. How come we can build a primary product with tens of millions of dollars, but you can't? I just wonder. The material is not right. The method is not right. The direction is not right. Why are you still building in? I've never seen such a foolhardy one, and tens of millions of dollars on these materials, but hundreds of thousands of dollars. Most of the personnel in the R&D department of Jinyan were experts in their field, and those who could be dispatched by Tang Xinran were naturally the elite of the elite. They had come over to help, and even if they hadn't been treated with the respect they deserved, they had also suffered a bellyful of anger. Now that our Mr. Chu is here, we are still afraid of nothing. It's to dislike you with the truth and leave you speechless. Minister Zhang, is everything Jin Yang's people said true? You've been with us for so long, worked so many shifts, and they're all wrong? Do you take us for fools? Damn it, how dare I respect you so much? The members of the R&D department also stood against Zhang Shuyo after hearing the words of the Golden Sun R&D staff. Excluding the one who had just started speaking for Zhang Shuyo, everyone had verbally attacked Zhang Shuyo. As for who among these people were those who were truly unaware of Zhang Shuyo's plan, it was unknown. Hundreds of thousands of things. Talking to me about tens of millions of dollars? A bit interesting. Minister Zhang, do you want to explain a bit more? Yu Yangan said with a smile, and his eyes were quenched with coal ice. Xu Yang could sort of see that Yu Yangan had been put on the spot. So one still had to learn. If you don't learn, in case you are fooled, you not only don't know, but maybe you are still counting money to someone. Zhang Shuyo was shocked by Yu Yangan's aura. Most of the tens of millions of dollars he had gotten had been taken 80% by the people behind him, and he only had less than a few million left in his hands now. If that wasn't the case, how could he have intentionally made a research and development in the opposite direction? He originally wanted to take this opportunity to ask Yu Yangan for some funds to reopen the R&D. Who would have thought that Yu Yangan not only didn't play his cards by the book, but even called out to Jin Yang's people to assist? What if all the things he has done so far are exposed? With all the crimes he had committed, at the very least, he would have to start with 10 years off. Looks like there's no explanation. Zhang Shuyo, is it? I advise you to obediently tie your hands and surrender. Tang Xinran stared at Zhang Shuyao's movements, a flash of vigilance flashing through his eyes. As he spoke, he didn't move 2 steps in Xu Yang's direction, in order to prevent Zhang Suyao from counterattacking in his death throes. Mr. Tang is right. If you confess, I can deal with you lightly. Yu Yangon said with a sincere face, but in his heart, he silently said, but you have offended Chu Shao, whether he will deal with you leniently, Yu Yangon, am not qualified to know. I wish you a happy jail term, Minister Zhang. Lighter punishment adur. Zhang Suyao's eyes gradually flickered with despair. Even if you get a lighter punishment, you will still be sanctioned by the law. Anyway, we will be sanctioned anyway, so why not do something big? Zhang Shuyao's body gradually glowed with a murderous aura, and that intimidating stance made the crowd of R&D personnel involuntarily take a step back. Minister Sang's aura. So scary. Zhang Shuyao ran towards Yu Yongan's position in a single stride. His nimble movements and athletic stance did not look like a powerless R&D staff at all. The sudden change caught everyone present off guard. Chu Yang, Tang Xinran, and Yu Yangan were the exception. Boom! Only Yu Yangan stepped forward and stood in front of Chu Yang, and swung out with a fist, directly hitting Zhang Shuyao's abdomen. Then a handsome over-the-shoulder slam took Zhang Suyao down to the ground. Yu Yangan stepped on Zhang Shuyao's body, and it was the coldness in his eyes that really made Zhang Shuyao see clearly. Minister Zhang, you don't really think that I, Yu Yangan, am a handless president, do you? Yu Yangan cocked his head, his chilly eyes carrying the slightest hint of wickedness. Those lurid eyes made Zhang Suyao forget about the pain for a moment. He was stunned by that lurid look in Yu Yangan's eyes. No, it's not my business. Everything has nothing to do with me. It was Minister Zhang who ordered me to do it. I have an old man and a young man. I was threatened by him. I have no way out. Mr. You, please spare me. The person who had spoken to Zhang Suyao earlier saw that Zhang Suyao had been arrested. He actually knelt down on both knees and begged for mercy in a loud voice. Xinran. Chu Yang frowned slightly. As his words fell, Tang Xinran walked sharply in front of that person and cut him unconscious with a hand knife. Only thinking of begging for mercy at this point. Don't you think you're being too loud? This wave of Tang Xinran's maneuver made Yongan's R&D staff's brows jump, and they subconsciously took a step back. Chu Yang tapped his brow with his index finger, the displeasure in his eyes obvious. Mr. You, how much longer do you want me to stay here? Yu Yangan let out an ah. Every lightness and weight under his feet. A kick went over him partially and knocked Zhang Shuyao unconscious. The corner of Chu Yang's eyes slightly twitched. Didn't see it Mr. You was actually a white cut black. Mr. Chu was sorry for the poor hospitality. Xiao Lu. First take Mr. Chu to my office. I will immediately go over. Yu Yangan said smilingly. The composed youth who was called Little Lu by Yu Yangan walked over and respectfully invited Chu Yang to go over. Chu Yang glanced at the Golden Sun R&D personnel who were on the sidelines, and said in a faint voice, all three of you have worked hard today. After you go back, double your salary. As for the rest, Mr. You will explain it to me later. Saying that, Chu Yang left first. Golden Sun's R&D staff all had happy faces when they heard Chu Yang's words. Golden Sun's current salary section had long been several times their original base. Doubling it again. It was about to leap to a new level. Fortunately, it was someone else who came today. Otherwise it would have been cheaper for other colleagues. Tang Xinran looked at his happy subordinates, could not help but roll his eyes and said, on this money you are happy bad? Hurry up and come out. Don't delay Mr. You from dealing with things. Only then did the Jin Yang R&D staff realize that they were a bit redundant. They didn't care about the nastiness in Tang Xinran's words, and after happily responding, they followed Tang Xinran in a frenzy. Yu Yangan listened to Tang Xinran's words, and his originally smiling face sank. Although he had made his fortune in science and technology, he was not an expert in the field of energy development. He had long known that Zhang Shuyao was a bit of a yin and yang, which was why he had the cheek to request Chu Yang's foreign aid. Even before Chu Yang came, he heard that they had encountered problems and happily ran to meet Chu Yang. The result? This group of people didn't even give the Golden Sun R&D staff a chance to play. My Yandan technology never accepts wastes. Those who didn't see Zhang Shuyao's movements as well as those who support Zhang Shuyao, all of them roll over to the personnel department to settle their accounts and roll away. Yu Yangan's words fell and he called out to his second secretary. Under Yu Yangan's command, the second secretary began to settle the subsequent accounts one by one. Zhang Shuyao was also grabbed by the security guards in full view of everyone. With the sound of police cars whizzing by, Zhang Shuyao was dragged onto the police car like a dead dog and whizzed away. What awaits them next is the sanction of the law, and the sanction of Chu Yang. Tang Xinran hung up the phone and watched the police car leave. The coldness in his eyes gradually receded away. Offend me Tang Xinran can. Offend my brother Yang. Not. A mere minister of R&D still dares to be so arrogant. Is it bullying me that Jin Yang has no one? You guys wait for orders over here first. Play with your cell phones or whatever. I'll contact you later if there's an arrangement. After instructing Tang Xinran, he went up to the top floor by himself. Yu Yangan did not do this properly. He had to take advantage of the opportunity to make a good knock. The office of the president of Yangon Technology. The large office in the simple atmosphere. Everywhere placed vases and other decorations. Small to tens of thousands of fountain pens. Large to hundreds of thousands of celadone, etc. Looking at it is very pleasing to the eye. Chu Yang sitting on the office sofa, long legs folded in a piece. Eyes are not light and light. Cannot see the joy and anger. You total, today's matter, should give me an explanation, right? Chu Yang came up here for the face of Chen Wei. Not only was he offended today, even his men were suppressed. Even if Yu Yongnan had some kind of unbearable bitterness, that still made Chu Yang's heart unhappy. Yu Yangan knew that this matter today, what he did was indeed unorthodox. He apologized. Chu Xiao, this matter is indeed my mistake. Please give me some time. I will give you an explanation after I find out the truth of the matter. Chu Yang casually threw the cell phone in front of Yu Yangan. The corner of his lips slightly sketched a curve. His eyes were all mockery. I have already found out the truth for you. What is your choice? What is the choice? Yu Yangan somewhat hesitantly picked up Chu Yang's cell phone. The content on it made Yu Yangan's eyes suddenly contract. The Yu family had unexpectedly gone through such a big thing. They were planning to protect Big Brother and use him as an outcast? If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Xiao had mistakenly invited himself to the Nanjiajia, and he had asked Chu Xiao to help, I'm afraid that the next person to sit in jail would be him. Xiao Chu, I feel that the family's approach is not wise. Why don't you help me out and have the Yu family change its head? Yu Yangan gently put down his cell phone. He spoke in a faint voice. The light in his eyes gradually darkened. Chu Yang lightly laughed, and took his cell phone again, pulling up another piece of information and putting it in front of Yu Yangan. Mr. Yu, I advise you to take a look at this information before choosing, and then see if you want to change the head of the family. Yu Yangan's eyes stagnated. These things, how could they be in General Manager Chu's hands? As you can see, this is some of the Yu family's lesser seen things. I hate being put on the spot, especially with Zhang Xuyao's so obvious moves. It's an insult to me. Chu Yang spoke carelessly, his nonchalant tone filled with the cold arrogance of a technical big shot. His men possessed a hacker alliance like the Red Sky Alliance. The intelligence information on hand was second to none in the country and even abroad. It was a snap of his fingers to search for a family's intelligence, especially since there was an additional KLing among the members of the Red Sky Alliance. Of course, all of this investment in information was based on the fact that Yu Yangan was worthy of being brought under the banner. Young Chu, please let me read the information before letting me make a decision. Yu Yangan spoke respectfully, the seriousness in his tone causing Chu Yang to raise his eyebrows. Worthy of being someone that Chen Xiao played with? This thunderous attitude alone was extraordinary. Yes, Chu Yang readily agreed. In the quieted down office, only Yu Yangan's gradually ragged panting could be heard. It could be seen that the content on the information made him angrier and angrier. It was also true that who could be willing to be an unseen outcast of the Yu family? What's more, the Yu family was doing the job of killing chickens to get eggs. This blood feud of matricide, how could it not be a wave of revenge? Chu Xiao, can you guarantee the authenticity of this information? Yu Yangan's eyes trembled dramatically as he looked towards Chu Yang. The upheaval and collapse that surfaced in his eyes made Yu Yangan look more than 3 times gloomy. Chu Yang smiled faintly. If you don't believe me, you can go and check. However, I have to remind you that the person I commissioned to check is KLing, who is ranked number 1 in the world. KLing. Yu Yangan's hand trembled. The hand that didn't clutch the cell phone suddenly clenched. He had already believed 80% of Chu Yang's words. The remaining 20%, he wanted to personally verify. I'll give you an hour to verify. With the ability of Chen Xiaojia, it's enough to find out for you, right? Chu Yang appreciated Yu Yangan's rigor. This rigor would also bring him perfect enough results. Anyway, these things that KLing had found out could be found out as long as there were people who had the heart to do so. It would only be a matter of time before it was fully checked out. After Yu Yangan calmed down, he properly handed the cell phone back to the table in front of Chu Yang and respectfully asked, Young Chu is helping me so much. Is it for the sake of Chen Xiao or do you want me to work for you? Chu Yang lightly laughed, faintly said, both. You can take it as me being bored. Of course, it can also be seen as me wanting to give you a hand. The pattern of the Yu family restricts you and limits your development. I'll change the pattern for you. I can give you the position of president of Golden Sun Energy. You don't have to go through all the trouble of competing for the position of the Yu family's head. The funds, the fame, and the status, I can give you all of that as well. As long as you follow me for 3 years, you'll be able to completely build a brand new Yu family. This is the new pattern I'm giving you. Why would Yu Yangan's company have a fool like Zhang Xuyao? Categorically. There were reasons for Yu Yangan's poor knowledge of people and professional ineptitude, but there were also people behind the scenes who were up to no good. The pattern of the Yu family is too small to accommodate a Yu Yangon who has developed into the leading technology company in the country. Therefore, the Yu family wanted to let Yu Yangon's elder brother, easier to be grasped by the future head of the Yu family, to do this leader. Unfortunately, they made a wrong move in chess, ignoring Chen Xiao's connections, not to mention not expecting Chu Yang to intervene. Then, please also ask Chu Xiao to wait for me here for an hour. Yu Yangon's wrinkled brows slightly flattened out. He lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said to Chu Yang in a deep voice. Chu Yang nodded with understanding and asked Yu Yangon to send a computer to him. Yu Yangon immediately had his secretary arrange a laptop for Chu Yang. An hour hurriedly passed in Chu Yang's busyness. Yu Yangon also finally died to the Yu family after checking the information. Chu Xiao, please also help me out and destroy the Yu family for me. Yu Yangon sincerely bowed to Chu Yang. His words were sincere and his expression was calm. Chu Yang stopped the movement in his hand. The corner of his mouth raised a smile that was teachable by a child. It seems that you have already found out. Then, take action. Yu Yangon nodded his head. Then he heard Chu Yang dial the phone over to Tang Xinran. Xinran, I'll leave the next matter to you. Tang Xinran answered yes. The excitement in his words could be heard through the cell phone. Yu Yangon sat across from Chu Yang, watching him hang up the phone and fall into busyness once again. Time passed quietly in the ticking. 10 minutes later, a crisp cell phone ringtone suddenly sounded in the quiet office. Yu Yangon looked at the crazily vibrating cell phone screen. The corner of his lips outlined a cold smile before picking up the phone. Yangon, don't you know Young Chen? You should hurry up and contact Young Chen and ask him to help the Yu family through this difficult time. The one who called was the Yu family's family head, and the customary arrangement caused Yu Yangon's eyes to slightly darken. This thing called kinship was indeed a shackle that strangled people sometimes. Once it's gone, it's nothing. Don't need to find someone. No one can help the Yu family in this matter. The person who made the move is Chu Xiao. Chen Xiao all have to step aside. Originally Chen Xiao they still intend to help Chu Xiao favor. Or I begged for you to beg for mercy. Yu Yangon's serious nonsense to see Chu Yang are shocked. You this child. Pit father even if. Also Pit so serious. There is money in the way, there is money in the way. This wave of operation goes on. Afraid of the seat of the technology leader in the next 10 years can sit firmly. Chu Xiao, why do you want to deal with the Yu family? Yu family head of the family is almost collapsed. The family was going to be gone in less than 30 minutes. This Nima's family was gone in the time it took to go to the restroom. Where could he justify this? What made the Yu family head even more devastated was that he didn't even know how he had offended Chu Xiao. Oh, Zhang Suyao offended. Originally this was my fault. Chu Xiao checked and found that it had nothing to do with me. I would like to ask my father, why would Zhang Suyao deliberately tamper with my company? Yu Yangon lightly skipped over having nothing to do with himself in one sentence, and incidentally asked a wave of rhetorical questions. The Yu family head was confused. I am here to seek help from you. You said in 2 words that it has nothing to do with you and asked me why Zhang Shuyo gave you a hand. I trample had known that this idiot would offend Chu Xiao. Could I let him go? You also do not know? Forget it then. I'll see you then. Seeing that the Yu family head didn't say anything, Yu Yangon immediately lost his patience and casually hung up the phone. The Yu family head was confused. He didn't understand what it meant at first. It wasn't until he was suddenly captured by the police that the Yu family head realized what Yu Yangon meant by the sentence "I'll see you then." The special meow was to come and see me at the station. The news of the Yu family head's arrest spread throughout the rich and powerful circle, and Chen Xiao was the first to get the latest news. After he saw the news, he didn't come back to his senses for half a day. This Nima, Chu Xiao was the family destroyer, right? In the front, there was Anna and Dai Shan, and in the back, there was Yu Yangon. What about the next one? Chen Xiao panicked. Not only Chen Xiao, the tycoons who got the news all panicked. Quickly, hurry to check if there are any ungrateful people underneath who have offended Chu Xiao. If there are any, send them to Chu Xiao's villa to apologize. Under the Yu family's accident, all the big families in Magic City had started their own investigation mode. There were even some families that felt that their sons were not secure in going out, and directly placed them under house arrest. The slightly better families had also ordered their sons to go to work at the company. When Chen Xiao managed to go out and sneak around after a few days, he encountered a very strange phenomenon. Other than the top-tier rich second generation, the rich second generation below the top tier lied with various excuses that they were unable to come out. The most outrageous excuse was, his great-aunt's second uncle's family's dog had a baby, and he wanted to go and take a look. People's dogs give birth to babies. Has it got anything to do with you? You're also a relative of this layer of the horse's foot? And all of this is the originator of Chu Yang. Is still unaware of the police sitting in the office? Crisp cell phone ringing again. Chu Yang lifted his hand to pick up, turned on the external playback. Yu Yangon clearly heard Tang Xinran's voice come through. Brother Yang, the Yu family is finished. Yu Yangon looked at the time on his watch. In just half an hour, the Yu family was gone. The concepts he had been building up, the ideas he had been building up. Suddenly someone with great strength told him that he was wrong. Got it. From tomorrow, you will step down as the president of Golden Sun. Tang Xinran's voice on the other end immediately became high-pitched. Crap, Brother Yang. I admit that I have an element of pretense wanting to see the Yu family head's pitiful eyes to satisfy my poor vanity, but I swear, I'm really efficient enough. Chu Yang, I was not expecting Tang Xinran, you still have this vanity? What have you done? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and decided to scare Tang Xinran with a wave first. Tang Xinran coughed lightly. Embarrassed. Also, nothing, it's just that I called the Yu family's head of the family, saying that Yu Yangon offended you, Brother Yang, and then that side told me to do whatever I wanted. I wasn't angry, so I told the Yu family head that he should wait for me, and in less than 30 minutes he would want to kneel down and plead with me. As a result, not out of 10 minutes, the Yu family head of the family called me and I asked for help. I do not know who was playing the police phone. The old damage. I am not more than 3 minutes of vanity. I heard the police broke into the door to take away the people. Tang Xinran also wanted to pretend a wave of ratio in passing. The result is not yet started to cool. It suddenly ended. The world is tasteless. Yu Yangon, who had once again pitched a wave of his own father, silently placed his cell phone behind him and straightened his expression. Yu Yangon, as long as I act as if I don't actually have one, no one will know that I am greatly righteous. Chu Yang didn't expect things to be arranged this way. Some drama and some laughter. He didn't arrange the police piece. The only one who could think of this piece was probably Yu Yangon. Well, Yu Yangon will take your place, and you will go to succeed Chu starting tomorrow. Chu Yang had been thinking about how to get Dai Shan to stay at home without the excuse of going to work at ease ever since he had an actual relationship with Dai Shan. It wasn't that Chu Yang had any overlord feelings, it was simply that he wanted to spend more time with Dai Shan, and incidentally try out locations other than the bed or something like that. Anyway, in the future is to get married. More learning is always no problem. Alright, Brother Yang. Tang Xinran on the other end was getting excited. He also thought that he had done something unfavorable this time to make Chu Yang unhappy, but he didn't think that Chu Yang wanted him to step down as the president of Jinyang. Compared to the Chu's group in the Magic City, Jinyang could only be considered small at best right now. Once he truly assumes the position of president of Chu's group, his identity will truly be squeezed into the apex of the rich young circle. The people in the future, who would then look at Tang Xinran would not be because of the Chu Yang behind him, but because of Tang Xinran himself. For the follow-up, I'll have Yu Yangon contact you later, so you can properly hand over to him this afternoon. Chu Yang hummed, lightly explaining the follow-up. After a pause at Tang Xinran's end, Tang Xinran inquired to Chu Yang, Brother Yang, that Golden Sun computer matter, these Yu Yangon will deal with. With these compared to do a good job choose group president to be more onerous. Xinran, is there confidence? Chu Yan a little thought. No Tang Xinran on the Golden Sun's reluctance to give up. He became the president of Jinyang until now, has been working hard for Jinyang, suddenly want to be promoted despite being happy, but inwardly the unwillingness to give up on Jinyang still exists. Of course I have confidence, Brother Yang, I won't let you down. After a short period of getting rid of his emotions, Tang Xinran quickly firms up his new goal. He wants to become the veritable president of Chu's group. Well, cheer up. Right. I heard Yue say that you've been playing with cars with someone recently. I bought you a supercar. You'll go to my villa later to pick it up. Chu Yang chatted with Tang Xinran before remembering the matter of lifting the car recently. Bai Yue was still quite concerned about Tang Xinran, or else she wouldn't have specifically brought up the matter of Tang Xinran playing with cars with rich young men. Chu Yang has always been generous to his little brother, so he let Bai Yue bring over a top-of-the-line supercar. Expensive was not expensive. It was better than rare. Okay, thank you Brother Yang. Tang Xinran was completely happy now. Chu Yang hung up the phone with a smile, and then placed the computer screen he had been operating on in front of Yu Yangon. I just looked at your company's equipment, and probably produced a new type of computer. The name as usual is Golden Sun Computer. As for the name that distinguishes the series, you can then divide it specifically, Chu Yang said in a faint voice, and Yu Yangon's gaze couldn't help but put on the computer screen. This was an ultra-thin computer design model that conformed to the most popular fashion nowadays. The internal design standard configuration was also arranged in accordance with the top domestic configuration, and the price of one was around 10,000. The most important thing is that Chu Yang produced the energy battery and design drawings. This new energy battery can do but also can do charging 5 minutes. High play 24 hours point. The power consumption of the computer is much greater than the computer. The specific material design also needs to have a specialized person to make specific arrangements. Although Yu Yangan is not a connoisseur in this area of energy development, but Chu Yang's this clear and concise design diagram. But tell him a fact. That is the top designers really can rely on a design map to make the company stand out from the many peers, to become the dark horse of the adversary in the middle of this. Further down were the design drawings of the various styles designed by Chu Yang. There were specialized office models, gaming models, and student models, etc. But all the types that could be marketed at the moment, Chu Yang had designed one. Good. So beautiful. The first time Yu Yangan looked at the design drawings, he was shocked by the face value of the computer that Chu Yang had designed with his own hands. Not to mention that things have not been made yet. Is made. A thin and light model sold 10,000. He also want to buy a. And then remembering that Chu Yang had once designed a place like Yethang Nanjiale, he again felt that it was a matter of course. Well, the matter of the design drawings is settled. As for your Yangon technology, there will be a special person to talk to you about the relevant acquisition matters later. Chu Yang stretched his blocking waist and left in style after saying 2 sentences to Yu Yangan. Only then did Yu Yangan remember that it was less than 2 hours since Chu Yang got the computer. What kind of heaven-defying level of Big Brother is this? Only to put other people a month may not come up with something. He casually designed it. That night, the news of Yangon Group being acquired by Golden Sun as its subsidiary and the news of the Yu family head's arrest and imprisonment spread throughout the rich and powerful circle. Yu Yong'an's sudden loss of the Yu family behemoth in Yong'an technology also made many people who were usually upset with him impatient to start publicly stepping on him. Goo, I thought how awesome Mr. Yu was, but in the blink of an eye the company is gone. The person who spoke was also a young man from a technology company. Although his family wasn't a top-notch company, it was still more than enough to step on Yu Yangan. As soon as that young man's words fell, the previously lively group suddenly fell silent. Unfortunately, Chen Wei was also in this group. He had long since talked to Yu Yangan. Otherwise, who would have thought that the fall of the Yu family would instead give Yu Yangan another place to show off his skills? He looked at the clowns in the group and sent a private chat over to Yu Yangan, who was busy taking over Jin Yang. With interest. Look, what this wave of timely rain from Chu Xiao has brought you. I really want to see what kind of scene it is when they find out that you've become the president of Golden Sun. Chen Xiao's tone was full of gloating. Yu Yangan was also a bit surprised after reading the message. He asked himself that he was usually not bad to this person. He did not expect that when he was in trouble, the first person to fall on his sword was him. There's no rush. Around the same time, we have to give them one last bit of time to be happy. I'll have the special assistant keep a close eye on these. When the time comes to cut off the cooperation, we'll be able to see how upset they are. After Chen Xiao skimmed through Yu Yangan's reply, he almost didn't die laughing on the spot. Other than Chu Xiao, I guess no one had realized that this bastard was a master of the dark side, right? He looked at the chat in the group and started to join the battle. Is Mr. Yu usually so hateful? As soon as Chen Xiao appeared on the scene, he immediately drew out quite a few spammers. He's just so hateful. Luckily the Yu family is gone, so you can finally see people clearly. Chen Xiao. Chen Wei stared at the screen and almost laughed out a pig squeal. Junior, this sincere answer of yours has also allowed Mr. Yu to see you clearly. Yes, the Yu family has done so many bad things. The police have finally done something good. Chen Wei huffed with laughter again. Come on, another food delivery. Is there any more? When the time comes, we will make an example out of them. Chen Wei thought. Several more to crusade against Yu Yangan. When Yu Yangan was busy until 12 o'clock in the morning, he saw the specific news of these wallflowers. Tang Xinran had just left a few minutes ago. After a short afternoon plus a night, he truly recognized how strong Yu Yangan's work capacity was. It was also just like what Chu Yang had said. The Yu family had limited Yu Yangan's development. After jumping out of the circle of the Yu family, the place where Yu Yangan could show his skills was much bigger. All relationships that Golden Sun and Yangon Technology have with these companies are all terminated. Yu Yangan finished skimming through the message and turned his hand to hand his cell phone back to his special assistant. Some insignificant people were not worth his time to bother with. Compared to that, he was more interested in devoting himself to his work and building a $100 billion technology group for Chu Yang within 3 years. Okay, Mr. Yu. After taking a deep breath, the special assistant turned around and left the president's office. To say that the most shocked people today were the entire staff of Golden Sun. In just one afternoon's work, their old boss had changed. The original boss, Tang Xinran, openly said that he was stepping down to become the president of Chu's group, and the new president was the boss of the original technology leader Yangon Group, Yu Yangon. What made them even more confused was that Tang Xinran also announced that Yangon Group had been acquired and merged into Jinyang to become their subsidiary. In other words, we, Golden Sun, have suddenly transformed into the former leading company's superior. quickly twist me to see if I'm still awake. The special assistant who had just finished carrying out Yu Yong'an's order said to the second secretary next to him. The second secretary looked at the special assistant like a bogeyman for a moment, then twisted it hard. Ow, hiss, why are you screwing me blue? The special assistant wore a pain mask in pain, attracting all the eyes of the entire secretary's office. The second secretary stifled his laughter and, falsely, pretended, to the special assistant, your command. Of course I have to carry it out firmly. The special assistant was in a bit of a trance. Yes, is that how it is? So, my superior has really become Yu Yong'an. Yu Yong'an still didn't know that today's afternoon's deeds turned out to make the special assistant sand-sculpted. He has completely understood all the circumstances of Jinyan and is only waiting for tomorrow to start counterattacking. Well, there's still a bit of time, so let's send a friend circle first. Busy until late at night. I really want to take a sip of coffee to wake up. Matching image, office photo. The positioning showed that the headquarters of the Golden Sun Company. Once Yu Yong'an's friend circle was sent out, it instantly blew out countless night owls who were still staying up late at night. Crap, this is the office of the president of Golden Sun. Didn't they say that the Yu family went bankrupt? How Yu Total suddenly went to the Golden Sun? I wipe Lu, I did not see wrong, right? If I remember correctly, a few hours ago there were people mocking Mr. Yu. Most of the people who saw the circle of friends liked it and expressed their congratulations, and the people who had stepped on Yu Yong'an began to frantically send private chats to Yu Yong'an. Mr. Yu, are you free tomorrow? We haven't gotten together for a long time. Let's have a meal together. Mr. Yu, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Mr. Yu, it's none of my business. Everything was forced on me by Lu Xiao. The above words such as these madly flooded into Yu Yong'an's WeChat. Yu Yong'an casually pulled black. These noisy people. Turned to the secretary office people said, today is busy here ready to get off work. Tomorrow morning let the propaganda department send out the matter of my succession. After instructing the people in the secretary's office, Yu Yong'an left in style. A group of secretaries who added Yu Yong'an all looked at Yu Yong'an's circle of friends displayed on their cell phones with numb expressions and were speechless. Mr. Yu, on this wave of your operation, do you still need to let us make it public? This night is destined to be a night of sleeplessness for some people, and a night of sleeplessness for others. For example, Dai Shanshan who had just been carried out from the bathroom. Shanshan, are you hungry? Chu Yang was wearing a pure white bathrobe, lying on the 3-meter-long bed couch, and wrapped his arms around Dai Shanshan next to him. No, not hungry. Dai Shanshan buried her head in the pillow, suppressing her desire to look at the man next to her. How can you not be hungry? Come on, you put your face out first, it's not good if you're smothered. Chu Yang coaxed nicely. Dai Shanshan said nothing but refused to move her face out. Chu Yang lightly sighed, somewhat helplessly said, since you're not hungry, then first have pity on the hungry me. Dai Shanshan half sat up from the bed. The swollen red lips were clearly visible on that fair face. Cough cough. I am also a novice. Not much experience. Or you let me learn more. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Practice is. Chu Yang's handsome face was slightly red. He explained in a serious manner, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Dai Shanshan. Sensei is what practice. You today anything to me honestly stay. By the way, the magic city of Chu's group of dragons. You let me continue to be the president to put. I must work well. Otherwise sooner or later she could not get out of bed. Chu Yang handsome face raised, lightly shook his head and said, who said Chu's group of dragons without a head? I transferred Tang Xinran to Chu's. Time quickly arrived at the day of Xianyu's open recruitment. Due to the large number of people, this recruitment would use 2 rounds of written tests plus interviews, arranging a written test in the morning and an interview in the afternoon. The unified written test time was at 10 o'clock in the morning. Those who didn't come on time were counted as eliminated. Sun Yuchen came today wearing a casual outfit. In his opinion, a company that even a rich second generation like Dongxiao can get in. He, Sun Yuchen, can also get in. Thinking of this, Sun Yuchen even dug into his pocket. Wang Qi, who was walking towards him, saw Sun Yuchen's action of pulling out money at a glance. Good lord, a dozen small change money. How can it be 10,000 to start with? I won't be eliminated in the end because I'm too poor, right? Wang Qi calculated and touched his pocket, and realized that his pocket was cleaner than his face. The end of the calf. Had I known that into the Immortal Tour also need to bribe the interviewer and so on? I said would also put $1,000 in cash today nah. Wang Qi looked at the time. 9:40. It's too late to go out and get the money. So that's it. I don't believe it. Such a big CNU company can still rely on these small money to bribe people. I'm the former personnel manager of the tour, with the ability to eat no problem at all. Wang Qi was cheering himself up when he heard the same greeting sound ringing in his ears one after another. Good day, Mr. Chu. Good day, Mr. Chu. Good day, Mr. Chu. The hello sound of Mr. Chu's good morning came, and in a split second, it attracted the attention of all the applicants, only to see Chu Yang in a customized Armani suit, wearing a 2 million plus Patek Philippe on his hand, with a head of short black hair and a handsome appearance. He lingered with the aura of a superior and a faint elegance. There are a lot of legends about Chu Yang on the internet, and the skill points on him are described in one sentence, except for giving birth to children. He seems to be good at everything. No one had expected that they would actually meet up with Chu Yang on the first day of the interview. Mr. Chu, the interview will start in a moment. Do you want to go up and say something or something? Juan Pingle was very satisfied with the number of recruits today. After this week's screening, most of the ones that could be assembled in the company today were the elite of the elite. With Xianyou's current situation, what it needed most was top talent. In the crowd, Wei Xiaoming also secretly concealed himself in this. He is going to be interviewed today is also the game department of the assessor. In yesterday's in-depth understanding of Chu Yang's deeds, he resolutely enrolled. Of course, he backed the character or Mad Dog. Crazy Dog is also a wooden way. He lives in a farmhouse or harassed every day. In the head he did not dare to do it. Well said. This big brother was forced to hurry, to arrange a place for Wei Xiaoming to go in for an interview. Anyway, just want an interview spot. Xia Jianuo also agreed. Also because of the Mad Dog's sudden wave of this operation, the applicants present who did not expect. The difficulty of their own this interview last night temporarily added a new gatekeeper. The final retest by Chu Yang to interview. This is not necessary. Chu Yang touched his nose. He was only here to take charge of the final interview. Why was there an additional new link? Use it. Mr. Chu, to be able to stay in Xianyou and work with you. That's the happiness of the employees. Xia Jianhua hurriedly helped from the side. Chu Yang knew that he couldn't shrug it off, so he said that he would assemble early in 10 minutes, and he briefly said a few words. After fixing Chu Yang's, Guan Pingle gratefully glanced at Xia Jianhua. He left in a happy mood. Xia Jianhua also very earnestly invited Chu Yang to tour the company. Ding Hao arrived at the company after Xia Jianhua and the others left, and was naturally mistaken by Wang Qi as also coming for an interview. Ding Hao, you're here for an interview as well? Wang Qi enthusiastically greeted Ding Hao, and the hesitant look on his face made his colleagues at Xianyou Company unable to bear to look at him directly. The relationship between these two people was plastic at first glance. Ding Hao was now sitting in the position of deputy manager of the personnel department. Wang Qi actually thought that Ding Hao was there for an interview as well. Ding Hao was slightly discomforted by Wang Qi's enthusiasm, and he nodded his head in conformity. Yeah, I'm here for an interview as well. Immortal Tour's staff members. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with what assistant manager Ding said. He was indeed here for an interview. He was the interviewer in charge of giving interviews to newcomers. The crowd of Immortal Tour staff inexplicably added a point of pity to the eyes that looked at Wang Qi. When the interview is held in the afternoon, you'll know exactly what kind of interview Ding Hao's interview is. At that moment, Sun Yuchen also saw Dong Xiao. He proudly walked up to Dong Xiao and flaunted. Dong Xiao, you didn't expect it. I've come to Xianyou for an interview too. Dong Xiao looked at the complacent Sun Yuchen and had an urge to burst out laughing. Young Sun, you wouldn't have thought of it either. I'm the interviewer today. He stifled his laughter and covered his mouth with his hand, tears coming out of his eyes. He had originally thought that today's interview would be hard enough for him. Now that Sun Yuchen was there, he instead thought it would be a very good thing to be the interviewer. What's wrong with you? Why are you still crying? Is it because you feel sad that I could definitely interview you if I did? Sun Yuchen rarely worked in the company, and he had always believed in the idea that the ability to pay money solved all problems. His fanatically confident tone made the crowd of Xianyou employees who had learned the truth almost burst into laughter. Put. The two Xianyou employees with low laugh points didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. Sun Yuchen then became confused. What are you guys laughing at? Employee 1 coughed twice and said with a straight face, I'm sorry, I thought of something really funny. Sun Yuchen asked Employee 2 again. What are you laughing at again? Employee 2 was suddenly cute and said seriously, I thought of a funny thing too. Thought of something funny at the same time? I'll believe the hell out of you. Sun Yuchen angrily pulled Dong Xiao aside. Even though Sun Yuchen had some personal grudges with Dong Xiao, Sun Yuchen still wanted to take the opportunity to inquire about who their interviewer was this time. Dong Xiao, you've been in Xianyou for so long. Can you tell me who the interviewer for the game department is? Sun Yuchen said as he shoved the banknote into Dong Xiao's hand. This maneuver of his stunned the employees of Immortal Tour. Blatantly bribing the interviewer? Dong Xiao blatantly took Sun Yuchen's money with an inscrutable smile on his face. You'll know in the afternoon. After Dong Xiao finished speaking, he took Sun Yuchen's money and turned to leave. Sun Yuchen was almost furious. This Nima waited until the afternoon. It's only a ghost if I can bribe the interviewer. Not far away. Employee 1 and Employee 2 saw Sun Yuchen coming over with a black face and asked him curiously, "What question did you just ask Dong assessment?" Sun Yuchen rolled his eyes. I asked him who the interviewer was. All paid, and he said he'd know in the afternoon. Employee 1 and Employee 2 didn't hold back this time and laughed out loud again. Sorry, we're very professional. We usually don't laugh easily unless we can't help it. No. Just thinking about the expression on Sun Yuchen's face when he saw Dong assessment sitting in the interviewer's seat during his late interview, they couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and laugh. As of 9:50, all the interviewees had come, and the full complement totaled 800 people. Xie Jianhua stepped in and announced the recruitment rules for the day. The written exams would be held on 4 separate floors on this floor. Each floor holds 200 people, a total of 8 examination rooms. In order to be seated, the written examination time is 2 hours. Successful candidates will be notified of their interviews by 1 p.m. while unsuccessful candidates will receive a short message. The interviews started on time at 2 in the afternoon. Below, please ask our General Manager Chu to say a few words for everyone. After Xie Jianhua introduced the rough rules, he raised his voice and said, pushing Chu Yan to the front of the stage, "Mr. Chu is so handsome. If I can join CNU, will I be able to be like him? My requirements are not high. It's fine if I can be 1,000th as rich as Mr. Chu. I don't know if I can pass today. Bless me if I can pass. Otherwise it would be too much of a loss for me to come here across the provinces. I've been waiting for a week just for today. I'll definitely pass." The interviewees under the stage. Many of them were emotionally tense as they looked at Chu Yang on the stage. Their co-workers were even more curious about what kind of words Chu Yang would say to them. Chu Yang stood in front of the stage, looking at the job seekers under the stage who were either older or young faces. He couldn't help but recall all the experiences he had after graduation to job hunting. He overturned all of the previous abdominal draft in his stomach, and turned to a light voice. "All of you who can be here today are people who trust and want to join CNU. I welcome those who have the ability to come to CNU to take up positions. At the same time, I also wish that the job seekers who didn't make it today will be able to meet the jobs that belong to their own desires in the future. Regardless of today's outcome, I wish you all a bright future." What Chu Yang said could not strictly be considered as any words of encouragement. Wei Xiaoming listened to Chu Yang's words somewhat strangely, and couldn't help but feel some curiosity in his heart. Why were these words, like they were being said to someone in particular? He swept his eyes to look around, but noticed that everyone's expressions changed from nervous to calm. Quite a few people who were originally a bit uneasy even revealed a confident look in their eyes. Wei Xiaoming looked at this scene, and his heart sighed in amazement. General Manager Chu deserves to be General Manager Chu. His control over people's hearts is simply breathtaking. Casually a sentence can let the interviewer's mind settle down. This is the charisma of the leader. Wei Xiaoming thought as such, and picked up the cell phone, snapped, and began to send microblogging. CNU recruiting. Chu General spoke. Chu General said, "Today can be present all of you are trust and want to join CNU people. I welcome the ability to come to CNU post. At the same time, also wish that today did not succeed in the job seekers in the future can meet belong to their own preferred work. Regardless of today's results, I wish you all a bright future." The interviewers who listened to this all had their minds put at ease. What kind of divine president is this? Wei Xiaoming excitedly clicked to finish sending. Chu Yang at this time also to the point to withdraw. The next time is the time of the written test. In the immortal travel staff members of the arrangement, everything is in order. After Sun Yuchen's banknote ability failed against Dong Xiao, he hung his head and came to the examination room of the game department to take the test. Coincidentally, Wei Xiaoming was also in this examination room. Among the many job seekers, Wei Xiaoming also noticed Sun Yuchen, who exuded "I'm rich." He didn't know exactly how capable Sun Yuchen was, but Wei Xiaoming's entire being became even more motivated after seeing Sun Yuchen. Even a great young man like Sun Yuchen had come to CNU for an interview. This shows that people with more money than you are still working harder and better than you. Wei Xiaoming, you have to take out 100% of your spirit and morale to deal with this exam. After giving himself encouragement to play internally, Wei Xiaoming picked up his pen and looked at the exam questions, instantly falling into deep thought. Written exam questions for the game department. Just this? What's a game you've been playing recently? Multiple choice question. A. Immortal Journey. B. Virtual Girlfriend. C. Raging War. 4. Plants vs. Zombies. What is the name of a game you recently beat? Fill in the blank. What are some of the game guides you've written? Do you play Weibo? What's your Weebly number? What is your favorite type of game to play? Although Wei Xiaoming liked to expose Chu Yang's industry, to Wei Xiaoming, all these questions were small potatoes, because he simply had nothing else to do besides exposing Chu Yang. He could only play the game. Without showing off, He, Wei Xiaoming, was now the 200th ranked player on the Immortal Tour rankings. In terms of his combat power in Immortal Tour, he could completely kill a bunch of applicants who came to seek employment. Wei Xiaoming happily picked up his pen and started writing furiously. Sun Yuchen, on the other hand, looked at the topic in front of him, his mind all mushy. This Nima, I, Sun Yuchen, am the dregs of the dregs when it comes to playing games. The most recent game I've played is still Immortal Journey. I have a microblog number, but that's just a platform for me to show off my wealth. Game strategy? I have not even passed a game. You ask me game strategy? Sun Yuchen looked at the interview questions, his gums clenched, and he decided to choose whatever he wanted. The big deal is that in a while to the test questions to stuff some former bribery. Another test center. Personnel department. Wang Qi looked at the content on the test questions and also acted calmly. How to organize the company's recruitment activities. How will you start the work? How to develop recruitment channels. How to improve recruitment efficiency. What are the 6 major HR modules? These are very common interview questions. Personnel application for this piece will often test. Wang Qi wrote the answers calmly, and the time passed quietly in everyone's writing. Finally, the 2 hours were cut off. Sun Yuchen gritted his teeth and stopped answering the questions and placed a $100 bill on top of his interview paper. There were also 2 lines written on the $100 bill. 1. Please let me pass the written test and contact me once the written test is successful. 2. My phone number is 189****8854. Wei Xiaoming in the same examination room, on the other hand, walked out of the examination room in a relaxed manner. For a senior player who had been mixing with Weibo and making game tips for years, this was all still very easy for Wei Xiaoming. Wei Xiaoming, who had exited the exam room, was even thinking that it would have been great if he could have met Dao Xiaodong. The game cheats he's been making lately have helped me so much. Another person who was all relaxed was Wang Qi. As the former personnel manager of Chanyu, Wang Qi's credentials were still too strong. After the written exam was over, the interviewees left the exam room one after another. Before they left, the groups of interviewers were still talking about the written test from time to time. Wei Xiaoming, Wang Qi, and Sun Yuchen also met each other outside the examination room. Even though Wei Xiaoming, Wang Qi, and Sun Yuchen didn't know each other, they all thought that they would definitely be selected, so one of them walked away with a higher profile than the other. On the other hand, Dong Xiao had just finished his business. He saw Xie Jianhua walk over with interest, holding a $100 bill and a dozen test questions that he passed in today's written test. This is the person you asked me to pay special attention to. Look at what this is. Xie Jianhua's face carried a bit of forbearance. The smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Dong Xiao curiously took the $100 bill Xie Jianhua handed over, only to see 2 sentences written on it. 1. Please let me pass the written test. Once the written test is successful, please contact me. 2. My phone number is 189*****8854. Dong Xiao were shocked. I'm the first brother of Xian Yu assessment. Can I be bribed by you with this $100? Confiscated. How can this kind of cheesy baloney make him pass the exam? Dong Xiao thought so, then put the $100 bill into his pocket, and said to Xie Jianhua, Brother Hua, please help me contact the owner of this number. You tell him to come to the interview at 1 p.m. As for the interview to pass the conditions well, let's start with $10,000. Xie Jianhua was shocked. You put $100 in someone's pocket. Agree to the requirements of the retest. Also want people 18. 000? Is our threshold so high in CNU? Are you sure he won't get into trouble with you over this? If he gets into trouble, it'll be very difficult for us to deal with. After Xie Jianhua was surprised, his face revealed a curious look. What kind of grudge is this now? A written exam passing qualification cost $18,000. What about the interview qualification? Dong Xiao waved his hand. Don't worry, Brother Jianhua. This money is only 1/10 of a month's pocket money. 18,000 or a tenth? Looks like a rich young master. Then you'll see to it, but I can say this up front. His situation doesn't meet my conditions. I'll at most arrange for him to intern. Xie Jianhua shook his head, put a dozen test questions in front of him and left. These were the people who were going to conduct the interviews today. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you won't be in danger. Some good seedlings should still let Dong Xiao catch up, shouldn't they? Alright, thank you Brother Jianhua. Dong Xiao happily answered finished, and rushed. Xie Jianhua excitedly said, right, Brother Hua, you let someone tell the owner of the number. Tell him, our side can let him interview qualification guaranteed to pass. Give a $30,000, guaranteed. Xie Jianhua, who was about to go out, stumbled on his feet. He was caught off guard and flashed by Xie Jianhua's maneuver. Take the shoot na. A written exam qualification costs $18,000. Interview qualification guaranteed to pass another $38,000. $100,000 for a wave of interviews. You pitched people 50,000 to 60,000 dollars. Dong Xiao, feel your conscience, doesn't it hurt? Are you sure he'll give it? Xia Jianhua asked Dong Xiao with a somewhat odd expression. This total of 50,000 to 60,000 dollars was thrown in just to pass the interview? Then that's too much to spend. Definitely pass. Don't worry, Sun Yuchen will do anything to suppress me, Dong Xiao affirmed with his words. Xia Jianhua really gave Dong Xiao a whole lot of interest. Alright, I'll go arrange it for you. Xia Jianhua decided to make this wave of calls himself. Xia Jianhua, who had left Dong Xiao's office, opened WeChat, copied the phone number Dong Xiao had given him, and dialed over. Hello Mr. Sun, I'm the interviewer in charge of the interview. I've seen your test questions today. I can give you the qualification to pass, Xia Jianhua said in a single tone. He deliberately lowered his voice, making Sun Yuchen sound as if he was in for a treat. Is that so? How much do you want? Sun Yuchen on the other end of the phone was somewhat smug. His ability to make money never missed a beat. 18,000. Sun Yuchen pulled up his voice all of a sudden. How much? 18,000. Tramp. Who wants 18,000 for the written admission qualification? Yes, just 18,000. If you give, 1 o'clock in the afternoon to come to the interview. Do not give, then you do not come. Sun Yuchen now has the urge to curse his mother. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to crush that son of a bitch Dong Xiao to death, let alone 18,000, I wouldn't even give a dime. I'll give it. Sun Yuchen on the other end of the phone gritted his teeth and finished, and the sound of WeChat's new friend adding came from his cell phone. Sun Yuchen clicked through with eyes full of anger and turned his hand to send $18,000 over. Seeing that the person on the other end of WeChat clicked to receive, Sun Yuchen was ready to hang up the phone. Then, Sun Yuchen heard the person on the other end of the phone happily say, by the way, Mr. Sun, we can still give you an interview package, as long as 38,000 yo. Sun Yuchen only felt a wave of anger rush to the sky. What kind of unorthodox interviewer is this? You are not going to be a shopping guide. This eloquence is really fucking talented. A good interview qualification. Froze to you to play out the flowers. You really take me as a wrongdoer to kill Mr. Sun do not need that please you today at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on time to Xian Yu to participate in the interview. Oh. Sun Yuchen listened to that voice. A mouthful of teeth are gritted. This Nima. I've smashed $18,000 into it. If I say I won't give this $38,000, can you let me pass? I'll give it. Sun Yuchen gritted his teeth and hung up the phone, transferring $38,000 over. The voice on the other end very pleasantly rang again. Okay, then Mr. Sun, I'll see you in the final trial. Sun Yuchen spat blood. What the hell? Interview plus retest and there's still a final trial? And also the money of the laborers. Xia Jianhua returned to Dong Xiao's office happily after the call. Dong Xiao, who was looking at the interview materials, saw Xia Jianhua's happy return and estimated that it was a success. He raised a smile and said to Xia Jianhua, how was it, brother Jianhua? Did he give it? Xia Jianhua cheerfully handed Dong Xiao the WeChat interface to see. Gave. Written exam pass qualification 18,000. Interview package pass 38,000. He gave all. Xia Jianhua really didn't think that someone would smash so much money into an interview qualification. No wonder Dong Xiao would be so convinced. It seems that the grudge between the two is not generally deep. I'm only afraid that Sun Yuchen also did not expect. The company this time not only arranged an interview plus retest, but also let Chu Yang confirm the final examination. However, although Chu Yang said that it was the final review, it should also just go through the process. And even if Sun Yuchen confirmed his entry in the company, Xia Jianhua would still arrange an intern position for him. At that time, even if Sun Yuchen entered the company, he would have to bow his head and call out to brother Dong Xiao. I'm afraid that Sun Yuchen could never have imagined that he would be pitched left and right. This is what the saying goes. Left and right are for men, right? Dong Xiao? 18,000? 38,000? Dong Xiao recalled what he had said before. Let's start with 10,000. Give it 30,000. Guaranteed. Dong Xiao, who had calmed himself down, raised his head and seriously gave a thumbs up to Xia Jianhua, who had misheard him. Brother Jianhua. Ness. Xia Jianhua, what's the problem? Dong Xiao waved his hand seriously. No, there's no problem. Brother Jianhua Tianxiu, just consider this money as funding for our recent private party activities. Xia Jianhua's eyes lit up and he slapped his chest. No problem, I'll take care of this Sun Yuchen matter. Oh yeah, do you have any other ungrudging ones? Do you want to introduce them as well? Dong Xiao, brother Jianhua, we are a formal company. We can't be so pitiful. After Xia Jianhua regretfully left the company, Dong Xiao also happened to see Sun Yuchen's written test questions. Dong Xiao looked and saw the content inside. Dong Xiao wanted to straighten out the good guy. No wonder Xie Jianhua did not even want to give Sun Yuchen an internship. Look at what he wrote. A total of 50 questions in a test. He wrote at most 10 or so. Do you play Weibo? What's your Weibo number called? My Weibo number is called Sun Daoxiao V587. What's your favorite game to play? Immortal Journey. What's a game you've been playing lately? Multiple choice question. A. Immortal Journey. Look at that. A total of a dozen answers. 8 of which are answered with Immortal Game. That's a strong desire to survive. If this situation were to be changed to another company, Sun Yuchen's ability to show his money would have easily gotten him accepted. Unfortunately, Sun Yuchen came to Xianyu, under the guidance of Mr. Chu's lofty charisma. The people of Xianyu would not bend over backwards for this $100. If it's 10,000, then a little leniency isn't out of the question. An intern position. We still have in Xianyu. Dong Xiao finished reading Sun Yuchen's test and moved on to the next one. Do you play Weibo? What's the name of your Weibo number? Has Chushin's industry been exposed today? Crap. Isn't this a multi-million-dollar V? Or is it specialized in exposing General Chu? Most importantly, he followed this guy. Wei Xiaoming? Dong Xiao's eyes lit up. This guy Wei Xiaoming was interesting. If it was possible, Xianyu just welcomed this kind of talent. Dong Xiao looked further down, and once again, his eyes lit up. Good guy, ranked 200th in the Xianyu rankings. If he can pass the interview later, he definitely wants to bring this person into the testing section. Dong Xiao gleefully continued to look down and realized that there were quite a few talents that came this time. For example, this widowed village left behind teenager. One look at the name is very talented. It is also 361st in the rankings of Xianyu. All are talents. Dong Xiao sighed with emotion and started flipping through the next one again. This retest was basically for the 3 interviewers. And after reading it, the second round of the interview was actually basically internalized. After screening the number of people who looked good, Dong Xiao forwarded the draft of the written test to the other 2 interviewers. Dong Xiao was also busy with Ding Hao. Ding Hao also happened to see Wang Qi's answers to the written test. It had to be said that Wang Qi's professional quality was still excellent. All of his answers could basically be expressed with full marks. However, this was also substituted with his not-so-good 3 views from the past. Ding Hao looked at the comments of the other 2 interviewers. The tops all expressed one meaning. Although the author's abilities were excellent, the interview was not granted. In other words, Wang Qi was rejected. That's it then. Ding Hao thought about it and cast a veto as well. Nonetheless, Wang Qi still had the qualifications for the interview and would be notified of the interview. It was just that his ratings from the interviewers had been lowered to a certain level for him before the interview. As long as he performed well in the subsequent interviews, he would still have a probable chance of being accepted. Soon, the afternoon interview was held. Sun Yuchen and Wei Xiaoming both felt ready for the interview at Xianyu's company as promised. You're here for the interview too? Sun Yuchen still had some impression of Wei Xiaoming. Wei Xiaoming was also a bit surprised. He nodded and said, yes, you also interviewed As soon as Sun Yuchen heard that Wei Xiaoming had interviewed for the job, a touch of curiosity couldn't help but rise in the bottom of his heart. How on earth did Wei Xiaoming interview on Did he contribute money as well? How did you interview on Sun Yuchen pulled Wei Xiaoming aside and inquired curiously. Wei Xiaoming found him a bit puzzling. Of course it's by virtue of strength. What else would it be based on? Sun Yuchen's mood was a bit subtle after hearing Wei Xiaoming's words. He picked up his hand and rubbed it against Wei Xiaoming. Money, didn't you give it? Wei Xiaoming was even more puzzled after hearing this. I passed the retest based on my strength. Why should I give money? Inexplicable. Wei Xiaoming finished angrily and left. Sun Yuchen was then confused. Are they also expensive nowadays if you don't get an interview qualification based on your strength? Ahem. The interview is about to start. I believe everyone has received their number plates. We will go in 5 people at a time for this interview. Those who are called to the number plates will enter in order. Once the time came, Wei Xiaoming, Sun Yuchen and the others also entered the interview. After about half an hour or so of boarding, Sun Yuchen finally waited for his interview. He went in together with Wei Xiaoming. Hello interviewer, I'm Sun Yuchen who's here for the interview. Sun Yuchen knew that he had been bailed out, so he was still acting relaxed. After the fake bow, Sun Yuchen looked at the seated interviewer with a very subtle mood. Dong Xiao, what the hell? This calf is the interviewer? I went into the company to suppress him and still suppressed the hell out of him. No wonder this son of a bitch didn't give him a word about who the interviewer was. My 18,000 and 38,000 is not you son of a bitch pit away. Sun Yuchen's face was shocked, but his heart was about to explode. The 2 interviewers who had colluded with Dong Xiao heard Sun Yuchen's self-introduction, and their expressions were also very subtle. This is the one who spent $50,000 to $60,000 to get into CNU? Looking like a human being, it's just that his brain isn't very good. Sun Yuchen, it's you. Welcome. The other interviewer, Zhong Bochao, said very enthusiastically to Sun Yuchen. His self-congratulatory attitude made Sun Yuchen's heart and mind feel great. This should be the interviewer he bribed, right? $50,000 to $60,000 wasn't ashamed to spend. Yes. Sun Yuchen's written test answer is the most original content I've seen so far. Well, it's excellent in all aspects. Interviewer He Tianzai also said aloud. The words in the words, but listen to let the side of Wei Xiaoming listen to all very twisted. Don't open up this time. How to sound very reluctant. Thinking about Sun Yuchen's previous words, Wei Xiaoming suddenly realized, this goods is the use of money ability to come in it. However, looking at the performance of the three interviewers, I'm afraid that they had communicated in advance. It was looking at the result of this communication that although it was quite good, it shouldn't be too good for Sun Yuchen himself. Filtering out the ins and outs, Wei Xiaoming's heart was greatly settled. He also said aloud to Dong Xiao's three interviewers, hello interviewers, I'm Wei Xiaoming. Wei Xiaoming, Dong Xiao, Zhong Bochao, and Itinerary all brightened up when they heard Wei Xiaoming's introduction. Zhong Bochao smiled and said, I've read your interview questions, Wei Xiaoming. They're very good. Itinerary also nodded in response and said, yes, I hope you can handle the next interview well. Dong Xiao also said seriously, you'll be fine if you play normally. Sun Yuchen, even if you guys are complimenting people, can you not show it so obviously? I'm still here. The interview officially started, and Dong Xiao began to formally launch questions to the job applicants. Wei Xiaoming, I see that you wrote on the test questions for the interview that you were 200th on the leaderboard. May I ask if you've encountered anything more difficult while playing Immortal Journey? Dong Xiao asked this question in a very level-headed way. Immortal Journey's difficulty was ranked number 1 in VR games. How many people have turned to the gym to jerk iron for CNU? How many youths have worked out 8-pack abs and unicorn arms in the struggle of jerking iron? However, even with this, the difficulty of CNU is still very difficult. To say something more difficult would be when I first encountered the lone wolf. To be honest, I died 10 times there before I barely managed to kill him, and I even went to train my reflexes for that reason. Wei Xiaoming touched his nose in embarrassment. In order to be able to kill the lone wolf, Wei had worked hard on his reflexes and his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ranked 200. According to Immortal Tour's internal assessment, those who could go above 200 were basically players of the High Players series, and without some reflexes it was really easy to plant them. Xu Yang except, compared with other people all kinds of jerking iron compared to all kinds of liver CNU. Xu Yang plays CNU that really is playing. After training your reflexes, you slowly became a top 200 expert? Zhong Bochao was a bit curious after hearing that. It was really hard for him to imagine how he turned into a top 200 expert by only training his reaction power. He was still very vocal in the area of assessment in games. No, it's because I caught a thief who stole my wallet one day after I trained my reflexes. I switched to Taekwondo, and after my reflexes went up, I slowly rose to the top 200. Wei Xiaoming finished answering seriously. Dong Xiao, Zhong Bochao, He Tianzai, three interviewers, and Wei Xiaoming, Sun Yuchen and other job seekers all looked at Wei Xiaoming in shock. He's not learning anything. He's not learning anything at all. Wei Xiaoming felt everyone's shocked gazes and said somewhat at a loss for words, did I say something strange? As soon as Wei Xiaoming's words fell, Dong Xiao, Zhong Bochao, and He Tianzai had subtle expressions. Xiao this Nima playing a game has given you flowers. Dong Xiao was stared at by Wei Xiaoming, and after he coughed lightly twice, he righteously said, no, you didn't say anything strange. Deeds like Mr. Wei's who see justice through his own efforts deserve to be celebrated and learned from. Zhong Bochao and He Tianzai were shocked. Brother Dong, we finally understand why you're able to be the first brother of the assessment and we're not worthy. With your level of blindness, I almost believed you. What a waste of time to let you be the leader of this team. Ahem. Interviewer Dong is right. Mr. Sun, have you encountered anything more difficult when playing Immortal Journey? Sun Yuchen, caught off guard and asked the same question. I'm so humble. Would I tell you guys that I haven't even beaten a lone wolf until now? I have no problem telling you guys that I, Sun Yuchen, am ranked 2001. Actually, Immortal Journey is not difficult for me. My understanding of difficulty is that there is no difficulty. After Sun Yuchen forced a wave of explanations, he waved his big hand with a righteous face. The job seeker next to Sun Yuchen was shocked after hearing Sun Yuchen's words. Cripes, this is actually an expert. The job seeker immediately revealed a look of adoration and said to Sun Yuchen, Mr. Sun, then your ranking must be very high. right? What's your ranking? I'm really ashamed. I'm only ranked 450th right now. A mouthful of blood almost didn't come out of Sun Yuchen's mouth. Bro, I suspect you're in Versailles, and I've got the proof. Not only the inquiring job seeker, the eyes of everyone present were also focused on Sun Yuchen. Sun Yuchen was talking so bullishly, he wouldn't really be on the list, right? Sun Yuchen was being watched by everyone and only felt that he was finished. He had blown it big time. He couldn't tell Dong Xiao and the others that he was after 2000. Could he? Ahem. This shouldn't be the focus of our interview. How many names I didn't look at? This, can't quite remember. Sun Yuchen said vaguely, this honey operation is so embarrassing that people can key out 3 rooms. Immortal Tour ranked how many places they can not remember. It is unable to say it. Dong Xiao, Zhong Boqiao, He Tianjai 3 interviewers showed tasteless expression. It looks like they are the ones after the 2000th place. Forget it, they are just letting him come in for internship, and he will be fired in half a month, so there is no need to be too concerned. He Tiankai numbly opened his mouth. Next, the next time was about some assessment questions. Most of He Tianzai's questions were targeted, and in terms of personal areas, most of these people, except for Sun Yuchen, who was a soy sauce player, were masters with real material. In this interview, He Tiankai was very satisfied with this group of future employees, and at the same time, Wang Qi was also interviewed. He looked at Ding Hao, who was sitting in the main seat, and his face turned green at that moment. My former subordinate actually became my interviewer? And looking at the way the rest of the interviewers were treating him, the status wasn't low. I've been in the industry for so many years and I'm still inferior to a Ding Hao? Ahem. Wang Qi, right. I've long heard interviewer Ding praising you. Your previous position was the HR manager of Smooth Travel, right? Wang Qi glanced at the sign in front of the interviewer, and the suffocation in his heart increased. I've never even heard of this person's name, and he even came to interview me. I'm a former manager of the personnel department of Smooth Tour. I can answer you. Mr. Wang, please correct your attitude. If it wasn't for interviewer Ding strongly recommending you to come for an interview, we at CNU may not let you come over for an interview. Before Wang Qi could say anything, another interviewer disliked him in a stern voice. Wang Qi was stifled. Dare I say that what I, Wang Qi, came to your CNU for an interview is not strength. It's relationship. Yes, I previously served in Changyu. Wang Qi replied to the interviewer's question. Just don't know which link is wrong. Wang Qi, after some defense, was voted 2 vetoes, directly rejected him. WTF? Is this the face of Ding Hao? I passed the written test and failed the interview? What kind of hot chicken company is this? I'm never coming back. Wang Qi, whose mind exploded, cursed and walked away. He just walked out of the door of CNU and coincidentally met with Sun Yuchen and Wei Xiaoming again. Sun Yuchen was a mouthful. He looked at the cursing Wang Qi gloatingly. His posture was very arrogant. Yo, did you fail the interview? You look like a poor guy. You didn't even pass the interview, right? Wang Qi was furious. I was disliked for my interview. And I was disliked for not having an interview. If I don't give you a slap, you won't know why the flowers are so red. Okay, Sun Xiao, let's go. This person can't afford to pay 50,000 to 60,000 at a glance. We are all going to be finalized. Don't bother with him, Wei Xiaoming said, took out his car key and pressed it. Not far away, the lights of $1 million Mercedes-Benz lit up. Sun Yuchen snorted, thinking, you're the only one who can act like a pussy. Then he also took out his car key and pressed it. Not far away, $1 million Lamborghini also lit up. Wang Qi, if you did not cast a good tire, just now I let you know. Why the flowers are so red, so angry. Filled with anger, Wang Qi went to the neighborhood and rode away on a small electric donkey. The busy day finally came to an end. After Chu Yang had been a hungry wolf for a night, he finally succeeded in pouncing on the little sheep and was forced to arrange a seat for Dai Shanshan in Chu's group, in order to avoid being demolished and eaten into her stomach again. Dai Shanshan ran off to work early in the morning. This evasive gesture was really defensible, but it doesn't matter. He's the boss. As long as Shanshan has the guts, I can let her take a vacation every day. Chu Yang, who had made up his mind, once again came to CNU. This is today's final trial. That is, he let him slightly say a few words to give the newcomers a boost in the process. Chu Yan looked at the crowd of quite a few childish faces underneath, and said in a low voice, I'm sure everyone knows that Immortal Tour will have a certain level of cash rewards for those on the leaderboards. However, Immortal Tour has an unwritten rule that Immortal Tour insiders are unable to obtain this reward. The moment Chu Yang's words fell, it immediately caused a lot of discussion. What's your ranking? I'm Immortal Tour's 300th. I'm the 271st in CNU. What should I do if there's no reward? Chuckle. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. What matters is that I want to show off that I'm 199th. Wei Xiaoming stood in the crowd listening to their chatter, his eyes rolling up to the sky. Say, is this the time to discuss this? Don't you guys think about how the company will arrange things if there's no reward? The crowd's murmurs were brought to a screeching halt by Wei Xiaoming's reminder. Everyone unanimously looked at Chu Yang on the stage. Chu Yang thoughtfully glanced at Wei Xiaoming, an appreciative light appearing in his eyes. Although, the company is not allowed to allow insiders to reap the rewards of the list, but the company will make extra rewards. Extra rewards. As soon as the new employees heard Chu Yang's words, loud cheers rang out on the spot. Chu Yang couldn't help but smile slightly and said, but anyone who has made contributions to Immortal Tour won't forget it. The status you will have in the future all matches your strength. Even in the future, we will also arrange for a dream fund and so on, so that all of you present will have the ability to chase your own dreams. Chu Yang originally did not intend to say such sensational words, but on second thought, it seems that I still have more than $10 billion in my hand that I haven't spent. Since that's the case, he simply did a psychological construction for the future employees first, not only in CNU, Zhongqing A, Jinyang A, Dai's Group A, etc. All of them should be arranged. Mr. Chu, my dream is to be able to become the owner of a fitness gym. Is that even possible? A young man who spoke enthusiastically inquired in a loud voice. Chu Yang's lips sketched out a light smile. Then you have to work hard. We have several experience centers in CNU, and we will be expanding outwards. You might be able to become the head of other districts in CNU in your cities other than Magic City. Head of other districts? Just thinking about it made one's blood boil alright. Mr. Chu, I can, the young man said passionately, and his enthusiasm seemed to ignite the dreams of the young people present. One by one, they spoke energetically, and those dreams that once seemed out of reach seemed as if they were going to be realized in the next second. It's good if you can. Starting next month, I will realize the system of Dream Fund in all my companies. I hope that you guys will be able to show your abilities to the fullest in CNU. Chu Yang raised his voice and said. The crowd of newcomers were so excited by Chu Yang's words that they couldn't wait to get on the field right away to show themselves. Guan Pingdal, Xia Jianhua and the others looked at the new people who were eager to try and express their high admiration for Chu Yang. General Manager Chu deserves to be called General Manager Chu. Some of his words have caused me to have some tears in my eyes and my heart surging. General Manager Chu, with your eloquence, you can directly compare those what orators. Guan Pingdal and Xia Jianhua greeted Chu Yang, and rainbow farts started blowing out without money. Detected Xia Jianhua bragging with the host. The system specially gifted the Grandmaster level oratory skills. Chu Yang, what about the scene that said this was encouraging? In the blink of an eye, I'd become an orator again? Did I turn out to be this awesome? Cough. The matter of the Dream Fund. The company transfers $3 million a month as the Dream Fund. As for the candidates of the Dream Holders, you guys can choose according to your own arrangement. By the way, the youth who just spoke, his performance is very good. You guys can focus on cultivating it. After busy with the final trial of Immortal Journey, Chu Yang couldn't wait to go to Chu's group. It was better to hug his future wife for a better fragrance. Okay, General Manager Chu. Guan Pingdal and Xia Jianhua's spirits lifted when they heard this, knowing that their next arrangement was going to be a long way to go. In the crowd, Sun Yuchen was similarly very excited. Even though he was able to come in with his banknote ability, as long as he was allowed to show his fists and feet, he would definitely be able to shine in this place. Sun Yuchen thought as he did, and was brought into the Department of Game Evaluation. Only when he came to the office did Sun Yuchen realize that he was really rich and powerful now. The evaluation department's workstations were roughly 1 meter wide, and there was a leisure area, snack area, and so on. The most important thing is that their workstation screen are the kind of oversized screen, keyboards and hosts and so on add up to more than $10,000 worth of standard equipment. Based on this wave of environmental benefits in CNU alone, can let a group of people grab their heads. As Sun Yuchen thought excitedly, he saw Dong Xiao slowly walking towards him. As soon as he saw Dong Xiao, Sun Yuchen's face darkened. This was the bastard who had screwed him over by 50,000 to $60,000. He'd be damned if he could have a good face when he saw Dong Xiao. Sun Yuchen, congratulations on passing the interview. After a unanimous decision from our assessment department, we decided to let you intern for half a month first, Dong Xiao said with a smile, but Sun Yuchen's eyes were dead set on Wei Xiaoming who was not far away. I'm an intern. Then what is he? Dong Xiao turned his head and looked. Oops, it was Wei Xiaoming. He would have to talk to Wei Xiaoming later. Thinking of this, Dong Xiao felt that striking Sun Yuchen didn't seem to have much meaning. He waved his hand and said, other person Wei Xiaoming came in based on his strength, and is now a full-fledged employee. You work hard, maybe you'll be regularized someday? One day, I got an internship for $50,000-$60,000. You go out and ask, which intern is so expensive? Sun Yuchen was furious. But whether he is angry or not has nothing to do with Dong Xiao. Didn't he guarantee Sun Yuchen? Oh, he must be angry about the money, right? Dong Xiao thought for a moment, raised his voice and said to his colleagues, everyone, let's introduce. This is Sun Yuchen, the one who contributed $56,000 to our group building, and now he is an intern in our department. So everyone should get along with him. Dong Xiao finished his speech and flung his hands away. When the colleagues heard Dong Xiao's introduction, they revealed a dazed look. This is the wrongdoer who spent $56,000 to come in as an intern. Sun Yuchen felt his co-workers' unfamiliar eyes turn into eyes that looked at him like a fool, and his heart was extraordinarily humiliated. Dong Xiao, I ex your grandfather. Adhering to the intention that it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, Sun Yuchen decided that he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. With a fake smile on his face, he got to know each other and introduced himself to the people from the assessment department. The people in the evaluation department were also very enthusiastic about Sun Yuchen. Brother Jianhua said that this guy was a free laborer, and the half-month period allowed them to make good use of it. Only then did the people in the evaluation department realize what making the best use of things was. In terms of cowhide, it's still Brother Jianhua's cowhide. On the other hand, Chu Yang, who was sitting in the Koenigsegg 1-1, thought of Dai Shan's recent behavior of slightly resisting letting him sleep in the bed in the past few days, and Chu Yang decided to remedy the situation with practical actions. He decided to ask the driver, Old Chen, I heard that Old Chen's wife was still a schoolgirl back then. He froze and stood out among the many suitors and gained the favor of a beautiful woman, and now his son is 18. Old Chen, I have a friend he wants to please girls. Do you have any suggestions? Chu Yan looked out of the window and opened his mouth to inquire in a pretense of carelessness. Old Chen was a little confused. Young master, your trick of creating a friend out of nothing really makes Old Chen I can't defend myself. Look at your social circle. Wang Xiao, Xin Xiao, Chen Xiao, Zhang Xiao and so on. Which ones still need to specialize in pleasing girls? You've got tens of millions of dollars and you still can't get a girl? I think you want to please your wife. After considering his words, Old Chen proposed to Chu Yang. Young master, I suggest that your friend personally go and buy some gifts for the others, and it is best for the girls to like this gift. Whether it is expensive or not is not important. The important thing is that the things you look at, young master, are usually not cheap. That's a good idea. Then let's go to the best mall here. Oh yeah, where's Zhang Ping? Chu Yang finished speaking in a faint voice. Then he remembered Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping after waking up these days was already adapting to the life of being a personal bodyguard for him. It was just that this Zhang Ping's brain circuits were indeed not quite the same. The personal bodyguard he was talking about was really thought to be a personal bodyguard at first. That male-on-male tendency made Chu Yang give an order for him to stay 10 meters away from him. Zhang Ping it's in the back. He bought a beetle with his own money. It's right there. Old Chen also had a big headache with Zhang Ping. This teenager looked so gentle. Why is his brain so stubborn? When the young master said 10 meters, he really arranged for 10 meters. Chu Yang followed Old Chen's finger to take a distant look. There was a young man in his early 20s sitting on the beetle. He was sitting there squarely, staring at every move not far away, like a peeping Tom in a certain movie. Chu Yang covered his face as he said to Old Chen in a low voice, tell him to shorten the distance to 1 meter in the future. And in addition, give a word to Young Wei to arrange a language private tutor for Zhang Ping. Tell her to find a top-notch private tutor, and make sure he understands my orders. Old Chen solemnly nodded his head to Chu Yang and said, don't worry, young master, I will definitely relay this to Butler by properly. Old Chen had also suffered a lot these days. Zhang Ping's Mandarin level was simply disaster level in China. Zhang Ping was able to perfectly fulfill what he thought were your orders with a disaster level of discourse. Instead of accomplishing what you think you order. Just outrageous. Old Chen started the car and arrived at the very famous Jiaorong department store in Magic City. Jiaorong department store was not considered a luxury paradise in Magic City, but there were quite a few luxury stores. Chu Yan looked at Old Chen with some surprise. Why did you come here? Old Chen smiled mysteriously. Young master, your friend's girlfriend should have an unusual status, right? Chu Yang nodded indifferently. Dai Shanshan's identity had always been quite extraordinary. If it wasn't for the fact that he had mistakenly gotten hit by the drug, he wouldn't have been able to go carnivorous, let alone eat his heart out. Pleasing his fiancée and unlocking more new poses was the point. Old Chen smiled mysteriously. That's right. There is a saying, if she is not yet deep in the world, take her to see all the prosperity of the world. If her heart is already vicissitudes, take her to sit on the merry-go-round. Since that person's status is not bad, the things that she usually uses are naturally non-rich or expensive. Instead of chipping in to buy something expensive, why don't you pick something for your friend that she likes? It's called casting the right way. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Old Chen, you can a proper old driver. I actually have such a talent beside me? Not bad. If my friend succeeds, I'll double your salary. Chu Yang came down from the car with confidence. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of many girls. This person is so handsome. Is he a star? So this is the asceticism department. Love, love, love. The truth can't close the legs. Sisters, I seem to be in love. Be confident and remove the as if. And please wipe your nosebleed. Thank you. I announce that this handsome guy will be my man from now on. Get lost. That's my future boyfriend. Along with the girls' murmurs, many boys also looked over. There were even some mature imperial ladies at the side. Their eyes were almost filled with the potential to win. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Shu Shin, why are you here? Chu Yang turned around and looked. The shock in his eyes could not be hidden. The girl's delicate face and the cell phone that was always placed in front of her eyes was not Chi-Chi. She truly deserved to be called the mascot woman. Even Chu Yang's impromptu intention to come to Jiarong Mall for a stroll could be captured alive. Just ask, who else can do this? Chu God? Suck it up. Capturing a 100 billionaire alive online? Let go of me. I'm going to tweet about it. I've met a live Chu God. 100 billionaire is suddenly in front of me. I want a fake follow wave. Who is that woman? Why is she so familiar with my male god? Geez, you're back from an alien planet, right? You don't even know Chi-Chi? Fake fans get lost. 77's inquiry directly attracted a large wave of Chu Yang's fans. After Chu Yang froze for 2 seconds, he dragged Chi-Chi and ran inside the mall. Careless. He actually forgot to wear a mascot this time. Stop. Shu Shin. I'm dying. Chi-Chi was forced to open for business, panting continuously, causing the viewers of the live broadcast who couldn't see the screen to think about it. Chu Yang glanced at the fans in the back and bluntly refused. Just hold back a little longer. It'll be fine soon. I really can't move. You can't stop even if you can't move. I'll carry you. Chu Yang said, directly picked up Chi-Chi and ran away. The viewers in the live broadcast room instantly exploded as they listened to the dialogue between the two tiger and wolf words. Is Chushin this exciting with Chi-Chi? The word hug is used very skillfully. Chushin is worthy of being a man with a specialty. Even the mall can unlock new dynamics. It doesn't matter if you unlock the dynamics or not. I just hope that Chi-Chi doesn't shut down the live room. Without further ado, I'm going to look for pants. Shu Shin. No one's there now. Please put me down. Chi-Chi finally found her voice after a gust of wind. She really didn't expect that Chu Yang would do such an appalling act in order to hide from his fans. Chu Yang responded by putting down Chi-Chi. The two people appeared in front of the camera fully clothed, also disappointing the many emotional fans. Just this? Wouldn't Chushin's time be a bit too short? It was only a minute. What about the promised specialty? My pants are down and you're showing me this? What's going on? What did you guys just do? Isn't the length of the Chu Gods program a bit too short? Is Chushin so good at playing? 77 looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room and once again winded up. What a situation. She just didn't look at the live streaming room for a period of time. What the hell happened? 77 was about to explain when she only heard Chu Yang say seriously. Finally got rid of those fans. The viewers in the live streaming room had a feeling that their blood had been fed to the dogs after hearing this. You guys talk so much about being in deep water, but in the end, it's just to hide from the fans. Can you guys stand up to the tissues you sacrificed 30 seconds ago? Can you face the pants that were thrown aside? Quickly apologize to my pants and tissue paper. Chi-Chi looked at Chu Yang's handsome face and inquired curiously. Shu Shin, what are you doing here all of a sudden? She also had originally made an appointment with her fans to come over here to live broadcast. However, not long after her live broadcast started, her plans were disrupted by Chu Yang, and she was even led by Chu Yang to run to the 3rd floor of the mall. Chu Yang was asked about this, and in his heart he still felt a little embarrassed. But on second thought, women know women best. Maybe Chi-Chi can give him a good idea. He was embarrassed and said, I want to buy some gifts for others. Chi-Chi was stunned, and a wave of envy that he could not even control emerged in his heart. What kind of person could make Chu Yang put down his stature to buy something for her personally? With Chu Yang's current status, wouldn't anything he wanted be a matter of his word? But he came in person because of that person. The fans of Chi-Chi's live broadcast didn't expect that they could eat melon and still get such powerful news, and they all opened their mouths to raise a ruckus. 666. Chu Shin Cowhide. I finally know why I'm single. Learned. In the future when I run into the goddess of my choice, I'll ask her, do you have time? I want to buy some gifts to give away. Hurry up and take notes. Chushin's little trick to tease the girl live teaching. Snort. I don't want to learn the trick of chasing women. I'm not bragging to tell you that my brother was born with his own girlfriend. That girlfriend is called 5 girls. Who doesn't have one? That's right. I know what I'm talking about. Why do you have to brag about it? Get lost. Chi-Chi stabilized her loss and asked in a warm voice, then who do you want to buy it for? What kind of person is she? Chu Yang touched his nose. A strong woman. I want to give her some gifts. A strong woman? Isn't the only strong woman who can make Chu Yang's heart go out to his fiancée? Dai Shan Shan. The viewers of the 7-7 live streaming room instantly felt satiated. What exactly did they do wrong? We came to see 7-7 capture Chushin alive. Not to come see Chushin, who was captured alive. Force a mouthful of dog food on them. We want to return our tickets. To Fanning. The viewers in the live broadcast room began to frantically send out pop-ups in the live broadcast room, presenting a state of cursing and incompetent rage. And among them, there were also bold statements from a number of teenage fans. I'm so envious of General Dai. Having a fiancé like Chushin. Heaven owes me a boyfriend. It's not easy for me to take a day off. I just want to watch a live broadcast. Chu God is abusing his dog. Did you make it up? Quickly grant me a boyfriend who is willing to please me. He's got a lot of energy and he's good at what he does. Upstairs. You want to eat farts. Go to sleep. You can dream of anything. If you give me a fiancé like Chushin, I'm willing to stay out of bed for 3 days. Various words of tigers and wolves began to be sent to the live room of 7-7. 7-7 live room banning are busy crazy. Banned words, please, 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 please. You guys riot on riot. Don't riot so obvious line. So it's to buy something for your fiancé. Has Chushin decided what he wants to buy? Chi-Chi held back the sourness under her heart and raised her smile to send an inquiry to Chu Yang. Chu Yang honestly shook his head. Not yet. I want to give her some gifts that will make her happy. Before Chu Yang graduated, he only knew how to study. He hadn't even had a single relationship, let alone pleasing his girlfriend. That's right. Then let's go and take a look first. Chi-Chi suppressed the sourness in her heart and pretended to turn her head to look at the merchandise as if nothing had happened. She was really afraid that the tears she dropped in an instant would be seen by Chu Yang. She knew that Chu Yang had a fiancé and had always maintained the distance that normal friends should have. It's just that suddenly seeing him personally appear, all the various constructions that were done well instantly collapsed at his words. Good. Trouble you. By the way, if you see if there's anything you like, I'll send you one as well. Thank you for taking the time out today to accompany me in my busy schedule. Chu Yang didn't think much about it. He saw that Chi-Chi didn't hold her phone up all the time. She should not have been live streaming before she sent out the invitation. Unbeknownst to him, the viewers in the live broadcast room had long been listening to Chu Yang's words and were about to explode. Tian La Lu. Chushin is going to live broadcast to buy gifts for Dai Shan Shan? Chu God. Don't. If you do that, the whole world will know that you bought a gift for Tai Shan Shan. By the way, didn't you guys notice that the screen was always black? I noticed, but what does it matter? As long as Chushin is here, it doesn't matter if he sees Chi-Chi or not. Yeah. If only the screen could be adjusted. Tai, watch my superpower hand slip to change the screen secret technique. The viewers in the live broadcast room turned on their self-improvement mode. Under a certain netizen superpower, the screen really turned around. On the screen of the cell phone, Chi-Chi and Chu Yang's silhouettes were reflected on the transparent glass window. The male and female were handsome and beautiful, looking very equal. Unfortunately, these are all illusions. The name of the grass has a master. Many of the female viewers of the live broadcast in a trance were inwardly Momo crying. Good. Then it's just as well that I'm still taking advantage of it. When others ask later, I can still brag to them that I'm on good terms with the Chu God. Chi-Chi said with a smile, and a touch of joy slowly grew in her heart. She privately wanted to continue this opportunity to spend some time with Chu Yang. Even if this period of time in Chu Yang's view was just a matter of picking out a gift for his fiancé, to her, it was still a precious thing. Chi-Chi and Chu Yang chatted about the gifts they had purchased for Dai Shan Shan while shopping. Suddenly, a large explosion suddenly rang out, and people's shrieks rose up, only to hear someone shouting shrilly there. Run! There's a fire! A fire? The viewers in the live broadcast room were mostly stunned for a moment as they looked at the crowd running around. After a short period of stunned silence, someone quickly dialed the fire phone. Quickly take the escape stairs. I've broken my foot. Someone please come and give me a hand. Mommy, I want mommy. Oh wow. Mommy. Daddy. Children's cries. Adults' cries for help, such as headless flies running around the figure in the huge shopping mall in all directions. The sudden start of the fire turned the original shopping paradise into a place of disaster. Chu Yang looked at the chaotic scene and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The number of people in Chi-Chi's live broadcast room also flooded in more and more viewers because of this sudden accident. The viewers came to the live broadcast room to see a scene that was like an inferno on Earth. The explosions continued, and the smoke began to spread as far as the eye could see. Some fast-reacting viewers even quickly picked up their cell phones to call for firefighting help. Anchor, hurry and run, I'm outside. The smoke from the fire point looks like it's on the 5th floor. It's not too late to run. I've already called the fire department. They'll be there soon. What are you waiting for, Chi-Chi? Hurry up, hurry to the escape route. Who's going to save that kid? Where's her mom? What is Jia Rong doing? Such a big company would still have a fire? The smoke is getting thicker and thicker. Why isn't Chi-Chi moving? What's that anchor doing there? Hurry up and save people. Save Nima. This is a mall. 3rd floor. How many people can you save? You're a bully. You're on. Among the viewers of Chi-Chi's live broadcast room, part of them were Chi-Chi's hardcore fans who wanted their goddess to run away. A part of them saw that the picture was too tragic and wanted 7-7 and the others to help out. However, many of the people who powdered Chi-Chi knew that their goddess had no power in her hands. Not to mention saving people, it would be good if she could run away. Chu God. What should we do now? 7-7s had now also forgotten that she was live streaming. She spoke in a trembling voice. The panic in her tone could be heard through the screen. Chu Yang gazed at the crowd and said in a low voice, "There are 200 people active on the 3rd floor of this mall downwards, and only 70 to 80 people have found the escape route. And of the 100 people currently active, there are 16 old people and 10 children. I need your help. Chi-Chi." Chi-Chi was completely bewildered by the data that Chu Yang suddenly blurted out. What can I do? Chu Yang stared at the wailing children downstairs with a serious expression. Coax those crying children. Coax children? You said you need me as I let me coax the children? Chi-Chi was confused. However, Chu Yang's command wasn't over yet. He continued to talk to Chi-Chi. Well, you call the fire department. According to the distance, it will take them 10 minutes at the earliest to come over. After Chu Yang's low command, he immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Absolutely. I just listened to Chu Shin's wave of data. Mesmerized. I want to know how he knows that there are 200 people here. It won't be pickpocket blind, right? It doesn't look like it. Listening to the whole program, I began to silently count the number of people. The children are not more or less exactly 10. Chu Yang's critical and well-documented database analysis drew the conviction of the audience in the Chi-Chi live broadcast room. They even wondered curiously how exactly Chu Yang would let the remaining people escape from the fire. The viewers in the live broadcast room then saw Chu Yang pick up his cell phone and make a call. The number Chu Yang dialed was the driver Lao Chen's. Lao Chen, there's a fire in Jiarong. You hurry and have someone find a ladder to come over. The location is according to the window I broke. Right. Have Zhangping come up and ask him to bring people down for me. Prepare a few dozen more quilts to put underneath. After Chu Yang instructed old Chen, he walked briskly towards the nearby floor-to-ceiling window and stopped. Immediately after, he swung out a fist and directly shattered the entire piece of glass directly. Crap. What kind of divine force is this? Bullskin. A fist-drying tempered glass is okay. 666. Shushin V587. Said it was one punch to break it. Definitely not a second punch. But what exactly does Chushin want to do? It's so chaotic right now. Who's going to listen to him? I think so too. Who cares if you're a billionaire in the chaos? If I were to say that Chushin has this ability, he should just take Chi-Chi and escape. The audience was getting more and more curious about Chu Yang's next behavior. They simply couldn't guess what exactly Chu Yang wanted to do. After the glass shattered, Chu Yang suddenly looked down and shouted downstairs, "Zhang Ping, come up." Who was Zhang Ping? Come up where? The reacting live broadcast audience was in a bit of a trance, if they hadn't understood wrongly. Chu God was shouting for a normal person to come down from underneath. This Nima 3rd floor. How to go up The crowd of live broadcast viewers all looked at Chu Yang's actions with confused eyes. Subsequently, a youth's figure leapt up and directly broke into the 3rd floor as well as the eyes of the live broadcast audience. Just outrageous. Did I get blurry-eyed at all? A person jumped up to the 3rd floor from the bottom? Is this some kind of stunt being filmed? I feel like I just misplaced a billion. Upstairs, be more confident and remove the feeling. Your family's live broadcast can still preview? Wipe. What the hell is this jumping ability? I've seen people jump from the 3rd floor, but this is the first time I've seen them jump up. Jumping from the 3rd floor is nothing. I've seen it from the 28th floor. 7-7's live broadcast room was bustling with activity. Zhang Ping also in Chu Yang's command. Very flexible from the escalator that directly over to the 2nd floor. After breaking the 2nd floor glass, he made another leap and jumped to the 4th floor. He needed to determine the number of people on the 4th floor, and when he saw people, he would just throw them to the place where the quilts were placed. Zhang Ping thought as he did, and began to carpet search the fourth floor. Chu Yang also raised his voice at this time. Everyone who is still in the mall. The tempered glass on the second and third floors have been broken by my subordinates, and there are quilts underneath to cushion them. So those who are still capable of walking around can escape first. Elderly people and children can wait by the window first. Our people will specially bring him down. Chu Yang's voice was actually not that loud. Strangely enough, all the people in the mall calmed down at these two simple sounds of Chu Yang's and began to act according to what he said. This was the advantage of the orator's skill. The orator's listeners would act accordingly after judging the orator's statement to be correct. In this way, the escape rate of the number of people in the mall would skyrocket. Under Chu Yang's hint, Chi-Chi began to patiently coax the three small children who had not found their parents. The scene that was still chaotic was surprisingly dissolved by Chu Yang just like that, and the escape within the mall was proceeding in an orderly manner. In less than 3 minutes, people on the third floor and below all escaped successfully. The people on the fourth floor had also finished escaping under Zhang Ping's arrangements. None of the 7/7 Live viewers who were following this scene were shocked. No one had expected that things would be so bad that everyone would survive because of Chu Yang's existence. Was this the reason why people who deserved it were rich? Zhang Ping, how is the situation on the fifth floor? Chu Yang looked at Zhang Ping, who had returned to the third floor from the fifth floor, with a trifle of relief in his eyes. Fortunately, in serious matters, Zhang Ping, a half-step sect master, had not dropped the ball. Young master, I have tried my best to save them all, Zhang Ping said seriously. Most of the people he could save he had kicked to the quilt. Rounding it up a bit, it was just trying his best to save them. Well, then Chi-Chi let's go too. Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. He turned his head to Chi-Chi and said in a warm voice, just to see Chi-Chi looking towards the window with a nervous face. Shall we jump down too? Chi-Chi looked down from the third floor, and a nameless fear suddenly arose in her heart. She had been more afraid of heights since she was a child, and even though she knew that there were quilts underneath, she still couldn't help but be scared. Of course we have to jump. Now the smoke has spread to a certain point. 3 minutes have passed since the incident. If we don't go down we will soon be enveloped in smoke. Chu Yang nodded and said rightfully. Chi-Chi swallowed her saliva and finally said stiffly, or Chu Shin, you can kick me down. Letting Chi-Chi jump, she did not dare, but letting Chu Yang personally carry her down, it seemed unrealistic as well. Instead of letting herself hesitate to jump, it would be better to let someone else give her a pain in the ass. Zheng Ping cocked his head at the side, doubt written all over his clear face. Why should we let young master do this kind of thing? Stand still. I'll help you. Chi-Chi glanced at Zheng Ping and became even more abashed in her heart. Zheng Ping was a person who could leap 3 floors in a single bound. With this kick from him, she would probably have to go to the hospital and lie down. Why don't you go down first? I'll just let Chu Shin come. 7/7's scalp tightened at Zhang Ping's words, and she hurriedly sent out a plea for help to Chu Yang. Chu God you help me. Chu Yang was a bit speechless. He didn't think that Chi-Chi was even afraid of heights. Forget it, carry her down in a while. Thinking of this, Chu Yang faintly said to Zhang Ping, you go down first. Zhang Ping gave an O sound and jumped down just like that in front of Chi-Chi. That dry and sharp action. Just like playing. Looking at Chi-Chi a burst of envy. When reporter Lu Jianbai rushed to Jiarong shopping center, he happened to see the image of Zhang Ping jumping off the building. Who is this dude? So fierce. Jiarong are like this. How come the firefighting hasn't come yet? You also have to give people time off. This is just how long. We get the news is running over. People still have to bring equipment nah. Also, let's hurry over to interview the people here. Lu Jianbai's follow-up photographer Xiao Wu and news editor Xiao Song were talking to each other. However, they saw a group of young and old people gathered together, their faces full of aftermath of the robbery. Brother Xiao Song, look over there. Xiao Wu circled around the surroundings and suddenly his eyes lit up. He looked at quite a few bikini-clad beauties wandering in the wind. Some of the girls were wearing the cute series of Winnie the Pooh. Their fair skin and shapely bodies were mesmerizing to watch. Even more eye-catching was a girl wearing a strawberry chubby with a superb double ponytail. What shocked Lu Jianbai the most was still the female big brother in front of him wearing a pale white dress, with a slim, innocent-looking body, short hair and a throat knot. My 3 views collapsed off. Xiao Wu was petrified on the spot as he looked at the big man in women's clothing. And editor Xiao Song also took the opportunity to turn on the recorder and mingled in the crowd, trying to get first-hand clues. This pretty girl, do you know what's going on right now? Komatsu found a good-looking double ponytail bikini girl to ask. The double ponytail girl's tightened spirit soothed a bit as she listened to Komatsu's words. She said with a face of post-hoc fear, I don't know. I only know that I heard someone else's words and escaped down from there. Hearing someone else's words and escaping down? Xiao Song's eyes lit up. This was excellent material. Beauty. May I ask which other person you are talking about? Can you tell us a little bit about the situation at that time? Komatsu said, curious about everything that happened today. The double ponytailed beauty forced a smile and said, that was a young man in his 20s. Anyway, at that time, I heard someone arranging for us to escape in my head, and we followed that voice, found the window of escape, and jumped onto the quilts. The old man and the child inside should have been rescued, the double ponytailed beauty said, pointing to the quilts that were half a person high not far away. These were the quilts that old Shen had spent a large amount of money to buy, as well as the quilts that a group of enthusiastic people had helped to put on. It was these quilts that saved one escapee after another. Then, what floor were you on? Komatsu didn't realize that there were still people who were so critical when the fire appeared. I was on the 4th floor. I was trying on clothes at that time. I wasn't sure what was going on yet, and then I was suddenly saved by him, and it was also lucky that he saved me, or else I didn't know what to do, the double ponytail beauty said, automatically concealing the matter of herself being kicked down by Zhang Ping. Speaking as a beauty, the double ponytail had always enjoyed excellent treatment, and an encounter like being kicked down was the first time she had encountered it. Komatsu was a bit mesmerized. So what exactly was that voice? And what about the youth's looks? Pretty girl, you should describe it. Komatsu was still trying to dig up some new material when I don't know who yelled out that the fire truck was coming. Everyone's attention was focused on the fire engine. Lu Jianbai also interviewed several viewers on the sidelines, and they all said pretty much the same thing, that they were all saved by a boy in his early 20s. So when you came down, did you see anyone upstairs now? Lu Jianbai asked a middle-aged man. The man was about to speak when he saw Chu Yang holding Chi-Chi jumping down from the 3rd floor in full view of everyone. That's right, it was jumping down, especially since he didn't have any protective gears underneath. He just jumped down. Brother Bai. I'm not going to be blind, am I? Did you jerk off too much yesterday? Little Dance followed behind Lu Jianbai, rubbing her eyes uncontrollably, her eyes full of incredulity. Lu Jianbai rolled his eyes. You don't have blurred eyes, but if you don't hurry over to follow the camera, the hotspot will be gone. Xiao Wu woke up like a dream and hurriedly picked up the camera and jogged. Chi-Chi looked at the surrounding images in Chu Yang's arms. The surprise on her face was hard to hide. They had actually escaped. This gentleman, may I ask, how did you escape? After Chu Yang appeared holding Chi-Chi, he was immediately interviewed by Lu Jianbai and Xiao Wu. Chu Yang didn't want to be famous anymore. He casually said, just jumped down. Lu Jianbai was choked by Chu Yang's words. This gentleman, I want details. Details? Then is that your girlfriend you're holding right now? Lu Jianbai didn't die. He placed his gaze back on Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi hurriedly got down from Chu Yang and waved her hands. No, I'm his fan. Everyone here was able to escape all thanks to Chu Shen's help. If it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't know what to do. Such a pretty girl is actually a fan of this handsome guy? Also, what do you mean that everyone here was able to escape thanks to Chu Shen's help? And what role did this handsome guy play in this fire? Lu Jianbai was curious in his heart and was about to ask carefully when the fire trucks had already been put into the array of extinguishing the fire, and a country-faced firefighter walked to Chu Yan with a solemn face. Mr. Chu, thank you for your command and arrangement in the face of danger. I thank you and your friends on behalf of all the firefighters. The firefighter had already seen the hot search on the internet. He was also very appreciative of Chu Yang, who had guided everyone to escape in the face of danger. If it wasn't for those quilts, and Zhang Ping who had leapt 3 floors in one leap, their firefighting operation this time wouldn't have gone so smoothly, and he wouldn't have had this time to take the time to come over and thank Chu Yang. Lu Jianbai sniffed with immediately signaled Xiao Wu to open the camera. Xiao Wu received his wink. Not only opened the camera, but also Chicken Thief changed the mode to live broadcast. The escapees also looked at Chu Yang with shocked gazes. It was this handsome guy who saved us? The quilt was also prepared by him? Is it too late to save our lives in return? It's true that all the good-looking people have surrendered to the state. The escapees were murmuring, but they all spontaneously walked in Chu Yang's direction, which included old men, women, and children who had been coaxed by Chi-Chi. Mom, just now it was this sister who coaxed the baby. Sister sings beautifully. Sister hugs. The children were not very old, and when they saw the big sister who had saved them they talked about Chi-Chi to their families. When those mothers who had almost lost their children heard about it, they were in tears and wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Chi-Chi. If it wasn't for Chi-Chi, they might not be able to see their children in this lifetime. Chi-Chi's eyes also turned red as she looked at those children and women. She was a girl who faced a sudden fire, but it was not true that she was not afraid of it. It was Chu Yang's courage that gave her the courage to coax the children in the fire scene. Until this moment, Chi-Chi felt, it's worth it. I've done great things in my life. Look at how cute these kids are. Big sister, all of you get up. If you want to thank You should thank Chushin. It's him who commanded you to escape. It's also them who had the quilts prepared. And even I just came down because I was afraid of heights. It was him who carried me down. Chi blushed shyly. Her voice was a little choked with a hint of coyness. Her affectionate words made many Moncler outlet online laughed out loud. Isn't it normal for a little girl to be afraid of heights? Some of the rescued people also chimed in. Yes, I'm also afraid of heights. When I came down my legs were soft. I don't know which turtle grandson kicked me down. You were also kicked down? I was too on the horse. You guys too? Fuck, I was kicked down too. The rescued ones were there chattering away before realizing that they had probably been kicked by the same person before they came down. Especially with the same angle, precise kick and force. It was the same person no less. On the side, Zhang Ping's face showed some confusion. Have I kicked so many people? After having the crowd interrupt. Only then did Chi-Chi's embarrassment fade quite a bit, and the crowd also placed their eyes on Chu Yang. Young man, thank you for being so clinical and saving us. A grandpa tremblingly walked over and bowed squarely to Chu Yang to thank him. Chu Yang was about to stop it, when he heard the grandpa turn his head again to bow to Zhang Ping in the crowd and thanked him. Thank you too. Young man who jumped up to the third floor in one breath. He still remembers the voice that just came to his ears, and also remembers Zhang Ping who personally carried himself down. The rescued people who heard the older man's words suddenly shivered, and after they looked at Zhang Ping, they all came to a realization. The person who kicked them in the face was the same person who kicked them in the face. Lu Jianbai was even laughing so hard that his big mouth was grinning behind his ears. This was the detail I wanted. Old sir, you don't need to thank me. It was all ordered by my young master. I just did as I was told. Zhang Ping very unintelligently and honestly said. Chu Yang smiled as the corner of his mouth raised a light smile. He smiled like a spring breeze, directly soothing everyone's still somewhat uneasy hearts. There were also quite a few sisters who were smiled at by Chu Yang's gentle smile and quietly put this beggar in their hearts. Sir, compared to this insignificant act of mine, you guys are the real heroes of the fire. After Chu Yang's smile, his expression was serious as he spoke in a low voice to the firefighter. The country-face firefighter did not expect Chu Yang to say these words. Mr. Chu is polite. Saving people is our duty. As long as we still wear these clothes for one day, we will do our best to protect the people's safety. Saying that, the firefighters solemnly saluted Chu Yang. You are welcome. Chu Yang returned the salute, and the firefighter also turned around and threw himself into the fire scene after thanking him. Seeing this, Lu Jianbai hurriedly took out his microphone and sent out a question to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, I'm a reporter from Shenyang newspaper. Is it convenient for you to disclose what exactly you did at the fire scene? In the live broadcasting room that Xiao Wu opened, a large number of viewers flocked to the live broadcasting room and looked at Chu Yang with unblinking eyes. I just did what I should have done. Sorry, I have another matter. Please make way. After Chu Yang simply replied, he pulled Chi and ran outside. After Zhang Ping froze for 2 seconds, he also pulled his legs and ran. Lu Jianbai, who was interviewing Chu Yang, was in turmoil. Are young people nowadays so modest? Such a good opportunity to become famous. You guys are cherishing it. If you don't cherish it, you can give me a chance. Lu Jianbai roared within his heart, only feeling that this was the Waterloo of his interview career. The viewers of the Little 5 live streaming room were on the verge of bursting into laughter as they watched the scene. Chushin Xin said, Hey, reporter, you didn't expect it, did you? I would actually run away. Chushin doesn't care about being famous anymore because he's rich enough. Laughing to death. Look at the reporter's confused eyes. He still hasn't figured out what's going on. The reporter shouldn't know Chushin. Otherwise he wouldn't be so dumbfounded. Ha ha. Xiao Wu looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast with a very confused expression as well. What did I miss? Why does everyone act like they know the truth? Then Xiao Wu felt a vibration on his phone, and saw a message pop up on the browser's self-message. This is the most calm data emperor I have seen after encountering fire. Xiao Wu curiously clicked on it, only to realize that the news within the Jiaorong Mall had all been on the hot search. Brother bye. There's no need for any more interviews. Our hotspots are long gone. Xiao Wu said numbly, lifting his cell phone and putting it in front of Lu Jianbai. Lu Jianbai almost had a heart attack after reading it. The top 10 hot searches. Chu Yang accounted for 4. Hashtag anchorwoman coaxing a baby and forgetting she's on the air. Hashtag a young man who jumped 3 stories high physically rebelled against science. Hashtag data emperor Chushin. Hashtag Jiaorong Nyai Chushin arranged all the details. Hashtag rating the shoot. Nah. The anchors are almost eating out of the reporters' bowls. The news of the fire and explosion at the Jiaorong Mall also caused a hot debate online. I was really shocked at the part where Chu God said the number of people. The number of people is not the point. The point is that the fire piece Chushin also counted. I just want to know Chushin just that loud. How did he let everyone hear it? Curious +1. Just outrageous. Chi-Chi, it turns out that capturing the Chu God alive comes at a price. Like coaxing a child and asking someone to kick themselves. I was quite flustered even through the screen, not to mention Chi-Chi being his sister. The comments section at the bottom of the Weibo was hotly debated, and the news quickly reached Dai Shanshan's ears. Chu's group. Finance department. You're saying Chu Yang is at the Jiaorong shopping center? As Dai Shanshan listened to her assistant's report, she was so shocked that she immediately stood up from her office chair and wanted to head out. Superintendent, don't be in a hurry. Mr. Chu didn't have an accident. Instead, he's now a firefighting hero. The assistant hurriedly opened his cell phone and handed it to Dai Shanshan. Only after Dai Shanshan read the message did she realize that Chu Yang actually happened to be in a piece with Chi-Chi, and the two even went to the mall together. This girl, who is she? Dai Shanshan pointed to Chi-Chi who was on the side. She had a good temperament, and her eyes that looked at Chu Yang still had a faint admiration in them. Dai Shanshan's gaze at Chu Yang was also like this. If it wasn't for Chu Yang being too strong in certain aspects, she wouldn't have pushed Chu Yang outward. Dai Shanshan came from a wealthy family, and has seen more than the dirty and unpleasant in the wealthy family. Only Dai Shanshan did not expect that she pushed her beloved out, but it was because of this reason. Could it be that my body really needs more exercise with what Chu Yang said? Do you want me to open a gym card tomorrow to get fit? Dai Shanshan's brows furrowed as she began to ponder the feasibility of this matter. Anyway, her current position is the finance director. The affairs that others need to handle in a day, she can handle in a morning. This is Chi-Chi, alias Mascot. She has a great personality and good looks. She is one of the more famous of the goddess anchors. After the assistant deliberated the vocabulary, she swallowed the words linked to General Manager Chu. Chi-Chi was universally recognized as the mascot for capturing Chu God alive. Or else how could the fire at the Jiaorong shopping mall this time be so well known? The two people, Chu Xin and Chi-Chi, were in the middle of the fermentation of the incident, triggering traffic that directly broke 1,000,000. What is her relationship with Chu Yang? Dai Shanshan suddenly had a turn of phrase. The quickness of the change in thinking caught the assistant off guard. Chi-Chi doesn't have any relationship with Mr. Chu, however, every time Chi-Chi broadcasts live, she can meet Mr. Chu by chance, which is also the reason why she's known as a mascot. The assistant spoke stiffly, and there was a slight tremor in her tone. Dai Shanshan's aura was already extraordinary, coupled with her mind being difficult to figure out. The assistant followed Dai Shanshan although she had learned a lot, but being in the same space as her, she always felt pressurized. So it's like this, you help me talk to the receptionist. Let her tell Chu Yang. People come directly to me. Dai Shanshan took her cell phone and sat back down again. The assistant's heart na but couldn't help but gossip to Dai Shanshan. By the way, director, do you recognize this person? He is super powerful. Jumped up 3 floors in one breath. Now many people want to hear from him. And some people want him to play basketball or something. The assistant said carefully while pointing her cell phone screen to Dai Shanshan. Only then did Dai Shanshan remember that when Zhang Ping was in the Dai family earlier, he seemed to have said something about the Grandmaster realm or something. Could it be that Chu Yang was actually a supreme expert with martial arts skills or something like that? How else could one explain Zhang Ping being able to jump so high? This person is the bodyguard that General Manager Chu spent a lot of money to find. After Dai Shanshan casually pulled a sentence, she absent-mindedly swiped her cell phone. The assistant exited Dai Shanshan's office with a good eye and told her colleagues not to go in and disturb Dai Shanshan if there was nothing wrong. After the assistant finished talking to her co-workers, she quietly opened the Weibo and started typing at the bottom. According to my boss, this little brother who jumped up to the 3rd floor in one breath is a bodyguard that her fiancé spent a lot of money to find. The assistant's face went white when she saw her name after posting the comment. Damn, forgot to switch to a smaller number. As the assistant's whitened face gradually changed, his comment gradually flooded with many commenters. It didn't take long before the assistant's true identity was raked over the coals. Dai Shanshan's assistant? Well, little brother's identity is stone cold. Little brother probably didn't even think of it himself. Being a bodyguard can be so famous. You guys don't even look at whose bodyguard he is. Chushin 666. A bodyguard found with heavy money is bullish. Dai Shanshan in the office didn't know at the moment how much of a frenzy her casual remark had created online. She just happened to be swiping the 7/7 live recording screen right now. Chu Shen, what are you doing here all of a sudden? Wanted to buy some gifts for people. Then who do you want to buy for? What kind of person is she? A strong woman I guess. I want to give her some gifts. That's right. Then let's go check it out first. Good. Trouble you. By the way, see if you have a favorite. I'll give you one too. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to keep me busy. Dai Shanshan looked at these messages and realized that the original Chu Yang would go to Jiaorong Mall because of herself. Dai Shanshan accidentally pressed open the pop-up screen. only to see quite a few comments from netizens floating on the screen. Chu God favors Dai Shanshan so much. Please God give me a boyfriend like Chushin. Chushin went out to buy a gift himself for Dai Shanshan. With Chushin's current wealth, he can't buy anything he wants. Gifts are light and love is important. Confirmed eyes. This is what love looks like. Envious of Desan's passing by. The netizens' comments were lopsidedly envious of Dai Shanshan. And looking at these warm comments, Dai Shanshan's eyes couldn't help but flash. Had she been overreacting lately? Shouldn't she not let Chu Yang go to Phelan country first? Dai Shanshan's mind was torn as she watched the video to the end. Only then did she realize that Zhang Ping was so powerful. Then wasn't it normal for Chu Yang, who was even more powerful than Zhang Ping, to be strong in that area? Just when Dai Shanshan was still considering whether to let Chu Yang go to Phelan country, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Chu Yang put his hands behind his back and walked to Dai Shanshan with a smile on his face and said, "Shanshan, are you done?" Dai Shanshan looked at Chu Yang's hands behind his back and then looked at the time. Her heart was clear. Behind Chu Yang's hands behind his back, there should be a gift for himself. Thinking that Chu Yang could still pull away Chi-Chi before he left, I'm afraid that he wanted her to continue picking out a gift for himself as he wished. Although Dai Shanshan did not pay much attention to Chu Yang, she had more or less heard about Chu Yang's deeds. After all, in college, how many people who chased after Chu Yang had heard the same simple, perfunctory and still justified words of rejection? That sentence was, "Sorry, I don't want to fall in love. Please don't disturb my studies. It's not too busy. After all, it's a finance director's job. It's a lot easier than before." Dai Shanshan raised a gentle smile and said to Chu Yang with a light smile, "Speaking about the matter of the position." Dai Shanshan's heart was aware of how not easy this job came to be. Thinking back to the various experiences of the past few days, Dai Shanshan's heart that had just been a little shaken suddenly became firm. It was better to let Chu Yang go to Phelan country for a while first. "By the way, why did you suddenly come over?" Dai Shanshan smiled and got up to greet Chu Yang, as if she didn't know about the matter of Jiaorong Mall. "Cough. I saw a nice necklace on the way. It should fit you well." Chu Yang thought that Dai Shanshan didn't know about Jiaorong Mall yet. He coughed lightly and took out a gift box and handed it to Dai Shanshan. "What kind of gift is it?" Dai Shanshan curiously reached out to receive the gift box that Chu Yang handed over, her beautiful eyes full of surprise and joy. After the gift box was opened, Dai Shanshan was stunned by a hollow necklace in the gift box. It was a pearl necklace that was designed by a light golden hollow necklace. The light pink pearls looked very striking with the embellishment of the skeleton design. So beautiful. Dai Shanshan stared at the seemingly simple design of the skeleton pearl necklace in front of her, but people could not take their eyes off of it, and for a moment she was actually mesmerized by it. She thought she had seen countless treasures, but she had never seen such a nice and chic pearl necklace. "It's good that you like it." Chu Yang was overjoyed to see her happy, and secretly decided to buy more things for Dai Shanshan to coax her. As he spoke, he untied the necklace. "Which master's work is this? How come I've never seen it before?" Dai Shanshan said curiously while obediently walking to Chu Yang's side to let him put it on with his own hands. The cold pearl close to her skin made Dai Shanshan subconsciously tremble a little. What Dai Shanshan was wearing today was a black professional sheath dress. From Chu Yang's angle, it was just right to see the white moistness between the collars. Dai Shanshan did not hear Chu Yang's reply, so she curiously turned her head to look at him, only to see the man's eyes burning as he stared at her, and between the rolls of his throat knots, he actually made her somewhat unable to move her eyes. Chu Yang was definitely thinking about something not so good. Receiving Dai Shanshan's angry eyes back, Chu Yang, somewhat not quite comfortable shifting his gaze, said, "Cough. It's normal that you haven't seen it before. It's a nameless small store. It should have been closed by now." When Dai Shanshan heard this, her face revealed a color of pity. Immediately after that, Dai Shanshan felt a solid strength coming from her waist, and when she slowed down her mind to realize that she was actually swept up by Chu Yang in his arms. "After all, the gift given to you is unique. I'm very happy," Chu Yang said with the corners of his lips slightly hooked. The gentle smile on his handsome face made Dai Shanshan sway again. Through the pants can feel Chu Yang's long legs on the strong muscles, and heat also let Dai Shanshan thoughts fly far away. Involuntarily, Dai Shanshan's mind suddenly floated back to the various images of the past few nights. Why am I thinking of these things? Dai Shanshan was about to get up when the office door was suddenly opened. The person who opened the door was Yun Xiang, the accountant of the finance department. Yun Xiang was dispatched by the financial experience to deliver the report. She was in a hurry to get back to her work and forgot to knock on the door for a while. Good guy. As a result, once the door was opened, it was found that Director Dai was sitting on Mr. Chu's lap. Yun Xiang stared blankly for 2 seconds, not yet reacted to his dog's head cannot be saved, then felt a very oppressive eyes came. Yun Xiang, who met Chu Yang's dark and heavy eyes, unconsciously cowered twice before decisively closing the door. I'm sorry, Superintendent, for the disturbance. After Yun Xiang closed the door, she left the office as if she had fled. Finished. Superintendent Dai was all set to KLSS with Mr. Chu, and was spoiled by me. I won't be fired. But looking so exciting now. Yun Xiang recalled the picture she had just seen. Her eyes were full of excitement. It doesn't matter if I'm fired or not. What's important is that I'm knocking on the sugar. Excited Yun Xiang returned to his workstation, and did not notice the message interface from their own small group into the Chu's group. Accountant of the finance department, Yun Xiang. Sis, I bumped into Mr. Chu's candy. Mr. Chu and Director Dai were just about to KLSS interrupted by me. If I get fired, you remember to keep watching for me ow. After Yun Xiang finished sending the message with satisfaction, she felt the bizarre gazes cast by her colleagues all around. What kind of sense of death is this? The co-worker at Yun Xiang's next workstation looked at her with pity. Yun Xiang, you'd better hurry up and withdraw the message. What company knows? Yun Xiang opened the WeChat interface in a daze, and saw a group message that ate her. Tang Xinran, at Finance Department Accountant Yun Xiang. Come to my office in 10 minutes. Yun Xiang stiffened her eyes and glanced upwards. Above Tang Xinran's message was the paragraph of Yun Xiang's message about knocking out candy. Yun Xiang was petrified in place. Why would I kowtow sugar to the point of being named by the president? Yun Xiang has already point back to this degree. With an expression of hopelessness, Yun Xiang arrived at Tang Xinran's office under the gaze of her co-workers as they bid her farewell. In less than a week's time, Tang Xinran already had the demeanor of Chu Group's president, and his imposing presence made Yun Xiang, who had only met a few times, a bit of a wimp. Tang, Mr. Tang, what are you looking for me for? Yun Xiang immediately revealed a pleasing smile after being abashed for a second. Tang Xinran smiled at Yun Xiang, and that meaningful smile made Yun Xiang's scalp tingle. Her sixth sense told her that she was going to be finished. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just, I want you to deliver a document to Director Dai for me. Yun Xiang's taut heart suddenly loosened. Just delivering a document? My sixth sense is wrong? Good luck. Okay, Mr. Tang, I will definitely deliver the document for you. Yun Xiang was relieved, and was happy that Tang Xinran didn't pursue the matter of his candy knocking, when she heard Tang Xinran speak leisurely again. However, this document, in the end, will have to make General Manager Chu personally promise to go over. Yun Xiang's scalp tightened once again, and bean-sized beads of sweat began to rise downwards. What a joke! Could a tiny accountant like her still sway the president's movements? Moreover, this can't appear about my personal wishes with Mr. Dai. This is a contractual issue. Yun Xiang is so smart, she should know what I mean, right? Yun Xiang's back was also starting to break out in a cold sweat. What kind of devil's delivery question was this? She had to take this contract and make Chu Yang agree to go over there in person. It couldn't even be said that Tang Xinran must let him go over. Mr. Tang, can I take a look at the contents of this document? Yun Xiang inquired warily. Of course. Tang Xinran nodded noncommittally, and after Yun Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, he flipped open the document and took a look. His head immediately topped with N question marks. It's just a contract from Phelan Country. Why didn't Mr. Tang let someone personally send it over? Finished reading? Then go and get it done. Special Assistant Bai. You go send Yun Xiang. If she lets Brother Yang go, the company will forget about the kowtow candy. If Brother Yang doesn't agree to go, then send her to the personnel department. After Tang Xinran finished smiling, Yun Xiang almost didn't throw the documents in her hand at his face, then pointed at Tang Xinran and cursed, "Can you be any more shameless, Tang devil?" However, Yun Xiang didn't dare. She could only puff and walk away with the documents. Yun Xiang couldn't think of that bit of Chu Yang's mind even if she thought through her head. What's more, she didn't know that Tang Xinran and Dai Shanshan. In fact, neither of them dared to openly allow Chu Yang to go to Phelan Country to work on something. Tang Xinran is worried. Backstabber Yun Xiang knocking sugar to knock themselves over. Who to blame? After dealing with the heart of the big problem, Tang Xinran peace of mind took out an English test paper, began to write. In order to be able to sit firmly in the position of president of Chu's Group, Tang Xinran is now dealing with the company's affairs, while also learning various languages, finance and other knowledge. Tang Xinran, who was writing the test paper, thought sadly that other presidents are all kinds of dashing after work, beautiful cars, and then not good enough to pick up the bar. And he Tang Xinran, after work, still have to face a variety of teachers, but also have to write papers. Looking at the entire Magic City, which president is busy after a day still have to write papers? Tang Xinran's misery Yun Xiang is not aware of. She only knows that she is now very miserable. She really couldn't think of any method that would make Chu Yang take the initiative to go to Phelan country. Just now when she was knocking on the candy, she noticed that Chu Yang and Dai Shan were both intensely in love. It would be strange for Chu Yang to be able to go nah. No. So it's because General Manager Tang and Director Dai didn't dare to take the initiative to let General Manager Chu go to Phelan country. So they were preparing to find an insignificant tool to be the messenger. And I, Yun Xiang, knocked myself into a tool person by knocking sugar? Yun Xiang couldn't help but have one head and two big heads after she came to a sudden realization. It turns out that the newly appointed president of his own family is so dark. She quietly glanced at Bai Yue on the side. This is the special assistant who parachuted in. I heard that it's only for this week. The cards are so huge that even Tang Xinran has to respect her 3 times. Why don't you set up a conversation yourself? Yun Xiang's round eyes turned, and then happily turned her head to try to get Bai Yue's words, only to see Bai Yue reveal a relatable smile and say to her, Miss Yun, it's here. Arrived? I just thought of a loneliness. Yun Xiang growled within her heart, not daring to show half a bit of aggression on her face before knocking on the door again. Please come in. Yun Xiang listened to Dai Shanshan's slightly delighted invitation to enter, her small head greatly puzzled. Why was Director Dai quite happy when she knocked on the door? Yun Xiang didn't figure it out, and simply tossed her head and went in with her head held high. Anyway, stretching is also a knife and shrinking is also a knife. Early death, early life. You again? Chu Yang was just about to continue fooling Dai Shanshan, but before he could open his mouth, Yun Xiang, who had just disturbed their atmosphere, unexpectedly came back again. When Dai Shanshan saw Yun Xiang, she also couldn't help but recall the image from not too long ago. After Yun Xiang left, Dai Shanshan immediately jumped out of his embrace and warned Chu Yang. You pay attention, this is an office. Chu Yang's head tilted and with a flirtatious smile on his handsome face, he said, it's not an office, so it's okay? What do you mean it's okay if it's not an office? Dai Shanshan blankly glanced at Chu Yang, face with a bit of displeasure said, it's not an office and it's not okay. Chu Yang let out an oh, and reswept Dai Shanshan into her arms again. Shanshan, then the kitchen, sofa, and bathroom you consider? Dai Shanshan's beautiful eyes rounded. What do you mean by kitchen, sofa, and bathroom do you consider? Are you now no longer satisfied with one location? Snap snap snap. The door of the office suddenly resounded with a knock on the door, and Dai Shanshan happily shouted for someone to come in. Just unexpectedly, the person who knocked on the door again was still Yun Xiang. Accountant Yun, what's the matter with you? Dai Shanshan didn't really want to recall the embarrassing incident that was just seen by Yun Xiang, and said quickly, oh, it's like this superintendent. What I just wanted to give you is the contract that Special Assistant Bai asked me to pass on to you. It's said to be a cooperation project in Phelan country. Mr. Tang's schedule has been tight lately, and he asked if it's convenient for you to make a trip to Phelan country. Yun Xiang was still a little smart. She directly took herself out of it, and incidentally let Bai Yue be the middleman. Bai Yue, who was standing by the door listening to the whole thing. I didn't expect I've been in my career for more than 10 years, but I've actually been given the top job by a little girl. You're pretty slick at shaking off this black pot. I froze for 2 seconds before reacting. Dai Shanshan was also a bit confused. The plan was executed? Why didn't you inform me in advance? Why did the executor change? But this argument, it seems to be acceptable? Dai Shanshan's mind was spinning, but on her face, she frowned lightly. I don't really have much time to go over and take care of the project over in Phelan country for the time being, so give me the documents first. I'll take a look at them later. As soon as Chu Yang heard that Dai Shanshan was in a difficult position, he simply took over the conversation and said, bring me the contract. I'll take a look. Yun Xiang glanced at Dai Shanshan, only to see the joy on her face. She knew that her guess was right. This wave of operation between Director Dai and General Manager Tang actually really wanted General Manager Chu to travel on business. Really show a fiancé who pits her fiancé in such a twisted way. It's only Director Dai in the Magic City. Okay, Mr. Chu. Yun Xiang obediently handed the contract over to Dai Shanshan and immediately turned around and left Dai Shanshan's office. Outside the office, standing by the door, Bai Yue looked at her with a smile on her face. I forwarded it to you? Yun Xiang sweated profusely. Letting someone take the blame is fun for a while, but the crematorium afterwards Special Assistant Bai. Mainly because you have a big face in front of General Manager Chu. I said I took it from General Manager Tang. General Manager Chu may not believe it either. Yun Xiang's brain was still quite bright except for the sugar. No matter what, this wave of Yun Xiang's operation did solve Tang Xinran's crisis. Well, it makes sense. Then you hand over today and report to the President's Secretary's office tomorrow. I think you're a good seedling. It's too condescending to sit in the position of financial accountant. Bai Yue thought about it and said something that made Jin Xiang almost kneel down for her. Special assistant Bai. Me being a financial accountant is not at all condescending. Yun Xiang didn't dare to retort so righteously, and could only cautiously say, Special assistant Bai. This wouldn't be necessary, would it? When she thought of having to face Tang Xinran, that dark president, every day, and working for him, and not being able to take candy, what would she do in the past? Think about their own to choose group is also over 5 passes to mix to the position, in order to come to practice their own. Incidentally, every day knock sugar. How beautiful how will not necessary it. I served so many years, there is not one like you. Dare to pit me Bai Yue. Yun Xiang is it? Let's see the office tomorrow. Oh, Bai Yue said with a smile. Yun Xiang had already started cursing in her heart. She secretly decided that in the future, saying bad things about people should never be heard in person. Okay, thank you Special Assistant Bai. Yun Xiang smiled with a stiff face, and when she watched Bai Yue leave, she returned to her workstation and cried with a wow. Bitter life. Can't be a salted fish in the future. The moment Yun Xiang cried, many of her co-workers expressed their sympathy and comfort to Yun Xiang. Yun Xiang, don't cry. Just pay attention in the future. Yeah. Mr. Tang is actually quite nice. He shouldn't do anything to you. Yes. Mr. Tang is harsh. After all, he just took over Chu's. That's right. You shouldn't be so calculating. Yun Xiang listened and even forgot to cry. How did it feel? They weren't here to advise her not to cry. They were here to put in a good word for Tang Xinran. Oh wow. Thinking about it made her even more angry. You guys are speaking for the devil, do you know that? What can I do besides not counting? I'm going to work in the secretary's office starting tomorrow. Special assistant Bai personally gave the order. I'm so sad to part with you guys. Still can't part with my candy. It's not easy for me to get close to the water. But it turns out that the platform has been moved far away. I'm bitter. After Yun Xiang, who had a belly full of bitterness, finished speaking, the co-workers who had just spoken out to comfort Yun Xiang returned to their workstations with expressionless faces. Yun Xiang. This scum girl, in the future the friendship is over. Yun Xiang didn't know that she had lost the sympathy of a group of co-workers by invisibly pretending to be a bully. After she exasperatedly handed over her work to another colleague, she was driven to Tang Xinran's secretary's office. After Yun Xiang hugged her things and organized her new workstation, she casually opened WeChat. The Goat Knocking Sugar group has moved you out of the group chat. The Choose Group Finance group has moved you out of the group chat. Struggle Off Finance Department has moved you out of the group chat. The Cloud Incense. In the end I did what wrong, you guys have to do this to me. A glance does not fit, kick me. Just do not believe that I boing to you. Yun Xiang immediately clicked on the WeChat private chat of the group leader of the Goat Knocking Sugar group to start compiling a series of Zhuanan words, and just after sending them out beautifully, she heard the sound of a demon calling her name aloud. Yun Xiang looked up, only to see Tang Xinran standing in front of her workstation smiling. Yun Xiang, you did a good job today. Just now, Director Dai told me that General Manager Chu has agreed to go to Phelan country. This way, you'll first follow the people in the secretary's office for a week, and after a week, you'll be my personal assistant and secretary. Do well and cheer up. Oh, I'm optimistic about you. That's right. Choose a day. You'll stay and work overtime with me first. Tang Xinran didn't know exactly what Yun Xiang said to make Chu Yang agree to go to Phelan country, but Yun Xiang's joining made Tang Xinran very happy. In the future, Yun Xiang would be the best backstabber for the arrangement between Chu Yang and Dai Shan. Yun Xiang's face changed with a horrified expression. Tang devil, you be a human being. Yun Salty, have been working so far and have always gotten off work on time. One more second is a waste of me knocking out candy. You still want me to work multiple jobs, and work overtime? You might as well say let me Yun Xiang resign. Yun Xiang was so indignant that she wanted to quit and resign. She also heard Tang Xinran say, oh, by the way, your salary from today will be twice as much as your original base. Overtime will be counted separately, and Special Assistant Bai will update the contract for you later on. In addition, I will also make special arrangements for your personal ability to improve. Going abroad in the future will also give you extra benefits. Yun Xiang, 2 times? Then my monthly salary is at least $10,000 or $20,000. Then if I do well, can I really move out alone? Design a set of my own candy knocking hut? And then be a happy home squatter from now on. Knocking out candy every day. Okay Mr. Tang, overtime work and whatnot is my favorite. Please make sure you let me serve you until I die. Yun Xiang drew a perfect blueprint in her mind and decisively bent over backwards for Tang Xinran. Candy is precious. Dignity is more expensive. If it's for money, both can be thrown away. Tang Xinran, surprised to look at the fast-changing Yunxiang, heart some speechless. He thought Yunxiang will be dumped face and so on. Once heard the salary doubled. Turn 180 degrees, turn around. Well, but this is good. The backstabber, as long as you can use a small amount of money to cure 100 diseases. Then later pit up also easy. Don't worry. You'll definitely be on the road to work until you die. Tang Xinran patted Yun Xiang's shoulder with a firm gaze and said solemnly, Yun Xiang, Mr. Tang, I'm actually just being polite. Please make sure you don't carry it out like that. During the time Tang Xinran was talking to Yun Xiang, Bai Yuwei also came to the secretary's office. General Manager Tang, this is Yun Xiang's contract. Please take a look. Bai Yuwei took the prepared contract and handed it to Tang Xinran. Tang Xinran didn't dare to be arrogant in the face of Bai Yuwei, and after honestly reading it over, he couldn't help but feel a tremor in the bottom of his heart. Good guy. How did Yun Xiang offend Bai Yuwei? $20,000 salary. Buyout the next 10 years. If Yun Xiang didn't pay attention to it, if she wanted to resign in the future, she would probably cry a lot. The most important thing is that the liquidated damages are paid out 10 times. It was not known if Yun Xiang's future salary would be enough for her to lose. I'm looking pretty good. Just make the arrangements, I'll go first. Tang Xinran looked at the terms and conditions. Nameless cold sweat began to rise behind his back. It was only Yun Xiang that could make Bai Yuwei shell out her heart to make a contract that was such a sinkhole. In a sense, it was also Yun Xiang's success. Yun Xiang didn't know much about contracts either. She looked at the contracted salary, then looked at the various benefits that filled the contract, and immediately wrote her name at the end with a dragon's flourish. Tang Xinran glanced at the excited Yun Xiang before she left, and silently lit a wax for her in her heart. Girl, smile more while you don't know the truth. I'm afraid you'll cry for a long time in the future when you cry. Bai Yuwei left not long after Tang Xinran. After the two returned to the office, Bai Yuwei then suddenly brought up the matter about Chu Yang traveling to Phelan country. Bai Yuwei folded her hands in front of her body and said in a low voice, Originally, this matter was not considered to be within the scope of my work. I just want to know. The top business banquet in Phelan country. Why don't you plan to go over and show your face? According to the previous plan, this banquet should have been Tang Xinran's to go to. But she didn't know what Dai Shan had agreed to let her fiancé go to Phelan country for. If she remembered correctly, the president of the Choose Group branch in Phelan country was also a very beautiful and extremely capable businesswoman. This matter. This time the top business banquet is attended by more people than just within Phelan country, including some group presidents from Eagle country and me country will attend. I'm still in the learning stage of the language, not to mention that my business skills are not very mature. It just so happens that my sister-in-law asked me about the business banquet. And after discussing it with her, we agreed that it would be better to let Brother Yang step in. However, the current Chu Yang didn't have much heart to expand the company's power, and only wanted to upgrade his learning power, so Dai Shan could only find something for Chu Yang to do. I see. Then I'll go and get busy first. Bai Yuwei nodded in understanding and turned her head to deal with continuing to busy herself. Indeed, from the company level then, Chu Yang would be better off going to Phelan society. Chu Yang's language skills, business talent and vast network had so far only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Instead of letting Tang Xinran, who had just taken over the Chu group, step in, it would be better to let Chu Yang step in. Tang Xinran watched her leave the office, and then faithfully returned to the office chair and sat down, then opened the drawer and expressionlessly took out a few test papers. The contents on the test papers were written in the languages of various countries such as Eagle, Falangwo, and Goryeo. This was the curriculum that Bai Yuwei had first added to him an hour ago. Exactly why so many languages were added, Tang Xinran didn't know the reason. He only knew that if he did too much wrong, Bai Yuwei's recently arranged bodyguard would give him a physical fight study on the grounds that he was slacking in his studies. Tang Xinran had never thought that the original bodyguard could still be used to make use of to exercise the Golden Master himself. Really learn to waste. Early the next morning, Chu Yang took Aubrey's private plane and flew to Phelan country. Dai Shanshan, on the other hand, took an unprecedented day off to rest at home. There's no way. Mr. Chu's interest in studying is high right now. Chu Yang sat on the luxuriously furnished private airplane, looking at the clear blue sky, the mood for no reason a burst of relief. There is a private airplane is still quite good. When I go back this time let Young Wei to me also arrange a. Chu Yan looked out the window at the white clouds within reach due to the wind surge, from time to time changing into various shapes, such as this emotionally said. The waiter at the side who was responsible for serving Chu Yang silently recorded Chu Yang's words. As long as it is the big brother wants something, we the little brothers will definitely do our best to accomplish it. The waiter gave a wink to the colleague at the side, who took his place and signaled him to leave first. Chu Yang, who was in the midst of emotions, didn't notice these little things as he sipped his coffee while killing time waiting for the plane to arrive. The airplane's destination was on Aubrey's private airport. Aubrey had arranged everything when he learned that his big brother was coming. He was afraid that he would not take good care of him and make Chu Young feel unhappy. Big brother, welcome to Phelan country once again. Aubrey, who was wearing a light blue shirt and black suit pants, stood at the exit with a delighted face to greet Chu Young. Behind Aubrey, there were also a dozen or so suited and booted heartthrob minions standing behind him. Welcome big brother to Phelan country. Shiji's congratulatory voice was so loud that Chu Young, who had outstanding ear power, couldn't help but pull out his ears. It was good for the little brothers to be loyal and healthy. It was just a little bit ear-consuming. Cough. They're all my own brothers. There's no need to be so polite. I'll go directly to Chu's group later. Aubrey, you have someone prepare the car for me. Chu Yang lightly coughed and said in a warm voice. Aubrey had long been informed of the purpose of Chu Yang's visit this time. After ordering his subordinates in response to his voice, he respectfully said to Chu Yang, Big brother, how do you feel about using this private airplane? Chu Yang gave a sound of approval and said, quite good. I'll have to pick my private jet according to your standards in the future. As soon as Aubrey heard that Chu Yang liked it very much, he was instantly happy. He cheerfully said, Big brother, anyway, I usually don't need a private airplane. You can either take this airplane and use it. Ah, that won't be necessary. I don't have many opportunities to go abroad. After Chu Yang not, he decisively refused Aubrey. Most of the companies under his name already had an independent mode of operation. There was no need for Chu Yang to do everything himself. If it wasn't for Dai Shanshan's request, Chu Yang really wouldn't necessarily come over. Well, Aubrey had some regrets, but didn't say anything. He decided to have his men take a look again in a while to see if there was any better private airplane than this one of his, and then buy it for his big brother. After Aubrey brought Chu Yang out of the airport, he saw a lengthened Lincoln parked in front of Chu Yang. After the lengthened Lincoln was opened, it was Anna who was wearing a light brown wraparound skirt, dressed exquisitely on the Imperial Sister style. Hi Mr. Chu, long time no see, Anna enthusiastically greeted. Caught off guard, Chu Yang was actually stunned for 2 seconds by her flaming red lips. Long time no see, why did you suddenly change to this style? Chu Yang was slightly stunned and smiled as he sat in the extended Lincoln. Anna's smile instantly froze. Chu Yang didn't like this type? Just wanted to try a new style. This is the Imperial Sister style of China, right? How does it look on me? Anna casually posed, her concave and convex figure, her dark eyes and red lips lightly opened in a seductive manner. Quite good looking. Chu Yang's heart moved slightly and said with a smile, ah, that's really great. Shan Shan even said that I would look good in it. Anna said with a smile, not moving to bring the topic to Dai Shanshan. As soon as Dai Shanshan was mentioned, Chu Yang's words obviously increased. Does Shanshan also like this style of clothes? Should like it. She looks good in anything she wears. Chu Yang chatted with Anna, and the distance between the two people obviously pulled in a bit. Anna looked at Chu Yang who fell into her net. Her heart firmly screamed at Chu Yang's face, Chu Yang wait and see. I will definitely take advantage of this banquet to conquer you. Time unknowingly passed for another hour. When the stretch Lincoln stopped again, Chu Yang realized that the place he came to was actually Anna's manor. This banquet is at 8 o'clock at the beginning of today. If you negotiate for cooperation it will take 3 days anyways. My place is more convenient than going to a hotel. Mr. Chu, are you still satisfied with this manor? Anna put her hands behind her back, hiding the tension in her hands at the moment. I don't have any requirements for a place to stay. You can just prepare a guest room for me at random. Chu Yang nodded his head and didn't care too much. As Anna said, he would only stay here for about 3 days, and even if he met the presidents of the other countries' groups today, it would only be to discuss business. With the current financial power of the Chu group, even if the project that Dai Shanshan wanted to negotiate didn't work out, Chu Yang would have arranged for other better alternatives. In the end, the fact that he would agree to come over was ultimately just to make her happy. Alright, no problem. Anna happily answered and invited Chu Yang into the manor. This was much smaller compared to Anna's family's manor. However, it won in the chic design of the interior, looking simple and atmospheric but not lacking in solemnity. At a glance it was clear that it was a masterpiece. Then, we will leave at 7:30 today. I have already arranged the invitation. I will be your companion tonight. After Anna brought Chu Yang to the guest room that belonged to him, she pretended to be unsteady on her feet and fell into Chu Yang's arms. Chu Yang wrapped his arms around Anna's slender waist, and the tip of his nose came from the faint rose fragrance of Anna's body. Are you alright? As Chu Yang smelled the fragrance, his body uncontrollably heated up slightly. His brows clustered and he used his hands to brace the distance between himself and Anna. After the two of them looked at each other, Anna's red lips slightly raised, revealing a nice smile. It's fine, because I have to wear a gown tonight, so I didn't eat a lot, and I didn't have the strength to trouble you for a while. Chu Yang was quite knowledgeable about this common sense. After he nodded his head to show that he understood, he went ahead and returned to his room. Anna watched Chu Yang return to his room, her heart overjoyed. The seeds of the first step had already been planted. As long as Chu Yang had some more wine at night, everything would be fine. Anna happily hummed a little tune as she went downstairs and began to shout out to her stylist with great fanfare. She had to dress up properly before she could do so. Soon enough, 7 o'clock in the evening arrived. The moon was big and full today, and a few stars could be seen twinkling fast in the sky. What a wonderful night nah! Anna wrapped her arms around Chu Yang's arm, dressed in a light blue evening gown with Chu Yang apiece, and entered into the hall of the top business banquet. Inside the banquet hall, many Phelan domestic and even international familiar presidents swept past in groups of 3 to 5. Only such a top banquet would have such a scene. Mr. Chu, this time we are going to negotiate with Brown Tom of the Eagle Kingdom for a cross-international partnership. In addition to that, we also need that piece of land under Brown Tom as the basis for the startup of this project. As you can see, Brown Tom, because he holds the piece of land that Chu wants. Many people now want to negotiate a partnership with him. Dai Shanshan wrapped her arm around Chu Yang's arm, casually took 2 glasses of champagne and handed Chu Yang a glass before slightly using a hand gesture to raise a direction and whispered in his ear. Chu Yang followed Dai Shanshan's direction to see a blonde hair and blue eyes, deep-set eyes wearing a light brown suit jacket, black suit pants. Handsome man is being surrounded by stars like the center point, occasionally scanning the faces of the collaborators surrounding him. All of them could be called internationally. Brown Tom is a very famous entrepreneur in the Eagle Kingdom, and his group is also a top 10 existence within Phelan, or else Chu's group wouldn't have to ask Mr. Tang to step in. Anna spoke in a low voice, with a few moments of gloom in her eyes. In fact, there was another point she didn't say, that is, this Brown Tom is very fraternal. Just his explicit girlfriend has 3 or 4. Casually searching on the internet can search out a bunch of lace news about him. Anna's least favorite is this kind of person. And this project was also something that Anna intended to let Tang Xinran handle after weighing the situation. I didn't expect to go around in circles, but actually things still made Chu Yang step in. In that case, then let's go and meet. The banquet hadn't started yet. Chu Yang and Anna slowly walked towards Brown Tom. The gentleman beside Anna is the legendary general manager Chu, right? The uncrowned emperor is actually so young? The creator is truly marvelous, to have made a man so perfect. Oh, the uncrowned emperor's sense of charisma that goes nowhere is already making my heart thump wildly. After noticing Anna's presidents seeing Chu Yang's appearance, many of them revealed looks of astonishment. After learning about Chu Yang's identity, some of the presidents with notable status also rushed to the direction where Chu Yang was with their arms around their female companions for the day. Mr. Brown Tom. Hello, let me introduce to you, this is our Chu group's general manager Chu. Anna walked over intimately with her arm around Chu Yang. The combination of handsome man and beautiful woman attracted the attention of the majority of people, including Brown Tom, who was surrounded by people. Hello General Manager Chu, I'm Brown Tom. Nice to meet you. Brown Tom's eyes skimmed over the exquisite-looking Anna on the side, and after being stunned, his eyes flashed with a flash of fleeting obscurity. Chu Yang noticed Brown Tom's dissimilarity and raised his eyebrows slightly. President Brown, how are you? I'm also very happy to see you. I heard that recently your company is doing the Red Nord program. I wonder if your company is interested in letting Chus get a piece of the action as well? Chu Yang spoke authentic Eagle Kingdom language. His accent was very nice. His low voice seemed like a born aristocrat, elegant and charismatic. Brown Tom may not have the heart to care about these. His heart jumped. The bottom of his heart is even more horrified. Red Nord plan is their company's latest plan. How does Chu Yang know? And also a share of the pie? It would be strange if he could agree to it. Besides, where in the world did Chu Yang get such important information? Is there a mole in my company? When Brown Tom thought of this, he felt as if his heart was being roasted on a fire rack. On the contrary, he couldn't immediately go and determine it now. This feeling made Brown Tom very tormented, yet very suffocating. Some of the presidents who surrounded Brown Tom also revealed a fine light. A new project for Brown Tom's company? Couldn't they take advantage of today's opportunity to get a piece of the pie? Many of the presidents who were in the opposite house from Brown Tom also secretly gloated. Generally, the company's new projects are internal secrets. Even if it is a newly launched project, it is also the company's top management that first passes through the hands. Brown Tom's company? Was there a mole? President Brown actually has a new plan? Is it convenient for the party to let us, the Barlow Group, have a piece of the pie as well? Since the Barlow Group is participating, we, the Glen Group, can also participate. If it's so lively, then it's good for me to participate as well. I can too. Following a character like Mr. Chu, it's tens of billions of dollars I'll throw in. The presidents of the opposite family were not as polite as those who wanted to negotiate cooperation with Brown Tom's presidents, and opened their mouths to directly join. Anyway, no matter what project, as long as they didn't talk about it to the contract, wasn't it just a matter of opening their mouths? Brown Tom face or black? Open mouth is his right company. If he agreed to turn around and not apply for bankruptcy, Mr. Chu was joking. Our company does not have any Rednord plan for the time being, Tom Brown said with a smile on his face, but his heart was already filled with rage. He was going to check in a while. Which mole was leaking company secrets? Chu Yang gave a light "oh," shrugged his shoulders and smiled. That's really a pity. I still have more than $10 billion in my hand that I haven't spent. I'm considering investing in some of them. If your company doesn't consider it, then we'll see. The moment Chu Yang's words came out, many presidents were moved. Even though Chu Yang was known as the uncrowned emperor in Phelan country, the power was so huge that it could be said that he only had his hands on the ground in Phelan country. However, if they were only cooperating, wouldn't the more powerful he was, the better? So the presidents who had originally made good relations with Brown Tom had no problem talking to Chu Yang about the company's recent cooperation projects. Mr. Chu, our Barlow Group has a good project recently. Do you want to consider it on your side? This time, as long as the project is put in $5 billion, the gain is definitely higher than $5 billion. The president of Barlow Group, Williams Vedder, used the eagle language to eloquently introduce to Chu Yang about their company's latest micro project. Chu Yang smiled without saying anything as he listened to Williams Vedder finish his speech, and lightly shook his head. Although your project is good, but there are some problems with the location siting. If you change the siting to Lainale, the success rate will be as high as 80%. Williams Vedder listened to Chu Yang's words and suspected that his company also had a mole. This Nima just listened to a little bit. Give me the plan all exposed? I am proud of the Meeker plan was defeated by your site selection. However, this plan is feasible. After Williams Vedder thought about it, he was about to have an in-depth conversation and cooperation with Chu Yang, when he saw Chu Yang turning his head and communicating with another president of Goose Country. That fluent Russian was spoken in a very authentic and noble manner. If not for the fact that Chu Yang was a Chinese, he would have thought that Chu Yang was a Russian. Anna on the side with a shocked face listened to Chu Yang speaking in Goose language. Her beautiful eyes also revealed a shocked look. However, her shock did not end there, because Chu Yang also seamlessly switched between other languages. So it turns out that there's even a hidden language master by my side. My hallowed president of the Chu clan group of the Phelan country doesn't even have the use of an interpreter in front of Chu Yang? Then after tomorrow, let's go to the company to formally discuss the relevant cooperation. Chu Yang listened to the cooperation of several enterprises and was quite satisfied with that. As for Brown Tom's cooperation, Chu Yang however did not bother to talk about it throughout. Anna looked at Chu Yang with some confusion, and her godforsaken beautiful eyes came back to her senses. Still with some budding beauty. This is negotiated? What was the purpose of me coming here? To be a vase? Chu Yang, is there anything else you won't do? Anna looked at Chu Yang's side dispersed a lot of people, and said to Chu Yang with some pity, won't there be? Of course there is. Ears come over. I'll tell you. Chu Yang looked at the somewhat adorable Anna, and his heart rose to tease. Anna hurriedly brought her ears over. Chu Yang brought his warm lips to Anna's ear. From Chu Yang's angle, he could even see Anna's slightly reddish pretty face and delicate earlobes that were slightly pink in color. And Anna's heart began to beat irregularly under Chu Yang's proximity. So close. So close. His breath was so hot hitting her ears a little itchy. There's only one thing I won't do. Anna nodded her head like a chicken pecking at a rice, and mentally forced down the trace of alienation in her heart. That would be going against the principle of the origin of life. Against the principle of the origin of life. The origin of life. Anna. Can giving birth to a child still be said in such a refreshingly unassuming manner? I'll go eat something first. Anna wouldn't be able to buy this wave of Chu Yang's maneuver. She had originally planned to first wait until she was busy with her cooperation to properly tease Chu Yang this evening. As a result, before the plan even started, she was teased by Chu Yang first. Anna, who decided to call a temporary truce, decided to leave Chu Yang to calm down first. Chu Yang looked at Anna, who had somewhat fled, and couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. This is just a small joke. How can you make Anna run away? Well, but also good. She at least did not mention the matter of Brown Tom. Is not it? Chu Yang leisurely stood in place and watched Anna leave. Some of the big presidents also thought that Anna's departure was an excellent opportunity, and quite a few presidents slowly walked over with their female companions. Mr. Chu, hello, I am the president of the Dolly Group. Recently there was a cooperation project convenient for you? Is it convenient for Mr. Chu to add a contact with you? Our company also has quite a few projects that we can cooperate with you. Mr. Chu, Do you have any intention of expanding into entertainment recently? This is my female companion, Ruth, General Manager Chu. The president somewhat brightly introduced the female companions by his side, and one by one, the girls with hot body, choppy waves, and not bad looking were also doing their best to flirt with Chu Yang under the gesture of their own president. Chu Yang swept his eyes over those women, his eyes full of interest. I do know something about Mr. Lon's entertainment company. It's also quite prestigious within Phelan. However, Mr. Lon should be contented even if he can mix to his current position. Chu Yang glanced at the President Lon beside Ruth. No matter where they were, there would be some not-so-bright tactics in the circle of the entertainment industry, and the company under Lon was notorious for being very unscrupulous. Favorably, all of this was still found out by the Red Sky Alliance's people. Chu Yang also took a look at it on the spur of the moment, and didn't intentionally bother about it. It was just that Lon wanted to pit him today. It was very upsetting. General Manager Chu. As soon as Lon heard Chu Yang's words, there was some vague and nameless uneasiness in his heart. But the uneasiness came to Lon and he couldn't tell where exactly the problem was. Don't call me General Manager Chu. I won't cooperate with an entertainment company that's about to go out of business. Chu Yang smiled and waved his hand, directly determining Lon's life and death with a single word. This Ruth looked very good looking, but her physical condition was not good. The moment Chu Yang's words came out, the voices in the vicinity were instantly so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Lon's company was notoriously powerful in Phelan country, and for such a company, Chu Yang had completely disregarded it, saying that it would be scrapped. For a moment, many people did not dare to go forward easily. They were afraid of touching Chu Yang's mold, so that Chu Yang's heart is not happy and thus let their own end with the same as Lon. It's not easy for everyone to climb to today's position, but don't be like Lon to die. Mr. Chu, if you don't like Ruth, I can change another one for you. Lon's face instantly turned white. He didn't expect that his usual way of pleasing people would attract Chu Yang's dislike. If he was in another country, Lon really wasn't afraid of these words from Chu Yang, but this was the Phelan country. The one who spoke was the person Aubrey openly recognized as his elder brother, Chu Yang, who was known as the uncrowned emperor, as long as Chu Yang was willing, not to mention Lon's company, even the president present, as long as there was a branch of the company within the country of Phelan, they wouldn't easily go to offend Chu Yang, because there was only one result of facing Chu Yang. They apologized to Chu Yang, and even bowed their heads to beg for Chu Yang's forgiveness. If you can't do that to make Chu Yang forgive, then sorry, there won't be any position for you in Phelan country. Chu Yang's words could easily decide the life and death of any company in Phelan. This was Chu Yang's position in Phelan country. Mr. Chu, are you telling the truth? Just as the many presidents were shocked, they heard Ruth's eyes on the side reveal some shock and delight. Chu Yang glanced at her. Do I still need to tell lies in Phelan country? Do I still need to tell lies in Phelan country? Although this sentence was said in a very arrogant manner, it also indirectly illustrated Chu Yang's position within the Phelan country. Lon is going to be planted. It's really interesting. Well, this is also quite good. I've always looked down on Lon, using women's skin and flesh to earn business. Unwillingly, what's the point? It's also because he's stupid. He really thinks that Mr. Chu doesn't know anything. TSK, that Ruth has been with him for a few years, right? I heard that she is gaining favor lately. Looking at her, I think there is still a not-so-small grudge between her and Lon. Ruth's outburst drew many of the presidents to whisper, and Lon also noticed that Ruth's expression was one of great surprise. He had been so engrossed in the pleasure Ruth had given him that he hadn't even noticed that Ruth had a surprising amount of hatred towards herself. I have collected all of Lon's incriminating evidence in my hands. As long as you hand Lon over to me, I'm willing to turn in incriminating evidence left and right without letting you waste a single second of your time. After Ruth finished her words, the whole room set off an uproar. This woman was ruthless enough now. Following Lon for several years was actually to lurk around Lon to collect his incriminating evidence? Thinking that Lon and this kind of old Inby had all capsized by Ruth's side, many presidents always felt a little cold at the back of their backs. When women are ruthless sometimes, there's really nothing for men to do. I'd better disconnect all those women I'm keeping tomorrow. A president thought secretly in his heart. I see that the time is almost up. Why don't we go to the hospital tomorrow to have a checkup? I've been feeling a bit uncomfortable lately. It can't be that someone is trying to murder me, can it? Another president thought as such. His heart was in a batch of nameless panic. Chu Yang looked at Ruth's eyes with a 3-point surprise. He casually nodded his head and said, "If it's really like what you said, I will send someone to protect you." The presidents present were all shocked. To be ruthless, it was still Mr. Chu who was the most ruthless now. Lon had no chance to run away this time. Mr. Chu, I was wrong. Please spare me. Lon reacted and immediately knelt on the ground, praying to Chu Yang. His efforts so far had struggled to tens of billions or even nearly $100 billion in assets. However, Chu Yang's one sentence was still able to make everything he had done before all turn into nothing. Lon was scared. How could he not expect that a moment of bashfulness would cause Chu Yang to move into a great rage? You are indeed wrong. But the person who should apologize is not me. Chu Yang slowly shook his head and took 2 steps back in a like manner. The security guards inside the banquet duly fishtailed in and dragged Lon out. They had long since received a list of guests about the venue, and the person they couldn't offend the most within the Phelan country was Chu Yang. Ruth, I know I'm wrong. Lon reacted, immediately apologizing to Ruth, who was still standing by Chu Yang's side. Ruth watched as Lon was taken away by the security guards. Her heart surged with infinite joy. Her efforts of enduring humiliation for the past few years had finally paid off. I'll have someone contact you later. You'll be there too. Chu Yang glanced at Ruth. The hatred and smoothness in the bottom of her eyes was already overflowing. Okay, Mr. Chu. Ruth respectfully answered and retreated. She would definitely find a way to repay this favor from Chu Yang. But before that, she would have to properly resolve the matter of Lon before she could do so. Ruth wiggled her waist and walked away in style. In the eyes of the many presidents, this was a rose with thorns. Chu Yang didn't have much interest in the results of Lon's follow-up. He turned his hand and made a call to Aubrey, telling him about today's specific news in Ruth's name. With Aubrey's ability, it would only take a few minutes to find Ruth. The fate of Lon Company was cut short by Chu Yang's one sentence, and this also allowed many of the top presidents to see Chu Yang's position within Phelan. Some of the internationally renowned presidents were also finally willing to put down their stature and took the initiative to talk to Chu Yang. At the head of a very young Eagle country people. His name is called Jones Kennedy. Is the international to 30 years old age on the global group list ranking top 100 president. Of course, this record was broken after Chu Yang appeared. The youngest, richest, and most commercially gifted president on the global conglomerate list was now Chu Yang. With an age in his 20s, endless industries, and a handsome appearance, he ranked at the top of the global group list. And currently, Chu Yang was ranked 31st in the global group list with a fortune of $800 billion. Hello Mr. Chu, I am Jones Kennedy. This is my business card. Jones Kennedy walked to Chu Yang with an elegant and noble step. He had brown hair, a pair of deep eyes as well as a handsome silhouette and elegant temperament paired with a privately customized famous suit. In terms of the aesthetics of the Eagle Kingdom, Jones Kennedy's temperament was that the top aristocrats came and all praised him. The corner of Chu Yang's lips slightly hooked up, politely responded, President Jones, I've heard of you. A very famous mining tycoon in Eagle Country. Jones Kennedy is the kind of person who has a mine at home in the legend. Gold mine, silver mine and so on mining industry, all over the world. Just don't know what Jones Kennedy in the end what intention. In 3 years ago suddenly put hundreds of billions of dollars of family property did not care. Determined to devote to do a group president. Although I do not know what means he used to the company to the present day. But thinking about it, Jones Kennedy's purpose of deliberately appearing was not simple. Mr. Chu's reputation in the Eagle Kingdom is also very famous. Even I have been looking forward to wanting to cooperate with your Chu's group for a long time. Jones Kennedy sincerely smiled. The sincerity that his just right smile looked like in the eyes of the other presidents. In front of Chu Yang, it instead looked like he was wearing a fake smile mask on his face. Chu Yang had a patriarchal level of discernment skills. Whether Jones Kennedy's words were true or false, Chu Yang could tell at a glance. What's more, he had long been right to have seen all the president's information present at today's banquet. Only that Anna didn't know about these things. Coincidentally, I am also very interested in President Jones' company, Chu Yang said with a smile. He turned his hand and beckoned the adapted student on the side, and smoothly picked up one of the cups of red wine and leisurely drank it. Around the two of them, there were some other presidents and the like who were negotiating for cooperation, and they were also secretly paying attention to the news from Chu Yang's side. Well, is that so? That's really great. Does Mr. Chu have any projects he wants to cooperate on? Jones Kennedy's eyes revealed surprise, and his handsome face was still overflowing with delighted joy. Jones Kennedy's company has entertainment industry, shopping center and so on, covering a wide range of business. Not to mention, even the technology company have some involvement, and in the industry is also the existence of the first. This one item listed. Any one of them can benefit Chu's group a lot. Ah, President Jones, cooperation I don't think is necessary. Our Chu's group is currently still in the development period. Cooperation with the Kenny group is better to be put on hold. Anna, who had left not long ago for an excuse, appeared again in front of Jones Kennedy. Her flaming red lips and graceful appearance made Jones Kennedy show a stunning look. The light green evening dress with her cold and noble temperament looked really flavorful. It was worthy of being the woman he had always wanted to get. No, there's no need to hold off. Mr. Chu, as long as your company is willing to cooperate, I'm willing to give up some of my interests. Jones Kennedy waved his hand, but the surprise and displeasure in his eyes could not be hidden. 3 years had passed. It had been 3 years since she had rejected herself. Even she went so far as to publicly say that there was a couple relationship between her and Chu Yang in order to be able to allow the rejection of herself. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that Chu Yang and the Dai Group's daughter already had a marriage contract, he would have killed back long ago. He had also observed the interactions between the two today and found that the truth was not at all like the rumors. There was no couple relationship between Chu Yang and Anna. Since that was the case, then why didn't he take this opportunity to boldly woo her? A concession is not needed. The company is now headed by Anna. Since she doesn't feel the need for it, the cooperation between us will be put on hold for now. Chu Yang sensed the subtle relationship between Jones Kennedy and Anna. He decisively rejected Jones Kennedy. Jones Kennedy was not surprised to hear Chu Yang's rejection. He said to Anna with a deep emotion on his face, "Anna, even if we can't work together, it doesn't matter. I'll still like you all the time as I did before, and I'll prove to you that I'm the one who loves you the most out of all your suitors." Chu Yang was shocked by Jones Kennedy's sudden confession. Among Anna's suitors, there was such a powerful character? You shut up. I've already clearly rejected you. You perverted stalker. Anna's attitude surprisingly became very sharp all of a sudden when she heard Jones Kennedy's statement. Pervert stalker? Chu Yang's eyes gradually turned cold. Anna, I'm just concerned about you, and I'm not a pervert. You don't have a boyfriend and I don't have one either. As long as you're willing to be with me, I can even let you be the sole mistress of the Jones family. Jones Kennedy denied. His abject sincerity caused some of the presidents who were acquainted with Jones Kennedy to look at each other. The Jones Kennedy they remembered had always been arrogant and unbeatable. Why was Jones Kennedy so humble in front of Anna? However, this feeling is inexplicably a little cool. What is going on? If Jones Kennedy early so lowly, they also do not have to be careful and cautious, and he made friends. Jones family mistress, I do not rare. Oh yes, you say I do not have a boyfriend. This thing I really have to tell you. I have a boyfriend. My boyfriend is this Mr. Chu in front of you. Anna wrapped her arms around Chu Yang's hand and announced in the banquet in a high profile. Her words were so sudden that the presidents who were familiar with her were all shocked in place. What had they heard? Anna and Chu Yang were still dating. But, didn't Chu Yang have a fiancé? Not only the onlookers presidents, even Jones Kennedy revealed shocked gazes. Anna, do you know that Mr. Chu already has a fiancé? His fiancé is also the former president of the very capable Dai Group. Jones Kennedy said in a snappy voice. His footsteps unconsciously took 2 steps forward. The color of his eyes gradually became obscure. Chu Yang looked at Jones Kennedy's state. His brows clustered. Jones Kennedy's current state was very wrong. It gave off a feeling like there was some kind of major illness. Oh no. More precisely, like some sort of split personality disorder. I know he has a fiancé, but the purpose of my existence is not to destroy their relationship. I simply like this person. Besides, even if they get married, so what if I'm the little one for Mr. Chu? I only love him alone. The rest of them, no matter who it is, I don't want to marry. Anna wrapped her arms around Chu Yang's arm. She told Chu Yang her love in a half-true and half-false way. Her attitude of not marrying him in this life once again shocked the 3 views of the presidents. Mr. Chu's charm actually makes Miss Anna all willing to serve him with the same man? Just thinking about it is so enviable. My wives always have small minds, and it has always been very annoying to me. Me too. Comparing to Mr. Chu's wife, I suddenly feel as if my wife isn't that showy. As a hefty president, it always feels like I'm not living as well as Mr. Chu. Some of the presidents with wives couldn't help but make their own remarks. The envy in their eyes wasn't hidden in any way. In the Phelan Kingdom, as long as you were willing, not to mention 3 wives and 4 concubines, there was nothing wrong with marrying back 80 or 90 if you liked. Similarly, the hard eyes of women who would fight for favor for love amongst themselves, but also the same need for them to bear it. There is no one in the president who has not suffered from this kind of pain, especially since the object of the outcry was still Anna. That made them even more envious. You'd rather share a husband with the president of the Dai Group. You don't want to be with me? If you're with me, I won't let you suffer at the very least, and I won't even take a second wife. Jones Kennedy had always known that Anna wasn't treating him very well, but he didn't expect Anna to trash him like this. What was so good about Chu Yang? He wasn't as devoted as himself. His body wasn't as good as his own. And he even had a fiancé. What exactly does Anna like about him? Jones Kennedy's words also made the female companions who followed their own president cast envious glances. Jones Kennedy in many people is a real diamond in the rough. He is handsome, temperament and good, and there is money. But anyone who has seen Jones Kennedy in person knows that Jones Kennedy is extremely well built, so I'm sure he can't be very bad at certain things. The most important thing is that he is dedicated to love. Who did Jones Kennedy's wife in the future? Not only the status of noble, even the second wife will not have. For a moment, Jones Kennedy became the male god that most of the female companions in the room were longing for. Anna is also really don't know what's good for her, even if Mr. Chu is better. Not still 3 wives and 4 concubines. Yes, not as dedicated as President Jones Kennedy. If only I could marry President Jones Kennedy. Just like you, Jones Kennedy can look at you? Some small groups among the female companions also had a small conflict because of the Jones Kennedy thing. There were even people who thought that Anna was just too uninformed. Anna didn't know what those women thought, and even if she did, she would have scoffed at it. 3 years ago, Jones Kennedy because of a banquet on her love at first sight after the passionate pursuit of her. According to Jones Kennedy's status, if you can marry Anna, it can definitely stabilize Anna's absolute position in the family in the future. Started the mind of Anna went to check the relevant deeds about Jones Kennedy. Just at this moment, she suddenly realized that Jones Kennedy will secretly follow her. No matter where she went, with what people to meet, and even her private villa, there are traces of people have been infiltrated. Later she arranged for a private investigator to install surveillance in the room again before realizing it. Jones Kennedy not only secretly followed her to spy on everything about her, but also secretly suppressed all the suitors who pursued her. What's even more appalling is that Jones Kennedy also took advantage of her sleeping at night to sneak up to the balcony of the room she was in, spying on her as she slept, and filming it. This kind of super perverted man, she is just out of her mind if she still marries him. Anyway, with Anna's ability, obtaining the group is also sooner or later. There is no need to take the rest of their lives into it. Later, Jones Kennedy suddenly plunged into being the president. From their last meeting, it has been 3 years ago. If he hadn't suddenly courted, Anna wouldn't have thought of the man. I don't love you. What do I do with you? Do you think you have my family Chu Yang handsome? Or do you have my family Chu Yang's money? Or do you have his good body? As we all know, Chu Yang is an individual who created a fortune of several $100 billion from nothing. You're even more powerful now. You're only $500 billion, right? How can you compare to him? Anna's words were really a shark's punishment. How long has Chu Yang's rise been? Less than a year. His wealth has already far exceeded Jones Kennedy. To say body, looks and so on. In fact, Jones Kennedy is not bad, but compared with Chu Yang is really a little bit worse. The most important thing is, Jones Kennedy really does not have Chu Yang rich. Jones Kennedy opened his mouth, a pair of deep eyes gradually deepened. He thought to himself that his looks and wealth were considered to be the best among his peers. It was just that he didn't expect Anna to really have a great relationship with Chu Yang. But it didn't matter. His own figure, which he had worked hard for 3 years, would always make him feel satisfied. It was me who was rude. Sorry Anna. Jones Kennedy reacted and actually publicly apologized at this banquet. Chu Yang looked at the deeply apologizing Jones Kennedy. His heart always had some indescribable feeling. For Jones Kennedy, this apology was all irrelevant. However, with Jones Kennedy's ability so far, would it really be a person who doesn't care about anything? Chu Yang was puzzled in his heart, but did not open his mouth. And Jones Kennedy's public apology also caused an uproar among the presidents present. On Jones Kennedy's Supreme President status, there was also an additional label of an extreme licking dog. How can this future heir of the Jones family bow down to a woman? I used to think that Jones Kennedy was good, but now it seems that he's nothing more than that. I still have some friendship with Jones Kennedy's father. I just don't know if he'll be so angry that he'll spit out blood when he sees it. Ha ha ha, too interesting. Today's banquet came quite worth it. There were also some presidents in the banquet who weren't on the same page as Jones Kennedy, and his attitude also made many people put their eyes on Anna. A woman who could make Jones Kennedy apologize would become his weakness. If they could make Anna submit through other means, wouldn't they indirectly control Jones Kennedy? For a moment, many unsuspecting gazes hit Anna. After they glanced at Chu Yang beside Anna, their minds were slightly shaken, almost forgetting. There was also a Chu Yang beside Anna. The uncrowned king of the Phelan kingdom was not something they could offend. Some of the presidents who had self-awareness of their own strength all put away those not-so-good thoughts. The people who had great hatred with Jones Kennedy were still playing other notes. Anna looked at Jones Kennedy's attitude. Her heart became even more vigilant. She had suffered a lot from Jones Kennedy's tactics in the past. She nonchalantly said, "It's not me you should apologize to, but my boyfriend. And please don't show up in front of me again in the future. Don't cause him to misunderstand," Anna said in a cold voice, turned her head and quietly pulled Chu Yang's sleeve again. After Chu Yang reacted, he also smiled and said, "President Jones, please also refrain from pestering my girlfriend in the future, or else, your company's business in Phelan country, I'm afraid it won't be good." As soon as Chu Yang's words came out, Anna's status also quickly and rapidly soared in the hearts of the presidents. Befriending Anna seemed to have a better effect than befriending Chu Yang. What Mr. Chu said is true. I'm sorry to trouble you guys, Jones Kennedy said with a smile. He didn't look displeased or even half scared. This person was just too eccentric. Chu Yang frowned without moving, turned around with his arm around Anna and left. Mr. Chu is really powerful. Just this means of picking up girls alone makes it impossible for people to catch up. That's right. Look at Anna's attitude towards Mr. Chu. That's for fear of making people misunderstand. If my wife had such a good attitude, I wouldn't need to keep a concubine in my private life. I also don't quite dare to bring my outside woman back, but I'm really envious. Who doesn't envy Mr. Chu? It's a pity that I don't have this ability. The presidents chattered about Chu Yan while talking about Chu Yang, with a trifle of envy in their tone. Anna was very famous amongst the presidents a long time ago, and originally thought that this was a flower of the high ridge that would be difficult to suppress. Unexpectedly, after being tamed, she was actually a husband slave. Just thinking about the picture of Dai Shanshan and Anna serving Chu Yang, that feeling of envy immediately went to the head. Just as the presidents who were familiar with each other were chatting in low voices, a thick and powerful voice steeply resounded in the banquet. Do you know where my big brother has gone? The president who was questioned turned his head to take a look, and after looking slightly stunned, he said in a warm voice, Mr. Aubrey, is it General Manager Chu Yang Chu that you were looking for? The person who came was none other than Aubrey. After he heard that someone who didn't know any better had found trouble with Chu Yang, he hurriedly dropped what he was doing and came over to saddle Chu Yang. Yes, that's my big brother. Where is he now? Aubrey's brain was confused. Is Big Brother playing so exciting? This went to the back garden? Wait, what if it's not what I think it is? But what's a man and a woman doing in the back garden with nothing to talk about? The two little people in Aubrey's head were theorizing madly, and before he left, Aubrey didn't forget to say thank you to the person who asked. This sudden politeness made that president very uncomfortable. If memory serves, the last time he clashed with Aubrey, his home was almost copied. With the change of a Big Brother roar, were all the underground bearers so polite? If so, then please Chu Yang continue to stabilize. Never continue to be Aubrey's big brother. Jones Kennedy also noticed Aubrey's arrival. He looked at the direction that Aubrey left, and couldn't help but sink his eyes. His plan, I'm afraid, is going to fail. Jones Kennedy put down his cell phone after picking it up and pretending to playfully give his people a retreat order. The only thing that could be heard was a quiet murmur from the presidents within earshot. If I'm looking at the right person, that's Aubrey, isn't it? Remove your skepticism, that's really Aubrey. Rumor has it that Aubrey is Mr. Chu's little brother. Now it seems to be true? Of course it's true. Otherwise, why do you think General Manager Chu could decide the life and death of Lawn Company with a single word? Aubrey's appearance caused some of the Eagle Kingdom's presidents to be shocked. They had always only heard of Aubrey, and the change in that president's expression was also seen by them. They deduced Aubrey's identity after a little thought. A big shot of Aubrey's level was Chu Yang's little brother. Just thinking about it made the envy of Chu Yang rise again in the bottom of the hearts of many presidents. If they also had such a little brother, they could also cover the sky with their hands in Phelan country. However, they didn't. Aubrey was about to head towards the back garden when he saw a male waiter dressed in black waiter's clothing was not far from the back garden watching and staring at every move in front of him. He also seemed to have a video camera in his hand. Was this secretly filming? Was he a reporter from the Phelan Kingdom? Aubrey's eyes darkened as he hit stride toward the maitre d'. What person? The male waiter sensed Aubrey's anger and subconsciously wanted to call someone, but Aubrey covered his mouth. The waiter's eyes clearly flashed with a flash of horror when he saw Aubrey's face. How did Aubrey come? Daring to secretly take pictures of my big brother. What a talent. Aubrey lowered his voice and sneered, the bloodlust in his tone causing the male waiter to subconsciously tremble. Done. He himself was going to be exposed. The male waiter had his mouth covered at this point and simply bit the poison hidden in his teeth. Aubrey noticed the change in the waiter's pupils and was instantly shocked and angry. This man was actually dead. Whose man was he? In his territory, something like this actually happened. Aubrey immediately contacted the main venue person this time and asked his subordinates to find out the identity behind the waiter. Aubrey, who was thinking as such, personally took to his hands and felt around in the waiter's pockets, and finally found the cell phone that the waiter was carrying in the waiter's pocket. Aubrey called up the fingerprint interface, and after unlocking his fingerprint, he immediately saw the latest SMS message displayed in the interface. There's a change in plan. Retreat quickly. Aubrey's eyes were deep as he looked at the text message on the top, and he was about to ask his men to thoroughly investigate the person who sent the text message, when suddenly the screen of the cell phone went black, and the power supply was cut off. Also made a virus in advance? Aubrey's eyes gradually condensed. It seemed that he couldn't go to his big brother's place to saddle up. He had to deal with this matter personally. Hey, Gracie, This is Aubrey. I want you to check some information. That should be your Eagle Kingdom people. Aubrey stood still for not more than a minute before a home crowd quickly carried away the maitre d'. Aubrey saw this and also immediately dialed Gracie's number. Gracie raised a group of top-notch hacker elites in his hands. Compared to these people under him, the only point that Gracie was stronger than himself was this piece. Okay, cell phone, you arrange for someone to send me over. I'll give you the results within 24 hours. After Gracie heard Aubrey's words, he also couldn't help but have his eyes gradually darken. Who dares to touch my Gracie's young master? The handful of the Eagle Kingdom and the Phelan Kingdom were united without moving. This was something that the originator behind the scenes had never expected. As for Chu Yang in the back garden, he also understood the cause and effect in Aubrey's exposition with Gracie. Therefore, Chu Yang also gave up his intention of letting the Red Sky Alliance inquire. He wanted to see what Gracie and Aubrey would actually find out. Anna didn't notice the movement outside in the slightest. She was sitting on a bench in the back garden and pitifully said to Chu Yang, "Chu Yang, you must not listen to Jones Kennedy's nonsense. He's just a super pervert. And he can track people. And he'll sneak into my house. All my bodyguards can't beat him. If it wasn't for an accident later on, I would have been captured and imprisoned by him," Anna condescendingly said about Jones Kennedy. Chu Yang then understood why Anna was so resistant to Jones Kennedy. It turned out that he had also done this kind of thing. "You should know that I'm already in an unmarried couple relationship with Shan Shan. If you're really determined to declare a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with me to the outside world, then it's not a no-no. You'll have to discuss it with Shan Shan yourself." Anna should be very familiar with Dai Shanshan's fake truth routine. Chu Yang was not worried about that. However, Chu Yang still felt quite refreshed thinking about the so-called flush of happiness that Dai Shanshan had said. As many people thought, Dai Shanshan and Anna were considered to be the best of the best among women. And having a woman like that could make people very envious. Not to mention two women with different personalities, but both very talented in business. They wouldn't drag people down. Instead, they would become the best inner helpers, giving men the most commercially valuable help. This was much better than a marriage or something. I know. I'll discuss it with her later. Anna nodded her head obediently. Her pretty eyes gurgled there. And that fleeting witticism was also seen by Chu Yang. Chu Yang almost didn't need to think to know that Dai Shanshan would definitely agree to Anna's request. After all, Dai Shanshan's encounters and energies in the country were very similar compared to Anna. As the same people were at the end of the world, it was better to be able to help out. Well, then you look after yourself. Right. How much do you know about Jones Kennedy? His family and such? Do you understand? Chu Yang waved his hand and turned to inquire about Jones Kennedy's matter and said. Dai Shanshan's brows slightly clustered as she said. I don't know much about him. Jones Kennedy's power headquarters was in the Eagle Country. Some superficial information she could know. Chu Yang must know not too bad as well. Then let's go back. Chu Yang nodded his head. He also just asked on the spur of the moment. Anna saw Chu Yang say so, and was instantly a little less happy. It was not easy for this banquet to be able to spend time with two people. How could we go back so soon? No, it's time to go back. A very perfect plan suddenly sprang up in Anna's mind. She must make Chu Yang her Anna's person. Anyway, Shanshan had agreed a long time ago, hadn't she? Anna thought happily and turned her head to cheerfully wrap her arms around Chu Yang again. The sudden elasticity and aroma made Chu Yang a little less adaptable, and her smiling face like a flower also made Chu Yang's heart and mind shake slightly. Without knowing how, the four words Chi Yen Fu suddenly rang in Chu Yang's mind. Chu Yang hastily shook off his head. With Dai Shanshan around, what else was he thinking about? Let's go, Chu Yang said as he walked out. He didn't move and glanced at the road, only to see that the ground was as bare as new, so he thought that the male waiter had already been taken away. Not long after, Chu Yang and Anna once again returned to the banquet hall, and Anna pulled Chu Yang happily to the banquet hall's meal front. Chu Yang, I'm suddenly so hungry. Can you bring me a cup of red wine over? Anna said with a smile. Her request wasn't too troublesome and Chu Yang agreed without thinking. He casually beckoned a nearby waiter, and the waiter who had been dormant for a long time quickly placed the prepared wine in front of Chu Yang. After Chu Yang received the glass of wine, he quickly handed a glass to Anna. Give my boyfriend another cup. Today's banquet is rare. Let's both have a drink together. I heard Shanshan say that you can't drink 1,000 cups, so you shouldn't refuse this request of mine, right? Anna decided to get Chu Yang drunk today and fake it. Anna's words made Chu Yang slightly startled. Did Shanshan even say that? Immediately after, Chu Yang heard the system's beep. Detected Anna bragging with the host. The system hereby gifts the skill of not getting drunk from 1,000 cups. Chu Yang was speechless after hearing the system's words. Anna really did everything to get herself to drink. Even the words that Shanshan hadn't said were said as if they were true. Fine. Then drink. Chu Yang nodded his head and smoothly drank the cup of special wine that the waiter handed to his hand. Anna watched Chu Yang drink it down so readily. Her good-looking eyes immediately became bright. Chu Yang didn't move and raised his eyebrows. Some amusement in the bottom of his eyes. What on earth was this little girl thinking of? Even trying to get him drunk. But then again, what is the feeling of not being able to drink 1,000 cups? Chu Yang looked at the happy Anna and thought to himself, why don't we make it a trick? This wine is good. Do you want a cup? Chu Yang recalled the taste and said to Anna. Anna ought. Her watery eyes were filled with confusion. This is a special wine, ah. How did Chu Yang drink it without changing his face and still taste this cup of wine? Anna's eyes stared at the empty wineglass that Chu Yang drank up. A thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. This cup of wine can't be really good, right? Anna glanced at Chu Yang and saw that his face was calm and easygoing. It didn't look like he was telling a lie. How about I have a cup too? Anna thought with a leap of faith when she saw the waiter she had arranged in advance walking towards them in a graceful manner. Ahem. Why don't you put the glasses down? We'll take all of these. Anna ordered in a low voice as she coughed. The waiter looked at Anna in shock before silently placing the wine glasses on the table in front of them. There were only about 10 glasses in total here. Each cup was very strong. A normal person and one cup would be able to get drunk. Anna's wave of operation this was to pour Chu Yang to death. Hadn't they previously announced that they were a couple? In fact, there was a feud between the two? The waiter's mind was wide open with thoughts, and his mind instantly gave birth to many luxury family gossips. However, the waiter was still very professional, and he immediately retreated respectfully after placing the wine glasses. As the uncrowned king of Phelan Kingdom, Chu Yang's every move was still under the spotlight. However, Chu Yang, who was at the center of attention, did not have this kind of self-consciousness. As for Anna, who had self-consciousness, she was bent on getting Chu Yang drunk. As long as the fake drama is real, she is the rightful girlfriend. Other things, Anna didn't want to think about it anymore at all. We don't need this much, right? Chu Yang looked at the 10 cups of wine in front of him, and with a puzzled face, he inquired to Anna in a low voice. Anna waved her hand. Didn't you say it's good? If it's quite good, I can turn around and put a few more bottles in the company in my manor. Today is a rare opportunity. It's not bad for us to taste it first. Chu Yang heard Anna say so he also went along with her. Some of the nearby presidents heard the conversation between the two, and in their hearts, they were also curious about the wine in the waiter's hand. What kind of wine hadn't a president of Chu Yang's level drunk before? If he said that this wine was good, then there must be something special about him, right? Thus, the presidents were silent and started to use hand gestures to greet the waiter that Anna had arranged. The waiter was holding the changed special wine. He didn't even realize that Chu Yang's action gave birth to the butterfly effect, and now he was going crazy. He could only arrange for his colleagues to help deliver the wine while working hard to make the wine. In less than a moment's time, the entire banquet hall's wine was all replaced with special wine. The commotion in the banquet hall was really too great, and the waiter's commotion even attracted a bigwig from the Eagle Kingdom to watch him make wine online. The big man thought that this was a good opportunity to get rich. Meanwhile, the presidents on the banquet hall raised their wine glasses and talked and laughed with each other. I've come to taste what the wine that even General Manager Chu raved about is really like. Ha ha ha, I'll taste it as well. Smelling this flavor, it's the sweetness of fruit wine. No, there's some whiskey in it. The flavor of vodka smells like it's also making people very uptight. The presidents present were each worth a lot of money, and with a little sniff, they all smelled what was put in the special wine. The initiator on the side was sweating like a pig at the time as he listened to the tall tales of the presidents. His name was Ken, a bartender who had been poached by Anna at a high salary to work part-time for a day. And this special drink was his specialty. Although it didn't have a name at the moment, the strength of the drink was amazing. He couldn't imagine what a picture it would be if so many of today's presidents drank it in one gulp. In case quite a few of them fell down, his future career would be plunged into a dark awe. Under Ken's nervous gaze, the presidents began to gently take a sip. This flavor is so addictive. I also think this flavor is too strong. I suddenly feel a little dizzy. It's like fireworks are blooming in my head. This is the best wine I've ever had. The presidents took a sip. The strong taste made the presidents drift off. And as not much time passed, a fierce aftertaste hit them. I don't know which president started it, only to hear a plop. That president unexpectedly fell down so straight. That well-maintained face still showed a happy smile. Finished. Ken looked at the presidents who fell down one after another with shock on his face, and panicked in his heart. Isn't it true that most of the good bosses don't get drunk in 1,000 cups? Are you guys, as the presidents of Top Stream, so ineffective? Get up and booze it up with those rivals of yours. Unfortunately, this wish of Ken's was beautiful and the reality was cruel. As a matter of fact, there were only a handful of 3 or 5 presidents present who could carry Ken's special spirits. This This liquor has an extraordinary aftertaste. Nah, look at these presidents. What have they drunk? A president was holding the table with his hand with a red face, and the female companion beside him was also red-faced as she tried to support the president, trying to keep him balanced. Female companion with milk strength to support their own president. The heart is fast, crazy ball, president. To this point in time, please do not pretend to be a good. I've used all my strength, but you're using your strength to stand still for me. The female companion heart roar. A breath did not dare to let go. Afraid of their own president is still a little memory. They let go of the hands of a snap. The president is gone. The work is also gone. You are still the same, and only I am the one who is worthy of this kind of wine. Not far from the president. Another blushing president said in a low, hoarse voice. Between the two presidents glaring at each other, their auras went crazy, and there was actually a flavor of indistinguishability. The female companion looked at the opposite president, and once again, her heart growled madly. President Aok, please don't add to the chaos. Okay, you can't stand on your own. Can you stop bragging in front of my president? The female companion had just finished ranting inwardly. Not far away, another man's low and neutral voice emerged. Ha, just the two of you. You're still not my Jones Kennedy's opponent. Jones Kennedy finished a glass of wine without changing his face. His eyes burned as he stared at Anna and Chu Young not far away. The female companion really had no strength this time. Her hands were soft, and her own president fell straight to the ground. Finished. My job is gone. The female companion desperately surrounded the surrounding, found that the entire large banquet hall, but did not see a few standing men. She looked at Chu Yang, who was not far away, in shock, and roared powerlessly in her heart, Mr. Chu, please don't casually boast about the wine next time. It's not easy for us hitmen. Well, this is quite tasty. Anna didn't notice the movement in the periphery at the moment either. After she drank a glass of wine, she only felt that a splendid firework had been set off in her head, and the fierce aftertaste made Anna smile like a flower. Looking very dainty. This niece, she looks pretty good when she's drunk. Chu Yan looked at Anna's delicate face and couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. He suddenly felt that he should have misjudged the aftertaste of this wine. Even though the maker of this cup of wine's attainments in making wine was very unique, it was not something that normal people could withstand. For example, a girl like Anna was on the verge of collapsing after one sip. Chu Yang, why are there three of you? As soon as the afterburner hit her head, Anna was completely drunk and confused. Her eyes were mesmerized as she looked at Chu Yang, who was not far away. That obedient and coquettish performance looked seductive without realizing it. Chu Yang was a little helpless. He hadn't even tried how to not fall over 1,000 cups yet, but as a result, Anna got drunk first. He also thought that Anna's drinking capacity is how good it is. The result was this? A mouthful of it? This wave of operation made Chu Yang very confused. Girl, you're not dedicated enough to pouring wine. This is giving me a chance to take advantage of the situation. Chu Yang lightly sighed. A princess hug, directly holding Anna in his arms. Mr. Chu, are you alright? A president's female companion looked at Chu Yang's boyfriend Max holding Anna and walking out, and gathered courage to inquire to Chu Yang. It was only then that Chu Yang noticed that most of the presidents had unexpectedly fallen across the huge banquet. Now the only president left who hadn't fallen was Jones Kennedy. There's nothing wrong with me. Chu Yang lightly shook his head. This amount of alcohol was not enough to make him collapse. On the contrary, it was Jones Kennedy. His drinking capacity wasn't bad either. Surprisingly, he hadn't collapsed after drinking a cup. Thinking about the Anna in his arms, Chu Yang did not think too much and headed out. Just to hear Jones Kennedy coldly said, Chu Yang, on picking up girls I indeed can't compare to you, but if you can drink more than me too, I'll never compete with you again. It was impossible not to compete. But Jones Kennedy was very unwilling to let his beloved woman go with Chu Yang just like that. Even as soon as he thought of the various gestures that Anna would make under Chu Yang's body, jealousy surged madly in his brain, frantically clamoring with him for him to kill Chu Yang. However, reason told Jones Kennedy, no, Chu Yang was the uncrowned king of the Phelan Kingdom. In the Phelan Kingdom, whoever touched a hair on Chu Yang's head was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to take half a step out of the Phelan Kingdom. Jones Kennedy didn't dare to gamble, and could only use this as a final struggle. If he still loses this time, then he can only change to another way. Anna, Jones Kennedy, was determined to win. You want to drink with me then? It can be like this. You wait for me for 3 minutes. I'll carry Anna up and come over to compete with you. Chu Yang slightly raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Jones Kennedy to want to compete with him in this. It just so happened that Chu Yang also wanted to try out what kind of new skill 1,000 cups of wine was, so he readily agreed. Jones Kennedy, whose drunkenness was still somewhat on top, was confused. Just like that agreed? My belly full of belly. The stimulation method in vein arrangement? After a slight stun, Jones Kennedy in the bottom of his heart emerged a touch of triumph. He is notorious for not getting drunk. As long as Chu Yang dares to bet with him, be prepared to be crushed by himself. He wanted to let Chu Yang know what is called drinking. I, Jones Kennedy, am a professional. Good, then you hurry up and go. Jones Kennedy thought to himself, I just happened to take advantage of your absence to prepare more. Chu Yang nodded indifferently, turned his head and hugged Anna to quickly leave. There was a 5-star hotel 100 kilometers away near the banquet hall. With Chu Yang's current strength, 3 minutes was enough for a round trip. After he settled Anna, there would be silver stream guards who would be in charge of guarding on the side. Anna's safety did not need to be worried at all. Ken, who watched Chu Yang leave, panicked a batch in his heart. Still want to compare drinking? Nowadays the president is so ruthless in order to pick up girls? Ken was listening to Chu Yang's conversation with Jones Kennedy from the side and was filled with tears of desire. I'm just a money-grubbing bartender. I'm already nearing the end of my career with this today. You guys still come. It's not too late for me to run away. Ken wanted to cry. He was just about to run. Just see a supportive beer belly, with black sunglasses, alchemy round wearing a black high hat, wearing a black suit looking kindly fat middle-aged man stood in front of him, and behind the middle-aged man, there are 2 tall men wearing off-white suits and black ties. In their hands, each of them also held a silenced gun. The muzzles of the silenced guns were aimed at Ken, who was about to escape. Mr. Bartender, where are you planning to go? The middle-aged man said with a smile, and the words in his speech caused Ken to break out in a cold sweat right then and there. This middle-aged man was very famous in the Eagle Kingdom, nicknamed Master Smiling Buddha. This Smiling Buddha Master was a very shrewd businessman, who had countless money-making projects under him, and even had this extremely high ranking in the world because of his poisonous vision. The most important thing is that this master is black and white. The headquarters is in the Eagle Kingdom, but in the Phelan Kingdom is also a very open character. How could Ken not expect that he would meet a character like Master Smiling Buddha on the banquet hall? Ahem. People have 3 urgencies. I want to go to the restroom. Ken replied with a stiff smile. The Smiling Buddha Master softly owed and turned his head to the tall bodyguard next to him and said, since Mr. Ken wants to go to the toilet, then you should make a trip with him. In a moment, Mr. Chu is going to compete with someone for a drink, and he always needs a bartender to do so. Ken really wanted to slap himself after hearing Master Smiling Buddha's words. What's wrong with saying that you have to say 3 urgent things? What if you can't pee and people give you a shot? But Ken didn't dare to tell the truth to Smiling Buddha. He na with people to the toilet, spent 2 minutes from the toilet and quickly rushed back. The big brother of the bodyguard said, if you don't come back in 3 minutes, you don't have to walk on your feet anymore. Ken was scared shitless, washed his hands before coming back. Well, used the soap. The bodyguard big brother also carefully picked up once for him. 3 minutes later, the properly arranged Chu Yang returned to the banquet as promised. With Master Smiling Buddha present, the scene was pretty much cleared. It couldn't be helped. Who made most of the presidents drunk by Ken's glass of wine? From tomorrow onwards, Ken's sign should also hit the spot. If there were no surprises, Ken would be on the blacklist of a lot of Phelan CEOs and their bars in the future. Well, the best result is that Ken will never be able to get along in Phelan Kingdom again. Smiling Buddha thought happily, but after Chu Yang came back, he revealed a serious gaze. His target person this time was not Jones Kennedy, but Chu Yang. If he wanted to further expand his influence in Phelan country, he needed to utilize Chu Yang's power. For this reason, he could only Jones Kennedy. Jones Kennedy, who is about to be pitched, doesn't know that he is already doomed to tragedy because of the Smiling Buddha's intervention. He looked at the Chu Yang who came back again. His heart had already smiled and blossomed. Early in the 3 minutes he secretly drank the antidote. As long as he could win, Jones Kennedy was willing to do anything. And the side is making wine. Ken is also crying while making wine. Smiling Buddha just instructed Ken. A moment and so on in Jones Kennedy drunk. Let him be responsible for dressing up as an accompanying doctor. Later first directly fed 2 cephalosporin. Cephalosporin with wine. That is to say I'm just a bartender, I want to make a quick buck, I also earned into half a murderer. Now are so bullying workers. Ken cried in grief. But the 2 black holes in the muzzle of the gun is still pointing at his 2 waist. Thinking of his own life and big waist, Ken tearfully shook some more spirits into it. As the saying goes, if you don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Jones Kennedy, if you go cannot blame me, Ken nah. This has nothing to do with me. I was forced to do it by Mr. Smiley. Ken tried to organize a smile that he thought was kind and friendly after doing his mental construction. He walked over to Jones Kennedy with the 10 glasses of wine he had produced and put them down one by one. Both men had 10 glasses of wine in front of them. And Jones Kennedy had even taken his hangover cure beforehand. On the bright side, Jones Kennedy seemed to have a better chance of winning. You, back off for now, that's a sick smile. Jones Kennedy was a little sickened by Ken's whole smile. Yes, sir. Ken was suddenly dissed, somewhat regretting not shaking more into his drink. But thinking about his second chance later, Ken consoled himself by saying, it's okay, when it's later, the big deal is to feed Jones Kennedy more cephalosporin to eat. Just because he is so arrogant today. Who does not die? He Jones Kennedy have to die. Mr. Chu, please. Jones Kennedy was cocky and let Chu Yang drink first. Chu Yang saw through it without saying anything and picked up the wine cup and took a sip. The refreshing appearance, as if it was just like drinking a cup of clear tea. This is not a fake wine? Jones Kennedy seemed dumbfounded. Then, Jones Kennedy saw Chu Yang pick up the second cup calmly, and drank it all in one go. Then, the third cup, the fourth cup, the fifth cup, are also a drink. Good guy. Don't even bring a pause in the fight for alcohol. You so seamlessly one mouthful make me Jones Kennedy panic 5 times down that I drank the little antidepressants do not work President Jones, it's your turn. Chu Yang smothered 5 cups in one breath, said to Jones Kennedy without changing color. In the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but still be a little elated. The new skill of not being able to drink 1,000 cups was really marvelous. He could feel the drunkenness rising up, but was able to stay clear-headed when he arrived at a certain point. It was really as the name suggests, 1,000 cups will not pour The marvelousness of Chu Yang at this moment was naturally unknown to Jones Kennedy and the others, because not only Jones Kennedy, even the producer Ken was looking at Chu Yang with a dumbfounded expression. I just didn't see it wrong, right, Mr. Chu drank 5 cups in one breath? With this amount of alcohol going down, half an elephant would be drunk. Ken was aware of how powerful the wine he made was. He was curious to know how Chu Yang drank 5 cups in one breath without changing his face. Was he born to be an expert drinker? Waiter, where's the uglier-than-thou waiter who just brought the wine over? Come here. Jones Kennedy suspected Chu Yang of cheating, but he had no evidence, so Jones Kennedy could only find fault with the waiter. Ken the waiter cum bartender's face went black at that time after hearing that. If it is not now not time, he must now immediately feed Jones Kennedy a bottle of cephalosporin down. You don't dare to bully Mr. Chu, what's the point of bullying me, a hitman? Hurry over, see what tricks he is playing. Master Smiling Buddha ordered Ken in a low voice. Ken didn't dare to refute Master Smiling Buddha and numbly went over. What Ken didn't realize at this moment was that Master Smiling Buddha had somehow managed to hole another cup of the special wine he had made. He deliberately took a shallow taste. The spicy and fruity slight sweetness that entered his mouth blossomed in his taste buds, and it was as if a brilliant firework blossomed in his mind as he swallowed it down his throat, making one take a sip of it and savor the taste. Smiling Buddha looked at the glass of wine in his hand in amazement, and was about to speak to the bodyguard when he suddenly stumbled under his feet, and his figure was actually a little unsteady. I think he is always Smiling Buddha is 1,000 cups not drunk. The amount of alcohol is too much. Actually will be Ken's mouthful of wine to the whole drunk. Smiling Buddha was surprised, and his slightly drunken face still had a smile on it. If he could bring this Ken to his own bar, the bar's future business would definitely be very prosperous. Thinking of this, the smile on the Smiling Buddha's face became more and more intense. Compared to Master Smiling Buddha's happiness, Ken's current mood was not so good. Jones Kennedy angrily slapped the table to Ken, sternly questioned, "How do you do your job? Are you putting the wrong wine?" Ken mentally rolled his eyes after hearing this. It's true that I put the wrong wine, but it's not Mr. Chu's side. It's your side. People can drink 5 cups in one gulp of decent wine. You have the ability to drink more than people. You have the ability to drink President Jones, as a waiter, how dare I misplace the wine If you don't believe me, you can just take a cup in front of Mr. Chu and drink it. Ken wasn't afraid to wear out his welcome. Anyway, the real problematic wines were on Jones Kennedy's side. Jones Kennedy listened to the waiter's words, but half a word do not believe. He thought to himself, I spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy off a waiter. Can't Chu Yang buy off one? If you really want to compare money, my family has a mine, but not more than Chu Yang rich If President Jones is afraid of losing, why don't you stop comparing with me? Anyway, you're not as rich as I am, and you're not as handsome as I am even if you don't look as good. Chu Yang drank some wine, but instead, he was not so restrained to Jones Kennedy. After Ken heard this, he felt that Chu General like this Chu General is so solid to the death of the kind of zapping. Jones Kennedy himself after listening to this is more like a feeling of being pierced by 10,000 arrows in general. A heart was pierced by 1,000 holes, full of wounds. How is not then? Jones Kennedy was so angry that his anger went straight to his head, and he didn't care if there was any problem with the wine. After he took a big gulp of the first cup, His feet began to mess up and his face began to turn red. Unconvinced, Jones Kennedy drank the second cup. Feet began to float, face covered with red tide. Then, Jones Kennedy drank a third cup. 2 nosebleeds began to gush out. Jones Kennedy also refused to give up. Froze and then drank a fourth cup. Nosebleed wildly soared all over the ground. Eyes are almost bulging out. In this case, Jones Kennedy also drank the 5th cup. 5 cups down, Jones Kennedy feet a slip, directly fell a 4 feet to the sky. That poof sounded very loud. I can still drink again. The unconvinced Jones Kennedy fell to the ground, while his nose was bleeding furiously while still not forgetting to stand up tremblingly. This 3-second real man was still full of perseverance in some aspects. Ken thought inwardly with emotion, but some regret did not shake more spirits into. Only 5 cups, too cheap this calf. Chu Yang looked at the wild nosebleed still trembling from the ground to climb up Jones Kennedy. The heart inexplicably gave birth to a touch of intolerance. He persuaded, Jones President, or don't drink it. You really can't drink me. Jones Kennedy heard anxious eyes. How can not drink? Must drink. There's no way I'm going to give up the chance to fight for Anna. The current Jones Kennedy also drank his brains out. He also thought of drinking to win Chu Yang tomorrow to go in front of Anna to pretend to be a bully now. When Chu Yang saw that Jones Kennedy was so persistent, he slapped the table and said, "Why don't you believe me? You really can't drink me. Don't believe me to drink to you." Saying that, Chu Yang under Ken's shocked gaze, without taking a breath, finished the remaining 5 cups. Watching Chu Yang once again finish the 5 cups in one breath, Ken was confused. Mr. Chu just intended to persuade Jones Kennedy not to drink, right? Why do I feel that the more he persuades, the more Jones Kennedy gets on top? Ken numbly turned his gaze to the side of Jones Kennedy. Sure enough, this good's anxious eyes. Who says I can't drink? I drink more than anyone. If you don't believe me, I'll drink to you. Jones Kennedy struggled to get up from the ground, picked up the glass in front of him and poured it into his mouth. One glass to the bottom and Jones Kennedy was almost unsteady on his feet again. Ken thought to himself, all like this and still holding on for dear life. Mr. Chu, you have won this match. Why don't you go back and rest first? Ken carefully said to Chu Yang. He also planned to quietly find a chance to feed Jones Kennedy a cephalosporin in a while. This was all a task given by Master Smiling Buddha, and it had nothing to do with him. Ken, he just wanted to take advantage of the time. Feed a little more to Jones Kennedy. By then, as long as he operated well, defected to the flag of Chu Yang, by then Master Smiley Buddha can still take their own what to do. Ken's little abacus played that called aloud. I'm afraid that Master Smiling Buddha doesn't even know that Ken still has this kind of small mind. No way, you can't go back. You have to watch me finish these 10 cups, and after these 10 cups, that's when we'll really win or lose. Jones Kennedy's nose was bleeding, still refusing to let Chu Yang go. Ken's eyes twitched as he watched. How are they all big shots? This Jones Kennedy is still from a big family. Why is he so stalkerish? Ken turned his head to look at Chu Yang and was planning to persuade him. Just heard Chu Yang nodded his head and said, "Okay, then give us another 10 cups. I feel like I can still drink another 10 cups. When Jones Kennedy heard that, his mesmerized eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. Chu Yang can only drink 10 more cups. I'm going to make him pay. Jones Kennedy finished the remaining 4 cups as if he had chicken blood. Just after drying out, I heard him vomit. Not only did he vomit out all the things he had eaten today and the alcohol, even the antidote that hadn't been digested yet was also vomited out. And by the way, he also brought some blood with him. Ken were shocked. Good guy. All stomach bleeding. You still drink? I'm afraid I don't even need to dispense you a cephalosporin. You've gone to the hospital to lie down by yourself. Give me 10 more. 10 more cups, Jones Kennedy said tenaciously, his eyes so round that he looked as if they were going to jump out of their sockets. At this instant, Ken was thinking, did Mr. Chu really just have no intention of persuading Jones Kennedy? How do I feel that he is digging a pit waiting for Jones Kennedy to jump? Still not quick to get it. Didn't you hear that President Jones still wants to compete with me? Chu Yang glanced faintly at Ken, who was on the side. Ken, I should be more confident and remove the feeling. Mr. Chu is digging a hole for Jones Kennedy. Most importantly, wherever General Manager Chu dug the pit, Jones Kennedy jumped towards it. How can he, an outsider, stop him? Let him be, and save my cephalosporin money. Ken smashed his mouth, and quickly dispensed 20 cups of wine, returned to the table. This short 3 to 5 minutes of effort, Chu Yang and Jones Kennedy has changed to another table. Looking at holding the table are 2 legs wore Jones Kennedy. Ken in the heart silently for him to point a wax. Jones Kennedy's family history is not expensive. If you change your identity, Chu can play with him with just one finger. However, Ken's assertion was still too early. Only to hear Chu Yang said in a faint voice, President Jones, since it's all been competed to this extent, why don't we have a little bit of a lottery? Jones Kennedy's eyes had already started to be lax. He gave a confused him and softly tapped the table. Okay, if I win, you break up with Anna. If you lose, I'll give you all the minerals in my name. Jones Kennedy would never open such a big mouth if he wasn't brain drunk. Seeing that the time had come, Chu Yang began to dig a hole again. Just the minerals under your name are not as much as the Jones family's minerals. Such a little thing. I don't want it. As soon as Jones Kennedy heard that Chu Yang disliked his minerals as small, he was anxious again. Who said that the Jones family has more minerals? The Jones family is now in tatters. It's not as much as what I have in my hands. Detected Jones Kennedy bragging with the host. The system special gift Jones family of all minerals. Chu Yang originally wanted to pit a handful of the Jones family's minerals, and then annex them one by one at that time. Didn't expect Jones Kennedy this wave of bragging. Directly sent the family's industry to Chu Yang's hands. This is good. Jones family is completely gone after tonight. In addition to my big brother, there's really no one in the family more than me. Jones Kennedy seemed to think of something and added another sentence. Chu Yang covered his face. But wherever you said that sentence earlier, all the assets of your family clan are not all to my hands. Cough. I believe you. Let's continue to compare. Chu Yang lightly coughed, slowly and methodically drank a cup again. Jones Kennedy looked at Chu Yang drinking again. His eyes started twitching without his control. This uncontrollable feeling made Jones Kennedy feel very flustered. I'll drink. Here, Jones Kennedy said while shaking his hand to carry the wine glass. Seeing that the wine glass was right in front of his eyes, Jones Kennedy's entire body suddenly began to convulse violently. The violent convulsions of Jones Kennedy fell to the ground, like a seizure, like foaming at the mouth, eyes crooked, mouth slanting, twitching more than, looking miserable. Ken stroked his chin, eyes full of consternation. I make wine since 10 years, or the first time to see people drinking to drink themselves into this virtue. It's a pity that the second batch of wine I made had more spirits shaking in it than the first batch. TSK, partake. Someone, hurry up and send President Jones to the hospital. I'm afraid he can't compete with me in terms of alcohol by the looks of him, since I drink, or the first time I ran into a real man like President Jones, Chu Yang said with emotion, his right hand slightly raised. The waiters who received Chu Yang's order then remembered Jones Kennedy, who fell on the ground. Their hands were busy carrying Jones Kennedy away on a stretcher. Just don't know whose people even arranged reporters outside. This caused Jones Kennedy's drunken convulsions to go straight to the local and even international times that night, and caused a warm reaction. What's going on with President Jones? This dead pretender can be considered an accident. Damn. Today must open the champagne to celebrate. I have to rescue 2 chicks in one breath today. Otherwise I'm wasting my goodness too much. Goose box. I've seen countless reasons to find a girl, but I haven't seen the upstairs brother show off so much. On the network of Phelan Country, many netizens who watched the fun were madly commenting at the bottom, dissing Jones Kennedy. To say that Jones Kennedy made a big mistake, that is not, must say, a reason. That is Jones Kennedy too good at pretending. He not only in all the public appearances in the case of pretending, he even in the network pervasive show. Today's show car beauty, tomorrow show limited edition luxury car. All kinds of gossip news is covered with hair, like fear who do not know he has money. Jones Kennedy did not have an accident before. Who would not dare to dislike him so openly? But people have an accident. They are not afraid. Anyway, Phelan domestic nothing will not check what LP. Freedom of speech is very much. When the netizens are hotly debating, another piece of compelling news attracted their attention. President Jones was carried on a stretcher of the secret. The term secret, it's just a wonderful use of the word ah. Countless netizens were deeply interested in President Jones' secret. The netizens clicked in and saw Jones Kennedy opposite a man whose face could not be seen at the lavishly decorated banquet. The 2 men were separated by a table, which also had 10 glasses of wine in front of both of them. Jones, is this a wine competition with that man? That man is crazy. Although that son of a bitch Jones is a habitual pretender that makes people want to vomit when they look at him, his drinking capacity is notoriously good. I can already envision the image of this man giving Jones a knee. That's what I thought too. It hadn't been long since the video began, and there were countless people singing the praises of the man across from Jones, only to hear the man whose face could not be seen faintly pretending to Jones. Kennedy said, if President Jones is afraid of losing, or you don't want to compare with me, anyway, you're not as rich as I am, and you're not as handsome as I am, even if you don't look as good. As soon as the man's words came out, the netizens all exploded. I always thought that Jones was pretentious enough. I didn't realize that this man was even more pretentious than Jones. I'm willing to call this man the king of pussy, as long as it's against Jones. I like it. Faggot, get out of the way. Blocking me from seeing my sweetheart. You can't even see your face and you're a sweetheart? Well, that's shallow. Unlike me, I'm looking at the Patek Philippe on his hand. I just want to know how Jones sprayed it back. pretending to be a pussy to Jones' head. I'm willing to call him the king of pussy too. Netizens chatting feverishly are curious about how Jones Kennedy will be back, only to see Jones Kennedy exasperated. Then, why don't you compare? After he took a big gulp of the first cup, his feet began to messy, his face began to redden. Drinking the second cup, his feet began to float and his face was covered with a red flush. Drinking the third cup, 2 nosebleeds began to gush out. Drinking the fourth cup, nosebleeds wildly soared all over the ground, and his eyes were bulging out. Drinking the fifth cup, Jones Kennedy slipped on his feet and fell directly to the ground. That poof sounded very loud. With less than a minute to spare, the netizens forgot to even make a scene. What did they see? A stubborn King Jones forced himself to drink 5 cups of wine, and dared not stop even when he drank until his nose blood spurted wildly. What exactly was the identity of that man on the opposite side? Nah. The netizens are still shocked, only to see Jones Kennedy trembling from the ground to get up, nosebleed wildly between the still shouting, I can still drink again. The video was cut off as of this point, and netizens uniformly wore expressions of black confusion. That's gone? I'm so excited to see the aftermath of Jones being carried on a stretcher. Wanted to see +1. I wanted to see how Jones got hung up by King Force. This is the most lousy picture I've ever seen of Jones. King of Forces 666. Screenshot. From now on, this is Jones. I'm still drinking is my avatar. I advise you guys not to go too far. At least P. What else P? I can still drink again too. It was not known who started a Jones style trend, and the phrase I can still drink became the most popular internet buzzword in Phelan country at the moment. In some WeChat chat groups, there were even such pretentious conversations. Let go of me. I can still drink. No, the one who can still drink is me. Give me 10 bottles of whiskey. I want 20 bottles of vodka. I'll take all the ones on top and mix them up for me. After Jones Kennedy was blacked out all over the internet, the presidents who drank Kent's special liquor at yesterday's banquet woke up and learned the news and were going crazy. Who in the hell is mixing this wine? Find out. What are you talking about? I took a sip of wine and fell down. Why is Jonesy Kennedy being hacked all over the internet? Because of the wine I drank yesterday? Didn't Mr. Chu say that glass of wine was good? Why did it turn out like this? And after the crazy president saw the video of Chu Yang streaming with Jones Kennedy, they all silently gave up their wine. In the half year after this, the president of the circle occurred a very strange phenomenon. Usually talk and laugh 1,000 cups of wine not drunk. The presidents uniformly do not drink. Drink all became accompanied by assistants, secretaries, female companions and so on. This phenomenon in the future have been people TSK. More people will be jokingly called the miracle of the president's circle. Chu Yang did not know that his follow-up with Jones Kennedy was put on the internet. At that time, Chu Yang had already sat in the car that Anna had arranged for her and returned to the hotel room where Anna was. Inside the large hotel, the lights emitted an ambiguous shimmer. On the 3-meter-long big bed, Anna's uncomfortable whimpering caused Chu Yang to feel his body tighten. Chu Yang felt the changes in his body, and was somewhat helpless about his current state. Ever since he opened up, he was getting less and less able to control his own natural reactions. Although the skill of Golden Gun is quite cool, but in certain situations, the reaction is so quick that it catches people off guard a bit. Anna, how do you feel? Kind of the 2 words have not yet said. Chu Yang saw the bed couch. An inchless woman on the bed couch is not honestly moving around. Chu Yang, what have I seen? Chu Yang hurriedly turned his back, but his mind was still echoing the scene he just saw. So white, so long, so big, chasing flower. Help me go see how Anna is doing. Chu Yang's body was tense. He instructed Chasing Flower in his mind, but he didn't hear Chasing Flower's response. Chu Yang was confused. No way. Silver Stream Guards still had times when they went offline? Moon by moon. Moon by moon? Chu Yang called out again for moon by moon. Still the same response. Chu Yang felt some numbness in his scalp. It can't be. I have to come personally, right? Well, Chu Yang was considering whether or not to call someone again, only to hear Anna's unbearable whimper, so dead that she threw up another wave. So smelly. I want to take a bath. Anna was uncomfortably smoked by the unpleasant smell, and while saying so, she was about to climb up and run to the bathroom. With Chu Yang's current ear power and perception, her every move was within Chu Yang's perception. Sensing that Anna was about to fall off the bed, Chu Yang's body was faster than his brain's thoughts. After he reacted to what he was straddling, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. Anna's slender and delicate waist, the flaming red lips under the shimmering light looked very provocative. Fingertip touch such as gelatinous finesse is to make Chu Yang's heart tremble. I first told you to take a bath. You honestly. Chu Yang low hoarse voice said to Anna. Turned his hand a princess hug to carry Anna into the bathroom. After placing the person in the bathtub, the beauty lying in the bathtub, peacefully sleeping caused Chu Yang to have a burst of fire. He quickly picked up the shower head to Anna, hurriedly rinsed a few times, and then quickly copied the side of the bath towel wrapped Anna. This damned woman. Anna still didn't know whose arms she was in right now. At this time, her hands were still not honestly flirting with Chu Yang's chest. Chu Yang, despite the intentions of the heart, but also know what things can do, what things cannot do. Otherwise, on the light of today's Anna's situation, he had to eat her inevitably. Chu Yang walked briskly to the suite and opened the door, threw Anna on the bed and turned to leave. After leaving the room, Chu Yang turned around and also went to the bathroom. The next day, Anna woke up from the suite of rooms. She felt the soreness in her body, and for a while her mind hadn't returned to her senses. Why am I here? Didn't I have to pour Chu Yang wine yesterday? What's going on back there? Anna half sat on the bed couch, thought back carefully and realized that her memory was stuck at the time she dunked Chu Yang. What happened afterward? What happened? She didn't know. Immediately after a breeze blew, Anna felt the coolness of her body before she looked down. She did not know who hurriedly put a towel over her body and just threw her on the bed. No way. I'm like this and Chu Yang still doesn't make a move on me? Anna felt absolutely no discomfort on her body, and her heart's pity fell to its highest point all of a sudden. Didn't Shan Shan say that Chu Yang was strong? Anna couldn't figure it out even if she thought about it. She covered her somewhat less comfortable head and went to make a call to Dai Shanshan. Dai Shanshan was also up all night. Anyone who sends their favorite man to someone else's hands, how can their heart feel better? If that person wasn't Anna, Dai Shanshan wouldn't even consider it. Anna, how was yesterday? Dai Shanshan inquired in a low voice, the tension in her tone not even noticed by herself. Not great. I woke up and realized that nothing happened to me. Are you sure Chu Yang can really do it? I see that the bath towel on my body has been changed by someone. Looking at the casual look, it must be Chu Yang who changed it for me. Anna was fond of Chu Yang. Otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to Dai Shanshan's proposal. It was only a pity that at this time, Anna didn't know that Chu Yang, who had cooked the sobering soup, was right outside the door. She was still on the question of whether or not Chu Yang could work. It so happened that this topic was heard by Chu Yang. Chu Yang? Why is my fiancé discussing the question of whether I can or can't with my rumored girlfriend? Are you saying that Chu Yang personally changed it for you without touching you? Dai Shanshan's eyes flickered with a blazing light, somewhat delighted and somewhat gloomy. Unfortunately, Chu Yang was not destined to be his alone. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have doubted Chu Yang's ability. Anna's small mouth opened lightly, her pouting red lips looked like a delicate soft cherry, delicious and savory. She couldn't figure out. She was such a good-looking girl, and she was so drunk. How come Chu Yang didn't know how to do it? Could it be that I don't look like the aesthetic that Chu Yang likes? How did you get together with Chu Yang in the first place? Anna was mesmerized. Dai Shanshan unconsciously bit her red lips as she listened to Anna's inquiry. Her being together with Chu Yang was also an accident. She didn't even know if Chu Yang was with her out of responsibility or if it was really because he loved her. At that time, I also took the initiative to hug him. Recalling her brave embrace at that time, Dai Shanshan's mind also conjured up the charming scene at that time, and a blush also appeared on her pretty face. Just hug him for a bit? Then I'll try it later. Anna listened to Dai Shanshan's words and decided to try a little harder. Then you'll give it a try. Suddenly, a low and nice voice came. I'll definitely succeed. After the confident Anna happily responded to the person's voice, she suddenly stiffened and turned her head to look at the door, only to see Chu Yang looking at her with a smile on his face as he held the sobering soup. Just now the voice was low and nice, but it wasn't Chu Yang's. When did you come? Anna swallowed her saliva, her heart panicked a batch. Chu Yang hummed and said with a leathery smile, starting from you guys talking about whether I can do it or not. From you talk about me cannot start. Dai Shanshan and Anna's two women's hearts immediately shrank for a moment, especially Anna. She looked at Chu Yang's increasingly dark face, did not hesitate to betray their own teammates. It is Shanshan collaborated with me a piece of work. She really cannot bear you to ask for a lot, but she did not dare to say, the first thing you need to do is to ask for a lot of money. I don't dare to say? Chu Yang's face once again blackened a degree. How to say as if I am a colorful hungry ghost like. Dai Shanshan on the other end of the phone was even more flustered. No, Chu Yang. You listened to my explanation. Anna, you cannot line up. Even if the plan failed, you still sold your teammates. You returned my previous plan to me. Dai Shanshan's heart was about to explode with anger. Then explain yourself properly. Chu Yang's voice came out low, with some hard accents that could be vaguely heard. I just want to share a little. For you, Dai Shanshan said in a low voice. The sourness in her tone could be heard through the phone. Forget it. When I go back in a few days I'll find you to settle the score. Chu Yang lightly sighed, and then Su said, but in the future, if there's anything, just talk to me in person. Don't just push me to someone else. Dai Shanshan lightly pressed a sound, and hung up the phone after suppressing the sourness in her heart. Dai Shanshan had always been a very clear-headed person. Because she knew that it was impossible for her to enjoy Chu Yang exclusively, that she chose to make the first move, teaming up with Anna and arranging for Chu Yang to travel to Phelan country, this time for drama. It is just that she did not expect that Chu Yang would be responsible to this extent. Dai Shanshan put the cell phone on the desk. Mind-floating Chu Yang's face, thoughts gradually drifted far away. Chu Yang with himself. In the end, because of what? Listening to the busy tone of the cell phone, Anna confused. Now, what is this situation? I want to provoke Chu Yang, thing still play? At the moment when Anna was confused, Chu Yang at the doorway entered the room with a smile on his face and sent the sobering soup in his hand to Anna's hand. Anna, is it fun to pour wine? Anna, who was holding the sobering soup, was on the verge of crying. She was having bad intentions and craving his body, but the plan failed. Things didn't work out, and she was even overheard by the rightful owner. If she had known that Chu Yang had such a large capacity for alcohol, she wouldn't have chosen such an unreliable plan. No, it's not fun. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved Anna became, thinking that she was the executive president of Chu's group. The mall was all-powerful. Whoever saw her had to respectfully shout, "Miss Anna." I didn't expect her to be happy in the shopping mall, but she was unwise in the love field. Not fun is right. I don't know what plans you have with Shanshan, but I don't think what you're doing is sensible, Chu Yang said seriously to Anna. Anna held the sobering soup in her hand and also nodded her head seriously, whispering in a resigned voice, "Well, I know it's wrong. Next time I will definitely formulate a better plan." Anna, who was thinking as such, had a gorgeous light bursting out from her eyes, and then very boldly drank the sobering soup in her hand in a single gulp. "Chu Yang, don't worry. I will be more cautious in the future and make a more comprehensive plan," Anna said while shoving the small bowl in her hand back into Chu Yang's hand. "Chu Yang? I said that to persuade you to give up your plan to raid me, not to make a more comprehensive plan. Chu Yang, have you ever heard of a saying?" Chu Yang was just about to refute Anna's words when he saw Anna, wrapped in a bath towel, nimbly spring up from the bed. Under the wrapping of the white bath towel, Anna's curves and slender waist were visible in front of Chu Yang. Slender long legs and delicate small feet stepped on the furry silver-gray blanket, looking more some kind of a different kind of impact. Chu Yang is a normal man. He looked at the scene in front of him and only felt his throat tighten and his body's blood boil. What words? Chu Yang gulped without any trace of saliva, and in a low, hoarse voice, he tried his best to look at Anna's eyes as flatly as possible. This confrontation, Chu Yang realized that Anna's eyes were written with shyness, only to see Anna's small face slightly reddened and said, "Between the color of the moon and the color of the snow, you are the third kind of stunning color, a scenery that can no longer be encountered in this world. So I won't give up." Anna, who was wrapped in a bath towel, summoned up the courage to pat her feet and kissed the corner of Chu Yang's lips. Taking advantage of the time when he froze, she hurriedly left the suite. A third stunning color? So, he's being confessed? Chu Yang touched the corner of his lips that had been stabilized by Anna, and some other thoughts rose in his heart. This was the first time he was confessed to by a sister so bluntly and boldly. Undoubtedly, Anna was a woman with a very different personality from Dai Shanshan. Anna's passionate and generous, unconventional behavior is even more passionate and bold, daring and courageous. As long as she is determined, things, 10 cows cannot pull her back. She is a good girl and should be protected by a better man. Chu Yang thought so, suppressing the discomfort rising in his heart. He also left the suite. Returning to the hall, Chu Yang could vaguely hear a faint light humming sound coming from the bathroom. That light tune emphasized Anna's good mood. What was it that made her so happy? Chu Yang was somewhat unable to guess this girl's mind, and after shaking his head, he did not think about it. However, Chu Yang just put down the small bowl in his hand. Anna, with a light and fast voice, came from far and near. "Ai. Chu Yang, people's bath towels are all wet. You quickly help me get my personal clothes over." Clothes? Anna does not mention this, okay? Mention this. Chu Yang again remembered last night's scene. The look of Anna lying in the bathtub in a deep sleep. For a moment it lingered in his mind. No, can't think about that. Chu Yang suppressed the thoughts floating in his mind and raised his voice to respond. "Your clothes from yesterday are all dirty from vomiting. I'll go outside and buy them for you." After saying that, Chu Yang left the room as if he had fled. Chu Yang, who had just left the room, remembered what he had just said and couldn't wait to want to give himself a slap. "The clothes outside are okay to buy. How can you buy the clothes inside? Going out to buy?" After Anna heard Chu Yang's words, she hid in the bathroom and quietly snickered. So, last night her body, Chu Yang had seen it all? It's a person worth committing to for life. Unlike Anna's happiness, Chu Yang still dialed Anna's personal assistant's phone number after some agonizing. "Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Miss Anna's assistant. Miss Anna is on vacation today. May I ask what you need me to convey for you?" The personal assistant had saved Chu Yang's cell phone number. As soon as she looked at Chu Yang's cell phone number, She was in an excited mood with a little bit of nervousness. Cough. It's nothing, I want you to sell something on my behalf. The personal assistant couldn't help but feel relieved when she heard Chu Yang say it was to buy something on behalf of her. Afterwards, the assistant almost failed to take a breath. Prepare for me a set of clothes that Anna often wears, and another set of underwear. The underwear will be bought. Assistant. Mr. Chu, has your relationship with MS? Anna already reached this point. Our Phelan Country Chu group also has a boss's wife sitting on the bench. Good, good. After the personal assistant was shocked, she hurriedly responded. Chu Yang also felt not very good. He coughed lightly and was about to hang up the phone, when he heard the personal assistant Nana asked, Mr. Chu, where can I send you later? The personal assistant knew Anna's schedule like the back of her hand. It was a pity that Anna, this woman, messed things up in a set way. She didn't know where Anna was right now either. Send it to the Milton Hotel. I'll send you the address in a moment, Chu Yang quickly said and then hung up the phone. Personal assistant. All opened. Rooms. The clothes are all gone. The battle situation is intense. Intense. The private assistant was brainstorming the message when the cell phone suddenly shook. It was an address message from Chu Yang. The private assistant stared at the address message on his phone. His eyes suddenly rounded. If I remember correctly, President Jones, who was sent on a stretcher and mocked all over the internet for sparring with someone, seems to have been carried out from the nearby villa there. Mr. Chu went to the hotel with Anna after drinking yesterday? The personal assistant had seen too many incidents in the mansion. So much so that she was given to brainstorming a drama of the century. So the excited personal assistant gave her cousin, who had worked his way into the company, a serious word, treat MS Anna well in the future. She will also become our future boss's wife. At that time, the cousin of Chu's group in Phelan Country who was projecting the PowerPoint with his own computer looked at his own cousin's message. Cousin, in the future, please remember my schedule as well. I thank you. This is good now. Everyone in the entire Chu group knows that MS Anna is having an affair with Mr. Chu. Oh, the crowd of executives and co-workers who were looking at the PowerPoint surprisingly let out a unanimous oh. That unanimous melon-eating expression was a very unique scene in the eyes of the personal assistant's cousin. No, this is a misunderstanding, cousin hurriedly explained, and when he was at a loss for words, goodness gracious, cousin sent another message. No more cousin. I'm going to deliver clothes to MS Anna first. Cousin's face was black. Deliver what clothes? You send clothes with me here, gossip. Now the whole company knows that you send clothes to MS Anna. You might as well have let me die on the spot. Rod hiding quite deep. This is your cousin? Rod, you're doing a great job with your PowerPoint. Keep up the good work. Ahem. Why don't we call it a day and adjourn the meeting for now? Yes, it just so happens that there seems to be a newcomer training today. Claude, you remembered to arrange it. After the executives quietly ate a melon, you spoke and I hurriedly ended the meeting. Today's sudden melon was just too shocking. No one had expected Chu Yang to be with MS Anna despite having a fiancé. Among the employees of Chu's group after the shock, quite a few executives who were secretly in love with Anna were actually already saddened by the river of grief within their hearts underneath their calm exteriors. The other insiders who were planted over by the company did not move and sent it to their superiors. The employees of Chu's group also spontaneously spread the news in their own small groups. Mr. Chu is with MS Anna. My heart is broken. Heartbreaking. Mr. Chu can have girlfriends left and right, while I don't have a single girlfriend. God. Mr. Chu is with Miss Anna. Do I have a chance too? I'm so envious of Mr. Chu. I just asked my wife if I can find another one. My wife just printed out the divorce papers. What should I do? The news of Chu Yang and Anna quickly spread throughout the entire Chu's group. Most men envied Chu Yang for being able to enjoy the happiness of all men, while a few women envied Anna for her success in the throne. The vast majority of the employees then corrected their attitude, placing Anna's identity on the same level as Chu Yang. This oolong also allowed Anna to successfully become an important reason for controlling the Chu group in Phelan. Anna's personal assistant still didn't know that the message she rose to send to her own cousin had caused the entire company to undergo a completely different change. And even, most of the company presidents within Phelan knew about this matter. Why would a woman as outstanding as Anna be with Mr. Chu? Damn it, my goddess. Has it all gotten to the point of buying clothes? It's too enviable. Personal assistants are out. Just the usual clothes need to change in the hotel? Such great luck. Why didn't it happen to me? Anna's reputation in the country was still quite high. There were quite a few CEOs who adored him. After the news of Chu Yang and Anna was nailed down, it instantly dissuaded most of the people in Phelan who were spying on Anna. At the same time, Chu Yang also became the most envied person by the presidents in Phelan, because Chu Yang alone possessed two stunning beauties, and they were also both absolute virtuous women. and amongst the presidents, they were also the highest quality women. Not to mention in the Phelan country, even in other countries, Chu Yang's kind of encounter was also a premier existence. Too envious. Why is it that both are presidents? But, Mr. Chu can show off the sky. The personal assistant still didn't know that one of her Weibo messages had already made a big fuss. She had just brought the purchased clothes and intimate apparel to the door of the room, when she saw Chu Yang, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. When Chu Yang saw that his personal assistant had arrived, for a moment his tension finally dissipated quite a bit. Mr. Chu, this is what you wanted. The personal assistant looked at Chu Yang, who was waiting at the door. His heart panicked a batch, and was about to apologize to Chu Yang. Okay, thank you for the trouble. Chu Yang waited for a while, was indeed anxious. He took the bag in the assistant's hand with a quick eye and hurried into the room. That fiery and anxious appearance was really too tempting to think about. After a wave of brainstorming, the private assistant quickly sent a message to his cousin. Cousin, Mr. Chu looks so anxious. Cousin Rod, who had already experienced being pitched by his cousin once, let out a ha, and calmly gave his own cousin a jinx. I was projecting at the company when you sent me the message. After sending a jinx, Rod added, the PPT hadn't even started to be put up. Your WeChat was sent first, and everyone saw the message at that time. Personal assistant. Is it too late for me to knock on the door and wait for General Manager Chu to come out and apologize? Oh right, cousin. Originally I was ready to turn off the computer. Everyone still saw you saying you were going to send clothes to Anna. Luo za xin Shao Kanda on the line. Personal assistant. I also exposed MS. Anna's business as well. It's over. It's over. The job is definitely gone. The personal assistant looked at the interface where his own cousin was stuck and silently replied. Next time, remember to send me a copy of your itinerary as well. Rod, no, this kind of thing is trivial. By the way, cousin, have you ever seen a red exclamation mark? Personal assistant? You are not yet a friend of the other party. Please turn on friend verification. Rod, don't you dare delete me. The personal assistant exploded with anger. She was about to call and question again when she noticed that her WeChat was already 99 plus. Were Mr. Chu and Ms. Anna intense last night? How does Anna look today? Is it true that Miss Anna is with Mr. Chu? Hey honey, you sent a dress that the whole company knows about. Well done. The personal assistant's face was like dirt as she clicked on one message after another, and realized that almost every single one of them was accompanied by gossip about Anna and Chu Yang. The private assistant deeply felt the darkness of the world, as well as a deep despair for the future. I gossiped and ended up pitting myself. Cousin harmed me. The private assistant at this time already didn't dare to go to Chu Yang to apologize. She was afraid of dying in Chu Yang's hands later. It was better to resign nimbly. Phelan country can't stay any longer. I'd better fly far away to another country. The personal assistant inwardly cried and wept, already not daring to tarry where she was. Besides, Chu Yang, who was at the center of the topic, he still doesn't know that the gossip about himself and Anna has already spread all over the place. He once again came to the door of the suite and knocked. After Anna finished speaking, she immediately stretched out her white tender arm to receive the bag Chu Yang handed over. Kiss, dear? Chu Yang froze. Before he could correct Anna, the door of the room had already been snapped shut by Anna. Afterwards, Chu Yang also heard Anna's deliberately petite voice coming from the voice. Dear, my door is unlocked. Oh, you can come in at any time. Chu Yang covered his face. Go in a ghost. Anna, you give me a normal point. Anna couldn't help but secretly snicker as she listened to the sound of Chu Yang's footsteps leaving. In fact, she was just paying lip service to the fact that until she formally resolved Chu Yang with Dai Shan, nothing would change in the relationship between the two. It was only that Chu Yang's type of man was just too few. Actually, if she thought differently, she could understand Dai Shan's helplessness. They had seen too much of the filth of the rich and powerful, and if it wasn't for the fact that that person was Chu Yang, I'm afraid that Dai Shan wouldn't have gone to such lengths to draw her in. Of course, she would not have gone to such lengths to be with Chu Yang. Anna's thoughts in her mind were only a matter of a moment, as she opened the bag with a light humming of an unknown tune, and found that the clothes inside had the brand she usually wore outside, as well as her intimate clothing size. Just by looking at the size of the brand, Anna knew it was the work of her personal assistant. However, one thing Chu Yang probably didn't know was that the personal assistant didn't know the size of the intimate apparel she wore. She smiled as she picked up the intimate apparel and put it on her body, and the size that fit her figure made Anna show a knowing smile. Looks like Chu Yang helped out with the bath yesterday too. He's pretty good. He saw my size at a glance. Worthy of being the man I've been eyeing. Anna thought happily and quickly got dressed again. After drinking Chu Yang's sobering soup, those negative effects of drunkenness had completely disappeared, and it was time for her to go back with Chu Yang and get busy. Who let her and Chu Yang provoke Jones Kennedy yesterday? There was no telling how that guy was doing. Anna hadn't paid attention to the outside world's news until now, and didn't realize that her and Chu Yang's matter was already well known in Phelan country. From the suite again out of Anna wearing a professional black skirt. Hollow design looks full of strong women's noble and elegant. This strong women's appearance with her just look. Simply like two people. Let's go. Mr. Chu. Is it good? Anna, who was high and cold for but a second, elegantly spun around in front of Chu Yang. Between the skirts flipping around, Chu Yang saw at a glance the red fatigues Anna was wearing today. Chu Yang expressionlessly skimmed his head, pretending not to have seen the scene just now. No matter what, he had to be as steady as an old dog, definitely making up for Anna's teasing. Anna saw that he didn't react even though he saw it and couldn't help but skim her mouth. This man, if he saw it, but he still pretended that he didn't see it. It really wasn't cute at all. After spitting on Chu Yang, Anna unceremoniously wrapped her arms around Chu Yang and left the room. The matter of checking out will be followed by someone to arrange. She and Chu Yang, the main thing to do is still to arrange the matter of Jones Kennedy. Returning to the heart like an arrow, Anna did not think about it. Took Chu Yang to kill back to the company. Once again see Chu Yang and Anna in the same frame of the employees all face different colors up. Chu Yang clearly perceived those emotions. There are envy, jealousy and admiration, awe and other emotions. The emotions that were usually seldom perceived. Today they suddenly felt it thoroughly. What's going on here? Chu Yang was a little confused, and just when he was puzzled, Anna, who was not far away, once again made a move that made people misunderstand. Chu Yang, let's hurry and go to the office first to get things taken care of, Anna said as she pulled Chu Yang's hand and headed towards the president's special elevator. All employees of Chu's group, future boss lady 666, inside the closed elevator. Chu Yang wanted to ask Anna if something had happened to the company recently. Why did he feel that the employees were not looking at him quite the same way? He was just about to open his mouth. Anna instead inquired about him first. Right, Chu Yang? What happened after I got drunk yesterday? How is Jones Kennedy? As soon as he heard that it was business, Chu Yang also put those trivial matters behind him. Jones Kennedy went into the hospital yesterday after drinking too much. According to his situation yesterday, at the very least he will have to wake up tomorrow. Anna, who hurried back to deal with things, drinking too much and going to the hospital? Jones Kennedy wasn't having that big sickness. The titular president drank himself into the hospital? The more Anna thought about it, the more she felt that there was something not quite reliable. Her intuition told her that it all had nothing to do with the man beside her. She thought about it and inquired to Chu Yang. So, did you spar with him yesterday? Chu Yang. Anna, please keep your previous relationship brain. The moment the female bully mode is turned on it makes me a little bit unable to get off the stage. Thank you. Looks like you helped me get revenge. Thank you, oh dear. Anna looked at Chu Yang's expression, immediately changed her attitude in seconds. That mouthful of a darling, taking advantage of that called a snappy. Chu Yang was speechless. Seamlessly switching between the two modes is what is going on. It so happened that at this time, the elevator door opened. Chu Yang and Anna went to the president's office one after the other. Right, Anna? Are you familiar with the minerals on the Eagle countryside? Is there anyone you know? Preferably someone from the management side. Coming inside the office, Chu Yang also remembered that he obtained all the minerals of the Jones family yesterday. Chu Yang is now also considered as someone who has mines in his family. Those minerals are also a huge amount of assets. These assets can save him a lot of things if he can have a trustworthy person to manage them. It's okay, Chu Yang. Are you planning to do the mining industry too? Seriously, the mining industry is indeed a huge income industry, but unfortunately I'm not involved in that part of the industry. What do you want these people to do? There was no doubt about Anna's extensive connections. Relatively speaking, Anna's suitors were also extremely numerous. There were quite a few lickspittles who were die-hard loyal to her alone. Yet Anna hadn't dealt with any of them. If you are planning to acquire it, I do have some people I know. I still have some connections in the Eagle Kingdom as well. Seeing that Chu Yang did not reply, Anna hurriedly added. Chu Yang's heart had already understood a great deal after hearing Anna's words. It seemed that he would have to borrow Gracie's people for the time being. Forget it, no need. I'll let Gracie deal with this matter when the time comes. You don't need to be busy, Chu Yang said in a faint voice. Anna looked at Chu Yang with a shocked face. Gracie? You're not talking about that Gracie from the Eagle Kingdom. In the Eagle Country, there was only one Gracie who could be called that one. His position in the Eagle Country was equivalent to Aubrey within Phelan. No, it was even quite a bit more powerful. If you don't think wrong, the Gracie we know should be the same person. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders and said in a faint voice. Anna was all shocked. She opened her small mouth to face surprise and said, "What kind of relationship does Gracie have with you? You actually managed to send out such a character to help you?" Chu Yang's brows slightly knitted up and said with a puzzled face, Gracie is my subordinate, why can't I make it work? Hands? Subordinates? That Gracie is actually your subordinate. What's wrong with you this? Chu Yang looked at Anna with some surprise. He saw Anna covering her small mouth, looking quite aggrieved. Could she not be aggrieved? Thinking that when she was in the Eagle Kingdom, some of the things that she still needed to get in touch with for her cooperation had to go through Gracie's hands. For this reason, Anna also deliberately with Gracie played a few times. That guy oil and salt not into even if. The statement is also very tough. The lion's share of kung fu is let a person jaw-dropping. If it is not her ability is not as big as Gracie. Early big mouth smacked him. Now well, Anna in the heart of a cold snort. The delicate face with 3 points of satisfaction. It is time to turn over and sing. Nothing, just remembered the things that were embarrassed by Gracie in the past. Anna's face was 3 points of sadness and 7 points of emotion, causing Chu Yang to touch his nose. Gracie as the giant of the Eagle country. Which of the people in contact was not a party figure? Anna was still just one of the family heirs before. To think of Gracie's convenience, it was indeed a bit difficult. He coughed lightly and said, then turn around and you find a chance to bully back. Gracie does not dare to make things difficult for Chu's president. The light in Anna's eyes was as bright as stars for a moment. She smiled and said, then I'll turn around and retaliate back. You have to help me. Chu Yang was slightly uncomfortable with Anna's sudden intimacy. He nodded and said, since I said I would help you, of course I will. Chu Yang thought that Anna was a very smart woman. She knew to what extent the so-called revenge was point blank. It was just letting Gracie be dumbfounded. Gracie could only suffer even if she held her tongue. Good, no problem. By the way, why do you suddenly want to touch the mining industry? Anna didn't forget that Jones Kennedy's family was in this business. She even couldn't help but think, did Chu Yang go into contact with the mining industry because of himself? The Jones family industry is already in my hands. Now Eagle Country lacks a person to manage it. You have always had a wide range of contacts at home and abroad, so I just want to take my chances from you, Chu Yang said with a light smile, but Anna who listened to the whole thing revealed a shocked expression. In one night's time, the Jones family's industry came into your hands. Now I'm also the one who has a mine in my future husband's family. Then, so, Jones Kennedy is now a paper tiger without sharp teeth and claws? After the shock, Anna's eyes lit up, her bright eyes dripping like a cunning little fox. If you're willing, I can still make it so that he can't even return to the Eagle Kingdom. Chu Yang let out a light laugh and made a smooth addition. Anna gave Chu Yang a bright thumbs up and manually nodded her approval. This is the man I fancy. Powerful. Then that's the arrangement. Can you have someone find me some people? I think our Phelan Country Chu group can actually expand another Chu group branch in the Eagle Country. Chu Yang looked deeply at Anna. Worthy of being the president of Chu's group. Low EQ, I want to get back at Jones Kennedy. High EQ, we can also expand at Chu's group branch. Learned. Can. I will send you Gracie's contact information and Aubrey's in a moment. The resources in both of their hands are at your disposal. You can arrange it however you want. Chu Yang nodded, directly choosing to indulge in Anna's upcoming actions. Anyway, everything Anna did was also for the sake of Chu Clan Group, so Chu Yang was content to let Anna mess things up. Good. I'll make sure to do this matter beautifully for you. Anna got Chu Yang's words and happily left Chu Yang's office. After returning to the office, Anna immediately dialed Gracie's number. Hi Gracie, long time no see. I'm the president of Chu Group. Anna. On the other side of the phone, Gracie, who picked up the phone, immediately turned pale when he heard Anna's name. He had long heard that this woman, Anna, had a deep heart and was vindictive. She must have known about her being a subordinate of the young master and came back to pick a fight. MS. Anna, what is your business? Gracie's voice was a bit cold. He had also received the news about Anna being in a peace with Chu Yang. Now that the wood had been turned, he could only suffer. In fact, it's not a big deal. It's that general manager Chu told me that recently the Jones family is a little less honest, and asked me to convey a message to you. Please change the name of all of the Jones family's side businesses within 3 hours. Anna played with her good-looking nails and spoke carelessly. The coolness in her words directly caused a shattering sound to thunder from Gracie's end. 3 hours. The Jones family is so big in industry. I am in the Eagle Kingdom, only hand to cover the sky also can't be resolved in 3 hours. This is not playing with me. Gracie, why is this woman so capable of making things happen? There is no place to vent. Gracie face expressionless, followed by the phone, hands and feet wherever they go, all a mess. Oops, Gracie, what's that noise over there? Is something wrong here? Anna pretended not to understand as she patched in on the phone. That look of cluelessness hated Gracie so much that he gritted his teeth. He was sure as well as certain that Anna must be getting back at him. However, Gracie couldn't say a word to Anna. Even if she had shortened the time on purpose, Gracie could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. No, MS. Anna, it's nothing. I'll contact you in 3 hours. Gracie hung up the phone respectfully. Anna listened to the busy signal on the phone and didn't need to think about it to know that Gracie, who was far away in the Eagle Kingdom, had already blown a gasket. Just as Anna thought. After hanging up the phone, Gracie didn't dare to slam the phone, but kicked the desk in front of him again. So angry. Why did this kind of woman become the young master's woman? Sinful ah! After some venting of anger, Gracie rushed outside again and shouted, "Come on people, give me a contact person to acquire all the industries under the Jones family. In addition, and then put the word out. Who dares to unite with the Jones family and its industries is against me." Gracie's beloved subordinate couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he saw the messy office. He had followed Gracie for many years and had never seen Gracie get so angry. Recalling what Gracie said about the Jones family, the beloved subordinate silently lit a wax for the Jones family. With Gracie's status and position nowadays, as long as he opened his mouth, as long as you were in the Eagle Kingdom, he would let you understand what it meant to offend Gracie would be so miserable. "Okay, young master." The beloved was about to exit, when he heard Gracie's angry voice again. "Within 3 hours, I want all of the Jones family's side businesses to come into my hands." After the rage, Gracie also remembered what Anna had said. It was the Jones family's side businesses. In other words, the Jones family was now a toothless paper tiger. Since that was the case, it was time to clear up some of the previous grudges. You have someone check if the Jones family's minerals have changed owners. If they have, you have someone spread the news. Gracie at this time has regained his composure. His bland words to hear the heart of the cold sweat. Jones family so far, although not very rampant, but background offended characters can be not a few. On the light of Gracie put words this time. Do not know how many forced to cooperate with the Jones family will happily turn to Gracie, not to mention. It is estimated that there will be stepped on the Jones family to feed it. People who are not in the circle of the Eagle countries rich and powerful may not know that the Jones family is notorious for perversion. What imprisonment, tracking, what drama. That is even more rare common thing. If not the Jones family control the vital minerals, early do not know how many times dead. The best thing about the Jones family is that there are people who have offended Gracie. Gracie's character is like a serpent waiting for an opportunity in the dark. He can swallow a giant elephant in one bite, but also a little bit of winding your neck to let you suffocate and die. Otherwise, how could there be many characters who respected and feared Gracie? "Alright, young master, would you like to go out and slightly drink some coffee or something?" The heartthrob said submissively, his eyes tracelessly sweeping the office full of wreckage. He still had to find someone to restore the room to its original state in 10 minutes. "Well, that's a good suggestion on your part." Gracie glanced at the wretched scene around him, and after faintly nodding his head, he turned around and left the office in style. The Heartlander respectfully watched Gracie leave and began to contact the relevant characters to learn the specific details. At this time, Jones Kennedy, who was far away in the country of France, did not know that his family was suffering from a catastrophe because of him. He had just woken up from his coma, and the dizziness as well as the feeling of weakness coming from his body made Jones Kennedy very panicked. "What's happening to me? To me?" Jones Kennedy's mind had snapped yesterday. If it hadn't been for the timely resuscitation yesterday, he would have been out cold. Unfortunately, Jones Kennedy's doggy banknote ability was very powerful, and froze to find domestic experts plus all sorts of top-notch medicines, allowing Jones Kennedy to turn around and wake up within a day. "Young master, you just drank too much to drink to stomach bleeding." The dog-legged man Ronnie knew his own young master's mind like the back of his hand, so he never mentioned the matter of Jones Kennedy drinking himself into epilepsy and foaming at the mouth when he drank too much. This is a black history. He absolutely can't mention it in front of the person. In case of a person whole into the morgue, the cool one is him. Drinking. Stomach bleeding? Jones Kennedy recalled yesterday's events in a bit of a trance. Remember correctly, he and that Chu Yang sparring line to come. Nope, what the hell is going on here? What about that Chu Yang? Did he go into the hospital? Is he worse off than me? Jones Kennedy grimaced. His mind kept recalling yesterday's images, but it was like a broken movie, only remembering bits and pieces. But Jones Kennedy was very confident in his drinking ability. He was confident that he had drunk himself into the hospital. Chu Yang would only be worse off than him. Ronnie listened to Jones Kennedy's words. He had some desire to speak, but he did not know how to say to Jones Kennedy. He can't say to Jones Kennedy, "Young master, there is no big deal. And incidentally also put your favorite woman to sleep. On the contrary, it is you. You drink yourself to stomach bleeding even though, also foaming at the mouth like epilepsy, but also on the country and the international times. Now all the people in the country should know that you drink alcohol and drink yourself to foaming at the mouth." Roddy's expression was seen by Jones Kennedy. He roared somewhat manically. "You say it, exactly what happened yesterday." Ronnie manifested the professionalism of a lapdog at this time. He quickly organized his words and said to Ronnie, "Young master, Now everyone in the world knows that you drank yourself into the hospital for the woman you love. Upon hearing this, Jones Kennedy was instantly soothed. Oh, has the name of my lover's saint already spread this far? Then, you bring me your cell phone. I'm just in time to see the scene of the whole internet praising me, Jones Kennedy said with a face full of happiness. Ronnie, it feels like eating Sean like a fish in the throat, unable to swallow and unable to spit it out. Can I just say what I just said again for a second? It feels like the young master will beat me to death if he knows the truth later. Okay, I'll have the nurse send the cell phone over for you, Ronnie thought with a numb scalp and hurriedly went outside to call a nurse, then shoved the cell phone into the other person's hand. He earnestly said, our young master is trapped by his love. He may be very angry when he sees the message in a while. Please bear with me a little more. And if necessary, your hospital can use tranquilizers. Ronnie thought, well, as long as I wield my 3-inch tongue well, there's no manic young master that I can't pacify. This is the self-cultivation of my lapdog Ronnie. The nurse was attracted by Ronnie's handsome appearance and confusedly agreed to send him a cell phone. Full of joy, Jones Kennedy opened his cell phone and looked at it, his face like a palette. From white to black, from black to green. What the hell is going on with these news? Jones Kennedy raged. President Jones is foaming at the mouth like a dog. Ha ha ha, laughed to death. President Jones doesn't know it yet. His beloved woman is already in a peace with Mr. Chu. May it be permanent. Please Mr. Chu get married to Ms. Anna right where he is. President Jones never dreamed that he would be famous one day because he was foaming at the mouth. Ha 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 ha. Jones Kennedy swiped through the messages. One after another that made him furious gave him the urge to slam his phone. He suppressed his anger and found yesterday's news. Hashtag President Jones suspected of overdrinking for love. Foaming at the mouth and sent to hospital. Hashtag who the hell is the mystery man that President Jones can't fuck with while he's drinking like crazy. Hashtag President Jones, I could go on drinking. Hashtag President Jones goddess and Mr. Chu are together. May the lovers be united. Hashtag love. Do you people have any manners in your news reports? The woman I love is with someone else and you guys are celebrating? Jones Kennedy was about to explode with anger. He remembered what Ronnie had said earlier and got even angrier. It was really all over the world. Ronnie, get your ass in here. Jones Kennedy growled and roared, coughing so loudly that it sounded like he was going to cough his lungs out. Ronnie knew as soon as he heard Jones Kennedy's roar that his young master had calmed down. He straightened the clothes on his body and respectfully walked to a distance that he thought was safe to say to Jones Kennedy, young master, what are your orders? What commands? I want them dead. Can you do it? Jones Kennedy angrily copied a nearby flower basket with his hand and threw it at Ronnie. Ronnie was about to take the whole thing without ducking or dodging when the nurse on the side stopped. She grabbed Jones Kennedy's stuff with her hands and feet and screamed outwardly, someone come quick, the patient's gone crazy. Ronnie just watched a dozen paramedics rushed in, as orderly as possible to suppress the fury of Jones Kennedy and injected a tranquilizer. Jones Kennedy was going crazy. When did he ever receive such inhuman treatment when he was in the Eagle Kingdom? He stared hatefully at the head of the doctor who gave him a tranquilizer, and secretly vowed, before he left the hospital, he must let him taste 10 times more bitter pain than he is now. Soon, the tranquilizer played a role. Jones Kennedy only feel eyelids more and more heavy. In less than 3 minutes, Jones Kennedy fell asleep again. Ronnie didn't expect that he was saved by the nurse. He remained gentlemanly and said to the nurse, thank you for your help. Our young master has some mania. I'm really sorry. The nurse saw that Ronnie was not badly dressed and was polite in and out of the room, so she couldn't help but be a little shy. These are all my part. Sir, no need to be polite, the nurse said, and then 3 words to advise Ronnie really can't change a job. So brutal young master is really to not treat people as people. Ronnie showed gratitude on his face and thanked the nurse. The nurse knows that it is not easy for everyone to live, but only because of Ronnie's good looks. She advised Ronnie. As for whether she listens to her is Ronnie's own business. Saw the nurse leave. Ronnie just also smiling expression froze down. Not to mention, Ronnie really listened to the nurse's advice. As a qualified lapdog, Ronnie's professionalism in the country are considered to be the top. Who is not licking nah? This is not obedient. Then change the next obedient. As for the new target, well, Shu seems to be good. Ronnie heart is like this thought. Began to secretly calculate in the heart how to do a pitch in order to put into Chu Yang's banner. That mysterious tycoon compared to Jones Kennedy. Indeed to be too powerful. How about let Jones Kennedy stay in the hospital for 1 more day. Ronnie already had an idea in his mind as his thoughts flowed. Phelan's domestic hospital was not comparable to the Eagle Kingdom, but the maneuverable space in this was still quite large. Since he was going to defect, of course, he also had to bring a qualified toolman over. Jones Kennedy would be good. Ronnie's calculations are quite subtle. Unfortunately, he underestimated one thing. That is, Jones Kennedy's enemies. Too many. People who want Jones Kennedy to die are not a few, and the most vindictive of them also came to the hospital under multiple sources. This person, of course, is Ken. As a well-known bartender, Ken's bartending skills in the international, although not ranked, but in the bartending circle, is also a well-known figure. His bartending hid something that many people could only dream of, and at the very least, many people who drank the drinks couldn't forget his fine wines, and even lingered on them. Otherwise Anna wouldn't have spent a fortune to have him appear. You guys get the guy awake somehow, whatever it takes. I want him awake for 3 minutes. Ken's positioning of himself was very clear. He knew that he couldn't escape Buddha's surveillance, so he simply took advantage of the fact that Buddha hadn't yet left the Phelan kingdom to take the revenge he needed to take. Okay, Mr. Ken. Ken was followed by 2 men in civilian clothes. These 2 men were on the darker side. Not quite tall but better than lean and strong. Only to see one of them grab Jones Kennedy's collar, raised his hand and swung a slap over. Splat sound. The slap is loud. Jones Kennedy's neck is crooked building. This is not even awake yet. The man was a little confused. He knew how strong his hand was, and the slap made Jones Kennedy's face swell into a small ball. That's all it took and it still didn't work. Mr. Ken. The hospital side might have spiked him with some kind of potion that can make people unconscious, but it's okay. Buddha has a top stock on his side. The man who hadn't caught Jones Kennedy thoughtfully pondered for a few seconds before tossing his voice to Ken. Ken did not expect this twist. He looked at the unconscious Jones Kennedy and seriously inquired a question. Have you ever castrated anyone? Castrate. Castrate? The 2 big men looked at each other, and all of them drew a breath of cold air. If I remember correctly, Ken only had a one-sided relationship with Jones Kennedy yesterday. What kind of enmity is this? What kind of grudge is this? Mr. Ken, please don't worry. We are the elite under Master Buddha. This kind of small matter, no problem at all. That's right, Mr. Ken. I even have a veterinary certificate. Ken, can a veterinarian's credentials also be considered as having performed surgery on someone? Isn't the principle a bit different? Ahem. Alright then, there's no anesthesia here in this hospital, so you guys can just make do with what you've got. Ken had goosebumps all over his body, but his mouth had absolutely no intention of going soft. He and the Jones family people can fight a lot of dealings, to say the most upset him, or their own door to the Jones Kennedy. After a night of struggle, he didn't even let Jones Kennedy die. Or was it the result of him being too kind? Okay, no problem. 2 of Master Buddha's men were also trembling, worthy of being the legendary Mr. Ken. Even something like not wanting to be anesthetized was said in a refreshing manner. Looks like they can't offend this one in the future. Well, by the way, you guys show him these news? As well as the hospital needs to be quiet. I don't want him to disturb the other people. Ken instructed and drifted away. The nearby surveillance had long been deliberately arranged by Master Buddha. No one would notice Ken and Master Buddha's men coming by. After Ken left, one of Master Buddha's 2 henchmen was in charge of closing the door, while the other was in charge of pulling out the potion and dagger. You give him the medicine first. I'll be in charge of castration. Not bragging to tell you, I dissected not 1,000 frogs but 800. The technique that is top-notch. The man who grabbed Jones Kennedy said with excitement on his face, as if he had seen some novelty item. The other man sniffed and had to let him be. He wasn't interested in seeing those ugly things of others anyway. Less than a minute after the potion had been consumed, Jones Kennedy once again woke up slowly. He was about to find Ronnie to settle a score with that nurse when he opened his eyes and saw 2 men with cross faces and fierce looks. Ah, you're awake. Ha, here, bite down on this one. It might hurt 1,000,000,000 points next, but don't worry. My brother used to work as a veterinarian, so I promise to give you a clean cut. The man beside the hospital bed said with a gentle face. That full face said this, caused Jones Kennedy a huge psychological shadow. Cut something. Jones Kennedy tried to shout at someone before realizing that not a single sound could come out of his throat. Instead, the man who grabbed his clothes pulled down his pants with an excited look on his face. Jones Kennedy's eyes widened. What was this man going to do? Don't take off anymore. That's my underwear. A little small. Ha, it's okay. It's faster and less laborious. The man pulled off Jones Kennedy's pants and finished with a soft sigh, pulling out a chilly dagger. Wait, no cutting there. Ugh. Jones Kennedy's expression of horror, pain and liver, under the severe pain all over his body, then sweating profusely cold sweat. My most important baby. It is gone. The Buddha's men who finished the job left with the evidence. Ronnie had just returned to the outside of the ward when he heard a nurse's shriek from the front of Jones Kennedy's ward. Somebody help. Something's happened to the patient. What happened to Jones Kennedy? Ronnie Hart rose a not very good premonition. He is sprinting to Jones Kennedy's ward to rush. Just in time to see Jones Kennedy lying on a stretcher was pushed out by the nurse's hand and foot. MS. Nurse, What's going on? Why did my young master suddenly have an accident? While Jones Kennedy was being pushed away by the nurses, the nurse who was defending Ronnie today stayed behind out of compassion. The nurse said with some lust, the most important part of him was cut. As the nurse spoke, she glanced below Ronnie's abdomen. Ronnie immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Are all of Jones Kennedy's enemies this ruthless? I'd better find Mr. Chu as early as possible, Ronnie thought in his heart, secretly deciding to wait for Jones Kennedy to come out later and then immediately prepare to do the pitch. Jones Kennedy's side definitely couldn't stay any longer. Okay, I know. Ronnie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly rushed over in Jones Kennedy's direction. At this time, the unconscious Jones Kennedy did not know that his family side business was suffering from a state of severance just like his baby. All of the Jones family side business in Gracie's thunderous means, almost all changed hands, occasionally resist an industry, but also in the arrangement of Gracie's suppression. Change of ownership is only a matter of time. Gracie finished cleaning up the Jones family, and there was still exactly half an hour left. After he raised his eyebrows and looked at his beloved, he stretched his eyebrows and called Anna back. Ms. Anna, all of the Jones family side businesses are now in my hands. May I ask what you intend to do with them? It had to be said that after liquidating the Jones family, Gracie was also very happy. That Jones family is really a take the chicken feather as the main arrow. A lot of things do not need him to go out. The Jones family did not have the mining industry as a backing. It can be said that the wall is falling down and people push is not too much. Otherwise, he would not have been 2.5 hours to acquire all the Jones family's side business. Anna, who was far away in Phelan country, received Gracie's phone call, and was crossing a pair of folded legs, leisurely drinking coffee and watching the latest movie online, looking so cozy. And in the president's office, Chu Yan was replacing Anna to deal with the piles of documents of Chu's group in Phelan country. Who let Anna have a legitimate reason to be lazy? Anyway, it is just some documents. Chu Yang is also afraid of Anna, this dishonest girl, to tease him again. There is a serious matter, just can seriously reject a wave. Unfortunately, Chu Yang played the wrong calculator. Anna, this woman, even in his busy time, will also appear from time to time to brush a sense of existence. Only what Anna did not expect was that Chu Yang's speed and talent in dealing with documents was really he was different from the norm. Not only did he handle the workload that she couldn't handle for 2 days and 3 hours, he also picked out all the unreasonable contracts and arranged for Anna to turn around and determine whether to cooperate or not according to the situation. If she cooperated, then she would have to spit something out herself. Chu's group's benefits were not something that anyone could eat. 2.5 hours? It's really worthy of Mr. Gracie. Even the Jones family side business is handy. Anna paused the movie with a smile. That bashful attitude heard Gracie's heart stop beating twice uncontrollably. This attitude of hers couldn't help but remind Gracie of the scene when he first met Anna. Her compliments were very similar to the ones he and Anna had when they first met. Unfortunately, the person holding the initiative now was not him, but Anna. Ms. Anna is polite. If there's nothing else, then I'll go ahead and busy myself with other things. Gracie wasn't lying about this. Although the Jones family's side business was taken care of, the industries in this were numerous and refuted. Even Gracie had to expend a lot of energy to clean up the subsequent altar. The follow-up is nothing big. It's just that I want to tell Mr. Gracie in advance. In the future, my mining industry in the Eagle country will also ask Mr. Gracie to teach me more law. Mr. Chu has already handed over the mining industry of the Jones family in Eagle country to me. As Anna's beautiful eyes turned slightly, a new idea sprouted in her mind. This idea was like a bolt from the blue in Gracie's ears. What? The Jones family's properties were acquired by the young master? In the future, I will have to deal with this woman. Anna, in the Eagle Kingdom? Gracie just thought of being suppressed by Anna in the future. But there was nothing she could do between the thoughts rolling around in her mind. Is that so? Then congratulations to Ms. Anna. I still have things to do. I'll go and get busy first. Gracie hung up the phone with a gentle tone. As to how much of it was gentle and how much was unsettling, it was unknown. Anna, who had finally turned over, listened to Gracie's stifling, and was inwardly delighted. Just when she wanted to hum a song, she heard Chu Yang's voice ringing from afar. When did I say to give you the Jones family's industry? Chu Yang knew that Anna had quite a lot of ideas and acted boldly. She just didn't expect that she was ruthless and even dared to pit Gracie. Isn't it good that you agree now? Even if I'm not your woman in the future, I'm still your best partner, and I won't betray you. I also have enough ability. Instead of handing it over to someone else, why don't you hand it over to me? Anna said with 3 parts playfulness and 7 parts seriousness. Her pretended confession was like a long-practiced arrangement. Chu Yang was slightly immune to Anna's confession, yet he also knew that Anna wasn't telling lies. Don't look at the fact that Anna seemed to have become a wingman now, with all sorts of earthy love words at the drop of a hat, but Anna's business skills were definitely not weak. Then I'll leave it to you. Chu Yang didn't have any good candidates for the time being, so he simply delegated his authority. Anna smiled like a flower and gave Chu Yang a bright smile. Chu Yang was swayed by this smile, but then in a split-second's effort, he heard Anna say, "Then I'll go out first, there are still some things to do." Anna made up her mind that she must fix Chu Yang up. If she can't pour wine, then she will prepare some other ways to arrange it first. Anna in a very good mood happily left. At this time she does not know. From Jones Kennedy's revenge is quietly waiting for her in the dark. Anna had just come out of Chu's group not long ago, and suffered a deliberate car accident. She had just taken out her cell phone and wanted to call Chu Yang when a gun was pointed at her head. "Ms. Anna, please come with us. There is someone who misses you very much who wants to see you." Anna's movement of pulling out her cell phone gave a beat. "Okay, I'll come with you." Anna had the sense to put her cell phone aside and held up her hands. Anna was then blindfolded and put into a jeep that sped off in the direction of the suburbs. It wasn't long before Anna was rudely racked up one at a time into a room. Suddenly regaining her sight, Anna looked around and her unease rose to its peak. This room consisted only of a large pink bed, 5 tall, burly men with full faces, and an LCD TV. "Who is your boss? I want to talk to him." Anna knew that the other party must be her opponent, but she really couldn't figure out who it was. As Anna's words fell, one of the 5 burly men, a bald man, saw this and pulled out a remote control from his pocket. He operated it slightly and saw the LCD TV being turned on. "Ha ha 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 ha. Anna, I didn't expect to put. This bereaved dog of mine will also give you an unexpected fatal blow." The image shown in the LCD TV was in the hospital, and Jones Kennedy's shrill and crazy laughter came out, shrill and harsh and with a hideous tone. "He looks to have gone insane." "Jones Kennedy, what the hell are you trying to do?" Anna questioned angrily, and was about to speak when she glimpsed the position of Jones Kennedy's bandaged lower body. Anna suddenly had a not-so-good feeling in her heart, only to hear Jones Kennedy's laughter became even more frantic. "Ha ha ha. Anna, you're very smart. You guessed it, didn't you? The most important treasure that I inherited from the Jones family was cut." Jones Kennedy spoke shrilly, his eyes filled with blood and madness. His sanity had all but collapsed the moment he woke up. He wanted to destroy Anna. He wanted Chu Yang and Anna to go to hell with him. "Do you know who it is? It's that waiter you overpaid for." "Oh no, it's that bartender." Jones Kennedy spoke in a shrill voice. His eyes were full of viciousness and venom between his shadowy eyes. "See those 5 men? That's my last gift to you. Ha 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 ha. Anna, you feel my pain too." Jones Kennedy laughed madly, and suddenly his face turned cold as he took out his cell phone and dialed a string of numbers. That was Chu Yang's phone. After hearing Jones Kennedy's words, Anna's expression when she looked at the 5 men in front of her had changed to one of vigilance. While the 5 outlaws had all had a silver crab smile on their faces after hearing that, they had never thought that they would still get such a good arrangement in their mission. "Hey, Chu Yang, who's this?" "I'm Jones Kennedy. Listen, Anna has already been captured by me." "Ha ha 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 ha. Aren't you the only one who has a hand in Phelan Kingdom?" 30 minutes. I only give you 30 minutes. As long as you can find Anna within another 30 minutes. It's me, Jones Kennedy. Who loses? Let's see which one of us is more powerful. I've sent you a good thing to your mailbox. Remember to take a look." Jones Kennedy's crazy shrill voice came from the microphone, and after a burst of hysteria, he hung up the phone. Chu Yang did not know what exactly happened to Jones Kennedy suddenly so crazy. He opened his mailbox according to Jones Kennedy's words. What was placed in the latest email was a URL. Clicking along with the URL, the page jumped to an unknown URL, which was a real-time live streaming website, and the number of people who were watching on the website was gradually rising. The title of the live broadcast on the website was, "Chu's Group Anna's President Was Caught by Us." The screen showed a room with 5 men inside. Each man had masks of various colors on their faces. There was a fox, a monkey, a frog, a dog and a cat. The kind of masks that were so cheap that they could be bought casually had actually become something that these men used to hide their true colors. Comparing it to Anna's identity, it was extraordinarily ironic to look at. "Mr. Chu, you should be looking at it. We only give you 30 minutes. Oh, see this incense. This thing has no antidote for any woman who smells it. Oh, you only have 30 minutes to find us. Come and find us." The bald guy in the lead took out a made incense and then pulled out a cheap lighter from his pocket and lit it. The burning smoke from the incense was rising along the fire. The number of people watching on the website was increasing, while the 5 men on the screen raised their hands and tore off their clothes as if they had an appointment, revealing their lean and strong upper bodies. "Mr. Chu, hurry up and come or else your woman will be seen by the whole world. Ha ha ha." With that, the man adjusted the camera. Anna was wearing the clothes she wore before she left today. Her hands were tied behind her back. Her entire body was half sitting on the bed, looking flirtatious and innocent. "Young master, what should we do next?" Chasing Flower looked at the scene at hand and suddenly appeared. Moon by Moon then also appeared in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked at the situation on the screen and couldn't help but lightly exhale a mouthful of turbid air. Chasing flowers? You go to the hospital to monitor Jones Kennedy. Any of his situation by the time like me to report. When necessary, take certain means to know the specific address. Right. The man next to Jones Kennedy. Find an opportunity to spend some time alone with him. Chu Yang suppressed the anger within his heart. After instructing Chasing Flower, he also said to Moon by Moon, Moon by Moon, you stay in place. When necessary, take the first step to save the people, and take the first step to destroy the camera after saving the people. After Chasing Flower and Moon by Moon received their orders, they went to their respective duties to each other. Chu Yang went to Yuan Liang again. Yuan Liang, Anna has been arrested. I'll give you 3 minutes to thoroughly check her cell phone's location. In addition, I'll give you another address. See if you can suspend the live broadcast of the content here. Yuan Liang didn't expect that he would suddenly receive such a task. After being confused for 2 seconds, he immediately went and did as he was told. After Chu Yang did these orders, he called Aubrey again without stopping. It was his carelessness that had given Jones Kennedy, a bereaved dog, the chance to hurt people. In the future, if he encountered a relevant character again, he definitely wouldn't show any more mercy. Chu Yang spent 2 minutes deploying, and the time had counted down to 28 minutes. Anna, who was lying on the bed, seemed to have been affected by the drug and started to roll around on the bed, and her face gradually became flushed. It seems like Miss Anna is being controlled by the drug. Miss Anna looks good looking as she rolls over on the bed. Her hands are bound. Looking good. I really envy those 5 guys. I've liked Miss Anna for a long time too. The people on the internet were in a state of anonymity as they spoke in filthy language, completely ignoring the collapse on Anna's face. At the same time, Chu Yang suddenly received an address from an anonymous message. Mr. Chu, I'm Ronnie, MS. Anna's address is in the eastern suburb. Ronnie, is his message true? Chu Yang inquired in his heart. Not long after his words fell, Chasing Flowers, who was responsible for tracking Jones Kennedy, responded within his heart. What this person said is true. Jones Kennedy should have put MS. Anna there. Chasing Flowers' voice came. Chu Yang immediately pushed open the window and leapt down from the upper floor. With his current Zhongsher level realm, if he really wanted to go somewhere, as long as he was fast enough, he would be there within 3 minutes. Anna, wait for me for a few more minutes. Yuan Liang, send me the navigation of the eastern suburbs warehouse. Chu Yang opened the phone as he ran and ordered Yuan Liang. Yuan Liang, who was still checking the news, was confused. Boss, I just checked and you know the news? Okay, I'll send it to you right now. Yuan Liang listened to the busy tone on the phone and urged Kling beside him. Can you get this website shut down or not? Didn't you say it was the #1 in the world? Can't even manage this? The KLGN beside him laughed. Even if I'm the world's #1, it depends on the situation. Give me 10 minutes. If I can't handle it in 10 minutes, I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. Okay? Ahem. That's what you said. What I said is what I said. What the fuck is this? It's on my head. Let's see me teach him to be a human being in a minute. Chu Yang was still on his way to the eastern suburb when the website that was broadcasting live was suddenly attacked by unknown hackers. The other party even publicly identified themselves as Kling. This Nemo went crazy with several backstage maintenance at that time. Who would dare to go against a vindictive guy like KLGN? Those people who had previously gone against him hadn't even had their website messages taken down by now. Those people on the website who were watching the scene were going crazy when they looked at the suddenly blacked out screen. Set is to catch the female president, all kinds of 18 forbidden images of the scene? How suddenly black screen? Immediately afterward, everyone on the website saw a white font ringing out on the blacked out screen. Hello everyone, this is Kling. You guys have nothing to do, nothing to see what's going on. I got you guys a gift for everyone who watches, so don't thank me. And the maintenance staff of this website. I limit you to 3 minutes to hurry up and leave. After 3 minutes all the consequences, their own responsibility. After Kling finished speaking, the screen once again returned to its original state. Only that the images of Anna's live room were all gone. At the same time, inside the room where Anna was, the 5 stout men looked at Anna, who had been made to move violently by the drugs, and their hearts also surged with a burst of evil thoughts. I haven't touched such a superb woman yet. Who says otherwise? I heard that it's also the president of Choose Group. Nah, this is simply too exciting. Looking at the posture, it shouldn't still be a fledgling. Boss, this first one is for you. The 4 men spoke as you spoke, and then coincidentally looked at the bald head on the side. He was the boss among them. Well, it says 30 minutes. I guess that what's her name general manager Chu can't arrive. Several of us were originally outlaws. No matter what the employer says, let's do it first. Boss, listening to the words of the little brothers, very satisfied, he said, while he began to move his hands to unbutton himself. Ah, big brother, this is not very good, right? The man wearing a monkey mask said as he rubbed his hands together. The salivation in his eyes was obvious to anyone. Just what no one noticed was that the live screen, which had been lit up in the room, had been interrupted. Then, only a bang was heard from the door of the room. The room was kicked open. Subconsciously, the bald man looked at the time not far away. His pupils shrunk. His heart was appalled. It had only been less than 8 minutes. How come this man came over? Moon by moon. Throw them all out for me. Follow up, you see to it. I'll take Anna out of here first. Chu Yan looked at the woman rolling around on the bed with a flushed face. His heart suddenly seized with pain. If it wasn't him, Anna shouldn't have encountered such a thing. Okay, young master. The voice of Chasing Flower rang out, and the 5 stout men only felt a wave of gravity hit their bodies, and by the time they reacted, their people had already been knocked out of the room. Anna, how are you feeling? Chu Yang wrapped his arm around Anna's arm and rolled over her body with a slight force, removing the rope that Anna had been struggling with for a long time. He inquired in a low voice. His hot big hands reached Anna's body through her clothes, also making her regain 2 points of sanity. When she saw Chu Yang, a rare color of excitement also appeared in her misty eyes. Chu Yang, you came to save me? It's not my hallucination, right? She didn't know how much time had passed. She only knew that the time in front of her was extraordinarily difficult. It's not an illusion. I'll take you out of here. You hold on for 3 more minutes. Chu Yang saw Anna's face flushed red. The words just finished not long. Anna suddenly wrapped her arms around him. Red lips on Chu Yang's lips of Ishuana. Chu Yang's brain went blank. I will try. Anna was also blushing after her own Meng Wang's action. She struggled to control her hands and feet, but still gradually wandered on Chu Yang's body under the effect of the medicine. This sexy throat knot. This hard 8-pack abs. Chu Yang's body as well. Chu Yang's palms are so cool. Ah. You quickly take me out of here. I hate it here. Anna said in a low, hoarse voice. Her flushed face looked extraordinarily tantalizing to Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked at Anna's haggard appearance. Trying to control herself, the heartache in his heart became even more powerful. Good. I'll take you away from here, Chu Yang said in a low voice. Turned around and Princess hugged Anna, quickly leaving the eastern suburbs warehouse. The 5 stout men also finally saw what kind of person the flower chaser Chu Yang was talking about was. This was a woman dressed in silver. Very good looking and beautiful. Even the moment he met her eyes, it was even more so that people could not open their eyes for a second. Good. What a beautiful woman. Ah. Just after a man's words fell, he saw Chasing Flower reveal a very seductive smile. Is that so? Then will you please go die? As Chasing Flower's words fell, she casually waved her hand, only to see a crack suddenly appear between the man's throat, and in an instant, blood soared wildly. Ah! The 4 living outlaws screamed in shock at Chasing Flower's hand. In the following seconds, all 5 of them quietly and silently fell to the ground. Chasing Flower's voice also disappeared. At the same time, Chu Yang also appeared in the nearby hotel holding Anna. Chu Yang, give it to me. Anna looked at the neighborhood and finally couldn't stand it anymore. She finished in a low voice and covered Chu Yang's fine and strong body. Early the next morning, Anna woke up from the chaos, and little clips of what happened last night began to play over and over in her mind. Her small face began to gradually redden. She was about to raise her hand to go to the bathroom in shame, when she realized that she was so weak that she couldn't even move a single finger. She really believed it. Chu Yang was really strong to the outrageous kind. After struggling to get up and wash up, Anna just sat on the sofa and heard the sound of the room door opening. Chu Yang slowly walked in carrying a food box, and after seeing Anna, he warmly said, "Hungry, right? Let's eat something to replenish your strength first." He was wearing a light brown casual suit today. His handsome features, sexy throat knot and the occasional dots of light red under his exposed collarbone were all silently stating the warmth of yesterday. Replenish your strength? Anna blushed lightly and pressed a sound, pretending to be calm as she received the food box handed over by Chu Yang. She opened it and realized that the food box was actually brought over from her own manor. Inside were Anna's favorite sandwiches and other breakfasts. Just smelling the smell made one's fingers tingle. Chu Yang, do you want to eat some too? Anna opened her mouth to take a bite of the sandwich before she remembered to ask Chu Yang. It's fine if you're full. Chu Yang looked at Anna who was eating, and the low huskiness of his voice made Anna blush a little. He had, last night, said the same thing. Cough. Then I'll eat by myself first. Anna counted as she ate quickly. Not long after, Anna elegantly wiped her mouth, and after putting the sweeping food box aside, she elegantly drank some water. Chu Yang saw that she had finished eating, and only then did he say in a low voice, "What are you going to do with Jones Kennedy? If you haven't thought about it, then hand him over to me. Early this morning, Chu Yang had chasing flower set Jones Kennedy up. As for that Ronnie, Chu Yang didn't give him a hard time and just put him in another room alone. It's all in your hands. Anna recalled all the things she had encountered yesterday. She couldn't help but clench her pink fists. As she said that, she unconsciously drank a mouthful of water to press down the riot within her heart. With that, Anna's figure turned around and fell into Chu Yang's arms. You're not alone anymore. So if there's anything in the future, talk to me. Chu Yang's low voice rang out. The maintenance and affection in his words made Anna's heart flutter greatly. She, in the future, would also be a woman who had someone to cherish. Well, it's all in your hands. Anna stretched out her hand and wrapped her arms around Chu Yang, and the cozy moment between the two began to gradually heat up at this second. In comparison, the Jones family's people were much more miserable. Under Chu Yang's rage, all of the Jones family's direct descendants who were still in the Eagle Kingdom were all arrested. Gracie, let us out. What exactly are you guys planning to do? The things that our Jones family relies on for survival are already gone. Why are you still arresting us? Where's Gracie? I'm the head of the Jones family. I want to talk to Gracie. Gracie grabbed us because of something. We can talk to him. The Jones family's people would have been walled off these days, even because of the turmoil in the mining industry. They had all been more or less suppressed by the opponents that they had offended in their normal lives. A group of people were like lost dogs. It was not easy to find a house that they could move into, but then they were put into this basement by Gracie's people in a single pot. Nearly 100 of the first family's children. That's one that hasn't been spared. In your current state of mourning, you are no longer worthy of negotiating with our boss. Who let Jones Kennedy offend our biggest boss? You as Jones Kennedy's former supporters. Who to arrest if not you? The person who spoke was Gracie's beloved. He was Gracie's explicit spokesman. Then can you guys let me contact Jones Kennedy? As long as I let Gracie let us go, okay? The one who spoke was the current family of the Jones family. Kleist, Kennedy's father. Whether to let you guys go or not, it depends on our boss's mood. But you guys don't worry. Our boss has a good heart, and will definitely let you guys meet with Kennedy again. Otherwise, how can I watch you guys dogfight? Gracie's beloved glanced coldly at everyone in the basement and turned to spill away. These rats of the Jones family have been making too much noise lately, and it took the brothers a lot of effort to capture these people. And there's quite a lot going on. After the beloved left, everyone in the Jones family all despaired. When was the last time you saw a person that was kind-hearted? Kennedy, that son of a bitch, in the end offended what kind of character? To say that Jones Kennedy offended characters, that is really not a lot. At present the first of them, should be under the Buddha, is still in the custody of the state of Ken. Ken, as a bartender, should have the guts but not weaker than many psychological quality. Otherwise, who dares to give Jones Kennedy that kind of mad dog's drink in the ghost? The smiling Buddha was about to board the ship and leave after handling everything within the Phelan country, only to see dozens of well-trained black-clothed men running methodically and quickly to the vicinity of the docked ship. And judging from their neatly organized footsteps, it was an exclusive team belonging to a certain person. In particular, those people also had a name badge on their right shoulder that belonged exclusively to Aubrey. Yo, Master Buddha. Long time no see nah. Wearing a trench coat and a black hat on his head, Aubrey greeted Master Smiling Buddha like an old acquaintance. The bodyguards of Master Buddha on the ship also all quickly pulled out their accompanying sidearms and aimed them at Aubrey's head. Aubrey still smiled at Master Smiling Buddha without changing his face, as if he didn't feel the dozen or so black holes of guns above his head. Can it really be like this? Smiling Buddha looked at the sudden appearance of Aubrey. His arm slightly raised and waved his hand at the rear. Put down the things. This is Mr. Aubrey, my old friend. The bodyguards on the deck sniffed and simply put their guns back on standby in a wary manner. That's a real pleasure. It turns out that in Master Buddha's heart, I can still rank as an old friend. Then I'll get right to the point. My big brother wants the man on your ship. Aubrey laughed aloud and swung his right hand in a vain circle, aiming it at Ken on the deck. Even though he didn't know exactly what this Ken had to offer, but if he could be favored by Master Buddha, then he was bound to be no ordinary person. You want Ken? Smiling Master Buddha raised his eyebrows, surprise written all over his chubby face, but he did not see any hint of displeasure. Ken, yes, that's him. Does the Buddha give or not? Aubrey rambled on. From his pocket, he took out his cell phone. The number on it, Master Buddha, is quite familiar. It is the private phone number of Gracie in the Eagle Kingdom. The person that Mr. Chu wants. Of course I have to give it. As a condition exchange, I want to know what is the significance of you dialing this phone number. Buddha smiled and waved to Ken in the distance, who obediently got off the boat, waiting for Ken to return to Aubrey's side. Only then did he hear Aubrey say in a faint voice, "It's nothing really. My big brother said that if Master Buddha doesn't give it to someone, he'll give you a new one for the land of your Eagle Kingdom and Phelan Kingdom." Smiling Buddha's smile stopped at this moment. His eyes rounded up to look at Aubrey, only to see Aubrey raise an unbridled smile. Looking at him he only felt very piercing. He had thought that Chu Yan was only a handful in the Phelan country, but he hadn't expected that Gracie of the Eagle country was also friends with him. If his forces in the Phelan country and the Eagle country were dealt a blow, he would be in trouble in the future. But it's just a bartender. It's naturally the best if Mr. Chu can like it, if it's convenient for Mr. Chu, he can go to the Goose country to have some fun later. Smiling Buddha said with a smile. The gesture of goodwill in his words was clear as day. Ken was still the first time he heard Master Smiling Buddha take the initiative to show goodwill to someone. He looked at Master Smiling Buddha with a shocked face. The other party also turned his head and smiled at him. Only this smile is cold, chilling. The Buddha would be truly stupid if he didn't realize that he had been put on the spot by Ken. If my big brother is free, he will definitely go over to sit down. At that time, Master Buddha can do more of the landlord's honor. Aubrey had absolute confidence in Chu Yang, and he pressed on with his dislike. Smiling Buddha answered yes, and slowly boarded the ship and left. After this mess with Aubrey, the Smiling Buddha's ship quickly sailed away. Once Master Buddha left, Aubrey's smile also instantly chilled. Let's go. I'll take you to meet my big brother. Aubrey spoke in a cold voice. The cold aura emanating from his body was appalling. Ken felt nothing about this and was even a little happy. The Smiling Buddha was notorious for squeezing people. He would be valued by the Buddha if he had utilization value. On the contrary, if he didn't have utilization value, he would be abandoned by the Smiling Buddha without mercy. Since this was the case, then why didn't Ken simply switch to another person? Therefore, he set his target on Chu Yang. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang had given him such a big surprise. Aubrey of the Phelan Kingdom and Gracie of the Eagle Kingdom were both very close to him. What else was there that he couldn't do? Ken thought as he did. And in his heart, he felt even more immensely grateful for his decision. Ken, right? I've heard about you. Known as the dreamlike wine killer who can turn people upside down with a glass of wine. I don't know why Big Brother values you, but if you dare to make any moves against my big brother, I promise to kill you the first time. Aubrey, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. After he finished speaking in a low voice, he turned around and got into a supercar. Ken's heart leapt even higher after hearing Aubrey's words. The person that even Aubrey admired so much was worth following. Don't worry, Mr. Aubrey, I won't betray General Manager Chu, Ken said in a warm voice to where Aubrey was, and again under the guidance of his bodyguards. He also followed into the back seat of a car. Half an hour later, Ken arrived at the villa where Aubrey was currently staying temporarily. A few hundred kilometers away near the villa was the location of Aubrey's private plane as well as the airport. Chu Yang had received a message from Gracie, who was planning to prepare for a flight to Eagle Country with Anna. As for Ken's message, he had received an anonymous message from Ken this morning. It could be said that Ken was the trigger before Jones Kennedy's madness, yet it was also the trigger that exposed Kennedy's actions in advance. Based on these 2 points, Chu Yang accepted Ken's defection. This is a fruit-determined black smart person. I was wondering who Ken really was. I didn't think it was you. Chu Yang sat in his seat, looking at the calm and unruffled Ken. A faint smile appeared on his face. Ken smiled and said in a warm voice, "It's normal that Mr. Chu didn't expect it. I'm just an ordinary bartender. If it wasn't for Master Buddha, I should still be busy in the bar right now." Ken's attitude was not humble. Chu Yang was very satisfied with this. It was as if he had found the true manager of Eagle Country Minerals. A person who dares to give Jones Kennedy a shake of violent spirits doesn't look like an ordinary bartender, let alone give Jones Kennedy a broken defection. Chu Yang didn't forget the mosaic thing that was sent on the cell phone. To say that the piece of ruthlessness, Ken put the word did achieve some kind of extreme. General Manager Chu has lifted me up, but what you can believe is that I will never betray you. I will be loyal to you and be the most loyal subordinate under you, Ken said respectfully and performed a salute to Chu Yang. This was an allegiance etiquette that was rarely seen within Phelan. Aubrey at the side was also a bit surprised. He really couldn't figure out why Ken would be so loyal to Chu Yang. Ken's words weren't bragging. It was just a pity that on the piece of being the most loyal, Ken really didn't count for much. Detected Ken bragging with the host. The system hereby turns Ken into the most loyal subordinate. Chu Yang listened to the system's beep, but was not much surprised by this. Then I'm looking forward to your performance. We're going to fly to the Eagle Kingdom for a few days. You go with me. Chu Yang looked deeply at Ken. Ken sniffed and also bowed very respectfully to Chu Yang. Ken's allegiance was only delayed for a while, and after Aubrey communicated with Gracie, the group departed. This time, the number of people on the private airplane was slightly larger. In addition to Chu Yang, Anna, and Ken, there was also a very concerning figure, Jones Kennedy. His injuries were not much better. and he was only roughly bandaged by Aubrey's men to ensure that this person would not die and arrive safely at his destination. To that end, there was an accompanying doctor on the private jet who was responsible for keeping him alive. It's you? Jones Kennedy's pupils shrank as he looked at the youth who had brought his food over. His eyes filled with fear. How could he not forget this person's appearance? The one who delivered the wine in the banquet was him. The one who brought people to cut his baby was still him. Now the moment Jones Kennedy saw Ken's face, he would break out in a cold sweat, and even a nameless fear and dread would rise. This man's face had already given Jones Kennedy a great psychological shadow. Mr. Jones, it turns out that General Manager Chu asked me to send food over for you? You look as if you don't seem to be in any serious trouble. You're still really strong. It seems that not hitting the anesthesia doesn't have any special effect on you. Do you want me to give you some more excitement? Ken saw Jones Kennedy and the light in his eyes went wide. Looking at him with a friendly look, Jones Kennedy screamed in shock. Ah, don't you come over here. Get away. Jones Kennedy was going crazy. How could he not expect that not only did he not take revenge on Chu Yang, but instead he was captured by him, and was also taken to the Eagle Kingdom by him, and also met Ken. The devil. If he had known this, he would have said nothing to retaliate against Chu Yang. Telling me not to go over there? It's too late. From the moment you cursed me, the hatred between us was knotted. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to tell you. Mr. Chu handed you over to me. From the moment I arrived in the Eagle Kingdom, I, Ken, am the person in charge of your Jones family's mining industry. Jones Kennedy, from now on we have a lot of time to play together. Can play together. Jones Kennedy, who was unable to move strenuously, almost didn't go crazy. This Ken was a lunatic. Just because he said one disgusting thing, he was so vindictive. No, get me out of here. Jones Kennedy struggled and fell to the ground. He waved his hands frantically and struggled to crawl in the direction of the door. Crawl for the master. You couldn't have climbed far on the plane anyway. Ken growled lowly and sat down boldly to watch the show. Jones Kennedy, who was frantically crawling outward, paused. When did he get on the plane? Ken, what the hell do you want? Jones Kennedy has always been arrogant and accustomed to. This is the first time he gave someone a lowly statement. This person it, always have revenge will be reported. Because you that point of shit, I almost give the smiling Buddha business. You say, what between us have a blood feud? Smiling Buddha? Jones Kennedy gave a cold shiver. But anyone who was looked upon by Master Buddha, which one was not thrown away when he had no more use for them? The light of his eyes looking at Ken still carried some surprise. He really couldn't figure out what this bartender was capable of. That he was even looked upon by the smiling Buddha. I didn't expect things to turn out like this either. Jones Kennedy reacted and hastily shrugged it off. This matter is also not me alone drinking. Chu Yang also drank. As Jones Kennedy's words fell, Ken's eyes suddenly turned cold. He quickly walked to Jones Kennedy and fiercely threw a slap out. You have quite a lot of guts. Even my boss dares to slander. Jones Kennedy was humiliated. This Nima. You also didn't say that you're now defecting to Chu Yang. I was in a coma before I got on the airplane, okay? No, I'm not slandering him. I just want to say. Jones Kennedy has not finished. Quas another slap over. What do you say? Don't explain. Explain is cover up. I'm not. I just want to say. Slap. Don't say anything. I don't want to hear your defense. I was wrong. Snap. You can't even apologize? Jones Kennedy. Why don't you just let me finish my sentence? Half an hour later, Ken exited the room where Jones Kennedy was being held in a refreshed state. He took 2 steps and suddenly paused to instruct the guarding brothers. I just saw that Jones Kennedy is in pretty good spirits, so let's give him 2 meals free for now. Jones Kennedy, who was beaten and swollen in the room, sniffled at the words. You casually excused yourself from beating me for half an hour and forget about it. The meal is still not given to eat. Still do not let people live. Jones Kennedy did not hold back. The pathos of crying out. Watching the 2 brothers listening to Jones Kennedy vaguely transmitted voice. The 2 looked at each other. The physical quality of Jones Kennedy secretly admire. Baby are cut. Beaten by Ken for half an hour still have the strength to cry. Really admirable. I heard that because of Mr. Chu. Our side of the chef are arranged very powerful chef. Withholding Jones Kennedy's lunchbox is just right. Let's add food. Or you're smart. Brother, let's arrange it like this. Jones Kennedy forgot to even cry after hearing the 2 men. The 2 of them are devils, aren't they? Can you avoid people when you talk? He can hear you. The airplane landed in Eagle Country 3 hours later. This time, it was Gracie who personally came to greet the people, and even the attendants were arranged according to Gracie's current highest specifications. Young master, welcome to Eagle Country. I have arranged a villa to receive you in MS. Anna, Gracie took out 100% of his respect after seeing Chu Young. Ken and Jones Kennedy, who was being held up, both showed shocked expressions when they saw this scene. They had thought that the relationship between Chu Young and Gracie was just shallow. Unexpectedly, the relationship between the two was actually a superior-subordinate relationship. After Ken's eyes flashed with surprise, there was a burst of ecstasy. Chu Yang had already arranged for him to accept the Jones family's mining industry as well as all the side businesses. He originally had a headache of how to deal with a character like Gracie. Chu Yang's relationship with Gracie could completely allow himself to live like a fish in water in the Eagle Kingdom. For a while, Ken's mind came up with a lot of good plans that could be implemented. Compared to Ken, Jones Kennedy's expression at the moment was enough to be described as ashen. Even a character like Gracie was Chu Yang's subordinate. What chance did he have to live, waiting for the clansmen to save him? Jones Kennedy no longer had the luxury of that possibility. Well, right Gracie, let me introduce you. This is Ken. In the future he will be in charge of the Jones clan's mining industry and all the side businesses. You look after it. Chu Yang nodded and pointed to Ken on one side. Okay, young master. Gracie heard Chu Yang's words and gave a slight nod to Ken on the side. Ken also respectfully gave him a salute in return. Young master, what do you plan to do with Jones Kennedy? I've already arrested all of the Jones family. If you agree, I intend to let them meet. Gracie deliberately lagged behind Chu Yang by half a step. He spoke respectfully as he walked, and Ken on the side sniffed and a good plan suddenly came to his mind. Young master, I think we can let them meet. If possible, I also want to meet the family head of the Jones family of the Sunset. There are some old matters I want to talk to him about. Ken also walked briskly to Chu Yang's side and said in a low voice. Chu Yang looked at his two henchmen, always feeling that these two had something else in mind. The Eagle Kingdom is Gracie's territory, just as long as he agrees. Ken immediately smiled after hearing Chu Yang's words. Gracie looked at Ken's smile and laughed with equal joy. At this moment, he and Ken reached a consensus through a look. That night, Gracie and Ken brought Jones Kennedy to the basement. The basement that held more than 100 Jones family members was not washed for several days. The smell of sweat and other smells were mixed together, smelling very smoky. Jones Kennedy's appearance also made a crowd of Jones family people overjoyed. Kennedy, are you here to save us? Kennedy, quickly save us out. This group of people is too much of an asshole. Vomit. I haven't showered in days, and I've been relieving myself in the toilets around here. All the food I've eaten has been whooshed. I've had a stomach upset for 2 days recently, and they won't give me any medicine. I feel like I have a fever. The Jones family began to frantically spout off about some of the things the guards had done and what had happened to them in the past few days. Unbeknownst to them, Jones Kennedy, who they thought was their savior, even revealed a heartbroken expression. Just your encounters count for nothing. My baby was cut and starved for 2 meals. Did I speak up? Jones Kennedy, hurry up and get in there and reunite with your families as well. While you're chatting, I'd like to talk to Mr. Gracie about a follow-up as well. Ken skinned his face and kicked Jones Kennedy in the ass. Caught off guard, Jones Kennedy forked both feet and instantly snot. Zut! You baby haven't been cut, you don't know what it means to have sore balls. Aha! Jones Kennedy's heart inside the madness shrieked out. The anger value is more explosive. After hearing Ken's words, the people of the Jones family were shocked in their hearts. What, Kennedy, you were also caught in? Do you realize that our family is gone? All of the family's side businesses have been wiped out by Gracie as well. The first family has been arrested. The Jones family's first family members pieced together the recent events in the family as you spoke. Jones Kennedy wanted to cry even more after hearing this. These count for nothing. This is not as important as my baby. My baby's gone too. Ken, let's talk somewhere else. I think it'll take a while if Jones Kennedy and the others catch up. Gracie looked at the group of Jones family first cousins surrounding Jones Kennedy with amusement in his eyes, but he wasn't interested in watching this group dogfight. He had to deal with Ken specifically to avoid subsequent unnecessary conflicts within the homeland. Most importantly, if he wasn't mistaken, Ken's target was most likely these people from the Jones family. If he remembered correctly, the Jones family's mining industry was a very exploitative place. These people of the Jones family had even learned the bad face of capitalism to the 10th degree. In this way, Gracie's mind suddenly surfaced an idea. No, Ken intends to let all the Jones family line born in the aristocracy to arrange to dig mines, right? Gracie and Ken came to a large hall. The two sat opposite each other. Ken, as a bartender, surprisingly had an aura that did not belong to Gracie at all. Introduce myself. I'm Ken. I'll take over all the Jones family's industries in the future. I've long heard of Mr. Gracie's name. I didn't think I'd have the chance to work with you. The servants under Gracie brought an open bottle of champagne and 2 wine glasses at the right time. Ken had the good sense to pick up the glasses and bottle, personally refilling them and respectfully handing over the wine to Gracie. Gracie smiled without saying a word and took the glass Ken handed him. and it wasn't until Ken was also holding a glass that he smiled lightly and said, "Mr. Ken is a smart man, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Without further ado, what are you going to do about the belonging of Jones Kennedy and his family?" Gracie said in a single voice. Ken smiled slightly and said, "I also asked Mr. Gracie to send out some people to maintain order for me at that time. I want to arrange Jones Kennedy and the others into its mining industry. As far as I know, the Jones family's bullying has made the people in the mining industry sector hate them, and for these people with their eyes above the ground, I think this is the best punishment. Of course, I'd also like to beg Mr. Gracie for a stun ring that won't let them escape." Gracie chuckled, feeling very appreciative of Ken's words. Sure enough, this one was right up his alley. "I can set you up with all that you said. However, if I find out that you have betrayed the young master, what you have now, I can also make him turn into nothingness." Gracie agreed to this with a big wave of his hand, and his subsequent words caused Ken to faintly stare. Ken raised his glass and murmured to Gracie, "Coincidentally, Mr. Gracie, I feel the same way." Gracie clinked her glass with Ken's, and the two of them smiled at each other in agreement. In the basement below the hall, on the other hand, the scene was less harmonious. Is it true what they say? Just because you, this idiot, offended Chu Young, you made our family lose everything. The side business is also because of you? It's no big deal for your baby to be gutted. Your father has so many sons, you're the only one missing? Under the slight disclosure of Gracie's people, what should have been a joyful meeting with a beautiful and joyful meeting turned into the Jones family's people unilaterally beating up Jones Kennedy. Dozens of people bludgeoned him from mind to body, making Jones Kennedy let out a cry of grief. He had thought that he was at least a little bit of status in his own old man. Now this little status is not worthy of awe. The Jones family's first family took turns walking Jones Kennedy for up to an hour before finally deciding to take a break. The reason for this is mainly because there is no meal at night. They were prone to hunger if they were physically overworked. The Jones family members who had been locked up for a few days had learned how to live well. In the not-so-large basement, only the intermittent huffing of Jones Kennedy could be heard. It was this sound that Ken heard when he came into the basement again. He coolly said to Jones Kennedy, "Don't be in a hurry to cry. It's useless to cry. I've already discussed with Mr. Gracie. From now on, you guys are under my control." Ken's reappearance also caused the Jones family to reveal a look of horror. "Who are you? Who are you to say that you are in charge of us? Let us out. I don't want to go with this person." The Jones family's people finally felt scared after hearing Ken's words. An unknown Ken scared them more than a character like Gracie. "Ni-ha, my name is Ken. I am the controller of the Jones family and all of its side businesses from now on. And by the way, your family's mining industry has now been received into my hands." "What? Then what does he want us to do?" The Jones family's people instantly panicked. Countless terrifying scenarios came to their minds. However, Ken, who had given them fear, drifted away after saying that. Jones family, "Hey Ken, are you the devil? Why don't you tell us what you're planning to do to us?" Because of Ken's words, the Jones family was worried and frightened for a night. By the time they were escorted to the mine on the next day, everyone had a sleep-deprived look. That was like a scared bird, looking at the crowd of miners who had been squeezed and excited. Isn't this that what's his name Jones family? That effeminate person I've seen before is the heir of this family. How did they get captured? It can't be that they're coming to be absentees like us, right? Shoo, keep your voices down. You guys, see that guy? That's Gracie. Gracie and Ken, surrounded by their men, arrived on the Jones family's mine. Underneath the minefield was a crowd of absentee workers who had heard the call to come and rally over. Ahem, let me introduce myself. I am Ken, and the current manager of this mine. This group of people underneath are the previous manager. They offended my boss, so I specially borrowed some manpower from Mr. Gracie to watch over these people. They are, from now on, companions with you. Our companions? Ha ha ha, damn, these sons of bitches have their day. Bravo, long live Mr. Ken. As long as Mr. Ken lets them go down the mine, I'll definitely work hard for Mr. Ken. Over the years, how many people have died? How much blood has been shed? And how many protests have occurred in the mines? All because of who? The Jones family. Many people here became inhuman under the exploitation of the Jones family, but for the sake of their wives, children, family members, they endured their own pain. For the damned Jones family to sell their lives. Who would have thought that the lofty Jones family would fall into the mortal world? The moment Ken proclaimed the Jones family to become a companion, Ken's identity as a new manager was immediately recognized by all the miners. But how can mere recognition be enough? Ken's ambition didn't stop there. What he wanted to do was to make a name for himself throughout the Eagle Kingdom. He wanted to become a character that would make a character like the smiling Buddha scornful of what he heard. Ken got up and stood in front of the miners. looking down at the people underneath, and raised his arms. I know that the Jones family has exploited all of you very badly over the years, and my boss, Mr. Chu Yangchu, felt very distressed after hearing about what happened. So Mr. Chu decided to double your treatment, and will also raise a better standard of living for you one after another for the duration of our management. Ken's words hit everyone straight in the heart. The salary increase they had dreamed of had just materialized? A better standard of living could also be raised? At this moment, the miners felt supreme awe, respect as well as admiration for Chu Yang, whom they had never met. Without Mr. Chu, there would be no Ken to come and manage this place. Mr. Chu Yangchu would be the supreme god in the hearts of their absentee workers. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Mr. Chu. The miners' voices of gratitude rose higher and higher like waves. Ken, who was standing high above, looked at the people below, and a pleasant smile also spread out from the corners of his lips. Gracie, standing at the side, was a little surprised that Ken would think of using such a method to collect people's hearts. It was no wonder that Chu Yang would look at him. He secretly nodded with satisfaction. However, he heard Ken raise his voice again and said, "Of course, under Mr. Chu's wise leadership, I have also heard of the Jones family's previous evil deeds, so the two benefits that I have just enacted have nothing to do with the Jones family's direct line. The above is all I have to say. If there's nothing else, everyone can be dismissed." Ken had always been an executioner. His thunder and lightning also gave Gracie a feeling of sympathy. Gracie believed that he would be an excellent partner with Ken in the future, if he didn't betray Chu Yang. Bravo! Long live Mr. Chu! Many thanks to Mr. Ken. Loud cheers resounded among the miners once again. Compared to the pleasant cheers of the miners, the expressions of the Jones family's direct descendants were as terrified as they could be. What? I'm going to be sent to mine in the future? I don't want to. Let me out, let me out. Ah, Mom, I want to go home. I'm the heir of the Jones family. I don't want to be some miner in this hellhole. The Jones family's first cousins all went crazy after hearing Ken's words. After waiting all night, their spirit's critical point has arrived. They can no longer bear it, and started to run away. What the Jones family didn't notice was that Gracie and Ken on the platform were showing great interest. They looked like bystanders as they watched the fleeing Jones family members suddenly fall to the ground in convulsions when they fled nearly 100 meters away. What's going on here? The Jones family's people don't have any diseases, do they? So scary. Ha ha ha. Retribution. Deserved. Among the miners, some were scared, some were surprised, and some applauded in celebration. Some even noticed the handcuffs worn on the hands of the Jones family's first cousins. Ah, I forgot to tell you guys. The handcuffs you're wearing on your hands. This is a special device that I purchased with Mr. Gracie at a high price. As long as you are 300 meters away from the device, you'll be released from an electric shock. The strength of the electric shock depends on the length of the distance you run. The farther you run, the more it hurts. If you don't believe me, look at Jones Kennedy, Ken said as he pointed ahead. The physically disabled Jones Kennedy is an absolutely ruthless person. Recovery are not recovered well. Running faster than a rabbit. This is not, now breakdancing quite well. I was wrong. Please spare us. I'll never run away again. I won't run away either. The Jones family's direct descendants had suffered this kind of pain there, and one by one, they surrendered their weapons after holding out for less than 3 minutes. The Jones Kennedy who ran the farthest was even too electrified to speak. Ken lighted him, and signaled a group of loyal subordinates he recruited. One of them, carrying a wooden stick, walked to the side of Jones Kennedy and swung out viciously. Directly knocked Jones Kennedy back a dozen steps. Damn it! Between Jones Kennedy's convulsions, he didn't forget to curse and swear. Ken looked at such Jones Kennedy, and a low chuckle spilled out from the corner of his lips. By the way, people of the Jones family, I forgot to tell you, originally I didn't intend to give you such a bad treatment. If it wasn't Jones Kennedy who disrespected me greatly before, I wouldn't have made this choice. If you want to hate, you guys just hate him. Ken finished his speech and left the mine, one after the other, along with Gracie. Gracie was a background plate, but it was very enjoyable to watch. Originally, this kind of mine is a small society. Through will come out some big fish eat small fish eat shrimp drama. The appearance of the Jones family will let the miners unanimously, so that the Jones family's first degree suffer all the pain will also let the miners to Ken thankful. And the Jones family first degree hatred will be because of Ken's words. The original is the Jones family Jones Kennedy punching and kicking. In this way, I am afraid that the position of the Jones family in the mine will be very bad. From now on, there really is no Jones family in this world. Ken is a character. At this time, Gracie had thought that he had seen Ken's ability. However, When Ken really took control of all of the Jones family's industries, only then did he realize how ruthless and unique Chu Yang's gaze was. Mr. Gracie, these next few days, I'm afraid I still need your support. Many of the people under the hands of the Jones family are not honest. I'm a relatively timid person. In order to prevent being retaliated against for no good reason, can you please lend me some manpower? Ken and Gracie were walking one after the other, and Ken looked like he remembered something. He finished with a faint smile, and the corners of the mouths of the group of bodyguards following Ken twitched in unison. Mr. Ken, with your current stance, you're saying you're timid? Yes. Gracie was very interested in Ken's actions. He had a hunch that Ken's actions would definitely not disappoint him. It was because Ken was Chu Yang's chosen one. Eugene, from today onwards you will take 100 brothers and be responsible for protecting Mr. Ken's safety as well as following his arrangements. Eugene was one of Gracie's right-hand men. At the same time, Eugene was also a very outstanding henchman. With him around, a lot of things could be done very beautifully for Ken. Ken had obviously done relevant investigations on Gracie, and after he heard that Gracie had transferred Eugene to him, he was surprised and then revealed a delighted smile on his face. Thank you, Mr. Gracie. Eugene, please teach me more in the future. Ken's smile made Eugene's original somewhat reluctant mind instantly fade. He had never seen a superior so happy because of a subordinate. Inexplicably, the corner of Eugene's lips unconsciously sketched out a smile that he himself could not notice, because Gracie had other business. After arranging Eugene to Ken, Gracie left. After separating from Gracie, Ken also began to take over the Jones family's industry in the Eagle Kingdom in a thunderous manner. Jones family headquarters. Ken with Eugene's sudden appearance, but also let the original some of the Jones family's old part of the stupid, because Ken is really too young. They even doubted if such a person could manage the company well. Mr. Ken, have you ever had experience in managing a company before? Mr. Ken, I have a very good nephew. Do you want to recruit him? Mr. Ken. The old members of the Jones family had made up their minds to get some benefits from the company after it found a takeover, especially after they saw Ken's young looks. This idea arrived at its peak. Eugene glanced at the greedy old men with a casual ease, and a flash of mockery passed through his eyes. These people were all fooled by Ken's young looks. Otherwise, how could they have easily messed with Ken, who made Jones Kennedy suffer so much? Ah, so, all of you are still here? Rather, it's my fault. Eugene, notify the personnel department and security for me, and have them send all these people away. Ken sat on the office chair, his legs folded in front of the desk, the words that came out of his mouth, but it made all the old parts of the Jones family angry. Call you a Mr. Ken, that is to lift you. Know how much we have contributed to the company? Without us, you are nothing. Young man, I advise you not to get too carried away. The Jones family's old men relied on their seniority to rely on Ken's face, wanting to use this to scare Ken off. Ken, indifferent, to pull out his ears, faced some impatience. Aside of the Eugene see this, silently from the pocket took out the gun. You want to repeat just words? Jones family's old division. Are all the young people nowadays so unreasonable? Is it your style to pull out your guns at the drop of a hat? The old ministries were going crazy. What drove them even more crazy were Ken's next words. The reason I'm sending you away is for your own good, because I just had someone submit information about your crimes, and without any surprises, you still have 10 minutes to escape. As Ken's words trailed off, an alarm beeped from all of them in unison. Fark, the old parts of the Jones family couldn't be bothered to curse, and with a light cursing of the cold, they hurriedly ran away. What personnel department? What security guards? Now it's all a fart. And this kind of scene, but not only is the Jones Group this company, all that can get the company. In 3 days, keep repeating hi, these dramas are staged. 3 days later, the upper class groups and many entrepreneurs in the Eagle Kingdom found out that the Jones family had changed its name. Hello ladies and gentlemen. First time meeting, I am Ken. I am now officially announcing that the Jones Group has officially changed its name to Chu's Group. The president is General Manager Chu Yan Chu, and I am the executive president of Chu's Group. Ken. After one of Ken's public messages was sent out, the Eagle Kingdom Chu's Group also released a public statement. It confirmed the authenticity of what Ken said. Once this news appeared, it immediately drew people from the upper class levels of the Eagle Kingdom to scramble to check it out. Jones family is so gone? The Jones family's mining industry changed hands. The Jones family's side business was struck before. I thought it was Gracie who couldn't stand them, but now it seems that it was Mr. Chu who did it. General Manager Chu is no longer satisfied with Phelan Country? Quite a few tycoons had changed their names after learning that the Jones family had changed their name to Chu Yang's name had all changed color. This was simply a family name change maniac. Nah. Look at Desan, Anna, and then look at Jones Kennedy. Which of these people are not before the famous party characters? Suddenly, the family business, not to say, but also all changed into Chu's group. In just a few hours, Chu Yang's name in the Eagle Kingdom has become a thunderclap. The Eagle Kingdom's Chu's group has also received a number of forces to show their goodwill, and Ken's name, also in the huge Eagle country completely famous, became the identity of the Eagle country mysterious and cannot be offended side of the new nobility. For this kind of public change in Ken, the one who was most pleased was Gracie. Ken's talent was unquestionable. His existence had also invariably expanded Gracie's power. Of course, the expansion of Gracie's power also moved a lot of the cake that the big shots were supposed to get. For example, the Smiling Buddha master whom Ken had met before. Smiling Buddha is very satisfied with Ken. He was originally thinking of using this to get a person who was good at bartending as the signboard of his newly opened bar, but he never expected that Ken not only set him up, but also had the ability to change the power of the Eagle Kingdom. Now Ken has become the newest member of the Eagle Kingdom. He wants to move Ken. It will not be so easy. Received the news of the Smiling Buddha master is still full of smiles. As for how much remorse regret component within, it is unknown. Master Buddha is not well. Smiling Buddha master was still having a headache over Ken's matter. When he suddenly heard the people underneath calling out like this again, the temperature of his smile gradually iced over. What happened again? Master Buddha is the mining industry previously managed under our banner. Ken utilized the Jones family's previous mining industry and suppressed our mining industry. Now our orders are missing at least a large portion. The reporting henchman said. His expression was still a little hesitant. He raised his eyes to look at the Buddha not far away, and then opened his mouth. Ken also let someone bring you a sentence. He said. That word seems to be too much treason. The men did half a day of psychological construction. Still do not dare to open their mouths easily. What did he say? Smiling Buddha asked in a cold voice. The iconic smile on his face finally disappeared. Ken said. Master Buddha, I'll take your mineral order with a smile. This way we'll be clear. Too clear my ass. He hadn't even brought the people back, and the mineral industry had lost a large portion of it first. Damn Ken, I'm going to make you pay. You go and check first. Between Gracie and Chu's group Chu general manager. What exactly is the relationship? Despite the fact that the Buddha's heart was already burning with rage, he still forcefully suppressed his anger and commanded his subordinates. The subordinates retrieved a life, did not dare to put a fart and left. Just when Master Buddha's people were still investigating the relationship between Chu Yang and Gracie, the news of Chu's group being founded in Eagle Country also reached the country. The microblogging is even after the statement of Chu's group in Eagle Country. It was immediately transferred to the microblogging by the Big V, and was topped on the hot search. Why don't you say Chu God is bullish? A trip to the Eagle Country, and opened another group. Chu's group, I have a small goal. I want the whole world to have my branch. Chushin 666. Opened another group at the drop of a hat. Moo. It'll be great when I have this kind of capital. It's really worthy of being Mr. Chu. The broadness of opening a group at the drop of a hat really makes people love and hate. The world owes me a boyfriend like Chu God. After the Eagle Kingdom Chu Group's statement was made public, it also caused a great uproar within China. Who did not expect Chu Yan went to the Eagle Country directly put in the Eagle Country opened a branch of Chu's group. Carefully counting, the branch of the French Lanzhou country opened only how long? Chu Yang's financial strength had not been too shocking. Then again, what exactly did Mr. Chu go to Eagle Country for? It wouldn't be that he acquired someone's company and renamed it directly, right? An old fan who had been following Chu Yang for a long time was instantly liked by countless people after these words, and in less than a minute's work, the likes suddenly broke 10,000. Crap. Unknown. I also feel that there's a high probability that Mr. Chu is doing this. Looking back at the Chu's group in Phelan Country, I deeply think, brothers, quickly go with me to pick it up. Ali gives. I feel like I can do it again. I'm going to check it out too. I always feel like I can make something big this time. The netizens opened up some deep pickpocketing under the speculation of the old fans. And this deep pickpocketing also let them pick out something extraordinary. The former company of the Eagle Kingdom Chu's group. Is the Jones group? Hot a big group on the name change? Chu God deserves to be Chu God. As long as you look at you have to be cool. Chushin, the sky is cool. Jones group is going bankrupt. After the sand sculpture netizens raked up the Jones group, they added another layer of envy and awe to Chu Yang. Such a large industry had been acquired by Chu Yang. Then how powerful must Chu Yang's own property be? However, this matter didn't end. Because Chu's total industry was exposed today, a heavy news was suddenly issued. From today onwards, I solemnly announce that our Chu God's family has a mine, whether it's a gold mine, a silver mine or an iron mine. Mr. Chu's family has it all. Incidentally, I'll show you the high-profile representative of the president of the Chu Group in the Eagle Kingdom, Mr. Ken. Mr. Ken holds the mining industry. shopping malls, etc. in the Eagle Kingdom. And the current market value of the Eagle Kingdom Choose Group is estimated to be over $100 billion. This Nima is the family really has mines. Look at the gold mine and silver mine and iron mine listed by others. Casually throwing one out can make people salivate. And not only minerals, there are shopping malls. After this and so on is written very wonderful. In other words, Chu General's industry today exposed? This Big V himself is not sure how many other industries the Eagle Kingdom Choose Group has. Trenchless nah. Oh, envious. When can I brag to someone than say that my family has mines? Dig trough. Mr. Can this face value? My screen can lick flowers for him. Chu Godman ruthless words not much. Said to give you acquisition. People in the Eagle country. Just cast a resume. No accident. In 2 days I am Mr. Ken's employees. I just want to know which mole the blogger is talking about. Begging for exposure. I want to go bye. Money or not is not the point. The point is that I'm extraordinarily curious about everything about the Chu God. The establishment of the Eagle Kingdom Choose Group and the exposure of the Chu General's industry today exposure made the news of Choose Group quickly spread throughout the entire Chinese network. Quite a few reporters who heard the news vigorously sent out circulars to Choose Group as a blow. This is not. After receiving the news, Qin Mu and the network after seeing the news nimbly sent a message to the Magic City Big Young Group. Gu. Chu Xiao is Chu Xiao. Look, Choose Group has opened another branch. Qin Mu's wave of operation could not be described as not flirty. He directly blew out all the great young men who were originally busy working. I'll go. Chu Xiao how Bao has gotten to this point. The Jones Group was even given a buyout? Until now my family didn't even have a mine. Excitement. I just arrived in Eagle Country. Chu Xiao sent me the performance to come. I will contact him. I also have related business in Eagle Country. Can Chu Xiao disclose the specific project? Please cooperate. Magic City's great young men in the hands of cooperation can easily be 10 million hundreds of millions of dollars. Said what begged for cooperation is also a mutually beneficial situation. Welcome to come to Eagle Country to play and cooperate. Chu Yang casually took a picture of the scenery and sent it to the Magic City's great young group. After that, Chu Yang wasn't looking at it. And he didn't notice that the great youngsters of the Magic City Great Youngsters Group were being shocked by Anna's existence. Good lord. That woman next to Chu Yang is Anna. I only have my male assistant when I travel. Envy and jealousy nah. Chu Xiao is the most dashing of our great young men. Envy +1. The great young men fell into silence again after a burst of envy in blowing water. It couldn't be helped. The road to inheriting the family business was always hectic. And not everyone could be a shirker like Mr. Chu. Thinking of this, the great young men sighed again. Forget it, can't think about it. The more they think about it, the more envious they become. Waiting for the news to spread once more. The entire Magic City knew the news of Chu Yang's acquisition of the Jones family and the establishment of Choose Group instead. Magic City's Choose Group how to establish. The rich and powerful still remember. In the blink of an eye. The establishment of the Choose Group in Phelan Country and the establishment of the Choose Group in Eagle Country also allowed them to see Chu Yang's strong financial power. It seems that in the future, we need to cooperate more deeply with the Chu Group. In the upper class, quite a few tycoons were thinking in unison. Chu Yang, who did not yet know that he was being watched, was listening to Ken's report on the recent developments of the Eagle Kingdom's Chu Group. Young master, this is all of the Jones family's previous sources of income. Ken, who finished his report, respectfully summarized to Chu Yang. Chu Yang flipped through the pages at a glance for about 10 minutes and suddenly his hand gave a beat. The recent output from the gold mine should be quite good. Chu Yang stared at the document in his hand and inquired to Ken. Ken nodded. Yes, young master. The recent output has indeed risen. After all, the Jones family's direct line is all there. In order to be able to pull enough hate value, he also specially spread out that 100 or so direct line to various fields, and also arranged for a special person to make a report. If I had to use one word to describe it, it would be miserable. How poorly the Jones family had done before. There were as many people who hated them with a passion. Being beaten and bullied were commonplace. Then you find someone to arrange for a designer to make 2 women's gold necklaces that are unique in the world. I want to give them away. Ken's mind was clear. This was to be given to the 2 young ladies, right? Okay, young master. I'll go down and make arrangements. Chu Yang finished flipping through the documents provided by Ken and finally nodded with satisfaction. Ken's ability was above his expectations. He could definitely stabilize the position of the president of the Eagle Kingdom Chu Group. Well done. Just continue to do a good job. You can contact me anytime if you have any problems. In addition, you find some more bodyguards. This section of Eagle Country is not very safe. Chu Yang, who had finished flipping through the documents, was clear in his heart. In the future, if Choose Group wanted to expand its territory, it would inevitably move the cake in some people's hands. What would happen at that time? No one could say. Okay, young master. Ken was thrilled by Chu Yang's sudden caring hole. Well, right. Keep the necklace a secret beforehand. When the design is drawn up, send it to me first. Chu Yang's vision was high, but he had no intention of doing it himself. He just wanted to give Dai Shan and Anna a special gift on a whim. If he really wanted to make it special, he planned to put more effort into the wedding dress design and wedding ring. Girls seemed to be quite attentive to the details of the wedding. Chu Yang pondered a little, and decided to find some time to look for some books to see what details girls pay attention to, and then he unified the arrangements. Anna now does not have anything to be busy, so her time is slightly free. Just professional instincts. Anna still inspected a round of Eagle Kingdom's choose group in the name of shopping. She happened to have just come up when she ran into Chu Yang coming out. Finished with your work? Anna was a little delighted and a little shy to see Chu Yang. During the 3 days that Ken was busy, she and Chu Yang had also been ridiculous for 3 days. This man's stamina was excessively good. She was somewhat empathetic to what Dai Shan had confessed to her earlier. Well, after being busy, do you have any plans? Chu Yang inquired Anna in a low, hoarse voice. The voice caused Anna to involuntarily conjure up several clips in her mind from different locations in the hotel. It's still quite early today. Why don't we go shopping? Anna shook her head and said warmly to Chu Yang. Shopping? Chu Yang was somewhat surprised, but she saw a rarely seen satisfied smile on Anna's face. Yes. I've been working for the group since I was a kid, and I rarely go out shopping. Although I have quite a few luxuries, the number of times I've gone shopping can be counted on dozens of fingers. As a female president, there was actually very little private time. Don't look at the president to participate in quite a lot of banquets. Sit in the position also opulent. In fact, the heartache only they themselves know. Seeing that the weather outside is quite nice, why don't we go shopping today? But when you say that, I do think that it's also time to find someone to take over your position. The president's work is indeed quite busy. Hearing Anna's words, Chu Yang couldn't help but think of Dai Shanshan. Since taking up the job of financial director, Dai Shanshan's working hours had been significantly reduced. Her efficiency had been significantly improved, and her entire mental state had become a little better. Chu Yang's money was now quite a lot. There was no need to make his woman so tired. Finding someone to take over my position? Then what am I doing? Anna was a little surprised. She had been busy with the group since she became an adult. And for a moment, Anna was confused. Well, it depends on you. If you want to take a position in the company, you can do the same as Shan. Be the financial director. Less workload, and you can also control the group's economy for me. Chu Yang smiled faintly as he held Anna's hand and walked out. The smile at the corner of Anna's lips gradually widened. Really? That's quite interesting. What if I want to invest? It's fine if you want to invest. Or it's not bad to go out and travel. Like this trip to Eagle Country. What do you say you bring something fun for Shan? Anna's eyes lit up. That's a really good idea. Chu Yang and Anna rode the Mercedes-Benz to the vicinity of the more famous streets in Eagle Country. On the street where people came and went, Chu Yang and Anna walked hand in hand on the street like an ordinary couple, receiving the attention of passers-by. The high-color couple also received frequent attention from many passers-by. Wow, what a handsome Oriental. That pretty girl is nice too. I envy this couple for being so sweet. Fark, what are you looking at? Am I unattractive? The voices of the passers-by reached Chu Yang's ears one after another. Anna covered her lips as she looked at the man who was being beaten up by his girlfriend, only feeling that everything was extraordinarily new. Anna, who had followed Chu Yang around the streets for a while, was suddenly a little confused again. She came with Chu Yang this time thinking that it was just a business trip, so she didn't make that many prior arrangements. Most of the gifts she had given out before had been prepared beforehand, but this time was different. She was planning to give Shanshan a gift. Then again, does the Eagle Kingdom have any specialties? Will Shanshan like the gift I bought her? The things hadn't been sent out yet. Anna, the gift giver, was nervous first. Chu Yang was a bit helpless. He pointed to the building not far away and said, then let's go there and take a look. Anna followed Chu Yang's pointing and let her eyes look, and immediately brightened up. Whiskey? The Eagle Kingdom's whiskey was the most prestigious in the world. Anyway, she wasn't short of money. Buy some more to go back. There was always one that Dai Shan liked. Right? Anna, who had made up her mind, quickly let go. She brought Chu Yang to buy a lot of things. Whiskey and sherry, and some good-looking knives and forks, well-made plates and other silverware love. Even she also bought some live ceramics look good. Then Anna also browsed around the black tea spots and bought the local specialty black tea. In the course of an afternoon, her loot could be said to be full of harvest. Chu Yang, there are always some of these things that Shanshan likes, right? Anna, who had been shopping for the whole afternoon, had a happy smile spreading at the corners of her lips. That heartfelt smile revealed the innocence and joy that only belonged to a girl in her 20s. Chu Yang rubbed Anna's soft hair and said in a warm voice, she will like all of them. from the moment she chose you. It's enough to prove her trust in you. Anna was slightly stunned. When she was about to speak, she heard Chu Yang slightly lower his head. His lips stabilized her lips. Many passers-by also frequently glanced sideways at the couple's passionate kiss, showing envious gazes from time to time. Anna, you're so beautiful when you smile. Chu Yang spoke to Anna in a low, husky voice. Anna's pretty face blushed. You're also very handsome. Ha 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 ha. The little girl will be shy. Chu Yang's basso profundo laugh was very nice, crisp and full of people sinking. Anna couldn't help but think, it's so good to be with Chu Yang. It's so good to be an ordinary person. Today is my happiest day. Let's go. Little girl, let's go home. Just when Anna was out of her mind, Chu Yang's big hand pulled Anna's small hand and started to return to the original path. Anna was in a trance in that she felt that this road was her road to future happiness. Chu Yang and Anna stayed in the Eagle country for a few days and then returned to China. Anna was still a little nervous when she came outside Chu Yang's villa. Her identity was completely different from before. Anna came? It's been a while since I've seen you. I really missed you a bit. Dai Shanshan didn't know when she arrived outside the villa's main door. Her cordial attitude was the same as the one she had in the Phelan kingdom. It hadn't changed in the slightest. Shanshan. Anna's heart warmed slightly, and when she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Dai Shanshan. Anna, there is what whisper we will say in a while. Chu Yang, I want to talk to Anna alone for a while. You are not allowed to eavesdrop. Just play downstairs. Right. Qin Mu came to find you, specifically because of what is not known. Do you want to go over a trip? Dai Shanshan stepped down as president after some less thunder and lightning. The flavor between the eyebrows to see Chu Yang some heart itchy. However, Chu Yang still knows how to behave. He knows that there are still a lot of things to say between Anna and Dai Shanshan, so he wisely went to Qin Mu's villa. Qin Mu looked at the sudden arrival of Chu Yang and wiped his eyes on the spot. Gu I go. Chu Xiao. You've come back from this wave? Where are you going next time? Going to Goose Country or where? Bring me one? Recently, Qin Mu, who was eating melons, was eating what he called an exciting news after news. He ate non-stop, and even the way he looked at Chu Yang didn't look like a person anymore. I'm not going anywhere next. If there are no accidents, my future center of gravity will be in China. Qin Mu froze, not even going out to wave in the future? Chu Yang's financial strength was obvious to all. Chu Yang suddenly said this. The cat's mealy-mouthness inside could be huge. Well, don't go out to wave. Chu's group already has in 3 countries, but the domestic is still relatively small, compared to foreign countries. In the domestic more open a few is not better? Qin Mu were shocked. Chu Yang you can be a person. Domestic is so big place. You Chu's group opened down. Qin Mu thought carefully. Seems to be no harm. Seems also okay. Chu Yang was shocked by Qin Mu's words. You really caught people off guard with this twist. Then again, why did you suddenly come to my place? Chu Xiao. Qin Mu smiled and greeted the butler, asking him to serve some fruits or something. He, on the other hand, came to another room with Chu Yang and the two of them one after the other. This was Qin Mu's specially arranged gaming room. The room housed high-end folding sofas, tables, etc., in addition to some treadmills and other fitness equipment. And the brightest things were the projector and immortal game equipment. Anna was chatting with Shanshan. I was kicked out. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders and lightly picked up the equipment and started logging into his account. Qin Mu suddenly ate a mouthful of dog food, only to feel a bit of support in his stomach. What was he doing wrong to be abused like this? While Qin Mu was grieving, when he saw the familiar interface he couldn't help but probe curiously. Chu Xiao, what's your ranking? Speaking of the game account, Qin Mu's name of rank 1 suddenly appeared in his mind, because Immortal Journey's ranking 1 was identical to Chu Yang's WeChat name. He had always felt that the two accounts were just names that happened to bump into each other, but he couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart. Congratulations to Chu Men San Xiao for returning to Immortal Tour. The first in the battle ranking is well deserved. Qin Mu almost didn't spray out a mouthful of blood. Chu Men's third youngster is actually Chu Xiao. The big brother is right next to me. Qin Mu was close to beating his chest when he remembered that he had only climbed to the top 80 of the rankings after fighting his way up these days. The gap between people wasn't this big. Oh, Guan Penglu is doing pretty well. There's a big announcement for being ranked first in this game. It's kind of interesting. Chu Yang smiled as he played the game. Like a bag of tricks he passed one level after another that he thought was extremely difficult. The levels that others couldn't pass in an hour, he passed in less than 3 minutes. Crap, Big Brother Truman is online. Battle power has suddenly soared extremely high. Big Brother killed me. I've climbed to my current position with great difficulty, and in the blink of an eye, I've been easily surpassed by Big Brother. I'm autistic. Big Brother is Big Brother. Casually one shot can kill and hang me. Big Brother Truman, leave us people some way to live. You've pulled up our average by yourself. The World Channel's screams rang out one after another. Shinmu looked at the World Channel's remarks and suddenly had a very scary thought in his heart. If you want to get hurt, everyone gets hurt together. He maneuvered his cell phone and directly tapped on the live broadcast function that came with the Immortal Journey built-in game. This software is in order to be able to attract the number of people online and specially produced, and now also used by many big god players to show off their skills. And every time a video is produced, there will also be explosive points that appear from time to time. And these explosive points will also to a certain extent make the heat of Xianyu maintain or raise some heat. Shinmu usually plays with this function, and the phone can be synchronized with the projector. Shinmu decided to play a big game. Crap, Big Brother is on live? Brothers, I'm going in to take a look. Take me one. I want to see it too. Want to see +1 begging for a band. Brothers form a group to take a look. The World Channel was closed when Chu Yang entered the copy. Chu Yang didn't know that his gameplay was being live-streamed yet. He was slowly playing the game. Crap, Chumen Big Brother is bullish. Passing a level in minutes. Oh wow, this reflexes I really moo. When can I have such reflexes? The big boss is probably quite dumbfounded. He himself was hit and lost before he could react. I've never seen a Big Brother with full blood. Record the screen and go. The netizens were all turned over by Chu Yang's wave of operations. The number of people online also skyrocketed from 1,000 to over 10,000 without Chu Yang knowing, and in the blink of an eye it doubled to over 50,000. This is the fastest live broadcast of online fans since Xianyu. Unfortunately, Chu Yang didn't play for long. He only played for half an hour before he got off, and this half hour was also consecrated by the netizens. Chu Xiao, this is not playing anymore? When Shinmu was watching with great interest, he suddenly saw Chu Yang get off his number. His expression was as confused as it could be. Not playing. They should be done talking. I'll come back to you in a couple days. Chu Yang shook his hand and left. Shinmu watched Chu Yang leave and silently picked up the Immortal Tour device to board his account. No matter what, I'm going to get a top 50 ranking this season. Live her up. Shinmu gritted his teeth and clicked on the copy game to go. Chu Yang, who left Shinmu's villa, returned inside his own villa. And sure enough, he saw Dai Shanshan and Anna walking in front of Chu Yang arm in arm like sisters. Chu Yang. I talked to Sister Shanshan. I decided to step down as the president of Chu's in Phelan country. In the future I will follow Shanshan to make investments. Chu Yang was a little confused. What exactly did Shanshan Dai say? How did she make Anna suddenly change her mind? The two women looked at Chu Yang's expression, and after a silent smile, they looked even closer to each other. Chu Yang helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Coincidentally at this time, Chu Yang suddenly received a transatlantic phone call from Goose Country. Goose Country. It seems like I don't know anyone, right? Chu Yang touched his chin. He said to Dai Shan, Anna and the two girls, I'm going to pick up a phone call, and then came to a remote place to pick up the phone. This portable phone was his private phone, and only a very few people knew about it. He was curious as to what kind of identity the owner of this phone had. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chu Yang Chu? A thick voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding like a middle-aged man around 30 or 40. I am. Which one are you? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and asked back. Hello Mr. Chu, I'm the Smiling Buddha Master of Goose Country. I'm trying to ask you for peace. If you agree, I'm willing to transfer all the mining industries of Eagle Country under my name to you. It had been nearly a week since Ken had taken over the Phelan Country Chu group. During this period of time, Ken's power had been expanding extremely, and even if Ken hadn't deliberately targeted him, Master Smiling Buddha's business had all been severely affected by Ken's actions. If this continued, he was afraid that his own industry would be struck down by Ken to the point that there would be very little left. Instead of resisting again, he should take the initiative to seek peace. Transfer it to me? Give me a reason. Chu Yang was a little surprised. He really didn't know much about the Smiling Buddha Master. So far, Chu Yang was a shirker, so how could he know which character Master Smiling Buddha was? Ken, as long as Ken stops making moves against the forces of my Phelan Kingdom and Eagle Kingdom, I am willing to cede my forces in Goose Kingdom and become your most loyal subordinate, the Smiling Buddha said with a bitter mouth. The Goose Country had recently changed its power very drastically. If he didn't find a thigh, I'm afraid that after the Eagle Kingdom and the Phelan Kingdom, he wouldn't be able to keep this bit of his Goose Kingdom's strength. Detected Master Smiling Buddha bragging with the host. The system hereby changes Master Smiling Buddha to the host's most loyal subordinate. Chu Yang was somewhat speechless. Strictly speaking, this was actually not considered bragging. It could only be said to be considered Master Smiling Buddha's oath to himself. Then just go talk to Ken in detail. I'll have him contact you. After Chu Yang hung up the phone, there was still some surprise within his heart. What exactly had Ken done in the Eagle Kingdom that even a figure far away in the Goose Kingdom could make him take the initiative to seek peace? It was really interesting. Chu sent Ken a WeChat to explain the situation. then turned around and returned to the hall. The two women, Dai Shanshan and Anna, were smiling and chatting, and their coquettish appearance made Chu Yang also reveal a joyful smile. It seems that they are getting along very well. In that case, there are some things that should be put on the agenda. Just as Chu Yang was planning to do so, he saw Dai Shanshan and Anna look at each other, and with laughter in their eyes, they walked to Chu Yang's side, and then one left and one right embraced Chu Yang, whispered in his ear, "Dear, we have something to say to you at night." 1. Say it together? Chu Yang felt the air spitting like orchids in his ear. His big hand wrapped around the waist of the two women, and said in a low voice, "It's too troublesome later. Just put it now." Ah! Dai Shanshan and Anna were so shocked by the sudden unsteady center of gravity that they wrapped their arms around Chu Yang. By the time they reacted again, the people were already in the room. "We have time to talk slowly before tonight," Chu Yang said with a smile, bullying his way up in the two women's shocked gazes. This is different from what they had planned. The sound of clothes shredding in the room rang out, and a good and interesting concert unfolded. The following day, the major transfers that took place in Chu Yang's company shocked everyone in the concerned Chu's Group and its subsidiaries. Firstly, the former president of Chu's Group in the Eagle Kingdom, Anna, publicly stated that she was stepping down from her position, and the president of Zhongqing Group, Yi Yuan, was reassigned to the Eagle Kingdom, succeeding the position of president of the Eagle Kingdom. Then came the news that the president of Huanqing Entertainment had taken over the position of Zhongqing Group, and the news that the vice president of Huanqing Entertainment had been promoted to the position of president. These big moves came down and shocked countless melon eaters. What is Chu God suddenly doing with this arrangement? I give Chu General this wave of operation whole confused. Chu General to do what? The same question. Does Qin Shao know what Mr. Chu is up to? At Qin Shao, seeking an explanation. The netizens didn't dare to go to Chu Yang. So many people started to ate up Qin Mu. Qin Mu idly glanced at the online hot search, and his eyelids almost rolled up to the sky. What else could he be doing? He was busy getting married. Chu Yang was in front of him to send out that brightly colored love necklace, or Chu Yang with their own gold mine to do out. After the delivery of the proposal on the spot, the location is set in the fur ball. Also personally designed a wedding dress, wedding ring and other things that can commemorate. Just Chu Yang recently contacted those who are famous designers. Each hate to run after Chu Yang ass. Must say what Chu Yang's design is in the world is the top, but also asked Chu Yang lack of designers, apprentices and so on. Say good character high cold, not good at talking it. You to me in front of with to Chu Yang front cannot unify the position. Qin Mu discontentedly spat out the double standard of the famous designers. Glancing at the cell phone screen suddenly smiled with joy. Congratulations to the esteemed ranked 50th Mr. Qin. Welcome to the raffle pool draw. The rewards of Xian Yu came. According to the seasonal standard, the top 200 in the Immortal Tour rankings could enjoy a $2 million rankings bonus. Chu Yang as the first place hadn't started playing yet, but many members of the leaderboard had swiped out mouth-watering bonuses. The second-ranked king of the mountain with meat to eat gets a bonus of 30W, ranked 10th in the rankings. Life and death are not the same, receiving a bonus of 10W, ranked 50th Qin, received a bonus of 5W, ranked no. Qin Mu didn't expect to get a 5W bonus, and was instantly happy. The significance of this 5W can be different from those tens of billions of pocket money of his own. How to say it is also earned. The small money earned by strength is fragrant. Oh, I forgot. His company is still in operation. Qin Mu thought about it and gave Zhurjil a phone call. Hey, Zhurjil, can we open a branch recently? I heard that Chu Xiao is planning to arrange the next branch in Linchang. Zhurjil listened to his own boss who spoke of wind and rain, and silently began to call for his assistant. Prepare. Our big boss is preparing to open a branch again. You are responsible for selecting the location. I will set the location at that time. After Zhurjil instructed his assistant, he buried his head again and processed the documents that were half a person high. With the Chu Group's posting transfer, Chu Yang's movements suddenly disappeared. When Chu Yang's news reappeared, it was when they learned of Chu Yang's marriage in the Mao Ball. Chu Yang's wedding was arranged in a grand manner, and the person who was responsible for exposing the news was the mascot Chi Chi. This time, among the people who attended Chu Yang's wedding were many characters with extraordinary status, such as Funeral Biao, Yan Xiong, Aubrey, Gracie, Master Smiling Buddha and other bigwigs all appeared at Chu Yang's wedding site. On top of that, presidents such as Yi Yuan and Kan also came, as did the top tycoons in the circle. There were also calligraphy masters, piano masters, and other masters that were very famous in the sector that were also present. That one is Yan Xiong? Wei Xiaoming was also here today, and he followed Mad Dog as he squatted in the corner. Today so many bigwigs gathered. The two of them just became insignificant little people. coupled with Wei Xiaoming's recent exposure of Chu Yang's industry a little too much, but also do not dare to attract too much attention. Wei Xiaoming looked at Yan Ziyang, who was wearing a suit and looking indifferent, and secretly swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he changed his name early, or else if the big brother was unhappy, he would not destroy himself. Under Wei Xiaoming's watchful eye, the wedding was also proceeding as usual. As the music rang out, Chu Yang's grand group of groomsmen and bridesmaids were also exposed in front of Wei Xiaoming's eyes. Crap! Is Mr. Chu's best man group this powerful? Wei Xiaoming's eyes widened, only to see that the people wearing uniform best man suits were unexpectedly Wang Song, Xin Mu, Tang Xinran, and a host of other top-tier rich second generation. Throughout the entire circle of tycoons, there hadn't been anyone who tied the knot with such a large lineup. It's not just the best man's group, the bridesmaids group is also very impressive. Mad Dog nattered to Wei Xiaoming while carrying a plate of snacks. His reminder also caused Wei Xiaoming to faintly stare. As female presidents, Dai Shanshan and Anna naturally knew quite a few beautiful women. Among them, there were quite a few prestigious celebrities, and whichever bridesmaid they casually saw was a top-notch beauty. I'll go. Isn't that President Chen Jingting Chen over there? Wei Xiaoming was dazzled by the bridesmaids in front of him, but in the blink of an eye, he saw several women of outstanding beauty. Those women were no one else but Chen Jingting, Lu Yi, and so on. Put your shock away. These few characters are nothing. Look over there. See the one next to that Yan Xiang? That's Morning Biao. This one from Magic City. Mad Dog couldn't stand the sight of him not having seen the world. It was embarrassing to say that he was close friends with himself. So Mad Dog gave Wei Xiaoming the science. Wei Xiaoming looked at Mad Dog's thumbs up and gulped, confirmed eyes. This is a big brother. The one next to Morning Biao. That's Aubrey from the Phelan country, Gracie from the Eagle country, and Master Smiling Buddha from the Goose country. They're all this. Mad Dog once again gave a thumbs up. Wei Xiaoming was quiet as a melon eater. He didn't expect to see so many bigwigs at once when he attended a wedding. However, Wei Xiaoming's shock went far beyond that, because in this corner where they were squatting, there was a kind of design master chatting away. In a moment, Mr. Chu will come out. Ho humbly tell you guys, Mr. Chu's suit is handmade by me. Chuckle. Mr. Chu's engagement necklace is still made by me. Che. Mr. Chu's wedding ring is still made by me. He. Mr. Chu's wife's wedding dress is still made by me. The crowd of design masters began to gossip about their achievements, and the atmosphere suddenly became condensed all of a sudden. With the light sigh of an unknown design master, the masters started chatting again as if they had reconciled with themselves. I also don't know if Mr. Chu still accepts disciples. I want to learn fashion design. I also want to. Just the light of Chu's skillful wedding ring design. All make me relaxed and happy. Who is not it? I today is originally a few $1 million of single. I did not go. Compared to Mr. Chu, those are not things. I also want to be Chu General except apprentice. Internship not give money is also okay. Mad Dog squatted in the corner listening to a group of masters chattering, turned his head and gave Wei Xiaoming science. That blonde man is a famous clothing designer in Goose Country. I heard that he also designed clothing for the royal family. That one over there wearing a formal suit is a famous designer from the Eagle Country. Wei Xiaoming listened to Mad Dog's popularization and didn't dare to speak. It feels like anyone who comes out at the wedding is a big shot. With Mad Dog's burst of popularization, the wedding also finally unfolded. The prologue. Chu Yang wearing a customized suit, handsome appearance, excellent temperament and wearing a white wedding dress, style chic. Dai Shanshan, Anna. Two people stood together, looking at the man and the woman, very pleasing to the eye. In the audience, Chen Jingting, Chi-Chi and other women looked at Dai Shanshan and Anna on the stage with envy. They really envied these two for being able to spend their lives with Chu Yang. Chi-Chi just silently took a picture, and has been silently focusing on Chu Yang. The sadness in her eyes was seen by many people. But the people who are sad are not the only ones who are sad. Quite a few people who had adored Desan and Anna watched their own goddess marry Chu Yang. They were all heartbroken as well, but had to give their blessing. There was no way around it. The latest rich list just came out. Chu Yang's wealth has now reached $2 trillion, and is the world's #1 ranked richest man in the world. They still just silently blessed the couple. Congratulations to Mr. Chu on his happy wedding. After Chu Yang handed over the wedding ring with Dai Shanshan and Anna, congratulatory voices resounded all around in unison. After a burst of pleasantries, Chu Yang also formally came to the well-designed new room. Inside the large room, on the 3-meter-long king-sized bedroom, the two new wives with closed moons and shy flowers were sitting on the edge of the bed in their wedding gowns waiting for their husbands to arrive. Hubby, you're back. When Dai Shanshan and Anna saw Chu Yang return, they looked at each other and both revealed shy expressions. Chu Yang drank a little bit of wine today, and despite the stoicism on his face, He could still smell a faint scent of wine from his body. Today is his big day. Indeed, he was filled with a lot of wine. Good thing he can't fall down from 1,000 cups. On the contrary, those who filled him with wine, now one by one, they drank a big horse and were carried back. Want to get drunk on me? You guys can't yet, Chu Yang said with a touch of evil at the corner of his lips. Between the red bed and the warm tent, the moonlight poured over the earth, and whispers came out from time to time in the room. A year's time passed in the blink of an eye. After Chu Yang got married, the news of him traveling around the world with his 2 wives would be unintentionally exposed in the media from time to time. Tang Xinran, Yi Yuan, Ken, and the others also became highly influential young presidents around the world during this year. Reigning supreme in the business world, Wang Song, Qin Mu, and the others had also inherited the family business to become party figures in their respective circles. Morning Biao, Yan Xiang, Aubrey, Gracie, and the like had also solidified their domestic positions and created cooperative interactions with each other. Wei Xiaoming also became one of the only top V in this world who has gained 100 million fans by virtue of exposing the Big Brother by virtue of Mr. Chu's industry exposed today. With the news of Dai Shan and Anna's pregnancy coming to light, Chu Yang's news also gradually decreased. Then later, Chu Yang's exposure gradually decreased, becoming an increasingly mysterious and low-key top tycoon in the hearts of many people. One day Chu Yan brushed his cell phone and couldn't help but look at the news on the internet with a cluster of eyebrows. Mr. Chu must have gone to Phelan country to open a mining industry. Detected Chang Feiyue bragging with the host. The system hereby gifts the host with the Phelan country's mining industry *1. Bullshit. If I were to say so, Mr. Chu must be sitting on his private jet on his private island in the Eagle Kingdom on vacation. Detected Hua Hongfang bragging with the host. The system hereby presents the host with a private island in the Eagle Kingdom *1. Chu Yang turned off his cell phone with a head full of black lines. Shut up all of you. If you don't brag you can die.